You think life couldn't get worse? Just got fired from the company, then a phone call plunged me into hell. My father died in a car accident. Once a technical genius in the eyes of others and the pride of his father, he has now become a stray dog with no one to rely on. When I forced myself to endure the grief and rushed home, my girlfriend's resolute phone call pushed me into the abyss once again. You're fired. None of the factories around here will hire you from now on, and it's best we don't see each other again. In just 3 days, I lost my career, my father, and my love, but I never expected that. There's an even greater conspiracy waiting for me behind the scenes. Don't include chapters. The transitions between sections should flow naturally. My name is Meng Rong, and in my life, there have been 3 heavy blows that crushed me. In the workshop, machines roared as I animatedly boasted to a few co-workers about my glorious past. Since childhood, I've tinkered with machinery, assembled a radio at 8, fixed cars by 12. I'm a genius. Especially in the skills competition, how I effortlessly took first place, leaving everyone else far behind. Everyone listened with continuous praise, and Pang Yudong beside them chimed in as well, though his gaze seemed somewhat distracted. As they were speaking, an angry shout suddenly came from outside the workshop. Meng Rong, get the hell out here. It was Manager Liu's voice. Everyone scattered in fear like birds and beasts, except for Pang Yudong, who patted me on the shoulder and then walked straight out to meet President Liu. Boss Liu stormed over angrily, grabbed me by the collar, and snarled, look at the mess you've made. Acting all high and mighty when you're nothing but hot air. That scolding left me completely dumbfounded. Supervisor Lao Zhang stepped forward to intervene, but Manager Liu swung a long car pole at me. Fortunately, Lao Zhang was quick-eyed and deft-handed, catching it in time. He cursed old Zhang loudly, but never actually clarified what the problem was. I jolted awake, spotting old Zhang gripping the train conductor's baton, and my heart sank as I connected it to that blueprint. I rushed to the workbench, pulled out the blueprint, and froze in place instantly. President Liu's voice was icy cold. These drawings specified not to drill center holes, but he went ahead and marked them anyway, even including it in the process requirements. This kind of genius loses 200 grand in one go. If the factory keeps churning out defective batches, it'll be forced to shut down for good. Old Zhang's face turned deathly pale, and the crowd fell silent. My mind went completely blank, unable to recall when the mistake had been made. President Liu announced publicly. Meng Rong, disregarding factory discipline and neglecting duties, causing huge losses to the factory, is hereby immediately fired. All my salary and bonuses are being deducted as compensation. I'm fired? How is this possible? My father and General Manager Liu had such a good relationship. I didn't know that my current plight was just the first blow. I left the factory under the complex and slightly mocking gazes of the crowd. There was no final paycheck, only my belongings stuffed into a box under the watchful eyes of the security guards. I took the stainless steel spoon my girlfriend gave me, glanced back, and saw my co-workers avoiding eye contact, with only Xiaowei secretly waving at me. My best buddy Pang Yudong was nowhere to be seen. I felt resentful. Wasn't it just a mistake? Why single me out? A vague unease crept over me, as my gut told me this had something to do with the relationship between my father and Director Liu. I found a public phone booth and dialed my home number. The phone rang for a long time before my sister's tearful voice came through. Brother, come home quickly. Dad's gone, come back now. My mind went blank again, my body feeling completely drained. Mother took the phone and cried, saying that father had been in a car accident and had already stopped breathing. Amidst the wailing sounds around me, I only uttered 3 words, get back now. After hanging up the phone, my trembling hands couldn't light the cigarette, and I stood dazed, leaning against the phone booth. Throughout my life, I've always had my father as a towering mountain to lean on. Now, the mountain is gone. I numbly went to the station to buy a ticket and called my girlfriend Sui Yuan from a phone booth. She said she didn't have time to see me off, her voice somewhat flat. My heart warmed, thinking she was just busy. %, let's not meet again. Her words startled me. Meng Rong, we're not suited for each other. Please stop looking for me. Her tone was gentle, yet resolute. I'm stunned. Is this a breakup? By the way, you're fired now, and none of the factories in this area will hire you in the future. I'm dead. The phone was hung up. I called again, and she said impatiently, I told you, stop looking for me. I'm transferring departments tomorrow. I finally realized clearly that I had been dumped. She knew I had been fired and immediately found herself a new supporter. Most of my salary was spent on her, yet she left without hesitation. I was filled with rage, shame, and agony, my emotions churning violently within me, my mental state completely shattered. I slapped myself across the face, cursing my own unfilial behavior. How could I still be thinking about such things at a time like this? I rushed onto the bus and grabbed a seat just before the doors closed. I just want to leave this city as soon as possible, the city that brought me more pain in one day than I've ever experienced in my entire life. Fired, father passed away, dumped by his girlfriend, these 3 heavy blows were too much to bear, too painful. On the bus, the scenery outside the window was blurry. My mind was in complete chaos, torn between wanting the car to go faster and slower, wishing this were all just a nightmare. I try hard to recall every detail about my father, his hearty laughter, his broad back, and those admonitions I once took for granted. Now thinking back, it all feels so precious. Tears silently flow. After more than 4 hours, I stepped off with heavy steps, hailed a pedicab, and gave the address, Xianghua Auto Repair. The driver gave me a puzzled look, recognized me as old Meng's kid, sighed, didn't take my money, and drove me home. Small towns have no secrets, and the driver clearly knew something had happened at my home. The gates of the repair shop were shut tight, the usual clamor gone. I dragged my feet and made my way to the back, faintly hearing the sound of crying. Pushing open the door, the house was packed with relatives, employees, and neighbors. Mother was crying so hard she collapsed to the floor, while my younger sister was helping to support her. I saw my father lying quietly in the coffin in the center of the living room, dressed in his favorite Zhongshan suit, with arms crossed over the chest, as if asleep. The mother cried out in anguish, Xianghua, Ronger is back, open your eyes and look at him. I threw my luggage aside and plopped down kneeling before the spirit altar. I have lost my father forever, the one who made me feel safe. That year, I was 19 years old. That day, I officially bid farewell to my youth. 2 days later, the funeral ended. After all the uncles and aunts had left, only the three of us remained at home, silently gazing at my father's face in the photograph, lost for words. Only then did I learn that my father had been in an accident while riding his motorcycle to the countryside to help someone repair their car. He hit a rock, overturned, and was gone instantly. I regret it so much. If only I had held your father back and made him eat breakfast that morning. Mother sobbed self-reproachfully. At that moment, old Wu from the machine repair shop knocked and entered. He was father's deputy, a loyal and honest man who had also been tirelessly helping these past 2 days. With a troubled expression, he sat across from us, hesitated for a long moment, then finally spoke. Sister-in-law Qin, Xiaoron, I've come back today to urge you both to make plans as soon as possible. This factory is Brother Meng's life's work. Now that he's gone, we can't just abandon it like this. I was somewhat surprised. This was an issue I hadn't yet had time to consider, but old Wu was already worrying about it. There are still about a dozen people's livelihoods at stake here. We can't let them lose their jobs. Old Wu's voice choked up a bit. I just can't bear to see Brother Meng's hard work go to waste. I'm feeling both heartbroken and worried right now. My old buddy is gone, and I'm devastated. How will the factory survive? That's what's troubling me now. His eyes reddened, and he couldn't continue speaking. Chapter 4, Back at the Factory. Looking at old Wu's earnest yet sorrowful face, Meng Rong felt a complex mix of emotions. This question, which he hadn't had time to ponder, was suddenly thrust upon him. He felt caught off guard and instinctively wanted to avoid it. Before he could formulate a response, old Wu abruptly addressed him. Meng Rong, you need to prepare to take over your father's business. Meng Rong was speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Meng Xiaoquan was clearly startled too. Their mother, Li Guiqin, however, remained relatively composed. She hesitated slightly before replying, Old Wu, it's just. Xiaorong is still so young. She sighed, reaching out to ruffle Meng Xiaoquan's hair. Her gaze lingered on the child's tender features with a touch of pity before turning back to Meng Rong. Another sigh escaped her lips as she shook her head. Clearly, in her eyes, Meng Rong was still too green, utterly unprepared to shoulder such a heavy burden. Meng Rong felt a pang of disappointment at her mother's gaze. In her mother's eyes, she was still just a child. After a long pause, she said in a low voice, Old Wu, why don't you take over this responsibility? Both these kids are too young. Meng Rong is only 19, he doesn't understand things yet. What can he possibly do? Besides, he still has to go to work. Without thinking, Meng Rong blurted out, Mom, I quit that job. Huh? All three looked at him in surprise. He hadn't had time to tell anyone about this yet. Everyone assumed he'd just taken leave to come home. He'd only called the factory to have them pass on the message. How could he just quit like that? Meng Rong didn't want to explain. Getting fired for making a mistake was too humiliating. How could he possibly say it out loud now? After hesitating, he finally whispered, I've already processed my resignation. I did it before coming back. As for why he left, he'd rather not elaborate. Li Guiqin fixed him with a piercing gaze, noticing his profound discomfort. She sighed inwardly. This matter was clearly more complicated than it seemed. But she didn't press him further. After a long pause, she finally said, You quit? Well, that's that. But your father put so much effort into arranging this job for you. Meng Rong bowed his head deeply, saying nothing. Meng Xiaoquan's eyes darted around, studying her brother's expression. She'd seen this look countless times since childhood. Whenever Meng Rong had done something wrong and knew he was in the wrong, he'd lower his head like this, silent and resigned to whatever scolding came his way. Clearly, her brother had gotten himself into some kind of trouble. Old Wu didn't seem too concerned about the matter. He waited a moment on the sidelines. Seeing no one else speak up, he continued earnestly, Sister Qin, I've given this serious thought. First off, this is your family's factory. If you don't run it, who will? It's fair and lawful. Otherwise, people might think we're bullying a widow and her child, seizing your factory. I've lived an honest life, Old Wu here. I can't bear that kind of reputation. Second, me? Old Wu here? I'm decent at manual labor, but management? Forget it. You know the type in the factory, a few slackers, but most are like me. We're fine with heads down, working hard. But taking on new projects? Honestly, we'd be better off disbanding and finding jobs elsewhere. At least we wouldn't make fools of ourselves. Old Wu, what's everyone thinking now? Are they all thinking of leaving? With old Meng gone, Li Guiqin couldn't help but sob softly again, finally managing to stop. Old Wu offered a few words of comfort before continuing. For now, everyone's still together. No one's left. After all, brother Meng just passed. We're all in shock and a bit lost. But since yesterday, we've started working again. We can't afford to stop, we need to eat. Still, this isn't sustainable. What happens next? Without a backbone, who dares ask about the future? Li Guiqin looked deeply at old Wu. Though usually reserved, he often spoke with precision, earning him Meng Xianghua's trust. When Meng was absent, old Wu handled matters. Now it seemed not only was old Wu perceptive, but he also possessed considerable eloquence. Old Wu continued, now that Meng Rong has grown up and gained some experience working outside, he's left his job. Why not have him come back and take over for brother Meng? I'll say it again, we can't just let this place go to waste. As he spoke, old Wu felt a craving for a smoke. He casually pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag. After that, he fell mostly silent, waiting for the other's response. Meng Rong lifted his head to look at his mother. Li Guiqin met his gaze, her eyes a mix of bewilderment and eager anticipation. She smoothed her hair back, and the sight of her haggard face filled Meng Rong with a pang of sadness. Had his mother aged so much without him noticing? Seeing her son's still youthful face, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. He was only 19. And as his mother, she knew his worth best. While he had some natural talent, he was far from steady or reliable. Playful and impulsive, he was simply unsuited for taking on such a responsibility. But she spoke up, old Wu, thank you and the workers for looking after us, a widow and her son, so kindly. With old Meng gone, I don't know what to do next. Xiaoquan is still in school, and Xiaorong is too young. I don't want Xiaorong to go to the factory so soon, but if he doesn't do something, I fear our future livelihood will be in trouble. Without the factory to support us, how will we get by in the days ahead? Old Wu nodded, his gaze turning expectantly to Meng Rong. Meng Rong remained somewhat dazed. Of course he should take over his father's business, but was he qualified? The answer was clear. Li Guiqin said, son, given the situation now, there's no other choice. Go work at the factory. Learn as much as you can from Uncle Wu. In the future, the family will depend entirely on you. You're the only man left in the house. Meng Rong nodded blankly. Yes, he suddenly realized he was now the sole man of the house. What that meant, as a young man, he couldn't quite grasp or describe it. Old Wu waved his hand. Once the family matters are settled, Xiaorong should return to the factory promptly. There are many things brother Meng didn't have time to explain. We need to sort them out properly. With that, he stood up and took his leave. After seeing him out, Meng Rong came back and asked, do I really have to go back to work at the factory? Meng Xiaoquan shot him a look. Brother, you're being silly. This factory belongs to our family. If you don't take over, who will? Li Guiqin playfully tapped her. The factory bears the Meng name, but it belongs to all of us. I was worried they might take advantage of us now. Thankfully, old Wu isn't that kind of person. Now I can rest easy. She continued, but I'm still uneasy. Xiaorong, you're my son. I know your temperament and abilities inside out. You'll be going in completely unprepared. Can you really handle it? What if people don't respect you? What then? Our family's livelihood depends on this factory now. She sighed again. Your father always said this factory looks prosperous, but the truth is, competition has gotten fierce these past few years. Business has been tough. He's been trying hard to expand into new ventures, but it's been incredibly difficult. We've only managed to keep the factory afloat by relying on our repair skills. How much money is really left in the factory? Your father mentioned it once or twice before he passed. There's barely anything in the accounts. I have no idea if we can keep going. Old Wu probably knows the situation, but right now, we don't have much choice. We have to take it. This is your father's business. This is the Meng family's business. There's nowhere to run. As she spoke, she fixed Meng Rong with a stern gaze. And you, a grown man, can't you accomplish anything worthwhile? You weren't fired from the factory, were you? Meng Rong flinched but remained silent. The humiliation was too much to bear. He still couldn't bring himself to speak, only lowering his head once more. Li Guiqin couldn't hold back her tears. How would they go on from here? Was this son of hers any good? And so, with a mix of hope and trepidation, Meng Rong returned to work at his family's factory. This place was familiar to him, but before, he'd only ever been here to pick and choose parts as toys to tinker with, treating it as his own playground. Aside from occasionally half listening to his father and the workers discuss work, he'd never truly paid attention to the business. But now, he was here to take over this business. This factory was no place for leisure. There was no such thing as a manager sitting back and giving orders. Everything required hands-on involvement, participating in all sorts of practical operations. In his memory, his father rarely sat at his simple workbench except when discussing business. Most of the time, he was either crawling under cars discussing repairs with the workers or sitting beside a machine tool, turning and grinding parts, always busy. Back at the factory, everyone was busy. Old Wu called out, and over 20 people dropped their tasks to gather around. He briefly introduced Meng Rong, though introductions were hardly needed. Aside from a few newcomers, they all knew him well, most having attended old Meng's funeral yesterday. The youngest worker here was 7 or 8 years his senior, and nearly everyone had families to support, relying on this place for their livelihood. They stepped forward, patting Meng Rong on the shoulder to offer sympathy and comfort. When old Wu suggested Meng Rong take over as general manager, most nodded slightly without comment. Only Wang Zuosi, with his dyed yellow hair, swayed his head nonchalantly and said, "Well, I think this young Rong is too green. He's useless. We'd be better off selling the factory while it's still worth something and giving everyone severance pay. It'd be better to just disband." Meng Rong's anger flared instantly. Old Wu roared even more furiously, "You fool. Your usual nonsense is one thing, but what's the situation here? Keep talking like that and get out, quit working here. Want severance pay? I'll settle your wages for this month right now. Get out." Seeing old Wu's fury, Wang Zuosi immediately ducked his head and offered a sheepish smile. "I was just saying. You know I have a foul mouth. Don't take it personally, little Rong." With that, he slipped away, claiming he had work to do. Old Wu was angry, but also somewhat helpless. Wang Zuosi had a knack for certain tasks and was actually the best at some jobs. It was just that his mouth was too sharp. Teasing people was one thing, but today he had gone too far. Worried that the hot-headed Meng Rong might hold a grudge, he soothed him with a low voice, "That guy's mouth never shuts. Don't pay him any mind." Chapter 5, The Eternal Apprentice Spirit. Though still fuming, Meng Rong found it difficult to respond. He merely nodded, forcing down his anger. Old Wu led him to Meng Xianghua's workstation inside. "After hearing about your father's accident, I feared things would get chaotic. I didn't let anyone touch this table full of invoices and documents. Now that you're here, start by organizing these papers and contracts. Look through them, study them, and get familiar with them." He paused before continuing slowly, "And there are many of your father's personal belongings. Please take the time to sort through his possessions." At this point, old Wu's voice began to break. "No one is made of stone who could remain unmoved." Speaking of the deceased's belongings, even he felt a surge of emotion. Meng Rong nodded firmly. Old Wu pressed his hand to his forehead, steadying his emotions before saying, "I've got some work to handle at the factory. I'll go make arrangements. You can sit here and sort things out for now. You know the factory well, but you're not familiar with the business operations. Study everything carefully." After giving a few instructions, he hurriedly left the room. Meng Rong was left standing alone at the workbench, lost in thought. After a long while, Meng Rong bowed toward the worn leather swivel chair where his father had always sat. In a soft voice, he murmured, "Dad. Your son is back at the factory today. Please watch over me from above and help me do this right." This place was all too familiar to him. Without even looking, he knew this so-called general manager's workstation was really just a small cubicle for storing documents. Behind it stood a metal bookcase haphazardly stacked with technical books on machinery repair and various contracts and files meant for archiving. The desk was somewhat cluttered with items his father had casually left behind: books, receipts, even a few newspapers. There was also a large porcelain mug emblazoned with the words, "Serve the people." This was his father's everyday drinking cup, often filled with strong tea. Long-term use had left tea stains inside, and the exterior paint was chipped in many places, revealing the dark base beneath. The image of his father rocking his head back, yawning, sipping tea, and picking tea leaves from between his teeth came vividly to mind as he stroked the mug. Meng Rong's nose stung again, and tears welled up uncontrollably. After holding back for a long while, he carried the cup to the hot water dispenser, filled it with boiling water, and steeped his father's favorite local specialty tea. Yet he didn't drink it himself, merely setting it gently aside and murmuring, "Dad, have some tea." As he spoke, he began flipping through the papers scattered on the desk. His hand immediately landed on a large photograph pressed beneath the glass tabletop, a family snapshot taken during their trip to a scenic spot in the provincial capital when Meng Rong was 12. In the picture, his father held Meng Xiaoquan in his arms, beaming with a radiant smile that revealed his slightly yellowed front teeth. The sight stirred painful memories. Meng Rong fought to control his emotions, taking a long moment before finally beginning to organize the documents. Having just come of age, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and tackle these unfamiliar tasks, sorting them into categories using the simple methods old Wu had taught him. Sitting in his father's special chair, he soon finished organizing the items on the desk. He casually pulled open the large center drawer, where a red plastic-covered notebook suddenly caught his eye. It looked quite old, the gold embossed letters on the cover partially peeling. Upon closer inspection, he could make out the words, commemorating the 20th anniversary of Fengdan City's 8th machinery factory. Opening it, the first page boldly displayed 4 vertical characters, machine repair notes. Below, in 2 rows of horizontal script, were a signature and a date handwriting Meng Rong knew all too well, Meng Xianghua, October 6, 1983. Today was September 13, 1999, exactly 16 years later. Meng Rong flipped to the back of the first page, where only a single paragraph was written. It outlined Meng Xianghua's resolve to document insights gained during machine repair work. The final line bore a brief declaration: be a qualified technician, maintain the spirit of an eternal apprentice. 3 large exclamation marks were drawn at the very end. Reading this, Meng Rong felt a stir within. He silently repeated the words several times, sensing profound meaning. It seemed his father had embraced this as a personal creed. Ever since he could remember, he had seen his father constantly studying, poring over technical manuals, discussing technical details with others in his spare time, and most often, immersing himself in focused practice, experimentation, and work. Perhaps it was a particular kind of perseverance for those who lived through that era, he thought. Why had he never truly noticed these details about his father before? He recalled seeing his father holding this very notebook, deep in thought as he wrote. But back then, preoccupied with play, he hadn't paid any attention to such an unremarkable, worn notebook. Looking back now, he felt so foolish. How wonderful it would have been to have shared a few words with his father back then. Filled with boundless nostalgia for his father, he flipped through the pages. The first entry read Essentials of Machinist Work. He couldn't help but smile. This was the most fundamental knowledge for a technician, the very basics of the trade. Imagining his father, young like himself, starting as an assembly machinist, following others with utmost respect and beginning from the most basic assembly work, he found it utterly charming. Back then, there were no vocational schools to attend. Apprentices had to follow master craftsmen around, eagerly learning bit by bit through hands-on practice, the traditional mentor-apprentice system. Yet by the time he wrote this notebook, my father's skills were clearly well honed. The opening pages contained advanced techniques and insights far beyond the cluelessness of a beginner. Alongside written reflections were simple sketches. My father's handwriting wasn't particularly elegant, it even seemed a bit clumsy, yet it carried remarkable vigor and strength. You could feel how deeply he'd immersed himself in distilling these insights. As a fellow craftsman, Meng Rong found the notes immensely valuable. Some problems his father had contemplated over a decade ago still held relevance today. Even minor tips remained timeless. His father's knowledge felt more solid than what he'd learned in school. Or perhaps he hadn't studied diligently enough in school. Shaking his head in shame, Meng Rong skimmed through the pages and was surprised to find that beyond machining, there were also notes on lathe work, grinding, milling, boring, and other technical trades. The only difference was the level of detail. Some entries were more thorough than others. Clearly, though his father had broad interests, his energy was limited, and he focused on different areas. The thick notebook had only about 10 pages left unwritten. Moreover, scattered throughout were loose sheets of paper with handwritten notes. Evidently, Meng Xianghua had jotted things down on whatever paper was handy at the time, later compiling them into this notebook. He hurriedly flipped to the end. The entries abruptly stopped the day before the incident, and the final sentence remained unfinished. Evidently, something urgent had called him away before he could complete it. No one could have imagined that this departure would be his last. He would never have the chance to write again. Holding the thick notebook, Meng Rong stood there in a daze for a long while. He had a vague feeling that, compared to the entire Xianghua machine repair shop, this might be the most precious legacy his father had left him. Closing the notebook, he cradled it against his chest and murmured, "Dad, rest assured. I'll treasure this notebook forever." A thought flashed through his mind: he must fill in, complete, and supplement the unfinished words his father had left behind. Yet, the knowledge recorded on the final page was completely beyond his comprehension. He hadn't studied it, hadn't experienced it, there was no way to fill in the gaps. At this thought, he felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. How long had it taken his father to grasp these concepts? Could he do it? In the depths of his being, he even sensed his father's gaze upon him, a gaze filled with care, worry, and melancholy, as if asking him the very same question. He gritted his teeth and silently vowed to carry on this notebook faithfully. He would work diligently at this small machine repair shop. Just like his father's motto, if need be, he'd spend his life as an apprentice. He'd learn slowly but surely what his father understood. He would too, and as times progressed, he would grasp what his father never did. But such bold declarations were impossible to voice now. Young as he was, his heart was filled more with dread than reverence, more with self-doubt than humility. Who said the young are fearless? Freshly fired, no matter how many ideas swirled in his mind, he couldn't shake the deep psychological shadow cast by Mr. Liu's icy words that day. He even began to doubt himself. For the next few days, he pored over the various documents and receipts his father had left behind. Whenever he had a moment, he'd flip through his father's notebook. But soon, he found no time for that notebook. Though small, Xianghua factory actually had a lot on its plate. Ignoring the details of the work was one thing, but once he started looking into them, his head spun. Various parts of different specifications needed to be procured, small batch production orders required attention, and machines and vehicles sent in for warranty repairs were piling up in the yard. 5 or 6 vehicles alone, all demanding major overhauls. Some workers could handle them, but others dared not touch them. Only when Meng Xianghua was present did anyone feel confident enough to take charge. But now, nothing could move. Promises to customers couldn't be kept.
Many clients had already heard about Meng Xianghua's accident. Out of sympathy and courtesy, they hadn't immediately sought alternatives, but some were already tentatively inquiring whether Xianghua Machinery Repair could still operate. If we can't repair these vehicles, it won't just be this one client. Word will spread like wildfire, and we'll lose a whole wave of customers. After all, sympathy doesn't put food on the table. No one will entrust their vehicles to a shop that can't deliver repairs. They need this work to survive too. Previously, Meng Xianghua handled most of these issues. His word carried more weight than 1,000 others, and clients trusted him implicitly. Now, however, all these problems come directly to old Wu, leaving him overwhelmed. When brother Meng was around, he never had to worry about such matters. He could confidently handle inquiries he knew the answers to, but many left him stumped. With no other choice, he'd pass them on to Meng Rong for advice. After all, theoretically, this was the Meng family's business and operations now. As the newly appointed general manager, Meng Rong ultimately held the decision-making authority. Upon learning of the situation, Meng Rong initially felt unfazed. What was there to it repairing machinery and vehicles? He knew a thing or two about it himself. With help from his brothers and uncles, what business couldn't be handled? But talk is cheap. Soon enough, he hit a brick wall and was left dumbfounded. Chapter 6, Looking Down on the Young. A crowd gathered, shouting and arguing. The loudest voice belonged to the blonde-haired Wang Zuisi, his tone as slick and vulgar as ever, his words provoking an urge to slap him. What did I tell you? Look at yourselves, old Liu, old Huang's useless bums. All this time under boss Meng, and you haven't learned a damn thing. Total waste of space. And you still have the nerve to pig out at lunch. Not satisfied, he muttered under his breath, gluttons. His words were aimed at the chubby guy holding a wrench nearby. Huang Balai, as he was officially called, had been at the factory for 5 or 6 years, making him a veteran. But he was naturally slow on the uptake. Though Meng Xianghua had patiently taught him, his skills never improved much. He was just average, good for menial tasks and general labor. His appetite, however, was truly remarkable. Among the 20 or so workers in the factory, he ate the most. While others managed with 2 bowls of rice per meal, he needed 6 just to feel remotely full. This habit often made him the butt of jokes. Now Wang Zuisi was clearly rubbing it in again. Huang Fatso's chubby face flushed alternately red and white, yet he couldn't utter a word. Wang Zuisi's words were harsh, but they hit his weak spot with pinpoint accuracy. The others listened in anger, but Wang Zuisi was undeniably skilled. He was highly valued by Meng Xiangrong, so despite his foul mouth, everyone had to endure it. Seeing the hostile stares, Wang Zuisi grew even more brazen. What's the matter? Got a problem with that? Go ahead, say something. If you'd actually put some effort into learning, would it be like this? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and interjected, then why can't you do it? Wang Zuisi sneered coldly. Is that what I'm here for? If it were my job, I'd have mastered it long ago. Why would everyone else be standing around here staring at each other like this? His provocative tone silenced them. Comparisons were cruel. Wang Zuisi was undeniably gifted, picking up anything with astonishing speed. Old Huang admitted sheepishly, it's all my fault. I never studied properly. I'm just slow. So you know you're dumb? Does knowing that do you any good? Wang Zuisi's voice was sharp and bitter. Meng Rong felt waves of nausea wash over him. He was no stranger to bragging himself. He often dragged his co-workers into idle chatter and slacking off. But he'd never spoken with such biting cruelty. This was utterly disrespectful. How could his father tolerate such a person in the factory? He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again. Glancing at old Wu, he saw the man looked equally displeased, his face dark but silent. Seeing his silence, Meng Rong dismissed further thought and bellowed, what's going on? Why all the commotion? Oh, the young master's taking charge now? Wang Zuisi eyed him sideways. Before Meng Rong could flare up, he added, you're just in time. Come see for yourself, they can't even handle this little job. If we can't fix this truck, Xianghua's reputation will be ruined for good. Though Meng Rong had been annoyed by Wang Zuisi's animated rant, the last remark made him pause. Right now was no time to risk tarnishing Xianghua's reputation. He couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened? See for yourself. The crowd parted to reveal a classic-style Puna sedan parked over a pit, its hood already open. Meng Rong glanced around. Most looked concerned, while a few watched him with amusement. As the son of General Manager Meng and the newly appointed General Manager, he was technically their boss. But psychologically, most felt more sympathy than respect for such a young kid. They wouldn't deliberately pick on him or bully a child, but no one truly supported him from the heart. Young Meng Rong was keenly aware of this dynamic. Now, with all eyes on him, he felt an inexplicable pang of unease. He didn't really know much about car repairs. Tinkering with parts here and there was completely different from fixing an entire vehicle. Yet now, he had no choice but to stride forward and pretend to inspect the bike. But the shed's lighting was poor, and he couldn't make out a thing. Left with no other option, he shot a pleading glance toward old Wu in the back. Watching his childish attempt to appear experienced, everyone sighed inwardly. Ah, brother Meng really left too soon. Though Wang Zuisi was usually brash, he didn't mock him this time. Instead, he stepped forward and pointed at the vehicle, saying, "To figure out what's wrong, you need to start it up first. See if you can detect anything unusual." Meng Rong's face flushed crimson. How could he have overlooked something so basic? He walked to the driver's side, reached in, grabbed the key, and turned the ignition. Surprisingly, it started right up. Meng Rong glanced back at the others hesitantly. There didn't seem to be anything wrong. But seeing their expressions, he realized the problem wasn't that simple. Soon, he heard an unnatural vibration, occurring intermittently. Having worked with machinery since childhood, he quickly and sensitively recognized the cause of this unpleasant shaking. Instinctively, he glanced at the fluctuating RPM gauge. The engine's malfunctioning, he blurted out. Seeing no objections, he knew he'd guessed correctly. He repeatedly tried to start the engine, checking back and forth. Despite the loud noise, he keenly picked up on several anomalies, even hearing a hissing sound, like an air leak. Watching his intense focus, someone finally couldn't resist asking, "Xiaorong, have you figured anything out yet?" Wang Zuisi flicked his flowing blonde hair, shot the person a glare, and turned away. Engine trouble is definite. The question is whether you can figure out where the problem lies. Meng Rong understood the implication. This was a question about whether he could identify the specific engine malfunction. Meng Rong rapidly reviewed lessons he'd learned or heard about in his mind. This situation was fairly common, so he replied uncertainly, "This is probably engine idle vibration, right?" Wang Zuisi was taken aback. Meng Rong didn't look that old, yet he understood this principle? He shook his head in disbelief. "Isn't it?" Seeing Wang Zuisi shake his head, Meng Rong asked, his confidence wavering. "Yes, it is indeed an idle shake," a seasoned veteran chimed in from the side. This was one of the common faults in vehicles, with numerous possible causes, including a dirty air filter, a broken high-voltage wire, or clogged fuel injectors. But only seasoned drivers or veteran mechanics could quickly pinpoint the exact cause. So, as everyone waited curiously for Meng Rong to offer further insight, he fell silent. This was putting him on the spot. Talent was one thing, but he never actually worked on car repairs. How could he know these things? Seeing his expression, everyone understood. Most shook their heads, while Wang Zuisi continued his sharp-tongued remarks. "Hey, Xiaorong, didn't you go to school? Didn't they teach you this stuff? Isn't this all common sense?" Meng Rong was seething inside. He only spent a few years in vocational school. Even if he studied diligently, how much practical knowledge could he possibly have mastered? Besides, had he even taken a course on auto repair? He didn't recall one, just some basic theoretical knowledge. Most of the time, they only practiced fundamental manual skills, drawn blueprints, and the like. How could they have directly taught engine troubleshooting? But at this point, he couldn't argue back. He could only say awkwardly, "If you're so capable, you fix it." Wang Zuisi gave a cold chuckle. "Just because you didn't learn it doesn't mean I did." Huang the Fat, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. He spoke up forcefully, "Everyone says it's a cylinder issue, air leaks, low cylinder pressure. Didn't I tell everyone about this before we came? Why are you picking on little Rong? He's just a kid fresh out of school." Though Huang Fatso spoke the truth, it stung Meng Rong's ears. So in everyone's eyes, he really was just a kid fresh out of school. He glanced around at the surrounding masters. They clearly agreed with that assessment, many nodding frequently. A surge of inexplicable anger shot straight to Meng Rong's head, making his body tremble slightly. Wang Zuisi continued with his sarcastic tone, "We were just testing the kid. You took it so seriously. No offense, Fat Huang, but even if you knew the cause, could you fix it? You can't fix it. You're still useless. Manager Meng personally taught you all these detailed tasks before. Why can't you handle it when it's your turn?" Huang Fatso's earlier resolve wilted at those words. He was a coward at heart, and after finally mustering the courage to speak up, he was now back to square one. He berated himself inwardly. It was all his own fault for being too stupid to learn properly. Now he'd made a fool of himself. He knew exactly what was causing the malfunction, but he lacked the skill and confidence to fix it. Others nearby couldn't stand by and watch. Some criticized Wang Zuisi for his harsh words, while others blamed Huang for not learning diligently. They argued that his failure would tarnish Xianghua's reputation, and if everyone lost their jobs, Huang would be the one to blame. Old Wu's face turned green with anger. Without Manager Meng present, his own authority, though considerable, couldn't quell these seasoned veterans who'd spent years mastering their craft. After all, he wasn't skilled in every task. But seeing the heated accusations escalate to the brink of physical confrontation, Old Wu felt compelled to intervene. Before he could speak, however, Meng Rong's furious shout cut through the air. "Enough! What the hell are you all yelling about?" He was just a kid, holding the empty title of general manager. Deep down, everyone pitied him. No one took him seriously. Hearing his roar, they paused in their bickering, stunned. Just as Meng Rong was about to speak, the workers turned back and resumed their shouting. They treated his outburst as if it were air. Old Wu, seeing this, flew into a rage. Without another word, he grabbed two steady veteran workers and physically pushed everyone back to their stations, bellowing, "Are you all going to work or not? Get back to your tasks." Reluctantly, the grumbling workers returned to their stations. A wave of sorrow washed over old Wu. If Brother Meng were here, would any of this have happened? Who would dare argue like this in front of him? Who would dare loiter around during work hours, making snide remarks? Who would dare lose faith in Xianghua? He was the factory's true anchor. Wasn't every task second nature to him? Why did a bunch of people need to crowd around here scheming, just to mock his son? He'd only been gone a few days. The taste in his mouth was bitter. Chapter 7, truly a manual. Several veteran workers shared his unease. They patted Meng Rong's shoulder in turn, each with a different expression. Sighing softly and shaking their heads, they left the scene to return to their tasks. Only old Wu, Fat Huang, and Meng Rong remained. Fighting back tears, Meng Rong asked old Wu in a hoarse voice, "Uncle Wu, why did Wang's wussy have to speak like that?" Old Wu offered no explanation, merely patting his shoulder. "Now's not the time to worry about him. We need to figure out how to fix this problem first." Seeing everyone had left, Huang Pengzi's expression instantly relaxed. He sighed helplessly, "This engine idling vibration, it's not that the problem can't be solved. We all know the solution, but..." He paused, then hung his head in dejection. "It's all my fault. I never properly learned from Manager Meng. If I'd picked up even a fraction of his skills, maybe we could have fixed this." With that, he slammed his left hand hard against his right arm, his regret palpable. The conversation never got to the point, driving Meng Rong crazy. "Just tell me what the solution is. If arm twisting works, you don't have to do it yourself. Meng Rong can handle it for you." Old Wu was growing impatient too. "Enough with the nonsense. If you had Mr. Meng's skills, you'd have started your own factory long ago. Just tell us what the solution is." So Huang the Fatso droned on, his words jumbled and unclear, until finally the two men grasped the situation. He'd already diagnosed the engine's idle vibration as a low cylinder pressure issue. The fix itself wasn't complicated: remove the cylinder head and cylinder cover, scrape off the damaged gasket with a scraper, apply sealant, install a new gasket, then reassemble the cylinder head and cover. It sounded like a straightforward job, so why couldn't they get it done? Seeing Meng Rong's puzzled expression, Huang Fatso's face flushed crimson. His already disjointed explanation completely stalled, leaving him speechless. Old Wu shot him a glance and took over. "Let me explain. This is partly my fault too. Huang Fatty used to handle this with Mr. Meng, and most times Mr. Meng personally solved the issues. I never picked up the skill. Sigh, truth is, the job itself isn't hard. The tricky part is scraping the rubber. If you don't get it clean, it won't work. But if you scrape too hard, you'll tear it. It's all about finesse. I tried doing it once and messed it up, costing us money. Never mind, it's embarrassing enough to talk about. But ever since then, I've been a bit nervous about jobs like this. Meng didn't push me either." As he spoke, Meng Rong understood this was essentially testing a fitter's fundamental skills. Don't underestimate such basics. A skilled worker can master them flawlessly, while an unskilled one might never truly enter the trade. Most of the workers in this factory were self-taught, having picked up skills through hard work after leaving society. Aside from his father, nearly all were latecomers to the trade. Many had only ever done farm work before coming here just to earn a living. That's why so many lacked solid foundational skills and couldn't even handle simple tasks properly. Thinking about it, this was a hidden flaw in his father's management, Meng Rong mused to himself. He suspected his father, perhaps because the small factory didn't turn much profit, couldn't afford to hire skilled technicians. But at this point, there was nothing to be done. Fat Huang finally looked up again and chimed in, "I can't handle this job. I'm all thumbs. If I mess it up, we'll have to pay for the damage, and we can't afford that. Everyone's getting anxious, that's why we're all gathered here discussing it." Meng Rong was speechless. So everyone had gathered here to help Fat Huang find a solution. With his father gone, the factory couldn't withstand any major setbacks. Failing to fix the machine was one thing, but having to pay compensation on top of that, whether they could afford it or not, would completely ruin their reputation. And once their reputation was ruined, every worker here would have to re-enter the job market. But blaming others was easy, taking real action was hard. The best way to avoid responsibility would be to send the car elsewhere for repairs. Yet that would still damage the reputation. After some thought, Meng Rong gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. Let's take it apart and see. I'll give it a shot." It must be said that the young bull fears no tigers. Meng Rong felt he had gained some experience during his school days. Besides drawing blueprints these past few months, he occasionally worked on the front lines. There was no harm in trying. But after Fat Huang laboriously disassembled the cylinder head and cylinder block as instructed, Meng Rong gave it a try. Sure enough, he either scraped it crooked or couldn't get it clean. Huang Fatty kept nagging him to be careful not to scratch it, leaving Meng Rong exhausted and panting, tiptoeing around like he was walking on eggshells. In the end, he had to admit, dejected, that he really wasn't cut out for this job. Old Wu watched from the side and sighed, "Rong, this job even many seasoned masters can't do it well. Don't be too hard on yourself." Meng Rong stared at his greasy, blackened hands and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could such a simple job really only be done by his father? Was the repair shop really going to shut down and lose its reputation just like that? He refused to accept it. As the three of them stared at each other in silence, the lunch bell suddenly rang. It was time to eat. Everyone gradually stopped working, retrieved their lunchboxes from the cabinets, went to the kitchen to get their rice and dishes, and found places to sit in small groups before digging in. Old Wu offered reassurance. Let's call it a day for now. We'll figure something out later. Head home for lunch. Your mom must be waiting impatiently. Just as he turned to leave, he added, remember to wash your hands thoroughly before going home. Grab some soap, if it doesn't clean well, use laundry detergent. It's right by the sink. With that, he hurried off. Huang Fatty rubbed his rumbling stomach awkwardly and muttered, guess I'll head out too. If I'm late, there won't be any left. By the time he spoke, the man was already far away. These guys weren't exactly saints. If you were late, they might just polish off every last morsel. So, of all things, eating is paramount. Watching Huang Fatso's plump, waddling retreat, Meng Rong felt both exasperated and amused. The stubborn teenager suddenly felt a surge of defiance. Fine, he thought, I'll just have to try. With that, he bent down again, examining the sticky adhesive carefully. It was incredibly difficult to scrape clean. If it wasn't removed properly, installing the new part would be a burden, essentially no repair at all. Scraping too hard could cause scratches, leading to serious side effects. How to handle this? He stared blankly at the object before him, feeling a pang of regret. Back in school, he should have focused on his studies and practiced more diligently. But what had he been doing instead? Not paying attention in class, rushing to hang out with friends after school, watching videos, snacking, shopping. If only he'd put in more effort back then, things would be so much better now. But if regret were useful, he would have regretted it 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. Why wait until now? He widened his eyes, searching for a solution. But no matter how hard he strained, it only made them sore and watery, utterly useless. He couldn't resist rubbing his eyes, but immediately regretted it. He'd forgotten his hands were dirtier than pig's feet, and his eyelids were instantly smeared with a large patch of black grease. How arrogant of him, he should have worn gloves. With a mix of laughter and tears, he had no choice but to leave his post and head to the sink to wash up. But as the cool water splashed over his eyes, he suddenly snapped to attention. Wait, had he forgotten something? For such a skill-intensive task, had his father documented it in that machine repair notebook? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Without even bothering to wipe his face clean, he bolted back to his father's workbench, plopped down in a chair, opened a drawer, and found the red notebook, flipping through its pages. Muttering engine. He frantically searched using that word as a keyword. Unfortunately, while the notebook did mention engines several times, not a single entry discussed how to scrape a cylinder head gasket. Closing the notebook, he felt deeply frustrated. How could such a crucial thing not be recorded in the notebook? Soon, he realized that if he himself recognized this as a machinist's skill, how could his father not have included it in the relevant techniques? He frantically searched through the machining-related sections again. Yet he was still too careless. The relevant information was nowhere to be found. This was the end of it. He slumped back in defeat. Could it be that his father thought this skill wasn't worth mentioning and simply left it out? With that thought, he shuffled back to the car's front, casually picking up a tool to try again. Suddenly, it hit him: the tools. Had he overlooked something? He studied the tool in his hand, just an ordinary triangular scraper, commonly used by mechanics. Nothing special, nothing worth analyzing. But father's notes seemed to have a whole section dedicated to using tools. He dashed back to his father's workbench. He opened the notebook, muttering, scraper. This time, he finally found something. Father had indeed written about scraper techniques in the section on tools. So that's how it was. This thing, when you get down to it, isn't worth a penny. It's all about mastering the right angle of the scraper. There are some special techniques involved. Once you get the hang of it, it becomes easy, effortless, and won't scratch the surface. Meng Rong was ecstatic. Well, let's see if you underestimate me. I'll give it a try. He snapped the notebook shut and dashed back to the car like a whirlwind. Following the angles noted in his notes, he slowly adjusted his technique. Before long, he discovered some of the tricks. Ah, so that's it. Keep it slightly angled, don't let the blade point straight down. That way, you won't accidentally apply too much force and damage the surface. How simple. Why couldn't Fat Huan get the hang of it? What a dummy. He worked enthusiastically for a while, sweat beading on his forehead again. The angle was right, but why was it still so laborious? The more he scraped, the more off it felt. If his father had to endure this every time, he'd be worn to death. Something wasn't right. He felt he might have overlooked something and should check the back of the notebook for more relevant information. So he grabbed the knife and dashed back to the workbench, flipping through the later entries. He felt both amused and exasperated. Had he been too impatient? On the reverse side of that page was a short note: one must also pay attention to the blade's sharpness. It needed to be honed first with a 1000 grit oilstone. Otherwise, it would naturally be laborious. But the most crucial part wasn't the honing itself, it was the oil used for honing, which had very specific requirements. His father had specifically noted that after years of repeated experimentation and guidance from predecessors, using a mixture of 2/3 kerosene and 1/3 gear oil for sharpening helped the blade scrape rubber pads smoothly and efficiently, ensuring both lubrication and speed, delivering top-notch results. Ah, so that's the secret. This book is truly a treasure trove. To master the art of machine repair, one must first study this guide. Meng Rong felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. He was utterly captivated now, paying no heed to his rumbling stomach's protests. He was determined to finish this job flawlessly. Chapter 8, Full Speed Ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the tool area, eagerly searching for a whetstone. He quickly found a double-sided stone with 1000-3000 grit. The so-called grit count is simply a way to measure the coarseness of a whetstone. It represents the number of raised particles on the surface. Whetstones below 3000 grit are considered coarse, commonly called coarse stones. There are also medium and fine stones. As the name suggests, the higher the grit count, the finer the sharpening. According to my father's notes, this lower grit size has its advantages. It's ideal for initial sharpening and coarse grinding. It's perfectly adequate for handling a 3-cornered knife like this one, especially since we don't need to sharpen it into an extremely thin, razor-sharp blade. More importantly, never dry grind knives. For home sharpening, simply add a little water occasionally to prevent excessive dryness. However, machine repair demands much greater precision. Not only does cooling matter, but lubrication is crucial. Based on Meng Rong's father's years of experience, the first priority when grinding is temperature control. Kerosene provides excellent cooling, effectively dissipating the heat generated during grinding. This prevents annealing and ensures the blade retains sufficient hardness after grinding. Gear oil, on the other hand, is used for lubrication. During the grinding process, it effectively controls the depth of the abrasive particles, keeping the cutting edge smooth and even. This isn't like sharpening kitchen knives at home for chopping vegetables or meat, where precision isn't as critical. Industrial knives, however, demand absolute precision and uniformity. The finished blade hard, rigid, and smooth proved ideal for scraping rubber gaskets. Meng Rong quickly found a triangular blade more comfortable to handle than the one used by Huang the Fat. He mixed a tray of oil according to his father's formula and immediately sat down at the tooling station to grind. Before long, he examined his blade with satisfaction. The golden, clear surface emitted a faint, icy chill, possessing a unique industrial aesthetic. For Meng Rong, who had grown up surrounded by mechanical parts, this was more dazzling than flowers. He hurried back to the trench, eager to test his craftsmanship. Then, the entire factory couldn't enjoy their lunch properly. All they saw was Meng Rong running back and forth, seemingly possessed by some mad obsession, making trip after trip. Wang Zosi, picking at his rice while glancing around, couldn't resist his sharp tongue. Looks like this kid'll be mixing scrap iron with soy sauce for his next meal. What's the point of all this? Can't we even eat in peace? Even the chubby guy leaning against a wooden rack, buried in his meal, couldn't stay focused. He kept glancing up as Meng Rong sprinted past. Later, he claimed he must have skipped at least 2 bowls of rice that day. Everyone was so unsettled by Meng Rong's antics that even their meals felt restless, let alone the post-meal rest. Not a single person could sit still. After all, the moment you settled down, you'd hear the kids' clomping footsteps, rushing about impatiently, followed by grinding and scraping noises. How could anyone live like this? Meng Rong paid no heed to the stares, utterly absorbed in the thrill of discovering a new frontier. To verify the insights in his father's notes and overcome the immediate challenge, he had to give it his all. The final time, as he held the sharpened blade and scraped the cylinder gasket at the precise angle, he nearly shouted with excitement. What had been an incredibly difficult task had suddenly become effortless. With simple, light strokes, he scraped every last bit of adhesive clean off the gasket. Then, carefully wiping it down with a rag, the cylinder surface gleamed as if fresh from the factory. Watching him dance with joy, the others abandoned their breaks and gathered around. Faced with this masterpiece, they couldn't help but admit. Nice work. Everyone fell silent, including Wang Zuosi. He stared at Meng Rong with disbelief, wondering if the boy had suddenly been possessed by his father's spirit. How else could he have become so remarkably capable? The thought sent a chill down his spine, making the air feel suddenly colder. He wasn't alone in this feeling. Others nearby had the same thought. Logically, they were all model workers who didn't believe in ghosts or gods. Yet the work this youngster had done seemed completely beyond what someone his age should be capable of. So, everyone was a bit startled. The more they watched, the more they felt Meng Rong bore a striking resemblance to his father. They murmured to themselves, and for a moment, no one dared to speak carelessly. Having completed the task, Meng Rong felt quite pleased with himself. He glanced around at the workers' slightly awestruck gazes. Though he didn't know what they were thinking, at least this difficult hurdle seemed to have been cleared. He feigned expertise as he addressed Fat Huang. Alright, this isn't hard. You go ahead and coat this properly before installing it. Give it a try. I'm off to grab a bite. With that, he discreetly tucked the blade into his sleeve, then walked out with his hands behind his back, strutting confidently. The onlookers instinctively parted to make way for him. Even Huang Fatty's lips started trembling. That tone, those movements, that demeanor, it was the very essence of General Manager Meng in his prime. Could he truly be the reincarnation of the late Mr. Meng? Come to think of it, today marked exactly 7 days since Mr. Meng's passing. At this thought, even old Wu's face turned pale. He inwardly screamed, "Thank goodness I never harbored any ulterior motives," insisted on bringing Meng Rong back to take over, and didn't spout nonsense like Wang Zuisi. Otherwise, how could I have faced today? Truthfully, no one was to blame. This small machine repair shop had limited prospects, attracting mostly rough-and-tumble mechanics. Even those literate among them rarely shared Mr. Meng's passion for documenting insights and experiences. Not even old Wu ever bothered to wonder what old Meng scribbled in his notebooks. He simply didn't have the time, and the sight of writing gave him a headache. So no one knew how Meng Rong had suddenly grasped the solution to this difficult problem. Among the crowd, Wang Zuisi's face looked the most dejected. He was a bit scared. While the others were filled with suspicion and doubt, only Meng Rong was inwardly shouting with relief. After leaving the factory grounds, he sprinted home, his heart racing with an indescribable, inexplicable feeling. He sprinted all the way home, immediately kneeling before his father's memorial altar and banging his forehead 3 times on the ground. Staring at his father's portrait, he even thought he saw a hint of satisfaction in his father's eyes. Silently, he murmured, "Dad, the notes you left behind are truly invaluable. Your son has finally grasped their meaning." Overwhelmed with emotion, he rose to his feet, tears streaming down his face once more. The air of mastery he had projected at the factory vanished instantly. He blamed himself for his past lack of filial piety, for not seeking his father's guidance when he had the chance. Now, he was filled with regret. His mother, hearing the commotion, emerged carrying steaming dishes. "Son," she said tenderly, "hurry and eat. What could possibly be so urgent at the factory that you're coming home this late? Today is the 7th day since your father passed. According to our hometown customs, we should pay respects at his memorial. Times may have changed, but the essential rituals must not be skipped." She chattered on as she set the food on the table, watching Meng Rong lower his head and eat heartily. He was truly famished. Now that he could relax, he felt his appetite could rival even Huang the Fat. "Where's Xiaoquan?" he mumbled between bites. "Have you forgotten? She went back to school yesterday. She's still a student. No matter what happens at home, she shouldn't have to worry too much. Let her focus on her studies. I hope she studies hard and gets into a good university." Li Guiqin said softly. "Her future depends on you. If she studies hard and gets into college, you, as her brother, will have to take responsibility. It's all so hard on you, my son." Hearing this, Meng Rong set down his chopsticks and replied earnestly, "Mom, don't worry. No matter how hard or tiring it gets, I'll take full responsibility for Xiaoquan's future. She's my sister, and I'm her brother." Seeing the sorrow and worry in his mother's eyes, Meng Rong wanted to change the subject. Some things were pointless to repeat endlessly. What mattered was action. His sister's future happiness was something he, as her brother, couldn't ignore. "Mom," he said, "I have something to tell you." He quickly recounted the events that had just unfolded, his voice brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, Mom. I'm confident I can keep the factory afloat. As long as it doesn't collapse, our family will never have to worry about food or shelter again." At that moment, his confidence was indeed sky high. With the secret manual in hand, he felt he could conquer the world. What problem on earth couldn't be solved? He was brimming with confidence, but in his mother's eyes, he seemed reckless and utterly lacking in stability. What did one minor setback matter? Life was full of twists and turns, and the challenges ahead would only grow more daunting. Even Meng Xianghua struggled to keep this small factory afloat. How could a wet behind the ears kid possibly manage? At this thought, the worry on her face didn't lessen at all, it only deepened. If only she could, she'd wish her son could return to being that carefree teenager. But hadn't their indulgence led to his lack of direction? She'd pinned her hopes for university on him, but that dream was now utterly lost. She'd have to look to Xiaoquan instead, praying she could leap over the dragon gate, achieve a better life, and never have to deal with engine oil for the rest of her days. Old Meng had spent his entire life as a technician. What great success had that brought him? Li Guiqin didn't want her son to follow that path, but she never dared mention it to Meng Xianghua. He'd get furious if he sensed she looked down on mechanics. What's wrong with being a skilled worker? It's honorable. Setting aside the legal recognition of workers as the vanguard of society, just look at how this world functions. Without the dedication of mechanics like him, how could everything run smoothly? How could the economy operate without them? He felt there were far too few good mechanics in this society. So when his son failed to get into university and went to a technical college to learn a trade, he saw nothing wrong with it. Following in his father's footsteps? Perfect. It was just that the boy wasn't serious, neglecting his studies, which disappointed him. That's why he sent him away to toughen up elsewhere. Meng Rong remained oblivious to these thoughts, but Li Guiqin understood them all too well. Watching her husband's excited state, she couldn't bring herself to pour cold water on his enthusiasm. She could only silently watch him finish his meal before rushing out the door once more. Watching his receding figure, Li Guiqin turned to the portrait of Meng Xianghua and murmured softly, "Our son has finally chosen your path. I don't know if it's for the best or worst. From now on, it all depends on his own efforts. Rest assured in heaven and watch over your son. Then she began clearing the tableware, pondering how to handle the household chores that lay ahead. Chapter 9, Sharpening the Knife. Seeing Meng Rong return, the expressions of the factory workers held a hint of complexity. The notion of a spirit returning to possess someone was mere superstition. They'd been startled at the time, but quickly realized the lad must have found some method to resolve the issue. While Meng Rong went to eat, someone went to the tool shed to examine the whetstone he'd left behind and the mixed oil beside it. They quickly grasped his solution. He truly lives up to the Meng family name, like father, like son. The others marveled. Regardless of how Meng Rong conceived the solution, he had resolved the issue. His ability to fix it demonstrated that this young man possessed some potential. This caused even those who had previously been skeptical to view him in a more favorable light. Some couldn't help but wonder, could Meng Rong actually turn this place around? The once flagging small factory suddenly ignited a spark of hope. Thus, when Meng Rong rushed back to the factory to inspect Huang Fatso's work on the rubber gaskets, the workers felt a mix of emotions. They hoped he could truly shoulder the burden, yet they also harbored resentment and discomfort at this young upstart riding roughshod over them. So what if the factory belonged to the Meng family? Meng Rong, oblivious to their thoughts, waited eagerly for Huang Pangzi to finish the job, hoping to see if the engine problem was solved. True to his expectations, while Huang wasn't skilled at scraping gaskets, he excelled at installing them, fitting them perfectly without a single gap. With a satisfied sigh, he carefully reassembled the cylinder head and cover. Starting the engine, the sound alone confirmed the problem was completely resolved. The roar was now smooth and pleasing to the ear, free of the hissing air leaks and abnormal vibrations. Fat Huang grinned from ear to ear. The job was finally done, and the factory wouldn't be ruined on his watch. Turning to Meng Rong, Huang Fatso suddenly grew much friendlier. In his eyes, this kid might be young, but he was far smarter and more capable than himself, just like his father. Huang Fatso was impressed. The two chatted casually about other maintenance tips for the Puna. Meng Rong's hands itched to take the car for a spin. The moment the words left his mouth, Huang Fatso was terrified. No way. If it breaks down again out there, all our work will be for nothing. He immediately turned the ignition off, snatched the keys, and shoved them into his own pocket, shaking his head like a bobblehead. No. What if it hits something out there? All our effort would be wasted. Meng Rong was itching to drive. This was the first car he'd ever helped fix, and not getting to enjoy it was unbearable. But seeing Huang Fatso's resolute expression, he had no choice but to give up. His eyes darted around as he asked, "Brother Huang, don't you even want to know how I managed to scrape that rubber pad clean?" Huang Fatso froze at the question, then followed his lead. "Yeah, how did you scrape it?" "That's a secret." "Then I'll pretend I never asked." Huang Fatso didn't want to pry further. If he had, he would have asked Meng Rong's father directly instead of him. He vaguely recalled Meng Xianghua mentioning a solution for such issues back then, something about lubricating it with oil or something, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time. "You're asking me? Maybe I'll tell you." Meng Rong deliberately teased him. "You wouldn't, would you? Trying to trade this for the car keys?" Huang Fatty clutched his pocket, eyeing Meng Rong warily. "You guessed it. What else can I say?" Meng Rong hadn't expected Huang Fatso to suddenly become so sharp. He had to change the subject. "Don't be silly. It's really no secret. Simply put, you need to pay attention to the angle of the knife. You know, holding it like this makes it really hard to apply force. But if you hold it like this and cut from this angle?" As he spoke, Meng Rong demonstrated with the knife. Huang Pang's eyes lit up. "Right, scraping like that would make a difference. But your knife just won't cut it. Compare them." With that, Meng Rong placed his knife next to Huang Fatso's usual one, gesturing for him to examine the difference. Huang Fatty took the blade and examined it. "Ha! They looked identical, yet something felt off. Meng Rong's knife was greasy. Smell it." Huang Fatty froze at the suggestion, then instinctively lifted Meng Rong's knife to his nose. An oily fragrance immediately filled his senses. "Kerosene. Lubricating oil," he blurted out. Having worked in the factory for years, he knew this much. "That's the secret." Meng Rong sighed, shaking his head as he took the knife back from Huang Fatso and prepared to leave. This tactic was called feigning retreat to capture the enemy. Huang Fatty couldn't resist any longer and called after him, "It's just sharpening a knife, right? Anyone can see that. What's so hard about it? Did my father ever teach you this?" Meng Rong asked. He didn't believe his father would keep such knowledge to himself. It was just that when work got busy, everyone focused on their own tasks, and there wasn't always time for detailed instruction. "Well, maybe." Huang Pengzi hesitated, embarrassed to admit he'd never paid attention. "Then tell me the trick?" "Well, it's just mixing and grinding, right?" "Ah, good luck with that." Meng Rong chuckled, turning to walk away. Huang Fatty panicked and called after him urgently, "Just tell me how it's done. Teach me, and I'll give you the car keys. But we're clear you can only take it out for a quick spin to check if the engine's fixed. No loafing around." "Got it, you nag." Meng Rong was thrilled at the prospect. Still a kid at heart and couldn't wait to kick Huang Fatso out so he could take the car for a spin. The two struck a deal. Meng Rong revealed the trick to Huang Fatty. After listening, Huang Fatty muttered to himself, "It's that simple? How come I never thought of it? I wonder how you knew." But Meng Rong wasn't about to spill the beans now. His father's engine repair notes represented a lifetime of work, a personal treasure trove of knowledge. No matter how generous he might be, there was no way he'd just hand over that secret to someone else. He simply mumbled something about having learned it in school and that it could be found in books. Huang Fatso, being a straightforward fellow, didn't think much of it. He happily went off to test it out. So the difference was 2/3 kerosene and 1/3 lubricating oil. No one had ever mentioned that. He never would have guessed it. Right, and the whetstone couldn't be chosen carelessly either. Huang Fatso handed over the keys and hurriedly left the scene. Meng Rong climbed into the cab, started the engine, and tested the feel of the controls. It seemed no different from what he'd handled back in school. He was fully confident he could master everything. So, he carefully maneuvered the vehicle down the ditch and drove straight out of the factory through the open space in the middle. Old Wu glanced up amidst his work and gasped in shock. Unable to catch up, he immediately tracked down Huang Fatty, who was sharpening knives, and scolded, "Why did you let Meng Rong drive off with the car?" "What?" He seemed to know what he was doing. Huang Fatso replied without looking up. Old Wu stamped his foot in frustration. "You're so stupid. He hasn't even gotten his license yet." "What?" Huang Ponzi looked stunned, but quickly shrugged it off. "I haven't gotten mine either. When we do the regular vehicle inspections, don't I always drive them out for a spin?" Old Wu nearly choked on his own anger. "That's because you're too lazy to get one. Mr. Meng has told you countless times to get your license, but you never listen. But now wasn't the time for complaints." He pressed on, "We have to get him back immediately. That kid's reckless and unstable. His father just had an accident. We absolutely can't have him getting into trouble too." Hearing this, Fat Huang suddenly grew tense. How had he not considered that? After all, Meng Rong was like a rare panda to the Meng family. Now absolutely nothing could happen to him. So the entire factory mobilized. Anyone with a motorcycle had to rush out and chase after Meng Rong to bring him back. This was serious. If anything happened to Meng Rong, no one would be spared. As his uncles and older brothers, they had enough humanity to care. Even Wang Zuisi cursed under his breath as he hopped on his motorcycle and sped off in pursuit of Meng Rong. But by the time they were on their bikes and out the gate, there was no trace of Punna on the streets. After circling the area on their bikes for a good while, 7 or 8 of them still couldn't find Meng Rong. With no other choice, they rode back to the factory to discuss a plan. Wang Zuisi spat angrily. "That greenhorn. Not a shred of stability, like a ticking time bomb. And we all thought he was so brilliant and capable. Typical wet behind the ears kid." Hearing him rant like that, everyone couldn't help but glance at Wang Zuisi's bleached yellow hair, utterly speechless. Old Wu waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to listen to his nonsense. His face clouded with worry as he said, "What's the point of talking about useless things now? The key is to keep him safe. How could we ever face Brother Meng?" With that, he shot another fierce glare at Yellow Fatso. Knowing he was in the wrong, Fat Huang hung his head in silence. Wang Zuisi suddenly let out a startled cry, making everyone jump. He leaped to his feet and exclaimed, "Everyone was just focused on the road surface, right? Did anyone notice the ditches beside it or the roadside? What if that kid flips the car?" This sent a chill down everyone's spine. If that kid crashed, wouldn't it be just like how his father met his end? The only difference was that his father had been riding a motorcycle to the countryside when it happened. The thought made them restless again. They drove out for another round, splitting up and taking different routes, this time focusing intently on the roadside. After a long while, they returned. They looked at each other, none uttering a word clearly. They'd found nothing. Old Wu wore a mournful expression, unable to utter a word. Fat Huang muttered under his breath, "Could it be, his dad really came back?" Eyes widened in fury. How could he say such a thing? Huang Fatso was instantly glared at so fiercely that his head retracted completely into his neck. Wang Zuisi snapped, "If that's the case, we'd better break up immediately. Let's discuss how to split the money and get out of here now." Just then, the sound of a car engine reached them from the entrance. A Puna rolled leisurely into the yard. Meng Rong leaned out the window, surveying the furious faces around him. "What are you all doing gathered here? Not working?" The moment those words left his mouth, even Old Wu felt an urge to grab him by the collar and drag him outside for a good beating. Chapter 10, The Youngster's Realization. Though he hadn't caused any trouble, Meng Rong's act of driving around without a license still caused everyone's high opinion of him to plummet back to earth. At the time, everyone had worried about Meng Rong getting himself into trouble. But after the incident, they suddenly realized, what if he'd wrecked the car while out cruising? The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. But though Meng Rong was young, it wasn't quite right to scold him on the spot. So everyone turned their anger toward Fat Huang. His neck was already rather short, but now, under the barrage of insults, it seemed to shrink several inches, nearly vanishing. Seeing Huang Fatso get scolded, Meng Rong felt a bit embarrassed. But after taking that long drive, the feeling was indescribably satisfying, empowering and exhilarating. It was worth the scolding. Still young at heart, he noticed the hostile glances from the others. Patting Huang Pang on the shoulder in consolation, he made his escape, claiming he had to return home early due to family matters. Yet upon returning home, he found his mother with a sullen face, struggling to contain her emotions. He approached cautiously, only to be forcibly pushed to his knees before his father's spirit tablet. Meng Rong, do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've caused today? Li Guiqin suddenly erupted. Kneel. Kneel and kowtow 3 times to your father. Terrified, Meng Rong obediently complied, his forehead thudding loudly against the coffin. He didn't need to touch it to know it was already swelling. Li Guiqin suddenly covered her face and wept, her voice hoarse with grief. Son, do you realize you're our family's only hope now? Your father was in that accident while riding his bike, and on the 7th day of mourning, you dared to drive without a license. If something had happened to you, how could I possibly go on living in this house? Clearly, old Wu had called Li Guiqin to tell her about this incident. The wails of heart-wrenching grief made Meng Rong's own tears stream down his face. In that moment, he'd only thought about driving out for a spin, completely disregarding the risks or the consequences it might bring to his family. His mother, Li Guiqin, cried and scolded him. In her view, it was his parents who had spoiled Meng Rong rotten, teaching him to act without consequence or thought. He was an adult now, yet still as immature as a child. Her tirade left Meng Rong deeply ashamed. His mother's worries weren't unfounded, but he still tried to defend himself, saying, I was confident I could drive, that's why I did it. It's just old Wu and the others overreacting. But this defense only fueled his mother's anger further. She berated him relentlessly until he promised never to make a similar mistake again. That night, Meng Rong couldn't sleep well. The day had been full of ups and downs, tossing him restlessly back and forth until he finally gave up, turned on the light, and pulled out the car repair notes he'd brought home. He flipped through a few pages. But his mind was too restless to concentrate. He threw on some clothes, grabbed a stool, and sat down on the small square outside his house. Only gazing at the star-filled sky did he begin to feel a little calmer. He remembered how much he loved lying on his bamboo bed on summer nights as a child, gazing at the stars, listening to the adults' idle chatter, and drifting off to sleep. The stars were still as brilliant as ever, but where had all those chatting adults gone? This thought made him crave a cigarette. But when he instinctively reached into his pocket, he remembered he hadn't bought any in days. He picked up smoking while working at old Liu's factory, hanging out with a bunch of rowdy friends. Firing off a couple whenever he felt like it had been carefree and fun. But he never really developed a craving for them. These past days, caught up in the hustle and bustle, he'd completely forgotten about the habit. Forget it. Why smoke? If Mom saw him, she'd only get angrier. Sighing, he decided to put the thought out of his mind. Suddenly, he remembered he'd quit something else these past days to that girlfriend, Sui Yuan, who dumped him. For a moment, he found himself rather amusing. Thinking of her now felt strangely unfamiliar, just like those song lyrics, a game, a dream. These past 6 months at the factory felt like he'd been living in a dream. But his life now felt just as unreal. He missed his dad so much. If only he were still here, they could sit together and talk about life. How wonderful that would be. At least things like what happened today wouldn't weigh on his shoulders like a mountain, forcing him to drive to vent his frustration before he could relax. But no one could understand his feelings. In their eyes, he was still just that immature child. At this thought, he let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps in everyone's eyes, he really was immature. There was no one left to shoulder his burdens, no one to quietly clean up a mess after he caused trouble. The thought sent a chill through him. But he couldn't help but straighten his chest. I'm a man now, the only man in this family, he told himself, trying to find strength. At 19, he finally gained a little more insight into life. The next day back at the factory, the looks people gave Meng Rong held an inexplicable complexity. He couldn't know what everyone was thinking, but he could sense it. Old Wu sought him out for a talk, speaking earnestly about family matters and everyday life, repeatedly emphasizing that Meng Rong must now prioritize the factory. To stop being so impulsive and work diligently. The entire factory was counting on him to carry on the family business, to ensure his father's life's work didn't go to waste. Meng Rong could only nod and agree to each point. Finally, old Wu, still uneasy, added, don't you dare drive without a license again. At the very least, get your license before you hit the road. This is illegal, and if the traffic police catch you, you'll be in big trouble. Meng Rong looked glum. Got it, Uncle Wu. You go ahead with your work. I need some time alone to reflect. Seeing Meng Rong's somewhat cooperative attitude, old Wu felt he might have been a bit too harsh. He added, don't think I'm nagging, I'm only saying this for your own good. Meng Rong adopted a humble, receptive posture. Only then did old Wu nod and leave. With Brother Meng gone, this kid would need extra attention. How else could he repay Brother Meng's past kindness? Yet old Wu's heart was heavy too. Without Brother Meng's golden reputation, how long could Xianghua really last? It wasn't just old Wu murmuring to himself. Everyone was murmuring. Over a week had passed and work seemed to be dwindling. Clearly, some clients had already begun abandoning Xianghua. Once the person leaves, the favor fades. Many orders secured solely through Mr. Meng's influence were no longer coming in. As for Meng Rong? Who even knew him? People now recognized Meng Rong's capabilities, but he also seemed quite wasteful. If Xianghua were to fail under his leadership, perhaps it was time to start looking for backup plans? Those with closer ties had already begun discussing this privately. If not for Old Wu still managing to hold things together, the company might have dissolved immediately. Meng Rong had no time to worry about this. His task today was to sort through contracts his father had signed with clients and review financial records to determine exactly how much work Xianghua still had left. Only days ago, he'd learned that over the years, Xianghua's operations had expanded far beyond mere machinery repairs. They'd started taking on machining orders processing oil plugs, pins, non-standard bolts, non-standard keys, and similar custom parts. The reason for this shift was simple: the vast expanse of the land was teeming with all manner of vehicles. Many models were outdated, their original manufacturers long defunct, yet the vehicles they produced still plied the roads, serving countless purposes. Agricultural and transport vehicles were particularly numerous. Countless machines, long past their intended service life, still provided essential labor. These vehicles required maintenance, upkeep, and replacement of damaged parts. Some parts are still available from major manufacturers, while others are completely discontinued. Yet the demand remains. Looking across counties, cities, and provinces, the need is substantial. Someone had to meet it, creating opportunities for small workshops like Xianghua Machinery Repair. Old Meng, with his solid skills having worked as both a fitter and a lathe operator, invested heavily in two obsolete machine tools discarded by larger factories. He started taking on small batch component machining jobs. Every little bit helps. As word spread, people from at least 100 kilometers around began bringing orders of varying sizes to Xianghua for machining. By chipping away at these small jobs, Meng Xianghua forged a path, supporting a workshop of about 20 people, half of whom made their living around the machining business. Meng Rong stared at the ledger filled with orders for 5 or 10 pieces. Anything over 100 counted as a large order, and felt immense admiration for his father. Though each job seemed small, the sheer volume made a difference. Roughly estimating the weekly demand, he calculated nearly 500 distinct parts. This volume wouldn't fill a day's production at a large factory, yet it kept Xianghua busily occupied. Though profit margins per part were modest, the overall earnings were quite substantial. Combined with other repair services, it was just enough to sustain Xianghua. Yet the accounting remained remarkably crude. Some records lacked clear completion status, and overall, Xianghua's management felt chaotic and primitive. Orders were filled on demand, delivered upon completion, with some payments confirmed and others left unaccounted for. Meng Rong found himself increasingly baffled. His earlier admiration for his father now mingled with frustration. How could the records be so messy? Of course, he was unfairly blaming his father. When Meng Xianghua was alive, he was confident and kept everything in his head. He could recount the accounts clearly without needing ledgers, and filling in the details later wasn't difficult. But now Meng Hua was in a bind. He knew nothing about these transactions. Left with no choice, he summoned Old Wu to go through each entry one by one. Some details Old Wu remembered, others he couldn't recall, so they'd have to figure out a way to verify them later. Meng Rong's greatest worry was that if a customer delivered goods but refused to acknowledge the transaction, his brother Xianghua would suffer heavy losses. Old Wu shook his head repeatedly. That's unlikely. They're all regular customers. It shouldn't happen. But that statement proved premature. Soon enough, he was proven wrong. Chapter 11, All Old Customers. The coldness of the world soon revealed to Meng Rong why some people could be so shameless. One entry clearly showed Liu Liubao had placed an order for 25 hexagonal cylindrical plugs, which had already been delivered. The unit price wasn't high, just 8.2 yuan each, totaling only 205 yuan. However, it was unclear whether payment had been received, as the payment column simply read, pending. Upon further inspection, there was actually another outstanding payment. Meng Rong hurriedly asked Uncle Wu, "Have these two payments been received?" Old Wu took the ledger, hesitated, and replied, "Probably not. I recall your father personally delivered the goods that day, and they chatted for a while. But I didn't see any payment that day, and I honestly don't know if it was ever made afterward. Should we ask Liu Liubao about this?" Meng Rong suggested. "Ask him?" Old Wu pondered, his expression turning grim. "He is a long-time customer, but I don't know him well. Only your father dealt with him. I just felt he was too slick, like someone from the underworld. Anyway, he wasn't particularly trustworthy. He'd definitely deny it if asked. Better to just demand payment directly." After discussing it, both agreed they should just demand payment directly, citing the records. Liu Liubao was, after all, a friend of their father's. Before he passed away, he probably wouldn't turn his back on them completely. Reality proved them wrong. After flipping through the yellow pages for ages, they luckily found Liu Liubao's home number. Few households had phones back then, so they were surprised he had one. They dialed the number. When the person who answered clearly Liu Liubao heard it was Xianghua Machine Repair Shop, he stiffly claimed Liu wasn't home and said he had no idea what business dealings Xianghua might have. Then he hung up with a sharp click. Old Wu hung up, his face blank. He exchanged a look with Meng Rong. "This shouldn't be happening," he muttered. "I recognize that voice. That bastard is trying to stiff us." He scratched his head in frustration. These past few days, as Meng Rong's deputy, he'd been handling routine business before Meng Rong fully took over. Collections had gone smoothly, which had just bolstered his confidence. Meng Rong gritted his teeth. "That's over $200. Not a huge sum, but it's not small either." Old Wu nodded. "Of course. It's the brothers' hard work. And that 100 plus isn't all profit, there's costs too. All things considered, if this Liu Liubao skips out on the debt, we'll take a real hit. Worst of all, what if we can't collect the other debts either? What then?" After discussing it, the two decided to confront Liu Liubao in person. The yellow pages showed he lived in Group 3 of Huolong Village, about 20 kilometers away. They refused to believe he'd dare to renege on the debt. Meng's father's body wasn't even cold yet they couldn't let someone bully them like this. The two men sprang into action, storming out to collect the debt. They bumped into Wang Zuosi, who just finished using the restroom and was puffing on a cigarette. Seeing their agitated state, he casually inquired. Upon hearing someone was trying to stiff them, his temper flared instantly. "That bastard's pushing his luck. You know what? Those 25 pieces of metal, they're mine. Damn it, I spent a fortune on those brass hex keys with magnets, they cost an arm and a leg. Whoever skips out on this debt, I'll rip their guts out. Come on, I'm going with you." So the three of them set off on 2 motorcycles. Meng Rong rode pillion on Old Wu's bike. After all, Old Wu felt more stable that way and didn't dare let Meng Rong drive. After about half an hour, they arrived at Fire Dragon Village. This administrative village was quite large. After asking around, they bypassed a vast expanse of farmland and found a cluster of houses nestled at the foot of a low mountain, the location of Group 3. They encountered an auntie carrying a bamboo basket to wash clothes. When they asked about Liu Liubao's house, she glanced at them before shouting toward a row of red brick cottages behind her, "Liubao! Someone's looking for you!" Her voice boomed so loudly that faint echoes carried across distant hills and valleys. Soon, a middle-aged, thin man with a sparse beard and a comically bare-chested vest emerged from the house. He was holding a bunch of yard-long beans, pinching them as he grumbled, "What's with all the shouting? Who's looking for me?" Then he spotted the 3 figures. His expression froze as he recognized Old Wu. He turned and walked away, swiftly slamming his door shut. This man was clearly Liu Liubao. The 3 exchanged glances. They'd found the right person, why run? Besides, if you've got nothing to hide, why flee? Wang Zuosi stepped forward first, pounding the door with his fists. The double iron doors rattled loudly under his frenzied blows. "Liu Liubao! Pay up! Pay up! Pay up!" His face contorted, his voice almost a growl through clenched teeth. Seeing him so enraged, Meng Rong and Old Wu felt awkward to say anything. They could only stand silently by and wait. The noise was deafening. It wouldn't be long before the entire neighborhood was alerted. Liu Liubao had hoped to avoid the commotion inside, but Wang Zuosi's relentless pounding left him terrified, fearing the door would be smashed to pieces. He finally jumped up and flung the door open, his face a mask of irritation. "Looking for trouble? Think you can afford to pay for this damage?" He began inspecting his iron door with obvious pain. Seeing his bizarre behavior, Meng Rong and Old Wu were utterly speechless. Wang Zuosi showed him no mercy, grabbing him by the vest and growling through clenched teeth, "Pay me back." Liu Liubao jumped up, struggling desperately to free himself from Wang Zuosi's iron grip. But it was like trying to escape a pair of steel pliers. Finally, he gave up, grabbing Wang Zuosi's hand and yelling, "What money? I don't owe you anything. If you rip my vest, you won't be able to afford the damage." This remark actually amused Wang Zuosi. "Your iron gate might be valuable, fine. But this beat-up vest is valuable too? Of course it's valuable. I've worn this vest for over 10 years. It's the only one I have. You tell me, isn't that worth something?" Liu Liubao argued passionately. Wang Zuosi was taken aback. Could a vest worn for over a decade really be worth anything? He felt his own lack of understanding. But he quickly snapped back to reality, tightening his grip. "A piece of ragged cloth, and you call it valuable? We supplied you with brass oil plugs worth over 1,000 yuan, and you dare not pay?" Liu Liubao flared up instantly. "Your oil plugs? They're worth 200 yuan at most. 1,000 yuan? You're trying to rip me off." "Oh." Wang Zuosi released his tattered vest, brushing it off twice with his hand, a gesture that seemed rather sleazy coming from 2 grown men. Their heated argument drew attention, and several elderly people and women emerged from nearby houses to gather around and listen. Liu Liubao realized he'd spoken out of turn, losing face in front of his fellow villagers. He fell silent, glancing around nervously, ready to make a quick escape. Meng Rong couldn't hold back any longer. "You know you only owe us $200. Is it really necessary to refuse to pay it back?" Liu Liubao shot him a dismissive glance. Who the hell are you, kid? It's none of your business whether I pay or not. Old Wu chimed in from the side. He's the son of Mr. Meng Rong, now the general manager of our Xianghua company. Ha ha ha, Liu Liubao let out a hollow laugh. Clearly, in his mind, he had never regarded Meng Xianghua, his recently deceased friend, as a true friend. Hearing that Meng Rong was his son didn't faze him in the slightest. Old Wu seethed inwardly. He recalled how Liu Liubao had fawned over Meng during their conversations, bowing and scraping, addressing him as brother Meng with excessive warmth. Now, this man showed such contempt. If not for Meng's sake, then for the Buddha's? Clearly, this was an ungrateful wolf cub. Meng Rong saw no point in further discussion. He pulled out the ledger. I've reviewed all records. You placed 3 orders with Xianghua but paid only once. The outstanding balance for the 2 shipments totals 326 yuan. Please settle this immediately. Liu Liubao flew into a rage upon hearing this. You brat, you're talking nonsense. I paid that money ages ago. If you don't believe me, ask your father. At these words, Xianghua and the other 2 fell silent, their expressions darkening. This man was not only shameless and unscrupulous, but utterly devoid of humanity. Meng Rong's eyes reddened, his fists clenching tightly. Wang Zuosi, already short-tempered, lost all patience at Liu Liubao's words. Without another word, he began searching the area. Soon, he spotted a shovel in the corner. He picked it up, weighed it in his hands, and found it quite suitable. Satisfied, he nodded. Then, with a savage grin, he gripped the shovel tightly in both hands and advanced toward Liu Liubao. This sent Liu Liubao into a panic. He leaped back like a startled rabbit, scrambling to a safe distance as he cried out in alarm, "What are you doing? Listen to me, murder is against the law." Wang Zuosi paid no heed, swinging the shovel down with a chopping motion. At that moment, someone nearby finally couldn't bear to watch any longer. An old man, possessing a certain dignified demeanor, stepped forward and intervened. "Young man, hold on a moment. Can't we talk this out calmly?" Wang Zuosi let out a sinister chuckle. "If this could be settled peacefully, would I need to resort to violence?" Old Wu snapped back to his senses, fearing a fatality. He hurriedly had Meng Rong restrain Wang Zuosi while he approached the elder to explain the situation. The elder's eyes widened in shock. "Liu Bao, come here," he barked. Liu Liubao obediently shuffled over. "Uncle San. You called." The elder raised his hand and smacked Liu Liubao across the face. 5 finger marks instantly appeared on his cheek. As he struck, he shouted, "I'll beat you, you worthless piece of trash. Not only did you deceive others, but you had the nerve to say such outrageous things when the man's father had just passed away. I'll discipline you in place of your long-dead parents." Liu Liubao was rendered speechless by the scolding. This Uncle San had watched over him since childhood, and he feared no one more than this man. In the end, he had no choice but to go back inside, rummage around for a long time, and return all the money. After the repayment, Meng Rong felt a pang of guilt seeing Liu Bao's dejected state. Earlier, Uncle Meng had mentioned that Liu Bao, too, had lost his parents young and lacked proper guidance. He'd drifted into petty schemes, scams, swindles, and minor crimes, nothing major, but constantly causing minor headaches. Because of this, he never settled down. Now approaching 40, he still hadn't found a wife, a confirmed bachelor. If not for the villagers taking pity on him and helping him build a red brick cottage a few years back, he probably wouldn't even have a place to live now. This time, Liu Bao was just trying to pocket a little middleman profit, a small sum to get by. But when he heard Meng Xianghua had passed away, greed took hold, and he decided to default on the debt. Little did he expect that over a measly 300 yuan, Xianghua would send 3 men to collect. Meng Rong patted Liu Bao on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother Liu Bao, honestly, if you just told us you were having a hard time and needed more time to pay, we wouldn't have come after you. We'd still do business with Xianghua Auto Repair in the future. But we need to keep a written record of this. We hope this hasn't caused you too much trouble." Liu Liubao wore a mournful expression. Yes, the trouble wasn't great, but the loss was significant. It hurt his wallet and it hurt his heart. Chapter 12, the commotion begins. Though Liu Liubao's situation was minor, just a minor incident, it gave Meng Rong much to ponder. He now saw the flaws in his father's management of the factory. His father was an excellent technician and a great mentor, but he wasn't a good manager. Perhaps his father felt that since the factory was small, it didn't need strict formalities, so many things were simply recorded in a ledger. While he was alive, he wasn't afraid of people defaulting on their debts. But you couldn't guarantee everyone was an honest person, nor could you guarantee that a simple record would be enough for others to understand the financial transactions. It felt like digging a huge hole for the factory, one that would be incredibly difficult to fill. Meng Rong felt stumped. If more debtors like Liu Liubao showed up, Xianghua Machinery Repair might as well shut down sooner rather than later. He couldn't possibly chase every debtor down personally. What if they got aggressive? Today, Wang Zuosi had intimidated Liu Liubao with sheer force, but he couldn't expect to fight every debtor. You can't make a habit of it. Without a reliable signed IOU, the debtor could simply deny the debt. Thinking this, Meng Rong couldn't help but resent his father's overconfidence. When extending credit, you should at least get a written IOU. It was just like those small shops in the countryside. Everyone knew each other, and buying on credit was commonplace. A simple entry in the ledger sufficed, both parties accepted it, and they'd settle up later. You wouldn't ask for a promissory note just to buy a bottle of soy sauce, would you? His father's business approach resembled these small shops, and Meng Rong couldn't help but smile bitterly. As a young man, the thought of all the potential problems ahead gave him a headache and made him feel uneasy. In his naivety, he instinctively felt that the business model had to change. Old Wu and Wang Zuosi, however, were unfazed by such practices. To them, failing to pay for work done was unthinkable. The ledger was sacred. Anyone who refused to honor their debts simply had to be confronted. They couldn't begin to fathom the young man Meng Rong's aversion to hassle. Another headache for Meng Rong was the utter chaos in his father's procurement and supply system. For instance, when collecting this debt, he had no clear idea of the actual costs or Xianghua's profit margin. He only heard vague mentions from old Wu, who couldn't explain specifics where goods were sourced, their prices, or the exact profit margins. Some details old Wu knew, others he didn't. Most of this information was locked inside old Meng's head. He knew it all by heart, confident he could account for every penny, but if someone else tried, they'd be lost. The truth was, Xianghua Machinery Repair lacked a qualified accountant to handle cost accounting. Even payroll was managed personally by old Meng. Thinking about all this, Meng Rong felt utterly drained. Yet despite his resentment toward his father, he couldn't help but admire him. What kind of sharp, capable person could manage all these affairs and keep the business running? The debt collectors were one headache, but the real crisis loomed. Payroll day was approaching. Only after someone reminded him did old Wu remember the task. He and Meng Rong went to the bank to check the account, only to find barely enough funds left for one or two more paychecks. Staring at the pitifully low balance, both men felt a wave of disorientation wash over them. How would they keep the business afloat? They had no idea. Moreover, with Meng Xianghua's passing and Meng Rong taking over, they had to handle the formalities of changing the factory's legal representative. They had to go to the industrial and commercial department to deal with these tedious procedures. Otherwise, without the formal change of legal representative, they couldn't even withdraw money from the bank. It was only now that Meng Rong truly recognized old Wu. While his administrative skills weren't particularly outstanding, he excelled in diligence, loyalty, and boundless patience. No wonder father had held such high regard for Uncle Wu, Meng Rong mused inwardly, feeling genuine gratitude from the bottom of his heart for old Wu's assistance. This was Meng Rong's first time distributing wages to employees since returning to the factory. According to old Wu, Meng Rong should personally hand out the money to establish his authority. Previously, his father had always personally distributed wages, and now it should be his son's turn. But Meng Rong was a bit surprised. He asked old Wu, "Doesn't our factory have an accountant?" He clearly remembered that back when he worked at the hardware factory in the provincial capital, the monthly wages were always handed out individually by a dedicated cashier, complete with pay slips. Old Wu replied in astonishment, "Finance? Our little factory can't afford to keep a finance person. We only have about 20 people, plus a few temporary workers. At most, it's 28, at least 22. The wages are fixed base salaries, and then General Manager Meng adds some bonuses based on how much work each person does. That's how we pay them." Meng Rong felt his head spinning. He'd seen the payroll records, each month's disbursements were documented, but he couldn't make heads or tails of how the bonuses were calculated. After all, it was a small factory, not exactly formal. Local industrial and commercial authorities weren't strict with inspections, and as long as taxes were paid on time and in full, no one bothered them. Who would waste money hiring an accountant? But with payday fast approaching, the two had no choice but to rush to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the bank to complete various procedures, which ended up delaying them for over a week. Inevitably, they missed the normal payday. This sparked widespread discontent, with Wang Zuosi especially voicing complaints and questioning their competence. The two felt both helpless and ashamed. Fortunately, old Wu explained the reasons for the delay. Plus, with General Manager Meng having just passed away, people didn't press too hard, venting their frustrations with a few complaints. But the worry and concern in their eyes made Meng Rong very uncomfortable. During this period, they were mostly handling accumulated work from before, with few new projects. Who could say for sure what the future held? In a small town, news travels fast. Word of old Meng's passing had spread widely, causing a sharp decline in confidence in Xianghua Machinery Repair. Potential clients were now adopting a wait-and-see approach. Old Wu warned Meng Rong that if they didn't handle the payroll promptly, employees might quit and spread rumors. Soon, Xianghua Machinery Repair would lose all its business. If word got out that they couldn't even pay wages, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Meng Rong had no choice but to bite the bullet. What had to be done had to be done. For the first time, he calculated the employees' wages. But precisely because it was his first time and he lacked experience, he could only copy the previous month's payroll to settle this month's wages. Salaries at Xianghua Machine Repair were modest. Old Wu earned the highest at just over 800 yuan monthly, while the rest ranged from roughly 500 to 700 yuan. Base pay was pitifully low except for Old Wu and temporary workers, most earned only 350 yuan. Yet in that county's economic climate, where incomes were universally low, such earnings were decent enough to support large families. Meng Rong was considered a remarkably conscientious boss for paying these wages. Thus, most of the 20-odd workers were willing to stay. Leaving this place to find stable, reliable work wasn't easy. Reflecting on this, Meng Rong regained his composure. He decided to proceed regardless, first compiling last month's payroll figures. Then, together with Old Wu, he went to collect the cash. After dividing it into bags, he settled at the worn workbench to distribute the wages. But when the payout began, trouble erupted unsurprisingly, led by Wang Zuosi. The moment he received his money, he shouted, "Hey! Why is it only 685 yuan? You must have miscalculated." His outburst halted the line of workers waiting to collect their pay and those who had already received theirs, all pausing to listen intently. Meng Rong was somewhat taken aback and replied, "What's wrong with that? It's underpaid," Wang Zuosi stated bluntly. Meng Rong frowned, glancing down at his handwritten payroll slip again. 685.5 yuan, that was 20 yuan more than last month. To appease everyone, Meng Rong had added 20 yuan each month. He hadn't expected Wang Zuosi to still be dissatisfied, which left him feeling rather displeased. None of the other employees receiving their wages had raised any objections, some had even expressed delight and gratitude. Why was Wang Zuosi the only one complaining? How is it less? Old Wu, sensing something was amiss, hurried over and asked. Wang Zuosi flicked his yellow hair. "Look, they underpaid me this month. You know, last month I processed that batch for Old Zhong and Zhou Zhuang, plus all the other jobs. It was way more than the month before last. If Mr. Meng were here, he'd definitely give extra bonuses. But this? Just 20 yuan more? That's too little. Not enough. No way." As he spoke, he tapped the envelope of money in his hand a few times, making a loud flapping sound, still not holding back. "In my opinion, little Meng is nowhere near as good as Mr. Meng. There are some things you just don't understand. If you don't get it, you shouldn't be in this position. Step down early. It'd be better if Old Wu took over." Old Wu rolled his eyes in exasperation, his voice rising with anger. "Keep spouting nonsense like that, and I'll advise you to quit too. Old Wu here, you think I'd stoop to such tie work?" He rolled up his sleeves, his expression brimming with the urge to throw a punch. Wang Zuosi blurted out, "With Mr. Meng gone, we've been urging you for ages. Only with you, Old Wu, in the GM seat could we brothers stick together and scrape by. Now look, some greenhorn takes over and can't even calculate wages properly. After all these years under Mr. Meng, shouldn't this position be yours?" This statement sent Old Wu into a rage. He roared and lunged forward, ready to attack the redhead Wang Zuosi. Seeing the situation turn dangerous, the others present rushed over and held Old Wu back. Wang Zuosi flinched at first, then erupted in rage. "Old Wu, you're just a useless old fool." He lunged forward, ready to beat Old Wu senseless. Just as the two were about to come to blows, Fat Huang threw himself between them, sacrificing his own body to absorb the punches and kicks. The others could only hold them back with all their might, separating the two. Back at the factory for so long, this was the first time Meng Rong had witnessed such a scene. First, he was stunned, then thunderstruck by their exchange. As the conflict escalated, he snapped out of his daze. Forgetting his youth and junior status, he slammed his fist hard onto the already worn workbench. The thunderous impact froze the room. Ignoring the shattering glass, he leapt to his feet and bellowed, "Cut it out." The roar stunned everyone present. Old Wu and Wang Zuosi instantly froze, turning their heads to look at Meng Rong. Meng Rong asked with a heavy heart, "Uncle Wu, do they really want you to take over the factory?" Chapter 13, The Nature of the Workshop. Hearing Meng Rong's question, Old Wu nodded with a hint of resignation. Truthfully, the day Meng Rong's father left, someone had already floated this idea to him. To everyone, the jobs at Xianghua Machine Repair were crucial. No one wanted a woman or a kid running the place. How Mr. Meng managed the team, got them working, and made money, no one had any complaints. He was the one who provided their livelihoods. But having his family take over? That was something they were unwilling to accept. After much deliberation, Old Wu was the only one who could hold his own in such a role. Yet Old Wu was stubborn as a mule, refusing to budge. He insisted Meng Rong should return to take over, but deep down, everyone resisted the idea. But since it was Old Wu's decision, everyone had to make do for now. Meng Rong scanned the assembled crowd, including Wang Zuosi. Seeing the evasive glances in their eyes, he finally realized that Old Wu had willingly sacrificed a position within his grasp to help him. Old Wu's unwavering loyalty was genuinely touching. Yet this moment left Meng Rong profoundly awkward. He smiled bitterly inwardly. It was clear the factory crew respected him outwardly but didn't truly accept him. What had been unspoken before was now laid bare. For a fleeting moment, he even thought that if Old Wu hadn't been so loyal and had claimed Xianghua Machinery Repair for himself, perhaps he wouldn't be in such an awkward position now. But he quickly snapped back to reality. Dwelling on such pointless thoughts now was useless. Old Wu shook off the other's grasp and sighed deeply. Xiaorong, don't overthink this. Even if Xianghua Machinery Repair closes, it's still yours. Every brick, every screw belongs to you. I, Old Wu, have no desire for it. He spoke earnestly, meeting Wang Zosi's gaze directly. Wang Zosi remained unconvinced. His sarcastic, uncooperative attitude since Meng Rong's return wasn't about seeking attention. Beyond his personality, he fundamentally doubted Meng Rong's ability to succeed. As the TV dramas always showed, such spoiled brats inevitably failed. The father toils to build an empire, the ungrateful son squanders it, a phenomenon as common as could be. If the group wanted to survive, they couldn't rely on a greenhorn like Meng Rong. Noticing Old Wu's glare, Wang Zuosi stubbornly retorted, Old Wu, you're a spineless coward yourself. Even when given a chance, you couldn't take it. Seeing Old Wu getting so angry he was about to lash out again, everyone shook their heads. If Wang Zosi had one less tongue, who knows how much more peaceful the world would be. Wang Zosi continued, listen, Meng Rong, it's not that we look down on you, nor that we're trying to seize your family's business. It's for everyone's good. Even if we split up the factory, wouldn't you still get your share? But you're too young to run this place. You're just not cut out for it. Stop pretending. Get over it sooner, cough cough, and find peace sooner. Listen to me, you can't handle this factory. Silence fell over the group. Wang Zosi might have a foul mouth, but what he said wasn't without reason. Meng Rong interjected from the side. His throat felt parched and panic stirred within him. His hands trembled slightly, but he gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. After a moment, he forced himself to steady, his voice still faintly quivering as he spoke slowly, everyone here is my uncle or elder brother. I know you're worried about me. You know I'm playful and restless, young and inexperienced, lacking any real talent for management. But I heard from my mother that my father was also playful in his youth, the most playful man in the village. But later, my father settled down. He worked diligently, studied earnestly, and started from a small repair stall. Back then, it was just an empty lot, a few bamboo poles propping up a canopy, a cardboard sign, and he got the job done. He went from knowing nothing to knowing everything. I think it's because he experienced so much, traveled so far, met so many people, and repaired so many things that he was able to build this factory. What my father knows, I know too. Moving forward, rest assured whatever comes my way, I'll study diligently. My father always said, be a lifelong apprentice. Please give me this chance. This is my father's legacy, and I'll do my utmost to uphold it. If I make mistakes, point them out. I'll never take a customer's car for joyrides again. I'll never make you search for me. I just want to run Xianghua Auto Repair properly. I'll work alongside everyone. No hardship scares me. As he spoke, Meng Rong choked up, unable to continue. Silence fell over the group. Meng Rong's mention of his father brought back memories of how Mr. Meng had looked after everyone when he was alive. If they were still pressuring his son like this, wouldn't that make them complete jerks? At this thought, the group shot resentful glances at Wang Zuosi. Uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Wang Zuosi defended himself, he even miscalculated the wages. Hearing Meng Rong's account, Old Wu first eyed him with astonishment. He hadn't expected that in just a few days, after experiencing certain events, Meng Rong seemed to have matured somewhat. This transformation filled him with satisfaction. It looked like old Meng would have a worthy successor. But when Old Wu heard Wang Zosi's excuse, his displeasure flared. How could you miscalculate the wages? Explain yourself. Old Wu had reviewed Meng Rong's payroll sheet. He'd agreed to the 20 yuan raise for everyone after they discussed it. Wang Zuosi had intended to argue further, but seeing the disapproving looks from those around him, he instinctively backed down. He muttered, well, I did do extra work. Old Wu opened his mouth to speak but paused, turning to look at Meng Rong. Meng Rong saw the expectation in his eyes and understood. He exhaled quietly before replying, since I'm new here, I'm still unfamiliar with the wage calculations and haven't accurately assessed everyone's workload. How about this, we reassess everyone's workload. If anyone was indeed overlooked, I'll make up the difference. Is that acceptable? But let's be clear, any overpayments will be refunded, and any underpayments will be made up. The prospect of extra pay excited everyone, but the mention of overpayments being refunded dampened their spirits. Getting paid on time this month was already a relief, and the small bonus had brought joy. But if they had to return it? Money that had already touched their pockets? Unacceptable. So everyone quickly insisted it wasn't necessary, lavishing praise on Meng Rong's work. Fat Huang even urged Wang Zuosi to stop making a fuss. Seeing Wang Zuosi still stubbornly refusing to budge, Meng Rong steeled himself and declared, in that case, I've decided that to prevent any future oversights, I will establish a formal piecework wage and bonus system. Everyone's workload will need to be recorded and verified. The others were bewildered. What did that mean? Huang Fatty suddenly seemed to grasp something and asked, so you mean every single task we do has to be recorded and the quality checked? Wouldn't that require hiring extra people just for that? What about my role in maintenance? Some repairs are tough, others are easy. Treating them all the same would be unfair. Wouldn't we need to categorize them by difficulty? You have to understand, some parts are easy to process, some are difficult. Some jobs take a long time, others are quick. If the pay isn't fair, won't we end up fighting over the work? He kept going, imagining all the complications, leaving everyone stunned. These matters had always been settled with a single word from Manager Meng. Where had all this red tape come from? If things went the way Fat Huang described, trouble was bound to follow. Soon everyone would be scrambling, all the good jobs would be snapped up, while the unprofitable ones would be ignored. How could this last? Huang Fatso's words sparked vague, different visions in each person's mind. Meng Rong, however, asked in astonishment, so we didn't keep records before? How were we supposed to check if wages were overpaid or underpaid? His question left everyone speechless. Indeed, at Xianghua, only General Manager Meng kept the ledgers, occasionally delegating the task to old Wu. Who would want to make things so complicated? Such was the reality of this workshop, primitive yet modern. Wang Zuisi felt a twinge of resentment at the question, but if Mr. Meng were to inspect his own work, whether he'd get extra pay was another matter entirely. He'd only voiced his dissatisfaction because he saw Meng Rong as a youngster easy to bully. If the books were truly audited, he might not get the raise he desired. Seeing everyone squirming uncomfortably, he backed down, declaring on the spot that he wouldn't press the wage issue. But his sharp tongue couldn't resist adding, starting this month, no more mistakes. Otherwise. Meng Rong nodded. All right. Starting this month, I'll track everyone's workload and calculate pay based on individual contributions. We'll strive for clear rewards and punishments, ensuring fairness and justice. Wang Zuisi now sensed the palpable hostility in everyone's eyes. Great, he'd just acquired a new thorn in his side. With mixed feelings about whether this was good or bad, the group dispersed. Though General Manager Meng hadn't always been fair and impartial in the past, they had respected him. They had long been in a comfort zone, and change inevitably made people uneasy. Unease inevitably led to unforeseen events. For Meng Rong, this unexpected turn had also brought him many realizations. Though the factory was small and the workforce limited, human hearts were complex. If this could be resolved smoothly, it would be ideal. Life presents many challenges, some frustrating, some unpleasant. Yet the wise transform setbacks into opportunities, cast unhappiness aside, and channel their energy solely into altering reality. Moreover, Meng Rong realized that if Xianghua machinery repair was to endure, he would likely need to implement reforms in his own way. Too many things needed changing. Meng Rong reflected on his experiences at the hardware factory and compared them to the present. It was clear that standardized management was needed across systems, finances, and personnel. So, had his father sent him to the hardware factory to learn? He suddenly grasped something. A large factory was a large factory. It had rules and regulations, even if imperfect, that were far more advanced than Xianghua's current workshop-style management. There was plenty to learn from. Yet in his excitement, he hadn't considered whether Xianghua could withstand such upheaval. Chapter 14, The Art of Delay. Like any young bull just out of the gate, Meng Rong now planned a series of reforms to steer Xianghua onto a path of proper development. He frequently recalled the systems and practices he'd encountered during his time at the hardware factory. His total tenure there had barely exceeded half a year, and he hadn't paid much attention back then. While he had some vague understanding of the piecework wage system on the production line, the details now seemed hazy. His former indifference now felt like utter bewilderment. He held a stack of blank paper, intending to sketch a grand blueprint, yet now he sat motionless at his desk, unable to write a single word for half an hour. His mind was in turmoil. Back then, the factory produced a vast array of hardware components with chaotic specifications and models, each calculated differently. As he was responsible for technical drafting, a role compensated with a fixed salary plus bonuses and full attendance pay, how could he have bothered to memorize the headache-inducing piecework calculations? But where there's a will, there's a way, and if there's no problem, create one. Meng Rong finally gritted his teeth and decided to design the piecework wage system entirely on his own terms. The simplest approach was to simplify the complex. Over the past few days, he'd gained a grasp of the product categories. Xianghua machinery could process only about 100 items. Simple enough. He'd categorize them broadly by type. Take a copper sleeve, for instance. He quickly calculated that each processed sleeve would be worth 10 yuan. He then established an account book, requiring all incoming and outgoing goods to be explicitly recorded. As for who would handle the bookkeeping, he pondered for a moment. It seemed there was no one else available besides himself. As for the repair business, that should be quantifiable too. Fixing a small car costs different than fixing a truck, and repairing different parts varies in price. So, he'd set a flat commission rate. The more repairs, the better the work, the more they'd earn. Everyone's motivation would skyrocket. Brilliant, right? The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. This way, he could silence any complaints while keeping track of everyone's workload. He'd know exactly who was slacking off and who was pulling their weight. Soon enough, wouldn't all 20-odd people in the factory be under his control? Meng Rong worked all day, filling over a dozen pages. He felt he'd devised a fairly comprehensive wage system. Once it was officially documented, surely no one would have any complaints in the future? All that remained was to get down to work. The thought made him chuckle to himself. Old Wu was out collecting debts today, so no one would bother him. He could focus entirely on finishing the task. Would Old Wu be stunned when he returned tomorrow and saw these systems? Meng Rong felt an immense sense of satisfaction. By the time he got home for dinner that evening, he couldn't help but laugh out loud while wolfing down his food. His mother, Li Guichin, couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing about?" Meng Rong didn't want to say too much too soon, so he simply replied that he was preparing to properly turn Xianghua around and had many new ideas. His mother nodded, watching her son's enthusiasm. A fleeting shadow of worry crossed her face before vanishing. She had no energy to concern herself with Xianghua machine repair shop's affairs now, but she knew her son well. As long as things weren't too disastrous, she'd be satisfied. She reminded him, "Tomorrow is the 28th day since your father passed. Remember to come back at noon so we can burn incense at his memorial." Meng Rong froze, meeting his mother's sorrowful gaze. Had it really been 28 days since his father passed? So much had happened in recent days that he hadn't had time to dwell on such things. His mother's reminder snapped him back to reality, and his spirits sank. He nodded, acknowledging he did remember. Deep down, he silently resolved to turn his father's Xianghua machinery repair shop into a success. Only by keeping the factory afloat could he truly honor his father's memory. Early the next morning, Meng Rong hurried to the factory. The workers hadn't arrived yet. Only Old Wu and a few master mechanics were doing simple cleaning and tidying. Watching Old Wu skillfully maneuver the mop across the floor littered with debris and random oil drips, occasionally straightening his back to give it a couple of firm thumps, Meng Rong paused. He immediately stepped forward to take the mop from Old Wu's hands. "Let me do it, Uncle Wu. I'll handle this." Old Wu's back was genuinely aching, but seeing Meng Rong take over the task surprised him. He didn't relinquish the mop, instead saying, "You're a young man, you shouldn't be doing this kind of work. Go handle your own tasks." With that, he prepared to continue mopping. Meng Rong felt terribly guilty. Though he'd been on the job for over 20 days, his schedule was still irregular. He often slept in and had never arrived at the factory this early before. He hadn't even known cleaning duties were part of the routine. In the past, when he'd come over on weekends to play, he'd assumed the collective cleaning was just a weekly deep clean. Today, he'd rushed over at 7 sharp and only then learned about the daily morning cleaning routine. This realization made him feel even more ashamed. He firmly snatched the mop from Old Wu's hands. "No, Uncle Wu, you take a break. I'll mop and clean this morning." Old Wu couldn't persuade him otherwise and reluctantly let Meng Rong take the mop. Watching Meng Rong start mopping, he felt a touch of satisfaction. Having known Mr. Meng for so many years, he'd watched Meng Rong grow up and always regarded him as a younger generation in need of his care. But he also knew this was just a playful young master who had never done any hard or heavy labor. So he couldn't bear to burden Meng Rong with too many trivial chores. Now, seeing Meng Rong finally take initiative and get to work, all his efforts seemed worthwhile. But he soon couldn't stand it anymore. Meng Rong was mopping without any method, practically making a mess of it. This kind of cloth mop, washed and wrung out, was actually quite effective. You just wash it, wring it out, and then mop in order. But in Meng Rong's hands, they became like Sun Wukong's golden staff, a masterful display of stick work. Water splashed everywhere, the technique invisible. Clean floors turned black, dirty ones grew filthier. After a few more vigorous rubs, the cloth strips looked ready to twist into a rope. The scene resembled a crime scene, utterly appalling. Yet Meng Rong himself worked with great zeal. After less than 10 minutes, beads of sweat began to fall from his brow. His mind was already racing to finish the task so he could discuss his grand plan with Uncle Wu. Old Wu gave a wry smile and couldn't help asking Meng Rong a question. "Little Rong, I've got a question for you." "Go ahead," Meng Rong replied casually, rolling up his sleeves and continuing his work. "When you learned drafting at school, didn't all those lines and markings on the drawings have to follow specific rules and procedures?" "Of course. You couldn't mess it up. If you made a mistake, it was hopeless," Meng Rong answered while mopping the floor. "Enough, stop mopping." "I'll do it." Old Wu couldn't hold back any longer. After resting for a few minutes, his back felt much better. "Hand me the mop." "Let me tell you something, don't underestimate this mopping, there's a method to it. Like deciding which section to tackle first, or spotting areas that need extra scrubbing. And this mop, after using it for a while, you have to rinse it properly and wring out the water. Otherwise, if it keeps dripping, all your effort goes to waste." Old Wu took the mop as he spoke, guiding Meng Rong step by step through the process. Meng Rong's face flushed with embarrassment. Straightening up, he compared his movements to Old Wu's and instantly realized his technique was indeed lacking. A wave of speechlessness washed over him. Only now did he realize that even something as simple as mopping the floor could reveal so many shortcomings in the eyes of his elders. The thought deflated him completely. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond to Old Wu's words. After mopping for a while, Old Wu suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "Why did you rush over so early today? Did you have something to do?" Meng Rong had been eager to discuss the reform proposal he'd spent all day drafting yesterday, but now hesitated. Sensing his hesitation, Old Wu smiled, wrung out the mop, and poured the dirty water down the drain. Only then did he turn slowly to face Meng Rong. What's on your mind? Go ahead. Meng Rong then briefly outlined his ideas from yesterday. As he spoke, he led Old Wu to the workbench, opened a drawer, and handed him the proposal to review. Old Wu took it and skimmed through it. Though he'd never worked with such algorithms before, he'd seen enough to understand the basics. During Mr. Meng's lifetime, they'd occasionally discussed this very idea, though it had never been implemented. Now, Meng Rong presented it with such clarity, and the lessons from the payday incident were still fresh in his mind. For a moment, he didn't know how to evaluate it. Meng Rong's plan seemed well thought out, but could it really be that simple? After a long pause, he remained silent. Meng Rong didn't press further, simply watching Old Wu's expression. Even he, who couldn't even mop the floor properly now, felt a bit uncertain inside. He just hoped Old Wu wouldn't reject it outright. Seeing Old Wu nod thoughtfully, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Lost in his own thoughts, he suddenly heard Old Wu ask, "Have you considered this? With such a complex calculation model, the workload this month will be substantial. Setting aside whether you can keep accurate records, will you even be able to reconcile the accounts properly?" That was a question Meng Rong hadn't considered. True. Meng Rong quickly ran through the process in his mind. Not only would he have to constantly dash around recording transactions daily, but at month's end, he'd have to calculate wages himself, meticulously tallying each item according to his own standards. That would indeed be quite troublesome and prone to errors. But while he pondered, his words remained firm. It's not difficult. As long as it's clearly stipulated, even if it adds some hassle and makes calculations more laborious, it will motivate everyone to work harder. Plus, no one will have any complaints. The more you work, the more you earn. Who could argue with that? Old Wu remained silent. That was wishful thinking. Nothing was ever that simple. But every ruler has his own ministers. General Manager Meng could settle matters with a single word, and no one dared to object. His son clearly lacked that ability, so implementing a system to manage things was understandable. Besides, seeing how much Meng Rong had written and how much thought he put into it, why not give it a try? So he could only nod. We can give it a shot. Times have changed, after all. Then he asked, "Xiao Rong, have you calculated whether this approach will still leave our factory with any profit?" Meng Rong perked up at this. "Yes, I've calculated it. We'll definitely earn more than before." Chapter 15, Formalizing Operations. Of course. On paper, it naturally looked like a money-making scheme. Watching the confident Meng Rong, the skeptical Old Wu could only lower his head to study the plan in his hands. As Meng Rong explained, he continued, "Look, Uncle Wu. I've set a standard for the cost and selling price of each piece. Basically, the piecework will keep the processing cost within 10%. Either way, we won't lose money." Old Wu pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement, and casually pointed out several glaring errors in Meng Rong's plan, all involving miscalculated costs. While he wasn't entirely confident in these details, if Meng Rong's approach could boost everyone's motivation and ensure most profits stayed within the factory, then why not? Then Old Wu asked him another question, "Little Rong, can you really calculate all this yourself?" Meng Rong stroked his still fuzzy upper lip and replied slowly, "I was thinking, maybe we should hire an accountant to handle our books." Truthfully, Meng Rong knew little about finance. He merely recalled briefly touching upon accounting principles during his school days. Back then, when the professor saw the class paying scant attention, he slammed his desk in frustration, declaring, "Failing to master financial knowledge is tantamount to suicide." That remark had actually made Meng Rong perk up for a moment. He vaguely remembered the professor mentioning how many small businesses nowadays hired accountants to handle their books. What? Old Wu's face flushed with anger at the suggestion. "We're just a tiny factory. How could we possibly afford a full-time accountant? Xiao Rong, you're completely out of your mind." Seeing Old Wu's agitation, Meng Rong quickly explained, "You misunderstand. I'm not talking about hiring a full-time accountant. I just want to hire someone to handle our bookkeeping part-time. Part-time means they'd help us with the accounts each month, and we'd pay them a little part-time wage. We wouldn't have to pay a full salary to keep them on. How to put it, it's like hiring a temporary worker." Temporary worker? Old Wu understood that. After a moment's pause, he grasped Meng Rong's meaning. That might actually work. Think about it. We hire a professional accountant to handle the books. They'll do it better, more professionally, and faster than us. Sure, we pay a little for the temporary worker, but the benefits are huge. It saves us tons of time. Plus, with a pro doing the calculations, mistakes are less likely, and others will respect the work, right? Old Wu pondered this. Could Meng Rong really be so shaken by Wang Zuoxi's outburst? Hiring a temporary worker wasn't a big deal, but since he knew nothing about finance, he still felt uneasy. Unable to think of a rebuttal, he could only acquiesce. Seeing Old Wu raise no further objections, Meng Rong exclaimed with delight, "Shall we announce and implement this as soon as possible?" "The sooner the better." Old Wu sighed. "You've forgotten the money in our account probably won't even cover this month's payroll." This, he had almost forgotten. Meng Rong's excitement was doused like a bucket of cold water. He asked in confusion, "But we still have income coming in this month, right? We had plenty of work these past few days." Some old clients, seeing that Xianghua has maintained production, are slowly giving us more jobs. As long as we keep going, we'll be fine. He was speaking as much to himself as to old Wu. Old Wu nodded silently. Truth be told, despite the factory's small size, there were plenty of miscellaneous tasks. All morning, Meng Rong hadn't rested, continuing to organize the company's accounts, hoping to find ways to improve cost control. It wasn't until lunchtime approached that he remembered his mother was waiting for him at home. He abruptly stood up, rushed back, and joined his mother in offering incense at his father's memorial altar. While eating and chatting with his mother at home, he noticed Meng Rong still looked somewhat excited, yet his brow would occasionally furrow. His mother couldn't help but ask why he seemed troubled. "I'm thinking of hiring an accountant for the factory," Meng Rong said vaguely, shoveling rice into his mouth as he briefly outlined his idea. "Well, I happen to know someone," Li Guiqin said. "I wouldn't have mentioned it, but I know an accountant. She's even related to my family back home. A female accountant named Wang Jia." Meng Rong tried to recall her but had no memory. Still, since his mother recommended her, she must be reliable. Li Guiqin went back to their room, retrieved a small address book, found Wang Jia's number, and copied it down for Meng Rong. That afternoon, Meng Rong made the call. The next morning, Wang Jia arrived directly at Xianghua Machinery Repair. Meng Rong and Old Wu received her in the small meeting room partitioned off from their workspace. Wearing black-rimmed glasses and a women's cardigan suit, Wang Jia carried a leather briefcase, presenting a refined and elegant appearance. During their conversation, Meng Rong quickly sensed that Wang Jia was not as gentle as she appeared on the surface, but rather quite assertive in her approach. From her self-introduction, he learned that she was a well-known bookkeeping expert in the area, already handling the financial accounting and tax filing for over a dozen small companies and factories. She flipped through Meng Rong's revised piecework wage proposal and stated confidently, "No problem. As long as you keep the accounts clear, I can take this job." Meng Rong and Old Wu exchanged a delighted glance. They had feared the plan might be too complicated for her to accept. Meng Rong quickly assured her, "We'll definitely keep the books clear. You can rest assured I'll handle the accounting myself." Wang Jia pushed her glasses up. "We'll adjust our work according to your systems. This is a minor issue. I'm a professional at this and will calculate everything precisely. However, I'll need to review your financial status first." "That's only fair," Meng Rong nodded, briefly outlining the situation. Wang Jia listened and gasped. "You mean the money left in your account isn't even enough to cover this month's salaries?" Her tone turned slightly displeased. "If you keep losing money and end up closing down, that's not my problem. First, you need to settle my fees." Her bluntness left Meng Rong momentarily speechless. Had he hired a demanding client? This was merely bookkeeping. They'd already agreed over the phone on a basic part-time wage of 300 yuan per month. For Wang Jia, it was barely a day's work, maybe two at most. Every penny earned was a bonus. Wang Jia sneered coldly. "Don't think you're losing out. Remember, with me here, I can at least balance your books properly. If any tax audits come in the future, I can help you pass them." Well, that was true. Meng Rong nodded. Just for that alone, it was worth it. Besides, Wang Jia might be blunt, but she was right. They couldn't let her work for free. "We'll have more income," he said. "As the business grows, money will come in. Don't worry, we can afford you." Wang Jia said nothing more. She lowered her head to scrutinize the proposal. From a professional standpoint, though it was rough around the edges, it had a semblance of structure. After pondering, she remarked, "I'll take this proposal back to study it. I'll optimize and adjust the algorithm formulas for you, making it more standardized. That way, whoever takes over later will have a solid foundation to work from." "Great. That's exactly what I wanted." Meng Rong couldn't have asked for more. After a few more words to finalize the collaboration, Wang Jia took her leave. Watching her drive away in a brand new Puna, Meng Rong's eyes nearly popped out of his head with envy. Thinking about how everything was about to become standardized, he turned excitedly to Old Wu and said, "Uncle Wu, once we make it big, I'm buying a Puna for the factory too. How about that?" Wu Xian's face twitched. "Buying one for the factory? That's just an excuse to indulge himself." Watching Meng Rong, who was itching to get started and eager to show off his skills, he had words on the tip of his tongue several times but swallowed them back each time. What Meng Rong was doing now seemed perfectly reasonable on the surface, and the solutions appeared flawless. Yet for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. If Brother Meng were still alive, he would never have been so aggressive, right? He sighed deeply within himself. Meng Rong, meanwhile, was brimming with childlike excitement. He felt he'd finally found the perfect way to carry on his father's legacy. If he could just turn Xianghua Machinery Repair around, who could possibly fault him? But while the plan sounded impressive, putting them into action proved more challenging. When the new piece rate pay plan was announced, everyone instinctively sensed something amiss. Yet the advantages were undeniable. As Meng Rong explained, the more you worked, the more you earned. Earning over 1,000 a month would no longer be a pipe dream. This tempting prospect silenced their inner doubts. Moreover, Wang Zuosi's recent outburst during payday and Meng Rong's tearful plea had silenced any further complaints. They had pushed this young man to his limits. Now he was making real changes, even hiring a professional accountant to ensure accurate payroll, yet they still question him? What kind of heart would do that? At their core, they were all honest, hard-working migrant workers, otherwise Meng Xianghua wouldn't have hired them. For now, going with the flow was their only option. Over the next month, Xianghua Machinery Repair's business remained steady, neither booming nor slumping. Yet everyone worked with renewed vigor, scrambling to tackle every task that came their way. Productivity surged noticeably, and some clients expressed satisfaction, noting that Xianghua's delivery and repair times had improved significantly. They hinted at continued collaboration in the future. Seeing this change, Old Wu felt quite relieved. The weight that had been hanging over his heart finally settled a bit. The busiest person, surprisingly, had become Meng Rong. What was he so busy with? Just as he'd hoped, bookkeeping and accounting. Every day, he tallied everyone's work. Most assignments came from Old Wu, but Meng Rong handled the final calculations. Everyone, even Old Wu himself, had to report and verify their tasks with him at least daily, sometimes even after completing each individual job. Meng Rong designed his own set of forms, staying up late to draw dozens of them. Each employee got one, and every detail was meticulously recorded in the ledgers. It all looked quite professional. Everything remained calm until the final payroll settlement, when everyone erupted in fury. After the month ended, the ledger was sent to Wang Jia. She worked with remarkable efficiency. Submitted on the first day, the results were ready by the next. Using her own calculation method, she meticulously determined each person's wages and submitted them to Meng Rong. He hesitated upon seeing the figures, double-checking with Wang Jia before signing off. She then swiftly retrieved the company seal, withdrew cash from the bank, and proceeded to distribute the wages on the spot as agreed. Over 20 employees had lined up early, craning their necks, waiting for their names to be called. Before long, someone roared, "What's going on? Why is my salary 200 yuan less than last month? This is totally unfair. Who did the calculations?" Another voice boomed, "Brothers, tonight I'm buying everyone drinks." A wave of raucous laughter followed the unmistakable sound of Wang's wussy, his smugness impossible to conceal. Chapter 16, The Scholar Takes Command. Old Master Niu was a hard-working man. Initially, he'd come here as a temporary worker during the farming off-season just to earn extra money for his children's education. But General Manager Meng never looked down on him for being a farmer or a temporary worker. Instead, he taught him many things. Old Master Niu still clearly remembered his first day at Xianghua. Mr. Meng had patted him warmly on the shoulder, personally assigned him to his post, and taught him step by step, starting with the most basic machinist tasks, helping him identify all kinds of factory parts, and explaining the significance of different specifications. When he first arrived, he couldn't even use a wrench properly. It was Mr. Meng who showed him the correct methods and techniques for applying force. The first time he received a paycheck from the factory, not from selling grain or odd jobs, he clutched the crisp bills, and tears instantly welled up in his eyes. With 2 children at home and countless expenses weighing heavily on him, this income from the factory instantly eased the family's financial strain. This honest man resolved then and there to work diligently at Mr. Meng's factory. He stayed for 5 years, progressing from temporary worker to full-time employee, transforming his rudimentary skills into true expertise. Moreover, General Manager Meng had promised to let him return home for a few days during the busy farming season, with the rest of the time spent at the factory. His monthly salary had risen from the initial 200 yuan to 600 yuan last month. He felt secure and content. Although prices had also gone up, and life wasn't exactly easy with one child in 9th grade and another in 7th grade, he was still very satisfied. But who could have foreseen life's unpredictable twists? How could such a good man as Mr. Meng be taken so soon? Heaven seemed unfair. In one tragic accident, Mr. Meng left everything behind. Those days after his passing, Meng's eyes were swollen from crying. Later, Mr. Meng's son, Meng Rong, returned to take over the business. Though quiet, Meng secretly resolved to carry on the work diligently. But recently, trouble struck his home. His second son, a wild child, got into a school fight and cracked someone's skull open. No choice but to pay medical fees, nearly a month's wages gone, leaving him strapped for cash. Then, as if misfortune never comes alone, his wife fainted from the shock of the second son's incident. At first, he brushed it off as mere distress. But over the next few days, the fainting spells became frequent. His wife complained of the world spinning, darkness clouding her vision, and an inability to stand steady. A hospital visit revealed the doctor's diagnosis, likely vertigo, possibly triggered by some type of herpes virus. Medication was prescribed, with a warning that severe cases might require hospitalization to prevent life-threatening complications. This news struck old Niu like a bolt from the blue. But no matter how dire the situation, he had to keep going. This large family depended entirely on him. Despite his terrible mood, he made every effort to manage things without missing work. Unless absolutely necessary, he showed up on time every day. He desperately needed that factory paycheck now. Never had he craved payday so much. Finally, the day arrived, only to deliver an unbelievable blow. Last month he earned 700 yuan, but this month it was less than 500. How could this be? Even an honest man can lose his temper. He shouted in disbelief, unable to contain his emotions. In that instant, he suspected he was being taken advantage of precisely because he was honest. If Mr. Meng were here, he would definitely look out for him. Why? Master Nyo's loss of composure wasn't an isolated incident. After payday, instead of a few happy and a few sad, it was mostly joy and excitement. Most people became emotionally charged and started making a scene. They passionately shared stories of unfair treatment. Hearing the commotion, Meng Rong approached and was quickly surrounded by the crowd. Fortunately, everyone was merely emotionally charged and hadn't resorted to extreme actions. Just as he was about to explain, Old Wu hurried over, pushing through the crowd to ask, "What's going on?" He looked dusty and weary, clearly having just rushed back. He was now handling most of the factory's external liaison and errands, having left early that morning to run an errand. "Old Wu, tell us what's going on. How can we be working harder yet getting paid less this month?" Master Lao Nyo was visibly agitated. "Yeah, I worked my ass off this month, and now our pay keeps shrinking? How are we supposed to survive? I say, they're just trying to skim our wages. When did Xianghua become like this?" The group chattered away, surprising Old Wu. He glanced up and noticed Wang Zuisi was nowhere in the crowd. Scanning around, he spotted him chatting excitedly with 2 or 3 others, completely oblivious to the commotion. Noticing his puzzled expression, someone explained that Wang Zuisi and his group had received significantly higher pay this month, hence their excitement. It felt so unfair. Even if they were more skilled, they didn't necessarily work any harder than others. Why such a stark divide? Old Wu glanced at Meng Rong, who was futilely explaining the piece rate pay principle. He bellowed, "Quiet. What's there to argue about? If you have issues, bring them up one at a time." His authority carried some weight, and his voice calmed the crowd. Meng Rong breathed a sigh of relief as the commotion subsided. Old Wu turned to him. "Meng Rong, what's going on?" Meng Rong sighed helplessly. "It's the new piece rate pay system. Naturally, those who work more earn more." But his explanation only reignited the chaos. Everyone started questioning where they'd fallen short. Even Fat Huang, usually neutral and slightly underpaid, couldn't resist chiming in. Though he felt wronged, he usually kept quiet. Old Wu was at his wits' end. He barked, "Quiet down, everyone. Wait until I go in and get our paychecks first." The voices immediately quieted. Old Wu entered the makeshift finance office, a converted small meeting room, and greeted Wang Jia. She remained utterly composed, unmoved by the storm outside, not even lifting an eyelid. Seeing him enter, she nodded, deftly pulled out a stack of cash, handed it to him, and gestured for him to sign the slip. Old Wu glanced at the amount written on the payment slip and his eyes widened. It clearly stated 720.5 yuan, over 100 yuan less than last month's pay. This was no small sum. What was going on? Before Old Wu could ask, Wang Jia deftly pulled out a form and said, "This records Wu Xian's work volume for this month. You can verify it." There was no room for error. Old Wu scanned it and knew it was correct. Wang Jia then produced another sheet. "This is your detailed wage calculation, piecework pay plus base salary. Clear as day." Old Wu compared the 2 forms. One was Meng Rong's handwriting titled Xianghua Piecework Record Sheet, the other Wang Jia's titled Wage Calculation Breakdown. Wang Jia briefly explained the calculation rules, all of which Old Wu had agreed to. And this was the result. Old Wu asked to see the other workers' pay slips. Wang Jia had no objection, but after reviewing them, Old Wu was speechless. He asked, "Does Meng Rong know about this?" Wang Jia shot him a look as if he were mentally challenged. "How could I possibly pay wages without the general manager's signature? Damn you, kid." Old Wu felt a wave of anger wash over him, and he started to storm out. But just as he reached the door, he regained his composure. Regardless of what others might think, and no matter what mistake Meng Rong had made, he had to stand by him now and help him through this crisis. With that thought, his pace slowed, and he walked out calmly. He met the stares of everyone present with a calm expression. The others looked at him in surprise, but quickly concluded that Old Wu must be satisfied with the stable paychecks and wouldn't object. Their clamor resumed. Watching Meng Rong struggle to explain himself, his face flushing with anxiety, Old Wu sighed inwardly. No matter what, looking out for this kid was his responsibility. He raised his voice, "What's there to argue about?" Once the noise subsided somewhat, he continued, "I'm aware of the situation, but this is the first time we've calculated wages strictly by piecework. Everything is transparent and based on the accounts. Accountant Wang has everything clearly documented." Seeing the lingering discontent on their faces, he added, "When we announced the piecework rules, none of you raised any objections. Now that everything is calculated clearly, what's the point of arguing?" Wang Jia stepped forward then, calmly holding a stack of forms. "All the wage calculations are right here. If anyone has questions, raise them now." Soon, someone stepped forward to request a review. But after checking, their face went pale. Another person tried, but they too were quickly defeated. Everyone understood the calculation method was correct, but they were unwilling to accept it. How could such a large chunk of their income just disappear? Before the others could react, old Wu continued, of course, it's natural for everyone to have opinions about this. How about this, I'll discuss a solution with Manager Meng, and then we'll share it with everyone, okay? Master Niu grew impatient. He genuinely needed the money urgently. But this money? I truly need it for my family. Everyone knew his situation, no explanation was needed. Old Wu gritted his teeth, pulled 300 yuan from his pocket, and handed it to old Niu. Consider this a loan from me. Use it for your family's needs first. We'll talk about the rest later. As for the others, no. I have my own family expenses. I can't lend anymore. The others were dissatisfied, but since old Wu promised another solution, they reluctantly dispersed in small groups. Their spirits were low, and few worked diligently. Only the few whose wages had increased worked with renewed vigor. Wang Zuisi, true to his sharp-tongued nature, mocked those slacking off, implying their laziness had caused the pay cut. Old Wu and Meng Rong couldn't stand the resentful stares any longer. Using the excuse of seeing Wang Jiao off, they followed her outside. As soon as they stepped outside, old Wu grumbled, Rong, you really botched this one, didn't you? Meng Rong retorted, Uncle Wu, this isn't my fault. No one objected when the system was announced. I think it's fair. This is the first time only such stark contrast can motivate everyone. Old Wu sighed. As expected, a scholar leading soldiers just wouldn't work. Chapter 17, Old Niu's Misfortune. Wang Jia paid no mind to their quarrel. She was just an accountant doing her job for pay. Why get involved? She followed the boss's orders, at most helping them patch up any irregularities. So she remained silent on the sidelines. Old Wu demanded, why didn't you even inform me before signing off on the payroll? Meng Rong retorted, Uncle Wu, this was a done deal. My signing off was perfectly normal. But you should have at least informed me. But I'm the general manager. So what if you're the general manager? You're still a youngster. You can't act so recklessly. You know the whole factory is in an uproar now. Uncle Wu, I disagree with that. You agreed to this procedure beforehand. Following the established process, how is that being reckless? Old Wu was livid. This kid was good at everything except taking things seriously. Could he really treat this like child's play? It was far too frivolous. He pleaded earnestly, Xiao Rong, you must understand this isn't as simple as it seems. I think it's pretty straightforward. The remark nearly choked old Wu. Watching old Wu on the verge of losing his temper, Wang Jie finally interjected with a cold laugh. I thought you were real men. Looks like not so much, just a bunch of sore losers who can't admit defeat. That remark made both men want to leap to their feet. How could they not be real men? Wang Jie continued, I shouldn't have to say this, but seeing how you're handling things, you're going to drag me into this mess. So I'll reluctantly offer some advice. Meng Rong grumbled, involve you? I don't think so. I'm not exactly skimping on your pay. Wang Jie sneered coldly, just for the sake of this paycheck, I'll tell you for free. I originally thought you'd really thought this through carefully, so I didn't ask many questions. But now I see your plans are all bull, utterly unrealistic. If you'd considered everything properly, no one would have any objections. Who could possibly find fault with my calculations? Her words made Meng Rong flustered. As the author of the plan, he was about to defend himself when old Wu pulled him back. What exactly is wrong with this proposal? He asked. Wang Jia was actually pleased with his humble attitude and casually explained, I just realized that you guys probably didn't even consider the basic concept of labor hours. It's a miracle you've lasted this long without going out of business. That really stung. She continued her verbal assault, forget everything else, you, old Wu, are a complete blockhead. I just listened to the plan, and you were out handling business, right? I heard you still have debts to collect. You're running around like a madman, putting in the legwork, but how can you possibly calculate piecework wages? You're so busy you don't even know what you're doing. When do you have time to actually work? Piecework? Stupid. Old Wu's forehead veins bulged as he thought to himself, this accountant's sharp tongue is even worse than Wang Zuisi's. Meng Rong, listening nearby, was stunned. He was far more clueless than old Wu. Uncle Wu probably felt awkward mentioning how his errands ate up time, but Meng Rong hadn't even considered it at all. His unease grew as he glanced at old Wu, falling completely silent. He'd argued with Uncle Wu out of stubbornness earlier, but now realizing he'd truly screwed him over and cut his wages too, he felt terribly guilty. Old Wu, however, remained stubborn. I don't mind running errands all the time, but what about those piecework tasks? What's the deal with them? Wang Jia shook her head. My job is just to remind you. How you actually do your work is none of my business. Anyway, my suggestion is this, besides piecework, consider the time factor too. Many tasks look simple but take forever, or vice versa. You guys just charge ahead without thinking it through, you've got some nerve. With that, she sighed again, walked to her car, opened the door, and climbed inside. Just as she was about to drive off, she glanced at the two men standing frozen by the roadside and said casually, I'm just worried about losing my own income, so I had to remind you. Don't blame me for speaking up. Goodbye. With that, she sped off. Meng Rong, now consumed by complex emotions, had completely lost his earlier bravado about buying a car. In truth, the scene that had just unfolded at the factory was even more troublesome than the last payday incident. He knew immediately that he must have messed up somewhere. But young pride wouldn't let him back down, so he'd chosen confrontation first. He turned to old Wu and bowed his head. "Uncle Wu, I'm sorry. I acted rashly this time. What should we do now?" Old Wu gave a bitter smile. "How should I know? Maybe we should just muddle through it." But despite the defiance, the problem needed solving. Morale at the factory was low, and everyone had suddenly lost faith in the future. They worked half-heartedly, their eyes filled with resentment toward Meng Rong. Except for Wang Zuisi, they were all honest folk. They'd gotten worked up in the moment, but once they came to their senses, they realized they couldn't afford to lose their jobs. They hoped for some extra compensation, so each of them was now filled with complicated thoughts. Prompted by Wang Jie's reminder, Meng Rong painfully reflected on the situation. He realized he had focused solely on piecework factors while neglecting labor hours. The true workload calculation model should incorporate processing difficulty, time required, and quantity. That day, when Huang Fatty casually warned trouble was coming, he never imagined it would actually happen. Master Lao Nyo's complaints, in particular, had left him speechless after careful consideration. Within 2 days, based on Master Lao Nyo's work description and his own observations, he pinpointed several issues with his piecework wage system. For instance, when converting a standard key to a non-standard one, Meng Rong had roughly set the piece rate at 20 cents per piece based on the buy-in and sell-out prices. Thus, processing 100 pieces would yield 20 yuan in piece rate wages. The key's dimensions followed national standards, but its material was non-standard, extremely hard. Milling it caused severe tool breakage, and clamping was unstable, leading to frequent scrap. Grinding it on a machine was also problematic because the non-ferrous material wouldn't hold on standard magnetic grinding discs. This necessitated custom jigs and fixtures. Fitters like Wang Zuisi, responsible for making these jigs, were thrilled earning more. Meanwhile, the machinist responsible for the final processing felt deeply unfair. The job was incredibly troublesome, constantly producing scrap which meant deductions from pay and consumed excessive man-hours. While ordinary parts could be processed at a rate of 120 per hour without issue, now managing 10 was considered a blessing. On top of that, a separate flat grinding fixture had to be made, costing both money and effort. On the surface, everyone had clear roles: work more, earn more. But by the end, the support workers were raking it in. Take Wang Zuisi, for instance, who nearly struck it rich. Meanwhile, the shaping operators like Master Nyo were getting the short end of the stick. The more they worked, the deeper they sank into the red. Why do we need fitters? Take milling a square block from a round bar, it must be clamped in a vise and secured to the milling machine table for machining. That vise is a fixture, a universal one. But when semi-finished parts arrive that can't be clamped in a vise, custom jigs must be made to match the workpiece's shape. That's where fitters come in. So when Master Lao Nyo did the final accounting, he was the one responsible for delivering the work, having endured all the hardships, yet his wages had been cut. Only after grasping this did Meng Rong realize his mistake. He now understood why his father could make decisive judgments, because he knew exactly which details might go awry, who needed compensation, and who deserved a pay cut. Grasping this principle, he had no choice but to apologize to old Nyo. He admitted his oversight. What could old Nyo do now? He could only sigh, his face grim, urging Meng Rong to be more thorough in his planning next time. Honest people shouldn't always get the short end of the stick. Meng Rong immediately pounded his chest in promise, vowing to make things right for old Nyo. He pledged to compensate for this month's losses next month. There was no other way, as this month's situation was already set in stone and couldn't be changed. Old Master Nyo gritted his teeth and agreed. But perhaps pushed too hard, he made another request: could they switch positions next time? For instance, have Wang Zuisi handle the machining while he took over as the fitter. Master Lao Nyo had worked at Xianghua Machinery Repair for 5 years without ever requesting a transfer. He was like a brick. Wherever needed, he went. His honesty, reliability, and diligence were well known. Moreover, with his family facing hardship, consideration was necessary. Meng Rong was in a bind. While others might be manageable, Wang Zuisi was a real handful, someone he might genuinely struggle to control. So old Wu stepped in. After much effort, he finally persuaded Wang Zuisi. Wang Zuisi relented, partly out of sympathy for old Nyo's plight, which was truly pitiful, and partly because Meng Rong promised to adjust the piecework system for machining. Just as they were discussing improvements, a new job arrived. This single part featured complex internal milling, boring, and end-face grinding. The drawings looked intricate. Learning from past mistakes, they planned custom fixtures and factored in fixture costs, setting a rate of 20 yuan per piece, with 5 yuan allocated for fixture setup. But when the actual material arrived, they discovered the drawings were finished product diagrams. The part they needed to machine was a blank. Since there were no machine surfaces to avoid during clamping, the original fixture plan became obsolete. Ordinary clamping plates sufficed, so the planned 5 yuan for fixture setup vanished. The machining itself became much simpler, and what was expected to take 2 days was finished in 1. Thus, Wang Zuosi once again beamed with delight as he received his high paycheck this month. Poor old Niu, however, suffered a reversal. Despite the machining workload decreasing significantly and the standard being raised, his pay actually dropped, leaving him with less than last month, a pitiful outcome. Wang Jie glanced at the pay stub and gave Meng Rong a subtle nudge. Meng Rong fell silent upon seeing the calculations, while old Wu sighed repeatedly. Why did old Niu have to be so unlucky? If he hadn't switched positions, none of this would have happened. This month, old Niu should have been the one beaming with joy. How could they possibly explain this? Master Lao Niu felt like crying. Why was he so unlucky? It proved the saying true, honest people always get the short end of the stick. But wait, he'd been honest his whole life. This one time he wasn't, and now he was losing big time. After much discussion, Meng Rong and old Wu made another decision that left Wang Jie utterly speechless. They took about 500 yuan in cash payment for a customer's repair and privately gave it to old Cow as a subsidy, calling it special consideration for him. When Wang Jie found out, she cursed them both out mercilessly. This set a terrible precedent. While Xianghua Machinery did handle many cash transactions, every single one was supposed to be recorded. If you let them take 500 yuan today, tomorrow they'd take 5,000, and the day after that, 50,000. It would bankrupt Xianghua sooner or later. Meng Rong hung his head in shame. Since meeting this Wang Jie, how many times had she claimed Xianghua was about to collapse? Chapter 18, Troubles. Meng Rong's meddling hadn't yielded the desired results. More accurately, it had spawned a host of negative consequences. Master Niu's unfortunate turn of events had particularly unsettled everyone. Many suspected Meng Rong was just picking on the honest workers. Piecework or no piecework? Wasn't it just a ploy to pay less and let the factory owner pocket more? Once seeds of doubt were sown, they proved hard to eradicate. More crucially, these workers, though none truly dim-witted, were not inclined to think in convoluted circles. Unrest needed an outlet. So, maintenance workers accidentally botched their repairs, and machining operators inadvertently increased scrap rates. Back and forth, costs climbed, profits dwindled, and crucially, brand reputation began to crumble. Some external clients, hearing rumors, started to doubt Xianghua's reliability. Gradually, business that could have gone to Xianghua began shifting elsewhere. Soon, business pressure mounted. Idle workers filled the factory, with little to do but gather for idle chatter or play card games. Back when old Meng was in charge, though wages weren't high, there was job security. Old Meng always seemed to conjure up an endless stream of work, keeping everyone busy from morning till night, sometimes requiring overtime. The schedule was packed solid. But once he was gone, things went downhill. Despite Meng Rong and others trying to keep things afloat, the quality of the workers' work declined, efficiency dropped, and mistakes increased. Many long-time customers were already complaining bitterly. Naturally, some business slowly shifted to other small machine repair shops. Rumors spread like wildfire. Meng Xianghua's son was too green, lacking old Meng's expertise, and Xianghua Machine Shop was bound to go under. These whispers carried a devastating impact. Even though old Wu was running around, putting on his best face to explain things to some clients, he couldn't stop the gossip. People were getting suspicious, and there were too many rumors to contain. Even the accountant, Wang Jie, kept coming to ask if Xianghua factory didn't want to do a good job anymore. Why was everyone saying that Xianghua Machinery Repair was going to close? Meng Rong was utterly exasperated. Helpless and powerless, he felt he couldn't carry on. He was still young, and this situation had him panicking. He regretted his reckless decision to implement piecework wages that had exhausted him without yielding any benefits. At this point, Meng Rong didn't understand where the problem lay. Piecework wages were a common practice in many factories, often effective in boosting productivity. But at Xianghua Machine Repair, the factory was small, work was scarce, and the workforce was thin. Everyone was practically transparent to each other. The slightest oversight, the tiniest spark, could easily ignite everyone's emotions. Add to that poor execution and immature thinking, and what was meant to boost productivity ended up severely dampening everyone's enthusiasm. This situation isn't beyond remedy, yet after Meng Rong's repeated attempts at adjustment, things only seem to have gotten worse. Yet, if he remained resolute, persisted with the reforms, kept learning from mistakes, and even eliminated those who couldn't adapt, the situation might stabilize. Yet at this critical juncture, he seemed to be panicking. And as if misfortune never comes singly, just as Meng Rong was at a loss for how to handle this dire situation, old Wu suddenly delivered even worse news. Xin Ying Hardware Processing Factory had called, demanding payment for goods from Xianghua Machinery Repair. What? Meng Rong could scarcely believe his ears. Who? After repeated confirmation, Meng Rong finally realized that the factory that had fired him was one of Xianghua's suppliers. Back when old Meng was alive, he had done some business with General Manager Liu, making him a client of some significance. That was how Meng Rong, through Meng Xianghua's connections, had secured the opportunity to work as a technician at Xin Ying Hardware Factory. Old Wu, unaware of Meng Rong's dismissal from Xin Ying Hardware, merely frowned and muttered to himself, "This Mr. Liu sure knows how to time his demands. Right now, we simply can't afford to pay. Did we really do that much business with them? Not exactly huge, but significant. We sourced many rough cut parts from them. Your father and their factory manager, Mr. Liu, knew each other for years and had some connections. That's why we got good prices and favorable payment terms. They paid many small factories in cash on delivery. Lately, they've been giving 1-month credit terms to others, but they gave us 6 months. And now, that 6-month period has just ended. Meng Rong flipped through the old purchase ledger and sure enough, there were entries for Xin Ying Hardware. He was puzzled. He'd been back at the factory for 2 or 3 months now. Why hadn't he seen any more Cine products coming in? Before he could voice his question, old Wu explained, these past few months, it's not that I didn't want to buy from them. But every time I called, they made excuses and refused to ship. Sometimes they wouldn't even answer my calls. With urgent orders piling up, I had no choice but to source from other suppliers. So how much do we owe them? Meng Rong asked. Not much, just 5 or 60,000. Old Wu snapped his fingers, sounding uncertain. Their own records say over 50,000, but I recall Mr. Meng mentioning it was under 50,000. That much? Meng Rong gasped. Xianhua's current balance barely scraped 2,000 yuan. Where would they find such a large sum? Moreover, he couldn't understand. How is it possible? We should still be making money from these deals, at least a little. How did we end up in such a tight spot? He couldn't wrap his head around it. But old Wu gave a wry smile. You don't know the cost of living until you're running the household, and even then, you might not grasp the intricacies of human relations. Xianghua machinery repair isn't just about labor costs. Electricity bills alone are a major expense every month. When doesn't it need massive amounts of power? Money is needed everywhere. Sometimes when negotiating deals with clients or dealing with industrial and commercial affairs or tax offices, if you encounter a troublesome bureaucrat, you have to grease the wheels a little. Every single one of these things is an expense. Meng Rong was still a long way from grasping all this. He sighed deeply, then rallied his spirits to explain the various expenses to Meng Rong. For the past 2 months, Meng Rong had been completely absorbed in piecework accounting. Who had time to understand the miscellaneous tasks he handled? Now, as he laid it all out in detail, Meng Rong listened with wide-eyed astonishment. On the 23rd of last month, our longtime client Li Zhanglong had his son's wedding banquet. He sent us an invitation, so we had to give a gift 300 yuan right off the bat. Then on the 5th of this month, Zhang's hand got crushed by a hammer. He went to the hospital, you know how it is, and the whole thing cost nearly 400 bucks. We'll pay him back a bit more depending on how his recovery goes. Plus, that welding torch broke down. We couldn't fix it ourselves, so we had it repaired elsewhere. Cost over 100 yuan. The work we missed because of it still hasn't been made up for. And the biggest headache, our manual bed suddenly got wrecked today. We haven't even reported it for repair yet, so who knows how much that'll cost. One expense after another tumbled out of old Wu's mouth. Meng Rong listened speechless, finally stammering out, Uncle Wu, I'm so sorry. I hadn't paid attention to any of this. I've caused you so much trouble. Worrying about the future is secondary. The key is to figure out how to deal with old Lu's debt collection right now. 5 or 6,000 yuan if the accounts are correct. Xianhua will have to sell everything we own to cover it. Old Wu's frown deepened. Meng Rong had no choice but to face this reality. He desperately tried to push away memories of his ordeal working at the hardware factory in the provincial capital over the past half year, especially the moment when old Lu had pointed his finger at him, berated him, and fired him on the spot. The memory still made his heart twist in agony. His ears burned. He'd never mentioned the incident in detail since returning. Everyone assumed he'd quit voluntarily. If they knew he'd been fired for such a serious mistake, who knew how they'd view him now? Even old Wu would likely be disappointed in him. He couldn't let old Wu down. He couldn't let everyone look down on him. A stubborn resolve surged within Meng Rong. For now, he had to swallow his pride and approach old Wu. Uncle Wu, could we talk to Mr. Liu and see if he'd agree to delay the settlement? Old Wu shook his head. It's no use. The guy who called was incredibly aggressive. He said if we don't pay, we'll see each other in court. His brow furrowed deeply as he spoke. In all these years, we've dealt with countless clients, but no one has ever threatened to take us to court over a debt. This is unprecedented. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle. This left Meng Rong feeling extremely uneasy. While he was deeply grateful for old Wu's diligence, it was clear that he was now the primary responsible party. Shouldering such a heavy burden left him feeling suffocated. Back when Xianghua's business was running smoothly, 5 or 6,000 yuan might have been a strain, but with a bit of juggling, old Meng could have managed it without too much difficulty. But now? What could they do? The two discussed and calculated endlessly, concluding that no matter how they managed the cash flow, plugging this gap in the short term seemed impossible. Moreover, Meng Rong felt a bit resentful, suspecting that old Lu might be deliberately targeting him. Not only was he demanding payment at this difficult time, but he might have even exaggerated the amount. He and old Wu dug out the old ledgers and began reconciling the accounts. Based on the records kept by Meng Xianghua, old Wu, and others, along with some delivery notes, they calculated a preliminary debt amount of less than 50,000. This infuriated Meng Rong. Old Lu seemed to be playing dirty, clearly trying to screw over Xianghua. It was outrageous. But Old Wu didn't see it that way. He thought their own records and receipts might not be complete. After discussing the matter, they decided to first reconcile the invoices and payments with Xin Ying Hardware factory. Even if it meant shutting down the factory, they wouldn't be taken for fools. After wrapping up some miscellaneous tasks, Meng Rong dragged his weary body home. He gave his mother a quick hello, skipped dinner, and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. Facing such thorny problems so suddenly, the young man was truly exhausted. Seeing her son's state, Meng Rong's mother felt heartbroken. She tucked him in with a quilt to prevent him from catching a cold, her heart heavy with sorrow. If old Meng were still here, why would his son's tender shoulders have to bear such burdens? As for the sleeping Meng Rong, his subconscious mind refused to wake up and face these troublesome matters. But once the storm arrived, there was no escaping it. Chapter 19, Reunion with an Old Acquaintance. What must come will come, though sometimes it arrives when least expected. The next morning, Meng Rong reluctantly crawled out of his warm bed. The crisp chill of early winter made it the perfect time for a lazy lie-in. Yet this time, it wasn't that he wanted to sleep and he simply didn't want to get up, didn't want to wake up. It was her understanding mother who roused her at 9 o'clock. Regardless, breakfast was eaten on time, otherwise, how could she muster the energy for the day? Seeing Meng Rong looking listless, rubbing his puffy eyelids, and absent-mindedly eating the chicken noodle soup in his bowl, Li Guiqin asked gently, "Son, has something happened at the factory?" Meng Rong paused. He didn't want to worry his mother, but at this moment, he felt the need to confide. In a low voice, he replied, "There is something. Xin Ying Hardware came looking for payment, and we can't come up with the money." Li Guiqin was slightly surprised. A memory surfaced, and she asked, "Xin Ying Hardware, isn't that the factory you used to work at?" "Yeah." Meng Rong nodded, picking up a strand of noodles with his chopsticks and slurping it down. The topic felt awkward, and he still didn't want to discuss it with his mother. Li Guiqin fell silent for a long moment, choosing not to press him about what had happened at the factory. She didn't want to put her son in an awkward position, and besides, asking now seemed pointless. Instead, she asked, "Do we owe Xin Ying Hardware a lot of money?" "Quite a bit." "Exactly how much?" "Haven't crunched the numbers yet." "Well, based on our own calculations, it should be, around 40,000 or so." Meng Rong answered vaguely, then slurped up every last drop of broth from his bowl. He felt unsatisfied. This chicken noodle soup was truly delicious. After finishing, he felt invigorated and thoroughly content. Wiping his mouth, he stood up, ready to head to the factory for work. No matter what lay ahead, he had to face it. A full stomach meant he could work hard. But Li Guiqin called out to him. "Son, now is the time I must tell you something." "What?" Meng Rong froze. "All these years, your father ran the factory. He knew the risks and often came home telling me he worried it might fail one day. I urged him to set aside some money for emergencies. Later, he actually listened to me. Over the past few years, he saved up money in installments and deposited it into a bank account under my name. I never dared touch that money. Your father always gave me separate funds for household expenses. This money was strictly for factory emergencies. Now it seems you'll need it." Li Gui's words stunned Meng Rong. He had never known his father was so far-sighted, secretly setting aside emergency funds. His voice trembled with emotion as he asked, "How much is it?" "Not much, just 36,000 yuan. Your father always told me never to touch this money. He saved it for factory emergencies, scraping every penny together. He kept it separate from the factory account precisely to avoid the temptation of overspending on materials or labor, which could easily deplete it." Li Guiqin reached into her jacket pocket, pulled out a passbook, and handed it to Meng Rong. Meng Rong took the passbook with trembling hands and eagerly opened it. Sure enough, the balance was exactly 30,600 yuan, not a penny less. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt profound gratitude for his mother's sacrifice. This money could have served as the Meng family's last reserve, enough to sustain them comfortably for some time. If they spent it now, the Meng household would be completely depleted. With that thought, he clenched his teeth and pushed the passbook back. "Mom, no. This money isn't meant to be touched yet. I'll figure something else out." "No, use it when you need it. I'm just a housewife, but I know a man's career is his foundation. When your father wanted to start his factory, I told him I'd sew shoe soles at home every day if I had to. I wouldn't hold him back. You're still young, with a long road ahead. I believe you won't disappoint us. If the money runs out, you can earn more." Li Guiqin spoke with unwavering conviction, placing the passbook firmly in Meng Rong's hand. "We're not struggling for food or clothing. Don't worry about the household. A man should be generous in his endeavors." With that, she urged Meng Rong to hurry to work, warning him not to let the factory staff laugh at him. As the factory manager, arriving late was simply unacceptable. Filled with gratitude, Meng Rong left home and broke into a run toward the factory. But as soon as he reached the factory gate, his feet froze. A sedan was parked there, an imported model, but that wasn't the point. The point was that the car looked strangely familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. When he saw the license plate ending in 045, it suddenly clicked. Wasn't this one of the cars provided by Xin Ying Hardware factory for its leadership? He recalled bragging to the driver about it once and even getting a chance to sit inside and practice his skills. But now, the driver inside was someone he'd never seen before. As for who had arrived in this car, he couldn't guess. Shaking his head in puzzlement, he walked into the factory. Sure enough, from a distance he spotted old Wu standing there, smiling politely while chatting with several people. He was arranging for tea to be served and guiding them toward the conference room. Yet, the simple factory and the modest hospitality held no interest for the visitors. Their impatience was written all over their faces. Just as Meng Rong was about to approach them, Huang Fatty suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him aside. With a strange look on his face, he asked, "Meng Rong, do you know who these people are?" "Xin Ying Hardware," Meng Rong replied. "Ha? You know them? They seem like they mean business." Demanded to see the person in charge right off the bat. "I was cleaning up and couldn't help, and you weren't around, so I had to rush and find old Wu." Huang Fatso rubbed his chubby chin, looking genuinely surprised. "They're definitely here for you. I remember Mr. Meng mentioning before that we do quite a bit of business with Xin Ying Hardware. Wonder what they're here for this time." Meng Rong didn't elaborate. He had a pretty good idea why they were here. He casually asked, "How many people came?" "Well, 2 men and 1 woman came in." "Heh, that woman young and pretty, clinging to that old man's arm like a little bird. Shameless." Huang Fatso sighed dramatically. "A flower planted in cow dung. TSK, that girl was so fair and delicate." Meng Rong shook his head, ignoring Huang Fatso. What was so surprising about that? He sounded like he'd never seen the world. After inwardly dismissing Huang Fatso for a moment, Meng Rong shook off his clingy presence and strode straight toward the simple partition meeting reception room where old Wu had led them earlier. Before entering, he gave his attire a quick adjustment, just zipping up his jacket, then took a deep breath and paused at the doorway to listen. Inside, old Wu was smiling politely as he inquired, "You must be exhausted from the long journey. Coming over so early must have been quite a hassle." "Yeah, it's fine. It must take 3 or 4 hours from the provincial capital to get here." "Not really. Taking the long-distance bus would take that long, but driving my own car is faster, just an hour and a half on the expressway." A deep male voice answered. "Still got up pretty early, though." "Well, what choice did we have? Mr. Liu said not a single day could be delayed. He's worried you'll collapse, and then we'd have nowhere to collect our debts," the deep voice quipped, his tone devoid of any respect. Old Wu was clearly taken aback and a bit annoyed, but owing them money, he couldn't really snap back. He could only offer some soothing words. Now, Mr. Qian, you're joking. While Xianghua Machinery Repair is facing some difficulties, we're not about to collapse. You're worrying too much. Overthinking? Ha, not an ounce of it." Another voice chimed in, sharp and tinged with malice. "Back when old Meng was running Xianghua Machinery, you could hold your own. But now? What's propping you up? His good-for-nothing son?" Ha. A woman's giggle sounded nearby, muffled as if she were covering her mouth. Meng Rong felt a surge of rage rise to his head. He flung open the door and stormed inside, bellowing, "Who's that blind fool gossiping behind people's backs? Don't they fear retribution?" He was beyond furious. This was like slapping him in the face right to his face. If he let this slide, how could he possibly keep his head above water? Old Wu watched as Meng Rong stormed in and immediately began berating the guests. His heart sank with worry. Right now, Xianghua Machinery Repair really couldn't afford to pick a fight with anyone. If they could talk things out peacefully, there was no need for an argument. But now that Meng Rong had spoken up, he felt helpless. He could only keep pouring tea to ease the awkwardness. As Meng Rong entered the room, the 3 visitors turned their gaze toward him. Only then did Meng Rong properly observe them. There were indeed 2 men and 1 woman. One man was burly, wearing glasses, and looked somewhat refined. The other was lean and slightly stooped, with a face resembling a monkey's, giving him a somewhat comical appearance. Both men appeared to be around 40 years old. He vaguely recognized the bespectacled man, likely the accountant from Xin Ying Hardware named Qian. The other man beside him, however, was a complete stranger. But when Meng Rong turned his gaze to the woman, he was utterly stunned. Who was this? Though heavily made up and not as fair-skinned as Yellow Fat had described, the face was all too familiar. Even though he spent the past months trying to forget it, he occasionally dreamed of her, leaving ripples in his heart that refused to settle. "It's you!" Meng Rong gasped, his mouth agape. He never dreamed it would be Sui Yuan, the woman who had tossed him aside like a burden just 3 months ago. How had she ended up here? How had she become involved with Xin Ying Hardware? Since his entrance, Sui Yuan had appeared slightly flustered. She unconsciously loosened her grip on the monkey-faced man's arm, seemingly hesitant to meet Meng Rong's eyes directly. Perhaps she had only come to join the commotion, claiming she was collecting a debt and wanted to broaden her horizons or take a drive. She surely hadn't expected to face Meng Rong. Perhaps, even though she had discarded Meng Rong like an old shoe, he was still her ex-boyfriend. A flicker of guilt lingered in her heart. Suddenly confronted by his furious, shocked face, she couldn't meet his gaze. The monkey-faced man muttered to her with a hint of displeasure, "What's the matter? Afraid to see your old flame? He wrapped his arm around Sui Yuan with overwhelming force, glaring at Meng Rong with contempt. He was provoking her, trampling on her dignity. Meng Rong's face turned ashen, her teeth grinding audibly. Chapter 20, Goodbye, my dear. This scene left Old Wu utterly stunned. He never imagined such a spectacle would unfold. What did old flame mean? What was the significance of this public display of affection? Watching Sui Yuan feign feeble resistance in the monkey-faced man's embrace, the other three present were all taken aback. Even Mr. Qian, the one in charge, glanced back and forth between the three with a hint of surprise. He couldn't help but wonder if this was going a bit too far. Meng Rong clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to stay calm. Yet his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Never in his life had he endured such utter humiliation. He knew perfectly well that this girl before him was no longer connected to him in the slightest. He knew he shouldn't care about such a snobbish girl. But he couldn't suppress the surge of emotion. As if oblivious to Meng Rong's agitation, the monkey-faced man deliberately pulled Sui Yuan closer into his embrace, carelessly wrinkling her elegant white coat. A string of red beads dangled from his wrist, swaying incessantly and glaring harshly. This wasn't good. If the standoff continued, who knew what might happen? Old Wu quickly intervened to change the subject. Mr. Qian, look, let's get down to business. Accountant Qian nodded in agreement. Yes, let's discuss business. Since all three of you know each other, please sit down. We can talk about matters at hand. Old Wu tugged relentlessly at Meng Rong's arm, finally forcing him into a chair with considerable effort. Yet Meng Rong glared angrily at the shameless couple. The monkey-faced man had a rather vicious temper. Meng Rong forced himself to endure the humiliation and resisted acting impulsively, but he couldn't help but speak up provocatively. Acquaintances? Who the hell knows this idiot? Can't even keep his own girlfriend from getting dumped, and now he won't even speak up. You know what, Yuan? You did the right thing dumping him. You shouldn't have wasted your time dating such a loser. Why not spend more time with me instead? Accountant Qian thought, oh no. Sure enough, Meng Rong couldn't hold back any longer. He sprang to his feet, grabbed the ashtray from the table without a word, and smashed it straight into the monkey-faced man's obnoxious face. In that moment, he cared about nothing else. Instantly, he felt transported back to his school days. Back then, he'd often sneak out to hang with the street kids, and getting into a fight wasn't unusual. This blow was going to land hard. The monkey-faced man's skull might crack open. After all, that ashtray was made of solid brass. Ugly as it was heavy as hell. But Old Wu reacted with lightning speed, grabbing Meng Rong's arm mid-swing. The momentum shifted, sending the ashtray crashing down onto the table in front of the monkey-faced man. With a loud clang, the ashtray scraped past the man's nose before crashing down. The monkey-faced man turned deathly pale, jerking his entire body backward. This sent Sui Yuan, whom he was holding, off balance. She stumbled and fell awkwardly to the floor. The commotion startled Accountant Qian, who jumped to his feet. He warned urgently, this is serious. Serious? You guys from Xianghua Machinery Repair really don't want to work anymore, do you? Instead of talking things out, you resort to violence first. If you injure someone, I'm telling you, we'll see each other in court. His warning snapped the impulsive Meng Rong back to his senses. He saw the gaunt-faced man scramble up and retreat to a corner, staring at him with terror. Then he glanced at Sui Yuan, struggling to get up from the ground. Suddenly, all his anger vanished. Yeah, why did he have to pick a fight with them? Wasn't that just stupid? He forced himself to calm down, turning his head to give Old Wu, who was still tugging at him, a strained smile. Uncle Wu, I'm fine. Just got a little carried away. My apologies to both of you. The latter apologies was directed at the three men. As he spoke, he sat down, trying to calm himself. Old Wu nudged him and pointed at the ashtray in his hand. Only then did Meng Rong realize he'd been clutching it tightly. He looked apologetic, gently placing it back on the table, adjusting it, and brushing away the fallen ashes. The gaunt-faced man was still shaken. His mouth had been sharp, but he hadn't expected Meng Rong to actually strike. Now, seeing Meng Rong calm down, he waited a long while before returning to his seat. His hand stayed put, no longer making any moves toward Sui Yuan. Sui Yuan simply lowered her head, carefully brushing dust off her clothes, refusing to look up at Meng Rong or the others. Old Wu stepped in to smooth things over. There might have been a misunderstanding. Young people can be impulsive sometimes. What do you say, Accountant Qian? Shall we focus on business first? Allow me to introduce our new general manager at Xianghua Machinery Repair, Mr. Meng Rong. Good day, Accountant Qian. Meng Rong nodded to him. We've met a few times before. Accountant Qian frowned, thinking hard. He had no recollection whatsoever. As the factory accountant handling financial duties, his work was mostly desk-bound, rarely venturing into the workshop. Payroll was handled by the cashier, so he truly had no memory of Meng Rong. Even Meng Rong's dismissal and departure from the factory wasn't something particularly noteworthy to him. People got fired all the time. Who was Meng Rong anyway? But if he recalled that Meng Rong was the culprit behind the factory's massive financial loss, it would immediately click. Mr. Meng, you're too kind. I'm Chen Lei. I do handle the financial accounting at Xining.
He had held no respect for Xianghua Machinery Repair, but Meng Rong's earlier threat, brandishing an ashtray as if ready to strike, had genuinely startled him. Though deeply dissatisfied with Meng Rong's behavior, his newfound wariness prompted him to speak with a touch more politeness.
This gentleman is our Vice President of Operations, Mr. Xie.
His name is Xie Yong, yes, the character, meaning gushing spring, as in repaying a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. Accountant Qian introduced him, then paused, slightly troubled. He wasn't sure how to introduce Sui Yuan, so he vaguely added, Xiao Su has only recently joined our factory. He quickly shifted the topic. Today, I'm here primarily on behalf of President Liu, following our agreement with Xianghua Machinery Repair, to collect the outstanding payment. We hope Xianghua Machinery Repair will settle the payment promptly as per our arrangement.
When he mentioned Xie Yong, Meng Rong nearly burst out laughing. What a great favor indeed, how could he possibly repay it? He couldn't help but interrupt, Mr. Xie, you look unfamiliar. I never saw him at Xining Factory before. You really worked at Xining Factory? Accountant Qian asked in surprise.
Not only did I work there, I worked there for over half a year.
Meng Rong chuckled without elaborating. Sui Yuan, however, had clearly recovered from her shame, anger, and shock.
Hearing his words, she lifted her head to explain, this is Mr. Meng, the very same Mr. Meng Rong who caused Xining Factory to lose over 200,000 yuan due to a drawing error. He is the top drafting expert at the factory, having won numerous awards during his school days. Her tone carried an indescribable mix of contempt and sarcasm.
The moment she spoke, Meng Rong's face flushed crimson.
She had truly struck a nerve, bringing up the very thing he dreaded most.
Watching Meng Rong's face turn from crimson to ashen, Sui Yuan took the initiative to link her arm through Xie Yong's.
With a giggle, she remarked, Mr. Xie, our former vice president of business operations at the 4th machine factory was exceptionally capable. He brought in the majority of the factory's business deals. That's why Xining paid a hefty sum to recruit him to oversee our business operations. As for me, I simply tagged along, benefiting from his influence.
Her coquettish laughter sent a chill down Meng Rong's spine.
It finally dawned on him, this Mr. Xie was none other than the vice president who had pursued her, the very man Sui Yuan had once mentioned was married. His advances were blatant adultery. Needless to say, she must have been drawn to Xie Yong's money and power. Back then, the most coveted positions were usually in sales. A skilled salesperson, raking in commission after commission, could become filthy rich. But looking at Xie Yong's universally despised face, Meng Rong couldn't fathom how this guy had the ability to make sales so wildly successful. At that moment, he couldn't fathom it. With the red light district paving the way and money flowing freely in both legitimate and shady circles, it was nearly impossible for business to fail in that environment.
Appearance had nothing to do with it.
Clearly, it was perfectly normal for the business manager and the accountant in charge of finances to come collect payments. Sui Yuan was merely someone Xie Yong had brought along for fun, leveraging his connections. But it was obvious Xie Yong knew more about Xianghua Machinery Repair than Accountant Qian did.
He knew full well about Meng Rong and Sui Yuan's relationship and had deliberately brought Sui Yuan along to humiliate Meng Rong in front of him.
After all, back when Sui Yuan still had some self-respect, Meng Rong was her nominal boyfriend. This had left a bitter taste in Xie Yong's mouth for a long time.
Xie Yong chuckled coldly, saying nothing. Sui Yuan's words suited him perfectly. What could be more thrilling than snatching someone's girlfriend and then slapping them in the face right in front of them?
Such twisted and perverse psychology was beyond others' comprehension, leaving him to revel in his dark satisfaction alone. Accountant Qian was thoroughly displeased with this unexpected turn and had no desire to engage in idle chatter. He proactively cut off Sui Yuan and Xie Yong's public display of affection, addressing Meng Rong, who had calmed considerably, regardless of where you worked before or what losses you caused. Xini, General Manager Liu hasn't mentioned these matters to me.
They're none of my concern. Right now, I only want to recover the payment you owe us as quickly as possible. Meng Rong couldn't bear to look at that repulsive couple any longer.
He'd once thought Sui Yuan had abandoned him due to a momentary temptation, but now he suddenly realized this woman was utterly unworthy of his hopes. All he wanted to say to her was, "Goodbye, my dear." Facing Accountant Qian's interrogation, he replied succinctly, "Accountant Qian, I need to reconcile the accounts.
I have questions about the figures you've presented."
Old Wu beside him flinched inwardly.
Shouldn't he be pleading his case now, emphasizing his inability to repay promptly? Chapter 21, The Balloon Man. Noticing old Wu's eyes filled with confusion and anxiety, Meng Rong signaled him it was fine, then addressed Accountant Qian, "We need to reconcile the accounts. We need purchase orders, signed or stamped documents. I believe these are reasonable requests, right?" Accountant Qian nodded. Reasonable. Some things needed no further explanation. With Meng Rong's father now deceased, the factory's past debts would certainly require documentation, otherwise, wouldn't it be just empty words? Meng Rong paused to consider. By the way, what is the exact total amount your factory has recorded? Old Wu had handled matters rather haphazardly before. He'd heard a rough figure that startled him, so he hadn't memorized the precise amount. Besides, even if he had remembered, Meng Rong wanted Accountant Qian to state it again now for confirmation. Accountant Qian didn't respond directly. Instead, he pulled a thick stack of receipts from his briefcase, glanced at the top spreadsheet, and replied, "The exact amount is 54,320.2 yuan. Take a look at this table." He pulled out a printed sheet and handed it to Meng Rong. Meng Rong glanced at it, seeing densely packed details of purchase amounts, unit prices, data, and totals. The final sum was printed in large, bold black characters, standing out prominently. He frowned. The figures differed by nearly 10,000 yuan from his own records. Such a significant discrepancy was clearly unreasonable. Either Accountant Qian had falsified the books, or his father's receipts were missing and incomplete. Noticing his expression, Accountant Qian was about to speak when Xie Yong chimed in with a sarcastic tone, "It's such a small amount. I don't understand why old Liu specifically sent us out for this collection. Any random contract I pull in outside is worth at least 200 or 300,000. The commission alone would be more than this. Never mind, never mind. Even a tiny fly is still meat, and scrap iron can fetch a few bucks, right?" Sui Yuan followed with a few more giggles, her laughter dripping with sarcasm. Meng Rong paid no attention to her reaction. He merely glanced at Xie Yong before turning to Accountant Qian. "I think your factory is taking quite a risk hiring this balloon man. It's bound to cause trouble." Accountant Qian froze. "Balloon man?" Meng Rong smiled. "He floats away the moment you let go. Isn't that exactly what you'd call a balloon man?" Being mocked by this young upstart, Xie Yong's face flushed with embarrassment. His face darkened with anger, and he was about to slam his fist on the table and rise. But glancing at the brass ashtray on the desk, he swallowed his words, glaring at Meng Rong with eyes that seemed ready to devour him. Accountant Qian frowned. He wasn't particularly close with Vice President Xie Yong, but adhering to the principle of minding his own business and keeping matters strictly professional, he chose to ignore the relationship between Xie Yong and Sui Yuan. However, this was a time for business, and Vice President Xie's constant grandstanding and flaunting of his superiority were starting to grate on him. Suppressing his irritation, he addressed Xie Yong gently, "Vice President Xie, shall I proceed to the reconciliation process now?" Though phrased as a question, his hands moved with no delay. As he spoke, he efficiently sorted and organized various invoices for reconciliation, a swift, practiced motion that made Meng Rong pause in surprise. Such thorough preparation was truly impressive. Xie Yong might have a foul mouth, but he was right. Xin Ying Hardware certainly wasn't short on a few tens of thousands of yuan. Yet, even for such a relatively small sum, Accountant Qian handled it with meticulous care, unafraid of the tedious details. His professionalism was undeniable. Xie Yong's expression also froze. To him, Xianghua Machinery Repair was nothing more than a makeshift workshop, hardly a premium client worthy of attention or retention. He'd only come personally because old Liu had assigned him the task, and perhaps because some ulterior motive was at play. He'd even brought his young lover along for a spin, showing her he could still look out for her in his new position. But Accountant Qian's actions now made it clear that the respect he received at Xin Ying Hardware was precisely this level. Finding no reason to stop Qian from reconciling the accounts, Xie Yong could only emit a vague hump through his nostrils and say no more. Watching the two formally begin reconciling invoices and receipts, Xie Yong found it tedious. His eyes darted around, and with a yawn, he and Sui Yuan slipped aside. Head to head, hand in hand, they whispered soft, flushed ear-inducing sweet nothings. Meng Rong no longer cared, but even without trying, he caught glimpses of their sappy antics. Resentment flared within him, causing his attention to drift occasionally. Just then, Accountant Qian grew weary of the tedium and excused herself to retrieve some original documents. She followed Meng Rong and old Wu back to the dedicated workstation in the Meng family's private cubicle. Without those two around, Accountant Qian visibly relaxed. The three silently agreed not to mention the trip back, then diligently reconciled the documents in the cubicle. With no interruptions, they quickly got the accounts mostly sorted. Xin Ying Hardware Factory had far more complete documentation than Meng Rong's side. The problem was these 3 extra delivery slips more than Xianghua Machine Repair had kept, whose amounts perfectly covered the discrepancy. Yet, not a single one of these 3 had been personally signed for by old Meng. The signature, rather than being elegant and flowing, resembled something a ghost would dread, or perhaps just gibberish. Old Wu and Meng Rong studied it for ages but couldn't identify whose it was. Unable to identify the signature, neither would admit responsibility. Thus began a heated debate among the 3. Accountant Qian firmly maintained these were Xianghua Machinery Repair's signed documents. Wu said the signatory had to be Manager Meng. All other documents bore old Wu's signature. This argument didn't sway the other 2. The shipment wasn't standard parts but tools. Old Wu hadn't even seen the goods, and he didn't recognize the signature. There was no way he'd admit it was his. Accountant Qian argued back and forth with him, but couldn't convince either. By the end, he himself started to doubt. These documents were provided by the factory, how could he possibly know if they were forged? Besides, this small sum was insignificant to him. Why would he refuse to pay? But he didn't know Meng Rong's current situation. For him, this extra 10,000 yuan in goods could be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The argument went nowhere. Accountant Qian fell silent. He considered calling Xie Yong over for backup, but quickly suppressed the urge. That guy knew nothing about these invoices. He hadn't even started working at the factory back then. Bringing him in would only add more spit and bacteria to the mix, serving no purpose. Better to let the two of them put on a show of affection and drive the young man before them to fury. Meng Rong was also agitated. He couldn't back down now. He calculated in his mind, the 44,510 yuan he could admit to paying would leave him barely enough to cover a few days' operations. If they accepted the amount Accountant Qian demanded, Xianghua would shut down immediately. Old Wu, however, wore a look of deep worry. While saving 10,000 yuan was certainly worth fighting for, even if they succeeded, what funds would they have left to repay the debt? Wouldn't they still end up begging for an extension? Accountant Qian observed Meng Rong's flushed, tense face and suddenly realized Lu's purpose in sending him wasn't primarily about the money. The real goal was likely to gauge whether Xianghua Machinery Repair could survive and whether future business cooperation was feasible. No wonder Lu's tone had been so peculiar, repeatedly urging him to chat more and negotiate to recover the payment. I'm trying my best now. Accountant Qian pondered inwardly, but his expression remained unyielding. Mr. Meng, Mr. Wu, this debt absolutely cannot be ignored. We can't justify it. If all else fails, we'll have no choice but to go to court. Seeing their expressions darken, he quickly shifted his tone, but litigation isn't something that happens overnight. For now, I hope we can first confirm the portions each party has received. The rest we'll verify later. Let me be clear up front, if verification confirms your factory did indeed receive the goods, we won't hesitate to pursue legal action. This left Meng Rong and Old Wu dumbfounded. One young, the other straightforward, both slow on the uptake. After being grilled by Accountant Qian, they stood there gaping, speechless. Old Wu steeled himself and said, forget about admitting or denying it for now. To be perfectly honest, you've seen the state of our factory. Where would we possibly find? Meng Rong grew impatient. Subconsciously, he didn't want Accountant Qian to grasp the true financial crisis at Xianghua Machinery Repair. He cut Old Wu off and volunteered, Mr. Qian, we have the full capacity to repay the goods. But you can't keep threatening customers with court action. How are we supposed to do business like this? Accountant Qian shook his head. I'm not in charge of business operations. But you do business, Mr. Liu. If you insist we admit to goods we never received, that's self-legally untenable anywhere, court included. If it can't be proven, I could sue you for forging invoices. That's hardly worth it. A twitch flashed across Mr. Qian's lips as he suppressed a faint smile. After another round of negotiations, the three reached a preliminary agreement. Xianghua Machinery would acknowledge all debts except those 3 invoices, settling them within 1 month. The disputed payment would be verified and resolved later, with specific payment arrangements handled by Wang Jie. She would coordinate directly with Mr. Qian. Having largely completed his task, Accountant Qian rose to leave. Returning to the modest conference room, he addressed Xie Yong and Sui Yuan, who were still whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears. We should be going. Xie Yong asked, is everything settled? Mostly. We'll finalize details back at the factory. Accountant Qian couldn't be bothered with further discussion, simply urging Xie Yong to take Sui Yuan back immediately. Xie Yong looked taken aback. Not even staying for dinner? Accountant Qian almost laughed. Eat my ass, you too. With the way you're acting, expecting someone to treat you to a meal? You two have the nerve to eat? I've got some dignity left. Xie Yong felt a bit down. He'd planned to bring the little beauty along for a lavish feast. But now, he had no choice. Suddenly overcome by an urgent need, he stood up and hurried out to find a restroom. As soon as Sui Yuan saw him leave, her expression instantly returned to calm. She followed Accountant Qian outside and spotted Meng Rong approaching slowly with his forms. Quickening her pace, she suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly before he could react. Whispering softly in his ear, she said, Darling, I'm sorry. I had no choice. I still care about you. Forget about me. Oh, and Pang Yudong asked me to say hello. Without waiting for his response, she turned and glided out. Her bold move, performed in full view of the dozen or so workers watching the scene, drew a collective gasp of surprise. This woman has a special relationship with Meng Rong? Many faces broke into suggestive grins. Meng Rong himself was startled first by her embrace, then by her words, his face contorting into utter astonishment. She's lost her mind. Chapter 22, Friendship. In Meng Rong's heart, he felt nothing for this girl anymore. His earlier impulsiveness in the conference room had been, upon calm reflection, likely just his excessive concern for appearances. Yet Sui Yuan's unexpected display now felt like a pebble tossed into his heart, sending ripples through his emotions. Could it be she still cared for him? Like any young man, his thoughts grew tangled with complex emotions and lingering fantasies. But he immediately recalled the sickeningly intimate gestures Xie shared with Xie Yong in the conference room, along with the harsh words Xie hurled at him. His heart instantly turned to ice. His gaze regained its calm as he said nothing, merely dismissively brushing off the spot where Xie embraced him, as if wiping away some filth. Old Wu caught his gesture and shot him an approving look. He instinctively felt repulsed by girls like her and didn't want Meng Rong to have anything to do with her. Seeing that Meng Rong clearly didn't care about the girl's advances, he felt relieved. Soon, Xie Yong came running out of the bathroom, brushing her clothes with disdain as she ran, muttering, "Don't you people have any concept of hygiene? Stinky, dirty, I don't want to stay in this place a minute longer. Let's go, let's go." The workers glared at him, making him feel uneasy. He hurried out into the courtyard and reached for Sui Yuan's hand as she slowly walked toward the exit. But she jerked her hand back as if shocked and asked, "Did you wash your hands?" Xie Yong's mouth fell open. Right, he hadn't seen a sink anywhere. Where was he supposed to wash his hands? Sui Yuan recoiled 2 steps away from him in disgust, covering her nose and exclaiming, "Ew, stinky. Not washing your hands after using the restroom? That's so unhygienic. Ha ha ha." The workers who had been watching them from behind burst into loud laughter. Xie Yong felt like he could crawl into a hole. Just moments ago, he'd been criticizing the workers for being unsanitary, and now this slap in the face came all too quickly. He shot the workers a fierce glare, ignored Sui Yuan completely, and strode past Accountant Qian, who was walking ahead, out the factory gate. He was deeply annoyed with Sui Yuan at that moment. Who did she think she was? Just you wait. Of course, out of courtesy, Meng Rong and Old Wu still escorted them to the car and waved goodbye. Xie Yong turned his head away, and the two didn't bother to argue. Sui Yuan, however, shot Meng Rong a look that carried a hint of resentment, though she remained silent. The shifting expression in her eyes was something Meng Rong had completely lost the ability to decipher. Accountant Qian pretended not to notice anything else. Before leaving, he reminded Meng Rong and Old Wu to expedite the payment arrangements. Then the car started up and drove away, disappearing from sight. By now, it was midday and the sun was warm. Meng Rong stood silently for a long time, gazing up at the vehicles passing by on the road. Seeing Meng Rong deep in thought, Old Wu assumed he was still tangled up in emotional issues with his ex-girlfriend. He patted his shoulder. "Rong, now's not the time to dwell on messy love triangles. That kind of girl isn't right for you. You should be thinking about how we're going to pay back the money this month." Meng Rong was taken aback. How could he be so immature? He'd already sorted out this minor issue in an instant, no need to dwell on it. He didn't feel like explaining the topic was pointless. Shaking his head, he said, "I just suddenly thought of something. When old Liu fired me from the factory, he was gnashing his teeth. He seemed to really hate our Meng family. But this time, look at how polite he was to Accountant Qian. He didn't make any unreasonable demands and even gave us plenty of time." "What does that mean?" Old Wu waved his hand dismissively. "None of that matters to me. Who cares what it means? Right now, we need to pay back the money. Where are we supposed to get it? Money? I happen to have some." Meng Rong pulled out the passbook his mother had given him that morning and handed it to Old Wu. Old Wu took it, his face lighting up with joy at first. But his expression quickly darkened as he snapped, "I won't agree to this. This is clearly your family's savings. Are you planning to live like a pauper from now on? Not even marry? While this isn't my business, you have no right to use family money to subsidize the factory." Meng Rong explained at length before Old Wu finally believed it was emergency funds his father had set aside for the factory before his death. "Contingency funds, huh? Well, I suppose we can use them. But even if we do, it'll only cover an emergency. The factory still won't have any real money." Old Wu's worried expression didn't ease. He sighed, "If possible, I'd rather see this money become the factory's emergency fund for the future to buy some goods or something. To just hand it over like this, it's a shame. Such a waste." His words were spoken without much thought, but they struck a chord with Meng Rong. Suddenly, an idea took root in his mind. Yes, it would be a shame to simply return this money. But keeping it in the factory now would only guarantee the workers' wages for the next 2 months. It wouldn't make much difference. "We still have a month left," Meng Rong murmured to himself. Old Wu chimed in, "Let's use this month to figure out how to turn our business around. Several people have already asked to resign recently. I suspect many others feel the same, that our little factory has no future." Meng Rong glanced sideways at Old Wu, his face etched with worry. The white hairs on his head seemed to have multiplied. These past months must have been the most difficult period of Old Wu's life. Since Meng Rong's father passed away, he had exhausted himself trying to keep the factory afloat, growing noticeably thinner and grayer. Back when Meng Xianghua was the mainstay, the hardships and exhaustion were sometimes far greater than now, but they hadn't been so mentally draining. Meng Rong forced himself to steady his inner turmoil and said with a hint of gratitude, "Uncle Wu, you really don't need to worry so much. We'll manage as best we can. The factory won't shortchange you. If it comes down to it, we'll sell the factory." "Shut it. What nonsense are you spouting?" Old Wu's blood boiled at Meng Rong's words, and he blurted out a curse. But after just 2 curses, something surged up from his stomach, lodging painfully in his throat. The choking sensation cut off his words, and he couldn't help but lean forward, seized by a violent coughing fit. Meng Rong hurriedly patted his back. After coughing for what felt like an eternity, tears streaming from his eyes, old Wu finally caught his breath. He shook off Meng Rong's hand, straightened up, and took several moments to steady himself before speaking slowly. Meng Rong, you must remember this, you absolutely cannot give up on Xianghua so easily. This place is your father's life's work. How could you sell it off just like that? How could you face him? With that, he slowly turned and walked toward the factory, his steps faltering slightly. His hunched silhouette reminded Meng Rong that Uncle Wu wasn't much younger than his own father. Clutching the passbook in his hand, Meng Rong lowered his head, deep in thought. That afternoon, Wang Jia arrived at the factory. She had come after receiving Meng Rong's call. Her appearance remained unchanged, black-rimmed glasses, though she now wore a plain-colored long trench coat. The crisp sound of her black boots echoed on the concrete floor. The workers were surprised to see her. Why had she come before payday? They exchanged puzzled glances. Upon seeing her, Meng Rong laid out the details of the debt related to Xin Ying and handed the passbook to Wang Jia, instructing her to make the deposit. Wang Jia glanced at the passbook, her expression turning stern. So, does this mean Xianhua's assets will soon be depleted? Yes, once the debt is repaid, the assets will be depleted, Meng Rong replied honestly. Business has been increasingly poor lately. I'm still trying to figure out a solution. Wang Jia gave him a half smile, half sneer. Work something out? What could you possibly come up with, you young whippersnapper? Meng Rong flushed. Yes, what could he possibly do? He had once believed he could achieve great things, but now it seemed he was nothing more than a self-important youngster who was actually quite insignificant. Lately, deep down, he'd been losing confidence in his own abilities. Faced with Wang Jia's ruthless criticism, he was left speechless. Seeing his mortified expression, Wang Jia didn't press her teasing further. Instead, she sighed softly. Though I've only worked with you for a few short months as your accountant, I must warn you, if this continues, your working capital will dry up and you'll spiral into a vicious cycle. You'll shut down soon enough. I trust even someone as young as you understands that? I know, Meng Rong replied helplessly. We need solutions now. Do you have any ideas, Ms. Wang? How do other factories handle this kind of situation? Me? Poof. Wang Jia twirled her black pen, studying Meng Rong with a hint of amusement before replying bluntly, no. Disappointment washed over Meng Rong. But Wang Jia added, however, I can tell you that many factories face this situation. When they do, they take out loans to keep going. I've considered it, but it's not a long-term solution, Meng Rong nodded. I wouldn't recommend taking out loans either. It's pointless. Better to shut down while you still have the chance. Wang Jia was unsparing, yet she sighed. But since I have some connection with your mother, here's what I can do. I can't help you directly, but I know someone at Shirda Motor Factory in the city. Their business might actually be a good fit for you. I'll give you their contact info. Go try to see if there's an opportunity. She pulled a business card from her bag. It read, Yuan Mingjun, Office Director, Shirda Electric Motor Company, Limited, Danfeng City, along with a phone number and address. Meng Rong held the card uneasily. Office Director? What good would that do? Yet he couldn't refuse Wang Jia's goodwill. He thanked her repeatedly. Wang Jia seemed to sense his hesitation and offered no further guidance. She simply took her passbook and left gracefully, leaving only one parting remark, give it a shot. There's always a little chance. Momentarily stunned, Meng Rong sought out old Wu, who was busy assigning tasks. Any clients we could approach, he asked. Should we go out and drum up some business? Canvassing for business? Old Wu gave a wry smile. He'd already called most of the existing clients dozens of times over the past few weeks. If there were any deals to be had, they would have materialized by now. But those old clients? The ones he could help, he'd already helped. The ones he couldn't? There was no way he'd help them. Some even had a good impression of old Wu and urged him not to waste his life in this factory anymore. A skilled worker like him could easily double his salary at a better factory. But old Wu was stubborn as a mule. No one could change his mind. Chapter 23, Trying His Luck. Meng Rong hesitated for a moment, not handing out the business card Wang Jia had recommended. He felt a bit uneasy inside. He had zero experience in sales. Visiting new clients was routine for a salesperson, but for him, a technician, it felt incredibly daunting. The embarrassment of rejection was secondary. The real problem was that he didn't even know how to pitch Xianghua Machine Repair. Did they have any advantages? Any brand recognition? What made them worthy of being remembered or chosen? He felt utterly lacking in confidence. I'll put it aside for now, he told himself internally. That putting it aside stretched into a fortnight. Throughout those 2 weeks, Xianghua's business remained bleak. Though a trickle of orders came in, they were not only low margin but also insufficient to keep the entire factory running at full capacity. Working half a day and resting the other half became the norm. As for that machine tool that had mysteriously broken down, getting a repair quote revealed it would cost at least 5,000 yuan for a basic fix. While that sum might not have been difficult to come by before, it was now an expense they dared not touch. So the machine sat idle for the time being, not that it would have been put to use anyway. If things keep going like this, Xianghua will have to shut down by month's end. Once the payroll is covered and the suppliers are paid off, it'll be time to let everyone go. Old Wu rose exceptionally early each day to come to work, attempting to mask the company's strategic decline with tactical diligence. Yet both he and Meng Rong knew that without securing another major project, they would have to consider closing shop. Seeing old Wu's face twisted with worry, observing the workers growing distracted and demoralized, Meng Rong knew he couldn't delay any longer. Wang Jie's words echoed in his mind, "Give it a shot. There's always a glimmer of hope." Meng Rong gritted his teeth and resolved to try. This was his responsibility. He couldn't just stand by and watch the factory collapse without a trace. How would others judge him in the future? A spoiled brat? An unfilial descendant? If he lacked even this much courage, he might as well let that old machine grind him to dust. He scolded himself inwardly. What was there to fear? The worst that could happen was this. For a young man, the greatest shame wasn't failure, it was not daring to try at all. Never done sales before? Give it a shot. With this tragic resolve, he entered the modest conference room. It was quieter here, and a phone was provided for everyone's use. He bolted the door and dialed the mobile number from the business card. "Hello, is this Mr. Yuan?" He steadied his nerves and dialed Yuan Mingjuan's number, mimicking the phone calling scenes he'd seen in Hong Kong and Taiwanese dramas on TV. A deep, resonant male voice answered, full of vigor. "Yes, who's this?" "Hello, Mr. Yuan. I was referred by Auntie Wang Jie. I'm Meng Rong, General Manager of Xianghua Machinery Repair." Meng Rong mustered his courage to make a connection, pondering how to introduce Xianghua Machine Repair to Yuan Mingjun. But before he could speak, he heard a surprised response. "Oh? Wang Jie referred you? Ah, I remember now. Alright, you must have my business card. Come to my office tomorrow at 9 in the morning." His tone brooked no argument. After saying he had a meeting, he hung up. Meng Rong froze, puzzled. What did that mean? Was that actually a confirmation? It wasn't quite what he'd imagined, yet somehow it felt perfectly natural. Perhaps Wang Jie's influence was that significant. No time to overthink it, at least the opportunity was within reach. A small thrill of excitement stirred within him. But upon rechecking the address on the business card, his brow furrowed. The location was in the western suburbs of the city, while this was just a small county town. Taking a bus from the county seat to the city would take over 2 hours, and then another half-hour to reach Shirda Electric in the suburbs. That meant he'd have to leave at least 3 hours early. To arrive by 9 in the morning, he'd have to leave by 6 at the latest. But that depended on the first bus from the station at 6 a.m. leaving on time. He'd ridden that bus many times during his school days and knew its reputation. It routinely waited an hour or more for passengers to fill the seats. As he pondered how to handle the situation, someone suddenly began banging loudly on the conference room door. He quickly stood up and opened it, only to find Fat Huang standing there. "What's up?" he asked. Huang Fatty rubbed his chubby palms together. "Xiao Rong, someone just dropped off a car for repairs. There are a few things I'm not quite sure about. Could you come take a look?" Ever since Meng Rong had demonstrated his skills last time, Huang Fatty was convinced that Meng Rong might have inherited his father's true expertise. Whenever he encountered minor technical difficulties at work, he would seek Meng Rong's help to solve them. For Meng Rong, this was a welcome opportunity to practice. Whenever faced with a problem, he would consult his father's notes, and on several occasions, he had solved issues that Huang Fatty couldn't resolve. Hearing Huang's invitation, he gladly agreed to join him. The two crawled under the vehicle, crouching beneath it. As they examined the chassis and worked together to disassemble parts, they chatted. "Xiao Rong, I need to ask you something," Wang Pingzi called out again. "Lao Zhao, pass me a small ratchet." A wrench was promptly shoved through the opening. There was a specific term for this. Ratchet socket wrenches, commonly used in auto repair, were known in the trade as big fly or small fly. Those under 5 inches were called small fly, while larger ones were big fly. Brands like SATA, Bosch, and Stanley were considered mid to high end. Though Xianghua was small, it had managed to accumulate some quality tools. Huang Fatso casually handed the small ratchet to Meng Rong. Meng Rong took it and began unscrewing while asking, "What?" "Yeah, that thing. You know, everyone at the factory's been saying we're going under." "Is it true?" Fat Huang spoke without restraint. Over the past few months, if anyone had gotten closer to Meng Rong besides Old Wu, it was undoubtedly him. The two had become quite familiar. Meng Rong froze, halting his work. "Who said that?" Huang Fatso mumbled vaguely, "Someone, anyway. I mean, I'm not trying to pry or anything. Just wanted to ask you directly, what are your plans?" "Plans?" Meng Rong was utterly speechless. So everyone was already half-hearted, waiting for the factory to collapse? He countered, "What are your plans, Brother Huang?" "Me?" Huang Fatso froze, caught off guard by the counter-question. Then he chuckled. "Honestly, my plans don't matter much. I'll just find another factory to work at. But we've been at Xianghua for so long we've grown attached to this place. It's not just me, most folks here have been with Xianghua for over 2 years. Who doesn't feel something for this place? Who doesn't respect and admire your father? None of us wants to see the factory collapse like this. Sometimes, opinions are just opinions, but at the very least, I still want to share the ups and downs with you. To put it plainly, if the factory really can't pay wages anymore, as long as it doesn't shut down, I, Huang the Fat, won't take my salary. I'll stick with you and fight to rebuild it. My word is my bond, heh. To be honest, back when I worked for Mr. Meng, I was always a bit afraid of him. So I just focused on doing the simple tasks he assigned well, never really learning much. But working with you now? I've actually picked up quite a few things. Meng Rong listened, and his heart felt like a patch of warm soil being plowed open, deeply touched. He hadn't expected Huang Fatso to harbor such thoughts, and he couldn't help but be moved. Brother Huang, thank you for supporting me like this. Meng Rong said in a low voice, forcing himself to suppress the turmoil within. No need to thank me. Don't worry, worst case, the two of us can just set up a small stall. With our skills, fixing bikes to make a living won't be a problem. Huang Fatso was optimistic, seemingly untroubled by the future. Alright, if it comes to it, the two of us running a small stall won't be a problem either, Meng Rong chuckled softly. But not everyone thinks like me. Some folks might not stick around. I've noticed some resentment brewing over that wage reform you pushed through these past months. Huang Fatso trailed off, though Meng Rong understood perfectly well without the words. Still, he felt powerless. Hearing such heartfelt words from a staunch supporter like Huang Fatty, Meng Rong suddenly felt a surge of bold ambition. He paused his work. What's up? Huang Fatso asked in surprise. Xiao Fei's back. Meng Rong declared, slipping the toy back into Huang's chubby hands. You're not fixing it? I have urgent business to attend to. I must leave immediately, right now. Meng Rong smiled. Brother Huang, I'm sorry. For the sake of our factory's future, I have to handle this matter quickly. You can use Xiao Fei for now. If you have any questions, wait for me to return tomorrow, and we'll discuss it thoroughly. Huang Fatso didn't understand the urgency, but since Meng Rong was so adamant, he couldn't stop him. With a sour expression, he reluctantly agreed. Inspired by Huang Fatso's words, Meng Rong suddenly realized the factory's future was far more critical than he'd imagined. It couldn't be delayed. Since arriving tomorrow morning would be difficult, he'd head out tonight instead. No matter what, he had to arrive on time. Everything clicked into place instantly. He hurried to find old Wu, explaining he needed to step out on urgent business and would return no sooner than tomorrow afternoon. He promised to call the factory if anything came up. Though taken aback, old Wu saw that Meng Rong wouldn't elaborate and nodded in agreement without further questions. Meng Rong hurried home, rummaged through his belongings, and pulled out his only formal suit. He stuffed it into a suitcase, told his mother he was going on a business trip, and rushed to the bus station with his luggage. He had to catch the last bus tonight to reach the city center, or he'd never make it to Shirda Electric tomorrow morning. He ran several hundred meters carrying the suitcase before regretting that he should have gone back to the factory to ask old Wu to give him a ride on his motorcycle. But he had already come so far going back now. Then, a motorcycle taxi pulled up beside him. A driver with a thick local accent asked, "Need a ride?" He turned and froze. Wasn't this the same driver who had given him a free ride back to the factory that day? What a coincidence. The driver recognized him too and chuckled. You're from the Meng family, right? Hop on. Looks like you're in a hurry. Without even discussing the fare, they sped toward the bus station. Just as the last bus slowly pulled out, before the motorcycle had even come to a complete stop, he jumped off, waving his arms frantically to flag it down. The moment the door opened, he dashed aboard. He breathed a sigh of relief. There was still an empty seat in the back row. Under the gaze of every passenger, he quickly made his way to the rear and sat down. Just as he relaxed, the ticket agent approached demanding payment. As he fumbled for money, it suddenly hit him, had he even paid the motorcycle fare? He frantically leaned out the window to look back. Far away, the motorcycle driver was waving at him. Regardless of whether the driver could hear him, he shouted several times, "I'll pay you back when I return." Like hell I'll believe you, the driver shook his head. Chapter 24, Making a Pen Pal. Feeling a twinge of guilt toward the motorcycle taxi driver, Meng Rong began his journey through the city. He knew the urban terrain well, having spent his 4 years at technical school right here. His familiarity with this place even surpassed his knowledge of his own county town. He disembarked with ease and headed straight for a computer game room. Back in the day, when he and his crew played Age of Empires and Red Alert here, he knew every inch of this place. It was far enough from his school to avoid getting caught in a raid, yet not so distant that he couldn't usually make it back in time for class the next day, even after late-night gaming sessions. Evening buses were still plentiful in the city. By a little past 7, he stood before the gaming room's entrance. Inside, the familiar rows of computers remained, though the place was no longer called a computer game room. It had been renamed an internet cafe. Clearly, with the times advancing, the old-school gaming rooms that only allowed LAN-based multiplayer had evolved to offer internet access. Gazing at this internet cafe named Unlimited, he drifted into a daze. From his school days to graduation, he'd never felt any attachment to his school. If there was anything he truly cherished, perhaps it was only this internet cafe that had accompanied him through his final year and a half? Watching the many young people, just like he once was, wearing headphones and shouting excitedly in the internet cafe, he felt a bit lost in thought. Among them, might there be juniors from his alma mater? Or perhaps female juniors? Through the glass door, he clearly saw a short-haired girl inside, a cigarette dangling from her mouth. Her appearance was more disheveled than the boy's. Her left calf was pressed under her right thigh, her right hand clicking the mouse, her left hand hammering the keyboard without restraint. She would occasionally pick at her feet or grab a drink beside her for a big gulp. The young men beside her were much the same. Some were wolfing down crunchy instant noodles, choking and craning their necks, unwilling to pause even to take a sip of water. Their eyes were glued to the screens, each face radiating fervor and excitement. Infected by this atmosphere, Meng Rong's feet involuntarily took a step forward. But he immediately chuckled to himself. What was he doing here? He hadn't come to play games. With that thought, he turned decisively and walked toward a hotel about 10 meters away from the internet cafe. This hotel was where he had occasionally stayed during all-night gaming sessions back in the day, and it was also the only hotel he had ever stayed in during his school years. It was the only place he knew. As he walked away, he couldn't help but glance back at his juniors. A thought suddenly struck him. This is squandering youth. If he had spent this time learning skills back then, wouldn't things be much better now? The thought made him quicken his pace. He feared seeing these kids, as if he feared seeing his former self. Apart from some decorative changes in the lobby, the hotel remained largely unchanged. He booked a room. Sure enough, the price remained as affordable as before, 60 yuan per night, still within his means. Upon entering the room, he laid down on the simple bed. The room had an unpleasant smell, a hint of mold. But to him, it felt like a return to the past. He was long accustomed to it and found it no bother. After a short nap, his stomach growled like a drum, forcing him to find somewhere to eat. Naturally, finding a place was no trouble for him. He knew of a particularly delicious snack shop nearby. The owner, rumored to have run a restaurant in Guangdong before returning, was a master chef. But Meng Rong's absolute favorite was their stir-fried beef with rice noodles. The skill was simply unmatched, though the portions were a bit stingy. He often needed 2 plates at a time, and once even devoured 3 plates and still felt unsatisfied. Now that he was finally back, he naturally headed there to show his support again. When he found the place with ease, sure enough, the owners hadn't changed, still the same middle-aged couple. The shop wasn't big, but it was packed with customers. He found a seat and immediately ordered 2 plates of stir-fried beef with rice noodles. This caught the owner's wife off guard. She gave him a curious look and asked if he seemed familiar. Meng Rong smiled and said he was a regular customer. She chuckled, remarking that he didn't look old enough to be irregular, then cheerfully poured him a cup of hot water, suggesting he take a sip while waiting. Watching the disposable plastic cup warp slightly from the hot water, Meng Rong smiled faintly, unconcerned as he picked it up and drank. Not long after, 2 plates of piping hot, tender stir-fried beef noodles were brought over. Meng Rong greedily inhaled the aroma of green garlic, his appetite suddenly whetted. Just as he was about to dig in, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Several punk-styled youths, both boys and girls, barged in, loudly demanding the owner to whip up some dishes and ordering a dozen beers. The owner was naturally delighted to have more customers, but the problem was there were no more seats. Glancing around, she saw only Meng Rong's table occupied by a single person. She hesitantly suggested he share a table with the newcomers. Meng Rong had no objection, he just wanted to eat quickly and leave. But when the group sat down before him, he froze. Among them was the very same girl he'd spotted earlier at the internet cafe, the one with the unkempt appearance. Noticing his stare, she grew annoyed and snapped, "What are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before?" Seeing her youthful face trying so hard to look fierce made him chuckle inwardly. Not wanting to engage, he shrugged and buried his head in his food. The group of young men and women ignored him, chatting among themselves. After a few sentences, Meng Rong understood clearly these were indeed his juniors from the technical school. But the school's atmosphere was notoriously bad, with all sorts of strange incidents constantly happening. Everyone felt little attachment to the place, so even knowing they were his juniors, Meng Rong couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. Then, to his surprise, the group started popping open beer caps and drinking. The girl with the dirty fingernails drank with the most gusto. Drinking was one thing, but what stunned Meng Rong was that by the time he finished a plate of beef noodles, they had already started arguing, and the subject of their dispute was who was the better gamer. In the girl's eyes, the others were all noobs, completely worthless in her estimation. Being young people, who would just take that lying down? So they argued. And then they actually started fighting. The girl struck first, smashing a beer bottle directly at one of the guys. Enraged, he showed no trace of the old adage about gentlemen not fighting women. He grabbed a bottle and swung it straight at the girl's head. His motion was fierce and full of momentum. Before the girl could react, the bottle was already on her head. In the blink of an eye, Meng Rong, standing nearby, acted with lightning speed. With a swift tug, he yanked the girl out of harm's way. The boy swung his bottle at empty air, but without hesitation, he shifted his aim and swung again. With nowhere to dodge, Meng Rong instinctively thrust out his left arm to block the blow. A piercing scream erupted. The pain was excruciating. The bottle shattered into pieces. Still unsatisfied, the boy prepared to strike again. This time, however, bystanders finally snapped to attention and held him back forcefully, preventing further violence. Clutching his right forearm tightly, Meng Rong grimaced in agony. He roared, "You want to kill me?" The roar seemed to snap the boy back to his senses. He had intended to hit someone, but not kill them. Murder was too grave a crime. Even with his hot-headed temper and now being held back by others, he hesitated and gradually calmed down. The girl beside them, however, was terrified. She might be willful, but that didn't mean she wasn't afraid. Having narrowly escaped death, her face was deathly pale as she clung tightly behind Meng Rong, not daring to peek out. The boy who'd broken free from the crowd snorted heavily and spat out a threat, You wait. When we get back to school, I'll make sure you pay for this." With that, he took off running. The other boys and girls exchanged glances and silently followed suit. The landlady didn't dare stop him. Such troublemakers were not someone she could afford to provoke. She knew these hot-headed youths, caught in the reckless phase of adolescence, were capable of acting without restraint. If they grew bolder, they could stir up serious trouble. Getting involved would only bring headaches, so she let them go. Watching them disappear, Meng Rong finally forced himself to ignore the pain. He hoisted his arm, only to find his forearm turning purple and throbbing intensely. He tried rotating it. Thankfully, it still moved. The landlady kindly examined it, concluding it was likely just a bruise with no fracture. She then fetched a bottle of bruise-healing alcohol from the back room and began rubbing it on Meng Rong's arm. As she applied it, she remarked, "Thank goodness I learned some medical knowledge back when I worked as a nurse for a few years." Meng Rong grimaced in pain. How had a simple meal turned into this? He felt helpless. After reluctantly paying the bill, he couldn't bear to linger a moment longer. He hurried back to the hotel to rest. He had business to attend to tomorrow. As he walked, clutching his injured arm, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw the same girl who had picked her toes following him out. Meng Rong ignored her, focusing on his own steps. But after walking for a while, he realized she was still trailing behind him. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you following me?" The girl replied, looking a bit embarrassed, "I just wanted to thank you." "Thank you? Oh, I accept it. Now please leave." The girl didn't budge, however, matching his pace step for step. This made Meng Rong extremely uncomfortable, forcing him to ask again what she wanted. "I need to get back to the dorm," the girl said, sounding hurt. "But it's a bit far. I need someone to walk me there." Meng Rong felt like cursing. Was she clinging to him? No time. With that, he turned and walked away quickly. "Meng Rong," the girl suddenly called out. "What?" Startled, Meng Rong froze and spun around. "You? How do you know my name?" The girl smiled. "Because your photo and name are featured prominently in our school's archives of past inter-school technical competitions. You're our school's pride, so of course I remember. Plus, I'm 3 years younger than you. I saw you when I first enrolled, and I recognized you just now. I was just hesitant to confirm." Meng Rong froze. Pride? What nonsense! Was she being sarcastic? "Senior, I'm worried about retaliation. Could you please take me back to school?" "Sorry, my arm hurts." "I can't." "But your foot doesn't hurt. You're the one with the sore foot." Despite his words, Meng Rong could only sigh at his own misfortune. He walked the girl all the way back to his former alma mater. As they approached the familiar campus gates, he noticed a sign hanging on the right side of the large iron gate, Pengdan City 4th Vocational Technical School. Meng Rong felt a wave of distraction wash over him and started to walk away. But the girl called after him again. "Senior, could you give me your contact number and address?" "What for?" Meng Rong asked warily. "So I can write to you. Let's be pen pals." Meng Rong nearly choked on his own blood. Chapter 25, White Collar versus Blue Collar. Meng Rong sped away from his alma mater. He'd never felt deeply attached to the place. After all, his years there hadn't left many good impressions. Lax management, boring courses. Most kids who came here felt like they'd been dumped in a garbage dump. Especially the large number of rural students, honest and simple-hearted, their parents had pinned so many hopes on them. But after arriving here, they were quickly lured into bad habits and began to run wild. Such cases were far from rare. They were so commonplace that he had grown numb to them. Meng Rong had known a classmate who had been such a good, honest kid when he first arrived. Even when many tried to lure him out to watch videos or play pool, he remained unmoved. Every day, he diligently attended classes and studied. Though not naturally gifted, he was hardworking and sincere. Yet this student was constantly bullied, with people picking on him from time to time. Still, he persevered, never betraying his true self. Until one day, over a minor incident, he was beaten so badly his nose bled, the blood pooling on the floor. This honest student cried, weeping bitterly. The next day, he left school on his own accord, firmly telling his family he would no longer study there. Meng Rong never saw him again. He only knew that the person who had beaten him later felt immense regret, self-reproach, and guilt. How did he know? Because the person who beat him up was none other than himself. Recalling the past, Meng Rong felt a complex mix of emotions and inexplicable shame. It was his own momentary pride and competitiveness that led him to pick a fight over a trivial matter with that honest classmate. He regretted it immediately afterward. Now, with a bit more life experience, he despised his own ignorance. But words were useless now. The past couldn't be undone, there was no remedy for regret. After leaving, Meng Rong returned to the hotel. Rolling up his sleeve, he examined his forearm and rubbed on some red flower oil. The initial searing pain had made him fear it was broken, but now it felt somewhat better. He couldn't believe that just going out for a meal had led to so much trouble. He gave a wry smile, took a deep breath, and decided to put these thoughts aside. Clearing his mind, he turned his focus to preparing the talking points for tomorrow's business meeting. If Meng Rong had any confidence left, it stemmed from being backed into a corner. He had no other choice. Xianghua Auto Repair was, after all, a well-established name. Though he lacked his father's technical expertise, the core team and structure remained intact. There was still a chance to turn things around. No matter what, he had to perform well tomorrow. Even if he came away empty-handed, it would be better than not daring to give it his all. His mind raced with calculations and deliberations, how to persuade the other party, how to present himself. He practiced his pitch aloud, muttering to himself, until exhaustion finally overtook him and he fell into a deep sleep. At 6:30 the next morning, the alarm's urgent ding-a-ling jolted Meng Rong awake. He sat bolt upright, instantly alert at the thought of today's big event. His left arm still ached slightly, but after moving it a bit, he found it wasn't serious and didn't bother with it. He unwrapped a disposable toothbrush and tube of toothpaste, brushed his teeth, and hurried out. At a street stall, he wolfed down a bowl of mixed wontons and a steamer basket of Xiaolongbao before hailing a taxi and racing toward Shirda Electric Motor Factory. Before 7:30, he was already standing at the entrance of Shirda Electric Motor Factory. Glancing at his watch, he suddenly realized he might have arrived too early. Feeling slightly awkward, he adjusted his tie and surveyed his surroundings. Though not among Fengdan City's most prominent enterprises, Shirda Electric held a top-tier position within the motor industry. Consequently, its main gate was quite imposing, far more so than the entrance to Xin Electric, where he'd once worked in the provincial capital. The entire gate resembled a flag design, radiating the company's spirited and upward momentum. Embedded atop the gate were 4 large golden characters, Shirda Electric. The calligraphy was vigorous and powerful. Below, in smaller characters, was the name of the inscriber, but the 3 characters were written in such an unusual and sloppy style that Meng Rong couldn't recognize a single one. The perimeter wall was constructed of red brick and cement, its surface dotted with decorative glass fragments. An elliptical opening in the center featured rows of vertical iron bars. Peering through the gaps revealed rows of trees, beyond which stood uniform rows of factory buildings. Meng Rong glanced around, finding almost no place to rest his feet. Across from Shirda Electric was another factory. This entire area was industrial zones. He had visited this industrial park several times during his technical internship and retained a faint memory of the surrounding geography. With no other options, Meng Rong tapped on the glass of the security guard booth. The young guard politely explained that it wasn't yet working hours, so even with an appointment, he couldn't be allowed inside to wait. Come back at 8:30, the guard advised. He'd seen plenty of salespeople like this, all dressed up in suits and ties, eager to pitch products early, but ultimately just salespeople. Not until 8:30? Meng Rong gritted his teeth at the delay but resigned himself to waiting. He staked out a spot on the left side of the gate, where sunlight warmed him slightly. His suit looked sharp, but it had its drawbacks. It kept him chilly. Rubbing his hands together, he paced back and forth on the sidewalk, trying to stay warm. Before long, people began arriving in small groups for work. Meng Rong observed for a while and noticed the crowd wasn't large. Few drove, most came by bike or on foot. The majority were middle-aged, dressed smartly, likely managers who lived off-site with families of their own. Some glanced at him, sized him up, and, finding him unremarkable, paid him no further attention. Though embarrassed, Meng Rong steeled himself and pretended not to care. Soon an hour passed. Glancing at his watch, he walked back to the security booth and asked the guard, "Sir, could you please announce my arrival?" The guard glanced at him, uttered an "oh," and dialed a number. "Hello, is this the office? Someone is here to see President Yuan. He says he has an appointment." "No appointment? Oh, then I'll have him leave." "Ah, ask him his name?" Where are you from?" "Xianghua Machinery Repair, Meng Rong." "Okay, understood." After hanging up, the guard finally said, "Please fill out the visitor registration form, then proceed directly to the conference room on the 3rd floor of the office building to wait." Meng Rong picked up a pen and began writing in the logbook. As he wrote, he asked, "Which building is the office building?" The security guard smiled. "After entering the main gate, walk about 100 meters along the main road. You'll see a 5-story building with white tile exterior on your right. That's our office building. Don't wander into other areas. If you can't find it, just ask someone." Meng Rong thanked him repeatedly, set down his pen, and entered the factory grounds through a side gate. The factory grounds were quite large. He walked past 3 rows of factory buildings before spotting the office tower. After registering again at the front desk, a young receptionist led him to a conference room on the 3rd floor. He had only visited Cinny's factory offices a few times before, and the office tower's atmosphere struck him as quite different. As a technical staff member, he always felt somewhat out of place among the white-collar professionals in the office building. Even dressed in a suit, he felt a twinge of unease. The men and women he saw coming and going, wearing name tags and smart attire, seemed to tower above him. Back then, the distinctions between gold-collar, white-collar, blue-collar, and gray-collar workers weren't as pronounced, yet these roles began to form an invisible social hierarchy, almost like a natural-born caste system. Meng Rong didn't envy the elegance of the white-collar workers, but from his time in the factory, he sensed an unnecessary reverence among the ordinary workers toward those in the office. He thought he didn't care, but now it seemed he had been affected after all. But now was not the time for such thoughts. He forced himself to focus, waiting for Yuan Ningjuan's summons. The conference room here was far more upscale than the one at Xianghua Machinery Repair. Gray carpet covered the floor, somewhat worn but spotless. The walnut-colored conference table was immaculate, holding only a few bottles of mineral water lined up neatly. The leather armchairs flanking the table were arranged with meticulous precision. Feeling slightly uneasy, he glanced around, unsure which side would be appropriate. Finally, he steeled himself and chose the row nearest the door. After the receptionist asked if he wanted mineral water or tea, Meng Rong considered his options and opted for tea, craving something warm. The receptionist efficiently brewed a cup and brought it over, asking him to wait a moment. The wait felt interminably long. The hot tea finally thawed his frozen hands, but in the silent conference room, he found himself idly drifting into a sea of bored thoughts. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the door opened. A man of medium build but distinguished bearing, around 50 years old, entered. He scanned Meng Rong, who promptly stood up, feeling both nervous and uncertain. "Hello, Mr. Yuan? You must be Xiao Meng, right? Have a seat." Yuan Ningjun appeared straightforward and commanding, yet not overly intimidating. He extended his hand and shook Meng Rong's. Yuan Ningjun walked straight over and sat down across from Meng Rong. Before Meng Rong could speak, he said, "Young Meng, I knew your father. He was a good man, but it's a pity he passed away so young. Please take care of yourself." Moved, Meng Rong expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Months had passed, yet the pain lingered. Now consumed with keeping the factory afloat, he simply didn't have time for prolonged sorrow. After some casual conversation, Meng Rong learned that Yuan Mingjun and Meng Xianghua had crossed paths professionally years ago, both having worked at the same factory. Though they were young then and only met occasionally afterward, Yuan held a lasting impression of Meng Xianghua's character. He hadn't needed to personally receive a young visitor, but since this was the son of an old acquaintance and Wang Jia had specifically requested it, he granted the courtesy. But Yuan Mingjun wasn't one for beating around the bush either. "Meng Rong, I'll be frank with you. Accountant Wang is a distant relative of mine. She told me a bit about your situation, and I'd like to help if I can. But Shirda Electric is a large factory, as you've seen. With a factory this size, everything must be standardized, especially our products. Even the slightest deviation in specifications or quality is unacceptable. If we rashly place orders with you, what if you can't deliver? I heard your factory only has 2 old, worn-out machines, right? I'm afraid that won't work." Meng Rong's voice sounded a bit dry. "Well, Mr. Yuan, our Xianghua factory may be small, and our machines might be a bit outdated, but our workers are skilled. We produce a lot every year and have built a decent reputation in the industry for our machining." Yuan Mingjun stared at him with a smile, clearly unconvinced. Chapter 26, Coincidence. In Yuan Mingjun's view, Meng Rong's machine repair shop held little value. Yet, due to their past connection and a request from accountant Wang, he felt inclined to lend a hand. Yet the young Meng Rong before him seemed like a greenhorn, hardly the most reliable prospect. Meng Rong expounded at length, detailing Xianghua Machine Repair's history and past product lines. It must be said that over these past months, while he hadn't grasped much else, he had become thoroughly familiar with Xianghua's operations. Listening to his somewhat hurried and slightly stammering explanation of Xianghua's operations, Yuan Mingjun nodded to himself. It wasn't entirely unreliable, there was some foundation there. "What brands are those 2 machine tools? How's their performance?" Yuan Mingjun suddenly asked. After chatting for a while, he quickly zeroed in on the crucial point. The entire core of Xianghua Machine Repair's machining capability stemmed from the 2 old machine tools the factory had acquired. 1 Kunming Machinery 1-meter vertical lathe and 1 Hangzhou 750 horizontal grinding machine, Meng Rong answered without hesitation. He knew these like the back of his hand. They were the company's foundation, and ignorance wasn't an option. It's important to understand that standard lathes process workpieces lying horizontally, with the cutting tool moving horizontally. Due to structural and precision limitations, the maximum workpiece diameter they can handle is around 600 millimeters. For larger parts, a vertical lathe is required, where the workpiece is secured on a horizontally rotating table and the cutting tool moves vertically up and down. A 1-meter vertical lathe was rarely seen in small workshops during the 1990s. Only factories with some capital would invest in such specialized equipment. The one at Xianghua Machine Shop was selected by Meng Rong's father from a batch of decommissioned factory lathes, a vintage Kunming machine tool from the 1960s. It was chosen for 2 reasons. First, its low-cost scrap metal prices meant it only ran 5 or 600 yuan. Second, its acceptable precision, with straightness and roundness tolerances around 3 microns. The flat grinder's origin was similar. Both were salvaged from factory discards, refurbished, and sufficient for small workshops. Meng Rong wasn't entirely clear on all these stories, but he understood the machine's capabilities. Listening to Meng Rong casually describe the machine's capabilities and specifications, Yuan Mingjun nodded. He wasn't genuinely interested in the machines themselves, he just wanted to gauge Meng Rong's competence. After asking a few more casual questions, he became even more certain that Meng Rong wasn't some clueless fool just coasting by. This laid some groundwork for potential future collaboration. When Meng Rong finished speaking and waited nervously for his response, Yuan Mingjun paused thoughtfully. "You've seen my business card. It's true I'm the office director at Shirda Motors, and I oversee the entire office building. But that doesn't mean I manage production, sales, or procurement. I can only introduce you to our procurement manager, Xiong Yurong. She happens to be related to our general manager, and she has a rather peculiar temperament. Even I don't have the easiest time dealing with her. That's why I need to assess you first before introducing you to her. Whether it works out or not is still up in the air. I can only act as an intermediary, I can't influence anything else. What do you think?" To be honest, hearing this left Meng Rong feeling rather deflated. He hadn't expected that after all this effort, he was still just trying to impress another middleman, without even meeting the real decision-maker. Noticing Meng Rong's disappointment, Yuan Mingjun chuckled wryly. Without further explanation, he stood up to fetch Supervisor Xiong. After a long while, a stout, plump, and rather elderly middle-aged lady shuffled in, muttering under her breath. "That old Yuan is such a pain. I'm swamped and he keeps sending all sorts of people my way." Upon seeing Meng Rong was just a young buck, her displeasure deepened. She bellowed, "Hey, kid! What's your deal with old Yuan? No backdoor deals here." "Absolutely not." Old Yuan, trailing behind her, was getting a headache. This old bear was getting more stubborn with age. If it weren't for their good relationship, he'd never have taken on this headache-inducing task. Seeing Meng Rong's flustered, crimson-faced expression, Yuan Mingjun practically dragged Xiong Yurong into the conference room. "Look," he insisted, "out of respect for our old friend, this is his son here on business. His factory has some unique skills, might just be what you need. Help me? Help my ass." Xiong Yurong remained as blunt as ever, turning to Meng Rong. "Young man, I advise you to turn around and go back where you came from." Her voice boomed with such force that, were it not for her luxurious furs and refined attire, she would have looked every inch a feisty countrywoman. Meng Rong gaped, utterly speechless. She hadn't given him a chance to speak. He turned to Yuan Mingjun for help. Comrade old Yuan looked utterly helpless. Who knew what had gotten into Xiong Yurong today? Normally, she'd at least give some face, but now she was as volatile as a powder keg. After much persuasion, Xiong Yurong finally sat down to listen to Meng Rong stammer through a pitch about his professional strengths. Her face, however, was thick with impatience as she continued to mutter, "This greenhorn is barely older than my own son. What business is he talking about? Poof. My son, sigh, never mind. It gives me a headache." In short, whatever Meng Rong said, it just didn't connect with Supervisor Xiong. She simply wasn't interested in engaging with him at all. Finally, Yuan Mingjun could do nothing but shoot Meng Rong an apologetic glance. He hadn't been able to help this time, he truly couldn't, despite his best efforts. At this point, Meng Rong had run out of words. He could only gesture his thanks to Yuan Mingjun, feeling utterly hopeless about the rest. Xiong Yurong was speaking loudly when the conference room door suddenly opened. The receptionist peeked in and said, "Supervisor Xiong, the security guard just called. Your son is here to see you." "Oh? That little brat decided to visit me." Xiong Yurong, who had just been scolding her son for being lazy, perked up instantly, clearly delighted by her precious son's unexpected arrival. She muttered under her breath, "That little brat probably needs money again. He's here to ask me for cash." She then turned to complain to Yuan Mingjun, "Not like your daughter, already off to college. Mine, sigh, never mind. Good for nothing. This should be his school time, how did he get out?" Without so much as a glance at Meng Rong, she walked off on her own. Yuan Mingjun and Meng Rong were left sitting in silence. "Well, this is a bit awkward. Why don't you head back first? I'll find another opportunity to introduce you later." Yuan Mingjun felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was the office director, and old Xiong had been difficult to deal with today. He felt he'd lost face. Meng Rong sighed helplessly, offering his thanks once more. After a moment of silent sitting, he stood to take his leave. His heart felt icy cold. He had come brimming with enthusiasm, only to end up in such an awkward situation. There were no such free lunches in this world. A bitter taste filled his mouth. It seemed his luck just wasn't that good after all. Dejected, Meng Rong left the conference room with his head hanging low. He walked to the elevator door, ready to head downstairs. Just as he reached the door, it swung open. That bear of a supervisor, whose eyes seemed to be perched on top of his head, emerged grinning from ear to ear. Meng Rong's expression darkened as he darted aside, unwilling to face another public scolding. Sure enough, the supervisor didn't even glance at him, instead bellowing, "Xiaobao! You finally came to see your mom. Come on, let's go to the office. I've got something tasty for you." Hearing this, Meng Rong thought to himself that mothers everywhere must be the same, always treating their children as if they were still little, constantly worrying they weren't eating well. Behind her, two figures emerged one after the other. Meng Rong stood nearby, head bowed, too disinterested to look up. Suddenly, a clear, startled exclamation rang out. "Hey, Meng Rong? What are you doing here?" Meng Rong was a bit surprised. The voice sounded familiar. He looked up and froze instantly. Standing before him was a girl with a pretty face, long hair cascading down her shoulders, and a pure, innocent look in her white dress. He felt a twinge of confusion. She seemed familiar. Beside her, a boy with the distinctive voice of puberty asked, "Anan, who is he? Meng Rong? That guy?" "Yep, that's him." "Hey, what are you doing here?" The girl named Anan suddenly leaned in close to Meng Rong, her face almost touching his, startling him. She looked so innocent, but why was she acting so rough? She looked kinda like... Ah! Meng Rong suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the short-haired, scruffy girl he'd escorted back to school last night? She looked completely different. It was so shocking. Was this really the same person who looked like a ghost with all that makeup yesterday? He couldn't believe it. "Your hair." Meng Rong hesitated, unsure how to continue. The girl chuckled, tossing her hair. She was about to explain further when her eyes darted around, realizing the inappropriate setting. Instantly reverting to her innocent persona, she turned back to the boy with a sweet smile. "Xiaobao, this is the senior I told you about. He's incredibly talented. He's the first person in our school's history to win the Inter-School League Championship. We all admire him, right?" The boy named Xiaobao nodded. "Yeah, I remember that too. And you mentioned..." The girl pinched him playfully, cutting him off. Xiaobao winced at the pinch and quickly amended, "Yeah, we totally admire him." Meng Rong wore a wry smile, unsure what to say. Xiong, the supervisor standing nearby, looked surprised. "Ha? This kid is your classmate?" "Not a classmate, but an alumni senior, a truly remarkable person." Anan took Xiong's hand. "Auntie, he helped me out before. He's got great character. Both Xiaobao and I really admire him. Never thought we'd run into him here. What a coincidence." Manager Xiong's eyes, perched high on her head, finally glanced downward as she appraised Meng Rong. "I see. Well then, come on in and take a seat. Since you're Xiaobao's friend." Anan winked at Meng Rong, signaling him to follow. From being ignored to being invited in, the reversal happened in an instant. Meng Rong felt like he was in a dream as he followed into Xiong Yurong's office. True to her role in procurement, the room was crammed with all manner of items. Most were clearly product samples from the factory, but there were also plenty of food and drink, evidence that Supervisor Xiong had received her fair share of perks. Still, displaying them so openly in her office would take some serious clout. Watching Xiaobao trail closely behind Anan, obeying his every word like a little sidekick, Meng Rong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed Xiaobao had developed quite a crush on Anan, yet Anan maintained a strict sense of boundaries. Clearly, their feelings weren't entirely mutual. Chapter 27, A Trial Run. Xiaobao appeared controlled by Anan. In their relatively intimate gestures, Anan clearly took the lead. Yet it didn't seem like early romance. Their actions stopped just short of crossing the line. Supervisor Xiong, loving the house for the bird's sake, couldn't care less about her son's romantic status. Getting a girl to come home was his skill, and seeing her beaming face left Meng Rong deeply impressed. While Manager Xiong was busy arranging food and drinks, and was momentarily called away for a task, the three had a brief conversation. Upon hearing that Meng Rong was actually here on business, Anan quickly said to Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you absolutely must help Meng Rong. I almost got bullied yesterday, and he was the one who helped me." Xiaobao looked troubled. "What can I do to help?" Anan's almond-shaped eyes widened, then her little mouth suddenly puckered as tears welled up. Xiaobao hurried to comfort her. Sniffling, Anan declared, "I knew you didn't care about me. Look. Look." She walked over, ignoring Meng Rong's protests, and forcefully rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. "See? This is the injury he got for me. He helped me. What about you? You always say you'll be my protector at school. Where were you then?" Xiaobao immediately panicked. Okay. I'll definitely get my mom to help him. Is that alright? Don't worry." After Xiaobao repeatedly softened his tone and coaxed her, Nan's pretty face gradually cleared from its stormy expression. Perhaps having witnessed the tragic tale of Sui Yuan, Meng Rong saw their relationship as clear as a mirror. Anan manipulated Xiaobao, exploiting his affection even his pursuit, while Xiaobao reveled in the dynamic. It was a case of Zhou Yu beating Huang Dai, one willing to strike, the other willing to endure. Even if they weren't officially lovers, it was hard to imagine them focusing on their schoolwork. Meng Rong sighed inwardly, though her face remained smiling. Why are you two here during class time? Meng Rong couldn't help but ask. Oh, today's class was boring, so we skipped it, Anan replied casually, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. But upon seeing Meng Rong's furrowed brow, she inexplicably offered further explanation. It really was dull, just a bunch of old men spouting sleep-inducing theories. If it were a practical class, I promise I'd be the first to show up, right, Xiaobao? She nudged Xiaobao as she spoke. Xiaobao nodded vigorously in agreement. Meng Rong remained silent, but inside, he sighed deeply. If only he could go back, listen to those old guys' lectures properly, and study diligently, how much better that would be. She was just like him back then, only drawn to hands-on practical classes. What use was theory? Mastering the skills was all that mattered. Having a trade would make finding work easy. If time could turn back, Meng Rong thought she would study hard. Now, watching one generation repeat the mistakes of the last, Meng Rong desperately wanted to lecture them both, yet she didn't know where to begin. Finally, she could only force out a question. Not attending class? Then what are you doing at Shirda Motors? Just hanging around to see Supervisor Xiong? Xiaobao replied proactively, no, it's not like that. Anan just wanted to come over and check out the factory first. If the conditions are good, she'd like to try to get a job here in the future. Meng Rong understood. Xiaobao was genuinely honest and adorable. Anan wasn't just here to look around, she was likely eyeing a future job placement. She wanted to find a good spot and secure a powerful connection. With Xiaobao's mother, Supervisor Xiong, in her position, wouldn't it be easy for her to get into the factory? This Anan was young, yet her thoughts were quite complicated. She was full of scheming. But these matters weren't his concern. He could only smile as he watched the two chat, silently pondering his next move. After a long while, Xiong Yurong entered with a worried frown. Xiaobao immediately asked, Mom, what's wrong? Xiong Yurong shook her head. Clearly troubled by work, she didn't want to elaborate. Instead, she asked her son with concern, Xiaobao, why didn't you go to class today? Here, try this plum blossom cake. Come on, let your friend have some too. With that, she grinned and pressed the pastry into Anan's hands. Thank you, Auntie. Anan stood up, her voice sweet and ingratiating, like a well-behaved girl. If Meng Rong hadn't seen her other side, he might have believed her. Xiong Yurong seemed quite pleased with her pretty face, gentle demeanor. How did her dim-witted son get so lucky? But glancing at Xiaobao's adoring gaze toward Anan, a twinge of displeasure surfaced. Was her son already falling for another woman? A sour pang gripped her heart. Xiaobao, however, paid no heed to her thoughts. Focused solely on completing the task Anan had assigned him, he immediately interjected, this Meng Rong brother is our friend and a senior fellow student. Mom, if you can help him, please do. I know you have quite a few orders under your control. Xiong Yurong's eyes widened in exasperation. This son of hers. She did hold orders, but could she just hand them over to anyone? Her anger flared as she shot Meng Rong a sharp glance, convinced her son had been manipulated. Meng Rong felt both innocent and awkward. Manager Xiong, I apologize for troubling you. If it's inconvenient, I'll come visit another day. Xiong Yurong frowned, her tone leaving no room for argument. Wait. Sit down. Over the years, her son had grown rebellious in his youth, becoming withdrawn at home. He rarely spoke to her, and when he did, his attitude was terrible. She always felt helpless about it. Now that he'd finally come to the factory to see her, this might be a rare chance to make him happy. How could she let it slip away? She was actually grateful to Anan for getting her son to speak so much today. If she turned Meng Rong away right now, her precious son might just retreat back into his shell, falling silent again. Who knew what state he'd be in then? And who could predict how long this rebellious phase would last? So no matter what, she had to help him out. A sudden flash of inspiration made Xiong Yurong's eyebrows twitch sharply, and a faint smile appeared. Oh, right, you mentioned earlier what your factory actually does? He had already explained this earlier, but clearly Xiong Yurong hadn't heard a word. Meng Rong had no choice but to repeat himself. Just as he began, another major service we offer is auto repair. You mean you can do repairs? Xiong Yurong suddenly perked up. Yeah, this machine shop it's for, fixing those things. Meng Rong was a bit baffled, unsure what had sparked her excitement. I happen to have a job right now. A car broke down, and I want to give it to you to fix. If you get it done, I can give you orders later, Xiong Yurong said with great authority. What kind of car? Meng Rong asked. Oh, our boss's car. He says the engine's acting up. Sending it to a professional shop in the provincial capital would be a hassle, it'd be gone for weeks. He told me to find a reliable place to fix it. He needs it back in 3 days. Can you guarantee it'll be ready by then? I'll pay whatever it takes, but you must promise it'll be fixed. If it's fixed, all good. If not, I might just come after you for compensation. Xiong Yurong's tone carried a hint of threat. Her words were harsh, but the situation presented a genuine opportunity. What make is it? Audi, Xiong Yurong replied. Meng Rong sucked in a sharp breath. This job wouldn't be easy. It was a luxury car, fully imported, with parts only available from overseas. If the engine block was faulty, it would need a complete replacement, and that meant importing genuine parts from Germany. Any minor repair would start at tens of thousands, not including shipping. That alone was bad enough, but the real issue was time. Where could you get parts delivered in a week or two? Getting them within a month would be lucky, depending entirely on smooth customs clearance and logistics. But under Xiong Yurong's wolf-like lair, Meng Rong had no choice. He'd have to take the risk. This job was his to take whether he liked it or not. Still a greenhorn, he knew his father would have handled it with confidence, but even he couldn't guarantee a 3-day turnaround. I can take this job, Meng Rong declared with unwavering resolve. Heaven knew his heart was pounding like a drum inside, yet he had to put on a show of nonchalance, as if this were merely a warm-up. Xiong Yurong nodded approvingly. Like a man. Good. But I made it clear, if you can't fix it, you know the consequences. Oof. I won't hide it from you, the boss entrusted this job to me. I don't want to betray his trust. As she spoke, Xiong Yurong couldn't help but grumble inwardly. She hadn't expected this mess to land on her plate. Why couldn't old Yuan, the office director, handle it? Instead, he'd come up with some excuse about being too busy to manage it, somehow convincing the boss to dump the responsibility on her. What a ridiculous hassle. Just as she was fretting over how to resolve this naive young man had practically walked into her lap. Might as well take advantage of the opportunity. As for promises like repairing it in 3 days, those were just off-the-cuff remarks. She knew full well the repairs would be complicated. How could she possibly control the timeline? Still, she'd give the young man a chance. Who knows? Rest assured, Ms. Xiong, I'll give it my all, Meng Rong replied. But then he added hesitantly, however, I haven't seen the vehicle's exact condition yet, so I can't make a firm promise. Would it be okay if we give you an estimate after we've inspected it? After all. Xiong Yurong thought about it. He was right, making promises without knowing the specifics wasn't reliable. All right, she said. Go check it out and let me know. I didn't bring any tools. With just my naked eye, I'm afraid I can't pinpoint the problem directly. Could we arrange to have it towed to our workshop for inspection? Meng Rong now had no choice but to tough it out and negotiate terms. Surprisingly, this actually gave Xiong Yurong a bit more confidence in him. This young man didn't seem to be making empty promises. She readily agreed. They discussed the details, planning to arrange a truck to haul the vehicle to Xianghua Machine Repair Shop. Then they realized Shirta had its own truck, saving them the shipping cost. Meng Rong, right? It's settled then. You have 3 days. If it's not fixed, we're towing it back. Xiong Yurong felt a wave of relief at offloading the responsibility. She called her assistant to guide Meng Rong through the process while she stayed in the office chatting with Xiao Bao and Anan. Meng Rong quickly inspected the Audi. As expected, he couldn't pinpoint the engine malfunction and had to arrange for towing and inspection. After signing a guarantee form and completing the paperwork, the truck was loaded and hauled away in no time. Shirta Motors' efficiency was decent. They secured the vehicle onto the truck swiftly. He climbed into the cab to ride along. Just before departure, Xiao Bao and Anan came to see him off. Xiao Bao seemed genuinely pleased to have assisted him. After all, Anan was visibly happy, and her joy meant his own. Seeing Anan's pretty face glowing brighter than flowers, Meng Rong couldn't help but ask, "What happened to your hair?" "It was short last night." Anan shot Meng Rong a glare. "Simple, I wore a wig." With that, she casually removed the flowing long hair, the wig revealing neatly combed, uniformly slicked back short hair underneath. She exhaled. "Short hair is so much more refreshing. Long hair just doesn't suit me." Chapter 28, Straight Talk. Meng Rong returned to the machine repair shop with the truck. Along the way, he stopped to check out of his room, grab some luggage, and change clothes. Otherwise, the journey passed without incident. No sooner had he returned to the yard and begun directing the unloading than Huang the Fat rushed out. His eyes widened at the sight, an Audi sedan. He'd never serviced one before. In China at that time, it was a true luxury car. Few could be found in the entire county, and their owners were well known. It wasn't like later China, where they filled the streets and were no longer rare. Moreover, such vehicles typically had designated service centers for repairs. Why would it be brought to Xianghua? Running his hand over the ODI smooth hood, Huang Fatso voiced his puzzlement. Meng Rong smiled faintly. "Because I promised I could fix it. With you here, brother Huang, and me lending a hand, there's no job we can't handle." Huang Fatty perked up, surprised by Meng Rong's confidence in him. He straightened his back and chimed in, Right. With us two on the job, we'll fix it for sure. It's just a 4-wheeled contraption, not like we've never tackled something with more wheels than a train. Leave it to us." But before he could finish, a slap brought him back to his senses. Wang Zuosi delivered a hard smack on his thick back. "Huang, you're out of your mind. Have you even looked at this thing? If you wreck it, can you even afford to pay for the damage?" Wang Zuosi shook his trademark yellow hair, his face dripping with scorn. "You should at least draft your boasts. Who'd have thought a straight-laced guy like you could spout such nonsense?" Seeing Meng Rong's displeased expression, he added without mincing words, "Meng Rong, I advise you not to get carried away either. Business is already slow enough as it is. We can't afford to lose this thing." By then, the other workers had gathered around, pointing and whispering. With some downtime on their hands, the arrival of such a high-end sedan naturally piqued everyone's curiosity. Most nodded silently in agreement with Wang Zuoxi's words. It wasn't that they didn't want to make money, but if they couldn't fix the car properly, they'd be in real trouble. Meng Rong didn't respond immediately to Wang Zuoxi's comment. He hadn't failed to consider the risks. If the car couldn't be fixed, it might tarnish their reputation, but surely it wouldn't cost them a fortune. Yet Wang Zuoxi's words made him hesitate. But now that they'd taken the job, backing out was out of the question. Hadn't he seen the delivery truck driver staring wide-eyed at them? He therefore remained outwardly calm as he stated, "We won't pay compensation. We'll fix it. Everyone, stand down for now. We'll discuss it after we've inspected it. Brother Huang, get to work." "Ah, got it. Let's get to work." Fat Huang, seeing an opportunity, didn't care about the consequences. He just wanted to cash in first. Wasn't there a popular saying lately, "Live it up before you die"? If he could fix an Audi, he could brag about it forever, bringing glory to his family. Wang Zuoxi and the others had intended to stick around for the spectacle, but Meng Rong's stern expression made them scatter, watching from a distance. Huang Fatso happily climbed into the car, letting out a satisfied sigh. "Wow, look at this interior. These specs top of the line." Watching his chubby, greasy hands grope around everywhere, Meng Rong couldn't help but interject, "Stop touching it. We'll clean it later, it's a pain. This is the big boss's car. Don't scratch it up." Huang Fatso gave an embarrassed chuckle, reluctantly withdrawing his hands. Only then did he start the engine and slowly maneuver the car onto the pit. The moment it settled, he eagerly opened the door and declared to Meng Rong, "The engine." "It's the engine." "No kidding," Meng Rong retorted irritably. "We need to check it first. Anyone can tell it's an engine problem. The real question is whether it can be fixed." He glanced around. Most of the people nearby had little else to do and were craning their necks to watch the commotion. Shirta's driver, growing impatient, kept checking his watch and bellowed, "Hurry up with the inspection. Just tell us straight, can it be fixed or not?" During the ride over, he and Meng Rong hadn't exchanged many words. The driver seemed to look down on this youngster, appearing impatient. This trip was essentially a wasted effort for him, no value, just burning fuel. He'd only briefly informed Meng Rong that the factory had ordered them to bring it in for inspection. If it couldn't be fixed, they were to haul it back immediately and not waste time. If not for the face he owed to Supervisor Xiong and General Manager Yuan, he genuinely wouldn't have bothered with this job. Arriving to find it was just a small, run-down factory only made him more resentful. Hearing his question, Meng Rong's heart sank. He forced a smile and said, "Please calm down. We haven't checked it yet." Right away, right away." He shot a knowing glance at Huang the Fat, who caught the signal. The two began whispering to each other. The engine was still running. Listening to the noise, Meng Rong said uncertainly, "This noise is pretty loud. Doesn't it sound a bit like that idle vibration we had before? Listen, there's a constant hissing sound coming from under the hood." If it was indeed an idle vibration, perhaps even the fault was the same, making the repair straightforward. Fat Huang nodded, then shook his head. "It looks similar, but it probably isn't. When I first started driving it, it felt sluggish and slow to accelerate. The old one had a similar sensation, but the noise wasn't this loud. So, let me check it first." Despite his size, Huang was no slacker when it came to work. He called over another mechanic, old Zhao. Together, the three of them carefully lifted the hood of the Audi and began their inspection. The moment the hood opened, a thick, acrid smell hit them. The engine compartment was already filled with oil smoke. Caught off guard, the three coughed violently, quickly covering their mouths and noses. After waving his hands to clear the air, Meng Rong looked up at Huang. Huang, having coughed a few times, seemed unfazed. Instead, he took a deep breath and chuckled, "The engine oil's been completely burned up. This isn't a minor issue." "Then why are you laughing?" Old Zhao beside him asked, puzzled. "You just don't get it," Huang Fatso beamed. "The worse the problem, the higher the price we can charge for the repair. What's there to fear?" Meng Rong shook his head, choosing not to argue. The issue wasn't about how much the repair would cost. If it were that simple, it would be manageable. Besides, even if they charged a high price, how much could it really be? It wouldn't alleviate the factory's crisis. Pushing aside these chaotic thoughts, he heard Huang Fatty say, "No wonder I saw the oil warning light come on earlier too." The three of them then traced the source of the smoke, inspecting inch by inch. Sure enough, it was the seam where the cylinder head met the block. No question, it was leaking. Pulling out the dipstick, they found the oil level had dropped well below the minimum mark. The three of them reached a consensus: the engine block was definitely the culprit. This matched what Supervisor Xiong had reported earlier, confirming she hadn't been making things up. But how to fix it? Before discussing repairs, they needed to pinpoint the root cause of the failure. Without understanding that, all efforts would be futile. Maybe it's still the cylinder head gasket. Let's take it apart and see. Meng Rong sounded slightly unsure. Fat Huang nodded. What else could they say? Let's disassemble it. Soon, the three of them had removed the cylinder head and cover. Upon inspection, their suspicions were confirmed. The cylinder head gasket was leaking. Clearly, the air leak issue was identical to the one they'd encountered with the Puna engine earlier. Meng Rong exclaimed cheerfully, Brother Huang, should we fix it right away and have the driver haul it back? A flicker of excitement flashed through his mind. If they resolved the issue immediately and returned it that same day, wouldn't that leave that bear of a supervisor speechless? Huang the Fat looked doubtful. I don't think it's that simple. But he was only a half-baked mechanic himself. After turning the engine over and over for a long time, he couldn't come up with any other conclusions. Finally, gritting his teeth, he decided to follow the previous fix, scrape off the cylinder gasket and reapply it. If that worked, wouldn't that be great? Meng Rong looked at Huang Fatty. Brother Huang, you handle this one? Practice never hurts. Huang hesitated. He was itching to try it. Ever since Meng fixed the car last time, he'd been practicing this skill on his own, waiting for a chance to show off. But no similar problems had come up since. This was his chance, he couldn't pass it up. Yet, this engine block was incredibly valuable. He couldn't help asking, this cylinder block is pretty pricey, right? You guys know it's worth at least 10 grand, and the imported ones are ridiculously expensive. If I scratch it, we're in big trouble. We can't afford to pay for that. Meng Rong gritted his teeth. Forget about whether we can afford it. If we return this car, we're finished. Whether you scratch it or I scratch it, we can't back down an inch. We just have to do it. In that instant, his tone was unusually resolute. Huang the Fat and old Zhao exchanged glances. Both thought the same thing. Sometimes Meng Rong really takes after his father, that same unyielding, fearless spirit. Then let's do it. Brother. Huang Fatty didn't care anymore. So what if they had to pay? If the boss wasn't afraid, why should he be? Besides, he was itching to get started. So he began carefully following Meng Rong's instructions, using a special blend of oil and specific whetstones to sharpen the blade. Watching Huang Fatty walk away, Meng Rong frowned deeply. Something felt off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Watching their slow progress, the shirted driver grew impatient. He shouted again, demanding updates. Meng Rong swallowed his frustration and replied, Don't worry, sir. We've identified an issue with the cylinder head gasket. We're testing solutions now. Please bear with us a little longer. How long? Meng Rong blurted out, another 4 or 5 hours. He believed slow and steady work would yield quality results, and that should be sufficient time. The driver snorted coldly. Then I'll be stuck here until midnight? I can't wait that long. Seeing Meng Rong's awkward expression, he pressed further, Just give me a straight answer. Can it be fixed? The factory said 3 days. If not, I'm leaving now. If yes, I'll come back in 3 days. You decide. Straight answer? Meng Rong suddenly snapped. This driver was clearly underestimating him. He couldn't be bothered with politeness anymore. He shouted, The straight answer is, we can fix it. 3 days, guaranteed. We'll see you in 3 days. Tell Supervisor Xiong and General Manager Yuan we've got this. He dethroned caution to the wind, and his words carried undeniable force. The driver, caught off guard by the young man's defiance, faltered. Seeing the confident, resolute expression on his face, he chuckled to himself. Why was he arguing with a kid? The factory was willing to give them a chance, why meddle in such trivial matters? So he turned and walked away with a flourish, raising his hand and waving 3 fingers as he tossed back one final word, 3 days. Chapter 29, Time to Step Up. Watching the driver drive away in his truck, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Rong's stern expression immediately crumbled. Just a driver, acting all high and mighty? Huang the Fat grumbled as he heard the engine start and stepped outside. He's just a driver, but he sure acts like a big shot, Meng Rong replied helplessly. After all, he represented the client. They say the customer is king. Even if someone were to point their finger at your nose and curse you out, wouldn't you just have to bite your tongue and endure it? Let's get back to work, Huang Fatty said, glancing at the unfinished triangular scraper in his hands before turning back to sharpen it. He was far more meticulous and patient than Meng Rong, spending nearly an hour before finally returning with the scraper, satisfied with his work. While he was sharpening, Meng Rong suddenly found himself with time on his hands. He continued inspecting the vehicle, looking for any other issues. If he found any, he'd fix them all at once and send it back. If the customer realized they were getting more than their money's worth, wouldn't that be even better? This inspection proved fruitful, uncovering several minor issues. These were simple tasks, applying oil to a few components and clearing dust, and both he and old Zhao quickly handled them. When Fat Huang returned, he proudly showed Meng Rong the knife. See how well I sharpened it? Meng Rong examined it closely and had to admit Huang Fatty was far more meticulous than he was. Nodding in praise, he said, It truly is a fine blade. While it can't cut hair, its sharpness is enough to slice through metal. Huang Fatty shrugged off the playful teasing with a chuckle, then set to work scraping the rubber gasket. His intense focus suggested he was on the right track. Meng Rong breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave for a rest. But just as he turned away, Huang Fatty let out a startled cry. Meng Rong immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Well, Huang Fatso scratched his head in frustration, not caring that oil smeared his thick hair. "Something feels off. It's not scraping smoothly, it's really uneven." "That means you haven't mastered the technique yet," Meng Rong shook his head. He'd done it himself last time and knew the angle was crucial. Clearly, Huang Fatso still hadn't gotten the pressure right. "No." Huang Fatty tried again. This time, Meng Rong distinctly heard the shrill scraping sound against the basin's surface. Sweat instantly beaded on Huang Fatty's forehead as he felt utterly incompetent. Meng Rong couldn't stand watching any longer. "Give it to me. I'll try." Without waiting for Huang Fatso's consent, he took the scraper and began scraping by feel. After just 2 or 3 strokes, he too felt the scraper hit the basin's surface. What was going on? Meng Rong refused to believe it, but persisted. After scraping 2 or 3 more strokes, he felt the unevenness of the surface easily catching on the bumps and dips. He too stopped, his face darkening. The 3 of them murmured in disgust for a long time, but couldn't figure out the problem. They say 3 heads are better than 1, but clearly, the 3 of them weren't enough. Only then did they clearly realize the problem might be far more complex than they'd initially thought. If the cylinder body was uneven, even if the gasket was scraped clean, it still wouldn't seal properly and would leak air. They didn't even need to test it to know their efforts would be wasted. The trio fell into deep thought, speechless for a moment. How could this situation arise? Meng Rong tapped the cylinder block with his fingers absent-mindedly as he pondered. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He realized, this material seems to be. The words caught in his throat, for he didn't know the correct answer either. Huang Fatty, alerted by his remark, immediately leaned in to inspect the cylinder block. Soon, he spotted the clue. "Isn't this an aluminum alloy cylinder?" The words jolted them awake. Meng Rong and Huang Pengxi exchanged glances, both understanding instantly. Exactly. Old Zhao, who had been watching for ages without figuring anything out, grew impatient. "What's going on here?" Huang Fatty explained. Audi had introduced new aluminum alloy cylinders, but since the technology was still new, many processes weren't fully mature. The casting quality was limited, so after some use, deformation could occur. This caused the mating surfaces to lose their flatness. In plain terms, they became uneven. The exact reasons involved some material science knowledge, which was beyond Huang Fatty's limited understanding. In short, over time, air leaks were bound to occur. Huang Pengxi and Meng Rong had previously discussed this possibility during their chats, having heard industry rumors about it. After all, this was a pioneering move in the field, with Audi being virtually the only brand using it on the market. Neither had actually seen it firsthand, so it hadn't immediately occurred to them. But upon discovering the material was aluminum alloy, they instantly guessed what was happening. But understanding the cause doesn't mean you can fix it. No wonder Schurter Motors insisted on replacing the entire cylinder block. They'd clearly identified the problem long ago. The best solution was to swap it out for a brand new imported unit. This was a real hot potato. Meng Rong sighed inwardly. He'd thought he'd scored a great bargain, only to find this massive pitfall waiting for him. Old Zhao gaped beside him. "So this cylinder block is warped? What are we supposed to do? This is hopeless." Fat Huang snapped, "Hold your horses. Can't we at least brainstorm a solution?" Old Zhao remained disheartened. "This thing looks super delicate. If we mess it up, we're in even deeper trouble. Better to send it to a professional repair shop. It's imported from abroad. Maybe they should apply for an import permit and we'll handle the replacement." Meng Rong couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Wait for an import? That'll be a long shot. We have to find a solution now. This is too important for us. It's about the factory's survival." He abruptly stopped mid-sentence, unwilling to elaborate further. Instead, he forced himself to stay alert, racking his brain for a solution. Seeing the 3 of them looking so worried, the other repair technicians gathered around. After hearing the problem, most shook their heads and sighed. This was a major headache, something beyond the capabilities of our factory to fix. However, one veteran technician named Xie, after inspecting the cylinder, proposed a solution. Since the mating surface had lost its flatness and the gasket seal was ineffective, why not simply grind the cylinder surface smooth? Wouldn't that solve the problem? He couldn't guarantee it would work, though, since he wasn't entirely familiar with the properties of this aluminum alloy. But having worked as a machinist and grinder before, he felt confident enough to suggest it. Grind it flat? Meng Rong mulled it over, his gut telling him this might be an excellent suggestion. The group gathered around Xie's suggestion, arguing and chattering, each voicing their opinion. How exactly would you grind it? You'd have to remove the entire cylinder block. That's too much hassle. Can you even disassemble it? It's not that hard. To remove the entire cylinder block from the crankcase, you first take off the cylinder head, then remove the camshaft and valves. After that, you can take the cylinder block off. Easy for you to say. But how exactly do you plan to grind it? How do we grind it? How about trying sandpaper? Sandpaper? How about I try sanding that mole off your face and see if it flattens? You're full of ideas. Meng Rong was taken aback. If not sandpaper, then what? A whetstone? He genuinely couldn't think of an alternative.
Xie, who had considerable experience, saw Meng Rong's confusion and patiently explained, none of those will work.
Sandpaper would ruin it completely. Sandpaper is fine for ordinary items, but for grinding a cylinder block?
First, it's a massive amount of work.
Smoothing out the unevenness isn't something you can do in a few minutes. Second, and most importantly, you destroy the smooth surface of the cylinder block. It's extremely precise. Sandpaper simply can't meet the required standards. By the time you're done, the cylinder block will be ruined and you'll be worn out.
The person who suggested sandpaper flushed and fell silent.
As for oilstones? No matter the grade, they'll just leave grooves everywhere. How are we supposed to compensate the customer then?
Xie's response to that suggestion was even more succinct.
Meng Rong nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the lesson. Then what do you suggest?
Huang the fat man was displeased.
Nothing works. Are we really supposed to send this car back?
He felt a bit resentful. This was downright insulting. Well, Master Xie stroked his beard thoughtfully. A middle-aged man in his 40s, his face weathered by time, his forehead creased with wrinkles, and his upper lip perpetually adorned with a handlebar mustache he habitually fiddled with.
Other manufacturers might be stumped, but we might not be. What do you mean? Meng Rong perked up instantly. Look over there.
Xie pointed toward a nearby spot.
Everyone followed his gaze to see two machine tools parked there. Suddenly, it all clicked. How could they have overlooked this?
One of them was precisely the surface grinder used for grinding workpieces.
Meng Rong slapped his forehead in regret.
He had been boasting to others about his factory's foundational capabilities, yet when it mattered, he'd forgotten them completely.
It was likely a case of mental rigidity, always separating machining from maintenance. Exactly. Now's the time to put that surface grinder to work.
Master Xie said with a hint of pride.
All credit goes to our wise general manager Meng for bringing this machine in. Don't let its age fool you, it's incredibly reliable.
You won't find this in most small machine shops, and honestly, even large ones rarely have it.
But we do, and now it's time to put it to work.
Master Xie was absolutely right.
Meng Rong knew full well that his father had spent a fortune on this surface grinder, though in reality, it was a steal. He descoured the factory's discarded, worn-out machine tools, tinkered with them until they worked, and made them usable. Two prerequisites were essential. First, recognizing its value and being willing to invest in acquiring it. Second, possessing the skills to repair it. Without those skills, it would have been nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Meng Rong's father was a rare individual with both capability and foresight.
Technicians as versatile as him were few and far between. Many so-called professional repair shops couldn't match his personal skill. Back then, machine repair shops were scarce, though they gradually became standard equipment later on, but that's another story. Meng Rong pondered inwardly. If he could truly use the flat grinder to level and repair the cylinder block, even if it proved challenging, solving the problem would open up a whole new market. The thought instantly ignited a fiery passion within him. But just then, someone poured a bucket of cold water on his enthusiasm.
Hey, isn't that surface grinder still broken and unrepaired?
Chapter 30, A Miscalculation of 1,000 Miles. A solid bucket of cold water was dumped over everyone's heads.
Everyone gaped in disbelief.
That flat grinder had been out of commission for quite some time, and the repair costs were too steep to justify fixing it. If Mr. Meng were here, he might have a solution, but with him absent, the factory simply couldn't afford to hire someone for the repairs.
How could they grind it flat if it wasn't even usable? Where's Uncle Wo? Meng Rong suddenly noticed something was off.
Just as he turned to ask, he realized Wu Xian wasn't anywhere nearby.
Everyone shook their heads.
Wu Xian and Meng Rong had both been out building connections and securing business deals these past 2 days. No one knew where old Wu was at that moment. Meng Rong sighed helplessly and turned to the group.
Does anyone have any ideas on how to fix it? All shook their heads. Fat Huang suggested, Wang Zuisi uses this machine the most. Why not ask him for his thoughts?
The suggestion made perfect sense.
Meng Rong nodded, dismissed everyone, and took Fat Huang to find Wang Zuisi.
In truth, Wang Zosu had already stood up straight, waiting for them to approach. Having watched them pointing and gesturing at the surface grinder from afar, he had already formed an idea.
Before Meng Rong could speak, Wang Zuisi stepped forward. You want to use the surface grinder, right? I'm afraid it's hopeless.
We know how to operate it, but when it comes to repairs, only Manager Meng has the expertise.
We don't have that kind of talent. I don't see any way to fix it. Meng Rong frowned. Then how exactly did it break down? You must know that, right?
Wang Zuisi shook his head and countered.
You know what this surface grinder is used for, right? Of course I know. Meng Rong shot Wang Zuisi a puzzled look. Did he really think those years at technical school were a complete waste?
Even if he hadn't studied diligently, he'd still done the hands-on work.
Then you should also know this thing is pretty dangerous. My advice is, forget about it. Wait until it's fixed. Wang Zosi patted the workbench casually. Flat grinding primarily targets workpiece surfaces requiring high flatness and finish. The horizontally moving worktable features T-slots for mounting magnetic chucks, vices, or specialized fixtures to secure the workpiece. The grinding wheel spindle moves vertically and front to back. Due to the wheel's limited width, multiple passes are needed when machining surfaces wider than the wheel. As for why it's considered somewhat dangerous, it's true that surface grinding machines are relatively hazardous equipment. The grinding wheel rotates at extremely high speeds. If the wheel has manufacturing defects or has been knocked out of balance, it can shatter very easily. That's why there's a wheel guard made of 1 cm thick steel plate covering the wheel, leaving only the machining surface open. Most of the wheel is enclosed within the guard to prevent fragments from flying out. Meng Rong remained silent. He understood what Wang Zuosi was saying, but what could be done now? Surfaces requiring sealing generally necessitate flat grinding, such as engine block surfaces and cylinder head mounting surfaces. Both ends and the cylinder head needed to be ground flat. Master Heji's earlier reminder made Meng Rong immediately realize the purpose of this flat grinding machine. Solving the current problem required its use. Even if it was a bit risky, it was a risk worth taking. But now this machine had inexplicably broken down and at the worst possible moment. Even if it's broken, you still have to tell me what's wrong with it. Meng Rong pondered for a while, then pressed on relentlessly. Wang Zuosi grinned. You've hit the nail on the head with that question, old ox. Master Niu, who had been resting with his eyes closed nearby, responded with a half-open-eyed grunt. Wang Zosa shouted again in frustration. Only then did old Niu rise, muttering, really, can't let a man get some rest. Lately, he'd been spending too much time tending to family matters, leaving him drained for work. With little to do anyway, he'd decided to catch up on sleep. Hearing Wang Zosi's call, he reluctantly approached. What's with all the shouting? He even yawned as he spoke. Meng Rong was speechless. Master Niu used to be the most dependable person around, but after suffering 2 setbacks, he seemed to have lost his focus. However, everyone knew his family situation, so no one dared criticize him. They simply accepted it. Wang Zuosi pointed at him and said to Meng Rong, old Niu was the last one to use this machine. You ask him yourself what's going on. With that, he folded his arms across his chest and walked off to the side to watch the commotion. Master Niu, what exactly is wrong with this machine? Meng Rong asked, regretting he hadn't questioned him more thoroughly earlier. If it had been fixed sooner, he could have tackled the problem directly now. Oh, it just vibrates too much. It's completely lost its precision now. Can't use it at all, Master Niu replied, adding, I don't know how it got this way. It just started acting up while we were working. Has this happened before? Meng Rong inquired. Well, yes, it has. But Mr. Meng would just calibrate it himself. We just use it, we don't fix it, and we don't understand Mr. Meng's adjustments. After hearing this explanation, Meng Rong found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly blame Master Niu, that wouldn't be fair to him either. Wang Zuosi chimed in from the side, Meng Rong, nobody deliberately broke the machine. Old Niu is an honest man. I checked it myself afterward, it's exactly as he said. The precision is off by about 8 thousandths. It's completely unusable now. 8 thousandths? Meng Rong sucked in a sharp breath. This was a common measurement unit in machining, where 1 millimeter was divided into 100 parts, each part representing 1 thousandth. 1 thousandth equaled 0.01 millimeters, or 10 micrometers. In traditional Chinese measurement, 1 millimeter equaled 100 thousandths. An 8 thousandth deviation was enormous in precision machining. Consider this, the surface grinder is a precision finishing machine designed to achieve surface flatness tolerances within 3 micrometers. Since 1 thousandth equals 10 microns μm, an 8 thousandth error translates to a staggering deviation. As the saying goes, a miss of an inch leads to a miss of a mile. Here, it was a miss of thousands of miles. Oh, and the error was even worse before this, Master Niu suddenly added. I followed standard maintenance procedures, cleaned off all the rust from the guideways and sanded them down. Still didn't fix it. His face wore an expression of utter helplessness. This touches on some fundamental machine tool knowledge. Achieving a flatness tolerance within 3 micrometers on the workpiece surface hinges on 2 critical factors, the runout of the grinding wheel spindle and the flatness of the worktable guideways. The purchased surface grinder was an old, long idle machine, an early iron-on-iron design where the guideways and bed were cast as a single unit, followed by rough machining, followed by finishing. The worktable is also a casting, requiring paired machining with the bed's guideways. After machining, high spots are lapped out, then manually scraped away to ensure 70% contact. Finally, oil grooves are carved and scraped. The guideways consist of 2 tracks, a flat track for vertical accuracy and a V-shaped track for horizontal accuracy. Several oil grooves are milled into the bed guideway surface to channel high-pressure hydraulic oil. This provides buoyancy and lubrication for the worktable guideways, effectively floating the worktable on an oil film approximately 1 nu thick during operation. However, since it's essentially iron-on-iron contact, prolonged use inevitably leads to wear and loss of precision. Later, engineers experimented with copper strips, applying a layer of brass to both the worktable and bedways, then lapping and scraping the brass surfaces. Brass is excellent where resistance and relatively low hardness made it easier to machine, leading to its rapid adoption. However, brass is expensive, so only high-end machines feature this coating. Mid to low-end models still primarily use iron on iron. This particular older machine had not undergone such modifications at the time, so it remained iron on iron. Over time, especially recently, with inadequate maintenance, the guideways developed severe rust. Even after Master Neo sanded them down, marks remained. After installing the worktable and testing precision, it showed about 8-thread vibration. It seemed a major overhaul was necessary. What could be done? Several people present turned to look at Meng Rong, none speaking, and truthfully, there was little to say. This job was beyond their capabilities. Meng Rong scrutinized the machine repeatedly, even testing it himself. As Master Neo had said, its accuracy was completely unacceptable. Even if they found a master craftsman to repair it or sent it out for repair, even if they were willing to pay, there simply wasn't enough time. The round trip alone would take at least a week, and they couldn't afford to waste that much time now. Meng Rong's face grew stern, and for a moment, he had no good ideas. But his stubborn streak kicked in. He resolved to wrestle with the machine bed, spending the next day poring over its structure. In this regard, he possessed a certain natural aptitude. As he pondered, insights began to emerge. To him, the crux lay in the guide rails. If he could find something to replace this iron-on-iron contact, perhaps the problem could be solved. 2 chunks of iron, no matter how sturdy, would deform from constant daily contact. But what could replace them? The thought of using brass flashed through his mind, but it vanished just as quickly. Where would he find brass in the right shape? The cost was one thing, but custom-made parts wouldn't be ready in time. Lost in thought like this, time slipped away quickly. Other workers finished their shifts and gradually left. Fat Huang was the last to leave. He approached Meng Rong, patted his shoulder, and said, "Don't rack your brain too much. Sometimes, you do what you can and leave the rest to fate. What's meant to be yours will come to you, what isn't, we just have to accept." Meng Rong gave a bitter smile. Accept fate? He wasn't ready to give up yet. He hadn't reached the end of his rope. Pushing Huang's words from his mind, he switched on the workshop lights and sat alone before the machine, lost in thought. Occasionally, he disassembled parts, studying them for a breakthrough. Solving one problem required solving another. He had no choice. Others could ignore it, but he couldn't. The factory's survival depended on it. He knew the surface grinder had broken down earlier, but he hadn't paid it much mind. Who would have thought that one oversight could destroy his last chance? Before he knew it, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Meng Rong felt his stomach growling fiercely. He stood up, returned to his workbench, rummaged through a cabinet, pulled out a packet of instant noodles, found a bottle of hot water, and prepared himself a bowl. He sat back down at the machine tool. The tantalizing aroma of the noodles filled the air. After barely enduring 5 minutes, he was about to dig in when suddenly, the front door creaked open. He looked up in surprise to see Old Wu shivering from the cold as he walked in. Chapter 31, Repairing the Grinder. Old Wu saw Meng Rong holding a bowl of noodles and was overjoyed. He tossed his things onto the floor and snatched the noodles. "Thanks. I haven't eaten properly all day. I'll have these first." Watching him wolf down the noodles without a care for his appearance, Meng Rong could only endure his own hunger. He watched as Old Wu devoured the entire bowl, broth and all, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, looking thoroughly satisfied. "Uncle Wu, why are you back so late?" Meng Rong asked only after he'd finished eating. Old Wu rubbed his belly, still feeling a bit aggrieved. But the hot soup had revived him considerably, sweeping away his lethargy. He nodded toward the items he'd placed on the ground. "Open it up." Meng Rong finally examined the items carefully. They were 2 rolls wrapped tightly in layers of newspaper. At Old Wu's gesture, he unwrapped them to find 2 white boards, each about a meter wide and roughly 2 meters long. "PTFE sheets," he blurted out. Old Wu seemed surprised. "You recognize them?" "I saw it back in school," Meng Rong replied casually, lifting the sheet. It felt smooth to the touch, pleasantly comfortable. This PTFE sheet, formerly known as polytetrafluoroethylene sheet, is a material formed by molding PTFE resin at room temperature, followed by sintering and cooling. It boasts exceptional resistance to high and low temperatures, corrosion, weather resistance, high insulation, exceptional lubricity, non-stick properties, and non-toxicity. It stands as one of the world's most corrosion-resistant materials, earning the title King of Plastics. It remains unaffected by most chemical solutions. Even aqua regia is said to have no effect on it. As one of the industrial era's finest chemical products, it is truly indispensable in manufacturing. "Where did you get this?" Meng Rong asked with keen interest, turning it over in his hands to examine it. "I pulled some strings at the city chemical plant to get it," Old Wu replied, making no mention of the troubles, hardships, or sacrifices involved. But Meng Rong could tell with his bare feet that Old Wu must have gone through a lot to get these 2 plates. He looked worn out from all the running around, clearly not as easy as he made it sound. Touched, yet still puzzled, Meng Rong pressed, Uncle Wu, why go to such lengths for these 2 boards? You can't guess? Wu Xian seemed in a good mood, joking more than usual. I thought you wouldn't recognize them, but since you did, how could you not figure it out? You're not that clueless, are you? Think about it, what do you think they're for? Just as Meng Rong was about to shake his head, his gaze suddenly fell upon the machine tool he'd been studying all day. A flash of insight struck him, and he sat bolt upright. Wait. Could it be? Could it be for making guide rails? Ah. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? I'm so stupid, how could I have missed that? Ha, I'm such an idiot. Seeing Meng Rong's stunned expression, old Wu felt his surprise tactic had worked perfectly. In high spirits, he said with satisfaction, you're a quick learner. That's right, it's for making guide rails. What do you think? Isn't that a brilliant solution? Ha ha ha. Old Wu couldn't help but burst into a string of laughter, echoing loudly through the empty factory floor. Meng Rong was overjoyed, but he could only offer a few dumb laughs in response. His attention was quickly drawn to the 2 PTFE plates. He needed to confirm whether their properties were truly as durable as rumored. Suddenly, another thought struck him. He chased after old Wu, asking, Uncle Wu, how did you suddenly think of using PTFE plates? And did you already know how to fix this surface grinder? Have you been running around these past 2 days just for this? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Ha! Old Wu stopped laughing and replied earnestly to Meng Rong, to be precise, it wasn't my idea. Long ago, I heard your father mention it. He once told me that using PTFE plates might be a better guide rail solution. But back then, he only mentioned it casually, and unfortunately, it never got done. These past few days, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how to get the factory back on track. I felt that even the slightest chance was worth pursuing. This surface grinder is crucial for us. Fixing it is non-negotiable. But if we sent it out for repairs, who knows how much it would cost? We had to tackle it ourselves. Suddenly, your father's words came back to me. I wanted to try fixing it myself. That's why I insisted on getting 2 rolls of PTFE back. For those 2 sheets, I went to great lengths. Old Wu abruptly stopped, no longer dwelling on his hardships. He shifted the conversation with a deep sigh. I have to fix this machine. Brother Meng passed away too soon, leaving all this to us. I can't let his life's work go to waste. What a pity. Old Wu's mood sank instantly. Even if I fix it, I don't know what use it would be right now. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Maybe it's just that as you get older, you become stubborn. A kind of obsession, I suppose? Meng Rong looked at him with seriousness. Not stubborn at all. I want to thank you, Uncle Wu. This memory of yours will truly save us. Come with me and take a look. As he spoke, he pulled old Wu over to the repair pit. The moment old Wu spotted the Audi, he gasped in astonishment. Where did this come from? Just 1 day away, and we've landed such a big job. Unbelievable. Fixing a luxury car would be worth it. Wait, no. Imported cars aren't that easy to fix. If we mess this up, we'll ruin our reputation for good. Ugh, this is madness. Seeing old Wu wringing his hands in frustration, Meng Rong had no choice but to explain the situation in full detail. That's the situation. We've figured out the solution. We absolutely must fix the surface grinder first. And what do you know, Uncle Wu, you've actually solved this problem. It's perfect timing. Meng Rong spread his hands in a gesture of relief. Old Wu's eyes widened. What did you say? You're planning to do business with Shirda Motors? But only if we fix this machine? You heard me right. Meng Rong nodded. This is sheer madness. Old Wu stamped his foot repeatedly. If this deal falls through, our factory is finished. If we don't do this, we're finished anyway. So why not try it and see? Meng Rong stated bluntly. Old Wu paused, struck by the logic. True, doing nothing meant certain ruin, while taking a chance might just offer a sliver of hope. He still thought Meng Rong was too young and impulsive, but in this dire situation, impulsiveness might actually bring opportunity. With that thought, his expression softened. He nodded. Are you certain this engine can be repaired? Meng Rong gritted his teeth. As long as we can get our flat grinding machine working, I believe we can fix this engine. We just need to grind the cylinder block flat. We've gone over this repeatedly today. Old Wu gave a wry smile, bent down to inspect the cylinder block, and gradually came to agree with Meng Rong's assessment. Still, a lingering unease remained. It was uncanny how fate worked. His sole focus on fixing the machine had unexpectedly solved Meng Rong's immediate problem. This seemed like a sign that even the heavens wanted Meng Rong to succeed. There was no point in standing in his way now. Since things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. Let's get to work, they declared in unison. Exchanging a knowing smile, they began working in perfect harmony. Old Wu was energetic, Meng Rong was strong and robust. Their collaboration was a perfect match. Before long, they had dismantled all the guide rail plates from the surface grinder. Next came measuring the dimensions. Once the measurements were confirmed, they started cutting 2 rolls of PTFE sheet. This PTFE sheet was highly resistant to oil, wear, and chemicals, yet remarkably easy to cut and process. The machine shop was well equipped with every cutting tool imaginable: electric saws, handsaws, knives, scissors, all readily available. A simple utility knife was sufficient to slowly slice through the PTFE sheet. After measuring the dimensions, the two workers cut the PTFE sheet into strips matching the guide rail size and meticulously applied them to the entire length of the guide rails. It took them a full 4 hours to complete the task, reassembling the machine tool entirely. After powering it up, they lapped the two new guide rails together, scraping them to re-establish precision. Working almost through the entire night, they finally achieved an accuracy of 2 micrometers, an astonishing result, far surpassing previous performance. In a state of intense excitement, they worked with complete abandon until the eastern sky began to lighten and the rooster crowed, signaling dawn. Only then did they finally stop. Seeing the machine restored to peak condition, even surpassing its former state, they exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Meng Rong straightened up, only to be suddenly overcome by dizziness. His vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. Thankfully, youth was on his side. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself against the bed for several minutes before recovering. Old Wu was startled and patted Meng Rong's back repeatedly. "Young man, you can't do that. I'm middle-aged, and my body's tougher than yours. You need to exercise more." Meng Rong grimaced. "Uncle Wu, easy for you to say when you're standing there. Last night, you snatched away my 18-year-old stash of instant noodles. I barely ate anything all day. I'm nearly fainting from hunger." Old Wu slapped his forehead. "Oh my. You reminded me that packet of noodles was useless. I'm starving now too, after working all night. Ugh, this old body just can't keep up. Come on, let's grab breakfast. I'll ride my bike. We'll hit the street stalls: meat buns, wontons, noodles, all you can eat. My treat." Saliva practically dripping from his mouth, Meng Rong flung the wrench he was holding onto the ground. "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Noodles, buns, wontons. I'm gonna eat 3 bowls." By the time they stepped outside, dawn had broken. Hurrying to the main street, they found a well-appointed stall and immediately dug in, stuffing themselves without restraint. Looking at the stacked bamboo steamers and several large bowls before him, Meng Rong loosened his belt with satisfaction. He felt rejuvenated, all traces of fatigue swept away. Though his feet still felt a bit light, he felt fully restored, ready to tackle another big day. Old Wu, however, yawned incessantly. After finishing his meal, he promptly collapsed onto the table and fell asleep. Meng Rong chuckled quietly, taking his time as he sat picking his teeth and casually settled the bill. Old Wu, however, slept for a solid hour or so. Only when the sky brightened and the small stall was already bustling with people did he struggle awake, declaring he couldn't go on and needed to go back for more sleep. Age had caught up with him, and his body wouldn't cooperate. After seeing Old Wu off, Meng Rong headed straight back to the factory. To him, time was precious and couldn't be wasted. Upon returning to the factory, he found Huang the Fat and the others staring listlessly at the engine in the pit. He bellowed, "Get to work. Let's grind the cylinder block." Huang Fatty replied weakly, "You're out of your mind. How are we supposed to grind it?" "No, I'm not confused. I didn't sleep all night and already fixed the surface grinder. Everyone grab your tools, let's go grind that little devil." Chapter 32, Grinding the Cylinder Block. His words came as a thunderclap. He hadn't slept all night and still managed to fix it? Huang the Fat stepped forward and touched Meng Rong's forehead. "No fever." Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Young people bragging was understandable, but there had to be limits to bragging, a thickness to one's skin, and a length to one's sleep-talking, right? Meng Rong looked at them in surprise. What was with those looks? Were their eyes failing them this early in the morning? Couldn't they see his bloodshot eyes? His clothes from yesterday? The filthy oil stains covering him? Fat Huang sighed. "This kid's gone mad." Meng Rong grew impatient. "If you don't believe me, come see for yourselves." With that, he strode purposefully toward the machine tool. The others followed, half believing, half doubting. Word spread like wildfire through the factory. Over 20 workers dropped their tasks and rushed over to watch. The result? Under Meng Rong's personal demonstration, he found an oil plug and started grinding. Everyone witnessed firsthand that this machine had truly sprouted new life from old roots, achieving an accuracy of 2 microns, far surpassing its previous 3-micron precision. Wang Zuosi repeatedly measured it with a dial indicator, finally conceding the achievement. Running a hand through his thick blonde hair, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Meng Rong, how did you pull this off? You've even surpassed old Meng. Impressive." After returning to the factory for so long, this was the first time Meng Rong had seen Wang Zuosi acknowledge his work like this. Though he felt quite pleased inside, he feigned modesty and waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing special. Just replace the guide rails." Others had already noticed the different guide rails. Hearing his explanation, they exclaimed in surprise, "That guide rail tape isn't that PTFE tape? You know your stuff." Meng Rong gave him a thumbs up. Everyone began inspecting the rails. It really was PTFE tape. Was that even possible? Not everyone was an expert, and they exchanged puzzled glances before turning their attention back to Meng Rong. Fat Huang was the first to exclaim, "Hey, Meng Rong, how did you even think of this? Genius. No wonder you were sitting here tinkering yesterday. I thought it was hopeless. Who would have guessed you'd come up with this? It's not just brilliant, it's downright magical." Meng Rong had intended to tell the truth, but seeing the complex mix of curiosity, shock, admiration, and awe in their eyes, the words slipped back into his throat. He merely waved it off. "Nothing much. Just tinkered around and figured it out. Simple enough. Took me all night to get it done. Pretty inefficient. Good thing it didn't waste too much time." This wasn't modesty, it was pure bragging. What kind of bragging was this? Just mulling it over? Too inefficient? Could anyone else pull this off? Yesterday, Meng Rong had been circling this machine nonstop, never leaving. Everyone else had clocked out, yet he remained here, tinkering. But no one had believed he could fix it. Now, faced with the most convincing proof, no one doubted otherwise. Those who had thought he was bragging moments ago now gave him a thumbs up. Some couldn't help but applaud Meng Rong's diligence and genius. At this moment, no one doubted Meng Rong's talent anymore. Even those who had previously doubted him now had to admit that genius truly ran in the Meng family, father and son alike. It seemed the factory's future was secure. Subtly, the previously scattered morale began to coalesce. Amidst the admiring gazes, Meng Rong's vanity swelled. For him, the lack of genuine support had been a persistent thorn in his side, the root cause of the factory's troubles. If uniting the workforce meant stealing Uncle Wu's credit, so be it. Sorry, Uncle Wu, the thought flashed through his mind. But he quickly abandoned it, reveling instead in the heartfelt admiration. Fat Huang finally remarked, "Little Rong, your eyes are bloodshot. Did you really work all night? You should go rest." Everyone chimed in, urging Meng Rong to get some rest. Strike while the iron is hot, especially now, with Meng Rong's spirits soaring. He shook his head at their kind offers. "I'm not tired yet. Right now, we need to seize the moment and grind that cylinder body perfectly. Let's settle this once and for all." He punched the air emphatically, his fist clenched in determination. Huang Fatty, caught up in the fervor, immediately shouted, "Come on, brothers. Let's take that cylinder apart. Every second counts. We'll show them what our factory is really made of. Charge." Following his lead, 5 or 6 mechanics carefully dismantled the aluminum alloy cylinder block from the engine. Of course, many cylinder gaskets remained uncleaned on the surface, with some still greasy and dirty. Working together, they scraped away slowly. It took the entire morning to finally clean every gasket on the cylinder block. The uneven surface made scraping difficult, but since they decided to grind it flat anyway, slightly scraping the cylinder block's surface wasn't a big deal. Meng Rong wasn't involved in this work. After getting excited for a while, he couldn't hold it in any longer and ran back to lie down on a chair for a 2-hour nap. After lunch, they cleaned and wiped the cylinder block, measured its height, calculated the clamping height, and then lifted it onto the machine tool's worktable. But soon after, they had to lift it back down. They had to remove the magnetic chuck and replace it with several bolts and a clamping plate inserted into the T-slot, as they discovered the aluminum alloy cylinder block couldn't be clamped using magnetic force. Leveling was largely unnecessary, as the original machining had already achieved high parallelism. Clamping it securely would suffice. As grinding commenced, Meng Rong surveyed the scene. He had initially intended to assign Master Niu as the primary grinder, but changed his mind at the last moment. "Wang Zuosi, why don't you handle the grinding?" Wang Nuosi paused, surprised by Meng Rong's suggestion. Glancing at Master Niu, who looked honest and somewhat disappointed, he hesitated briefly but didn't refuse. He understood that Master Niu was indeed honest and dependable, doing his work diligently. However, old Niu was a bit stubborn, too honest and inflexible. When faced with unfamiliar tasks, he tended to be stiff and hesitant, unable to fully apply his skills. This particular job truly required someone like Wang Nuoshi, skilled and competent, yet adaptable. This thought made him regard Meng Rong with renewed respect. Who would have thought this young man understood how to delegate? Truly worthy of being a descendant of the Meng family. Little did he know that Meng Rong's reasoning was different. Meng Rong mainly felt that everyone's skill level was comparable, and grinding the stone would be the same regardless of who did it. But if he let someone else handle it, Wang Zuosi would surely stand by, nitpicking and making annoying comments. It was better to have him do it himself, at least that would shut him up and give everyone a break. The only one feeling aggrieved was Master Niu. He didn't share their calculations, he simply couldn't understand why, after doing most of the work himself, it had been handed over to Wang Zuosi at the last minute. Of course, he only pondered this privately, as he also harbored some fear that he might not perform well. Wang the Fat and the others didn't leave either. They stood by, waiting to see how Wang Zuosi would perform. Wang Zuosi gave it a try, grinding for a while before stopping. Wang Fatty immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Wang Zuosi sighed. "The cylinder is too big, and the grinding wheel is too small. It's awkward to handle, and the results aren't good. We need to switch to a different grinding wheel. Otherwise, who knows how long this will take." This was critical. Time was of the essence. Meng Rong immediately waved his hand. Change the grinding wheel. Well, we'll have to look for one. Master Neo finally chimed in from the side. I recall Mr. Meng bought a wider grinding wheel 2 years ago, but he never put it in the warehouse. It might be in his workshop. Before he finished speaking, Meng Rong turned and dashed toward the workshop. He recalled a box beneath the bookshelf there containing a grinding wheel he'd seen before. After rummaging through it, he grabbed the wheel and sprinted back, asking, "Is this it?" Yes. That's the one. The 50mm wide grinding wheel, the only one we have." Master Nyo's eyes lit up. He'd only seen this wheel once before, since it had never been needed. Wang Zuosi laughed wildly. "Great. Hand it over. I'll install it." He personally swapped in the 50mm wide grinding wheel. Though not entirely satisfied, it was sufficient to significantly speed up his work. He immediately balanced it, swiftly adjusted the worktable to the diamond stylus position, and began dressing the wheel to ensure its flatness. Meng Rong watched Wang Zuosi work, observing how skillfully he raised the grinding wheel spindle to the pre-measured cylinder height, began tool setting, and gently touched the cylinder to complete the alignment. Next came running the automatic program, a 3 mu cutting depth, first running 2 empty passes, then slowly moving in for the first cut, traversing 45 degrees horizontally, then the next cut. After a few passes, the first round was complete. He then stopped the wheel to inspect the surface, noticing some areas missed by the tool, meaning the surface wasn't flat. Wang Zuosi chuckled, "The rest is easy. Just let it run the automatic program. As long as the entire machining surface gets ground, we're done." Observing his calm composure, Meng Rong nodded. He finally understood why, despite Wang Zuosi's sharp tongue, his father never disapproved. The man clearly possessed genuine skill. At that moment, old Wu finally arrived, yawning as he came over. Seeing everyone already hard at work, he nodded with satisfaction and inquired about Meng Rong's condition. Meng Rong felt a bit embarrassed seeing him. He'd just taken credit for Wu's work. Now that Wu was asking, he grabbed him and pulled him away. "Don't worry, Uncle Wu. I've got this covered." Old Wu was pulled aside by Meng Rong and looked at him with some surprise. "What's got you looking so guilty? Why are your eyes darting around? You haven't been sleeping, have you?" "No, Uncle Wu. I just feel a bit guilty about this," Meng Rong confessed, explaining how he'd taken credit for Wu Xian's work. Old Wu chuckled. Youngsters and their vanity, no big deal. Besides, could he really compete with Meng Rong for credit? If it helped unite the factory workers, that was a huge win. He simply patted Meng Rong on the shoulder, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Don't worry, I won't say a word. But there's one thing I can't quite recall. Who paid the bill when we had breakfast this morning?" "Uncle Wu, you paid. You treated us, and we had a wonderful meal." Meng Rong snapped to attention and replied promptly. "That's more like it. Then we're even." Old Wu laughed heartily, his mood lifted. 2 meals could make up for anything. Meng Rong forced a smile, thinking to himself that Uncle Wu's mindset was far younger than he'd ever imagined. Chapter 33, Shock. Old Wu and Meng Rong chatted and laughed, all traces of their minor friction vanishing into thin air. However, Wang Zuosi's movements abruptly stopped. He halted the machine and stared blankly at the grinding wheel. Noticing something amiss, the two hurried over to inspect. They discovered scorch marks on the cylinder surface, and the ground surface had become rough as if it had been slightly burnt. "Ha!" Both were startled. Wang Zuosi frowned deeply, an expression of seriousness they'd never seen before. He looked up at them and said, "This is not right. We need to stop for now." Meng Rong nodded in agreement. They absolutely had to stop, or grinding any longer would surely burn it out. The three studied the issue intently. After ruling out various possibilities, they narrowed the problem down to the grinding wheel. "It might be the grinding wheel," Wang Zuosi mused. "I suspect it's a material issue. This 50mm wide grinding wheel was a standard white fused alumina wheel, perfectly suitable for grinding steel under normal circumstances. But now, when grinding aluminum alloy, it was causing problems. At this point, the wheel's surface was completely clogged with gray grinding debris, almost completely covering the entire surface, making the wheel extremely rough. After only 2 or 3 passes, it had deteriorated to this state. Continuing would be futile. Old Wu nodded. "It's not the wheel's fault, but it's become the wheel's problem. Our white fused alumina wheel might be too hard and rigid overkill for the job. We still don't fully understand the material properties of this aluminum alloy, but we have no other options. We can't find a suitable wheel made of any other material." At this point, they lacked much knowledge. If they were in a large factory with skilled technicians possessing sufficient knowledge, experience, and accumulated expertise, they would have been told that theoretically, cubic boron nitride grinding wheels are best for grinding aluminum alloys. However, these wheels are extremely expensive, require very high rotational speeds, and were virtually impossible to find domestically at the time. But their second-hand horizontal grinders simply couldn't achieve a linear speed exceeding 100 meters per minute. After much deliberation, the three could only agree on one solution: regrind the wheel after each pass, reopening the clogged grooves filled with grinding debris. Though time-consuming, this ensured the machine remained operational. What was planned as a 2-hour grinding job suddenly stretched to at least 4 hours. Wang Zhuxi and Master Niu began working in tandem, with one grinding and the other cleaning. They repeated this process twice more. Wang Zhuxi paused again. While the old problem was solved, a new one emerged. Despite repeated grinding, the surface finish remained far from satisfactory, falling significantly short of expectations. This wasn't a problem they could just muddle through. They discussed it back and forth, but were at a complete loss. As the delay dragged on into the evening with no solution in sight, Meng Rong found himself at his wits' end. To prevent damaging the cylinder body, they experimented with numerous methods. By this point, they had to admit that no matter how hard they thought, they hadn't anticipated the vast difference in cold working properties between aluminum alloy and iron-based materials, a gap so significant it was bewildering. Meng Rong surmised that the reason no other manufacturer dared to repair this Audi was precisely because the job was simply beyond their capabilities. For most manufacturers, the safest bet was to import the original cylinder block and rematch it, a time-consuming process, but the most reliable solution. Even if other repair shops had lathes, the machining approach was fundamentally different. The feed rate and spindle speed required for turning iron-based materials were entirely distinct from those needed for aluminum alloy. Aluminum demanded high hardness tools, large feed rates, and high spindle speeds. Otherwise, the machine's surface would be disastrous, covered in tiny burrs like the current state. The same issue arises during grinding. Meng Rong tried using a scrap aluminum window frame with standard parameters, coolant on, 5 micrometers feed rate. After one pass, the surface was as rough as sandpaper. Forget flatness, even basic surface finish couldn't be achieved. It was completely unusable. After numerous attempts, nothing worked. The situation reached a deadlock. After endless discussions, it dragged on until 8 or 9 in the evening. Most factory employees had already left, including Wang Zhuxi, who, exhausted after a long day, yawned and departed the scene. Only Old Wu and Meng Rong remained, staring at each other in the workshop. Old Wu heard a phone ringing and dashed to the conference room to answer it. "Rong, your mom asked if you could come home tonight. She's worried you haven't been home in days. You should head home soon. It's getting late, and this isn't something we'll solve in a moment." Old Wu was showing his age. He was struggling to keep going. He had a family too, and his determination to stay and work through the problem stemmed from a sense of responsibility beyond the ordinary. No. Stubborn Meng Rong refused to go home. He was like a madman now, relentlessly racking his brain through experiments, desperate to find a solution. Finally, Old Wu couldn't take it anymore and went to the conference room for a quick nap, leaving Meng Rong alone, staring blankly into space. Time was running out, just tomorrow remained. The driver from Shirda might arrive early the next morning to pick up the car. If they didn't resolve this issue soon, any further complications could make it truly too late. Meng Rong felt increasingly anxious, with not a shred of sleepiness. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He sprang to his feet, rushed to the workbench, unlocked the drawer, pulled out the red maintenance notebook, and began frantically flipping through its pages. This time, the keyword was aluminum alloy. He didn't hold out much hope. Though his father had been highly experienced, aluminum alloy machining was equally rare in his practice, and there might not be any relevant notes or insights. After flipping through it twice, he finally found a line of small print tucked away in the machine tool processing section: recently observed aluminum alloy machining. Followed Master Pei's advice and used dry cutting mode. Good results. The words dry cutting were circled in ballpoint pen for emphasis. What did this mean? Meng Rong yanked out 2 handfuls of hair. It was so simple, just 3 words, yet he couldn't grasp it. It seemed his father had made few subsequent entries about aluminum alloy machining. Frustration mounted. Why hadn't he explained further? Reluctantly, he searched again but found no additional relevant notes. He closed the notebook and slid it back into the drawer. Pacing back to the surface grinder, the night chill made him sneeze uncontrollably. He covered his nose and wiped it clean. Wipe it off. Dry. A flash of insight struck him. He understood. Dry cutting just cut it dry. He immediately started the machine, turned off the coolant, and began grinding an old aluminum alloy door frame. A shrill noise filled the air. After one pass, he couldn't wait to stop and check. Sure enough, it was as smooth as a mirror. Though there were still some imperfections, they could be fixed by adjusting the parameters. Overjoyed, he immediately began debugging. But the screeching noise woke Old Wu from his deep sleep. He came out to find Meng Rong excitedly circling the machine alone, taking things apart, reassembling them, and debugging. He couldn't help but pull his coat tighter and ask, "Little Rong, what are you doing?" "Uncle Wu, I figured out how to fix it, ha. Come help me, we'll get it done tonight." "Are you getting a little carried away?" Old Wu asked skeptically. "Absolutely not. We might have to pull another all-nighter this time." "Come on, Uncle Wu, lend a hand," Meng Rong exclaimed excitedly. "Alright, let's give it a shot." Old Wu, still half convinced, stepped forward. Together, they secured the cylinder block onto the workbench. Meng Rong initiated a few test cuts with a 3 new feed rate. After pausing to inspect the results, he shook his head and resumed adjusting the grinding wheel's rotational speed. After several rounds of tweaking, they finally found the best results came when the grinding wheel's linear speed was pushed to its limit of 60 meters per second. It wasn't that it couldn't go any faster, but Meng Rong worried the wheel might shatter and didn't want to take the risk. Even so, after a few passes, just listening to the smooth, pleasant sound, they knew they'd succeeded. The two worked through the night, grinding and inspecting, making constant adjustments. By around 4 a.m., they had completely flattened the cylinder block. The surface was now smooth and gleaming white, almost reflecting their faces. After removing the cylinder block and double-checking it, the two men exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. And just like that, it was solved. The most challenging cylinder head had been unexpectedly resolved through their combined efforts. But how did you actually do it? Old Wu had watched for ages, yet Meng Rong hadn't properly explained. Haha, I have my own clever tricks, Meng Rong declared with great satisfaction. But he didn't hold back with Old Wu, promptly explaining the method. You turned off the coolant? Old Wu finally noticed the coolant was shut off and broke out in a cold sweat. If they'd been grinding steel or iron, this would have caused an accident by now. Yep, turned it off. Dry cutting, Meng Rong demonstrated with a hand-slicing motion. Young man, you've got some nerve. You really went for it. Old Wu wiped away imaginary cold sweat. He never imagined Meng Rong would dare do this. If Meng Rong had mentioned it earlier, he would never have let him take such a risk. Already feeling drowsy, Old Wu was jolted wide awake by Meng Rong's actions. He glanced at Meng Rong with lingering fear. Hey, Rong, next time could you give me a heads up? Overheating is pretty dangerous. Poof. We used to process steel, now it's aluminum alloy. How could they be the same? Meng Rong shrugged indifferently. Then how did you suddenly come up with this trick? Old Wu didn't wait for Meng Rong's reply, continuing on his own. I get it now. Mr. Meng is truly brilliant. He must have passed his genius down to you. How could an ordinary person ever think of this? I couldn't have figured it out even if I racked my brains. Ah, Mr. Meng has a worthy successor. His spirit in heaven can finally rest easy. Meng Rong nodded gloomily. He knew best how far he still fell short of his father. But at this moment, he didn't feel like explaining more to Old Wu. Old Wu wasn't aware of this machine repair notebook, and Meng Rong didn't want to elaborate. If he told everyone he relied entirely on his father's notes to guide his work, it might diminish their trust in him. For various reasons, Meng Rong said no more. The two silently gathered their belongings. With night still shrouding the outside world, there was no point in returning home. They each found a spot, gathered some clothes and blankets, and settled down for a makeshift rest. Sitting in his father's old swivel chair, Meng Rong closed his eyes and soon drifted into a deep sleep. But in what felt like the blink of an eye, he was jolted awake by a deafening roar. How is this possible? After just one night, it's completely smooth. This finish is smoother than my wife's skin. Wang Zuosi's startled exclamation echoed, joined by others shouting in disbelief, their voices filled with shock. It was nothing short of a miracle. How was this possible? Chapter 34, The Big Order Arrives. Watching Meng Rong emerge from the cubicle, yawning and rubbing his sleepy eyes, the crowd's gaze shifted. The skepticism faded, replaced by admiration. Needless to say, Meng Rong must have figured out the solution here and worked through the night to get it done. A true genius. Everyone marveled. Fat Huang led the applause, clapping enthusiastically. Impressive. Awesome. Brilliant. He seemed at a loss for words to describe Meng Rong. Working diligently and honestly wasn't unusual. Who here was just a slacker? Even if someone lacked special skills, basic diligence was non-negotiable, otherwise, Mr. Meng wouldn't have kept them around. But solving complex problems, coming up with genius solutions, especially for issues no one had ever encountered before? That earned genuine, heartfelt admiration. The workers couldn't help but join Huang the Fat in applauding. Just then, Old Wu emerged from the conference room. Seeing everyone gathered around Meng Rong, spontaneously applauding and showering him with praise, he stood there silently for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. It seemed Meng Rong had truly grown up. Great. He won't have to work himself to the bone anymore. He feared disappointing brother Meng had shown him kindness as deep as a mountain, their bond stronger than brothers. His greatest dread was failing Meng. If Meng Rong proved a hopeless case, Meng's disappointment would be minor compared to the greater tragedy of his son never amounting to anything. How could Meng's spirit rest in peace watching this? But now it seemed Meng Rong had finally proven himself capable of holding up the sky. Even if he had played a part in this, it filled him with immense joy. Standing quietly to the side, watching everyone gather around Meng Rong, his heart swelled with joy, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Here, his heart found peace. With the cylinder block repaired, the subsequent steps proceeded smoothly. After inspection, Huang Fatty confirmed the flat grinding met all specifications. They then reassembled the engine, reinstalled the cylinder head gasket, verified the seal was sound, and mounted the cylinder head. They fired up the engine for testing. A deep, satisfying purr filled the air. Listening closely, not a hint of air leak or rasping sound could be heard. Everyone was thrilled. Fingers itched to take the car out for a spin after all, chances to drive an Audi were rare, and a test drive would be something to brag about for a while. But this time, Meng Rong was extremely cautious, blocking everyone's requests. He'd learned his lesson the hard way after taking the car out for a spin last time. Everyone's impression of him had soured. This time, even though his own hands were itching to drive, he firmly refused to let anyone take the car out. A joyride was one thing, but if something went wrong, all their hard work would truly be for nothing. Seeing Meng Rong's unwavering stance, the others settled for teasing him. After all, if there were any damage, they couldn't afford to pay for it. In the end, only Fat Huang took the car out for a 10-minute spin before returning, his face beaming with satisfaction. Meng Rong shook his head. He valued the car for its worth, not its imported or domestic status. Besides, he believed China would eventually produce superior vehicles. The current fascination likely stemmed from its rarity. These thoughts flashed through his mind, but his immediate concern was Huang Fatso's impressions after the test drive. How was it? Excellent! Huang Fatso exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly. After stepping out, he patted the car proudly. Absolutely no issues. Who would have thought our workshop could fix this imported car? Our reputation is about to soar. Ha ha! He let out a hearty laugh. Meng Rong joined in the laughter. He knew better than anyone how hard this journey had been. 2 consecutive all-nighters, not a single full night's sleep wasn't it all for this moment? The team then performed a comprehensive maintenance on the vehicle, cleaning, wiping, oiling, even scrubbing the wheel rims spotless. They meticulously cleaned every nook and cranny of the seats, removing every last crumb of food residue. When they were done, the vehicle stood before them looking brand new. In less than 3 days, they had completed the repairs on the Audi vehicle. The previous days had left everyone feeling drained and demoralized, but now the atmosphere was revitalized. Smiles began to appear on faces as a brighter future seemed within reach. Workers responsible for machining parts had already quietly approached old Zhao and He, inquiring about joining the repair team. But Meng Rong couldn't spare a thought for any of this. He was utterly exhausted. After the car was finished, though it was still early afternoon, he had no energy left to wait. He headed straight home, gave his mother a quick greeting, and collapsed onto his bed fully clothed. He slept straight through until dawn the next day. In the morning, he felt an itch in his nose. It was his little sister, Meng Xiaoquan, playfully poking him with her braid. Lazy pig, get up already. You stink. You definitely didn't tea-bathe, Xiaoquan giggled, covering her nose. Meng Rong smiled faintly, reaching out to ruffle her hair. He'd been so busy lately that he hadn't had a moment to spend with his little sister. Why are you back? Weekend break. Hurry up and get up. Mom's already cooked noodles waiting for you. At the mention of food, Meng Rong perked up instantly. He quickly tossed aside the covers, hurried through his morning routine, then sat down to devour the noodles with gusto. After changing into fresh clothes, he dashed out the door. Xiaoquan looked a little disappointed. Why are you so busy? Can't you play with me for a bit? Meng Rong replied as he walked away, work stuff at the factory. Later, though. When I have free time, I'll hang out with you properly. Xiaoquan pouted and complained to her mother, look at him. Just look at him. Her mother gently stroked her hair. You're still young, studying comes first. Your brother is older now and has his own responsibilities. We shouldn't hold him back or cause him trouble. Poof. Fine. Meng Rong hurried back to the factory. Thankfully, his car was still parked there. Everyone had arrived early for work. Working in unison, they set about building a beautiful new factory. Parts and tools that had once been scattered everywhere were now neatly organized. Water was splashed on the floor, which was scrubbed repeatedly until it gleamed. Meng Rong felt almost embarrassed to step on it. Others were perched on windowsills, meticulously polishing the glass. The entire space now radiated a bright, pristine cleanliness. Meng Rong scratched his head, watching everyone brimming with enthusiasm, each greeting him with a smile. For a moment, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to this. After all, as the young general manager, few had respected him. Usually, when they saw him, they would at most offer a faint smile and a casual greeting. Some senior workers would even just nod expressionlessly. This scene was truly rare. His heart warmed instantly, and he felt a quiet sense of pride. He had finally won them over with his abilities, no easy feat. Huang the Fat saw him, wiped sweat from his brow, and set down his mop, panting. These guys have gone mad. Never seen them this eager before. Now I'm stuck scrubbing mops and mopping floors, exhausting. Can't take it anymore. I'm heading to rest. You lot can clean however you like. With that, he turned to leave. Meng Rong quickly grabbed his arm. It's almost 9:30. They might be here any minute. Let's wait here a bit longer. Huang Fatso shook his head repeatedly. No way. I need to rest. As they tugged at each other, a sudden rumbling sound grew louder from afar, unmistakably a truck before it stalled at the factory gate. They exchanged glances. He was here. The gate swung open as the driver strode in, chest puffed out. Just as Meng Rong went to greet him, he noticed a middle-aged woman trailing behind, dressed in fur, dripping with jewels. Could it be? It really was Supervisor Xin Ying. He hurried forward. Manager Xiong, what brings you here? Xin Ying shot him a withering glance. I'm here to pick up the car. Why wouldn't I be here? You can come, you can come. In her presence, Meng Rong still felt slightly constrained. Xin Ying lifted her chin, sweeping her gaze across the entire factory and its workers. She curled her lips and offered a three-word verdict, nothing to see here. Meng Rong could only smile apologetically. Our factory isn't big. It certainly can't compare to a major company like Wishide. But we're absolutely reliable here. Reliable? Is the car fixed yet? Xin Ying quickly lost interest in the factory and the others. Without waiting for introductions, she fixed her gaze on Meng Rong and demanded. Look over here. Meng Rong led her to the side and abruptly pulled back the tarp. Thankfully, we didn't fail the mission. The truck driver standing nearby burst out laughing. You guys? Fix it? Don't think washing it clean makes it new. Don't try to fool us. Useless. Xiongju also eyed the quietly parked Audi vehicle skeptically. Its exterior did look factory new. Fixed already? She pressed, so, what's your name? Meng Rong, right? Are you sure it's fixed? In 3 days? Such major issues fixed in 3 days? I'm warning you, if you're pulling my leg, you won't get a cent. Not a single penny for repairs. Meng Rong was still young. Faced with her relentless grilling, his temper flared. He replied flatly, we guaranteed the time. 3 days was agreed upon, so it's 3 days, not a day more, not a day less. If you don't believe us, please inspect it yourself. At Xin Ying's gesture, the truck driver climbed in. As soon as he heard the deep rumble of the engine, he knew the vehicle was indeed fixed. After driving it for a short while, he pulled over and stepped out. Though reluctant, he couldn't bring himself to lie to her face. He nodded and said, it should be fixed. Supervisor Xiong, you can give it a try. Xin Ying said nothing further. She got in, tested the engine, and even drove the truck around the block before returning. Her face was filled with shock. It was unbelievable. Though she'd held onto a sliver of hope, she truly hadn't expected Meng Rong to actually fix it. This saved far more money and time than replacing it with an imported part. Emerging, she was almost incoherent. It works. It really works. At least for now. How did you manage it? Major manufacturers found this impossible and refused the job, yet this little workshop pulled it off. I won't believe it until I see it. Open it up for inspection. She ordered the truck driver to open the hood. After thorough examination, she finally had to concede, this humble workshop had indeed solved their problem flawlessly. Your skills are this good? Xin Ying softened her stance slightly. The facts were undeniable. She could only say, seems like this place is full of hidden talents. How much is the repair fee? Manager Xiong. Meng Rong shook his head. You came here just to pay for repairs? Alright then, Xin Ying smiled. I'll honor my promise and place some orders with you. If you've got the capability to handle them, it'll be enough to keep you afloat. Chapter 35, Fortune and Misfortune. There exists a certain type of person in this world. When they discover something in you worthy of their respect, they will genuinely bow their heads in acknowledgement, granting you opportunities. Of course, if the opposite is true, they'll trample over you without a second thought. Xin Ying was precisely that kind of person. When she discovered this small repair shop could fix jobs even large, established repair centers refused to take on, she immediately acknowledged their capability. She didn't even suspect Meng Rong might have hired someone else or sent the item elsewhere for repair. Such a possibility was extremely unlikely. Here, there were no connections or favors, only recognition of ability. Without ability, you get no opportunities. With ability, opportunities will be forced upon you. She didn't care about Meng Rong's momentary coldness and mocking attitude. All that mattered was that he could get things done. Once the job was done, everything else would fall into place. With a smile, she said to Meng Rong, let's go. Find a place where we can set up an office on the spot. Meng Rong was taken aback, but promptly led her to the conference room. There, Xin Ying immediately apologized. Mr. Meng, I'm terribly sorry. The factory suddenly dumped this problem on me, and I had no other choice but to pass the buck, creating a challenge for you. Of course, it's also an opportunity. Think about it, if you solve this, I'll award you the order, and others won't have anything to gossip about, right? After pondering, Meng Rong nodded in agreement. It made perfect sense. He didn't want to dwell on the matter further. Xin Ying pulled a sheet of paper from her briefcase. It contained a list. Machining material list: motor covers, 200 units; motor housings, 200 units; motor shafts, 100 units; spacer sleeves, 2,000 units. What caught Meng Rong's attention most were the prices listed below: machining fees of 20 yuan per motor cover and housing, 110 yuan per motor shaft, and 2 yuan per spacer. The total machining costs for the entire order amounted to 23,000 yuan. Add this repair cost to the total. How much do you think it'll be? Xin Ying asked. 3,500 yuan, Meng Rong quoted without hesitation. This figure was quite steep at the time at least, they'd never quoted such a high repair fee for anything other than part replacements. But compared to the value of an Audi vehicle itself, he believed it was absolutely worth it. Sure enough, Xiong Yurong smiled. "Young man, can't you knock it down a bit?" Her tone, however, wasn't as firm as it might have been elsewhere. If this were anywhere else or anyone else, she wouldn't have been so polite. "Miss Xiong, this is truly a fair price. I worked through 2 sleepless nights to fix it," Meng Rong said with a wry smile. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to explain the details. If Xiong Yurong found out he'd also repaired her flat grinding machine on the side, who knew what she'd think? Xiong Yurong studied Meng Rong. He did look worn out, thinner than a few days ago. Even last night's sleep hadn't fully restored him. "Regardless of how you did it, let us settle this. How about a flat rate of 3,000 yuan? This price is too steep, I can't justify it to my boss. With a factory as big as yours, surely 500 yuan isn't a problem?" Meng Rong replied with a wry smile. "But is this order actually going to be placed with us? If so, we'll consider that 500 is payment for a day's free labor." "Heh, young man, don't get too greedy. This order is indeed mine. I was planning to take it elsewhere for processing and had already lined up several places to visit today. Never expected the first stop would satisfy me so well. Can you handle it? If so, sign the contract and this is yours." Meng Rong was unsure. He passed the order to Old Wu beside him. Old Wu took it, studied it, and after a long pause, said, "We can handle it. But what about the raw materials? And this motor shaft, your notes specify rough turning, finish turning, milling keyways, then sending it out for heat treatment and quenching, followed by external grinding when it comes back, right? We can't handle the heat treatment ourselves. We weren't counting on you to handle that. This only involves turning, milling, and grinding. Our factory could manage part of it ourselves, but we recently landed a large order we can't handle internally. We need to outsource some of the work, to be honest. This is just one part of it," Xiong Yurong said with a smile. "Then there's no problem." Old Wu nodded. Seeing Old Wu's confirmation, Meng Rong felt relieved. He assured Xiong Yurong, "We can handle it. Rest assured, General Manager Xiong." And so, this life-saving order was secured. It all felt so surreal that even Meng Rong found it hard to believe. This order completely solved Xianghua Machinery Repair's urgent need. After Meng Rong saw Xiong Yurong off in her Audi, the entire factory erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Everyone was overjoyed work was finally coming in. For the next month and a half, they would be kept busy and happy. Things will turn around. Meng Rong murmured to himself, tears welling in his eyes. Over the next month or so, Meng Rong first approached Cindy's accountant, Chen, to extend their payment terms. The condition was that he would soon purchase another batch of parts and tools from Xin Ying Hardware using cash. This left Cindy's general manager Liu somewhat alarmed and uncertain. Upon hearing the news, he was surprised, not expecting Xianghua Machinery Repair to show signs of turning things around. He instructed Xie Yong to intensify public relations efforts with Xianghua Machine Repair, which greatly annoyed Xie Yong. How he treated Sui Yuan privately remained unknown, but when he returned to Xianghua, he was much more courteous and didn't bring that woman along. That same month, Meng Rong paid the workers their full wages as originally agreed. Wang Jia cooperated without interference. But when she heard Meng Rong had actually approached Mr. Yuan of Shirda Motors and secured an order, she was quite surprised. She had merely offered a helping hand, never expecting Meng Rong to actually pull it off. This made her look at him with new respect. Then came the intense rush of machining work. Within a month and a half, the entire machine shop became exceptionally busy. Nearly everyone without other tasks threw themselves into machining parts for the motor factory. People rested, but the machines never did. They worked 24-hour shifts, operating around the clock. Meng Rong and Old Wu were busy procuring the grinding wheels, cutting tools, and other supplies needed for machining, ensuring everyone could work smoothly. The grinding machines whirred, the lathes whirred, the piercing sounds never ceased from dawn till dusk. Trucks came and went in a steady stream. After each batch was processed, someone would come to inspect the goods and haul them away. Overall, the motor factory was satisfied with their efficiency and recognized the quality. The few reworked parts that didn't meet standards were within the normal range. After all, overall, these tasks only required the normal performance of 2 machine beds and the team's standard capabilities. Though there were minor hiccups along the way, occasional machine glitches, the team worked diligently to meet the deadline. The combined processing and repair fees yielded a gross profit of nearly 20,000 yuan. For Xianghua Machine Repair, it was a timely windfall. When good things happen, people feel energized. Meng Rong was full of vigor this month, busy all day long. Seeing the machine repair shop back on track filled him with immense joy, and he felt he could finally stand shoulder to shoulder with his father. Old Wu, Wang Zuoxi, He Ji, and others were swamped with work. Moreover, the reputation of Audi vehicle repair had spread, attracting new customers seeking repairs. Even Huang the Fat and the others had no time to spare. The task of liaising with Shirda fell solely to Meng Rong. He personally handled everything, meeting the driver for pickups, providing lunch, and hosting the purchasing agents and quality inspectors from Supervisor Xiong's team when they came to inspect goods. Occasionally, he'd have a few drinks, leaving him feeling a bit lightheaded. Amidst the mutual flattery, Meng Rong couldn't help but feel a bit carried away. He believed that once he secured Shirta as a major client, he could then expand into other markets and quickly grow the factory. Lost in these rosy visions, Meng Rong intensified his trips between the city and county, often personally delivering goods and seeking meetings with Supervisor Xiong. Seeing the young man's enthusiasm, Xiong, who felt this youth only a few years older than his own son had real promise, gradually warmed to him. After Xiong Yurong had repaired the Audi and handed it over to her relative, the company president, word was that he was highly satisfied and praised her for resolving the issue cleanly and efficiently. This was the core reason Meng Rong gained favor in her eyes. Soon after, another large order landed in Meng Rong's hands. Xiong Yurong handed Meng Rong an order for 10,000 brass bushings. While this wasn't the motor factory's core business, it was profitable, so they readily accepted the job. They would pocket the margin and then have Xiong Yurong place the order. These brass bushings had specific requirements, so Xiong Yurong handed Meng Rong a drawing. They agreed on a fair price of 6 yuan per piece for the machining. However, this time Meng Rong would need to source the brass material himself for the job. Meng Rong examined the drawing, which specified dimensions: 20 mm length, 27 mm outer diameter, and 13.5 mm inner diameter. The brass tubing required was H65 grade. This H65 brass boasts excellent mechanical properties, good plasticity both hot and cold, ease of machining, soldering, and welding, along with corrosion resistance. It's a widely used common brass variety suitable for manufacturing stressed components through deep drawing and bending. To major manufacturers, the price advantage of this brass lies in its affordability. Yet for Xianghua, this brass comes at a premium. Material included processing? He paused, somewhat surprised. Procuring 10,000 brass tubes represented a substantial investment. For Xianghua at this stage, such a large batch carried considerable risk. Yet he remained utterly confident. Customer requirements must be met at all costs. What was a little material procurement? Gritting his teeth, he accepted the order. After formally signing the order, Meng Rong rushed back to the factory and urgently summoned Old Wu to procure the brass tubing. Old Wu glanced at the order and estimated it would require at least 200 meters of brass tubing. At market prices, the procurement cost would be around 7,800 yuan. This was a significant burden for Xianghua at present. We'll have to go with Xining Factory, Old Wu gritted out. They've supplied brass tubing before. Besides, even though we still owe them part of the payment, we've done business together. Even if it's on credit, we can work something out. Though he was reluctant to deal with Xining Factory's Xie Yong again, it stirred up unpleasant memories of Sui Yuan. There was no other option. Meng Rong could only nod in agreement. After all, this was a massive order worth a total of 100,000 yuan. Missing an opportunity like this would be unthinkable. Yet fortune and misfortune are intertwined. No one could have foreseen how this order would ultimately unfold. Chapter 36, A Dream of Yellow Millet. Time was pressing, so Old Wu set off that very day for the provincial capital to place the order with Xining. Thanks to Xianghua Machinery Repair's impressive performance lately, Old Lu only required a 1,000 yuan deposit before approving the order for 200 meters of brass tubing on credit. 3 days later, the H65 brass tubing arrived. The supplier provided imperial standard H65 brass tubing with an outer diameter of 1.1 inches 28.1 mm and an inner diameter of 1 inch 12.7 mm. At that time, Meng Rong and Huang Fatty had taken on a repair job. Since the vehicle couldn't be transported to the workshop, the two needed to go to the vehicle's location for on-site emergency repairs. Meng Rong quickly inspected the shipment and immediately directed everyone to rush. The work time was of the essence. He had already briefed the team on the work according to the blueprints beforehand. They just needed to cut the brass tubing to the correct dimensions. With this batch of tubing now delivered, there was no need for him to hover over the process. Wang Zuisi, Master Niu, and the others were itching to get started, having waited impatiently. After assigning tasks, they immediately began working. Before leaving, Huang Fatty reminded Meng Rong, "Shouldn't you wait until we make a few sample pieces first?" Meng Rong considered this reasonable. After all, this brass was quite valuable. The machining allowance for these dimensions was minimal, and the tolerances demanded an inner surface roughness of 1.6. The drawing specified a 45-degree chamfer of 1 mm. One careless mistake could easily result in scrap. So he patiently waited for the first batch to be machined. After inspection, he confirmed they met specifications and distributed them as samples. Now, the only priority was to accelerate production. If they could finish quickly enough, they'd get paid sooner. With early payment, Xianghua Machine Repair's prospects would be limitless. From current experience, Shirta's creditworthiness seemed solid. Payments were relatively prompt. After all, for them, a few tens of thousands was just pocket change. And so, the team threw themselves into the work with renewed vigor. Each day, checking the progress, Meng Rong felt energized. Watching the finished products pile up like mountains, he couldn't help but see their copper hue as the color of gold. After another month and 5 days of round-the-clock shifts, the entire factory churning out an astonishing 300 brass bushings daily, the job was finally completed 5 days ahead of the order deadline. Then Shirta's trucks arrived to haul away the goods. Watching the crates of brass bushings loaded onto the vehicles and driven away in a cloud of dust, everyone in the factory wore beaming smiles. "Extra lunch today," Meng Rong announced with a laugh. "I've already sent Uncle Wu to buy a sheep. We're having mutton soup and lamb for lunch." "Yes. Ha ha ha." The crew was thrilled. The factory had a temporary cook who handled daily meals, usually just a few simple dishes, nothing too complicated. Today, though, he pulled out all the stops, boiling and stewing until he filled 2 large tables with food. Meng Rong had 2 tables brought into the courtyard for the meal. 24 people gathered around, opening 2 cases of beer and 2 bottles of local specialty liquor to treat everyone. Tears welled up in the eyes of several masters. How long had it been since such a gathering? The last time was back in the new year, when Meng's father was still at home. As the table filled with diverse dishes and golden beer filled the glasses, Meng Rong raised his cup, stood up, and addressed them. "Uncles and brothers, my family has faced misfortune. That you've stayed by my side, helping me in the factory weather this difficult time, I am deeply grateful. Especially for your hard work during this period. Today, we've finally delivered the goods. From here on out, our factory will only get better." At noon, everyone at this table ate and drank to their heart's content. If the wine ran low, more was brought. If the food wasn't enough, more was served. Bottoms up. The crowd roared in unison, raising their cups and rising to celebrate. Someone chuckled, "Fat Huang, you hear that? If we don't get enough to eat today, don't blame us." Everyone laughed along. Everyone knew Fat Huang had a huge appetite. He patted Huang Pangzi on the shoulder. "Today it's not just about the food, there's plenty of wine too. Look, most people here don't drink much. Why don't you just take care of it all?" Huang Pangzi pushed Heji's hand away with feigned annoyance. "You guys? Not a single one of you has good intentions. You just want me to eat more and drink more so you can have more mutton, right? I'm not falling for that. Let's eat." With that, he grabbed a huge piece of scallion stir-fried lamb with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily. "Everyone, dig in. Don't let the fat guy eat it all by himself." Amidst laughter and cheer, everyone dug in heartily. Like a whirlwind, the dishes were cleared in no time. Meng Rong couldn't help but marvel at how genuine these men were, devouring the food without drinking. Fortunately, the cook had anticipated this and promptly brought out more dishes. Only after they'd eaten their fill did the men pick up their cups. First, Meng Rong toasted each of them in turn, then they took turns challenging him to drinking contests. Those who could handle baijiu drank baijiu, those who preferred beer drank beer. Round after round, Meng Rong soon felt lightheaded. Just as he was drifting in and out of consciousness, the phone rang. Old Wu hurried over to answer it. Moments later, he reappeared behind Meng Rong with an extremely grim expression. He pulled the men, urging Meng Rong to drink away, and motioned him aside. Seeing Meng Rong's flushed face and the excited, swaying, and easily swayed look, Old Wu really couldn't bear it, but he still whispered, "Little Rong, this time, we're in big trouble." What trouble?" Meng Rong wasn't paying much attention yet. His feet felt light and his tongue was thick. "Shirta just called. He gave us an earful, saying every single brass bushing we machined is wrong." "What?" Meng Rong snapped out of his daze, jolted awake by the shock. "We messed up the machining. This entire batch is ruined." Old Wu repeated the devastating news with heavy regret. Now Meng Rong was fully awake. "Wrong? What did that mean? They asked you to call back." Old Wu looked at the young man before him, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside. He knew all too well how severe the consequences would be if this mistake proved true. "Call back." Meng Rong glanced back. The lively chatter around the dining table had abruptly ceased. Seeing Old Wu's grim expression, everyone instinctively set down their chopsticks and cups, their eyes fixed on the 2 men. Though their voices were too low to hear, the expressions and movements of the 2 men made it clear to everyone that something was terribly wrong. The dinner that day began with great fanfare but ended in a silent, abrupt retreat. What followed felt like a nightmare to Meng Rong. He immediately called Xiong Yurong back, only to find her attitude had completely shifted. She berated him from head to toe, her words as vile as they could be. She even hurled the deeply insulting accusation, "Your father failed to raise you properly." Meng Rong trembled with rage, yet he couldn't change the reality of the situation. Because he knew this time, he was truly in the wrong. He pulled out the blueprint Xiong Yurong had given him from his workbench. The numbers on the various diagrams were so familiar, yet in the inconspicuous notes on the back, 5 words stood out: "No chamfering on internal holes." It turned out that while reviewing the drawings, Meng Rong had focused on surface roughness and machining allowances, completely overlooking the critical detail about not chamfering the inner hole. As a result, the entire batch had been chamfered during production, rendering all 10,000 pieces scrap. Scrap. 10,000. 60,000 yuan in machining fees gone. He recouped part of the 7,800 yuan spent on brass tubing by selling the scrap material for over 5,000 yuan. The biggest headache was Huolong Village demanding 10,000 yuan in compensation for lost production time. Since the parts needed to be recut and remade, this was unbearable for the client. Moreover, Huolong implied that if they hadn't interceded with the client, the compensation claim could have been even higher. This month's work was for nothing, zero income, yet facing nearly 13,000 yuan in compensation. More significantly, the material and labor costs for this month alone had already exceeded 30,000 yuan. In other words, the entire machine repair shop would lose 43,000 yuan this month. When factoring in the 60,000 yuan in machining fees, the total loss soared to a staggering 103,000 yuan. Meng Rong was completely stunned, his spirit nearly crushed. From the peak of his life to the depths of despair, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Because of one fatal mistake he made, because of his carelessness, because of his superficial understanding, because he got a little too cocky, the mistake was made, and all his hard work became meaningless. It even became a laughingstock. Meng Rong was plunged into deep confusion. The next task was to resolve the immediate situation. Unsurprisingly, Old Wu stepped forward once more, assisting Meng Rong in handling the aftermath, contacting all parties, liquidating factory assets, conducting final settlements, repaying debts, and so on. Some messy accounts could only be written off at this point. This process took over 2 weeks. After everything was settled, a final meeting was convened for all factory employees. At the gathering, Meng Rong stood up and bowed deeply to everyone, apologizing to all present. The gazes of the 20-odd workers fixed upon him were filled with disappointment, despair, and pity. They had once looked down on this young man, yet also pinned their hopes on him. Now, all those expectations had vanished. Regardless of the reasons, reality was this harsh. Then, Old Wu solemnly announced that Xianghua Machine Repair would cease operations. Over the past period, the company had sold off everything of value, including this plot of land and the shopfront. This would barely cover the wages and bonuses for this month, serving as severance pay. Facing this outcome, even though every worker had anticipated it, hearing the actual closure still brought overwhelming sadness. Scenes from the factory flashed before their eyes. Why had it come so quickly? Everything felt like a fleeting dream. The foundation Meng's father had painstakingly built over more than a decade vanished in an instant. Everyone would now scatter in different directions. Finally, Meng Rong managed to say, "In the future, if there's ever a chance to make a comeback, I hope you uncles and brothers will lend me a hand again." Huang the fat man replied in a choked voice, "I will come back to help you." The others responded only with silent nods. These seasoned middle-aged and elderly men understood the ways of the world too well. Making a comeback was never easy. Even if it happened, could they all come together again? They couldn't be sure. Wang Jie distributed the final month's wages and bonuses to everyone using the proceeds from selling off the factory's assets. Before leaving, each person stepped forward, silently patting Meng Rong on the shoulder. Wang Zuosi, who had been clamoring for severance pay, now wept as he received his share. He collapsed before the flat grinder, packed and ready for removal, and wailed uncontrollably. This place had truly felt like home. With home gone, where could he possibly go? On the day of the official layoffs, the year's end approached. The sky hung cold and gloomy, faces wore desolate expressions, and the entire world seemed drained of life. Chapter 37, A Moment of Confusion. After seeing everyone off, watching them pack up their personal belongings and bid farewell one by one, Meng Rong and Old Wu stood gazing at the empty factory floor, their hearts heavy with sorrow and pain. Through wind and rain, sunrises and sunsets, autumns and springs, water freezing and thawing, the birds in the big tree outside the factory shed had built and abandoned countless nests. Old Wu could no longer recall how many joys and sorrows he had experienced here. He only remembered the first time he met Old Meng, when the two of them rode bicycles 20 kilometers together, chatting about life, work, children, and wives. But all of this was finally coming to an end. Wang Jie approached and handed Meng Rong an envelope. "This is the remaining 2,045 yuan after selling all factory assets and settling all accounts and wages. Take it." Meng Rong shook his head. "Accountant Wang. No, I've already settled my own wages. You don't need to give me anything. Take it." With that, Wang Jie pressed the money into Meng Rong's hand. "Also, in the coming days, I'll help you close the bank accounts. I'll handle all the industrial and commercial registration and tax matters for you too. I have professional ethics. Thank you. You're welcome. Goodbye. Contact me if you need anything." With that, Wang Jie left. She was always so professional, shouldering heavy responsibilities yet bearing little accountability. "I envy her," Meng Rong thought silently. Only he and Old Wu remained. "Lock the door," Old Wu sighed. With a click, the heavy bolt sealed the factory off from the outside world. Outside, the world was bitterly cold. Old Wu and Meng Rong walked side by side in silence, watching the wisps of smoke rising from the distant village. Old Wu spoke in a somewhat subdued tone, "Little Rong, after the new year, you'll be another year older." "Ha? Oh." Meng Rong was taken aback by the sudden mention of his age. "Right, I'll be 20 next year. 20 years old, so young." Old Wu sighed. "Youth is truly wonderful. You can do so many things, have such a bright future ahead." No matter what you choose, whether right or wrong, you always have the chance to start over. I'm sorry, Uncle Wu. No need to apologize. You've said it so many times lately. You don't have to say those 3 words to me, I understand. Old Wu sounded a bit melancholy. You've actually exceeded my expectations. You're very capable. It's just that you're too young. This position shouldn't have been given to you so early. I understand. I should have asked you to take charge from the start. Meng Rong felt a pang of shame and bitterness. You don't understand. The truth is, I couldn't have done it either. I probably wouldn't have had the courage or ability to accomplish what you've done. But none of that matters anymore. What matters is that you need to think about your future. Have you considered what you'll do next? Meng Rong faltered. Of course he'd considered it, but he had no answers. You're too young. You're a genius technician, but not a genius manager. You still need to learn, accumulate experience, and grow, Old Wu said earnestly. This is the parting gift I'm giving you. Meng Rong lowered his head, silently chewing on those words. After a long moment, he lifted his gaze to meet Old Wu's. Uncle Wu, what about you? What are your plans? Me? Don't worry about me. Your Uncle Wu has built up some connections over the years. I'll find a place to work hard and earn my keep. It's not just me, they'll all be fine. Take Fat Huan, for instance. His car repair skills are solid. He'll be in high demand and earn much more than he did here. Old Wu smiled softly. Honestly, now that this has happened, I feel a weight lifted off my shoulders. Don't worry about me. Just focus on yourself, work hard to earn money. Your family needs you. Be a man and stand strong. Don't let temporary setbacks and failures make you give up on yourself. If you do, your father's spirit won't rest in peace. I will, Meng Rong nodded, handing the money back to Old Wu. Uncle Wu, I'm sorry for all the trouble these past years. You've worked so hard for us, especially these last 6 months. Keep this money. Old Wu firmly pushed it back. You keep it. You and your mother need to get through this new year. I don't need this money. With that, Old Wu walked away quickly. He mounted the motorcycle parked by the roadside and called back to Meng Rong, tell your mom I'm sorry. I'll come see you in the new year. Remember what I said, you're still young. With a roar, Old Wu left the place where he had fought alongside Meng Ge for so many years. Here, he had laid down his burdens. There were regrets, but no remorse. After seeing Old Wu off, Meng Rong slowly turned and walked home. A journey that usually took 10 minutes stretched to nearly an hour. When he arrived, his mother was just carrying a basket filled with offerings. Li Guiqin saw him return, offering neither reproach nor complaint. She simply said, let's go see your father. All right. It took nearly 2 hours for Meng Rong and his mother to reach his father's grave. The tombstone bore the inscription, the grave of the late Meng Gong Xianghua, erected by his dutiful son, Meng Rong. It also listed his father's birth and death dates along with a brief account of his life. The area was picturesque, serene, and elegant, sloping toward a valley. A feng shui master had once declared it a prime location, promising prosperity for future generations. Lighting a stick of incense, arranging offerings, and burning paper money, these were the customs of their hometown, and Meng Rong followed them. Kneel and kowtow, Li Guiqin instructed. Only after Meng Rong had made 3 loud bows did she speak slowly, Old Meng, it's not yet the time to bid farewell to the year. We brought your son here to tell you something, we've closed your factory. Without you, we couldn't keep it going. Please forgive us and bless us, so your son can have a bright future. Meng Rong kept his head bowed, saying nothing. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the dry leaves from the ground before letting them drift back down, as if sighing. The two lingered a while longer before leaving. From start to finish, Li Guiqin never hysterically berated her son. From the very first day he took over the factory, she knew this day would come sooner or later. Even after he took the passbook to cover an emergency last time, she felt no regret. She understood this outcome was only natural. Li Guiqin had already learned the full story from Old Wu. That day when Meng Rong returned home in a daze, Old Wu and Li Guiqin recounted every detail of his recent performance. Of course, there were many naive aspects, but Meng Rong had worked through the night studying and laboring, boldly developing new business ventures and taking on responsibilities. He had nearly led the factory to glory. Unfortunately, the factory's foundations were too weak. One mistake had ruined everything. It could only be described as a pity. Though Li Guiqin shared Old Wu's anguish over Meng Rong's efforts being destroyed, when Old Wu praised his son's performance, she immediately realized that his youth and lack of experience had led to such a basic mistake. What good would scolding him do? It wouldn't change anything. So now, mother and son walked together, chatting casually about everyday matters, the scene quite warm and tender. Through her tolerance, the mother hoped her son would slowly recover from this nightmare and regain some of the vitality young people should possess. But no matter how you looked at it, this blow was too much for Meng Rong. He was bottling up so much pent-up frustration inside. If his mother had just given him a good beating and a scolding, he might have felt better. But she remained relentlessly forgiving. While it made him feel better, it also deepened his guilt. He was ashamed of making such a basic mistake, and not for the first time, but for the second. Within a single year, he had made the same mistake twice, costing him his job both times. This deep-seated self-doubt was the most devastating blow to his resolve. He now seriously questioned whether he was even cut out for technical work, let alone being some kind of drafting genius. He suspected he was simply a hopeless case. This doubt took root like a poisonous seed in his heart, sprouting and rapidly spreading until it consumed his entire being. Throughout the spring festival, he holed up at home, refusing to go anywhere. Only when absolutely necessary would he venture out to pay New Year's calls to relatives, retreating back to his room immediately afterward. The machine repair notes his father had left him were locked away in the deepest recesses of a cabinet, too painful to even look at. His days became utterly despondent. A major reason he stayed indoors was his fear of passing by the factory that had once been his. On the rare occasions he ventured out, he'd rather take a detour than go back. Even Meng Xiaoquan couldn't stand it anymore. She called him a coward, her gaze filled with contempt and dissatisfaction. But she was still young, unable to comprehend the anguish and disorientation consuming Meng Rong. She couldn't grasp how, when a person utterly rejects themselves, the entire world turns bleak and gray. Had he not feared causing his mother excessive grief, thoughts of suicide had even flashed through Meng Rong's mind. After the new year, when spring blossomed and warmed the air, he came to the county seat one day, disheveled and unkempt, to run some errands. Near the bus station, as he was about to buy a newspaper, he spotted someone boarding a bus from afar. A person he never could have imagined. It was a strikingly beautiful young woman. Dressed smartly and neatly, with an exceptional aura. Her eyes sparkled with charm, radiating youthful vitality. Her smile outshone the spring blossoms. Backpack slung over her shoulder and a small leather suitcase in hand, she strode briskly onto the bus, then waved out the window to the friends and family seeing her off. Her voice was as lovely as ever, her laughter like silver bells. "I'm off now, Uncle and Auntie. I'll come back to visit you next year. Bye." Her uncle, a plump middle-aged man, waved vigorously. "Guagua, study hard at university. You're the best." He then proudly announced to those nearby, "My niece, my pride and joy, is studying at prestigious Jiangda University in the provincial capital." Impressive, huh? Ha ha. Though her face had changed significantly, Meng Rong recognized her instantly. This girl was his junior high classmate, once his deskmate. They only shared a desk for half a year, but had that plain-clothed girl who used to bicker with him grown into such a beauty? As the car passed him, he instinctively lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Only after the vehicle had disappeared into the distance did he lift his head to look back, a wave of inexplicable sadness rising from the depths of his heart. What he didn't know was that the girl in the car suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. Just now, she thought she'd glimpsed a familiar figure. Who was that person again? An unpleasant face flashed through her mind. Ugh, why was she thinking of him? Thinking this, she leaned out the window to peer around, only to see a scruffy, dowdy-looking young man with messy hair, head down reading a newspaper. Definitely not him. His family was wealthy, they valued appearances. Forget it, no point dwelling. Little did she know that this fleeting glimpse had profoundly shaken Meng Rong. Like thunder, like lightning, it made Meng Rong want to cry. How could he not dare to approach his old classmate and claim her? How had he become this way? How had he lost his confidence? How could he not even look at a pretty girl? Glancing down at his own scruffy appearance, Meng Rong made a momentous decision in that instant. He would change himself. "I won't let this defeat me. This isn't who I am," he silently vowed to himself. Chapter 38, Starting Over. "I'm starting over." In that moment, Meng Rong snapped awake. Had he been suppressing himself for too long? His life shouldn't be this bleak. Why should he carry the burden of past failures for the rest of his life? If he continued down this path, he would achieve nothing. On his way home, Meng Rong quickened his pace. He had realized he couldn't continue wallowing in despair. Passing a barber shop, he stepped inside. He asked the barber for a short buzz cut, then shaved for the very first time in his life. That layer of dark fuzz left his upper lip for the first time. His parents had always told him not to shave lightly. The more you shave, the thicker it grows, so he hadn't shaved until he was grown. He had remembered this advice since childhood and had never dared to shave. Today, he shaved for the first time. The thoughtful barber even applied shaving cream, making him look like a little old man with a white, fluffy face. After shaving with the razor, the barber gently wiped his face with a warm towel. When he stood up, he saw the handsome young man in the mirror and smiled. He never imagined that shaving would make him look so fair-skinned. After paying, he strode out with long strides, feeling as if he were flying. On his way home, he no longer avoided passing by the machine shop that had once been his. Now under renovation, its old sign had vanished. He walked right through the front door without a glance back. He silently told himself, the past is the past. The future is mine to shape. Back home, his mother was startled by his transformation. He'd left that morning looking sullen and gray, yet now he returned vibrant and fair-skinned. "What's this?" she asked, puzzled. "What's different about you?" "Mom, I've come to terms with it." Meng Rong offered no further explanation. His mother didn't press him further, merely nodding silently. As long as Meng Rong wasn't completely defeated, she felt a little relieved. As for the future, as long as he was alive, she didn't worry about what lay ahead. Good that you've come to terms with it, she nodded. Next, I'll find a place to work. Start from scratch, begin with the most basic tasks, Meng Rong said with a smile. This time, rest assured, Mom. I'll make it happen. Uncle Wu was right, I need to build up my experience. He wanted to say more, but suddenly felt words were unnecessary. Instead, he silently gazed at his father's photo in the front hall. For a farmer, working the soil day in and day out, he knew best where his roots lay. For a skilled worker, hands touching steel, the path is already taking shape within. But where to begin? For the moment, Meng Rong had no clue. He couldn't return to Xin Ying Hardware, nor would he seek any connection to Shirda Electric. In fact, after much thought, he realized he needed to start anew somewhere completely unrelated to his past, a place where no one knew him. And this place had to be somewhere he could truly immerse himself in learning and practicing all kinds of basic technical work. Yet throughout the county, the Xianghua machine repair incident had become the talk of the town. Rumors swirled, painting Meng Rong as an unambitious, overconfident rich kid, the classic example of a spoiled brat squandering his family's fortune without a care. Some laughed at him, some despised him, some looked down on him, and some even pitied him, but few could truly understand or sympathize with him. This external pressure weighed heavily on him, contributing to his persistent sense of despondency. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave home and carve out his own space elsewhere. His mind made up, he announced his decision to his mother and his sister, who had returned home for the holidays. During dinner that evening, he would be leaving to find work. Xiaoquan looked puzzled. Brother, are you really going to work? She had been disappointed in her brother's behavior lately, but as his sister, she immediately showed concern. Don't worry. I've thought it through. I'll definitely do well, Meng Rong said with a smile, patting his sister's head. You won't get fired again, will you? Xiaoqian asked with a strange look. She had heard that when her brother worked at the factory before, he had met a girlfriend and never focused on his work. In the end, he made a mistake and got fired. Meng Rong's expression faltered for a moment before he replied firmly, no, not this time. He was certain of it. As long as he worked diligently and steadily, he couldn't imagine anyone wanting to fire him. Starting from the ground up, doing the basics, how could he possibly fail? He refused to believe it. Li Guiqin served him a generous slice of braised pork. She saw something different in her son's eyes now. Her heart ached, but she knew she had to let him go. Son, as long as you don't break the law or harm others out there, anything is fine. Don't push yourself too hard. Mom, you spoil brother too much, Xiaoquan complained to his mother. You never push me like this about my studies. I'm exhausted. I really don't want to go to school. No way. Meng Rong and his mother declared in unison. Meng Rong was already in this state, but Xiaoquan had good grades and a real shot at college. He absolutely couldn't give up halfway, he was their family's greatest hope. But Xiaoqian tried to argue. No buts about it. Your job is to study hard and aim for a good university. Li Guiqin said sternly. If we'd been stricter with your brother back then, maybe he'd be in college now instead of having to work. Meng Rong lowered his head in shame. Back then, he hadn't taken it seriously at all. Looking back now, he was filled with regret. Xiaoqin, don't follow my path. Don't compare yourself to me, Meng Rong pleaded earnestly with his sister. Life offers many paths. I've paid the price for my mistakes. I'm destined to spend my life working with machines. You must break free. Our whole family is counting on you. Fine. Xiaoqian muttered gloomily as she shoveled rice into her mouth. Going to college costs a fortune. Don't worry about that, Xiaoquan. I'll cover all your future tuition costs. Just focus on your studies, I'll provide everything you need, Meng Rong declared solemnly. This is my promise, and I mean it. After all, you're my favorite little sister. Hearing Meng Rong call her his favorite sister, Meng Xiaoquan's face immediately lit up with a smile. Alright, big bro. You go work hard then. I'll focus on my classes tomorrow. Getting into college? Piece of cake. Li Guiqin and Meng Rong both burst into happy laughter upon hearing this. But Li Guiqin quickly asked Meng Rong a question, and the mood turned serious again. Son, have you decided where you want to go? Well, Meng Rong faltered. He hadn't a clue where to go and could only admit honestly, not yet. Starting tomorrow, I'll look for a job outside. Something technical. I saw lots of factories hiring in the county town today. If all else fails, I'll go work in Guangdong. There are more factories there, and wages are higher than inland. Anyway, I can't just sit around at home eating into our savings. Dad didn't leave much money, and we still need to save for Xiaoquan's education. I need to start earning money quickly, get some cash coming in each month. Otherwise, sooner or later, we won't even have enough for meals. The three discussed it for a while. With no better options available, they reluctantly let Meng Rong go look for work first. But Li Guiqin still wasn't keen on her son going to work in Guangdong. It was too far from home, making visits difficult. If anything happened at home, getting back and forth would be a hassle. But Meng Rong was determined. This time, he wanted to get as far away from home as possible, to break ties with his past. He wanted to find a place to start over quietly, somewhere where no one knew him. Early the next morning, after cycling his sister to school, Meng Rong began his job search. He first scanned local newspapers and job postings at the market. Some factories he knew offered worse pay and technical opportunities than Xianghua Machinery Repair, making them pointless. Others were completely mismatched with his skills. A few factories he did find promising, but when he traveled long distances for interviews, he was inexplicably rejected each time. Once, at a machinery factory, the HR representative handed out test papers without a word. The papers were filled with bizarre math problems, a strange blend of Olympiad style and geometry questions. This drawing prodigy found himself breaking out in a cold sweat facing the test. After finishing, he couldn't recall what he'd written or how he'd answered. Naturally, there was no result. After several such experiences, he chatted with fellow interviewees and gradually realized that these were all reputable local companies. In reality, hiring was largely based on connections. For someone like him, a wildcard applicant showing up unannounced, the chances of being selected were essentially zero. This left Meng Rong deeply disheartened. He never imagined that even finding a regular job would be this difficult. But he steeled himself and kept searching for work. He even took on a couple of temporary gigs, doing odd jobs like welding for others. But the stalls were small, and the bosses couldn't afford to hire skilled workers. They were just happy to pay him anything at all. This clearly wasn't a sustainable solution. By mid-April, the busy farming season arrived. His mother had contracted several acres of fields that needed tending, so Meng Rong took on her task. He went to the county's subordinate town agricultural machinery station to discuss borrowing a rotary tiller and a rice transplanter. Previously, everything was done by hand. Now that his mother was getting older, she couldn't handle such hard labor anymore. Moreover, with the promotion and widespread adoption of agricultural machinery, there was no need to work so hard. Renting farm machinery or directly hiring station technicians to handle tasks had become common practice. He arrived at the station to find it bustling with activity. The entrance was crowded with people coming and going, most of them like him, discussing machinery rentals. The station staff were swamped, their voices hoarse from constant talking. Everyone spoke loudly, their voices full of impatience as they jostled for position, creating an atmosphere that felt like an argument. A man who seemed to be the station manager stood atop a machine and shouted, "Everyone, one at a time. Line up in order. Don't crowd. If you keep pushing like this, we'll never get through tomorrow." At his shout, staff members stepped in to organize the line. Meng Rong had arrived late and was immediately directed to the very end. Feeling helpless, he stood quietly at the end of the line. But after waiting for ages without any movement, boredom set in. He started looking around and soon noticed a group of 5 or 6 people standing nearby, completely disinterested in the queue. They were gathered around a tractor, pointing and gesturing. Meng Rong pricked up his ears to listen. He could only catch fragments of their conversation, but he grasped the gist: something on the tractor had broken down. His interest immediately piqued. Glancing around and seeing no one else joining the line since he was already at the end anyway, he pretended to examine the rows of machinery on the ground while slowly edging his way toward the group. After a few glances, he finally understood: the tractor's clutch was broken. Everyone looked troubled because no one knew how to fix it. "May I take a look?" After listening for a while, Meng Rong couldn't help but speak up. Several people turned to look at the young man in surprise. Chapter 39, Entering the Agricultural Machinery Factory. "You know about this," someone sneered at Meng Rong. He was just a greenhorn, and even if he looked sharp, he was still just a sharp-looking greenhorn. "I know a little bit, not much," Meng Rong replied casually before reaching out to inspect the tractor's clutch. After a moment's examination, he had a clear idea of the problem. Watching his movements, the others assumed he was just putting on a show and grew impatient. But one man, who looked no older than 40 with a head of silver-gray hair, spoke up. "Young man, what? You really know how to fix this?" Instead of answering, Meng Rong glanced back at the long queue and countered, "Are you guys from the agricultural machinery station?" The silver-haired man exchanged glances with the others and chuckled. "You could say that. At least our words still carry some weight. What's the matter?" "Nothing much. You see, this problem is actually very simple. I can fix it right now. Free of charge, but there's one condition. Don't be ridiculous." "You can fix it? That's like putting garlic on a pig's snout to pretend it's an elephant." The man who had started mocking him laughed again. Meng Rong glanced at him, not much older, maybe 5 or 6 years his senior at most. But one look told him this guy was used to a life of ease, pale and plump. The type who talks big but has little skill. Not worth engaging with. The silver-haired man raised his head, cutting off the mockery. He turned to Meng Rong seriously. "What's your condition?" "Nothing much. I just want you to process the paperwork for renting the rotary tiller and rice transplanter as soon as possible." "Can you do that?" "The line at the office is too long, and I want to get home early to help my mom with the farm work," Meng Rong replied. "Just to get in line?" The man chuckled dryly. "Sure thing. Leave it to me. I'll make sure someone comes to your place tomorrow to help you out." How about it? Deal?
But this isn't free market price.
No problem. Meng Rong eagerly prepared to fix the clutch.
Actually, the steel cable on this hand-operated clutch had snapped, just needed replacing.
But none of them knew the technical details.
After staring at it for ages, they couldn't figure out how to start. They were stuck. The vehicle had already been loaned out. Calling someone to fix it would take at least another day or two, back and forth. They were getting anxious, discussing what to do right there.
Unexpectedly, they encountered Meng Rong.
Having tinkered with machinery since childhood, he possessed genuine talent. After a few glances, he grasped the basic structure. The repair wasn't difficult, it only required fundamental assembly and machinist skills.
Frankly, for Meng Rong, it was as simple as knowing how to tighten screws.
Someone fetched a spare steel cable.
Meng Rong swiftly pulled out the broken one, installed the new cable, tightened it, and completed the assembly. The entire job took less than 5 minutes. One of the drivers stepped forward to test the handle.
"Perfect," he exclaimed with delight.
"It's fixed."
Turning to the young man who had mocked Meng Rong, he added, "Sujia, this guy really knows his stuff. You misjudged him." His honest assessment instantly made the young man named Sujia's face turn sour, his fair complexion flushing crimson. The silver-haired man chuckled.
All right.
Young man, come with me to register this."
"Ding, you can drive off first, no need to hold you up." "All right. I'll be off then."
Master Ding gave a hearty farewell, started the tractor, and drove off with a chugging sound.
The others exchanged glances, satisfied the issue was resolved, and dispersed.
Sujie shot Meng Rong a resentful glare, but Meng Rong paid it no mind. He'd come here solely to solve the problem. Meng Rong followed the man into the small cafeteria behind the agricultural machinery station. He sat down directly at a round table and gestured toward a chair.
"Sit." Meng Rong complied. The man personally poured him a glass of water and inquired, "Young man, what's your name?"
"My surname is Meng, single character Rong Meng Rong," he replied, then countered, "And you?"
"Are you a manager here?"
The silver-haired man smiled.
"Meng Rong, a fine name. Life is like a dream, all things flourish and wither." "Very fitting."
"As for me, I'm Zhang Zhu, the character with the 3-water radical, not the 4-water radical used in Cook. I'm not from this station, but I am the deputy station chief of the county agricultural machinery station. I was recently transferred here and oversee this location." "Deputy Director Zhang, you have a wonderful sense of humor," Meng Rong chuckled, feeling quite taken with the man before him.
"Can't help it," Zhang Zhu quipped with a smile. "I've been cracking jokes so much lately, it's turned my hair white. Guess I'm aging prematurely, a full head of Grandma Gray.
Blame it on all those late nights back in my youth, haha."
Meng Rong laughed along with him for a moment.
Zhang Zhu casually handed him a form, instructing him to fill in his name, contact information, address, and purpose. Watching Meng Rong's pen fly across the paper, Zhang Zhu chuckled. "Young man, your handwriting is quite impressive."
"Nothing special. Sorry to embarrass you. By the way, Meng Rong, how did you learn to repair tractors?"
Zhang Zhu asked casually.
Meng Rong hesitated. He thought to himself, I can fix cars and trucks too, how hard could a little tractor be?
But he didn't say it outright. Instead, he simply replied, "I picked up a few things from an elder, so I know a little."
This time, it just happened to come in handy.
"Young man, too much modesty is just pride." Zhang Zhu saw he was holding something back but didn't press.
He just remarked casually, "It's a shame, really. With skills like yours, you shouldn't be stuck farming at home."
Meng Rong sighed gloomily, "I'd love to find a technical job outside, but I can't find one. For now, I'm stuck doing farm work at home."
"It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't. What a shame, what a shame." Zhang Zhu suddenly felt a surge of admiration for talent.
This young man seemed like a decent fellow, sharp and skilled.
To let such potential go to waste would truly be a pity. Meng Rong gave a wry smile and remained silent. "You wouldn't actually hire me at the agricultural machinery station, would you? We're just passing acquaintances, no need to go out of your way for me."
But years later, when reflecting on this day, Meng Rong felt deeply moved. He had been fortunate to encounter many good people and benefactors in his life, and Zhang Zhu was certainly one of them. Zhang Zhu suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed joyfully, "I remember now.
Have you heard of Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory? Fenghua Farm Machinery Factory?" Meng Rong pondered for a moment before nodding. "I've heard a little about it. I think they produce some farm machinery?"
He rarely worked in the fields and knew little about such things, having only paid attention when pretending to look at the machinery outside earlier. He also vaguely recalled his technical school days when a teacher had mentioned it, though back then, he'd hardly dared to pay attention.
"Exactly, it's the factory that makes farm machinery. This factory, I think, would be a perfect fit for you to work at. But I can't get in there." "No problem. I know someone there. I'll introduce you. Go work there.
They're always hiring, especially for skilled workers like you. You should go and put your talents to use."
"Ha?" Meng Rong was taken aback. "But Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory isn't in our county, is it?" "Of course not. It's in Dantian County, my hometown." You don't mind the distance, do you? Hearing this, Meng Rong suddenly realized why the accent sounded slightly different from the locals. He was from Dantian County. Of course not. This suited Meng Rong perfectly. Being away from his home county, with another county in between, meant the distance was neither too far nor too close, especially fitting for his current needs. Perfect. Zheng Zhu smiled. With his characteristic decisiveness, he immediately made a phone call right in front of Meng Rong, recommending a skilled technician. The person on the other end clearly respected him greatly and agreed on the spot. It all happened so quickly that Meng Rong hadn't even had time to process it before suddenly finding employment. How can I possibly thank you? Meng Rong felt profound gratitude. He never imagined that fixing a clutch would lead to such a coveted job opportunity. Zheng Zhu gave a hearty shake of his head. It was nothing. You're clearly going through a tough time, young man. I've been in your shoes before, struggling, relying on others' help. So when I can lend a hand, I do. He chuckled. But once you get there, whether you can stick it out, well, that's up to you. You'll have to work hard on your own. By sheer coincidence, that very night Meng Rong packed his belongings. The next morning, he set off for Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory on the outskirts of Dazhou County to start his new job. Before arriving, Zhang Zhu's introduction and his own inquiries confirmed that Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory was merely a county-run enterprise. But don't underestimate this county-run enterprise. It was actually one of the top agricultural machinery manufacturers in the country, renowned nationwide. Its predecessor, established before the founding of the People's Republic, had been a firearms repair shop. After liberation, it transitioned to local production of agricultural tools and machinery, achieving remarkable success. In 1959, it produced China's first tractor-mounted seeder, which was specially transported to Beijing for presentation to senior officials. The achievement garnered extensive coverage, praise, and commendations. Within the industry, its reputation was formidable. Yet to Meng Rong, it had previously gone entirely unnoticed. Upon learning of its industry standing, Meng Rong was deeply grateful to Zhang Zhu. He never imagined that the opportunity he had long sought would come to him so easily. And the other party didn't even ask for anything in return. Perhaps it was simply a case of recognizing talent. His mother certainly wouldn't stand in his way. With the help of agricultural machinery, she saved so much labor that she wouldn't dream of blocking her son's future over such a minor matter. The journey to Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory in Dazhou County was longer than going into the city center, almost as far as a trip to the provincial capital. The bus crawled along, stopping frequently to pick up passengers, making the time drag interminably. Finally arriving at the bus terminal, Meng Rong grabbed his box and practically bolted off the vehicle. He was completely lost here, having never been before. After asking many people and taking several wrong turns, he finally reached the gate of Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory. The moment he laid eyes on the factory gates, he was stunned. He'd seen the entrances of Xin Ying Hardware, Shirta Motors, and other factories, but none possessed the unique character of Fenghua's gates. It wasn't grand or imposing, but the moment he arrived, he felt a profound sense of historical weight. This gate and surrounding walls must have been built back when the nation was founded, right? A rare sight indeed. Chapter 40, Fenghua Agricultural Machinery. Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory in Dantian County was a product of its time, its very existence still radiating a profound historical weight. It once enjoyed its glory days. Though many factories across the country later followed suit in producing agricultural machinery, Fenghua Machinery failed to keep pace, gradually slipping into the second tier. Yet its former grandeur remains undiminished. The tall red brick walls and the reinforced concrete factory gate, designed with two massive pillars flanking it, feature a design where three red flags flutter in the wind atop them. The lintel bears a massive factory plaque, with the 5 Mao-style characters Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory cast in brass and inlaid. Yet the red flags have faded and become mottled, and the brass letters have dimmed. After the gatehouse was notified, a young HR girl with a stern expression came to meet him. After checking his ID and confirming he was Meng Rong, she escorted him into the factory. But the Meng Rong of today was no longer the naive youngster of yesteryear. He had picked up a bit of social grace and wasn't like those ordinary, greenhorn factory workers. After all, he had been a boss for half a year. So, with a few casual words, he eased the young woman's guard. She couldn't help but glance up and down at Meng Rong, finding the young man rather handsome. After chatting for a bit, the conversation flowed more freely. The girl introduced herself as Li Yao, the same age as Meng Rong, though her petite, delicate frame made her appear much younger. Her skin was slightly tanned, and her features were unremarkable. Li Yao, what a lovely name. It evokes the poetic immortals of the Jade Pool, ethereal and extraordinary, Meng Rong complimented offhandedly. The young woman pursed her lips and smiled, thinking this guy was quite the charmer. Oh, it's nothing special, just the name my parents gave me, Li Yao chuckled. Observing her demeanor, Meng Rong concluded she likely hadn't been working long either, handling matters with a certain naivety. Getting hired at the factory probably hadn't been straightforward. But he didn't want to dwell on that now. He'd only learn later that her brother-in-law was the head of the personnel department here. Getting her hired must have been as easy as flipping a switch. Entering the factory gates revealed a wide main thoroughfare lined with 2 rows of towering French plane trees. Directly ahead stood a 5-story office building. Meng Rong couldn't help but look around. Noticing his keen interest in the factory environment, Li Shiyao said, I've only been here a little over half a year myself, but I know a bit more than you do. Let me give you the rundown. With her impromptu tour guide role, Meng Rong quickly grasped many details about the factory. For instance, the office building before them had once bustled with activity, its lights always on. The first floor housed sales, the second held finance and production, the third contained procurement and conference rooms, the fourth was for factory leadership offices, and the fifth served as an activity hall. Now, only the first floor remained in use for offices, while the rest had been converted into dormitories, warehouses, and similar spaces. Behind the office building stood 2 rows of 4 large factory halls. They had once housed the casting and forging workshop, machining workshop, assembly workshop, and paint and packaging workshop. Now, only the machining workshop remained relatively intact. The forging and casting workshop, deemed too costly to operate, had long been shut down and converted into raw material and finished goods storage. Only half of the assembly workshop was still active, the other half had been repurposed for painting and shipping. The original paint and shipping workshop had been leased to the neighboring garment factory as a warehouse. Behind the factory grounds lay the residential area, consisting of a dozen or so tower blocks. However, after the factory was transferred from provincial to county administration, the county government immediately fenced off half the buildings to use as their own staff housing. By that time, the factory no longer employed as many people, leaving 2 or 3 buildings vacant. The former Workers' Club and Grand Hall became prized assets for the county government. The county budget had never supported such large-scale construction before. Only a half-finished open-air stage remained, its concrete floor incomplete. Now, all these facilities were fully operational. The only facilities still presentable were the machining workshops. 2 rows housed 1620 lathes, including several Soviet imports. 3 Czechoslovakian 5-meter gantry planers were the factory's crown jewels. Additionally, there were Tianjin universal and horizontal milling machines, a north-second boring machine, and several north-second 1320 cylindrical grinders. A separate section is reserved for the factory director's sole CNC investment, a 5-face CNC milling machine. Yet no one, not even the workshop chief, is permitted to touch it except for a specially hired, highly paid machinist. Back then, this imported 5-face CNC system was considered top-tier domestically, valued at over $1,000,000. Though it sat idle most days, the factory director pinned his hopes on this machine to turn the factory's fortunes around. But the factory workers couldn't stand it. The machine operator had been poached from Guangdong at a salary more than triple that of ordinary workers. With nothing to do, he spent his days polishing the machine, sipping tea, and reading newspapers, yet he collected his full paycheck without missing a cent. This left everyone deeply unsettled. Hearing this, Meng Rong was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, is being a high-level technician really that easy here? Li Shiyao clearly harbored resentment toward this highly paid hire, casually retorting, highly skilled? More like a show-off, acting all high and mighty all day. His salary is absurdly high. I really don't know what the factory was thinking, bringing in such a big-name talent. Honestly, I hope our own people can master this machine soon so we can get rid of him. Meng Rong was somewhat taken aback by the young woman's lack of tact. Why was she sharing all this with him, a newcomer who hadn't even started work yet? It gave him a slight sense of foreboding, though mainly directed at the young woman herself. Of course, if he knew her connections and background, he wouldn't have worried. What's the current situation at our factory? That was Meng Rong's primary concern. But the answer stunned him. Not great. Goods are piling up unsold. If it weren't for the loyal customers we've built up over the years, we'd barely manage to move any. Things would be really tough for us. Li Shiyao replied. Ha! This caught Meng Rong off guard. He'd assumed Fengha was thriving, never expecting it to already face operational difficulties. No wonder Fengha had rarely been mentioned in recent years, it seemed to have aged. Don't look so shocked, I've seen it all before. Li Shiyao suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Lots of newcomers come here, find it's not what they imagined, and leave before long. Meng Rong gave a wry smile. I'm already here. I'm certainly not leaving so easily. You're not the first to say that. At least 80 others have told me the same thing, Li Shiyao continued. Not to discourage you newcomers, but most of you are all talk and no action. You can't settle for what's available, yet you don't properly learn the craft from your masters. Instead, you pick up their lazy habits. People like that don't last long. I'll study diligently. Meng Rong finally understood why Li Shiyao wore a stern expression whenever newcomers arrived. She clearly didn't expect them to stick around long. 11 out of 10 people say the same thing. Li Shiyao clearly didn't have much faith in him. But, since you're kinda handsome, I actually hope you can stick around with some perseverance. The factory's full of old men, it's boring enough to kill you. Meng Rong was speechless. So his ordinary looks actually counted as handsome in her eyes? Truth be told, he lacked confidence in himself too. After all, repeated setbacks had taken a toll on his spirit. What he didn't realize was that through the turbulence of the past year, his once youthful face had grown slightly weathered. With a bit of grooming, his mannerisms now carried a hint of maturity. His looks weren't bad to begin with, and in the eyes of a young girl, he was indeed quite attractive. But at this moment, Meng Rong, in the midst of a major upheaval in his life, had little interest in the ordinary affairs of young men and women. All he wanted now was to find a place to hone himself, to live low-key for a while, and to find a direction for his future. With this goal in mind, he naturally refused to waste his energy on what he considered unnecessary matters. Besides, he knew himself well enough. His family had fallen on hard times, and even if he wanted to pursue a grand romance, it would inevitably end up as a pitiful story of heartbreaking poverty. Li Shiyao couldn't help but complain again. Due to outdated products, the vast majority of items produced according to plan were piling up in the finished goods warehouse. Salespeople were too lazy to go out and promote them, with most of them spending their days lounging in the office drinking tea, smoking, and chatting, looking utterly slack and unmotivated. Yet to keep the factory running, production continued regardless of unsold inventory. County finances were tight, but the factory remained a county treasure, so provincial and county subsidies kept flowing. Most employees treated it as a day-to-day grind, coasting by. This way, they'll run the factory into the ground sooner or later. Li Shiyao declared bitterly. In her eyes, she couldn't help but look down on many of the men unreliable workers who spent their days coasting by, waiting for death. So, you absolutely must not become like them, she concluded. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed in you. Meng Rong remained speechless. Did she really expect so much from him? Words were useless, actions would speak louder than words. Li Shiyao took him to see several other areas, including the boiler room and the forging workshop, which had an attached bathhouse. Starting around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, workers would gradually slip away from their posts to bathe, dragging their feet until quitting time. Consequently, the bathhouse became the liveliest spot in the factory and naturally, the place where the most incidents occurred. Seeing her hesitate and blush, it was clear that while incidents were frequent here, they weren't the kind of things easily spoken of. Meng Rong naturally didn't press her for details until Li Shiyao led him to the staff cafeteria. However, the cafeteria, located in the residential area, had been closed for quite some time. On one hand, there were few diners, on the other, the factory was unwilling to continue subsidizing this money-losing operation. Additionally, the factory workers themselves preferred to cook at home rather than eat at the cafeteria. This left Meng Rong speechless. Not cooking? Then what are we supposed to eat? He was a man without a home or a family, let alone pots and pans. Li Shiyao chuckled. Naturally, you'll have to find somewhere else to eat. Head out the side gate, there's a row of small eateries where you can grab a meal. Or you could cook for yourself. Where am I supposed to cook? In the dorms. Lots of people cook there. Didn't you know? How would I know that? Well, now you know. Of course, you have one more temporary option. What option? Come eat at my place. I cook for myself every day now. The dorm has a communal kitchen. Such a blatant hint scared Meng Rong. This girl was terrifying. He quickly declined. It was only his first day of orientation, and he was already caught up in this mess. He didn't even know what to say. Just kidding. Look how scared you got, hee hee. The girl didn't seem to care at all, it had just been a casual remark. Chapter 41, starting with the basics. Li Shiyao first led him to the dormitory building, a small, 3-story gray structure built in the 1970s. She greeted an old man sitting on a wooden bench soaking up the sun below. Uncle Do, this is our new guy, Meng Rong. She then introduced him to the building manager, Old Man Do, without elaborating on his full name. She glanced down at the form she carried, picked a door number, and pointed to the left side of the second floor. You can take 201. Fewer people live there, so it'll be more comfortable. Meng Rong felt a bit flattered. Suddenly, Old Man Do beside him chuckled, room 201? That girl sure knows how to pick. They soon discovered why Li Shiyao had made such a good choice. Room 201 had a sink right by the door for washing clothes and its own private bathroom, a former executive suite that had been converted. Many other dorm rooms only had shared bathrooms. Don't underestimate this convenience. Using the communal bathroom in the dead of winter, especially for a midnight trip to the toilet, was downright miserable. Meng Rong entered the dorm and discovered it had only 4 beds. The top bunk on the left, innermost corner was empty. He quickly stowed his belongings and hurried downstairs. Li Shiyao guided him through filling out several employment forms before taking him straight to the workshop. She waved toward a group of workers smoking by the entrance. Master Liu, I've got you a new apprentice. A middle-aged man with greasy, twisted hair, sporting blue oil-stained sleeves and an apron, came over with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Which one? That's him, the new guy. You'll be his mentor. He's starting as an apprentice anyway. Oh, come with me. Li Shiyao waved goodbye to Meng Rong with a cheerful smile, feeling quite pleased with herself today. This new guy was different from the usual ones, either dull and wooden or slick and obnoxious. Someone like Meng Rong, with his fresh face charm and a hint of melancholy, wasn't annoying at all. Meng Rong said, thanks, with a smile and a wave of his own before following Old Liu away. Old Liu's real name was Liu Chuzhong, but his nickname was Junior High because of the homophonic similarity. Yet he bore none of a middle schooler's traits. Though barely 40, he carried himself with an air of premature age, reserved, taciturn, and short-tempered. But his skills were unmatched. A master at grinding machine tools, he could hand-finish a 45-degree blade without templates, a true martial arts grandmaster. This earned him another nickname, CNC Rival, though most still called him Junior High or Old Liu. Details Meng Rong would only gradually piece together later. Old Liu walked ahead, cigarette dangling from his mouth, completely distracted. He didn't utter a word. Meng Rong felt awkward speaking up, so he kept a low profile, silently trailing behind. Ever worked a lathe? Old Liu suddenly blurted out. The protagonist didn't immediately register that the question was directed at him. I've learned a little. Oomph. Silence fell again. Meng Rong sensed Old Liu had a peculiar temperament. Feeling at a loss for words, he decided to stay quiet. They walked in silence to a Shenyang machine tool 1620 lathe. Old Liu reached over, grabbed a dirty wad of cotton from the toolbox, and tossed it to Meng Rong. Wipe it down. Without even glancing at him, he turned and walked back toward the door, cigarette still dangling from his lips. Meng Rong watched Old Liu walk away, looked down at the rag in his hand, then up at the lathe. A long sigh escaped him as he silently began wiping. So this was the new guy's welcome cleaning up first. Fine, he'd do it. None of this mattered. For Meng Rong at this moment, he had resolved to place himself in the lowest position. He would think nothing, strive for nothing, but simply work diligently and learn earnestly. Just arrived and already thinking he could boss people around and open the bed? Meng Rong never entertained such thoughts. He first surveyed his surroundings. Roughly half the machines were running, with workers moving at a leisurely pace. The other half stood idle. At some machines, masters were briefly teaching newcomers basic knowledge. At others, like his own, young workers were busy cleaning. Some workers cast curious glances his way, and others passing by sized him up, but for now, no one approached to greet him. Unconsciously, he compared this place to Xianghua machine repair shop. After all, this was a major factory. Even if it was worn down, its scale, equipment, and workforce were all many times greater than his small repair shop, utterly incomparable. If there was anything better about this place, it was probably the presence of the veteran mechanics like Old Wu, Fat Huang, and Wang Zuisi. Over the past 6 months, Old Wu had often called to check on him, and Fat Huang had even come to see him once. As for the others, he had no idea where they were or what they were doing. He missed the old days. Thinking of them filled Meng Rong with boundless melancholy, instantly dampening his spirits. Soon, he lost interest in observing others. After slightly adjusting his mood, he resolved to focus on doing his current job well. He scrubbed the machine with great effort. This bed was quite different from the two he'd used at his old factory, but its basic structure didn't phase Meng Rong. He meticulously cleaned every nook and cranny, places easily overlooked. But this dirty wad of cotton just wasn't enough. After wiping for a while, he found it awkward to use. Acting like he knew everyone, he walked over to a nearby machine. There, a young worker wearing a hard hat stood with a soot-stained face, looking a bit clumsy. Meng Rong approached and asked, "Hey, buddy, got any cleaner cotton wool over there?" The worker paused, looking at him in surprise. He didn't recognize him, but glancing at his clothes, just regular work attire, he wondered if he was some kind of official. Feeling a bit intimidated, he flashed a toothy grin that looked more like a grimace than a smile. It's on that table over there." The table was actually a large iron workbench piled high with tools. On top sat a cardboard box containing a decent amount of clean cotton yarn. During routine operations and inspections, cotton yarn was often used to wipe away oil stains. But the rag Old Liu had tossed to Meng Rong was already so filthy it was practically useless. Fresh cotton rolls would make things much easier. Meng Rong knew these were ordinary consumables, no one would bother keeping track of their usage. He couldn't fathom why Old Liu was being so stingy. Meng Rong casually grabbed 2 pieces of cotton, muttered a quick thanks, and walked away. The young man didn't dare say a word, but after watching him take the cotton, he curiously wondered what he'd do with it. He saw Meng Rong head straight over to wipe down the 1620 machine. "Ha! Is he Old Liu's new guy?" he exclaimed in surprise, then muttered with a touch of schadenfreude, "This guy's in for it now. Good thing I didn't end up with Old Liu, he's impossible to please." TSK. Meng Rong couldn't care less. Once he found the right tools, he got into the groove. He wiped it down meticulously, inside and out, applying more and more pressure with each stroke. Suddenly, he remembered his time at the factory, how he'd never properly maintained the 2 machines he'd once operated. If he had maintained them properly, understood their capabilities, kept them well oiled, and avoided those foolish mistakes, would he have suffered such a crushing defeat? This thought filled him with guilt. The more he blamed himself, the harder he scrubbed, seemingly tireless. He repeated the process until he was satisfied. After scrubbing all afternoon, the closing bell finally rang. Watching the workers leave and the workshop doors about to shut, Old Liu nowhere to be found. Meng Rong reluctantly set down the cotton cloth. Upon closer inspection, he saw several lumps of cotton had turned black and filthy, while one spot remained clean and white. After work, he dragged his slightly weary body back to the dormitory. By then, everyone had returned. The 3 men exchanged brief introductions with Meng Rong. Fortunately, those living in the collective dormitory rather than the family quarters or renting outside were all young people. The oldest was not yet 30, Xiao Jian, a skilled technician responsible for operating a machine tool. His apprentice brother Xiao Kuei, also unmarried, lived here too. The third was Zhang Xiuhu, who worked in quality inspection. The trio didn't bully the newcomer, though their personalities varied. They politely introduced themselves. The Xiao brothers clearly had plans. After tidying up, they headed out for dinner, leaving Zhang Xiuhu behind. He slowly changed clothes, seemingly in no hurry to eat. Lying on his bed, he switched cassettes in his Walkman, slipped on headphones, and began listening to music. However, after Meng Rong had simply spread out the blanket he'd brought, Zhang Xiuhu suddenly removed his headphones and said with a smile, "Meng Rong, I see you brought very little with you. You should go buy some things soon, or you'll freeze tonight. Do you know where to buy some nearby?" "Yeah, just go out the back door of our dorm. In that row of small eateries and sundry shops, you can find a place that sells bedding and daily necessities. They've got everything from wash basins and towels to toothbrushes and toothpaste." "Thanks a lot. Aren't you going to eat?" Meng Rong finished packing and prepared to head out for dinner. His stomach had been growling for ages. "No, thanks. I've got plans later tonight." Zhang Xiaohu suddenly asked, "Do you have a lot of connections at the factory?" "No, I don't." "Oh. Then who are you with?" "Master Lu Chuzhong." "Ha? Oh." Zhang Xiuhu gave him a meaningful look but said nothing more. Ignoring Zhang Xiuhu's question, Meng Rong headed out to grab a bite. He found a small gate and stepped onto a bustling, somewhat lengthy alleyway. People came and went in a steady stream, and the street was lined with all sorts of small shopfronts. Clearly, Fengha agricultural machinery had injected a lot of vitality into this area. Though not particularly luxurious or high-end, it felt ordinary and even a bit tacky in its simplicity. Walking alone along this bustling little street, he passed small restaurants where people drank beer and chatted loudly and unrestrainedly. Neon signs spun above a few hair salons, and some street vendors had begun hawking small goods. Alone and unrecognized, he felt a bit lonely. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. "I need to adapt to this life quickly," he told himself. After eating, Meng Rong bought bedding and daily necessities, tidied up, and went to sleep, exhausted. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, he woke with a start because he had suddenly dreamed that the bed he had cleaned yesterday was still quite dirty, with many spots he hadn't reached at all. Feeling uneasy, he arrived at the workshop early and carefully checked the 1620 machine again to see if there were any areas he hadn't cleaned properly. But it wasn't until more than half an hour after the work bell rang that old Lu finally appeared in the workshop, yawning and stretching. Meng Rong hurried over to greet him. "Good morning, master." "MHM." Meng Rong had expected old Lu to inspect yesterday's work, but instead, he walked over to the cotton-lined bag in the corner. He pulled out another rag, tossed it to Meng Rong, and pointed to the other 1620 machine next to yesterday's. "Wipe it down." Without another word, he turned and headed straight for the break room, where several others had already finished their tasks and were drinking tea and smoking. Another day gone by. Chapter 42, Brass Sleeve Again. Life at the farm machinery factory wasn't always full of ups and downs. For Meng Rong, who was focused on his studies, it felt like autumn, busy with harvesting, not overly rushed, yet hardly leisurely either. For instance, at the very beginning, Meng Rong spent 4 consecutive days polishing the bed frame. During this time, Li Shiyao occasionally stopped by the workshop, bringing in 2 new recruits. Clearly, she had been impressed by Meng Rong. While taking the newcomers to pick up their work uniforms, she asked Meng Rong how his training with old Lu had been going these past days. Meng Rong smiled faintly and casually replied that he was learning very well. This made Li Shiyao widen her eyes and take a good look at Meng Rong. Of course, Meng Rong wouldn't tell her he'd been polishing machine beds. He didn't care, he didn't feel embarrassed. He was a newcomer, what was wrong with polishing beds? He'd even used the opportunity to carefully study the machine's structure. The more he studied, the more he appreciated the wisdom of those who came before. Many details he'd overlooked before. Who would have thought polishing beds for a few days would give him new insights? But the other newcomers all wore gloomy expressions. Some masters had assigned them other tasks: serving tea, sweeping floors, mopping, at most assisting with minor tasks or moving things. Only Meng Rong was diligently and meticulously cleaning the machine bed. He made a new friend, Luo Xiaohui, another trainee who was utterly disheartened. During private breaks, Luo complained endlessly to Meng Rong, feeling he'd come to learn a trade but hadn't picked up a single skill yet. Meng Rong offered some comforting words about tempering the body and mind through hardship, but they seemed to have little effect. Some of the kids from the countryside were desperate to learn a trade quickly, work hard, and earn more wages. They lacked natural talent, but at least they had some patience and could endure. Luo Xiaohui, however, was clearly growing impatient. By the 5th morning of polishing the machine, Meng Rong arrived early as usual. He picked up the cotton cloth and began wiping the machine bed, which he'd already polished to a mirror-like shine. If not for the peeling paint revealing its age-worn mottled surface, it might almost have looked like a brand new machine. As he admired his handiwork, he didn't notice old Lu quietly approaching behind him. Old Lu, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watched silently as Meng Rong busied himself. Meng Rong was caressing the machine's surface as if admiring a bride when he suddenly sensed someone beside him. Turning, he found it was old Liu. Meng Rong felt awkward and hesitated to speak. Master Liu remained silent too, and the two stared at each other for a long moment. Master Liu suddenly blurted out, "Ever operated a lathe?" I have," Meng Rong replied, momentarily flustered. "I trained on one for a while, also a 60 series machine," he added. "Look at this drawing. Turn 15 of these." With that, old Liu pulled a blueprint from behind his back and handed it over. Meng Rong bent down to study the diagram carefully, a bitter smile forming in his mind. The drawing old Liu had given him was, once again, for a brass sleeve. A wave of mixed emotions washed over him. For some reason, he couldn't seem to escape the fate of machining brass sleeves wherever he went. Last time, he had driven the factory into bankruptcy. The machine repair shop, which had been thriving and was just about to get on its feet, suddenly shut down. The 20 or so employees scattered in different directions. That painful lesson was something Meng Rong never dared to forget. These days, he often found himself reminiscing about the past. What if he had studied the drawings more carefully back then? But no matter how he thought about it, he felt that even if no problems had arisen then, they would have surfaced eventually. Why? He could only conclude it was his own lack of skill. Now, in this new place, the very first task he was assigned was machining brass sleeves. For a moment, he even forgot where he was and what he was doing. He'd even forgotten he was supposed to be playing the part of a novice. "Master, where do I get the brass material?" 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but Meng Rong quickly asked the crucial question. "Oh, right." Old Liu turned to the tool cabinet, pulled out a 4-part material requisition form, tore off 2 sets, and handed Meng Rong 3 carbon copies. "Fill out the forms. The materials warehouse is over there." He gestured toward the workshop exit. "Come find me in the process department when you're done." Meng Rong examined the 4-part form. It looked similar to the ones he used at home: white for the recipient, red for the warehouse, green for accounting, and blue for filing. Seemed like every 4-part form in China followed this pattern. Glancing at the blueprint, he roughly calculated the pipe length needed and filled in a figure, ready to submit it to the materials warehouse. But unexpectedly, the warehouse lady glanced at the slip and tossed it back at him. "New here, huh? Our factory's never stocked brass tubing since it opened. Fill it out again." "Huh? Sister, do you have any bar stock?" "No. Damn it. The warehouse didn't have H62 tubing, not even bar stock." Meng Rong scratched his head. What seemed like a simple problem turned out to be a trap set by old Liu. Who would have guessed that quiet old Liu was so cunning? What a hidden talent. But having seen enough to know better, Meng Rong decided to switch from tubing to square stock. He rewrote the order, specifying the original diameter dimensions, and had square pieces cut from sheet metal. The warehouse manager approved it, issuing a cutting order for him to take to old Zhu, the material cutter in the stockroom. Old Zhu took the order and grimaced. Cutting strips from plates, if it were iron or steel, just torch it with an oxyacetylene torch. A little crooked or extra length didn't matter. But brass was valuable. The factory strictly forbade using oxyfuel cutting on it because the waste was too high. They had to use a sawing machine, cutting it out bit by bit. But sawing was a real pain. One wrong move and the cut went crooked, ruining the whole strip. That's why no one wanted to cut brass strips. After much fumbling, he hoisted the brass plate onto the saw. Grunting and straining, he finally got it cut. Meng Rong glanced at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock. This simple task had taken nearly 2 hours, and panic began to set in. What should have been done in 2 hours using tubing now required switching to square bars, turning them round, drilling holes, precision turning the inner bore, precision turning the outer diameter, then cutting to length. The process had stretched to 5 times the original time. Unless he worked at breakneck speed, today's deadline was impossible to meet. Summoning every ounce of focus, Meng Rong hurried back to the workshop with the brass bar in hand. Fortunately, the bushings were short enough to fit hole into the lathe spindle, sparing him the need to pre-cut sections. However, switching from a 3-jaw chuck to a 4-jaw one proved troublesome, not the change itself, but finding. The toolbox was empty, and old Liu couldn't find one either. Finally, he mustered the courage to ask an old machinist he knew by sight. It turned out all 10 lathes used 3-jaw chucks, with only 2 spare 4-jaw chucks stored in the warehouse. One had been privately rented out by the workshop foreman to a small factory, while the other remained in the electromechanical warehouse. Meng Rong had to borrow a material requisition slip to retrieve it for the swap. Centering and alignment were minor issues. After securing the workpiece, Meng Rong discovered a major problem: no cutting tool. Old Liu's tool cabinet did contain suitable drill bits and 2 25mm tool holders, but the welded carbide tips on them had chipped off. Re-welding the tips would require following the steel processing procedure, which would easily take a day or 2. But fortune favors the bold. Meng Rong found half a bar of white steel tucked away in the back of the tool cabinet. This white steel bar was essentially tool steel, exceptionally hard, capable of reaching 58 HRC before hardening. Not only could it easily machine brass, but it would handle 45 steel with ample margin. Meng Rong felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. Recalling his old sharpening tricks, Meng Rong planned to grind a classic 45-degree front angle on one end and a 30-degree internal hole finishing tool on the other. Aside from cutting off the excess being a bit tricky, he could handle all the main processes. The grinding wheel was sluggish, and the white steel bar was stubbornly hard. It took a full 20 minutes to finish the grinding. Meng Rong couldn't help but wonder if old Liu was deliberately making things difficult for him. But he soon chuckled to himself. Was this really worth making things difficult for him? He was overthinking it. Better to finish the job first. Everything was ready, and the rest was straightforward. Yet Meng Rong overlooked one crucial detail: he completely forgot to play the part of a novice. Working swiftly and efficiently, he finished a set of 5 by noon, showing none of the hesitation expected of a beginner. Only after finishing did it suddenly dawn on him: he'd come to the machinery factory to learn the trade. If he appeared too skilled from the start, might the veteran craftsman have held back, reluctant to teach him everything? Back then, the factory's unwritten rule was that senior mechanics mentored apprentices. While the saying went, the master leads you in the door, but cultivation depends on the individual, it also depended heavily on the master's character. Some masters, fearful their special skills might be stolen, were tight-lipped about their techniques. Others were more generous. It really came down to luck and the times. Now, if everything seemed so effortless, the master might worry his livelihood and skills were being stolen. He might stop demonstrating techniques in front of you. Worse still, when he needed to perform a critical task, he might send you off to do something else. Even if Meng Rong hadn't experienced this personally, he'd heard stories about it. He quickly glanced around furtively, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, old Liu hadn't noticed his side of things. It seemed he'd have to put on a more convincing act this afternoon. So he began dragging his feet at work. He'd grind for a moment, then spend ages observing. Or he'd pretend to take a water break while his eyes darted around, checking what others were doing and how fast they worked. He noticed people like Luo Shelwi were painfully slow, struggling even with the most basic tasks. They'd constantly straighten up, pound their backs, or stamp their feet to relieve fatigue, clear signs of being complete novices. Luckily, he'd wised up early. If he'd pushed himself to finish quickly, he wouldn't have blended in with the new apprentices or looked good to the senior craftsmen. He dawdled along like this until nearly quitting time in the afternoon. Only then did Meng Rong take the 15 polished brass sleeves, neatly arranged in a tray, and head to the craft department as agreed to hand them over to old Liu. Old Liu sat leisurely sipping tea, casually flicking tea leaves from his mouth onto the floor. Spotting Meng Rong enter, he lifted his head without haste and asked, "What? Finished?" "Yes, finished. Master Liu, please inspect them." Meng Rong bowed respectfully. Old Liu picked up a brass sleeve and examined it closely. This time, Meng Rong watched intently. The blueprint required chamfering, and he hadn't made any mistakes. Yet old Liu suddenly uttered a baffling remark: "The white steel bars are Swedish, you know." Meng Rong took a few seconds to process the remark. It dawned on him that old Liu had been observing his entire process. Stunned, he scrambled for a response, finally forcing out, "It works quite well." The comment felt out of place. Old Liu turned to look at Meng Rong, who looked back at him, and they stared at each other again. Old Liu finally broke the awkward silence. "You're quick to pick things up, but you're picking up the bad habits too." Meng Rong instantly understood what his master meant. Since old Liu had been watching the entire time, his slacking off while installing the new tool that afternoon hadn't gone unnoticed. Realizing this, Meng Rong's face flushed crimson. "There's too much to learn. From now on, I'll focus on learning the right things. Please guide me more, master." Old Liu nodded, letting the matter drop. For the first time, a hint of a smile touched his face. After waiting so long, he'd finally found someone with potential. "Get some rest early tonight. Be here early tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you," old Liu instructed finally. "Understood. Chapter 43, I approve of you." Though old Liu didn't elaborate, Meng Rong caught the fleeting smile on his face. Having once been a boss himself, Meng Rong quickly understood old Liu's meaning. This signaled he had passed his master's initial test. Yet despite his inner excitement, he maintained a composed exterior, bidding a polite farewell before departing. Watching Meng Rong's receding figure, old Liu fell into deep thought. That young man is quite promising, very steady. Congratulations, junior high, on finding such a promising prospect. Suddenly, a voice broke Liu's reverie. It was Xianghua, the veteran technician from the engineering department, one of Liu's few close friends at the factory. Wearing black-rimmed glasses and graying hair that gave him a somewhat aged appearance, Xianghua had been bent over the table drawing with a ruler, silent until now. Straightening up and rubbing his waist, he addressed Liu. "Average, I suppose." Old Liu remained non-committal. "Cut the crap. I know your stubborn ways. If you didn't like him, you'd be calling him mediocre, useless, or an idiot. Average? I bet you're secretly thrilled." Xianghua mercilessly exposed his insincerity. "Average is just average. Look at the brass sleeve." He turned. "Pretty standard work, nothing special." Shenkai took the brass sleeve from his hand, glanced at it, and smiled. How many people do you think can turn something this well right after joining the factory? Looks like this guy had a solid foundation before. Good my ass. His technique is crude, his skills unpolished, he barely knows how to use the machine. What you call foundation is just superficial, not solid at all. He's got plenty of flaws, and fixing them will be tough. Old Liu bluntly pointed out Meng Rong's shortcomings. In his eyes, Meng Rong's true abilities were obvious at a glance, and he hit the nail on the head. But the kid knows how to hide his weaknesses. Hide his weaknesses? That kind of slick, worldly wise, slacking off attitude? Back in my day, I'd have kicked him out on his ass. Old Liu shook his head. Then why haven't you kicked him out? I didn't hear you changed your ways. Because I'm in a good mood today and have some free time. With the AC on, I can teach him. If I'm not satisfied, I'll still kick him out. So you really don't think much of this kid? Not at all. Well then, you see, our craftsmanship department has been wanting to bring in some new recruits to learn the ropes, freeing up us old-timers. This kid, what's his name again? Meng Rong, right? Since you don't think much of him, why not transfer him over to me? All I can do here is collect scraps and clean up after you anyway. What? You old fart, you're eyeing my people? Who dares steal my apprentice? I'll fight anyone to the death. Old Liu flew into a rage, slamming his teacup hard onto the workbench. A loud clang echoed as tea splashed everywhere. But you just said you didn't think much of him? Xianghua was startled, then grumbled, make sure you wipe that workbench dry properly. Wipe it yourself. Old Liu snapped, rising to leave. Before he exited, he fired off one last threat, no one steals Meng Rong from me. Anyone who tries will have me on their hands. Watching Liu storm off, Xianghua couldn't help but chuckle. This Liu just a simple test, and he'd already figured out his intentions. To old Liu, Meng Rong was invisible. But to Xianghua, old Liu was equally transparent. Over the years, countless new apprentices had come and gone under old Liu's tutelage, none staying, all deemed unsuitable. Yet this Meng Rong? Clearly, old Liu had taken a liking to him. Interesting. I've never seen anyone polish a machine tool for 4 or 5 days straight without a single complaint. Could it be he's genuinely after old Liu's exclusive skills? Ha! This is fun. Xianghua muttered to himself. Old Liu retreated to a deserted corner, exhaled a sigh of relief, and patted his chest. Thank goodness he kept his mouth shut. A promising prospect he finally spotted. He couldn't let anyone snatch him away. Meng Rong returned to the dormitory, tiredly picking up his basin to wash his face. Suddenly, Zhang Xiuhu, who had been quietly listening to music there, called out to him, Meng Rong, how many days have you been at the factory today? 5th day, I guess? Still early, he blurted out, then ignored Meng Rong again. Meng Rong was puzzled, but he didn't bother to ask further. This Zhang Xiuhu was such a weirdo. And so, from that day onward, Meng Rong passed his major test and became Lao Lu's official apprentice. Lao Lu began assigning him simple tasks and occasionally imparted knowledge. Some concepts Meng Rong had studied before, others entirely new, even unheard of techniques like reverse edge turning tools. But that's another story. And so, time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Then, one morning, as Meng Rong finished his early morning routine and prepared to head down for breakfast, Zhang Xiuhu suddenly stopped him. With solemn expression, he declared, You're amazing. Meng Rong was taken aback. Over the past month, Zhang Xiuhu had periodically asked him a question or two, mostly inquiring how long he'd been there, which had grown somewhat tiresome. Still, Meng Rong had patiently answered each time. After all, they shared a dormitory, and falling out would make things awkward later. What does that mean? Zhang Xiuhu flashed a rare smile. Meng Rong, you're the first new guy I've seen last more than a month under Master Liu. Hasn't anyone ever told you that before? Ha! Master Liu is a real legend. Don't let his quiet demeanor fool you. Everyone in the factory knows he's top-notch. Who assigned you to him? They're either looking out for you or setting you up to fail, hoping you'll quit on your own. Ha! Zhang Xiuhu suddenly became unusually enthusiastic. You know why, Big Xiao, Little Xiao, and I don't talk to you much usually? Why? Because we figured you wouldn't stick around long. We thought you'd leave soon, and we'd never see each other again. Making friends didn't seem worth it. But now that you're here to stay, we can actually chat. I don't want to be friends with someone who's just passing through. It hurts too much. Zhang Xiuhu spoke bluntly. From then on, the dormitory grew livelier and more familiar. Meng Rong gained several new friends at the factory. It was no secret that countless new hires hadn't lasted a week under old Liu. The longest-lasting legend had only endured a month before quitting or transferring, unable to withstand old Liu's cold treatment. Only Meng Rong remained. Hearing this, Meng Rong gaped in silence for a long while. After a long pause, he finally asked, Master Liu, is he really that formidable? You'll find out soon enough. Zhang Xiuhu replied with a mysterious smile. To be fair, Meng Rong didn't find this master craftsman particularly difficult to deal with. Sure, he had a quirky temperament, but his teaching skills were undeniable. He possessed genuine expertise, pointing out Meng Rong's shortcomings in every aspect of his work, from fitting to lathe operation. Meng Rong had come precisely to address those shortcomings. He studied diligently and made earnest corrections. As they worked together, their relationship developed quite pleasantly. Thus, Master Lu was a man who wore a cold exterior but had a warm heart. After spending time with him, Meng Rong had come to this conclusion. He was fortunate. Luo Xiaowei, on the other hand, was particularly unlucky. The veteran he was apprenticed to, Old Yen, had a fiery temper. He deberate Luo Xiaowei at the drop of a hat, leaving the young man looking dejected and downtrodden day after day. Now, during a bathroom break, he grabbed Meng Rong to vent his frustrations. In Luo Xiaowei's eyes, Master Lu was 100 times gentler and more approachable than Master Yen. Meng Rong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How could he possibly think Master Lu had a good temper? It was just that everyone expressed their bad temper in different ways. Master Lu's temper boiled down to one word: pride. Not arrogance, but a pure, unadulterated pride and integrity. If he took a liking to you, he'd pour his heart out without reservation. If not, you were no better than a pile of stinking dog in his eyes. That's why when Li Shiyao brought him to old Lu that day, everyone else looked at him with pity. If not for Zhang Xiuhu spelling it out, Meng Rong would have remained clueless. Luo Xiaowei was a chatterbox, endlessly complaining, but Meng Rong had little interest in chatting with him here. He knew he was here to learn, unwilling to waste time like before fishing for crabs and shrimp, killing time, drifting through each day. Now, his days were filled with work and study, intense yet fulfilling. Occasionally listening to Luo Xiaowei was fine, but if he talked too much, Meng Rong wouldn't want to stay a second longer. Master Lu still has work for me. You should head back early too, before you get scolded. Meng Rong made up an excuse and left. Sympathy was one thing, but work came first. No sooner had he returned to his workstation than old Lu called him over. Old Lu scrutinized Meng Rong from head to toe. Over the past month, I've seen you adapt well to the work here. I've gradually taught you more, and with your existing foundation, I believe you're ready to take on greater responsibilities. Master Lu, just assign it to me. I'll follow your instructions. Meng Rong nodded. Good. Old Lu nodded with satisfaction. Selecting a promising apprentice to mentor was the dream of nearly every master craftsman, and he was no exception. He had never inquired about Meng Rong's past, but in his view, with Meng Rong's natural talent and his diligent, studious spirit, he should be a sought-after talent wherever he went. Perhaps he just hadn't met a good master before, Lu thought to himself. This thought only strengthened his resolve to guide Meng Rong. Starting today, you won't need to assist me anymore. What? Master Lu, are you letting me go? Meng Rong was utterly shocked, urgently asking, what did I do wrong? Please tell me, Master Lu. He genuinely didn't want to leave this master who seemed to possess considerable skill. But in old Lu's eyes, this only made him more satisfied. This young man was humble and emotional, he could be taught. Ha! Don't want you? If I didn't want you, would I have arranged a separate workbench for you? My own machine? Yes. Starting today, you'll operate this machine. It's your workstation now. Old Lu pointed to an idle machine tool nearby, his face breaking into a broad smile. It was a Check 20 machine. Just days ago, old Lu had asked Meng Rong to give it a thorough wipe down when he had free time. Meng Rong had naturally obeyed the order, never imagining it was being saved for him. To say he wasn't moved would be a lie. Even if he had once owned an entire factory, what did that matter now? At this moment, simply having a machine tool as his workstation made Meng Rong's breath quicken. What did this signify? It meant Master Lu truly recognized his worth. Chapter 44, Celebration. While Meng Rong was still lost in thought, old Lu reached into his toolbox and handed him a machine tool inspection checklist. Machine tool inspection, an equipment management method introduced from Japanese enterprises, was essentially a daily checklist. It involved routine daily checks and confirmations of key positions and functions of the machine tools, enabling early problem detection and reducing downtime. It was highly effective and very low cost, requiring only the printing of inspection forms, making it extremely practical. In recent years, everyone had been eager to learn advanced management methods from abroad, so the agricultural machinery factory had also adopted the inspection system. Meng Rong had heard of inspection systems before, but this was his first time performing one himself. The factory's inspection sheets were essentially replicas of the foreign model, featuring specially drawn machine inspection diagrams. Inspection points were clearly numbered and marked with arrows on the machine schematics, making them easy to follow. After a few simple questions, Meng Rong quickly grasped the inspection method. With the inspection sheet in hand and his name filled in, this machine tool became Meng Rong's dedicated workstation. He took a deep breath to suppress his excitement, then happily began inspecting the machine and test running it to grasp its basic performance. Soon, under old Lu's guidance, he began trial machining small parts. Everything felt effortless, as if he'd been familiar with this machine for ages. The day passed quickly. After officially clocking out, he still took the time to carefully wipe down the machine before leaving the workshop satisfied. Just as he stepped out, someone grabbed him from behind, startling him. Turning around, he saw it was Luo Xiaowei, who gave him a hard punch on the shoulder. You've really hit the jackpot, Meng Rong. Made it big how? He asked, puzzled. What do you mean, made it big? You're the first among our new recruits to get assigned to the new machine. Didn't you know? You were working like a madman over there, and we were all stunned watching you. You're the pride of our whole batch of newbies. Pride? What on earth was he talking about? It was just operating a bed. Meng Rong looked at the excited Luo Xiaowei in confusion. Are you playing dumb or what? Luo Xiaowei shook his head inside. This kid is hopeless. Get lost. Meng Rong muttered irritably, rubbing his chest where Luo had punched him until it went numb. So what? You'll all get your chance. Luo Xiaowei enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Meng Rong. Come on, let's treat everyone. No way. What's there to treat? Besides, we haven't even gotten paid yet. Meng Rong gritted his teeth. This agricultural machinery factory was indeed, as Li Shiyao had said, perhaps not managed very well. So far, last month's wages hadn't been paid out. Though he wouldn't get much anyway, since he hadn't worked the full month last month. If it weren't for the little savings he still had, he wouldn't care, but he was about to hit rock bottom. Just as he was thinking of Li Shiyao, she appeared, striding toward him in white sandals and a blue and white striped sundress, a small white bag slung over her shoulder. She looked rather charming, though her hairstyle was a bit messy and didn't quite suit her complexion. A hint of excitement played on her face as she fixed her gaze directly on Meng Rong. Clearly, she'd come for him. Spotting Meng Rong, she giggled uncontrollably. Meng Rong, I knew you wouldn't have left yet. It's been over half an hour since work ended, but I still had time to change into casual clothes and come congratulate you. Well, I just spent a little extra time scrubbing the beds, Meng Rong explained. I knew it. New hires assigned to the beds just can't get enough of each other. Like newlyweds. Oh, no, I mean, like they just got a new girlfriend. Li Shiyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Luo Xiaowei, watching them from the side, was practically drooling with envy. He quickly wiped his mouth and nudged the wooden-headed Meng Rong. Look at that girl, she'd practically laid it out for him, and Meng Rong still didn't get it. But Meng Rong felt nothing. Over the past month, Li Shiyao had passed by the workshop every few days, sometimes bringing new recruits, sometimes for other matters, always stopping by, consciously or unconsciously, to check on Meng Rong and exchange a few words. Meng Rong remained completely unmoved. At this point, his focus was solely on honing his skills. He didn't dwell on much else. He was merely surprised. How did you find out? Your sources are impressive. Well connected? You're the first apprentice Master Lu took under his wing, and the first new hire in 2 months assigned to a lathe. That's practically setting a new record for the factory. Aren't you satisfied? Li Shiyao said with exaggerated enthusiasm. The whole factory's buzzing about it. Everyone's saying the workshop might have produced a promising apprentice. How could I not hear about it? Meng Rong scratched his head. Honestly, he hadn't expected this. In his mind, was this really such a big deal? Something that would draw others' attention? He didn't get it. He gave a wry smile. It's nothing. Don't blow it out of proportion. Anyway, we're going out to eat to celebrate. Li Shiyao didn't care about the details, grinning as she said, this is cause for celebration. You can't back out. Luo Xiaowei beside them nearly popped his eyes out. This guy really didn't know how good he had it. But he himself had zero awareness of being the third wheel and joined in the clamor, treat us. Treat us. No way was he missing out on a chance to upgrade his meals. Meng Rong shook his head. We haven't even gotten paid yet. He really didn't want to treat everyone to a meal over such a minor thing. The cost was one thing, but throwing a party over something this trivial seemed downright pointless. No problem, I'll treat if we're short. Li Shiyao immediately offered. At this, both Meng Rong and Luo Xiaowei froze. Seeing their expressions, Li Shiyao's gaze drifted slightly. You're the new recruit I recommended to Master Lu. Well, I feel a bit guilty about that. So, I'm really happy you stayed. Now that you've finally found your footing, it's only right that I treat you. Only then did Meng Rong realize the reason Master Lu was notoriously difficult to deal with, and Li Shiyao felt guilty about it. Fine, he thought, I'll give you this chance. In his current good mood, he wasn't about to quibble. He chuckled, alright, I was starting to think you had a crush on me. Well then, I'll just go back to the dorm and change clothes. Hearing his joke, Li Shiyao's cheeks flushed again. Luo Xiaowei beside her looked like he wanted to punch Meng Rong to death and take his place. This kid was hopeless. As soon as Meng Rong entered the dorm to change into casual clothes, Zhang Xiuhu and the Xiao brothers were already waiting for him. The moment he stepped through the door, all three started teasing him, clamoring to treat him to a meal. What else could bunkmates say? Naturally, they shared the good fortune together. So the 6 of them gathered and headed straight out the side gate to find a place to eat. While Meng Rong and Luo Xiaowei were still unfamiliar with the area, the other 4 knew it like the back of their hands. Led by the Xiao brothers and Zhang Xiuhu, they found a Hunan restaurant called Dream Xiangyuan. They grabbed a round table in the main dining hall and ordered a feast of fiery Hunan dishes. As the weather was just starting to heat up, they were sweating buckets after only a few bites. A case of beer was opened, and naturally, the young, vigorous men couldn't resist drinking. Under the pretext of celebrating Meng Rong, they downed several rounds. Meng Rong hadn't touched alcohol in nearly half a year, but feeling relaxed, he had a few glasses. Li Shiyao couldn't drink, but she accompanied Meng Rong with a small half glass, her cheeks immediately flushing rosy. Zhang Xiuhu spotted this and chuckled, nudging Meng Rong with his elbow and whispering, "This little lady's got a thing for you. Cut the crap and just drink." Meng Rong sighed, forcing another cup down Zhang Xiuhu's throat. As they drank, Luo Xiaohui suddenly began to cry. "I've been here over a month, but why haven't I been as lucky as Meng Rong? I'm still getting criticized every day." Later, "Meng Rong, you've got to teach me how to handle this." "Alright." Meng Rong patted his back reassuringly. Li Shiyao shook her head. "You should learn from these guys. They're all incredibly driven. You think they got assigned to good dorms by accident?" The four roommates exchanged knowing glances and shared a silent laugh. Only Luo Xiaohui, the unlucky one, drowned his sorrows in drink, and in the end, several people had to help him back to his room. Though Luo Xiaohui was a bit of a chatterbox, his straightforward, sincere nature earned him some admiration from the others. His misfortune of being constantly scolded by old Zhang also drew sympathy. Later on, they would continually look out for him and offer guidance, which proved immensely beneficial to Luo Xiaohui. Gradually, he gained recognition, but that's a story for another time. After seeing Luo Xiaohui off, Meng Rong naturally rushed to escort Li Shiyao back to the dormitory building. However, Li Shiyao firmly refused. Meng Rong scratched his head in frustration. A girl's mind was truly baffling. Since getting his own workbench, Meng Rong was naturally happy and dedicated. It meant he'd been acknowledged. After using the bench for several days on basic tasks, he grew increasingly skilled, completing every assignment old Lu gave him without fail. One day, old Lu beckoned Meng Rong over as soon as he arrived. Pointing to a massive round steel bar on the floor, he asked, "After all these days, you know how to operate the 60 bed now, right?" Meng Rong knew the 60 and 20 were essentially identical, same structure, same principles, just different scales. The 60 handled larger diameters and was a bigger machine. Confidently, he replied, "No problem." Old Lu watched him for 2 seconds. "This part needs peeling, precision turning of the 580 outer diameter, and end face grooving. Here's the drawing." He grabbed the part diagram from nearby, handed it to Meng Rong, and turned to leave. Meng Rong examined the drawing closely. This was no easy task. He'd spoken too soon. This was an external drawing, meaning it was a subcontracted part. Outer diameter 580, thickness 40. The toughest part? 3 circular grooves, each 15 mm wide and 10 mm deep, had to be cut at 3 positions on the end face, 520, 400, and 320. And the surface finish requirement? 1.8. Then he glanced at the material column on the drawing, 40 cr forged. Meng Rong's head instantly grew as big as a drum. 40 cr was notoriously sticky and difficult to machine. Achieving a 1.8 surface finish demanded extremely precise tooling. Add to that the fact it was a forging. This was a challenge compounded by another. But the situation was what it was. He had to grit his teeth and push forward. The overhead crane swung over, hooked the magnetic lifting fixture, hoisted the large disc, and suspended it over the lathe chuck. He clamped it down. What seemed simple, merely turning the outer diameter, proved daunting enough. With only 40 mm thickness, clamping could only secure half the width. Peeling off the rough layer demanded extreme caution. Any slip risked the workpiece flying off. He carefully tightened the 3 jaws, manually rotated it twice to roughly check runout. The round bar itself had decent dimensions and was quite uniform. He switched to the standard 75-degree tool and roughly calculated the linear speed. Rough turning for peeling offered high resistance, so Meng Rong set the spindle speed to the lowest gear of 720 rpm. This increased torque, preventing stalling. He started the rotation, let the tool approach, and noted the outer diameter's highest point. Retracting the tool, he moved to the feed point, added 0.5 mm of cutting depth at the high point, and began turning. But the moment the tool engaged, it started whining loudly, startling Meng Rong into a quick retraction. Meng Rong was baffled by what had gone wrong, feeling a bit dazed. Chapter 45, Turning, Clamping, Milling, Planing, Grinding. Meng Rong shook his head, needing time to process. He stopped the spindle, manually rotated the tool to the cutting position, and roughly identified the issue. Removing the tool revealed the cause. The front rake angle had been ground for small workpieces on a 20 series lathe, but was too small for this larger workpiece, causing vibration. He swapped in a newly welded tool, ground it to a 40-degree front angle at the wheel, reinstalled it, and recentered. This time, the vibration stopped, but as he'd anticipated, the cutting surface showed severe tool sticking. The machine's surface was covered in tiny burrs. He figured slowing the feed during finishing should remove them. However, the stark difference between machining large and small workpieces greatly exceeded Meng Rong's expectations. After roughing 2 outer diameters, he switched to a finishing tool. Before even completing the first 10 mm, the tool chipped. The built-up edge from the 40 cr rough turning was extremely hard. Its frequent impacts on the finished tool, combined with the tool's small front rake angle, concentrated the cutting force onto a tiny contact area. The force from the built-up edge was too great, and the tool quickly gave out. Meng Rong went through 5 finished tools before barely completing the first pass, sweating profusely from the frustration. Just as he was scrambling to keep up, Master Lu strolled over again, hands behind his back, and stood behind Meng Rong. Watching him change tools one after another, he gave a slight smile and strolled back, completely unnoticed by Meng Rong. After 3 grueling hours, he finally finished the outer diameter, far behind schedule. Moving on to the end face, he faced another challenge, peeling. As he worked toward the center, the feed rate slowed, demanding higher spindle speed. But higher speed meant excessive peripheral speed on the outer edge. Given the tool breakage earlier on the outer diameter, it was certain to snap. Meng Rong could only stare blankly. Old Liu returned, holding a turning tool. Use this. 135 degrees? Sure, I recognize that one. Heard of it, never used it. Give it a try. Master Liu's words were concise and to the point. Meng Rong mounted this legendary negative rake tool and carefully began turning to align the cutting edge. Old Liu stood behind him and said, "Go ahead, turn it." Sure enough, the large negative rake angle made skinning exceptionally smooth, with almost no built-up edge. The surface finish improved immediately, turning smoothly from the edge all the way to the center. A deep negative rake angle offers exceptional chip raking capability, Old Liu remarked thoughtfully. It clears chips far better than a 75-degree angle and handles sticky materials like a dream. Thanks for the guidance, master. Meng Rong hadn't expected the usually taciturn Old Liu to share so much, and all of it was hard-earned, seasoned expertise. This made Meng Rong feel genuinely grateful. Little did he know that after just a few days of operating the machine, he'd receive such genuine expertise from Master Liu. This was just a small interlude. From then on, Old Liu sincerely taught Meng Rong various related techniques, though they were scattered and fragmented. Gradually, a genuine master-apprentice bond formed between them. Occasionally, Old Liu would privately invite Meng Rong and friends out for meals. One day, after drinking too much, Old Liu finally confessed the truth: none of the previous newcomers had the patience. Even a simple task like wiping down a machine tool proved too much for most. Those who could manage it were either too honest and lacking in resourcefulness, or overly scheming. Both types disgusted Old Liu. Only Meng Rong remained steadfast, silent, focused, and possessing both foundational skills and natural aptitude. This deeply reassured Old Liu. How could he not teach him wholeheartedly? Old Liu suddenly asked Meng Rong a question. Meng Rong, tell me honestly, what exactly did you do before this? Master, why ask that? I'm just a technician. It doesn't seem like it. I sense something indescribable about you. Certain things, whether it's a new hire or someone with experience, no one else would notice with such precision. Take you, for instance. I've observed you these past days. In how you receive people, handle matters, and interact with others, you're extremely, how should I put it? He struggled to find the right words. Meng Rong inwardly groaned. Having been a boss himself, he carried a certain pride. While he never lorded over others, he naturally maintained an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance. He simply replied, nothing. I just find everything ordinary and treat everyone with common sense. Old Liu clapped his hands in admiration. My apprentice truly is extraordinary. He shot a challenging glance at Xianghua, who was stuffing his face with twice-cooked pork. This made Xianghua chuckle helplessly. Come on, everyone knows your precious apprentice is special. I've told you before, when you run out of things to teach him, come to me. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve to pass on. You old codger, you're wasting my liquor. Always scheming to poach my people. Don't come back for my drinks later. Old Liu glared at Xianghua in genuine irritation. Xianghua chuckled, ignoring him, and turned to Meng Rong instead. Meng Rong, you've been at the factory for over 2 months now. Tell me, has Old Liu ever mentioned what he needs to teach you systematically? Systematically? Meng Rong froze. Old Liu had taught him plenty, but it was mostly technical tricks. Systematic training? Surely not? He was, after all, a former champion of the Inter-School Vocational League during his technical school days. He'd already received systematic education back then. Wasn't it perfectly fine to just stay put and learn the craft here? What more systematic teaching could he possibly need? I always knew Old Liu was a rough-and-tumble guy. Sure, his skills are top-notch, no question about that. But he's not exactly the best mentor, is he? At this remark, Meng Rong's expression darkened. Not only was this said in front of his own master, but even if it had been whispered behind his back, he wouldn't have agreed. My master is a great teacher. You may be a technical expert yourself, but you can't speak ill of my master like that. I won't stand for it. Meng Rong retorted bluntly. Old Liu, listening nearby, found this highly amusing. Instead of intervening, he gave Meng Rong a thumbs up. See? That's exactly the kind of apprentice I value. But Xianghua paid no heed to Meng Rong's displeasure. He pressed on, then has your master taught you about the trades? Roughly how many major categories are there? Well, I've studied that before. It's basically turning, milling, grinding, and fitting, right? Wrong. Xianghua shook his head. To be precise, there are at least 5 main categories: lathe, fitting, milling, planing, and grinding. For metalworking, there's drawing, broaching, rolling, boring, and for sheet metal, shearing, bending, punching. Then there's hot working like forging, casting, and welding. And that's just the broad categories, each has countless sub-processes. Take casting, molds come in metal, wood, lost wax, sintered types. He casually listed a dozen or so specialized trades off the top of his head. Meng Rong wasn't entirely ignorant of these, but he'd never heard anyone articulate them with such clarity and detail like Xianghua did. So tell me, he pressed, could you articulate the differences between these major categories? Meng Rong hesitated slightly. Seeing old Liu remain silent, he casually offered a textbook-style explanation of the differences between the trades. Xianghua listened with a steady smile, then shook his head. What you're describing sounds plausible, but it's textbook definitions. While generally accurate, for us frontline workers, merely grasping the surface level is like reading the words without any real understanding. To become a true technician, or rather, an outstanding one, it's not enough to master just one or two skills. Ah, how so? Take you, old Liu, or me, neither of us got by knowing just one trade like fitting, or dabbling in turning or milling. You have to connect the dots, master multiple trades holistically. Only then can you truly make a mark in this field. Otherwise, you're just another assembly line worker, scraping by on a fixed salary for life. True masters of their craft must understand a wide range of techniques. Many technical problems can't be solved by knowing just one discipline. Only by mastering them all can you grasp the issue, devise solutions, and acquire more skills and methods. It's like those martial arts novels. Which master ever dominated the world with just one skill? They all mastered multiple arts to rely on when it mattered most. Oh, I get it now. No wonder some heroes get taken down in minutes. Their skills are too shallow, their weaknesses exposed, and they get finished off in one strike. Got it. Meng Rong nodded vigorously. I guess you could put it that way. Xianghua was stumped by Meng Rong's explanation. Old Liu chuckled from the side. Hey, old man, just spit it out. Why bring up martial arts examples? How many books have you even read? Xianghua grew irritated. Then you teach your precious disciple these basic truths. Old Liu sighed. Some things, honestly, you can learn at any time. Besides, we're always learning. It's not like we know everything. True enough. We're always learning. Who knows how far behind our technology lags compared to advanced techniques abroad or even domestically? Xianghua sighed. While others might be unaware, he knew full well how far his factory's processes trailed behind cutting-edge technology. This farm machinery factory can't keep going like this. It's bad enough we don't have many promising young engineers to develop our technology, but then they're stuck in their ways, never in a hurry to introduce advanced techniques. We finally managed to get a CNC machine back, and they won't even let anyone touch it. I have no idea what the factory is thinking. Old Liu said bitterly. Meng Rong had heard Li Shiyao mention this incident briefly on his first day at the factory. The underlying issues ran deep, far beyond his current understanding. It's our own incompetence, really. We couldn't get those two machines up and running, and that's why we all feel so humiliated. Yeah, someone needs to actually learn how to operate them. With things as they are, us old-timers have lost all face. After a few more grumbles, they fell silent. They exchanged a knowing glance before turning to Meng Rong. Truthfully, given their current skill levels and seniority, it was unlikely they'd lower themselves to study CNC machines anymore. Yet they understood this represented the future, which is why they pinned their hopes on Meng Rong. Xianghua continued in a patronizing tone, Meng Rong, so moving forward, we hope you can leverage your youth. You know how they say students should develop morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and labor-wise? Well, we want you to master all 5 major machining trades: turning, fitting, milling, planing, and grinding. Then build on that to restore the factory's reputation. As Meng Rong listened, his father's words suddenly came to mind: always maintain the spirit of an apprentice. Hearing Xianghua's words now, he paused in surprise. Did these two mean to train him into a jack of all trades? Wasn't that precisely his goal in coming here? Chapter 46, Fitting. You'll start as a fitter. Xianghua declared with certainty. Fitting. Meng Rong was momentarily speechless. Wasn't that obvious? Everyone knew fitting was fundamental. He'd put in plenty of effort at it before. Was it really worth mentioning specifically? It's worth repeating. I've observed you for some time. You have talent, you attended technical school and have experience, but your foundation is weak. As the saying goes, if the foundation is unstable, the entire structure will crumble. Do you understand? Old Master Liu finally interjected, his expression stern as he addressed Meng Rong. We seasoned technicians can see through certain things instantly. Don't be fooled by your flashy moves, they're all superficial, empty showmanship. Without enduring practice, your form constantly breaks down. What you think is saving effort, what you take pride in, is actually a sign of instability. A true craftsman masters through repetition. When you pick up a blueprint, you should instantly know what needs doing, what is correct, what requires caution, and where problems lie. Without solid grounding and ample practice, mistakes become inevitable. You haven't made them yet, but if you don't correct this, you will sooner or later. Meng Rong nodded with a touch of shame. In truth, no one understood the consequences of such mistakes better than he did. He nodded silently. His master truly was exceptional, seeing right through him. He had been silently pondering why he kept making the same mistakes. Before, he had always thought it was because his skills weren't up to par, his knowledge was too limited, his mastery incomplete, or he was careless. Now, Master Liu had suddenly awakened him to the truth. The root cause was that he simply hadn't done enough. Without sufficient practice, even the greatest talent remains just that talent. Talent needed to be amplified by diligence and hard work. Only after being tempered through countless trials could it truly shine. He abruptly stood up, poured a cup of wine, and toasted Master Liu. "Thank you for enlightening me, Master. I get it now. Even a great hero who masters peerless martial arts will eventually stumble in the gutter if they don't temper themselves in the real world." Old Liu rolled his eyes. This apprentice seemed to have taken the lesson to heart, yet his words always left him feeling both amused and exasperated. Martial arts movies were truly harmful. But when an apprentice offered a toast, one couldn't refuse. For the sake of his sincerity, Liu drank the cup. Xianghua grumbled, "Youngster, don't be ungrateful. I've been mentoring you for half the day." Before he could finish speaking, Meng Rong raised his cup toward him again. Seeing his sincerity, Xianghua gladly accepted the drink. After all, mentoring a talented individual was far more satisfying than teaching a dullard. Thinking this, he added, "How much do you actually know about the trade of machinist? Because machining skills are fundamental across all trades. Hand filing outer surfaces, grinding inner bores, scraping flat surfaces, hand finishing curved surfaces, these are techniques commonly used in integrated manufacturing. And when machinery breaks down, repairing it is also a basic skill. So, being able to fix machining equipment is absolutely essential for us." Meng Rong wasn't about to be stumped. He rattled off the answers effortlessly. He'd already touched on these points earlier, albeit briefly, so he might as well elaborate now. "Good lad, you've got it down pat. Truth is, machining is an ancient trade. It's like martial arts training. Do you know what the very first step is? Stance training. Exactly. Just like a horse stance, your base must be steady, immovable as a mountain. Your strikes must be fierce, powerful, and heavy." Ha! Xianghua showed off. The same principle applies to metalworking. Fitting is the oldest metalworking craft, practically born alongside casting and forging. After casting and forging, the rough blanks needed processing before use. Primitive metalworking had no machine tools. It relied entirely on manual labor with files, chisels, saws, and similar tools. That was the rudimentary form of fitting. With industrial development, fitting gradually split into two branches: cold work fitting and assembly fitting. Cold work fitting involves shaping raw materials on a vice workbench, while assembly fitting assembles finished parts into complete products. In reality, assembly and cold work were inseparable in the early days. Handcrafted parts often had significant errors and poor consistency, requiring assembly fitters to select suitable components for precision finishing and matching before assembly. As machining technology advanced, the need for assembly fitters to modify parts diminished, leading to the separation of the two trades. Meng Rong nodded frequently. He had heard this before, but never explained so clearly. What he didn't realize was that it wasn't Xianghua's clarity, but rather that Meng Rong's own experiences had sharpened his understanding. Old Liu bristled. "Cut the showboating. That's all ancient history. But understand this, Meng Rong, I'll reassign you soon. You'll handle plenty of basic fitter tasks to gain experience and insight. It's not about making things hard for you." Understood. Meng Rong knew full well that this Master Liu had become surprisingly talkative lately, even offering explanations in advance. Gone was the aloof demeanor of old, when he simply assigned tasks without a word of why or how. Those must have been tests. Once you passed and earned his approval, he'd start chatting. "Is this how all masters operate?" Meng Rong mused. "When I become the boss someday, I'll find all sorts of ways to test the newbies." Ha! Little did he know that this twisted notion would later cause much suffering for many young apprentices. Thus, starting the very next day, Meng Rong embarked on an ascetic-like training regimen, his schedule packed to the brim by Master Liu and Xianghua. Early one morning, old Liu led Meng Rong to a small workshop beside the factory floor. Meng Rong glanced around. "Master, what's this?" Master Liu replied solemnly, "This is precisely why we say knowledge shouldn't be shared with more than 2 ears. In all my years at this factory, I've taken on few apprentices. You're the first person I've truly valued, so I intend to teach you properly." Meng Rong nodded in understanding. Most factories would arrange for senior craftsmen to take on apprentices, some through verbal agreements, others with formal documents, and some even held initiation ceremonies. But to old Liu, such formalities were empty and meaningless. What mattered now was the real teaching. "Starting today, Meng Rong, I'll begin arranging your foundational machinist training, sawing, filing, drilling, and scraping practice." Meng Rong was familiar with these techniques and had even practiced them before, but what made old Liu special? He had no idea. Facing Meng Rong's confusion, old Liu shared his fundamental understanding of machining. Everything is a science, with its own principles. What you learned in school, forget it starting today. That only gave you basic concepts. What I'm teaching you now is experience I've distilled over many years. With that, old Liu began to share his wisdom. In his view, sawing requires skill. It's not just about pulling the bow back and forth. Choosing the right saw blade is an art in itself. Different materials call for different blade specifications. For instance, steel and aluminum generally use fine tooth blades, while copper, nylon, and similar materials require coarse tooth blades. This relates to heat generation during cutting. Steel and aluminum conduct heat well, so fine tooth blades produce smooth cuts. Copper is softer, making coarse teeth more efficient. Nylon requires special attention, fine teeth quickly clog, causing the blade to slip. Coarse teeth are essential for faster chip removal and preventing jams. Regarding sawing technique, mount the blade with teeth facing forward. Workpieces are rarely clamped flat, typically they're secured at a 30-degree angle in a vise. Grasp the bow's front curve with your left hand, while the right hand grips the bow handle. Both hands move together in a forward pushing motion, simultaneously applying slight downward pressure. Engage your core to drive your entire upper body forward while extending both arms. Then, slightly lift the bow and pull it back. Never allow the teeth to move backward through the cut, as this easily anneals the teeth, causing them to lose hardness. The most challenging aspect of sawing is maintaining a straight line. Poor coordination between hands easily causes deviation, so consistent practice is essential to develop muscle memory for perfect straight cuts. Filing demands even greater precision. The variety of files, coarse, medium, and fine flat files, round, half round, and triangular files plus combination files is vast. Even filing a flat surface presents significant challenges. Coarse files are used less frequently. Typically, one starts with a medium coarse or medium file to shape the basic plane, then refines it to size with a fine file. This process resembles sawing, also requiring both hands. The left hand holds the file head with the heel of the palm, applying downward pressure, while the right hand grips the file handle, pushing forward with downward force. After each push, lift the file to reset, do not file back and forth. The file's cutting edges also have a specific direction. Forcing it in the opposite direction, like sawing, causes overheating and annealing of the cutting edges. The challenge lies in coordinating both hands. The force direction and application differ, yet equal pressure must be applied vertically. Otherwise, a curved surface will form. This requires extensive practice to develop muscle memory. Drilling, selecting drill bits, sharpening techniques, and coordinating RPM with diameter and feed rate is complex, though reference charts exist. The most challenging part is actually sharpening the drill bits. Single flute, double flute, W flute, center drills, centerless drills, deep hole drills, reamers. The variety is vast. A well-sharpened drill bit makes drilling efficient. A poorly sharpened one easily veers off course, producing curved holes. Smaller diameters and deeper holes become increasingly difficult to drill. Even a slight misalignment in the bit's cutting edge can ruin the hole. Scraping, typically performed as lapping, addresses machine surfaces. Due to machine tool tolerances, these surfaces are never perfectly flat. For high-precision flatness requirements, red lead powder is applied. A standard 000 grade lapping plate is then used to color the surface. Areas where the lapping plate removes the powder to reveal the base metal indicate high spots that must be scraped away. Typically, lapping is considered acceptable if 70% of the surface shows color. Additionally, for sliding surfaces like guide rails, oil grooves must be carved to retain lubrication. This is where skill comes into play. Distributing the grooves evenly without compromising the colored area requires extensive hands-on experience that takes years to master. Hearing these practical insights, Meng Rong felt as though a treasure trove had opened before him. While others viewed technical training as drudgery, Meng Rong now embraced it with relish. He was determined to learn, to master, and to build a solid foundation. From that day on, old Liu and Xingguan devised ways to send every foundational task and every component requiring machining throughout the factory to him for precision grinding and finishing. At first, Meng Rong handled only basic parts, then moved on to intermediate challenges, and eventually tackled ultra-difficult ones. The simplest tasks involved filing a hammer, then progressed to filing keys, crafting symmetrical octahedrons, hand-filing steel rings, manually repairing threads, shaping helixes, cutting keyways, filing square holes, scraping flat surfaces, and scraping spherical surfaces, all to hone his skills. With the dedicated guidance of old Liu and Xingguan, Meng Rong made daily progress, becoming utterly absorbed in his craft. Chapter 47, Showing His Stuff. Business at the farm machinery factory remained neither booming nor busting, barely breaking even but managing to stay afloat. Occasionally, Meng Rong would glance up to overhear Master Liu and Shang when discussing the Fenghua agricultural machinery plant. Their words carried a mix of deep regret and helpless resignation. While Meng Rong had experience with such management matters, as a mere apprentice technician in the workshop, his input was meaningless and unheard. So he usually kept quiet on the topic, rarely chiming in. Only occasionally would he ask a question out of curiosity, but often the technicians couldn't answer. Whenever that happened, old Liu would wave him away impatiently, urging him back to work. For old Liu and his peers, having spent their entire working lives at Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory, witnessing the changing times yet unable to articulate why, left them feeling deeply frustrated. Meanwhile, the management wasn't idle either. After lunch break, workshop director Yu called everyone together, saying he needed to discuss something. Old Liu glanced back at Meng Rong, who was buried in his work. After a moment's thought, he motioned for Meng Rong to stop and follow him to hear what was going on. Meng Rong, engrossed in his work, reluctantly set aside his task. Seeing his expression, old Liu chuckled dryly. You're practically a lathe operator yourself. It won't hurt to listen and you might pick up a thing or two. Meng Rong agreed, immediately set down his work and followed old Liu over. Director Yu saw that most people had gathered and wasted no words. He pulled out a drawing and passed it around. When it reached Meng Rong, he took a closer look. Holy cow, an inch to metric internal thread conversion sleeve. And it was pushing the absolute limits. The thinnest point of the thread wall was only 0.5 millimeters. This was practically the extreme of lathe machining, especially since it required 2 different thread pitches. Cutting the threads themselves wasn't difficult. Once the threading tool was set up, the cutting point confirmed, and the feed rate set, it could run automatically. Most lathes have automatic forward-reverse functions. But the pitch differences between the 2 thread specifications, typically around 10,000ths of an inch, are critical. If the nominal diameters are too close, you risk cutting right through the material. Just as he was about to speak, the people beside him couldn't wait any longer and snatched the drawing away. Meng Rong reluctantly let go, murmuring to old Liu, "Master, this requirement is so extreme. How could anyone have such a bizarre request?" Old Liu shook his head, saying nothing. Someone nudged Meng Rong from behind. He turned to find it was Luo Shelby. Clearly his master had brought him along to broaden his horizons. Luo whispered to Meng Rong, "Did you understand it?" Meng Rong was about to shake his head, but seeing Luo Shelby's sly, shifty expression, clearly he hadn't understood a thing. Meng Rong instead put on an air of confidence and said, "Of course I understood." "You really understood it?" Luo Shelby gasped, his voice slightly too loud, drawing the attention of nearby onlookers who glanced their way. But upon realizing it was just 2 apprentices bragging, they quickly lost interest. Meng Rong shot Luo Shelby a glare, signaling him to lower his voice. He glanced around and noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of those who had been watching earlier. All eyes were fixed on Director Yu, clearly waiting for his explanation. He whispered to Luo Shelby, "Of course I understood it. Look, my master understood it too, so naturally I did as well." Luo Shelby widened his eyes and whispered back, "You're probably just bragging. Everyone else looks clueless too." "That's everyone else. But us? We're different," Meng Rong said, actually just joking with Luo Shelby. "Didn't you notice? This is a 3/4 inch to M18 threaded insert. The wall thickness difference is only 1.05 millimeters. Each side is just over 0.5 millimeters thick." Meng Rong pulled out the thread reference chart. The M18 coarse thread pitch is 2.5 millimeters, while the 3/4 inch coarse thread pitch is 0.1 inches. That's 2.54 millimeters. One thread difference is 0.04 millimeters, 10 threads is 0.4 millimeters. The drawing specifies exactly 10 threads, meaning by the final position, the thread wall thickness is barely 0.1 millimeters. Luo Shelby felt dizzy listening to Meng recite all those model numbers and specifications. Hesitantly, he asked, "Master, what does all this mean?" "It just means the machining difficulty is extremely high," Meng Rong chuckled. "No big deal." The 2 men murmured quietly to each other as the drawing finally finished transmitting and returned to Director Yu's hands. Director Yu spoke up, "Has everyone seen it? Do you know what this is?" At this, Meng Rong lifted his head, listening intently as Director Yu explained the situation. It turned out the factory manager had used connections to source a British-made high-precision boring machine from Hong Kong. Though dating back to 1947, it boasted exceptional accuracy. However, its hydraulic station had failed, and with no spare parts available, it was sold as scrap metal. The factory director acquired it at a bargain price, intending to replace the hydraulic station with a domestic one. But upon inspection, they discovered the hydraulic station and the bed casting were integrated. Replacement was impossible. Thus, they had to repair it as is. After painstakingly gathering all components and restoring the hydraulics, another problem arose. The machine's hydraulic hose fittings used standard British taps and nuts instead of common British pipe threads. Furthermore, readily available domestic hydraulic valves and tubing, whether metric or British pipe threaded, couldn't be directly used. We initially considered using metric to imperial adapters, but the dimensions were too compact to accommodate them. The only solution was to fabricate conversion sleeves that could be directly fitted over the existing fittings. Alternatively, we could have custom-ordered a hydraulic station with imperial fittings and connected it via hoses to the original inlet and return ports, but the boss deemed this too costly and preferred an in-house solution. Thus, this task was assigned to the factory's lathe operators. "Is there anyone who can handle this job?" Director Yu asked repeatedly. Almost everyone grimaced and shook their heads, unwilling to take on the job. It was too difficult. Then someone suggested, "Didn't we hire a senior technician at a high salary? Isn't he skilled? Why not bring him in to solve this?" Meng Rong quickly recalled that the factory did indeed have a high-end CNC machine dedicated to precision work. It was operated by a senior technician brought in from Guangdong at triple the salary. But since his arrival, the guy mostly sat around drinking tea and reading newspapers, making his job look effortless. The factory's veteran technicians had long harbored resentment toward him. Director Yu glanced at the group, his expression filled with resignation. That guy was untouchable, the factory director's favorite, someone he couldn't even give orders to normally. But seeing everyone clamoring and considering the high difficulty of the task, they had no choice.
Bringing in that senior technician might actually provide a solution. With that thought, he dispatched someone to fetch the senior technician.
The messenger returned quickly, his face twisted with indignation. Couldn't get him. He said he can't leave his CNC machine unattended.
As expected, though the crowd was deeply dissatisfied and their words grew heated, Director Yu overruled the objections and insisted on taking the blueprints to the master craftsman for his opinion.
After 10 minutes, the messenger returned, his face sour. He looked at it and said, "No one at our farm machinery factory can handle this job. Forget it. Spend the money and hire someone outside." "That's nonsense. Why would we pay someone else when we can do it ourselves?"
"Oomph. So much for his high-level technician credentials.
Nothing special after all.
I bet all of us old-timers combined aren't as arrogant as him."
Some admitted the gap. "Forget it. That CNC machine? We can't handle it either. Stop picking on the guy. Different strokes for different folks." Director Yu waved his hand impatiently. "Enough of this useless chatter. Everyone, get moving and figure something out. It's normal they can't handle CNC work. We need to find our own solution. You're all veteran machinists with years of experience, not a single one of you can manage this?
If word gets out, other factories will laugh us to death, especially since we paid top dollar."
"Who says we can't handle it?" a voice suddenly cut in. Director Yu perked up. "Master Zhang, you can take it? That's fantastic." Master Zhang looked awkward and shook his head. "No, it's not me. But someone among us can definitely do it." "Who?" "Junior high, who else? My apprentice just said he figured it out ages ago and's got it all figured out. Probably just waiting for the factory to give a quote."
What he meant by quota price was actually a bonus. For this kind of extra high difficulty job, where there's a will, there's a way.
Meng Rong's heart skipped a beat. Was this some kind of joke? He shot Luo Xiaowei a furious glare. That bastard had betrayed him in the blink of an eye. I was just bragging. Now I've screwed over my master. This old Zhang, does he have a grudge against old Lu, or is he just brainless? How could he believe that? Meng Rong looked at his master anxiously, but old Lu remained silent, sitting there like a statue. Suddenly, he lifted his head and said, "I'll do it." Everyone turned to look at him. The workshop director was overjoyed and immediately announced that if old Lu succeeded, he would be rewarded with 200 yuan. Old Lu didn't say much. He stood up and said he would go sharpen his tools and get the materials right away. As he spoke, he glanced back at Meng Rong with a knowing look. Meng Rong instantly understood. Old Lu had been right in front of him. He'd heard every boast he and Luo Xiaowei had made, word for word. Was this setting up his master? His face flushed crimson. Because of the special thread profile, old Lu went to the warehouse to get British standard thread gauges and plug gauges. He found a scrap piece of metal and went to sharpen the tool. Soon, the British coarse thread tool was ready. He loaded the material and cut a dozen threads. Testing with the ring gauge showed it was perfect. All the lathe operators gathered around, eager to witness how old Lu would tackle such a difficult job. But after testing, old Lu didn't start turning right away. Instead, he had Meng Rong bring all the chip guards from the back of every lathe in the shop and surround his 20-bed machine. He then shooed everyone away, working alone inside. The other turners were deeply disappointed, grumbling as they slowly dispersed. Inside, old Lu still hadn't started the machine. After another moment, he finally turned on the spindle motor. Meng Rong, hoping to sneak in a lesson, knew one of the shields had a hole. He pressed his eye against it, wanting to see how the master worked. What he saw through the small opening, however, was another pair of eyes. Old Lu growled, "You kid, keep watch for me. Don't let anyone near, not even you. I'll teach you privately later, but now's not the time." Disobeying a master's order was unthinkable, so Meng Rong obediently paced outside the guard plate, shooing away the occasional onlookers who came to gawk, allowing his master to work undisturbed. But Meng Rong wasn't idle. Though he couldn't see, he could hear and roughly piece together the master's process: thick-walled brass tubing. First face milling the ends, turning the outer diameter, turning to the major diameter of the imperial thread, switching to a threading tool, running the automatic threading tool over and over to cut the threads, then switching to an internal turning tool, turned to the minor diameter of the metric thread, switched to a metric threading tool, found the correct entry point, and then ran the automatic threading process again and again to pick the internal thread. In total, it required at least a dozen cuts. The most difficult part was finding the entry point for the internal threading later on. However, what he heard didn't quite match his expectations. During the critical latter stages, there was almost complete silence. The machine inside wasn't running, yet old Lu suddenly emerged holding the finished brass sleeve. The surrounding turners suddenly materialized like earth deities. Though old Lu had shooed them away, they'd been watching this corner intently. Everyone wanted to know if he'd succeeded and how. Yet, without a sound, old Lu succeeded. He tested the external threads with an imperial thread ring gauge and the internal threads with a metric thread plug gauge first time, perfect. Director Yu was overjoyed. Everyone in the workshop gave him a thumbs up, expressing their admiration. This time, old Liu and his apprentice had truly made a name for themselves. Old Liu's reputation as a CNC rival quickly spread like wildfire. Yes, you read that right, news of Meng Rong's comprehension spread like wildfire. Everyone agreed, a master craftsman truly produces exceptional apprentices. Chapter 48, Master of All Trades. During this period, aside from occasional outings with Zhang Xiuhu and Luo Xiaowei to treat themselves to better meals, and the occasional visit from Li Shiyao for a chat, he spent most of his time either in the workshop or the process engineering department. Every time Luo Xiaowei saw him, disheveled yet beaming with excitement, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This kid was hopeless. The day after old Liu showed off his skills, Luo Xiaowei teamed up with Zhang Xiuhu again to drag Meng Rong out for a lavish meal. They couldn't let this perfectly normal young man be exploited as a workhorse. Their mantra was, "There's always more work to do, why push yourself so hard?" Meng Rong argued he was there to learn skills and didn't mind the extra work. They just laughed it off, give it a rest. Look at all the basic tasks you're stuck doing day in and day out, you're just getting worse. What could you possibly learn? We thought old Liu was going to teach you some real tricks, but now it seems like nothing at all. In their eyes, Master Liu had no intention of teaching Meng Rong real skills. Hadn't they seen him push Meng Rong aside last time? Meng Rong was speechless. They were doing these tasks too, didn't they realize this was tempering his skills? With no other option, he resorted to keeping his mouth shut. He turned his frustration toward Luo Xiaowei instead. "It was all your fault yesterday. You talked too much and nearly. Thank goodness Master Liu really knows his stuff. Otherwise, you and your master would have screwed us over. So you didn't actually know what you were doing? You were just bluffing?" Luo Xiaowei exclaimed dramatically. "You're a genius too," glanced at the blueprints for a moment and remembered all the data. Meng Rong retorted irritably, "That's just basic skills, okay?" Luo and Zhang both sucked in their breath. This guy was full of himself. But they quickly moved past it. Luo Xiaowei shook his head. That old Master Liu really has some skills. Meng Rong, you absolutely have to build a good relationship with him and get all his secrets out of him. Meng Rong rolled his eyes. That sounds so sleazy. What do you mean, dig out? Luo Xiaowei chuckled, if old Master Liu were teaching me, I wouldn't mind learning his tricks every day. It'd help me get by wherever I end up. Honestly, I don't think he's genuinely mentoring you, why else would he have you doing basic tasks day in and day out? Zhang Xiuhu, however, felt a twinge of guilt and offered Meng Rong some well-meaning advice. Hey Meng Rong, have you ever treated your junior high apprentices to a meal or drinks? Meng Rong thought for a moment. I have. Then have you ever given him cigarettes or liquor? Well, no, I haven't. Meng Rong admitted honestly. Zhang Xiuhu suddenly understood. You're too honest, that's why old Liu keeps finding ways to mess with you. Think about it, don't we all buy our mentors cigarettes or liquor every now and then? It not only strengthens the mentor-apprentice bond, but if your mentor's in a good mood, they might even teach you some secret tricks. Remember, promotions and evaluations for newcomers are entirely in the hands of their respective masters. To earn more money, gift-giving to secure higher scores has become an unspoken rule. Typically, apprenticeships for frontline young workers last 1 year, though special trades like welding, forging, and machining require 2 to 3 years. Mid-year and year-end evaluations assess apprentices to determine promotions or graduation. While assessment criteria vary by factory, but they generally include work attitude, the master's evaluation of the apprentice's skills, and an assessment of learning ability. Other factors like factory discipline and attendance are also considered, but the most critical aspects are work attitude and skill evaluation. Work attitude is typically assessed through a conversation with the apprentice, while skill evaluation is simpler, a practical test. The assessment team master sets a task for the apprentice to complete, usually with some preparation time. Apprentices favored by their masters often receive extra guidance, while those perceived as slow learners or unmotivated must figure things out on their own. Some apprentices even approach their masters, who may also serve as evaluators, to obtain test questions in advance, preparing diligently to complete their apprenticeship sooner. The wages for apprentices and those who have completed their apprenticeship are entirely different. In the 1990s, young workers typically earned only about 100 to 200 yuan, but after completing their apprenticeship, their wages at least doubled. Therefore, cultivating a good relationship with one's master was crucial for apprentices. Luo Xiaowei nodded repeatedly beside him, glaring at Meng Rong with exasperation. Forget cigarettes and alcohol to avoid getting yelled at by old Zhang, I splurged over 1,000 yuan on a watch for him. He made a face as if it had cost him an arm and a leg. Meng Rong was taken aback. This Luo Xiaowei was truly generous, that must have cost him 2 months' wages. Where did he even find the money for food and drink? But seeing how he didn't seem particularly pained by the expense, he probably had some savings. Zhang Xiuhu, however, seemed utterly unfazed, clearly no stranger to gifting his master. Meng Rong felt uneasy. A master-apprentice relationship like this seemed impure. As a working adult, he understood the importance of social etiquette and gift-giving. Yet every time he saw the warm expressions on old Liu and Shangwen's faces, it seemed they cared little for such favors. Their wages were high by factory standards, and they clearly neither needed nor wanted Meng Rong's meager tokens of respect. Unless absolutely necessary, Meng Rong didn't want to break this rule. But, having learned from them for so long, he could sense they weren't holding back any secrets. Both in terms of sentiment and reason, expressing some gratitude was necessary. So he silently nodded, indicating he'd keep it in mind. Seeing that he seemed receptive to their advice, Zhang Luo and the other felt encouraged, as if they had found a teachable moment. They began complaining again, lamenting that working as a technician in this factory offered no prospects. Regardless of how much real skill they might acquire, if they had to keep giving gifts like this indefinitely, life would become unbearable. Coincidentally, during a break that day, old Liu struck up a conversation with Meng Rong. He suddenly asked with genuine concern, "Have you been home to see your mother lately? Your father passed away last year, and she's alone at home. You should visit her often." He sighed as he spoke. Though he hadn't known the full details of Meng Rong's family situation, he understood the circumstances. It only made sense that Meng Rong couldn't keep working so relentlessly without any respite. Meng Rong promptly requested 2 days off to visit home. Old Liu approved on the spot, instructing him to report to HR. As Meng Rong's direct supervisor at the farm machinery factory, Old Liu had the authority to grant leave, though formal HR documentation was required. When Meng Rong went to report to Li Shiyao, she expressed great interest upon hearing he was going home to see his mother. She mentioned she'd never been to the neighboring Chunqiao County and hoped to visit someday. Meng Rong laughed and said he'd take her sightseeing there when the opportunity arose, noting there were several beautiful scenic spots worth seeing. Li Shiyao's eyes sparkled with longing at the thought. Though he usually called his mother to check in when free, 2 or 3 months without contact wasn't unusual. This time, he returned home and shared 2 quiet meals with her, briefly mentioning his situation at the agricultural machinery factory. Though worried about his son's busy life, Li Guiqin felt a little comforted seeing him so calm and composed, his whole demeanor much more steady. On his way back, Meng Rong selected 2 bottles from his father's treasured collection of fine wine and bought 2 cartons of premium local cigarettes. He brought them to the factory, found Master Liu, and presented the gifts to him. Old Liu erupted in anger. "Do you think I'm like those other masters who demand bribes? Am I that kind of person?" "Of course not, master. But this liquor is a 15-year-old Wulianye my father treasured. If you refuse it, I'll give it all to Master Shang." Old Liu's fury only intensified. "You ungrateful apprentice! How dare you give such fine liquor to outsiders? Tonight, you're not going anywhere. Come to my place. I'll have your master's wife cook up a feast and we'll have a proper drink." Summer's fleeting days passed like a white horse galloping past a gap, and before they knew it, half a year had flown by. The cold weather returned once more. Master Liu arrived at the workshop early in the morning, cigarette dangling from his mouth. Spotting Meng Rong diligently polishing the workbench, he nodded approvingly. Meng Rong had retained this habit, he hadn't forgotten it after passing the test. Such dedication mattered far more than natural talent. Spotting old Liu, Meng Rong snapped to attention and greeted him warmly. Master Liu stubbed out his cigarette, exhaled a large smoke ring, and spoke slowly. "Meng Rong, you've spent considerable time mastering the lathe. You've learned nearly everything there is to learn. Continuing from here is just a matter of gaining proficiency. Starting today, I will formally teach you how to use the lathe comprehensively." "All right." Meng Rong pumped his fist excitedly. Was he finally advancing? "Do you truly understand lathe work?" Old Liu suddenly asked. "I know the basics. Turning involves machining cylindrical surfaces, outer circles and inner bores and end faces. The workpiece rotates while the cutting tool moves in the X and Y directions. So the workpiece blank, usually bar stock, round bars, or square steel, is clamped onto the lathe spindle using a 3-jaw chuck, commonly called a 3-jaw or a 4-jaw chuck. Based on the workpiece material, diameter, the spindle speed is selected. Manual adjustments are made to the cutting depth and feed rate to coordinate the cutting process. It is the most common and fundamental method among all metal cutting processes. Primitive lathes existed as early as the 17th century, powered by foot pedals to provide rotational speed. It is truly the mother of all machine tools. Later developments added a tailstock, whose bore could hold a center to support long workpieces from the opposite end, or mount a drill bit for boring holes. Old Liu nodded. Still the textbook stuff. Still the same point, all that needs to be discarded. Now, let me ask you, do you understand boring and milling? Well. Meng Rong hesitated. Am I supposed to know or not? Speak. All right. Initially, hole machining didn't demand high precision. But as mechanical accuracy increased, so did the requirements for hole dimensional tolerances. For manual lathes, achieving high precision internal turning is difficult to control. The physical errors in the feed handwheel are impossible to eliminate. Combined with the magnification of spindle tolerances and 3-jaw chuck tolerances, achieving an internal turning tolerance within 0.005 of an inch is already considered good for a typical manual lathe. Therefore, a new machining method was needed. Since tool feed couldn't be controlled, we simply created a form tool of the right dimensions and mounted it directly on a rotating spindle to cut the stationary workpiece. That's boring. With the workpiece fixed, one source of error is eliminated. Without a feed mechanism, another source of error is removed. Compared to turning, tolerances become much easier to control. Boring precision improves, achieving tolerances within 0.002 of an inch. CNC boring can even achieve tolerances within 5 microns. Then comes milling. In reality, milling is inseparable from drilling. The earliest milling machines simply replaced the drill bit on a drill press with a milling cutter, manually adjusting the workpiece position to perform lateral machining. Drill bits only move and cut vertically, while milling cutters can cut laterally. The difference lies in their historical development. Milling originated in woodworking for machining flat surfaces and deep slots. When applied to metal parts, manual force proved insufficient to hold components steady, leading to the development of XY axis tables with lead screw feed mechanisms, the earliest form of vertical milling. Building upon this, the tool spindle was reoriented from vertical to horizontal, enabling the milling of vertical planes, thus creating horizontal milling. Milling machines can process both flat and curved surfaces, capabilities beyond the lathes' reach, creating a complementary relationship.
You've memorized your notes well, old Liu remarked offhandedly.
Starting today, you'll begin comprehensive training mastering turning, milling, and boring.
A skilled technician mustn't specialize in just one area. Chapter 49, designated as exam content. What about grinding? Meng Rong hesitated, his voice growing low. Grinding?
Old Liu eyed Meng Rong, his lips curling into a half smile.
You're trying to run before you can walk? No. Meng Rong felt awkward.
He recalled that vertical grinding machine. If he hadn't made that mistake, perhaps he'd be riding high right now.
What if? He didn't know.
Old Liu shook his head. I know you might have some experience with grinding machines before, but from my perspective, you're not quite there yet.
Using a grinding machine is actually a very dangerous thing to do.
Meng Rong swallowed hard but said nothing. He recalled the grinding wheels he'd replaced before without proper experience. It was indeed extremely dangerous.
Perhaps he'd just been lucky to avoid an accident.
Old Liu explained that while milling machines were used for flat surface machining, their precision was increasingly inadequate. Moreover, the surface finish achieved by milling was rough and coarse.
This is why surface grinding emerged.
Grinding wheels and grinding processes had existed for ages, but they were primarily used for tool manufacturing, not part machining. Back then, natural sandstone or mudstone wheels were common, though suitable natural stones were scarce and inconsistent in quality. This led to the development of synthetic abrasives and wheels, which provided the uniformity needed to make mechanical grinding feasible. Flat grinding, specifically for machining flat surfaces, achieved a significant improvement in flatness and surface finish compared to vertical milling, finally reaching the micron level.
Simultaneously, higher precision requirements for shaft-type components emerged, leading to the rapid adoption of artificial grinding wheels for cylindrical surfaces. This development gave rise to external cylindrical grinding machines.
It's important to note that due to the high machining precision required, grinding wheel feed cannot be controlled by a lead screw like on a lathe. Lead screws themselves lack sufficient machining accuracy, and their pitch has reached its limit, making them unsuitable for micron-level feed. Consequently, the manual feed mechanism on a grinding machine is a complex hydraulic motor system, using various valves to control precise feed. However, the more precise the equipment, the greater the need for caution, and inherent risks exist. Novices are absolutely never allowed to operate these machines without extensive training. There have been tragic lessons learned in this regard. Old Liu stopped there, unwilling to elaborate further.
The specific cases were too gruesome. Dwelling on them might only plant psychological scars in newcomers, which wouldn't be beneficial.
Courage is essential, but so is meticulousness.
Yet if fear grips you, every movement becomes distorted. Meng Rong will understand this truth in time.
Old Liu thought to himself, though he was unaware of Meng Rong's past glorious achievements. Otherwise, the professor might have been a bit bolder in his actions. But for Meng Rong at this moment, having learned the painful lesson of past arrogance, he had shed all pride. Since Old Liu spoke with such solemnity, it was best to show respect. When advancing further in the future, wouldn't it be just as good to show him a thing or two then?
You still have much to learn. Welding will be part of your future training. You'll need at least a basic grasp of it.
Though I must admit, I'm not particularly skilled in that area myself.
I can only teach you the rudiments. After that, you'll have to find your own way to improve.
The world of skilled trades truly has no end to its learning. Old Liu suddenly felt a pang of discouragement. Even after a lifetime of striving, there were still many things he couldn't master. Especially CNC. Old Liu trailed off mid-sentence. He unconsciously glanced toward the other workshop.
Meng Rong knew he was resentful about that CNC machine, which only the highly paid Guangdong technician was allowed to operate.
It wasn't that the factory hadn't given them opportunities, it was that they, the older generation, were simply intimidated by such technology.
Master, you're already known as CNC rival. Meng Rong tried to comfort him.
Old Liu fell silent for a long moment, then waved his hand dismissively.
Never mind. That's not my concern for now.
My top priority is to hone your skills over the next few years. Whether you end up at the agricultural machinery factory or not, I hope you'll seize every chance to learn more. Read technical books in your spare time, master more skills. That way, when you venture out into the world, you'll be able to take care of yourself. Meng Rong understood clearly that old Liu hoped he could eventually replace that person, but bringing it up now would be pointless. Through bitter winters and scorching summers, another year slipped by in the blink of an eye. He had joined Fenghe at 20 and was now 22. China was in a state of flux that year. Late the previous year, China had formally joined the World Trade Organization, propelling its economy into new territory. Globally, this positioned China to participate in shaping rules and competing within the globalized economy. Internally, however, waves of change were surging, accelerating countless tangible and intangible transformations. One day in late March, workshop director Yu unexpectedly gathered several veteran technicians for a meeting. He delivered an announcement: this year's Municipal Labor Department organized National Skills Examination would be held at Fenghe Agricultural Airport. Upon hearing this news, many felt a surge of excitement. This skill grading system is nationally mandated. After the founding of the People's Republic, China implemented the 8-grade wage system for an extended period. Primarily modeled after the Soviet Union's 8-grade wage system and building upon the practical experience of the Dalian 7-grade wage system, it established a wage grading system for enterprise workers in China. Wages were divided into 8 grades based on the complexity of production tasks and the level of technical proficiency. However, with the wave of reforms in the 1980s, it became apparent that the 8-grade system struggled to effectively differentiate between the gaps in professional theoretical knowledge and skill levels among workers at different technical grades, hindering large-scale training initiatives. Leading the way, national ministries and commissions explored transforming the traditional 8-grade system into a 3-tiered system: junior, intermediate, and senior skilled workers. In 1990, the regulations on worker assessment were promulgated. The enactment and implementation of these regulations formally established a 5-tier technical worker assessment system comprising junior, intermediate, and senior technicians, along with technicians and senior technicians. Subsequently, the socialization of vocational skills appraisal management and the implementation of the National Vocational Qualification Certificate System were progressively realized. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security identified 66 occupations requiring employment access based on the National Occupational Classification of the People's Republic of China. Among these, occupations relevant to Fenghe agricultural machinery include lathe operators, milling machine operators, grinders, boring machine operator, combination machine tool operator, machining center operator, foundry worker, forger, welder, metal heat treatment worker, sheet metal worker, painter, assembly fitter, tool fitter, machine repair fitter, auto mechanic, boiler equipment installer, and maintenance electrician, nearly 20 in total. At this time, the implementation phase of the 5-level skills certification was underway. With so many skilled technicians at the agricultural machinery factory, many had naturally participated in such skills certifications before, as the factory boasted a large number of intermediate and senior technicians. However, the city had designated Fenghe Agricultural Machinery Plant as an examination site for the first time in recent years. This is a rare opportunity. We're giving everyone advance notice so they can prepare in advance. Without disrupting daily operations, those interested in pursuing skill-level certificates for various trades should prepare early. As usual, the specific exam dates will be set for July. Registration will begin next month. Before Director Yu could finish speaking, the room erupted in lively discussion. The east wind blows, the west drum beats. Whose turn is it this year? It's Fenghe's turn. How unusual. I'm signing up 2 leveling up matters for everyone's pay. Can't miss this. Give it a rest. Your writing skills are nothing to brag about, like you could fly to the moon. Still better than you, right? Better than me? I'll admit that. But you go ahead and take the exam if you're so confident. We'll see about that. This time, I'll beat you by a whole grade. Some bantered and argued, faces flushed crimson, while others nodded silently, whispering among themselves about the exam site being set in Fenghe. Could this proximity grant them an unfair advantage? Missing such an opportunity would be a crime worthy of divine punishment. Yet others had no intention of taking the exam at all, content to stay where they were. But contentment came in 2 forms. Some knew they had no hope and saw no point in joining the fray, while others were stuck in limbo, finding any progress as hard as climbing to the heavens. Seeing the lively discussion, Director Yu shouted, "Quiet! Quiet!" Once the noise subsided, he continued, "One more thing, this exam is an opportunity for all of us at Fenghe Agricultural Machinery. But it won't be easy. Do what you can. Alright, meeting adjourned." After the meeting, Old Liu and several close colleagues like Xianghua gathered together. Old Liu listened quietly as they discussed the matter. Xianghua chatted briefly with others before noticing Old Liu's silence. He smiled and asked, "Hey, junior high grad, this is a good chance for you too. Why not use this to bump up a few levels? A pay raise is free money, why pass it up?" Old Liu replied with a wry smile, his heart heavy with bitterness. Due to his limited education, he had only obtained a few intermediate technician certificates years ago. To this day, he still hadn't secured the advanced technician certification, a regret that lingered in his mind. Not just him across the entire factory, only a handful held senior technician certifications. One of them was the CNC machine operator whose salary was several times higher, precisely because he earned that advanced credential. One of the master's side, that certificate isn't easy to get. We're all solid workers, we've been exceeding standards for ages. Passing the technician exam might not be too hard, but getting through the theory part? That's a whole different story. Someone nearby scoffed, technician? You're dreaming. The standards are sky high now, nothing like the old days. I hear the academic theory portion carries huge weight. It's not just about being skilled with your hands. I'd bet none of us here could pass. That kind of talent belongs in big factories. If we had someone like that, this place would have to bump up a whole level. Though they weren't convinced, they couldn't deny the logic. They exchanged glances, sighing outwardly while seething inwardly. Shangwen watched the dispersing crowd and suddenly remarked, I reckon this time, the opportunities will mostly go to the apprentices. Look, our factory has trained 30 or 40 newcomers over the past couple of years. It's essential for them to take the certification exam. Right, old Liu? Right. Old Liu chimed in. My apprentice is definitely taking this exam. Soon after, Meng Rong received old Liu's directive. Not only must he hone his craft during this period, but he also had to carve out time to study various theoretical subjects and prepare for the exams. Moreover, old Liu demanded that he obtain at least 2 certificates in one go, one of which absolutely had to be the intermediate technician certificate. Meng Rong was stunned upon hearing this. Chapter 50, On-Site Certification Exam. Master, aren't we aiming a bit too high? Meng Rong cautiously asked Lao Lu. Not at all. As my apprentice, you're going to make a big splash this time. Old Liu glared at Meng Rong. Don't you have any ambition? Of course I have sky-high ambitions, but shouldn't we take things step by step? You know, master, after working with you these past 2 years, I wouldn't say I've mastered the craft, but I've definitely picked up some of your skills, right? But you know how it is, us tradespeople are born to dread exams. If I'd aced them back in the day, I'd have gone to high school and college. Why would I have ended up as a technician? Meng Rong spoke the absolute truth. Exams truly terrified him. Poof. I remember someone bragging about winning awards in the inter-school competition. That's all in the past. Now I'm focused on mastering my craft. As for certifications? They're just empty titles. I don't care about them. You fool. Those certificates matter. Old Liu was so furious he smacked Meng Rong hard across the face. How could I have taken on a dimwit like you? Don't underestimate those certificates. At the very least, they determine your salary and your personal honor level. On a larger scale, they're the capital we technicians use to stand our ground in society, opportunities given by the state. Who says technicians are necessarily inferior to college graduates? When you earn your senior technician certification, then your master technician and senior master technician certifications, you'll stand shoulder to shoulder with any master's or PhD holder. A person must strive for progress. This is about our drive to improve. As technicians, how do we demonstrate our value to society? It's not just about the products we make, it's about these certifications too. Got it? Meng Rong felt a bit shaken by old Liu's fierce scolding, but upon reflection, every word he said made perfect sense. Just because he was a technician, did that mean he should give up his right to progress? Was he supposed to feel inferior to college graduates? People are born equal. The world is vast, and there are many paths to take. Who says there's only one ladder of advancement in life? Yet a lingering doubt gnawed at him, posing a question that would haunt him while fueling his drive. But master, is senior technician really the end of the road for us craftsmen? No matter how hard we strive, there's still a ceiling up there. Old Liu gaped, momentarily speechless. Yes, the path of a technician. Even after passing all the exams and earning the top honor of senior technician, what then? You're still just a technician. The old 8-tier system was replaced with a 5-tier one, adapting to new realities, yet it also set an invisible, insurmountable barrier for technicians. What lies beyond that threshold? No one knows. But he didn't want to dwell on this problem. He just glared and said, wait until you get it. It'll take at least 10 or 20 years. Who knows what society will look like by then? Might you hit the ceiling? What about you, master? What certifications have you earned? Got your technician's license? Meng Rong asked curiously. Another popcorn kernel flew back at him. Meng Rong grimaced in pain. Master Liu was unusually violent today, a rare occurrence, usually reserved for when Meng Rong messed up. Had he just hit a nerve, or rather, touched on Master Liu's unresolved issue? Old Liu sighed. I've made up my mind. This time, we'll see it through. You absolutely must get your intermediate certification. Ha? Master, will the factory really raise our wages if we get certified? Meng Rong was intrigued. Of course. Wouldn't you be happy with a raise? Old Liu said, then magically produced a stack of books from under the table behind him, titles like Comprehensive Guide to Lathe Craftsmanship and Skills, 2000 Practical Lathe Exercises, Welding Fundamentals, 1999 Authentic Lathe Skills Exam Questions, and Masterpiece of Practical Fitting, and tossed them in front of Meng Rong.
Here. Read all these. Memorize them.
Old Liu declared, then nonchalantly pulled off his floral print sleeve cover, ready to step outside for a smoke.
Meng Rong hurriedly called him back. Master, this doesn't make sense. Didn't you always tell me to forget everything I learned from these textbooks?
Old Liu stumbled as he took a step out the door.
This kid, despite Shang Wen always praising his sharpness, was stubborn as a mule.
Grumbling under his breath, he walked away, refusing to let Meng Rong get under his skin. After his master left, Meng Rong flipped through the book. Strangely, many of the theoretical concepts that had once bored him now felt strangely familiar.
Cross-referencing them with his daily work proved surprisingly interesting.
He found himself reading for quite a while, until Old Liu finished his cigarette and called him back to work. After work, he immediately carried all the materials back to his dorm and began studying. As he learned, he took notes, jotting down his own insights and reflections. Learning was easy to get absorbed in, and Meng Rong soon devoted all his free time to it. Such dedication was commonplace at the factory. A wave of learning had swept through the entire plant, with everyone actively applying for and preparing for exams. The atmosphere of study had never been more intense. After all, this directly affected wages and benefits, and no one wanted to fall behind. Even his dorm mates, the Xiao brothers and Zhang Xiuhu, had picked up textbooks long neglected. His close friend Luo Xiaowei was no exception. Whereas he used to seek Meng Rong out daily for chats, now he was nowhere to be seen for days on end. One day, Luo Xiaowei arrived at Meng Rong's dorm, excitedly waving a book.
Look, Meng Rong, he boasted, I've got this junior technician certification in the bag. How so?
Meng Rong lifted his head from a pile of books. Their dorm room wasn't spacious, so everyone employed their own methods to study better. Meng Rong had bought a folding table as his own desk. He'd sit on a small stool, buried in his books, and fold it away after use so it wouldn't take up extra space.
Luo Xiaowei chuckled, placing the book on Meng Rong's desk. Check this out, last year's exam questions.
I did a practice run and feel confident I'll pass.
Give it a score. Meng Rong smiled, happy to help. He casually took the paper to grade it.
It was a basic lathe operator exam, divided into 4 sections, fill in the blanks, multiple choice, true-false, and essay questions, totaling 100 points.
The questions weren't difficult. For example, one asked how the lathe's lead screw was lubricated.
They were as simple as could be. He finished grading the paper in under 5 minutes and calculated the score, 69 points.
Luo Xiaowei saw the score and laughed heartily. I passed. Great. Meng Rong sighed.
This Xiaowei was great in every way, but he was far too easily satisfied, content to stop at the surface. For such an easy exam, not scoring above 98 was frankly enough to make you want to bang your head against the wall. Those 2 deducted points could easily have been due to a simple scribble mistake or the examiner's mood during the essay section.
This isn't good enough. You need to study harder.
Think about why you got these basic questions wrong. Common sense stuff.
Like this one, why does threading a screw cause stripping?
It shows your foundation is weak.
But Luo Xiaowei paid Meng Rong no mind. He just slapped his thigh excitedly. Haha, this time I'm gonna make my family proud.
Once I get this certificate, just wait till old Zhang sees it, he'll never call me useless again.
Meng Rong frowned at Luo Xiaowei's distorted grin.
If this year's questions had been different, Xiaowei might not have passed at all. It seemed he'd occasionally need to give him extra lessons. After all, he was his friend. Meng Rong couldn't bear to see him suffer too badly. He spoke earnestly, Xiaowei, if you truly want to earn that certificate and prove yourself to your master, starting today, set aside half an hour each day.
I'll give you some crash course lessons. Luo Xiaowei froze. Is that really necessary? It is. That's final.
With that, Meng Rong pushed Luo Xiaowei into a seat without further ado. For over an hour, he lectured until his throat was parched, cramming Luo Xiaowei with all sorts of basic knowledge. By the end, even his roommates were feeling a bit envious. It really was true that a good teacher produces outstanding students. Why hadn't he grasped these basic concepts either through his own work or by learning from his mentor? Comparing oneself to others was truly frustrating. By May, the exam dates and locations were mostly finalized. Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory was indeed one of the on-site testing centers. The written portion, however, required traveling to a junior high school in Dantian County for centralized administration. The entire testing period spanned 1 week, covering both intermediate and advanced levels. Exams followed a consistent schedule, written tests in the morning, practical assessments in the afternoon. Why a full week? Because many candidates were taking multiple skill exams simultaneously, a common occurrence for technicians who often master several trades. Meng Rong, for instance, signed up for 3, lathe operator, which included boring machine skills, as the 2 trades weren't fully differentiated back then, a gap between exams and real-world practice, fitter and welder. By June, the heat intensified, and the exam preparation atmosphere at Fenghua Agricultural Machinery grew even more intense. However, the factory management intervened, arguing that it was disrupting production. The factory director specifically organized a meeting, demanding that everyone prioritize their work. While the masters outwardly agreed, privately, they still dared not relax. Some, however, felt their chances of advancement were slim and gave up on preparing for the exams. Early July finally brought the exam date. On the first day of the basic level exam, the focus was on lathe operators. Nearly all Finha apprentices, whether with 3, 5, or just 1 to 2 years of experience, took the test. For Meng Rong, these rudimentary theoretical questions were practically a piece of cake. In the afternoon, the practical exam was held at the Finha Agricultural Machinery Factory. The entire factory had spared no effort in preparing for this event, dedicating 2 workshops and 40 machine beds as testing stations. Judges were assigned specific seats, and monitors patrolled the area. To prevent cheating among acquaintances, not a single Finha employee served as an examiner. All judges were experts brought in from other cities. The 20 candidates were divided into groups, taking turns to enter the testing area. Luo Xiaohui and Meng Rong were not assigned to the same group. Spotting Meng Rong, Luo Xiaohui greeted him excitedly. "Meng Rong, how did the morning exam go?" "It was okay," Meng Rong replied with a faint smile. "How about you?" "Ha! I'm pretty sure I nailed it," Luo Xiaohui replied with a slightly cocky laugh. Soon, the practical exam began. People came and went. Before long, some emerged excitedly, while others wore expressions of disappointment. Gradually, Luo Xiaohui started to feel nervous. Meng Rong reassured him, "Don't get too worked up. Just perform normally." Then the two entered separate exam rooms. Inside, Meng Rong received his test paper. It was straightforward, a diagram labeled with the practical requirements and technical specifications. The task was to machine a shaft with a diameter of 12 and a length of 30, maintaining a cylindricity tolerance within 5 grooves. Meng Rong smiled faintly. Piece of cake. Half an hour later, he handed in his work and strode out confidently. His speed surprised the judges, who began whispering among themselves. After waiting for quite some time, Meng Rong finally saw Luo Xiaohui emerge from another testing room, his face pale. Chapter 51, Reunion with an Old Friend. Meng Rong hurried after Luo Xiaohui, asking with concern how he was doing. Seeing Luo Xiaohui's dazed and disoriented state, Meng Rong couldn't help but offer comfort. "Xiaohui, victory and defeat are part of the game. This little setback is nothing. As the saying goes, what you lose in one place, you gain in another. Right?" Luo Xiaohui ignored him, continuing to trudge forward with heavy steps. Meng Rong quickly grabbed his arm. "Come on, it's just an exam, it's not like it's going to kill you." He kept urging him, but Luo Xiaohui remained as unresponsive as a piece of wood. Many people nearby shot sympathetic glances their way. Among all the defeated examinees, only this one seemed to be making such a special case of it. Just then, Meng Rong heard a familiar voice behind him. "Hey, Meng Rong, how'd your exam go? Why does Xiaohui look like he just got dumped?" Meng Rong turned to see Li Shiryao. Over the past 2 years, the girl had blossomed considerably, learning to dress herself up, her lipstick a striking, eye-catching shade. In these past years, the young people had kept in close touch, becoming good friends. Just as Meng Rong was about to speak, Luo Xiaohui snapped angrily, "You're the one who's heartbroken. Your whole family is heartbroken." Li Shiryao's expression darkened. "You can't take a joke? I was just trying to cheer you up. Your exam didn't go well? It's okay. Victory and defeat are part of the game. As the saying goes, where you fall, you rise again, right? Just take it again next year." Luo Xiaohui suddenly burst into laughter, gasping for breath. Seeing Luo Xiaohui like this, both sighed. The kid was just overwhelmed. They'd have to cut him some slack. "This is hilarious. Did you really think this little test could stump me?" Luo Xiaohui laughed until tears streamed down his face. Wiping them away, he declared, Luo Xiaohui, passed the exam." "Ha ha ha ha. What? That little jerk. He was playing us." Meng Rong and Li Shiryao exchanged a glance and immediately began pummeling Luo Xiaohui, beating him until he ran off, clutching his head. After a while, the three finally calmed down. Meng Rong asked Li Shiryao why she'd come over. Li Shiryao said she was concerned about how everyone at the factory had done on the exam and had come to see the commotion. She happened to run into them and asked about the situation. "Haha, you were just here to see Meng Rong, weren't you?" Luo Xiaohui chuckled awkwardly. Li Shiryao scolded playfully, "Luo Xiaohui, stop making these kinds of jokes all the time. You're asking for a beating." She stamped her feet twice and turned to leave. Luo Xiaohui quickly called out "Auntie" a dozen times, apologizing repeatedly until she finally calmed down. This was just one of their usual harmless jokes. Luo Xiaohui often lamented privately that it was like trying to stick a flower into cow dung, it just wouldn't go in. How ridiculous. Li Shiryao asked Meng Rong with concern, "Are you confident about the intermediate exam in a couple of days?" Can't say for sure. Haven't seen the questions yet. 50-50, I guess," Meng Rong replied offhandedly. Luo Xiaohui, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised. "I know your skills are decent, Meng Rong, but going straight for the intermediate technician exam?
That's a bit much, isn't it? Li Shiyao added, I really admire you, though. You've got a 50-50 shot, and you signed up for both machinist tomorrow and welder the day after. You're the only one in our factory taking 3 subjects at once this time. You wouldn't believe it, but even General Manager Yen heard about it and praised you a few times. He thinks Master Lu did an outstanding job training you. Luo Xiaowei was stunned. Meng Rong, you crazy guy. You signed up for 3 exams at once? And you're going for an intermediate one too? Are you out of your mind?
He reached out to touch Meng Rong's forehead, but Meng Rong swatted his hand away, unconcerned.
It's no big deal. This isn't a big deal? Luo Xiaowei was getting annoyed.
That little bit of pride he'd felt earlier vanished instantly.
This is downright jealousy-inducing.
Sigh, Master Lu is just too good.
Maybe we should switch mentors. No problem. Go tell them. I don't mind. Forget it.
Old Zhang would skin me alive, and Master Lu would kick me out in less than 3 days.
Wait, how did you even take the intermediate exam? Don't you need 2 years after passing the basic level? Don't worry about that. Meng Rong worked for a year before, plus 2 years at our factory. We'll just get a certificate proving he's qualified. Besides, didn't Meng Rong get the factory's own certification when they did their internal grading last year?
Li Shiyao explained for Meng Rong.
It all comes down to ability. If you're capable, you can apply too.
I'll sign up next year.
Luo Xiaowei protested, then slumped. Forget it. I don't have Meng Rong's knack for juggling multiple subjects. I'm lucky if I pass one.
Meng Rong smiled faintly.
You still have to pass the exam.
For most at Finghua Factory, this promotion exam journey was essentially over. Only a handful had signed up for 2 or more subjects. That evening, thanks to Luo Xiaowei's loudspeaker announcement, the entire factory learned that Meng Rong was attempting 3 exams at once and that the lathe operator was even taking both junior and intermediate levels consecutively. The news caused quite a stir.
When did Finghua Agricultural Machinery get such an exceptional newcomer? Everyone turned their heads to watch. But to Meng Rong, all this was completely irrelevant. He paid it no mind. The next day brought the entry-level machinist exam, also divided into 2 parts, written and practical.
The written content was similar to the lathe operator exam, except the specialized section covered machinist-specific knowledge.
The practical test involved manually machining a part on a bench lathe.
Typically, they provided a sample part and tasked you with creating a mating component to fit it, testing dimensional control and fundamental machining skills. The exam room featured a row of workbenches facing each other, separated by a safety barrier. Each station was equipped with a vise, files, saws, and other basic tools. Candidates received a blank piece of material and a standard reference part, with a 4-hour time limit. For Meng Rong, who had rigorously trained in foundry fundamentals, the exam proved manageable, completing the hands-on portion in just 2.5 hours.
However, one must not underestimate the difficulty of the fitter's certification exam.
While it tests fundamental skills, the more basic the skill, the higher the standards and the greater the difficulty.
Countless candidates have stumbled precisely at this hurdle.
When Meng Rong emerged from the exam hall, Luo Xiaowei, who had been waiting outside for ages, immediately recognized his relaxed expression as a sign of success.
Overjoyed, Luo let out a triumphant shout.
News of Meng Rong passing the entry-level machinist exam quickly spread throughout the factory, causing another stir. Among the new apprentices, he was the only one to pass this foundational test.
On the 3rd day came the welding exam. Welding is easy to start but hard to master. For the basic welding test, Meng Rong had practiced extensively under old Lu over the past 2 years. The practical test involved gas welding, specifically brazing.
Using brass wire to weld the cutting edge of a lathe tool posed no challenge for him, and he passed in record time.
The 4th day marked Meng Rong's final exam.
Well rested, he arrived at the testing site early. Few from Finghua could participate this time. Several were veteran craftsmen, others had worked at Finghua for years. As the sole newcomer, Meng Rong naturally drew attention. Yet, at the written exam venue, Meng Rong unexpectedly encountered someone he never anticipated seeing. Seated in the very first row was a young woman with bright eyes and a dazzling smile, her hair cut short.
He froze instantly.
It was Nan, someone he hadn't seen in over 2 years. With light makeup, her features hadn't changed much, but the youthful innocence of her youth had vanished, replaced by a more mature, worldly charm. She looked up and spotted Meng Rong, equally startled, but her expression quickly softened into a bright smile.
Long time no see. Nan whispered with a laugh.
Yeah.
Meng Rong felt awkward, momentarily at a loss for words as long-buried memories resurfaced. You're here to take the exam too?
Yes, I'm here to take the exam too. Just as they were about to continue, the exam proctor entered with the test papers, instructing everyone to return to their seats and check their admission tickets. The two had to halt their conversation.
Meng Rong found his seat and sat down.
The intermediate lathe operator skills exam still consisted of 2 parts, a written test and a practical test. The written exam covered material knowledge, tooling knowledge, blueprint reading, tolerances, manufacturing processes, safety production, and civilized production practices. The content was significantly more advanced than the beginner level, making it difficult for the average person to pass without substantial skill. Meng Rong steeled himself, focusing intensely on his answers until he finally finished just before the bell rang. He let out a silent sigh of relief, stretched his back, and with a few minutes left, glanced around the exam room. His eyes drifted involuntarily to Anan. She sat frowning, furiously scribbling away. Her outfit today was unremarkable jeans and a white blouse, yet her silhouette appeared gracefully shapely from the side. As she wrote, she seemed to sense something and glanced back. To her surprise, Meng Rong, seated in the row behind her, was smiling at her. She returned the smile briefly before lowering her head to continue her work. Technical exams were typically male-dominated, and among the candidates in this session, only 2 were women. One was clearly older, leaving Anan as the sole young, beautiful, and long-legged presence a veritable sight to behold. Even the proctors couldn't help but occasionally cast admiring glances her way. Soon the exam ended. Amidst the surprised stares of others, Anan cheerfully tossed aside her paper and pen, sprinted to the back row, helped Meng Rong to his feet, and pulled him toward the exit. Meng Rong felt a bit embarrassed, but Anan paid no heed to the envious and jealous glances, clinging to him as if she'd discovered a rare treasure. Once outside, an awkward Meng Rong slipped free of Anan's arm. "So, where's Xiaobao? Didn't he come for the exam?" "Who? Oh, him? No idea. Probably couldn't make it to this kind of exam," Anan said nonchalantly. "You don't know?" "I don't know." And Nan seemed impatient with the topic. "Why should I care what he's doing? I haven't been in touch with him for ages." "Oh." Meng Rong didn't know what to say. "Although, never mind. Who'd have thought you'd be taking this exam too, senior? What a coincidence. After hearing your family shut down the factory, I lost track of you. I was kinda bummed about it. That trashy Shirta Motors? I don't want to work there either. What a joke." Anan seemed genuinely indignant about Meng Rong's situation, even cursing out loud. It was the first time in 2 years Meng Rong had seen someone take his side in bashing a former client. Even though he knew full well he was partly to blame, a wave of warmth still washed over him. "So where did you end up after graduation?" "I went to Xin Ying Hardware." "What?" Meng Rong was genuinely taken aback. "Don't be so dramatic. I heard you'd fallen flat on your face there too, so I went to check it out." "What a mess. That place is nothing but junk, it doesn't deserve you or me. Once I get my intermediate technician certificate, I'm outta here for good." Anan finally let her true colors show, blurting out a crude self-reference. Meng Rong was left both amused and exasperated. Chapter 52, An Old Acquaintance. Anan glanced around. "Come to think of it, that's weird. Your old acquaintance is here today too, right? It's just one exam hall. How come I haven't seen them?" "Old acquaintance? Who? Look how nervous you are. It's a guy supposedly your best buddy." Anan chuckled. "But I don't think he's any good. Could it be Pang Yudong?" Meng Rong had a sudden flash of insight, automatically ignoring the latter half of the sentence. The words barely left his lips when he spotted a man in a blue plaid suit walking straight toward them. The face was unmistakably familiar, it was Pang Yudong. At that very moment, as if reading his mind, Pang Yudong turned and looked straight at him. His mouth fell open in surprise, especially when he clearly saw Anan holding Meng Rong's arm. His face involuntarily twitched a few times. "It's you! It's you!" Both blurted out simultaneously, though one voice carried delight while the other betrayed a hint of nervousness. Meng Rong burst into laughter, grinning widely as he opened his arms to embrace Pang Yudong. "Pang Yudong, long time no see. Ha ha ha." In that instant, he was filled with joy. This good friend had lost contact after leaving Cine Factory, and he never imagined they'd meet again nearly 3 years later at an exam hall in a foreign land. What a rare coincidence. Pang Yudong, however, wasn't quite as enthusiastic. He instinctively took a small step back. Only after observing Meng Rong's genuine warmth and complete lack of resentment did he reluctantly return the embrace. What a coincidence. Running into 2 acquaintances today? Meng Rong was in high spirits. "You guys are amazing, already taking the intermediate technician exam so soon." Pang Yudong avoided the intermediate technician question, instead asking cautiously, "Ji Nan Nan? Didn't you guys contact each other beforehand?" Only then did Meng Rong realize that Anan's real name was Ji Nan Nan. How could that be? Meng Rong laughed heartily. "I've long since stopped meddling in the industry's affairs. How could I have made prior arrangements? Just like you and me good buddies, we didn't stay in touch after leaving, did we?" He and Anan had never exchanged contact information from the start. "True enough. Since you got fired, I occasionally hear rumors that you went bankrupt, vanished without a trace. Never imagined you'd show up here today." Pang Yudong's eyes flickered as he spoke, glancing at Anan. But Anan wore a carefree smile, utterly unconcerned, leaving Pang momentarily breathless. He glanced at Meng Rong, who also appeared remarkably calm. It was all in the past. Over the last 2 years, he diligently honed his skills and had long since immersed himself in the work and life at Fengha Agricultural Machinery Factory. While he hadn't exactly let go of the past, it remained a thorn in his side. It no longer weighed him down with sorrow or melancholy.
Nothing much.
People need to look forward, especially when we're still young. Learning a skill to make a living is essential.
Sensing Pang Yudong's subtle sarcasm, Meng Rong replied with a calm tone.
Anan giggled, her arm instinctively hooking back around Meng Rong's. She clung to him like a leech, making Pang Yudong's eyelid twitch violently. His displeasure was plain, but Anan paid no heed. Gold shines wherever it lands, she said.
My senior brother Meng has a bright future ahead of him, right? Now that he's,
Oh, right, where are you currently employed, senior brother?
Fengha Agricultural Machinery.
Both were startled.
That was the very venue for the afternoon field exam?
This was too much of a coincidence. Pang Yudong remarked with a hint of envy, near the water, the tower gets the moon first.
Anan shot back, you're just insulting the fairness of the exam. Sour grapes, that's what you've got. Meng Rong sensed the tension between them.
For some reason, it seemed odd Anan had gone to Cine Factory, and Pang Yudong was his senior.
Anan shouldn't be acting this way. But the question flashed through his mind and vanished just as quickly. He was still somewhat immersed in the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Though Pang Yudong wasn't exactly warm, even carrying a hint of inexplicable hostility, Meng Rong still wanted to extend hospitality. You two rarely visit. Lunch was rushed, and we're about to switch exam venues, so let's skip it. Tonight, I'll treat you both to dinner. You absolutely must come.
Great.
Great. Hearing Meng Rong's invitation, and Nan was overjoyed, practically dancing as he linked arms with Meng Rong. Pang Yudong hesitated briefly.
Seeing Anan had already agreed, he reluctantly consented. After all, he rarely visited Danshui County and couldn't just leave after the exam. Still, he reminded Anan, we have to return to the factory early tomorrow morning, so tonight as planned shouldn't be too elaborate.
Meng Rong smiled. Nothing too elaborate, just dinner.
After a few more casual exchanges and setting the time, the three parted ways to prepare for the afternoon exam.
Watching their receding figures, Meng Rong exhaled deeply.
He never imagined his old friend and junior classmate would both be taking the intermediate machinist exam. Thankfully, he'd heeded his master's advice to compete, otherwise, the next time they met, they'd have left him far behind.
That would be downright embarrassing.
Though Pang Yudong and Anan didn't seem to get along too well, that wasn't his concern.
No time to dwell on that. Better to focus on the afternoon's practical exam. Lunchtime was incredibly tight.
He rushed back to the factory, grabbed a quick meal, dashed to the dorm to stash his things, and headed out for the exam.
Right at the dorm entrance, Luo Xiaowei intercepted him again. Luo Xiaowei was positively ecstatic, acting as if he himself, not Meng Rong, was taking the intermediate technician exam.
He dragged Meng Rong along, announcing to everyone they passed, "Ha! This is Meng Rong, the only new guy taking the intermediate technician exam.
Pretty impressive, huh?"
Seeing the astonished looks on people's faces filled him with delight.
His antics drew quite a crowd. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't stand it anymore.
He'd arrived earlier than Meng Rong but hadn't dared to jump straight to the intermediate level either. In his words, Luo Xiaowei was just borrowing the tiger's might.
But Luo retorted smugly, so what if he is? He's my best buddy.
Meng Rong was impossible to restrain, so he simply let him be, quietly focusing on the afternoon exam instead.
The blueprints for the intermediate technician practical exam had been distributed during the written test.
Since blueprints were essential for interpreting drawings, tolerances, and processes, the exam also served as preparation for the practical portion. For now, he was silently rehearsing the sequence of steps in his mind. All the way to the exam hall, Luo Xiaowei waved his arms excitedly, shouting encouragement as he watched Meng Rong enter the testing area. As soon as Meng Rong entered the venue, he spotted Nan and Pang Yudong, who had just arrived. Among their respective teams, far fewer members were taking the intermediate technician exam compared to the beginner level, making the line sparse and easy to spot.
Spotting Meng Rong, and Nan waved enthusiastically, her face beaming with a smile. She was in the same exam room as Meng Rong. Pang Yudong merely nodded from a distance. He was assigned to a different room. Following the test center's schedule, they each entered their respective exam rooms on time.
The afternoon computer-based test featured a standardized thread-cutting exercise. In Meng Rong's testing area, over a dozen lathes were lined up in a row. Typically only about 10 candidates took the exam each year, but this year's turnout exceeded 30, necessitating additional testing rooms. Each candidate was assigned a lathe by number, given a piece of material, and instructed to machine it according to the provided blueprint. 3 examiners announced the rules and regulations before checking the time and signaling the start. The full duration was 4 hours. Any work submitted after that would be invalid. Taking a deep breath, Meng Rong focused intently. Drawing on 2 years of accumulated practical experience, he began operating the lathe according to the well-established steps already mapped out in his mind. Typically, intermediate-level exams cover a relatively comprehensive range of operations, facing, turning outer circles, boring inner holes, beveling, machining steps, tapered surfaces, cutting internal and external threads, threaded shafts, and grooving, all of which are likely to appear on the blueprint.
Consequently, the drawings tend to be complex, and the slightest lapse in attention could lead to overlooking a machining surface. Meng Rong silently recited his steps, executing them in one fluid motion. His movements were practiced and precise, flowing as smoothly as clouds drifting across the sky. The three experienced judges scanned the room with piercing eyes, observing the candidates' movements. To them, whether someone would pass or fail was evident from their very first actions. After observing for a while, the three judges began discussing among themselves. This year's contestants seem quite capable overall. The team looks much younger. There are several young men just over 20, and even female participants truly impressive. Indeed. Look at most of these candidates, their movements are quite polished. Clearly, they've been honed through repeated practice. If this testing site can produce a few more intermediate-level technicians this year, it'll make our efforts worthwhile. Look at that young man, his technique is spot on. In exams like this, where you complete the task on a single piece of material requiring 2 setups, especially during finishing operations, the sequence planning is critical. Poor planning compromises concentricity and risks exceeding the time limit. Determining the setup plan and the rationality of the machining reference surfaces is key to the quality of subsequent processing. How old is this young man? His sequence arrangement looks exceptionally well thought out. Well, let's not overpraise him. Youngsters like this, if they have a good mentor who walks them through the steps beforehand, can practice just fine. But the real worry is losing steam. Last year I saw a student who started strong but fell apart later. By the 4-hour mark, he hadn't even finished half. It was heartbreaking. Exactly. Some choose rough finish machining with 2 turnaround operations and 4 setups, which means endless time spent realigning. Others opt for 1 turnaround with 2 setups, forcing them to clamp on the finished surface. If they misread the drawing requirements, it's game over. Honestly, having a good mentor makes a world of difference. How long do you think this young man will take? I'd say 3 hours should be plenty. I'd say 2.5 hours might even be enough. Ha! I bet 2 hours is plenty. No way. Just wait and see. The 3 judges unanimously focused their attention on Meng Rong. His movements were steady and deliberate, precise and controlled, exuding an indescribable air of professionalism. But what kept surprising the judges was that Meng Rong finished his task in just 1 hour, cleanly presenting a nearly perfect lead screw. The judges were stunned, exchanging stunned glances. While not the fastest record, it was remarkable that a young man outpaced the seasoned veterans who dominated the exam hall. One judge couldn't help but ask, "Young man? Meng Rong, right? Where are you from?" "Xianghua Agricultural Machinery." "Ah." The judges realized he was a local expert, intimately familiar with the machinery here. No wonder his movements were so practiced. Even so, it was still remarkably impressive. The 3 judges took a deep mental note of this young man, Meng Rong. Bound by exam regulations, they couldn't engage him in conversation, so they simply watched him leave, each lost in their own thoughts. Meng Rong glanced back and saw Anan carefully adjusting the settings, looking particularly focused. After observing for a moment, he concluded that although Anan's movements were slower, his steps were still correct and shouldn't pose a problem. Satisfied, he walked out of the exam hall. The moment he stepped outside, Meng Rong spotted Luo Xiaowei craning his neck under the blazing sun. Luo Xiaowei cheered, "Wow, you're the first one out. That's amazing." His exclamation drew the attention of others gathered outside. Seeing the first examinee emerge looking so young, they couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Chapter 53, You're My Idol. In stark contrast to Meng Rong's breezy exit, Nan took a full 3.5 hours to emerge. When she finally stepped out, she saw Pang Yudong, who had already finished, looking particularly grim. She couldn't help but ask, "How long did it take you?" About 2 hours. "That's fast." And Nan praised sincerely. She never held back praise for those who truly deserved it. Turning back to Meng Rong, before he could speak, Luo Xiaowei, who had been waiting nearby, suddenly bellowed, "Meng Rong only took an hour." "Just 1 hour. Ha ha ha, he was the fastest out of everyone present." Truly, a great teacher produces outstanding disciples, and the best of the best come from our ranks. He's the pride of our Xianghua Agricultural Machinery Factory. Meng Rong finally couldn't take it anymore and clamped a hand over his friend's mouth. While having such a proud friend was heartwarming, this loudmouth was getting on his nerves. Though he didn't know who Luo Xiaowei was, upon hearing that Meng Rong had finished in just 1 hour, and Nan jumped up in delight. "I knew senior brother left early, but I never imagined it would be this early. You're incredible." Anan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Meng Rong. Pang Yudong's expression darkened. He thought this would be his moment to shine, only to be overshadowed by Meng Rong once again. The difference between 1 hour and 2 hours meant Meng Rong's skills now completely outclassed his own. 3 years had passed, yet he still felt like a complete nobody compared to Meng Rong. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. When Anan walked over and linked arms with Meng Rong, Luo Xiaowei felt as if his eyes had been blinded by the glare. His gaze drifted absently to the side, where Li Shiyao stood. She had come to check on the situation, but seeing Anan and Meng Rong so affectionate caused an inexplicable flicker to cross her face, a sudden pang of heartache. Anan, of course, remained completely oblivious to all this. After introductions, they agreed to dine together, and the five of them gathered around a table. They returned to the same Hunan restaurant called Dream Xiangyuan, with Meng Rong hosting the meal and conversation. Among the group, Anan was the most excited. Finally reunited with Meng Rong, she practically wanted to hang on to him. Yet her bold, unrestrained, and carefree demeanor made Meng Rong feel distinctly uncomfortable. Everyone quickly noticed Anan's personality. She was the polar opposite of Li Shiyao, who kept everything bottled up inside, reserved and self-disciplined, never overly proactive. Put nicely, Anan was bright and bubbly. Put bluntly, she was a social butterfly. Had Meng Rong not witnessed Anan's other side before, he might have been thrown off balance by this girl. But having seen it firsthand, he understood clearly that Anan's personality was simply that it didn't mean she harbored any romantic feelings for him. Meng Rong was confident he could maintain that line of demarcation. He did notice one good quality in her: she was exceptionally loyal, the kind of person who'd be a true brother. During their conversation at the table, Meng Rong learned that Xin Ying Hardware was now facing numerous problems. Ever since that Vice President Xie Yong arrived, the factory had undergone many changes. This Vice President Xie was particularly adept at stirring up trouble. In less than a year, he'd brought in numerous external connections to fill various positions. He'd also poached many so-called technical backbone personnel from the fourth machine factory. Whether these people were competent or not was unclear, but they were extremely cliquey, constantly marginalizing the old-timers. Many of the veteran backbone members Meng Rong had once known had already left. And individuals like Pang Yudong are also facing exclusion. Pang Yudong was determined to pass the intermediate exam this time precisely because he was preparing to switch jobs. He clasped Meng Rong's hand with a wry smile and said, "Bro, looking back now, I envy you. You weren't put through the ringer." Meng Rong patted his shoulder sympathetically, and for a moment, it felt like his old friend had returned. "What about you, Nan?" Meng Rong asked curiously. "Ha, I couldn't care less. That Xie guy is a total pervert, always trying to take advantage of me. I despise people like that. I never gave him an inch, made him cry. But honestly, I can't stand it anymore either." Ah, Nan said with a cold laugh. "Ah." Meng Rong was utterly speechless. "It's all because of your trashy ex-girlfriend, Sui Yuan. That." Ah, Nan gritted his teeth. Meng Rong had no idea how she'd dug up such detailed information about his past. Hearing her suddenly bring up Meng Rong's past, Luo Xiaowei and Li Shiyao exchanged glances. Despite knowing Meng Rong for so long, they'd never realized he carried such tragic baggage. No wonder he hadn't shown any romantic interest in the past 2 years. He'd clearly been deeply wounded. With that realization, both looked at Meng Rong with sympathetic eyes. Luo Xiaowei even silently patted his shoulder, poured himself a glass of wine, and downed it in one gulp. The message clear: "Buddy, relax. I've got your back." Meng Rong met their sympathetic gazes and inwardly groaned. That Nan really had a big mouth. Why bring up that person? If he hadn't mentioned it, Meng Rong would have forgotten all about it. It's not nearly as painful as you imagine. Meng Rong screamed inwardly. "Meng Rong, how's Fenghua agricultural machinery going? Could you hook me up with a job there?" Pang Yudong broke the sudden awkward silence, a hint of pleading in his expression. "Sure." Meng Rong blurted out. "That's great." He was overjoyed at the prospect of reuniting with an old friend. This meant he'd have 2 solid buddies at Fenghua Farm Machinery now. Luo Xiaowei, however, felt a pang of disappointment. Did this mean he wouldn't be Meng Rong's closest friend anymore? That couldn't be. "But it all depends on Xiyu," Meng Rong said with a smile, turning to Li Xiyu. "She's in HR, hiring is her department." Pang Yudong turned to Li Shiyao with surprise, studying her intently. Though not exceptionally beautiful, her skin was a bit dark and her features ordinary. She had become quite presentable since refining her grooming skills and paying more attention to her attire. Now, under everyone's scrutiny, her face flushed slightly and she felt embarrassed. "I never would have guessed," Pang Yudong murmured. "What didn't you expect?" "I didn't expect you, Meng Rong, to be so well connected with the administration." "Haha, well, I was the one who recruited him to the factory. I even gave him the tour on his first day," Li Shiyao replied with a laugh. "So, you owe your presence here entirely to her. Let's toast to her." Luo Xiaowei chimed in. Pang Yudong immediately stood up solemnly, raised his glass, and said earnestly, "Ms. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. If you truly can recommend me for a position here, I promise to repay your kindness in the future." Seeing his earnestness, Li Shiyao quickly stood up too. She poured herself a shallow layer of beer and said somewhat sheepishly, "Well, I'm just an ordinary HR person. Everyone was just joking earlier. I'm no MS Li, but since you're interested, I'll report it to the leadership tomorrow. I believe they'd be very interested in hiring a mid-level technician. Then I'll leave it to you." Hearing that puts my mind at ease. Pang Yudong downed his drink in one gulp. Li Shiyao took a small sip. Watching this, Anan shook his head, unimpressed. She suddenly shouted, "Meng Rong, I need to toast you. You've made a name for yourself again today, just 1 hour. Impressive. Truly my idol."
Saying this, she lifted her full glass and downed it in one go, utterly unrestrained.
Meng Rong had no choice but to down his own full glass. Just as he set it down, Luo Shelwi joined in the clamor. Meng Rong, you're my idol too. Even though we're all newbies, how come the gap is so huge? Bottoms up, idol. Get lost. But Meng Rong couldn't prioritize romance over friendship, so he downed this glass too. That night, both new and old friends returned home thoroughly satisfied. Anan, drunk and rowdy, insisted on going back to the factory with Meng Rong, but was finally persuaded to leave with kind words. Early the next morning, Anan and Pang Yudong returned to Xining with their colleagues who were taking the exam. With his responsibilities lifted, Meng Rong suddenly felt aimless. He sought out Master Lu but couldn't find him anywhere, not even by phone. When he tried to locate Shangwon, he was equally unsuccessful. With no clue where either had gone, Meng Rong returned home feeling gloomy. It wasn't until the final day that he heard the advanced technician exam had fewer than 10 participants. This piqued Meng Rong's interest. That very afternoon, he staked out the exam site to watch. To his surprise, he spotted Master Lu among the participants. Master Lu strode confidently into the exam hall, utterly indifferent to the commotion outside. He didn't even acknowledge Meng Rong's calls. Walking straight in. Uncertain what they were testing, Meng Rong grew increasingly impatient. Finally, old Lu emerged leisurely as expected. He was the first of the 10 to finish. Meng Rong rushed over. Master, why are you taking the exam too? He promptly offered Lu a cigarette and lit it for him. Old Lu took a leisurely drag. Nice. Haven't had one in ages. Ha? Haven't smoked in a while? Did you quit? Quit my ass. I've been studying hard. Ha? Studying? You're preparing for the exam too? Of course. If you can study for exams, why can't I? Old Lu grumbled, his expression radiating an indescribable satisfaction. So how'd you do on the exam? That little thing? Could it possibly stump me? Old Lu sneered. I wouldn't even bother taking it. If it weren't for you taking the intermediate exam this time, your master wouldn't be on the same level as you. I wouldn't have wasted the effort otherwise. Master, you're my idol. Whether you pass the advanced exam or not won't change how I see you. But seeing you set aside your idol status, study hard, strive relentlessly, keep advancing, and move closer to becoming a gold medal craftsman, your apprentice here is utterly in awe. I'll always be your student, learning from you. Meng Rong showered him with flattery. Old Lu eyed Meng Rong warily. You've already drained most of my skills dry. Don't even think about extracting my secret techniques. If you keep this up, you'll starve your master to death. How could that be? My master is so generous, how could he possibly care about such a thing? Master, tonight, let's find a place to eat and celebrate your promotion to senior technician. Well, considering your filial devotion, I suppose it's acceptable. Come on, go fetch Shangwon. That old fellow has been helping me cram through the theoretical knowledge lately. He's been working his fingers to the bone. Bring him along. Got it. By the way, what subjects are on the advanced tech exam? I'll prep ahead of time. Well now, you've got some ambition, kid. Planning to replace your old master already? The master and apprentice chatted and laughed as they headed straight for the restaurant. Meng Rong knew full well that his master's practical skills had long been perfected. The reason he'd remained stuck at the intermediate level for so long was mainly due to the written exam's theoretical knowledge and safety regulations, which were incredibly difficult for him, like an insurmountable barrier. But this time, spurred on by his apprentice's promotion to intermediate, Master Lu finally let go of his mental block and took a chance. Clearly, he'd won the gamble. Soon, the results were in. Both master and apprentice had advanced, once again becoming the talk of Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory. Consider this, the entire Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory had only a handful of senior technicians. Now, Lu Chuzhong's name was finally added to that prestigious list. Chapter 54, Lying Low. Before long, Pang Yudong truly joined Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory. His arrival caused quite a stir at Fenghua, as recruiting a young, skilled technician was far more difficult than taking on an ordinary apprentice. Pang Yudong was exceptionally adept at socializing. He carried himself with impeccable grace, was eloquent and persuasive, and was generous with his spending. He handed out cigarettes and alcohol as if they were free, quickly bonding with his direct supervisor and mentor upon joining the factory. He soon earned the factory's trust and was entrusted with a significant workload. Unlike Meng Rong's low-key demeanor, Pang Yudong paid meticulous attention to his appearance both at work and in daily life. His crisp shirts, tailored trousers, and polished leather shoes made him look less like a blue-collar worker and more like a white-collar professional than the office administrators. His youthful looks and handsome figure drew the admiration of many unmarried young women. Shortly after arriving, Pang Yudong began deliberately courting Li Shiyao. Unlike Meng Rong's wooden demeanor, a facade Meng had cultivated over years to sever ties with his past, Pang proved far more engaging, offering constant warmth and attentive care. Before long, Li Shiyao found herself gradually succumbing to the tender embrace he wove around her. As a close friend, Meng Rong witnessed all this unfold. He didn't interfere. Romantic entanglements were a matter of personal freedom. Yet, occasional flashbacks to a private warning from Anand that day stirred unease within him. That night, after drinking heavily, Anand had quietly cautioned him to be wary of Pang Yudong, sneering that the man was a wolf in sheep's clothing, consumed by intense jealousy. Meng Rong naturally dismissed the warning entirely and maintained his friendship with Pang Yudong. After Pang joined the factory, he integrated into Meng Rong's social circle. Though Pang's intentions were no longer purely about tagging along, Meng Rong still cherished the rare opportunity to grow alongside an old friend, considering it a blessing. However, he grew uneasy watching Pang Yudong deliberately court Li Shiyao. His gut told him Li Shiyao was a pure-hearted girl, prone to giving her heart freely, while Pang Yudong's sincerity was questionable. In casual conversations, he sensed Pang harbored a hint of contempt toward her. Before long, Li Shiyao and Pang Yudong became official. When the news spread, friends joked that Meng Rong had missed his chance, the prize had been snatched away. Meng Rong rolled his eyes at the teasing. It was Zhang Xiuhu who hit the nail on the head with one sentence. Isn't it just because he's eyeing Li Shiyao's connection to her brother-in-law? Meng Rong gave a wry smile. Everyone knew Li Shiyao's brother-in-law wielded significant administrative power, granting him invisible advantages in many factory matters. Take salary increases, for instance, securing one through him was far easier. Sure enough, within half a year of joining the factory, Pang Yudong's salary reached the maximum for his level, nearing 3,000 yuan. Meng Rong, who'd worked there for 3 years, had only just reached that pay grade. Yet what stunned everyone came next. Another 6 months passed, and just as everyone assumed Li Shiyao and Pang Yudong were about to get engaged, they suddenly broke up. The reason for the breakup remained a mystery. But soon, the answer became clear. Rumors began circulating that Pang Yudong had met a new girlfriend, none other than the daughter of the general manager of Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory, and the two were deeply in love. How did Pang Yudong meet her? How did he manage to get to this point? No one knew, and everyone found it hard to believe. Yet the reality was that Pang Yudong began a meteoric rise, unexpectedly becoming the deputy director of Workshop 3. It seemed only a matter of time before he advanced further, as everyone knew Director Kong of Workshop 3 would retire in 2 years at most. In just 1 year, Pang Yudong had risen to become a highly sought-after figure at Fenghua Agricultural Machinery. This rapid ascent naturally became the hottest topic of discussion throughout the factory. In the eyes of the masses, Pang Yudong was a rising star at Fenghua Agricultural Machinery. Wherever he went, people flocked to greet him. It wasn't that everyone was opportunistic, it was simply that Pang Yudong was clearly poised to become the general manager's son-in-law, and might even take over the company in the future. Building good relations with him at this stage couldn't hurt. As for whether he had climbed the ladder through nepotism, who cared? People only cared about the outcome. As for the minor achievements of Meng Rong and others, they had already been forgotten. Spring 2003 brought mild warmth as buds quietly blossomed. The world pulsed with vitality, yet one figure stood out starkly against this hopeful backdrop. Near the bus stop outside Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory's main gate, a young woman stood forlornly, twisting a suitcase handle and slung a backpack over her shoulder as she waited for the bus. Her eyes seemed veiled in gray, devoid of any sparkle, and her movements were stiff. From afar, she watched the bus approach. She shifted her feet, waited for the doors to open, and was about to struggle up the steps with her suitcase. Suddenly, she heard urgent calls, "Wait!" She turned to see several figures in blue factory uniforms, their faces still smudged with oil, rushing toward her. Her eyes widened as she recognized every familiar face. How had they gotten here so quickly? The young man leading them spoke with obvious anxiety. "Why did you just leave like that? Didn't you even say goodbye to us old friends?" His face was ordinary, yet now it looked unusually flustered. He snatched the suitcase from her hands and started pulling her along. She quickly grabbed it back. "What are you doing? The bus is about to leave. Don't be so impatient." The bus driver honked impatiently and shouted whether they were getting on or not. "Forget it. Next bus." Several young men grabbed the girl's suitcase and yanked her backpack off her shoulder before walking away. The girl stomped her feet in anger, helpless to do anything but yell, "Luo Xiaohui, you guys are acting like thieves. What are you doing?" Luo Xiaohui clutched the suitcase tightly, afraid she might snatch it in board. Only after the bus had pulled away did he regain his playful expression. "Li Shiyao, you're being so inconsiderate. Just leaving like that without even saying goodbye." This lonely girl was none other than Li Shiyao. She shook her head silently. Why she was leaving everyone knew. What else could she say? Beside her stood Meng Rong and Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing their sincere, concerned gazes, tears suddenly fell from Li Shiyao's eyes. The three of them whispered words of comfort and coaxed her gently. Over the past 3 years, they had come to regard Li Shiyao, who had often played and laughed with them, as a friend. Now that their friend was leaving, they felt compelled to see her off properly. Working in the workshop, they were somewhat cut off from administrative news. Only when Li Shiyao was about to board the bus after resigning did they suddenly hear the news of her departure. They immediately agreed to drop their work, hurriedly said their goodbyes to the masters, and rushed out. "Let's grab lunch first, then talk," Meng Rong insisted. "We're about to clock out anyway." We've been friends for years, give her the courtesy.
Seeing Meng Rong immediately reminded Li Shiyao of Pang Yudong, that faithless man.
A wave of bitterness washed over her.
That man had shattered her worldview and ruined her life.
She just wanted to escape.
That's why, just days after Pang Yudong got promoted, she quit her job and left. Even her sister and brother-in-law as please couldn't stop her, she couldn't bear to see that man's face anymore.
Once her resignation was approved, she packed her bags immediately and fled this place of heartbreak.
She planned to rest at home for a few days before heading south to find work. But thankfully, warmth still existed in this world. The friends she'd made at the factory proved to be loyal and kind. Watching them relentlessly crack jokes to cheer her up felt like another lifetime. In the past, she would have laughed along innocently, but now, she couldn't muster a smile. Forced into a restaurant, before the dishes even arrived, Luo Xiaowei suddenly slammed the table and launched into a tirade against Pang Yudong. He never liked the man since their first meeting, and now his righteous indignation boiled over.
Meng Rong shook his head, disapproving of how his old friend was handling this relationship.
But with things already this far gone, he could only offer kind words to comfort Li Shiyao. Seeing the pain on Li Shiyao's face, Meng Rong stepped in to stop Luo Xiaowei.
This is all in the past. People have to move forward, not get tripped up by what happened. Right, Shiyao? Let's just let it go. Then will you two treat girls like this in the future?
Li Shiyao choked out, her voice trembling with doubt.
Are all men this rotten? Meng Rong, have you ever done something to hurt a girlfriend? Meng Rong shook his head awkwardly. Before he could answer, Luo Xiaowei interjected, no. I would never. I'd always treat you with genuine kindness.
Everyone froze, turning to stare at Luo Xiaowei.
Even Li Shiyao stopped choking back tears. Luo Xiaowei shrank his neck. Ahem. I mean, I absolutely would never treat a girl like that.
Meng Rong and Zhang Xiaohu exchanged a glance, looking at Luo Xiaowei with contempt.
Coward.
Li Shiyao's eyes darkened.
Seeing her desolate expression, Luo Xiaowei stammered, unable to speak. The atmosphere at the meal grew awkward. Meng Rong and Zhang Xiaohu kept exchanging glances. They'd never noticed this before. When had Luo Xiaowei harbored these feelings?
Finally, after enduring the meal, Meng Rong deliberately spoke loudly, though we've shared 1,000 miles, parting must come. When you go to Guangdong, remember to write or call us.
Don't forget your old friends. Nah, forget us altogether. This place is heartbreak territory.
Zhang Xiaohu picked up the thread with understanding.
Forget it. Don't force it. Once you're gone, you'll forget us all. Meng Rong and Luo Xiaowei will just be memories. What's done is done. Better to forget. Li Shiyao murmured in agreement, yes, it's better to forget. With that, she rose to leave.
The time for parting had finally come, time to start anew in a different place.
Luo Xiaowei couldn't hold back. We can't forget. Why can't we forget you?
Zhang Xiaohu challenged.
Give me a reason. Because. I like you.
Luo Xiaowei blurted out, staring straight at Li Shiyao. Suddenly realizing this parting might be forever, he threw caution to the wind.
Oh ho!
Meng Rong and Zhang Xiaohu cheered, while Li Shiyao stared at Luo Xiaowei in shock. Leaving Luo Xiaowei to see Li Shiyao off, Meng Rong and Zhang Xiaohu headed back to the factory ahead of time. Zhang Xiaohu remained somewhat incredulous throughout the journey, never expecting Luo Xiaowei to be so deeply hidden.
But Meng Rong's thoughts drifted elsewhere, preoccupied with another matter.
Just as old Lu had hoped, Meng Rong had spent these past 3 years quietly honing his skills.
Master Lu had fulfilled every duty of a mentor, providing Meng Rong with comprehensive training.
He mastered the 5 major machining trades: turning, fitting, milling, planing, and grinding, and gained exposure to other fields including metalworking, drawing, broaching, rolling, boring, sheet metal fabrication, shearing, bending, punching, thermal processing, forging, casting, welding, and more. After passing the intermediate technician exam, he made significant progress that year. Meng Rong had transformed from a green-faced youth into a steady young technician. Throughout the entire Fengha agricultural machinery factory, the master-apprentice pair of Pang Yudong and Meng Rong had gained immense renown. As the saying goes, a good teacher produces outstanding students. Even the factory leadership began to look at Meng Rong with newfound respect.
However, with Pang Yudong's arrival, Meng Rong's spotlight was completely overshadowed. But from Meng Rong's perspective, such external matters held no significance.
Yet, when he suddenly looked up from his training and glanced around, he witnessed a series of dramatic events unfolding, events in which his friends were the central figures.
He couldn't help but ponder the meaning of life.
For some reason, he suddenly recalled that year when he was preparing to revitalize his spirit, and saw that ethereal, delicate figure by the newspaper stand.
She should have graduated from university by now, right? He wondered where she was now. The gap between their lives was likely growing ever wider.
Zhang Xiaohu sighed beside him. Your friend Pang Yudong, he's already been promoted to deputy director.
Look at us? People are just incomparable. Yes, life had led them all to different crossroads. Chapter 55, The Tide is Turning.
Walking along the factory path, Zhang Xiuhu suddenly snapped Meng Rong out of his reverie with a question. How long has it been since you last had a meal and a chat with Deputy Director Pang?
Meng Rong froze. Deputy Director Pang? Who? Pang Yudong.
It felt strangely unfamiliar. It had been over half a year since they last shared a meal. Your friend is downright shady, Zhang Xiuhu chuckled. I thought I knew a thing or two about networking among tech folks, but your buddy's game is on another level. He actually used Li Shiyao as a stepping stone, poor girl. Word is he even introduced her to the general manager's daughter.
This Pang Yudong is quite the schemer. How did you never see it before? Didn't they say he couldn't even hold down a job at his last factory? Meng Rong couldn't answer.
Having been a boss himself, even if only for a few months, he understood Pang Yudong's tactics like the back of his hand. He wouldn't admit it, but he knew Pang Yudong had set up countless schemes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become such a prominent figure. That was his talent, something Meng Rong refused to judge. But when it came to Li Shiyao, he was downright cruel.
Recalling Li Shiyao's desolate, gloomy expression, his anger flared. Hearing about it and seeing it were two different things.
Upon returning to the factory, he headed straight to Workshop 3 to find Pang Yudong. There he found Pang Yudong, surrounded by several master technicians, chatting animatedly, looking full of energy.
Pang Yudong, step outside for a moment. I need to talk to you.
Meng Rong's face was stern as he beckoned him over. Pang Yudong frowned briefly, excused himself to the others, and followed Meng Rong out of the workshop to a large tree outside.
Congratulations on your promotion, Meng Rong said flatly. It's all about connections.
Nothing to brag about, Pang Yudong replied self-deprecatingly.
Meng Rong paused, taken aback.
He hadn't expected Pang Yudong to admit it so bluntly, leaving him at a loss for the prepared words he'd intended to say.
He nodded. I'm here about Li Shiyao. You know what you did. Pang Yudong looked at him intently. What is she to you? A friend. And besides that? Nothing else. Then what business is it of yours? This is between us. You're meddling, aren't you? I only hope you live with a clear conscience.
Li Shiyao is a good girl.
How can you justify hurting her like this?
Now you've even caused her to resign. Remember, you were the one who brought her on board.
So what? Just because she hired her, does that mean I have to be responsible for her entire life? I hear you were hired too. Did you take responsibility for that? Meng Rong was rendered speechless.
He frowned and stared at Pang Yudong. The man's face remained calm, showing no trace of guilt. Clearly, this matter carried no psychological burden for him. Meng Rong, we're still good friends, but I advise you to stay out of this. There's a lot between her and me, we just don't get along. I know you feel unfair about my situation now, but I'm just trying to climb the ladder.
Is that so wrong? I think it's despicable. Pang Yudong sneered coldly. If you call it underhanded, then so be it. But who was the one slacking off at work every day back then? Who caused the factory to lose 200,000 yuan? Wasn't that underhanded back then? But Pang Yudong didn't want to burn bridges with Meng Rong just yet.
After a moment's silence, he continued, it's all about choices. You know how I was pushed around and oppressed at Xining.
I couldn't survive there. That bastard Xie pushed me too far. I suffered a lot.
So after coming here, I need to survive and build something for myself.
Maybe some of my actions seemed too self-serving, but I had no choice. When opportunity knocked, I had to seize it. If you want to lecture me from your moral high ground, I won't argue.
Li Shiyao quitting was never my goal. I never intended to hurt her. If I ever get the chance to speak with her face to face, I'll tell her I'm sorry.
Pang Yudong's words were sincere and earnest.
By the time he finished speaking, Meng Rong was rendered speechless. He completely disagreed with Pang Yudong's notion of seizing opportunities, yet he no longer had the moral high ground to condemn him.
Meng Rong fell silent for a moment. I hope you can live with your conscience. Pang Yudong smiled faintly. I don't feel I betrayed my conscience. It's just falling in love and breaking up, hardly something to apologize to your conscience for, right? Once again, Meng Rong was rendered speechless. Pang Yudong patted Meng Rong on the shoulder. Listen, Meng Rong, I've hit the jackpot, got promoted. I'll pull strings for you too. Let's figure out how to get you up there. Someday, this Fengha agricultural machinery factory will be ours to run. We'll make it happen. Just imagine how great that would be. I haven't thought about how to get promoted.
No, you need to figure out how to climb up.
Pang Yudong's expression turned serious.
I've been here a year now, and I've seen it clearly.
This Fengha agricultural machinery factory looks pretty flashy on the outside, but inside it's a complete mess. The business situation is far from ideal, we're practically living on borrowed time. The entire factory is bloated with idle hands. Many departments are just wasting resources, full of freeloaders. Some are double-crossing us, stealing and pilfering, lining their own pockets at the company's expense. The sales department shows no drive to improve, and the technical department lacks any spirit of innovation. If we keep going like this, there's no future. Only you and I possess the technical skills, management experience, vision, and ambition. Haven't you been waiting for this opportunity these past 3 years? Now that I've been promoted, I'm determined to seize this chance and build something substantial. Using the factory as our base, we can really make our mark. Isn't that a great prospect? I believe that if given the chance, I'll succeed. I've only been here a year, no real roots yet. The senior workers flatter me just because they see my potential, not necessarily out of respect. I want you to join me, to help me, and of course, I'll help you. We'll rely on each other, collaborate for mutual success, climb the ranks, and turn this factory around. When we do, the whole factory will benefit. Isn't that what we want? Pang Yudong grew increasingly animated and passionate as he spoke. But Meng Rong couldn't tell if these were words he'd kept bottled up inside for a long time, or if they were just a sudden, spur-of-the-moment idea. Seeing Meng Rong's silence, Pang Yudong sighed. I know my methods seem a bit underhanded to you. You look down on them. Fine, I won't push you. Man, it's just so damn hard to get anything done. With that, Pang Yudong slumped down onto the ground, looking thoroughly dejected. Alright. Meng Rong felt somewhat impressed, while Pang Yudong seemed genuinely aggrieved. Over these past 3 years, he'd buried himself in mastering his craft. Though he was well aware of the factory's situation, much of his former heroic spirit had been worn away without him noticing. Now, hearing Pang Yudong speak like this, a fire ignited within him. Indeed, who said the agricultural machinery factory couldn't achieve something worthwhile? He'd mastered these skills, surely someone would recognize their worth? Pang Yudong beamed, slinging an arm around Meng Rong's shoulder. I knew it. You're not content with mediocrity. This factory is where we'll build our empire. As the two brothers fantasized about carving up the factory's territory, they were unaware that a conversation of immense consequence to the factory was unfolding in one of its offices. What? You mean we won't secure any orders from the south this year? Our technology and production can't keep up with their demands. I heard Guangdong opened a bunch of factories, including foreign-funded ones. They make all kinds of farm machinery that's cheaper and better than ours. Those customers have all been snatched away. That market accounts for nearly 20% of our sales. How are we going to explain this? Accountability? To whom? We're market-driven now. Accountability to anyone is pointless. This year's going to be tough. So what do we do next? Give the sales department a nudge. Anyone who misses their targets this year will have their bonuses docked. If they lose any market share, they're fired on the spot. Ha! All right. Also, we can't just sit around waiting for disaster. Starting today, we're cutting costs and eliminating waste. Send out a notice to the workshop and set strict targets. If scrap rates go up, we'll deduct fines from the machinist's wages. Alright, fine. We also need to introduce new technologies. Let's survey the market, develop new products, and bring in some new machinery to boost production efficiency. If things keep going like this, next year we'll have to sell or lease off another plot of factory land just to keep things afloat. Sigh, people see me as the glamorous CEO, but honestly, I'm working myself to the bone. You're right. You're the hardest working person in the entire factory. Sigh, who'd believe me if I said it aloud? Keep an eye out for ambitious young talent to promote. Our factory staff are all too jaded. This won't get us anywhere. No problem. I think young talents like Pang Yudong, Zheng Yanxian, Meng Rong, Song Guang, and Zhang Xiaohu are promising prospects. Especially Pang Yudong. I see potential for him to transition into sales in the future. Well, young people do need more support. But Pang Yudong still needs polishing. He's young. We can't let him get too big for his britches. I understand. General Manager Yan, you mentioned earlier about conducting an external study tour. I hear most manufacturers in Guangdong have started widely adopting CNC machine tools. How about we start by visiting them? Then we could source another batch of machines. You know, the few we have now are actually quite efficient. Mr. Yan hesitated, his throat tightening. He knew that if CNC machines were introduced en masse, many veteran craftsmen would become redundant. How would they be accommodated? This was a far more serious issue than a decline in business. But could he really stand in the way of this trend? After parting ways with Pang Yudong, Meng Rong began pondering his words. He had to admit the logic was sound. What would come after mastering the technology? Over 3 years had deepened his attachment to the farm machinery factory. Here, he had a mentor who had guided him well, loyal brothers in arms, and many others who had become emotionally intertwined with him. He couldn't stand by and watch the factory slide into ruin without acting. As Pang Yudong had said, if an opportunity arose to save this declining factory, he wouldn't let it slip away. Compared to the collective good, personal emotional gains or losses were insignificant. Even if he still felt some unease, the scales in his heart were gradually tipping toward Pang Yudong. At least he had tried. That was no mistake. Returning to the workshop, he found old Master Liu waiting for him. Master, were you waiting for me? Where did you run off to? Never mind. That's not the point. No need to explain. You've been here 3 years now. I don't need to micromanage you anymore. I trust you won't slack off. Thanks, Master. Enough chit-chat. These past years, I feel like you've practically drained my knowledge dry. Just now, old Shang and I argued for ages. He insists that CNC machines will dominate the future and these manual ones will be phased out sooner or later. Another argument. What do you mean arguing again? We argue every single day. That old fool, I just can't convince him.
Old Liu fumed indignantly.
But after much thought, even if I'm confident I can master CNC, I'd never handle mass production. Plus, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle.
I've realized at my age, trying to learn programming and such just won't work.
We need the young blood.
You're still young, with plenty of room to learn and grow.
Don't be stubborn like this old geezer. So starting today, I demand you begin studying CNC. I can't teach you this myself.
When you have time, go consult those masters who specialize in it.
Also, buy some course materials and study on your own. Old Liu sighed and remained silent for a long while. I can't let your talent go to waste. Master, don't say that. How could I be wasting my potential when I'm improving every day? Meng Rong replied. Enough of that. From now on, you'll be self-taught. Got it? Got it. But master, didn't you always say not to just memorize textbooks? Why are you suddenly encouraging me to study on my own now? You fool. What was the point of telling you to read last time? For the exam. Aren't there still exams ahead? Learn ahead of time, got it? Got it. Chapter 56, Marginalization and Suppression.
There's something else I need to report to the master, Meng Rong suddenly said.
What is it? After a moment's hesitation, Meng Rong finally asked, Master, if one day I get promoted to a leadership position, would you be upset? Promoted? You want to fly to the moon? There's a big iron platform outside, go ahead and try climbing up there.
Old Liu dismissed the idea with indifference. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if struck by a thought.
Good heavens! You wouldn't be thinking of emulating that friend of yours, would you? The one who got promoted to deputy director after just a year?
I say, since you can't sleep with the boss's daughter, you'd better just accept your lot in life.
Meng Rong didn't quite know how to respond. I know, old Liu frowned. You're probably restless too, thinking this place is too small for you, right?
No, Meng Rong protested.
I just think the farm machinery factory is facing a lot of trouble now. We need to give it our all. Naive. Old Liu snapped. Do you think this is something we can fix with hard work? Don't imagine that getting promoted will give you any power. You'll see in time. You won't be able to do anything. It's utterly futile.
Old Liu sneered coldly.
My advice? Keep your distance from that friend of yours. He's no good. Just wait and see. Maybe someday he'll be the final straw that breaks the farm machinery factory. You believe me? Ha! Meng Rong was taken aback, utterly baffled by Lao Lu's perspective. People are judged by fate and by their appearance.
Your friend has a crooked heart and uses any means to get ahead. Stay away from him or you'll bring trouble upon yourself someday.
Old Liu waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that.
For now, just focus on improving yourself. To stand unshaken, you must have a special skill.
That's what I expect from you.
As for grand missions like saving the planet or the farm machinery factory, leave those to others.
You're not cut out for that. Old Liu's cold water poured over Meng Rong's fervor, dousing his enthusiasm to the bone. Meng Rong felt resentful, yet he didn't know where to start.
He had hoped to test the waters and gain his master's support, hoping to build some confidence for future endeavors. But before he could even begin, old Liu had crushed his ambitions. Before he could even get his hands dirty, however, they dealt him a crushing blow. Staring at the figures on last month's pay slip, Meng Rong frowned, silent for a long while. Compared to the month before last, he discovered over 500 yuan had been inexplicably deducted, no small sum. For over 3 years, Meng Rong had supported his entire family with his salary. His mother needed money at home, and his sister's tuition, miscellaneous school fees, and living expenses all fell on him. After saving some, he was left with only 500 or 600 yuan each month for his own living and study expenses. The worst part was he had no idea why his pay had been docked. When he confronted the new HR staff, he was told the factory had recently conducted an assessment of scrap rates across all positions. According to the statistics, his scrap rate last month was higher than average, hence the deduction. This was a new factory policy, effective immediately, backed by an official factory document. He wasn't the only one, many others had their wages docked too, and everyone was up in arms. But soon, another fact came to light. The head of the team conducting the position evaluations was none other than Pang Yudong, the newly promoted deputy workshop director. Luo Xiaowei had also been docked over 300 yuan. Gritting his teeth, he told Meng Rong that Pang Yudong is clearly settling a personal score.
Why didn't he dock his own pay? Settling a personal score? Meng Rong shook his head.
Several others came to Meng Rong, seething with indignation, to complain about his good friend Pang Yudong, who had screwed over many people in the factory. Some had over 100 yuan deducted, others dozens. After listening for a while and then speaking with the finance department, Meng Rong suddenly realized a fact: among everyone, his wages had been deducted the most.
Filled with questions, Meng Rong confronted Pang Yudong again, demanding to know what was going on.
Sure, he produced some defective goods last month, but he'd also done a lot of work.
Of course, there would be more defects. Who doesn't make mistakes sometimes? If this kept up, it would be unbearable. And why was he being penalized the most?
To his surprise, Pang Yudong lowered his voice after hearing the question.
Meng Rong, you have to understand my situation.
The deputy factory manager came to me and immediately assigned me a task to evaluate the scrap rate. To put it bluntly, he's making me take the fall and alienate people.
The factory is going to extreme lengths to cut costs these days. What do you mean? What do you mean?
It means the factory is in a bind. Let me tell you, we've already lost the entire southern market. Now the upper management can't sit still anymore. They have to cut costs. They handed me this task, calling it a test for young talent, but really, it's just to make me the scapegoat and bully the whole factory.
You think I'm enjoying this?
They claim it's because new managers need drive.
Drive my ass.
Pang Yudong seethed with indignation, nearly letting a curse slip out before he managed to hold it back.
Meng Rong frowned. Is it really that bad? It might be worse than we realize.
If the factory keeps going like this, it'll collapse sooner or later. Sigh, when that happens, where will nearly 1,000 people, workers and their families go?
Pang Yudong sighed repeatedly.
But then again, this step had to be taken. The waste in the factory is too severe, it can't go unchecked.
You know I want to get things done.
I can't avoid it, so I'll just have to grit my teeth and push forward.
Meng Rong was puzzled. Then why? I know what you're wondering. Why did I target you the most?
I did it on purpose.
Pang Yudong answered bluntly.
Why?
Because everyone knows you're my best friend.
By treating you fairly, not sparing you, others might have reservations, but they won't dare complain.
Pang Yudong looked remorseful. I'm sorry, old Meng. I'll personally cover the money I deducted from you. I owe you.
To make you sacrifice this time and set an example, it was like putting on a show.
I went hard on you. I admit it, I'm a piece of work. I'm sorry.
Watching Pang Yudong apologize repeatedly and offer to compensate Meng Rong out of his own pocket, Meng Rong's anger began to subside. Naturally, he couldn't accept Pang Yudong's personal compensation. This was the factory's business, and there was no reason for Pang Yudong to bear the burden.
Though he understood Pang Yudong's predicament, being the first target of the crackdown left Meng Rong deeply resentful.
In truth, the tactic worked. With Pang Yudong and a few like-minded individuals deliberately spreading the word, everyone knew that the heaviest and most severe pay cuts had hit Pang Yudong's best friend, Meng Rong.
Now, who didn't know that these two were former colleagues, that Meng Rong had brought him into the factory, and that their relationship was anything but ordinary?
The thought that he'd become the biggest unlucky one made many people feel a bit better. It didn't matter if they suffered misfortune themselves, as long as someone else suffered worse. It must be said, human nature can be laughably predictable at times. With Meng Rong taking the heat up front, Pang Yudong's image as an iron-fisted enforcer was cemented.
Though the factory was in an uproar over this reform, it ultimately didn't escalate into a major storm.
Instead, it proceeded relatively smoothly. Next time something like this happens, you'd better notify me in advance, Meng Rong said coldly.
Ah, I feel so guilty.
Next time, I promise I'll tell you in advance, Pang Yudong replied, his face plastered with an apologetic smile as he nodded repeatedly, swearing it would never happen again.
In the end, Meng Rong could only forgive Pang Yudong this once.
Still seething with anger, Meng Rong couldn't be bothered with Pang Yudong's grand plans anymore. Instead, he plunged headfirst into a sea of study. Ever since Master Lu's guidance last time, he had bought a stack of books related to CNC machine tools to read. Titles like CNC Machine Tools for Beginners 2000 edition, Programming and Operation Practices, and Computer Basics now lined his desk. CNC machine tools, short for Computer Numerical Control Machine Tools, are automated machines equipped with a program control system. In technical terms, this control system logically processes programs specified by control codes or other symbolic instructions, decodes them, and inputs the encoded numerical representations into the CNC unit via information carriers. After computational processing, the CNC unit issues various control signals to direct the machine tool's movements, automatically machining parts to the shapes and dimensions specified in the drawings. To put it plainly, it means setting up specific procedures for manual tasks so machines can handle them on their own, resulting in both speed and quality.
Humans are unpredictable and prone to mistakes. Even the most skilled craftsman operates within individual limitations. After the era of handcrafted workshops, large-scale mechanized production emerged, yet human labor remained crucial, especially in precision manufacturing, where a master craftsman is irreplaceable. However, the digital age has fundamentally transformed everything. CNC machine tools effectively address the issue of inconsistent skill levels among technicians. They function like a batch of master craftsmen, enabling superior standardized precision production. This is especially true for complex, multi-variety part machining challenges. Flexibility, high efficiency, and automation, these are the hallmarks of CNC technology, representing the future of modern machine tool control.
With the advent of these mechatronic products, many manual machine tool operators were phased out, signaling the twilight of the manual machine era.
Human capabilities have limits, but machines possess limitless potential.
Especially when combined with digital technology, precision reaches a whole new level. In the late 1950s, China actually produced its first CNC machine tool, marking nearly 50 years of history. However, the development of China's CNC machine tools faced significant challenges. Influenced by domestic and international circumstances, the industry struggled with unclear technical standards, inadequate production support systems, and unsatisfactory quality, leading to repeated setbacks. It wasn't until the 1980s that the path of technology introduction began, with relevant technologies imported from the US, Japan, and Europe, finally sparking rapid development.
Production and consumption volumes have increased year by year. Yet inland China possessed vast buffer zones, absorbing successive waves of impact.
Only now did manufacturers like Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory begin to feel the shockwaves of new technology, compelled to make profound changes. As a technological frontier, many within the factory had already keenly sensed the impact of CNC machine tools. The veteran technicians resisted the emergence of CNC machine tools, some out of pride, others clinging stubbornly to outdated methods, while still others, like old Liu, lacked the courage to change due to their advanced age or insufficient education. But they didn't object to young people like Meng Rong embracing the new trend. After losing interest in Pang Yudong's eloquent arguments, Meng Rong threw himself back into studying with voracious enthusiasm. He had a natural aptitude for it. Though initially bewildered, he found inspiration after consulting the senior engineer a few times. He immersed himself in research, but the lack of practical experience frustrated him deeply. The factory simply wouldn't give him the chance. He sought Pang Yudong's help, who readily agreed. Yet, to his shock, within days, the factory issued a special notice: CNC machines were extremely valuable. To prevent malfunctions or sabotage, non-designated personnel were prohibited from approaching or operating them effective immediately. This notice nearly made Meng Rong spit out a mouthful of blood. Only now did he fully believe Zheng Xiuhu's assessment: Pang Yudong had been systematically finding ways to marginalize and suppress him. Chapter 57, Opportunity favors the prepared. Getting along with someone is easy, seeing through them is hard. Meng Rong no longer bothered confronting Pang Yudong. Each time he sought an explanation, Pang would spout a string of specious arguments, speaking with such fervor and passion that he seemed to be the one suffering grave injustice.
Meng Rong admitted he couldn't persuade Pang Yudong with words.
He even found himself somewhat baffled by this friend. Back at Cine Factory, when Meng Rong was riding high, Pang Yudong had been like a sidekick. Now their roles had reversed.
Meng Rong didn't mind this shift.
He had long since buried himself in the dust, covered in grime and filth, determined to sever all ties with his past. But now, Pang Yudong had started speaking with a certain affected air, which felt unnerving to Meng Rong. He could only choose to minimize contact. He couldn't be bothered to figure out whether this was an act or not. It was none of his business. He just focused on doing his own thing quietly. Relationships at the farm machinery factory were tangled and complex. Though Pang Yudong wielded influence thanks to his girlfriend's family connections, he hadn't reached the point of absolute power at Fenghua Farm Machinery Factory. Meng Rong wasn't afraid of the limited authority Pang held. Uninterested in external changes, he buried himself in study. Outside of work, aside from occasional meals with Luo Xiaowei, Zhang Xiuhu, and others, he devoted nearly all his energy to reading and learning. His frustration, however, lay in the persistent lack of opportunities to put his knowledge into practice. Now that his only chance had vanished, all he could do was wait. This wait stretched into another year. The opportunity did come, though it was entirely unexpected. That morning, Meng Rong was grinding a bearing. He was experimenting with several new techniques Master Liu had recently taught him. After finishing, he picked it up and habitually blew on it, feeling quite satisfied. Suddenly, he heard Shang Wen bellowing his name: "Meng Rong, come here." The workshop was noisy, but he instantly recognized Shang Wen's distinctive voice. Dropping his tools, he hurried over to Shang Wen and followed him to the process department. Shang Wen looked somewhat weary as he said, "Meng Rong, put your work aside for a moment. Could you help me handle something?" "What is it?" Meng Rong wondered. Was there anything Shang Wen couldn't handle himself? Shang Wen seemed quite irritable and distracted. He waved his hand impatiently. "Stop messing around. What's the big deal? You want me to go? I've got a pile of work here and several drawings still unfinished." "Drawing? That's my specialty. Let me handle it. You go rest." Meng Rong glanced with interest at the blueprints on the desk. They depicted the factory's newly developed straw baler, a promising product with strong market potential. The factory was preparing to invest in its design and production. As one of the heads of the process department, Shang Wen naturally bore significant responsibility. You're right. It's good for you young folks to take on more of this work." "Ahem. I didn't call you here for the drawings. It's something else. I need to send you on an errand." "Business trip?" Meng Rong looked around suspiciously. There were other people here, weren't there?
Besides, he reported to old Lu Shangwen had no authority to assign him a business trip. No need to look. Your master went out early this morning to handle things. Otherwise, I would have sent him. Before he left, he said to handle any matters with you. He said that? I never heard him mention it. I wish I'd heard it. Besides, didn't I teach you most of what you know? What's this feeling distant now? Master Shang, I couldn't possibly accept such praise. Just tell me what you need, I'll relay it to my master. Meng Rong forced a smile. I'll certainly inform him. Shang Wen's face hardened, then immediately fell. Those guys, resorting to desperate measures like this. Isn't this just training their opponents? What? Meng Rong was confused. Have you heard about our collaboration with Duanzhong Technical College? I've heard bits and pieces. Isn't it just Duanzhong Technical College teaming up with our Fenghua for mutual assistance? Exactly that whole mess. Now I hear Duanzhong School Enterprise Program wants to break into agricultural machinery production. They propose joint R&D and market development with us. Plainly put, they're trying to get a free ride and poach some of our resources. Tell me, can we possibly agree to that? Absolutely not. We agreed. Ha? Meng Rong was baffled. Who knows why, but they agreed. Those guys upstairs must be thinking about how to recruit new students together in the future. Honestly, none of those vocational school graduates are any good. We're the ones who taught you everything, screw by screw, wrench by wrench. Do you think it was easy for us? It's incredibly hard. We've raised you all from infancy. Enough with the gratitude. The higher-ups gave me an assignment. Apparently they're facing some kind of difficulty over there and want us to send a technician to help resolve it. Oh. Oh, what? You're the one going. Me? Why else would I be calling you? To throw me into the fire? Cut the crap. This is a plum assignment. But why don't you go yourself? Too busy to get away. Shangwen waved impatiently, handing over a piece of paper. Go downtown. Follow this address and look for contact person Teacher Chen or Teacher Yen. Seeing those distinctive surnames, Meng Rong's eyelid twitched involuntarily. When should I go? Leave immediately. They're in a real hurry over there. Must it be me? No way out of this. After much thought, you're the only one. You've learned nearly everything from old Lu these past years, and I've taught you all I can. If you can't solve it, chances are we can't either. Go check it out first. Meng Rong reluctantly accepted the assignment, looking thoroughly put out. Stop looking so miserable. It won't interfere with your work. Doing the same thing every day won't get you anywhere. Go relax and see the world. I hear Duanzhong Technical College is doing quite well now, with some fresh developments. Go check it out, you might find some inspiration. Meng Rong thought about it. That made sense. His spirits lifted. Just as he was about to leave, Shangwen called him back. The old man stared at Meng Rong for a long moment, sizing him up from head to toe. Clean yourself up before you go. Don't go looking like a disheveled, dust-covered mess. I'm sending you because I want to show them that Fenghua can dispatch anyone to handle problems you can't solve to crush their confidence in competing with us. This person needs to be young, skilled, and presentable. That's you. If you look the part, Fenghua agricultural machinery will save face. Who knew the old man was so competitive? Meng Rong suddenly felt the pressure. Yet he couldn't help but feel eager. Was this finally his chance to step into the spotlight? He hadn't been the boss for 4 years, working quietly all that time. Now he had an opportunity to get out and make his mark again. It felt a bit like those martial arts novels, like a young man who'd hidden his identity and trained in the mountains was finally stepping out to make his mark on the world. He ran his fingers over his stubble, unshaven for days. He really needed to spruce himself up. Shangwen was right, his appearance represented Fenghua's image. He couldn't afford to lose. That afternoon, neatly dressed, he boarded a bus bound for the city. Gazing out the window at the passing scenery, his mood had grown remarkably calm. The early summer breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing comfort. Spending all day in the workshop, breathing in metal dust and surrounded by grime, had been monotonous despite his various protective tricks. Now, watching the mountains and rivers rush by, the diverse styles of houses lining the road, he felt a natural sense of contentment. Just as Shangwen had said, this was a pleasant errand. Even if it meant 2 bus rides, it was worth it. He hadn't been to the city in ages. For the past 2 years, he'd basically stayed at the factory. When he had time off, he went home to see his mother and sister, never venturing into town for errands. From boss to apprentice happened overnight, but it took him 4 years to grow from apprentice into a qualified technician. Life passes like a white horse through a crack. Many years ago, when his father was young like this, was he also as proud as he once was? After experiencing life's ups and downs, did he, like him, reflect on his mistakes and learn the value of steadiness? After a long period of wandering thoughts, he finally remembered his purpose, visiting Duanzhong Technical College. He had heard of it before, but back then, technical colleges and vocational schools followed distinct paths. While technical colleges also taught vocational skills, they lacked the targeted focus and hands-on training of vocational schools. Vocational schools offered a clear end goal, whereas technical schools offered no further academic progression. Thus, Meng Rong hadn't paid much attention to them. He'd occasionally encountered students from such schools, but their interactions were merely nodding acquaintances. Now, heading to Duanjiang Technical Secondary School, he felt a touch of curiosity. He hadn't expected that after all these years, an unexpected opportunity would present itself. Quite interesting. The city had seen some development over the years, with new buildings appearing, yet its overall appearance remained largely unchanged. He knew his way around well enough. After transferring buses twice within the city and walking another 200 meters, he finally arrived at Duanjiang Vocational School. Located in the northeast of the city, Duanjiang Vocational School sat near the city's largest water-based scenic area, Wangui Lake. This wetland park held considerable history, said to be where a renowned literary figure of the Song dynasty was once exiled to serve as an official. On one occasion, while touring the lake's scenery with friends, he became so captivated by the landscape that he stopped for a picnic. He drank too much and slept on the ground all night before returning home. When his family questioned him, he replied, "The scenery was so intoxicating that I forgot to return." Thus the legend endured. A large rock by the lakeshore bears this famous inscription, and the lake was renamed Lake Wangui. The location of Duanjiang Vocational School, situated not far from the lakeshore, clearly reflects the thoughtful consideration and high hopes of its founders. Consequently, the school gate possesses a certain ancient charm, featuring flying eaves and bracket sets, flanked by two half-sized stone lions. Unfortunately, he had no chance to explore inside, as the school-run enterprise operated adjacent to the campus. They had converted several residential houses into a modest factory complex, simply named Duanjiang Vocational School Mechanical Manufacturing Plant, with only a plain black and white sign hanging outside. Meng Rong was puzzled to find that this school-run enterprise didn't even have a security guard post. He simply pushed open the heavy iron gate and walked right in. The light inside was dim, and it took him a while to adjust before he noticed several workshops converted from residential buildings. He glanced around, but there wasn't a single person in sight, and the factory grounds were eerily quiet. "Is anyone there?" he called out loudly. No one answered. He shouted a few more times at the top of his lungs, still no response. Just as he was about to call out again, suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. The abrupt touch made him shudder, sending a chill down his spine. Then, a hollow voice came from behind him. "Who are you looking for?" Meng Rong spun around to find a middle-aged man standing behind him. He looked to be around 50, with sunken eyes, a gaunt face, and a sallow complexion. He stared at Meng Rong expressionlessly. "Oh, I'm from Xianghua Agricultural Machinery Factory. I'm here to assist with repairs. I'm looking for, Teacher Chen or Teacher Yen here." "Which one is Teacher Chen? Teacher Yen? Huh?" The middle-aged man didn't answer but instead scrutinized Meng Rong from head to toe. "You're so young? Does Xianghua Factory not have any senior technicians anymore? Your boss Yen is really treating this like child's play. The senior technicians are all busy with the production rush. I'm a bit free, so they sent me," Meng Wen replied. "Are you Teacher Yen?" He then introduced himself. "No, I'm not. I'm Vice Principal Liu." "Principal?" Meng Rong instantly grew tense. Chapter 58, Recognition. No one could have imagined that this ghost-like figure was actually the vice principal of Duanjiang Technical College. Why would he be here at the school enterprise collaboration site? No matter how important the partnership was, it hardly warranted a vice principal stationed here. Vice Principal Liu clearly had no intention of clearing up the confusion. Instead, he looked around with obvious displeasure. "That Yen fellow is really letting us down. He promised full support for our school enterprise partnership, but in the end..." His gaze drifted to Meng Rong again, his tone sharp. "What good is sending some greenhorn to manage things?" Had anyone else spoken to him like this, Meng Rong would have retorted. But since it was the principal, he swallowed his irritation and patiently explained, "Vice Principal Liu, since the factory sent me here, they must have their reasons. Why don't you tell me what the problem is, a machine malfunction or something else, and let me take a look first?" "Well..." Vice Principal Liu hesitated briefly before casually adding, "Then follow me." With that, he turned and headed toward a workshop. Meng Rong followed closely behind, unable to resist asking, "Vice Principal Liu, why isn't anyone from the factory here?" Liu shot him a glance and replied coolly, "What's that supposed to mean? Am I not a person?" Realizing his slip, Meng Rong quickly clarified, "I meant, why aren't there any other people here besides you? Most people here are teachers or their family members. They're still teaching classes right now. Who has time to come here? Only I, the vice principal, am as idle as you. That's why I was assigned to oversee the factory." Vice Principal Liu said with a self-deprecating smile. "So we're in the same boat," Meng Rong thought sympathetically as he followed Vice Principal Liu into a workshop filled with several machine tools. "Take a look," Vice Principal Liu said. "Feel free to look around. It's just what it is. School enterprise collaboration, it really can't compare to an established factory like Xianghua." Meng Rong asked curiously, "Logically speaking, since you're running a business, you could hire people from outside. Why insist on having the teachers do the work?" A faint, mocking smile flickered across Vice Principal Liu's sallow face.
Your big factories have business income, so naturally you don't worry about supporting yourselves. But schools like ours are lean operations.
If we don't take on some side ventures, how can we give everyone a better life? Meng Rong remained silent.
These matters weren't within his purview. Later, he learned the establishment of this school enterprise venture served multiple purposes, not only to generate supplementary income but also to cultivate students and enhance teaching quality. For energetic young faculty, rather than letting them pursue outside side gigs, the school could organize them collectively. This approach achieved two goals: earning revenue while improving skills.
Is there a problem with these machines? Vice Principal Liu then pointed to two MGK 1320 high-precision external cylindrical grinders.
The worktable crawls severely, the feed is highly irregular, it feels sluggish, and the grinding accuracy is completely lost.
Do you understand? Meng Rong looked puzzled. These issues aren't complicated. If your school teaches students related skills, shouldn't they be able to handle these problems? Vice Principal Liu stared at Meng Rong's face in surprise for a moment. You call these minor issues?
Yes, nothing major. Just a bit labor-intensive to get started. Find a few knowledgeable people to ask, lend a hand, and I guarantee I can resolve everything quickly.
You're talking big, aren't you? Not afraid of shooting yourself in the foot? Vice Principal Liu frowned. How old are you this year? I'll be 24 soon. Deputy Principal Liu's sallow face darkened with exasperation.
Still just a youngster, spouting off without a second thought.
Meng Rong smiled but said nothing. None of this was a real problem.
Over the past few years, besides cleaning machine tools, he'd also disassembled them. Working alongside Master Liu, he'd gained a solid understanding of their structure. For Master Liu, it wasn't enough for Meng Rong to just learn how to operate the machines, he had to understand them and know how to repair them. So for Meng Rong, this was all just basic required coursework. He was completely confident he could fix it. A wave of relief washed over him. Before arriving, he'd worried about encountering some severe, intractable problem. But it turned out to be nothing of the sort. At that moment, he gradually realized that most of the teachers under Vice Principal Liu were likely intellectuals who excelled at textbook instruction but lacked practical experience.
Wasn't it only natural that they would be at a loss when confronted with knowledge beyond the textbooks?
He recalled his technical school days. Instructors there rarely ventured beyond the curriculum either.
The situation must have been similar.
Vice Principal Liu glanced at his watch and said, "Alright then, after class ends, I'll call over a few male teachers to help you work through the night on this."
After a pause, he added, "You don't mind the extra work, do you?" "Not at all. Working late shifts? I'm used to it." With that, Meng Rong deftly set down his toolbox and began inspecting the equipment.
At a glance, Vice Principal Liu recognized the young man before him as a true expert, and his resentment toward General Manager Yan eased slightly. That night, 3 male teachers arrived: Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, and Mr. Chen. They worked alongside Meng Rong to address the issues with the 2 machine tools. Through inquiries, Meng Rong learned that the school's 2 MGK 1320 high-precision external cylindrical grinders had been in use for 2 years. Given their high precision, they had always been handled with extreme care, maintained strictly according to the manual without compromise. The manual specified an oil change every 2 years, a task the teachers had never performed before. After all, these high-precision external grinders were fully hydraulic, with a structure entirely different from lathes or milling machines. They opened the maintenance port on the hydraulic oil tank, drained the old oil, and meticulously wiped every surface inside and out with clean rags. They replaced the oil filter element, hauled 2 barrels of machine oil from the school warehouse, poured it in, and started the machine.
The result?
Severe worktable crawling, highly irregular feed motion, and a sluggish response. The grinding operation completely lost its precision. The teachers panicked, disassembled the tank again for thorough cleaning, and changed the oil once more.
The problem persisted.
Now completely flustered, they gathered around the machine, gnashing their teeth and replaying the process in their minds, trying to figure out where they'd gone wrong.
A perfectly good machine, rendered useless just by changing the oil. What on earth was the problem? With no other options left, production halted for days. They finally reached out to Fenghe Agricultural Machinery Factory for help.
They expected Fenghe to send an experienced technician, but instead, a young mechanic arrived.
The 3 teachers looked at Meng Rong with doubt.
They simply couldn't believe this young man could fix a problem that had stumped all of them. Meng Rong observed the teachers' worried expressions and their hint of distrust, then smiled calmly.
Rack crawling? He'd dealt with rack crawling issues before.
He removed the guard, touched the oil on the rack, and immediately knew what was wrong. A thought struck him. He turned to glance at the label on the nearby oil drum, gear oil. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 3 instructors watched his amused expression with confusion and a hint of displeasure.
Was he really up to the task? Meng Rong asked the 3, "What kind of oil did you replace it with?" The teachers replied that it was just standard machine tool lubricant. Meng Rong retorted, "Our school's lathes and milling machines all use gear drives, while the grinding machine's worktable transmission relies on hydraulic systems. Didn't we prepare any hydraulic oil?" Didn't you notice the difference in viscosity between gear oil and hydraulic oil?
The moment he finished speaking, the other 4 people in the room were dumbfounded. Teacher Chen was the first to recover. He quickly flipped through the manual beside him, where it was clearly stated, this machine's hydraulic system uses 32-grade anti-wear hydraulic oil. It turned out the machine had no underlying issues, it was simply a case of using high-viscosity gear oil, incompatible with the low-viscosity hydraulic system, causing the transmission problems. The teachers felt deeply ashamed. They then fetched the proper hydraulic oil from the warehouse, flushed the system, and replaced the oil, resolving the issue. Vice Principal Liu had stood by observing the entire process. After watching for a while, he finally realized he had indeed underestimated this young technician. The 3 teachers were around the same age as Meng Rong, with 2 even being a year or 2 older, yet none handled the problem with the same swift and decisive efficiency as Meng Rong. Watching from the sidelines, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for talent. Yet he also felt a pang of regret. For someone of Meng Rong's age to possess such exceptional skills suggested he had likely entered the workforce early, perhaps even starting his journey alongside elders at just 15 or 16. What a waste! He was a true talent. He had encountered several such youths before, all sharing the common trait of being awkward with words yet skilled with their hands. Thus, despite possessing remarkable craftsmanship, they often struggled to advance. Many spent their entire lives confined to factory work until retirement. If only they were more articulate, he thought, perhaps he could invite them later to conduct practical training sessions for his students. It would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial.
Meng Rong naturally didn't notice Vice Principal Liu's shifting expression.
Even if he had, he wouldn't have been able to read anything from Liu's sallow, waxen face. It sounded simple enough, but by the time both machines were set up, it was late. The 3 male teachers were yawning constantly. Vice Principal Liu couldn't hold out either and had already slipped away, leaving only a parting remark, get some rest early.
See you tomorrow. Teacher Chen, please arrange Master Meng's lodging shortly.
Meng Rong had intended to test the machine's precision, but the 3 teachers exchanged glances. They were simply too exhausted to continue.
Teacher Chen spoke up first, Master Meng, let's call it a night. We'll continue tomorrow. Meng Rong paused his manual work. What time is it? 10:30. It's almost 11. We have classes tomorrow and can't keep working.
We need to get some sleep, Teacher Chen replied. Truth be told, he hadn't been doing much work, just lending a hand and mostly resting while keeping company.
Teachers Wang and Li nodded in agreement. Meng Rong smiled. All right, it's too late. We don't want to affect tomorrow's work. Let's call it a night and try again first thing in the morning. By the way, where are you staying tonight? Teacher Chen asked, remembering Vice Principal Liu had instructed him to arrange accommodations. Only then did Meng Rong suddenly remember. Oh no, he hadn't booked a hotel at all. He just grabbed a quick bite at a random restaurant for dinner. Vice Principal Liu was really stingy, not even treating him to a meal. Now, he looked embarrassed. It was too late and he wasn't familiar with the area. He really had nowhere to go. He could go back to the hotel near his alma mater, but getting there in the middle of the night was a problem. Teacher Chen was also at a loss. It was late and arranging a hotel meant a long walk. As for the school dorms, there were no spare beds available. He pushed his thick glasses up his nose. How about this? There's a sofa in the reception room next door. You can freshen up in the bathroom. We have blankets too, we sometimes crash there when we work late. Would that be okay? I can arrange a hotel for you first thing tomorrow morning. Teacher Chen was an honest soul, too straightforward. Meng Rong chuckled at this. Jiangzhou Vocational School really was peculiar, they handled guests with such perfunctory care. If this were a factory and an experienced master craftsman showed up, he might have exploded on the spot, then returned to the factory to complain about the school neglecting their guest. That could have seriously damaged cooperation between the 2 parties. But he was young, long accustomed to hardship and making do with whatever came his way. He wasn't the type to turn on a dime over such a minor inconvenience. Fine. Meng Rong nodded indifferently. As long as there was a place to sleep, it was good enough. Following Teacher Chen through the darkness, they reached the reception room. Sure enough, there was a sofa. After seeing the 3 guests off and closing the main door, he lay down fully clothed. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the air. Chapter 59, showing his skills. Early morning found Meng Rong roused by the low hum of machinery. This sound was unusual. For years of habit had trained him to sleep through the normal hum of machinery, but the slightest irregularity would jolt him awake. So he rose, washed up briefly in the bathroom, then followed the sound. It turned out to be the 2 grinding machines repaired yesterday running for a moment before stopping again. Yawning, he stood outside the room, hearing voices discussing inside. What's going on? Still not working? Strange. We already changed the oil yesterday following that young Master Meng's advice. We completely flushed the oil system and replaced it. Look at this manual, it clearly states 32 weight oil. I thought this young Master Meng was quite the expert, spotting the problem at a glance. But now it seems he's no good at all, the issue still isn't fixed. All show, no substance. Don't say that. At least he spotted the problem right away, something we'd been puzzling over for days. He's got some skills. But the problem's still not fixed, right? We need to see results. Maybe there's another reason? Let's keep investigating.
I say, that young Master Meng is all show.
Probably just got lucky with some past experience. Vice Principal Liu too, why bring in such a young master? See? All for nothing. Made me get my hopes up for nothing. My advice? Spend the money and get the original factory master to fix it. But Vice Principal Liu hired someone from the assistance program. It saves money and manpower. What's savings? He's just a cheapskate. Won't spend a dime, won't even hire workers. Just us young teachers doing the work for free. That's ridiculous. How can you run a school enterprise partnership like this? It's bound to fail sooner or later. Shoo! Keep your voice down. If Vice Principal Liu hears you, he'll make your life miserable. I'm not afraid. Meng Rong smiled faintly, unfazed by the backbiting.
He recognized the voice defending him as the kind-hearted teacher Chen. The one arguing against him and Vice Principal Liu was teacher Wang, while another teacher, Li, seemed more cautious. It was Li who had finally persuaded teacher Wang. Just as he was about to push open the door, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, making him jump. It was too sudden. He turned with a pained expression to see none other than the waxy-faced Vice Principal Liu, appearing as silently and mysteriously as ever. He stood expressionless behind him, clearly having listened for some time. How he managed to be so silent was truly a mystery. Deputy Principal Liu cleared his throat twice outside the door before speaking.
Master Meng, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you?
Here, I brought you a bowl of stir-fried rice noodles and a cup of soy milk.
Make do with these. Only then did Meng Rong notice the breakfast Liu was holding.
He thanked him repeatedly, took it, and crouched down beside a staircase. Setting it down, he began eating heartily. He was truly starving. He thought to himself, Vice Principal Liu isn't a bad guy after all. He even thought to treat him to breakfast.
Inside the room, a swift silence descended.
The three teachers emerged one after another, each looking somewhat stiff. Teacher Wang brought up the rear, his gaze shifting nervously. He wasn't sure if the other two had heard what he just said.
Good morning, Vice Principal Liu, Master Meng. Teacher Chen greeted them first.
His honest and humble nature made him appear straightforward and unburdened.
Have you all had breakfast? I only brought one portion for Master Meng. Vice Principal Liu then asked, last night I asked you to arrange for Master Meng. How did you handle it? Teacher Chen truthfully recounted the events. Sure enough, Vice Principal Liu's eyes widened in disapproval, and he launched into a scolding.
Teacher Chen was otherwise excellent, but his excessive honesty and lack of tact were his downfall. Meng Rong quickly interjected, explaining that he had requested a room closer to his own, effectively saving Teacher Chen from embarrassment.
Teacher Chen's face flushed crimson as he shot Meng Rong a grateful glance. Watching Teacher Chen get scolded, Teacher Wang beside him gradually relaxed a bit. Unexpectedly, Vice Principal Liu suddenly glared at him. You too. Last time your relatives came, I didn't arrange for them to stay in a hotel. I treated them to good food and drink. Why didn't you remind old Chen?
If you don't take good care of Master Meng today, I'll deduct your bonus this month.
Teacher Wang was dumbfounded. Well, Principal, you're ruthless. The retaliation came way too fast.
Deputy Principal Liu then turned to Meng Rong with a gentle expression.
Finished eating? Once you're done, shall we go test the machine?
The production halt these past days has cost us dearly. Today, we absolutely must resolve this issue.
Meng Rong promptly set down his soy milk. Finished. Let's test the machine and see what's going on.
Then the two walked into the room, one ahead of the other. The three teachers behind them exchanged glances, murmuring complaints to each other. Inside, Meng Rong skillfully powered up the machine and ran a test.
Initially, everything seemed fine.
He smiled and turned back. This number 32 oil was added correctly.
It starts up smoothly.
Teacher Chen pushed his thick glasses up his nose.
Well, there are some issues later on. Meng Rong nodded. I know. The moment I heard the engine running, I knew there were still unresolved issues. After a moment of observation, he pointed to the main shaft and declared, it's leaking here. Right, we already spotted it. How did we miss such a major leak yesterday? Teacher Wang couldn't resist adding sarcastically from the side, look at this shaft seal, it's leaking like crazy. This is completely unusable. Master Meng, you should have caught this sooner yesterday. Meng Rong glanced at him but said nothing. Teacher Li, unable to bear it any longer, whispered a reminder, that's because we couldn't even start the machine yesterday. Naturally, we couldn't identify subsequent problems in time. Teacher Wang's mouth fell open, speechless. Meng Rong scooped up a handful of the substance, brought it to his nose, and began sniffing it carefully. Soon, his brow furrowed deeply. Vice Principal Liu observed for a moment before urgently asking, what's wrong? Is the oil wrong too? Not just wrong, utterly wrong. Completely off the mark, Meng Rong criticized bluntly. He glanced at the three teachers frozen behind him. In his eyes, they were bookworms whose hands-on skills were abysmal. He wondered how they ever taught. Whoever's responsible for maintenance, if I'm not mistaken, they added the wrong oil.
The hydrostatic oil reservoir for the spindle should theoretically hold number 10 spindle oil, but this is clearly number 2 spindle oil.
Can these types of machine oils be mixed indiscriminately?
If it's added incorrectly, leaks are inevitable.
Once it leaks, how can it possibly function?
Teacher Wang's face instantly flushed crimson.
He was the one who added the oil, and in his mind, the two were indistinguishable. Little did he know that a tiny mistake could lead to a huge disaster. Technical work demands precision.
A tiny difference can lead to vastly different outcomes. I know this better than anyone. Meng Rong shook his head, his tone tinged with sarcasm.
Teacher Chen asked curiously, is the difference between these two oils really that significant? Can't they sometimes be used interchangeably? The difference is substantial. Oil number 2 is far too low a viscosity and is incompatible with the oil seals used in number 10.
Mixing the two oils will inevitably cause problems. Meng Rong explained earnestly, though inwardly he felt a pang of relief. 2 years prior, he'd made a similar mistake himself. Old Master Liu had given him a thorough scolding and even delivered a resounding slap that left his forehead swollen for 2 days. Thinking back, he couldn't help but touch his own forehead. Since that incident, he'd diligently studied the properties of various oils, committing them firmly to memory. For years of honing his skills had finally brought this moment to showcase his expertise, though the excitement of yesteryear had long faded. Teacher Chan retrieved the manual and studied it carefully. Sure enough, it confirmed Meng Rong's words. He nodded in shame, realizing they hadn't been thorough enough. With more attention, they might have caught the problem earlier. Yet he felt immense admiration for Meng Rong. Master Meng, you're truly remarkable. So young, yet possessing such wealth of experience, you're a genius. Even combined, Teacher Wang, Teacher Li, and I don't match your expertise. He admitted it honestly. Teacher Wang instinctively wanted to retort, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't find the words. He could only grumble, if only we'd studied the manual properly. If only we'd been more careful. Before he could finish, Vice Principal Liu shot Teacher Wang a furious glare. Stop talking and get that oil changed already. Teacher Wang hurried out, returning from the storage room with a bucket of number 2 oil. Under Meng Rong's guidance, the 3 teachers worked together to clean and change the oil. After spending the entire morning on it, they finally got both machines repaired and running properly. After starting them up for testing, everything ran smoothly, no more abnormal noises. They checked the precision again, and it had returned to standard specifications. Deputy Principal Liu was overjoyed. The problem that had stalled operations for days was resolved so simply. Xianghua Agricultural Machinery Factory truly had a wealth of talent. He praised, true heroes emerge from youth. Master Meng, it seems Xianghua Agricultural Machinery Factory possesses profound technical expertise. The next generation is well prepared. I must discuss this with General Manager Yan later, exploring how we can collaborate on more projects in the future. Hearing the praise, Meng Rong humbly replied, Vice Principal Liu, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary worker at Xianghua Agricultural Machinery Factory. Vice Principal Liu shook his head. If Xianghua could produce technicians of your caliber at random, its future would be limitless. But I've heard. Never mind. In any case, I'm delighted to see such a highly skilled young technician today. Who was your mentor? My master is Master Liu Chuzhong, Meng Rong replied. Vice Principal Liu nodded thoughtfully. I recall that. It seems Xianghua Factory recently promoted 2 senior technicians, and one bore that name. Truly, a master craftsman produces exceptional apprentices. And Master Meng is remarkably mature and steady for his age. Thank you. Meng Rong smiled. It was just a minor issue, nothing to boast about. Since we're in a celebratory mood today, do any of you 3 instructors have afternoon classes? If not, let's treat Master Meng to lunch. His visit here was no small feat, and we should extend our hospitality as hosts. Teacher Chen, you arrange a proper restaurant, a good one, mind you, not just any roadside stall. We're treating Master Meng to a meal. No need, no need. It's no big deal. Meng Rong declined. For him, this trip was indeed a pleasant assignment. What was the big deal? It required no effort at all. He'd encountered problems far more complex and serious than this. That may be true for you, but for me, it's a rare opportunity. Come on, you must honor us with your presence. With Vice Principal Liu being so insistent, there's no need to refuse. Teacher Chen urged, causing Vice Principal Liu's expression to falter momentarily. With no way to refuse, Meng Rong agreed. The 3 teachers whispered briefly among themselves before Teacher Wang excused himself, mentioning afternoon classes. The remaining 4 then exited the workshop, heading toward the banquet. Just outside the workshop, Meng Rong, feeling relaxed, suddenly noticed a sign hanging by another workshop entrance that read CNC Workshop. His interest immediately piqued, and he asked, there are CNC machines here too? Chapter 60, First Encounter with CNC. Hearing Meng Rong's question, Vice Principal Liu's face turned even paler. Yes, our school acquired them long ago, but... He glanced back at teachers Chen and Li, both of whom wore expressions of shame.
Liu didn't elaborate, but his hesitant expression clearly hinted at underlying issues with the CNC machines.
Meng Rong's curiosity was piqued. He'd longed for a hands-on opportunity but never found one.
Spotting the CNC workshop, he couldn't help but peek inside through the window.
2 machines, painted in creamy white, stood idle. Vice Principal Liu, however, showed no intention of taking him on a tour. Instead, he led him along with Teacher Chen to a lakeside restaurant boasting superb views. Through the restaurant's glass windows, the scenery of Wangui Lake was enchanting, turquoise waves rippling gently, clusters of trees casting shade along the shore, and unique rocks dotted here and there. Winding paths led into secluded spots, creating a truly refreshing atmosphere.
The restaurant offered a novel fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine.
One dish in particular, Sichuan-style perch dipped in toasted bread, was simply exquisite.
Meng Rong tasted it for the first time and exclaimed in amazement. During the meal, Vice Principal Liu inquired extensively about Fenghua Factory. However, Meng Rong had little involvement in the operational side and could only answer questions related to technical matters. Upon hearing that the factory had recently acquired several CNC machines to boost production efficiency, Vice Principal Liu nodded thoughtfully before finally asking, "Young Meng, do you know how to operate CNC machines?"
At Meng Rong's insistence, he had stopped addressing him as Master Meng and now simply called him Young Meng. Meng Rong flushed with embarrassment.
"Well, I know a little bit."
He hesitated to admit he'd never actually operated one, having only studied the relevant manuals. Vice Principal Liu took it as modesty and praised him. Who would have thought someone as young as you, Xiao Meng, has such a wide range of knowledge? Turning to teachers Chen and Li, he added, "You too should learn from him.
Don't just fixate on textbook knowledge, you need more hands-on practice. If your skills aren't up to par, how can the school excel?"
Teachers Chen and Li now held Meng Rong in high regard, nodding frequently in agreement.
Then Vice Principal Liu added, "I thought young Meng knew nothing about CNC. If he does have some understanding, should we have him talk with Teacher Yen later? See how we can get those 2 CNC machines fixed too?"
He shook his head.
"Never mind.
Master Meng, just knowing how to operate them is impressive enough.
How could he possibly fix malfunctions? No one can know everything. It's impossible." Meng Rong's heart, which had been racing, finally settled back down.
If it was just about operating the machines, he might be able to figure it out through trial and error. But if it came to diagnosing and fixing malfunctions, he was truly incapable. If Vice Principal Liu had asked him to repair them, he would have had to admit he hadn't even touched them. Teacher Chen, however, took it seriously. "Deputy Principal Liu's suggestion is spot on," she said cheerfully.
"Those CNC machines have been idle for days. Teacher Yen has tried multiple times to troubleshoot them without success.
If Master Meng truly has some understanding, it wouldn't hurt to have him take a look.
What if he fixes them? Wouldn't that be a win-win for everyone?"
Teacher Li chimed in from the side, "I think we should let Master Meng take a look. After all, he comes from a major factory and might have experience we don't have. Just like earlier, it was actually a minor issue, but we just couldn't figure it out."
Master Meng spotted the problem right away.
Meng Rong quickly clarified, "Now, I'm not as skilled as you two make me out to be.
It was just a coincidence. I've studied these kinds of problems. Vice Principal Liu is right, no one can know everything."
Teacher Chen shook his head, pushing his thick glasses up his nose. His eyes gleamed behind the lenses. "We should have thought of this earlier.
I noticed Master Meng seemed quite interested in CNC. Why didn't it occur to us he might be able to solve it? We really lack imagination. Age doesn't determine ambition, and you can't judge a book by its cover. This afternoon, let us invite Master Meng over to take a look." Just as Meng Rong was about to refuse, Vice Principal Liu asked, "Is it true that Master Meng has deep expertise in CNC?"
Chen's words had stirred his curiosity.
"Well, I can only say I'm quite interested,"
Meng Rong replied with a wry smile.
"Well then, I underestimated you, young Meng. Here, drink this cup of wine. We'll go take a look this afternoon." Vice Principal Liu's sallow complexion flushed with color after the drink. "I'm genuinely interested, but honestly, I don't really understand." Meng Rong hastily defended himself. "I'm just curious." But the 3 teachers unanimously insisted that Meng Rong was clearly being overly modest. They all cautioned the young man that while humility and caution were indeed necessary, excessive modesty equated to arrogance. Meng Rong was left completely flustered and had no choice but to reluctantly agree to take a look, repeatedly stressing that he couldn't guarantee he'd be able to fix it and asking them not to be upset if he couldn't. After lunch, they headed back. Along the way, they remembered that the key to the CNC workshop was kept by Teacher Yen, so they had to go back and ask him for it first. Teacher Li quickly returned to the school to fetch Teacher Yen. But when they returned to the school enterprise base, they waited for a long time only to see Teacher Li arrive with another teacher, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang was one of the operators in charge. He was somewhat overweight with a fair complexion. At first glance, he seemed rather arrogant, his chin perpetually tilted up slightly, maintaining a certain distance from Teacher Li. Vice Principal Liu asked in surprise, "Where's Teacher Yen? Why hasn't he come?"
Oh, Teacher Yan has classes this afternoon and is a bit busy, Teacher Zhang replied, glancing sideways at Meng Rong.
And who might this be? Well, he's a technician I brought in from Fenghe. Those 2 grinding machines? They're all thanks to him. He fixed them, and they're back up and running. Oh. Teacher Zhang offered no comment and didn't greet him. Vice Principal Liu, are you going to start the CNC machine? Not me. Just checking if it can be fixed. Can't leave it idle forever. Who's going to fix it? Teacher Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. Vice Principal Liu.
Only a handful of teachers at our school understand CNC machines.
You don't count among them, do you? Vice Principal Liu grew irritated. What? As the principal, am I not even allowed to look? Of course you can. You're the principal, you can do whatever you say. Teacher Zhang didn't waste words, pulling out the key to unlock the door. Come in.
Just as everyone was about to enter, Teacher Zhang added, but let me make one thing clear, just look.
Don't touch anything. We've got enough trouble as it is.
If you mess it up, we'll have to hire outside repairmen, and that'll cost us even more.
Vice Principal Liu's face turned red with fury. Teacher Zhang, did I approve you spending money to hire someone to fix this? No, I didn't. But neither I nor Teacher Yan can handle this. No one here can fix it.
Teacher Zhang spoke with unshakable confidence and pride. In this school, only a handful understood CNC machine operation, and such skills were highly sought after elsewhere.
He had every reason to be proud. Even before the principal, he'd put on airs. What could anyone do about it? Meng Rong watched from the sidelines, sighing inwardly.
Teacher Zhan was so young, so full of academic idealism.
Sure enough, Vice Principal Liu flew into a rage upon hearing Teacher Zhang's words. Who says others don't understand? Look at this Master Meng we invited from Fenghe, he knows CNC machines. Maybe, oh no, he can fix it. Him? Teacher Zhang shot an incredulous glance at Meng Rong. To him, Meng Rong was just an unremarkable young man. Even if he could fix a few machines, did that mean he understood CNC? Teacher Zhang simply didn't believe it. Yes, him. Vice Principal Liu declared, his face flushed with anger. Young technicians from Fenghe are far more skilled than many of our teachers here.
Some are all talk and no action, but Master Meng is a prized asset at Fenghe Factory, strong in both theory and practice. I had to work hard to bring him here. Vice Principal Liu clearly intended to use Meng Rong to dampen Teacher Zhang's arrogance. Meng Qi, however, froze upon hearing this. Deputy Principal Liu was taking the joke too far. All this talk of hard-won recruitment, treasured asset, and strong in both theory and practice was pure nonsense. Liu's gift for spinning tales was truly remarkable. Observing Meng Rong's flustered expression, then glancing at Professors Chen and Li beside him, who nodded in unquestioning agreement with Vice Principal Liu as if it were self-evident, Professor Zhang scoffed. As if he didn't believe a word of it. Gritting his teeth, he declared, if he can solve the problem that Yen and I have been stuck on for days, I'll eat that machine tool raw. You said that. I did. If he can't fix it, make him eat it raw. I refuse to believe Fenghe Factory has such an all-around genius. Just as Vice Principal Liu was about to agree, he suddenly recalled Meng Rong's repeated insistence that he wasn't certain. He hesitated. Well, Master Meng, what do you think? Inside, Meng Rong was cursing his luck. Vice Principal Liu had made a rash promise. He'd only agreed to take a look, yet in just a few words, he put Meng Rong on the hot seat. Teacher Chen, who couldn't stand by and watch, pulled Teacher Zhang aside. Aren't you just making things difficult? This machine tool is cast from raw iron. How could you possibly gnaw through it? Why don't you show me how it's done first? Teacher Zhang had intended to put Master Meng on the spot, but upon hearing Teacher Chen's words, he suddenly realized his bet was unrealistic. He grunted a couple of times and lowered the stakes. Fine, no raw machine then. A promise that can't be kept isn't a good promise. Let's do this, Vice Principal Liu, let's make a wager. If Master Meng fixes this machine, I'll work for free for 3 months. If he fails, he'll work for free at our place for 3 months. How about it? Teacher Zhang wasn't foolish. While he said he was betting with Vice Principal Liu, he hadn't let Liu lose a single inch. No matter who won or lost, Vice Principal Liu would come out on top. Vice Principal Liu was overjoyed and blurted out, "Deal." But the moment the words left his mouth, he sensed trouble. He looked apologetically at Meng Rong. If you lose, don't worry. I'll give Teacher Zhang 3 months' worth of bonuses instead of making you work for free. Fenghe will be furious with me otherwise. Seeing the potential benefit, Teacher Zhang instantly agreed. Meng Rong had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept. It was just a bit of embarrassment, what else could he do? But it wasn't over yet. Teacher Zhang pulled a phone from his pocket, walked aside, and started making a call. Apparently certain of his victory, he feared the principal might renege, so he summoned several teachers who weren't currently teaching to serve as witnesses. Overhearing fragments of his call, Vice Principal Liu's sallow face darkened further. Teachers Chen and Li both looked displeased, wondering if Teacher Zhang wasn't overdoing it, as if this were some major scandal. But words had been exchanged, and at this point, no one could back down without losing face. What had started as a simple visit to see if repairs were possible had unexpectedly turned into a storm.
Meng Rong's heart sank.
At that moment, he inwardly cursed Teacher Zhang, that arrogant cheapskate who knew nothing about social etiquette, to high heaven. In this world, there will always be those who relish a good spectacle, no matter how trivial. Even among the teachers, a crowd of over a dozen idle educators soon gathered. Having finished their lesson preparations, they were chatting in the office when word of this event reached them. Except for the more seasoned and steady types, the rest immediately shouted, "Let's go! Let's go!" and rushed over. Seeing this scene, Vice Principal Liu's sallow face turned ashen.
He thought to himself, they've all gone rogue. Chapter 61, The Grading Ruler.
Seeing the crowd gather for the spectacle, Meng Rong actually grew calmer. Since he was bound to make a fool of himself anyway, he might as well play the part of a master. His expression turned composed and steady as he stood firmly in place, letting the crowd chatter and laugh around him.
However, he was surprised to spot Teacher Wang among the crowd.
Like the others, he was engaged in lively conversation. When Wang noticed Meng Rong looking at him, his face flushed slightly. Wang had witnessed Meng Rong's true skill level, but he considered it a shame and naturally never mentioned it to other teachers. Now, mingling among the onlookers, though he didn't openly disparage Meng Rong, he simply couldn't believe that Meng Rong actually understood CNC machine tools.
That would make him a genius, wouldn't it? He couldn't help but feel resentful.
But Meng Rong paid no mind to his thoughts. He simply closed his eyes and recalled the contents of the books he had read, hoping they might prove useful. They say knowledge should be applied, but he'd never put it to use before. How could he possibly apply it now?
Desperate times call for desperate measures. At worst, he'd lose face and go home, never to return.
Besides, he hadn't failed his actual task. This was entirely extra work. Resolved, he felt calm. Vice Principal Liu watched his composed expression, his own heart filled with unease.
Just how capable was this Meng Rong? He'd only seen a fraction of his abilities. With so many people here to witness the outcome, he was furious and wanted to order them back to class. But Teacher Zhang had already cut him off. "Principal, you wouldn't send everyone back now, would you? They've come all this way. They're already here."
Principal Zhang was furious, yet he had no choice but to agree to let them serve as witnesses. Seeing him concede, the crowd erupted in cheers, all eyes fixed on Meng Rong before them, eager to see if he could create a miracle.
Teacher Yan is still teaching.
If he found out, he'd be the first one here.
Of course. But we'll see it anyway. We can just tell Teacher Yan about it later. Heh, it's been ages since we had some excitement. I heard they're betting on this? Right. Teacher Zhang said if he wins, he'll use his monthly bonus to treat everyone to a meal. Wow, awesome. We get to watch the show and get a free meal too. Listening to everyone chatter and laugh, Vice Principal Liu's expression grew increasingly grim.
Teacher Zhang pushed open the door and said to Meng Rong, "Please, come in."
Vice Principal Liu followed him inside.
The other teachers were about to go in too, but Liu stopped them with a stern command.
"Only the 5 of us go in. Everyone else stays outside."
"All this noise, how can we possibly detect problems quietly?" His reasoning was so sound, no one could argue.
So the teachers could only peer through windows and door cracks to watch inside. The 5, including Chen and Li, entered together. Teacher Zhang pointed to one of the machine tools. "Look." Meng Rong frowned, and Vice Principal Liu grew irritated. "Teacher Zhang, what exactly are you showing them? First explain the situation to Master Meng. Even doctors diagnose patients through observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation."
Scolded by him, Teacher Zhang reluctantly revealed the truth: the linear scale itself is damaged.
A linear scale? Meng Rong quickly searched his memory for lessons from textbooks while examining the machine. Teacher Zhang sneered, "You don't even know how to turn on the machine, do you?"
He was right. Meng Rong had never operated a CNC machine before and dared not mess with it. But now he played dumb, shooting Teacher Zhang a dismissive sideways glance.
Vice Principal Liu grew angry again. "Teacher Zhang, when a patient sees a doctor, do they have to open their mouth for the doctor to examine their teeth? Do they have to lift their own shirt for the doctor to check their pulse? Why is it that when it comes to you, everything has to be done by the patient themselves? Is one sentence all it takes? Is there only one model of CNC machine? Even doctors treat each patient differently, don't they? How old are you? Don't you know basic etiquette? Turn it on now and properly point out the problem. Stop acting like you're the only one who can operate this thing, like you're the boss." Though Mr. Zhang was proud, Vice Principal Liu's argument was undeniably sound.
Besides, he wanted to make Liu admit defeat convincingly. Muttering under his breath, he said, "Vice Principal Liu, remember to keep your word." While speaking, his hands moved to power on the machine and bring up the CNC interface.
Deputy Principal Liu snapped impatiently, "I keep my word.
Don't think just because I'm the deputy principal, I don't stand by my promises.
I oversee school enterprise partnerships, trust me." "Good to hear." As they spoke, Meng Rong pretended to inspect the machine tool while mentally reviewing the technical details from his textbook. Teacher Zhang glanced at Meng Rong. A true expert reveals their skill at a glance.
Seeing Meng Rong scrutinizing the machine's exterior and interface as if admiring a bride, Teacher Zhang surmised that Meng Rong was at best only superficially knowledgeable. His conviction only deepened.
So he's just a rookie. Teacher Zhang decided to tease Meng Rong a bit. Offhand, he asked, Master Meng, right? You know what a linear encoder is, don't you? It's not the same as the rulers you use every day. They're completely different.
I know, Meng Rong replied succinctly.
Teacher Chen, standing nearby, glanced at Vice Principal Liu. He knew Vice Principal Liu kept his distance from CNC machine tools and wasn't clear on many technical details.
Since he himself had limited exposure and only a superficial understanding, he saw this as a chance to learn more.
He humbly asked Teacher Zhang, what exactly makes this linear encoder special? Teacher Zhang glanced at Meng Rong. Ask him.
Meng Rong stood up straight and answered concisely, high-end, high-precision machine tools use linear encoders as measuring devices for the actual movement distance of the working and motion pair.
You're just reciting your textbook.
Teacher Zhang seemed to have activated his sarcasm mode.
Little did he know, Meng Rong was indeed just reciting. Watching Teacher Chen nod thoughtfully, he chimed in again, do you have any idea how much it costs to repair this thing? How much? Teacher Chen interjected. At least 100,000 yuan.
Teacher Zhang sighed, his mood sinking.
That truly was a huge sum.
The school's delay in approving it was precisely because it was too much. They simply couldn't come up with that kind of money.
Teacher Chen gasped. That much? Even Meng Rong, standing nearby, couldn't help but be shocked. That much money?
Only Vice Principal Liu, who had known about it all along, looked even more grim.
Hundreds of thousands? Do you think the school prints money? Like it's just going to appear out of thin air? This thing is incredibly valuable. Now Meng Rong understood a bit. No wonder Fing has strictly forbade unauthorized personnel from touching the CNC machine. If it got damaged, the cost would be astronomical. Who could afford that?
Teacher Zhang took the opportunity to educate Teacher Chen on the subject. When it came to CNC machines, he was a veritable fountain of knowledge.
Not just Teacher Chen, but even Lu Li and Meng Rong couldn't help but prick up their ears. According to Teacher Zhang, these CNC machines originally used semi-closed loop control.
The CNC system transmitted motion data to the servo motor, instructing the lead screw to rotate 3.3 degrees.
Multiplying this by the lead screw's theoretical pitch yielded the required travel length for the worktable.
The servo motor's encoder then determined the actual angular displacement. However, this method only determined the motor's rotation.
In reality, fundamental errors existed within the transmission system, manufacturing deviations in the lead screw's pitch itself, circumferential errors in the nut's threaded surface, plus the workbench's guide rail friction resistance and finishing precision.
These minute errors and disturbances accumulate through tolerance stacking, amplifying discrepancies. Consequently, the theoretical length calculated by the CNC system and the actual travel of the worktable diverge. This phenomenon is termed semi-closed loop control in cybernetics. The control system issues motion commands but disregards execution accuracy, assuming the command is fully executed. This raises a critical issue: machining accuracy. Without compensation, strictly adhering to semi-closed loop control could result in machine tool accuracy failing to meet even 0.01 mm tolerances, rendering it suitable only for rough machining. To ensure practicality, CNC systems incorporate a built-in function called compensation during development. Before the machine tool leaves the factory, the cumulative motion error of the entire motion pair is directly measured. This error curve is then imported into the system. When the system commands motion, this motion compensation curve serves as the 0-point reference calibration value. This approach minimizes errors throughout the entire motion process. It is the simplest and most effective method for addressing motion errors in semi-closed loop control systems, but it has a time constraint. As the machine tool wears or transmission components sustain damage from collisions, the original compensation curve deviates significantly from actual errors. For instance, errors increase in frequently machined sections while remaining small in infrequently used areas. Collisions may also cause permanent deformation of the lead screw profile at specific locations, introducing new errors. However, such errors are only detected when finished products exhibit quality issues a post-hoc discovery. By then, recalibrating error curves or performing major overhauls is too late, as non-conforming products may already have entered subsequent processes. Mr. Zhang concluded, that's why high-end, high-precision machine tools employ optical encoders as the measuring device for the actual travel distance of the working in-motion pair. When your CNC system specifies a travel distance, the encoder verifies whether the machine has moved to the intended position. Since the encoder is an optical detection device with no physical contact, it doesn't affect or interfere with the motion at all. See how awesome that is? Teacher Chen nodded repeatedly. That's amazing. Teacher Zhang sighed again. But the better the technology, the trickier it gets. These grading scales are typically etched onto thin strips of optical glass, making them expensive to manufacture and use. They're also extremely delicate, so only top-tier CNC machines are equipped with them. Back in the 90s, grading scales were just starting to gain traction overseas. The machines we have here? The state subsidized them heavily to promote vocational education, helping us integrate industry, education, and research. Our school couldn't afford them on its own. The others were aware of this situation, but Meng Rong remained uninformed. Teacher Zhang implied that this equipment was too valuable for him to handle. Seeing Meng Rong's expression, Teacher Zhang quipped, "Honestly, keeping this thing in our school enterprise partnership is a bit of a waste. It's not being used to its full potential. But its true significance lies in teaching. The future belongs to CNC technology. It's the inevitable trend. Traditional skilled workers will gradually be phased out. In this new era, if vocational technicians don't master CNC machine tools, they'll fall behind and have no future prospects. I don't know how skilled Master Meng is with manual techniques at Fenghua, but in the CNC era, and I hate to say it, you'll quickly become obsolete. The pace of technological advancement is too rapid." It must be said that Teacher Zhang's perspective held some merit, but he was overly radical in outright dismissing the value of traditional craftsmen. This both annoyed Meng Rong and contradicted his own understanding. In his view, while technological advancement must keep pace with human progress, the emergence of new techniques doesn't spell the complete demise of old ones. It paves the way for new models. Skilled craftsmen will always have a role, a significant one, Meng Rong countered. Chapter 62, Making a Name for Oneself. Teacher Zhang shot Meng Rong a contemptuous glance. "Stubborn as a dead duck," he sneered, "you'll understand this viewpoint in time. Everything will become digitized. The role of traditional technicians will only diminish, becoming insignificant." Finishing his sentence, he couldn't resist adding a final jab. "You can't explain ice to a summer insect." "Never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway." Meng Rong remained silent. At this point, neither could convince the other. Deep down, Meng Rong was proud. He couldn't possibly admit that the skills he'd learned would become obsolete. Teacher Zhang, clearly heavily influenced by foreign technological philosophies, had become somewhat detached from reality. Vice Principal Liu, who had been listening impatiently, finally snapped, "What exactly is the problem? Be specific." Professor Zhang halted his torrent of words. To drive the point home to Meng Rong, he pointed at the machine and declared, "The data fluctuation range has exceeded the closed-loop control threshold of the grading scale, triggering a system alarm and halting processing." He pointed to the numerical values on the interface for Meng Rong to see. Meng Rong stared intently for a long moment. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he had a chance to thoroughly study this CNC interface, perfectly aligning with the content he had taught himself. These symbols represent this meaning. So this is how the machine coordinate system is displayed? It's a bit different from the books? This so-called machine coordinate system, known in English as the machine coordinate system, is a rectangular coordinate system composed of X, Y, and Z axes. It is established with the machine origin O as the coordinate origin and follows the right-handed Cartesian coordinate system. The machine coordinate system is primarily used to define the basic coordinate system for the workpiece coordinate system. I see. This is quite different from my hand-drawn version, much more intuitive. It's not that difficult. Meng Rong studied the material intently, a quiet joy growing within him. He was itching to get his hands on the machine right away, but with the four others watching him like hawks, he dared not make a move. His dazed, staring expression at the interface, however, drew an uncontrollable sneer from Teacher Zhang. "What's with the dumbstruck look? Master Meng, you wouldn't be unfamiliar with even this basic coordinate system, would you? The traditional one can still be used. You can read blueprints, right?" Meng Rong ignored him, his eyes still greedily fixed on the interface, verifying each piece of information against his textbooks. Zhang's mockery went in one ear and out the other. The other teachers outside watched for a while before losing interest. They began to snicker, sharing Teacher Zhang's opinion. "I thought we'd invited some kind of expert. Turns out it's nothing special. Seriously, what a letdown. I was actually hoping someone could pull off a miracle." "Exactly. Old Zhang's such a bore. Just brought us here for a laugh. Look at him just staring blankly. If staring could fix a machine tool, I'd chew one to pieces. Why on earth would anyone want to bite into a machine tool?" Meng Rong tuned out all the noise, completely absorbed in his task. His hands moved instinctively across the keyboard, adjusting, checking, and setting the values. So that's how it's operated? The tactile feedback felt distinctly different, interesting. The knowledge he had learned surged through Meng Rong's mind, synchronizing with his finger movements as he gradually debugged and tested. But his clumsy movements caused Vice Principal Liu's sallow face to turn pale. Oh no, this kid really is just a novice. This was a disaster. He'd been too hasty. The matter of giving Teacher Zhang 3 months bonus was minor, and the loss of face was also minor. But the real problem was that this would only embolden these arrogant young teachers in the future. Schools are part of society too, and teaching requires a delicate balance. If only he hadn't forced Meng Rong to inspect the machinery. The man had clearly stated he only understood a little. Liu had assumed it was modesty, but it turned out he truly knew next to nothing. Who could have predicted this? When repairing those 2 grinding machines, Meng Rong's calm and confident demeanor had clouded his judgment, leading him to jump to conclusions. People truly aren't all-around experts, especially when they're so young. Vice Principal Liu's mind was filled with regret, and he began to dwell on the matter. Teachers Chen and Li beside him were somewhat better off, not dwelling as deeply as Vice Principal Liu. Yet they too sighed and shook their heads, hearts heavy with guilt. Teacher Chen especially felt profound regret. Meng Rong had already provided immense help, yet now, driven by a momentary fit of pique, he caused him to lose face at school. How could they possibly work together comfortably from now on? Teacher Zhang, however, had ceased his mockery. He merely stood by with a cold smile, arms crossed, observing the scene. Earlier, he genuinely worried Meng Rong might be playing dumb to catch the tiger. Now he was 100% certain this was just a pig. Observing the expressions of those around him, he suddenly felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Even his interest in mocking and humiliating Meng Rong had vanished. He simply uttered two words, boring. But his words seemed to flip a switch. To his astonishment, Meng Rong's hands began moving faster, swiftly flipping through various interfaces and even starting simple tests. Before long, the interface stopped shifting. Meng Rong straightened his back, turned to the four people, and pointed decisively at the interface. I found the problem. The data fluctuation range has indeed exceeded the closed-loop control threshold of the grading scale. Professor Zhang snorted. Isn't that just repeating what I said earlier? You need to know how to handle it. Have you tried restoring the system? Professor Zhang couldn't be bothered with further explanation. He simply took control and began manipulating the interface. After a series of operations, he pointed at the rebooted screen. See that? That's a restore. Let me tell you, we've already investigated this thoroughly. Either the grading scale itself is faulty, or it's a system error. We've restored the initial system countless times, but the error still occurs whenever we apply compensation. This clearly isn't a system issue. Vice Principal Liu interjected, enough. When it's time to spend money, we spend money. Let's apply for more funding. Teacher Zhang retorted, if we'd done this earlier, we wouldn't have dragged this out for so long, would we? Vice Principal Liu was flummoxed, yet had no rebuttal. He cast a dejected glance at Meng Rong, though he didn't blame him, the responsibility wasn't his. But Meng Rong shook his head. Vice Principal Liu, Teacher Zhang, is the school that wealthy? Why waste so much money hiring someone to fix it? It's pointless. Pointless? If it's pointless, why don't you fix it yourself? Actually, it doesn't need fixing. Teacher Zhang laughed bitterly in exasperation. That's quite the bold claim. If it doesn't need fixing, then this expensive machine is completely scrapped? Do you understand this is state property? We're destroying state property. I never said we should destroy it. Then what's the point of all this nonsense? It's not nonsense. I already know how to handle it. Meng Rong replied calmly. For a moment, the room and the courtyard fell deathly silent. Then, a roar of laughter erupted. Many laughed until tears streamed down their faces. This Meng Rong sure knew how to put on a show, and he actually knew how to handle it. You, go ahead then. Share your brilliant solution. Teacher Zhang laughed until he was gasping for breath. He'd seen plenty of braggarts in his life, but someone with the nerve to brag to this extent? He'd never met his equal. The method is simple. You can try it. I can't guarantee there won't be other problems, but this one is most likely a straightforward issue, very easy to handle. Speak up. The grading scale measurement threshold conflicts with the compensation. Try disabling the grading scale. Meng Rong stated concisely. Vice Principal Liu stamped his foot beside him. I told you the grading scale is crucial. How can you just disable it like that? Chen and Li exchanged wry smiles. Wasn't this like cutting off your left foot to treat a sore on it? Meng Rong calmly explained, Professor Zhang seems to have overlooked that the linear encoder now forms a dual control system, a closed-loop control system. Issue a command, execute movement, detect execution results. If incorrect, make corrections. Note this is closed-loop control. But to their surprise, upon hearing this suggestion, Teacher Zhang froze, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a goose egg. A question suddenly struck him, one he'd never considered before. Terrifyingly, he'd completely forgotten. Stop spacing out, give it a try. Meng Rong pointed at the machine tool. Teacher Zhang shut his mouth, walked over silently, shielded the linear encoder, and attempted to operate it. Sure enough, the system no longer emitted any alarm sounds, as if it had never malfunctioned at all. Vice Principal Liu and Teachers Zhang and Li were baffled, bombarding Teacher Zhang with questions. Though extremely reluctant to admit defeat, Teacher Zhang had no choice but to acknowledge that the CNC machine tool was now functioning perfectly. Ah! The three stood speechless, their eyes wide. Outside the window, the crowd wore expressions of near-identical astonishment. Everyone looked at Meng Rong in disbelief. This young man had performed a miracle? Right before their eyes, they had witnessed Meng Rong, clearly a novice with limited CNC machine operation skills, identify and resolve the problem in the blink of an eye. And his solution was utterly astonishing. Everyone still remembered clearly the lengthy explanation Teacher Zhang had just given. The critical importance of this linear encoder for high-precision machine tool processing had been made abundantly clear. Simply turning it off would solve the problem? If someone has a sore on their left foot, would cutting it off solve the problem? Of course not. Now look at Zhang, who's been silent all along.
He quietly opened the machine tool, worked on another CNC machine, and then proceeded to test it.
Clearly, the issues were identical, and he quickly resolved them all, restoring normal operation.
Confused and bewildered, everyone exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Each had their own specialty, but expertise has its limits. No one dared speak on matters outside their field. Asking questions would have been the sensible thing to do, but they couldn't bring themselves to ask. Others had already solved the problems, and they couldn't even understand what had happened. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing?
Only Teacher Chen possessed the humility to ask questions and the eagerness to learn. After pondering for a long time without finding an answer, he was the first to speak up. "Master Meng, what exactly is going on here?"
Meng Rong smiled without answering. He didn't want to explain. Wasn't a little mystery better?
Truthfully, no one knew how much sweat was pouring down his back at that moment. He silently cheered his own luck. All that diligent studying, reading, and memorizing it had paid off.
And coincidentally, he remembered that section perfectly.
Since he hadn't practiced on the computer, he devoured it like a martial arts novel, imagining himself at the terminal and repeatedly reviewing the precautions for hands-on work.
And one of those points happened to match perfectly. Seeing Teacher Zhang looking dazed and disoriented, Meng Rong chose not to solve the mystery in front of everyone. This Teacher Zhang was about to lose 3 months' salary. It was too pitiful. He felt deeply sympathetic. Why gamble on something like that? Is that something a teacher should do?
Such behavior would only harm his students. With this thought, he quietly walked over and patted Teacher Zhang on the shoulder. It was a lesson learned. He got what he deserved. Only Vice Principal Liu was overcome with wild elation. His sallow face now radiated fervent enthusiasm, his eyes fixated on Meng Rong with such fervor it felt like he'd discovered a priceless treasure so intense it made Meng Rong's skin crawl.
Meng Rong sensed something was off.
Glancing back, he saw most present staring intently at him, sending a chill down his spine.
If he didn't leave now, Vice Principal Liu would dissect him. He quickly made an excuse about urgent factory matters requiring his immediate return. Snatching his toolbox, he bolted for the door, slipping out before anyone could react.
The teachers watched him leave in a daze, a huge question mark lingering in their minds, impossible to shake off. At this moment, the only one who could answer their questions was clearly Teacher Zhang.
Of course, the name Meng Rong was now etched deeply into their memories.
With this battle, Meng Rong had made a name for himself at Duanzhong Technical College.
Chapter 63, I won't take this lying down.
While Meng Rong hurried back to the factory, in a classroom at Duanzhong Technical College, Yan Guo looked back at her students with utter despair. Some stared at her with blank, vacant expressions, their minds wandering off into the clouds. Others had their heads buried on their desks, snoring loudly, drool pooling on the floor. Still others sat in small groups, whispering and chatting. A few had their heads down, strange smiles on their faces. They were engrossed in reading novels or other extracurricular books. Every possible scenario was present except for one. No one was listening attentively to her lecture, and no one was taking serious notes. Her throat was parched, and she had just filled an entire blackboard with writing and diagrams.
Had she been talking to thin air? Suddenly, she felt like crying.
This wasn't the first day it had happened, nor was it limited to her class.
The entire school's academic atmosphere was indifferent.
The students didn't seem to be there to learn. They appeared more like they were just killing time. But her stubborn nature forced her to hold back the tears threatening to spill over. She picked up the chalk eraser and slammed it hard onto the lectern.
The loud thud made the students jolt upright.
Those who had been dozing were jolted awake by their neighbors, and some looked up at their teacher with confused expressions as she glared at them angrily. To be fair, Yan Guo was the most beautiful and popular female teacher in the school. Standing at the lectern, her hair was neatly pinned up with a jade hairpin. Her eyes were clear, her features exquisite. She wore a white blouse with embroidered flowers and straight leg pants. Her attire was simple yet not plain, exuding an otherworldly elegance and an aura of divine grace. When she first arrived at the school, she caused quite a stir. Many students were energized in her classes, and even some male teachers would occasionally drop in to audit her lectures. Yet soon enough, this teacher, Yan Guo, silenced all admirers, suitors, and secret admirers alike. For though she appeared ethereal, gentle, and sweet-voiced, her true nature was entirely different. At times, she was nothing short of violent and coarse. Her nerves were shockingly thick, and her personality wildly unrestrained.
Just like right now.
One moment she was lecturing in that sweet voice that lulled everyone to sleep, the next she was like a predator ready to devour its prey, glaring fiercely at the students below the podium. When she flew into a rage, it was no joke. Both boys and girls sat up straight and stiff. The lesson was too complex for them to fully grasp, but with the angelic teacher enraged, they had to pretend to listen intently.
Yan Guo watched their insincere posturing, her anger flaring even more.
She slammed the chalkboard eraser onto the lectern several times, each thought echoing like cannon fire in the students' hearts. Her voice turned harsh.
So, it seems I'm teaching earnestly, but you lot couldn't care less, huh? Did your parents send you here to sleep?
Yan Guo snapped, snapping a piece of chalk in her hand and flinging it. It drew an arc through the air, striking the guy wiping his mouth with pinpoint accuracy.
A white speck instantly appeared on his forehead, but he didn't dare move. And you? Reading a book outside the syllabus, huh? If you like reading so much, why not write? After class, you're it. Write a 10,000-word self-criticism and hand it in tomorrow. One word missing, and you'll stand at the front of the class and recite this programming fundamentals textbook backwards for everyone. And you? Spacing out like that, did you even take notes? The students below cried out in protest. Teacher, I was listening carefully to your lecture. I wasn't sleeping, reading outside books, or chatting. Then did you understand it? No. Then you're still useless, just pretending. Yenguo rebuked him mercilessly. Yenguo's eyes blazed with fury, and no one dared meet her gaze. On the surface, she intimidated the entire class, no one dared defy her. Yet deep down, Yenguo knew all too well, given a different setting, a different teacher, or a different time, these students would reveal their true colors. They were stubborn like those heavy-duty springs you see in industry. Compress them, and they retract, ease up, and they snap right back. In a sense, they were a group who had abandoned themselves. Vocational schools once held prestige, guaranteeing job placements and employment. Their students were diligent, willing to endure hardship, and committed to their studies. But now, everything has changed. Vocational schools have lost their appeal, and each incoming class is weaker than the last. Parents can send their children who failed to get into high school here as long as they pay the fees. If they couldn't pay attention in middle school, just coasting through, why would they suddenly start listening in vocational school? It's clearly difficult, unless they have some kind of epiphany. They just want to get through these 4 years quickly, get their diploma, then go find a job, head south, do some manual labor to earn money, and start navigating the world. The reasons behind this situation are complex: society, family, the individual, and the school itself. It's about shifting environments, societal trends, and personal choices. Back when technical school diplomas held value, this was a viable pathway for advancement. Today, however, with the expansion of university enrollment, society has collectively embraced the notion that only attending university leads to success, while technical school is seen as a fallback option for those deemed unpromising. In a sense, vocational schools have become the chicken ribs of social development. Frankly, many here are choosing self-abandonment. They see themselves as merely poor students who couldn't get into university. Since they're already so inadequate, they might as well sink a little lower. For Yenguo, this is precisely what pains her most. These are merely teenagers, barely 17 or 18 years old. Their futures stretch out before them, and there is still so much to learn. Why, at the very beginning of their lives, would they choose to give up on themselves? Every child's situation may be different. Some come from wealthy families, others from poor ones. Yet gradually, it feels like a giant dye vat, and the children slowly become numb. For Yenguo, who had spent her entire life striving upward and pushing herself forward, this was utterly incomprehensible. When she graduated with her master's degree and chose to return to her hometown to teach, she had hoped to put her talents to good use. Yet what she witnessed upon arrival repeatedly sent her blood pressure soaring, turning her increasingly irritable and short-tempered. She wanted to change all this, but she felt powerless. She wanted to rouse the numb children, to do everything in her power. She had ideals and passion, but the harder she tried, the more she felt things were being pushed in the opposite direction. Those who had initially been drawn to her classroom by her beauty would regain their current state after a few days of initial excitement. The material she taught was too advanced and complex, taxing their brains. No matter how hard she tried to explain, if they couldn't grasp it, they simply couldn't. It was like trying to pour water into a bottomless pit. If it could be absorbed, how hard could middle school problems be? Wouldn't they all be returning to the teacher? Finally, class ended. Students fled the classroom as if escaping a prison. They both respected and feared Teacher Yan. Everyone said women could be completely unreasonable when they got angry, and they'd seen it firsthand with her. The transformation from angel to shrew happened in the blink of an eye. Who knew if she even had a boyfriend? If she did, he'd probably be scared to death. Those single male teachers who once considered pursuing her took a deep breath after witnessing her thunderous tactics and kept their distance. This teacher had an absolutely explosive temper. If anyone got on her nerves with their fawning, she'd hurl a cup of scalding hot tea at them in an instant. In her words, she detested these effeminate, boring men the most. One male teacher, defying superstition, invited her to a movie. She happily accepted, but after that night, he never invited her again. What happened remained a mystery. He kept his lips sealed. But soon enough, the truth came out. Someone spotted him secretly visiting the orthopedics department. Rumor had it he'd suffered a minor fracture in an accident. No wonder he always kept one hand dangling motionless during class. Another guy with similar tastes invited her to dinner. They'd agreed on a candlelit meal, but lo and behold, this lady showed up with 7 or 8 female classmates in tow. They say the dishes they ordered turned the host's face green on the spot. Yet this very person was an indispensable treasure to the school, as she was one of the few specialized instructors teaching CNC machine tools and electrical equipment. Yenguo stormed back to her office, slamming her lesson plan onto the desk with a thud that made several nearby teachers glance over in surprise. "What's wrong?" an older colleague asked gently. To her, Yenguo still seemed childishly innocent, almost like her own daughter. Sister Lin, why are these kids so inconsiderate?
Today's lesson was crucial foundational knowledge they'll need in the future, yet hardly anyone paid attention.
If this keeps up, they're doomed and so am I.
She huffed and puffed as she slumped onto the desk, looking like a stuffed toy with its stuffing pulled out.
Sister Lin soothed her, actually, these kids aren't as hopeless as you think. But I just feel like they're all so unmotivated, not striving to improve. Who says they don't?
Everyone has a desire to improve deep down.
You just haven't taken the time to understand their hearts. Yelling and punishment won't spark their genuine interest in learning.
Sister Lin spoke calmly, pouring herself a glass of water and handing it to Yanghua.
Their lives are still ahead of them. They won't be ruined, and neither will you. But I feel like they've all given up on their own lives.
They don't care about anything, not my lessons, not their own futures. Yanghua thanked her, took a sip of water, and remained sullen. No, everyone cares about their own life, Sister Lin began to continue.
Suddenly, the office door swung open.
A young teacher poked his head in, looking somewhat excited.
Teacher Yan, are you done with class? Class is over.
Yanghua replied listlessly.
Everyone's been looking for you. I'm bored out of my mind. Go do whatever you want, just leave me alone.
Yanghua waved her hand impatiently, as if shooing away flies. But the male teacher, who was used to her antics, paid her no mind.
It's serious. Didn't you hear? Those 2 CNC machines you couldn't fix? Someone got them repaired. What?
Yanghua perked up instantly, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she shot to her feet.
Who? Who could have done that? I knew you'd be interested. Teacher Zhang seems pretty shaken up.
He's been holed up in the workshop, refusing to come out, just sitting there staring into space.
Ha ha ha.
Old Zhang deserves that setback. It's only natural he's been full of himself all this time. It was only a matter of time before he got his comeuppance.
Come on, let's go check it out.
With that, Yanghua plucked the jade hairpin from the back of her head, swiftly gathered her hair into a ponytail with an elastic band, then flung her high-heeled sandals onto the floor with a thud.
Swapping them for sneakers, she dashed out the door.
Her whirlwind departure drew exasperated headshakes from Sister Lin and the other teachers.
Yanghua soon arrived at the CNC workshop inside the school enterprise facility, kicking the door open with one foot. What happened, old Zhang? Who did this?
Teacher Zhang lifted his bloodshot eyes, his expression dazed. A technician from Fenghua factory, younger than me.
I refuse to accept it. Chapter 64, so that's how it is. Yanghua burst into laughter, seemingly oblivious to old Zhang's distress. So he's younger than you? I'm younger than you too, and I don't see you getting upset about it.
Old Zhang froze, shaking his head.
You? It's different with you. How is it different? Yanghua asked curiously.
Because you're a graduate student, Teacher Zhang sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, if it weren't for your academic credentials, would I even give you the time of day?
Yanghua smirked triumphantly. You could take the exam too. It's not that hard. Teacher Zhang's mouth fell open. After a long pause, he finally managed, if I, Zhang Jia, could get in, I wouldn't be stuck teaching at this crappy school. You're wasting your talent, you know? Wasting my talent?
I don't see it that way, Yanghua replied, growing impatient.
This pointless discussion was boring.
She shifted to a topic that genuinely interested her.
So, tell me, how exactly did they solve the problem?
He told me to turn off the grading scale.
That's how it got solved, Teacher Zhang replied with a wry smile. It really was that simple, we just couldn't figure it out. Turn it off? Yanghua froze. Just turning it off solved it? It was that simple. None of us thought of it. Impossible. Unless. She paused, then realized, wait, so you've been operating the machine in semi-closed loop control mode the whole time?
Yeah. Zhang Jia hung his head, looking somewhat ashamed.
Professor Yan, you never pointed that out to me before. So it's my fault? Yanghua instantly grew displeased. It's all my fault.
Well then, I always thought you understood this CNC machine was closed loop controlled.
Turns out you didn't know anything.
You're such a failure.
Reflect on this properly.
Yanghua criticized him mercilessly.
You never mentioned it before either. When I asked you to fix it, I didn't notice. Who could have known? You're just too slow on the uptake. How could I have anticipated such a basic mistake? Yanghua retorted.
She was stubborn, but deep down, she knew she'd made a fool of herself this time. The two of them, both sharp individuals, quickly pinpointed the issue with just a few words.
It really was a rookie mistake.
It turned out the school's equipment was purchased with national funding, high-end machinery equipped with optical grading scales. The system defaulted to closed-loop control for the grading scales. Zhang Jia, the hands-on instructor, struggled with English and hadn't thoroughly reviewed the manual. Meanwhile, Yanghua, the classroom instructor who could understand the manual, failed to clearly explain the details to Zhang Jia due to the overly simplistic diagrams.
This miscommunication led to a disconnect.
During high-precision machining, Zhang Jia persistently applied correction methods suited for semi-closed loop systems, inputting compensation curves. Over time, accumulated mechanical errors amplified, and when combined with the applied compensation values, the data fluctuation exceeded the closed-loop control threshold.
This triggered the system alarm, halting production.
Later, Zhang Jia had no choice but to ask Yenguo to troubleshoot the issue. Yenguo assumed Zhang Jia knew the closed-loop compensation adjustment method and never considered that possibility. She persistently believed the problem lay with a faulty linear encoder or a system error, repeatedly restoring the system to its initial state. The system functioned correctly immediately after restoration without compensation applied, but errors occurred as soon as compensation was reapplied.
Eventually, she gave up.
Yenguo possessed a fiercely competitive nature and refused to engage in further discussion with Zhang Jia. Her notoriously hot temper meant Zhang Jia dared not cross her, so neither of them ever realized the problem lay in such a simple detail.
So that's all it was.
Previously, Yenguo could only blame Zhang Jia for damaging the machine. Zhang Jia had no way to defend himself and planned to apply to the school leadership for funds to have the manufacturer repair it. But the school deemed the repair costs too high and kept putting it off. It was Meng Rong, who had the patience to meticulously cross-reference textbook knowledge, who repeatedly studied the application of grading scales in closed-loop control systems and ultimately provided the solution. Similar to discovering a minor error like missing capitalization in an English sentence, this seemingly insignificant correction had stumped two intellectuals. Zhang Jia added, "We might be the laughingstock of the school now. Look at us, we've been struggling with this problem for so long, yet a repairman from an agricultural machinery factory solved it effortlessly. And it was just a side job for him. Before he came, he was only planning to fix those two grinding machines.
How embarrassing."
He sighed deeply, still brooding over the loss of face.
Yenguo felt a bit annoyed.
It was embarrassing that such a simple problem had stumped them for days, but the other guy solving it was his skill they had to admit defeat when outmatched. However, as several teachers watching the commotion chimed in, it seemed this young technician had initially been completely unfamiliar with CNC machines, as if he'd never used one before, needing to learn step by step through trial and error. She felt her intelligence was being insulted.
If they were praising his skill, that would be one thing, but implying he was a complete novice? What exactly did that mean?
Seeing her displeased expression, the gawking teachers fell silent. Only one teacher, surnamed Zhao, persisted tactlessly, "Looks like CNC machines aren't that hard after all. Everyone should grab a few books and flip through them, maybe we'll all figure it out."
"Oomph." Yenguo snorted loudly through her nostrils. "In that case, Teacher Zhang, why not tell Principal Liu to have Teacher Zhao assist you with operating these CNC machines? I'll hand over all my classes to Teacher Zhao to teach. How about that? It's no big deal anyway."
Teacher Zhao's face flushed crimson. He'd only been bragging, but now they were taking it seriously. He protested, "I don't mind, but look at that young Master Meng over there. I think having him teach your class might actually work." Teacher Zhao's diversion tactic worked perfectly. Yenguo gritted his teeth and retorted, "Then let's suggest to Principal Liu that he hire this Master Xiao Meng as a teacher. He's a great instructor. Let him do it. With skills that good, I'd bet the machinery factory treats him like gold. Helping out might be possible, but teaching? Forget it." Someone chimed in from the side. Hearing the voice, everyone jumped. They hadn't noticed when Vice Principal Liu had materialized behind them.
Seeing Vice Principal Liu, the teachers fell silent. To Meng Rong, he was just another school administrator.
But to the teachers, he was the big shot who controlled their promotions, evaluations, and assignments.
Only Yenguo voiced his displeasure. "Well, Vice Principal Liu, how could you keep this from us? Bringing in such a big shot?
At the very least, you could have let us all witness it firsthand." Vice Principal Liu shrugged helplessly.
"Didn't I invite you? You had classes and couldn't make it.
Besides, I had no idea what this person was capable of before inviting him. I had no clue he was this impressive." He then murmured with admiration, "He saved us over 100,000 in repair costs.
This was absolutely worth it.
I'll have to treat Mr. Yen to dinner soon.
I owe him big time."
Yenguo rolled her eyes at his words.
Vice Principal Liu, seeing this, didn't get angry.
He just advised, "Don't be resentful. Even if it was just a minor issue, the fact that he handled it with such ease shows he's got real skills, a true hands-on expert.
You all need to learn from him. If everyone from our school could reach this level, just think, wouldn't our graduates be in demand? Would you worry about students not paying attention in your classes?"
"That's exactly right." Everyone nodded silently, but the thought was disheartening. Among all these teachers, each specializing in their own subjects, wasn't there a single one who could match that young master?
And yet we expect to mold every student into someone like him? Is that even possible?
The answer, of course, was no.
Vice Principal Liu surveyed the assembled faculty.
Aside from Yenguo, whose defiant expression and high-held chin betrayed her refusal to concede, the others looked somewhat disheartened. He continued, "That's precisely why the school established this factory.
It's not merely about running a side business to supplement everyone's income.
We also hope you'll truly immerse yourselves in practical work, participate in the production process yourselves, and gain more hands-on experience."
Wouldn't that make your teaching far more impactful? Yan Gui, however, wasn't having any of it. Vice Principal Liu, are you really going to invite that young technician from the agricultural machinery factory to teach?
Her defiance simmered, determined to prove herself.
Vice Principal Liu shook his head solemnly. Teacher Yan, people are different. No matter how much hands-on experience he has, he can't compare to a top student like you.
Yan Gui reluctantly nodded, feeling aggrieved. Though she yearned to prove herself, it seemed her wish would remain unfulfilled for now. She silently returned to recalibrating the machine tool with teacher Zhang, preparing to restart production. The schedule had already fallen far behind.
After everyone dispersed, Vice Principal Liu began pondering seriously.
If they could truly invite that Master Meng to the school to assist with the practical courses, it would be quite beneficial.
Teaching the students a few genuine skills would bring them immeasurable benefits in the future.
The children showed little interest in academic subjects, but they were quite enthusiastic about practical courses.
As vice principal, he understood the school's problems and shortcomings all too well.
Yet some things were beyond his power to change, leaving him feeling helpless. Still, he couldn't give up trying, he mused.
But would they even have the leisure to teach? What excuse or method could he use? He didn't know.
While he pondered these questions, Meng Rong had already returned to Fenghe. Upon his return, he immediately went to report the situation to Shang Wenli.
Shang Wen was surprised to see him return so quickly. What's this? Back already? Did you finish everything? Done. Nothing major, just minor issues. The school teachers lack experience, they'll sort it out.
Meng Rong casually summarized the situation.
He didn't mention the CNC machine at all.
To him, it was merely a low-level mistake, hardly worth mentioning, not even requiring his intervention. Besides, Shang Wen only cared about the outcome, not the specifics. As long as the factory's task was completed, that was all that mattered. So he simply made a phone call to the office, gave a brief update, and considered the matter settled. But the next day, he received another call. Answering it casually, he was surprised to find it was General Manager Yan, who sounded quite pleased.
Shang Wen, you did an excellent job at Duanjiang Technical School this time. You really impressed them.
The principal just called specifically to thank you and repeatedly emphasized that they want to invite you to give a lecture to the students.
Prepare well, don't let Fenghe agricultural machinery down. These words left Shang Wen utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 65, Change of Heart. In the workshop of Fenghe Agricultural Machinery Factory, Meng Rong was diligently at work.
He had now become a skilled technician. Master Liu entrusted him with many tasks, only needing to step in and offer guidance for the more challenging ones. Just then, Luo Xiaowei walked over and called out to Meng Rong, urging him to take a bathroom break together. Meng Rong paused his work and glanced back at Luo Xiaowei, who looked utterly impatient.
He couldn't help but chuckle. What's up? Did you eat too much this morning? Really got an upset stomach? Come on, hurry up. Let's go to the restroom, I need to talk to you. Meng Rong considered that his tasks weren't urgent these days, so he followed Luo Xiaowei straight to the restroom. At Fenghe Agricultural Machinery Factory, workshop discipline was strict, but there was no rule against going to the bathroom together.
Besides, no matter how strict the rules, they only mattered if someone was actually enforcing them.
Meng Rong glanced back at the bustling workshop and asked Luo Xiaowei with a smile, what's gotten into you? Did you hit another snag in your love life and need your comrades to brainstorm solutions?
Luo Xiaowei shook his head with a touch of embarrassment. His pursuit of Li Shiyao hadn't been smooth sailing. Several old friends had enthusiastically offered advice, created opportunities, and even to free up his time helped him with some work during their spare moments.
Friends like that were beyond reproach. Things are fine lately. I won't bother you with this anymore.
When pursuing a partner, I should only listen to my own heart, Luo Xiaowei said.
Meng Rong eyed Luo Xiaowei up and down. Who knew?
Missed you for 2 days, and you've turned into a philosopher. Come on, spill it, that must be your master Zhang. No, definitely him, giving you another earful.
Tell me, how did he torment you? Let me enjoy the details. Luo Xiaowei showed no anger and didn't deny it.
Instead, he said mysteriously, Meng Rong, none of that matters.
I've actually managed to get some news. News? What kind of news? Big news, of course.
Come on, every time you say it's big news, it turns out to be a dud.
Meng Rong didn't seem bothered.
Hurry up and tell us, or we'll go back to work.
This bathroom is getting stinkier by the minute. It's true. Luo Xiaowei was getting worked up.
Word is the factory's already gotten the notice they want us to send people to the biennial city-level skills competition.
You mean the biennial vocational skills competition in Danfeng City, the one where all the major enterprises compete for rankings and incentives? Meng Rong perked up.
He recalled that 2 years ago, before the last competition, Fenghe Agricultural Machinery Factory had sent representatives but returned in disgrace.
Few at the factory ever mentioned that incident.
He remembered asking old Liu why they didn't enter the competition at least to win some awards and bring honor to the factory. But old Liu had just snorted, saying such contests were old hat, something they'd done over a decade ago and found pointless. Old Liu wouldn't say another word about it, and at the time, Meng Rong assumed he thought the event was too low level, so he didn't give it another thought.
Had Luo Xiaowei not brought it up, he would have forgotten all about it. Heh, my boss mentioned the factories taking this seriously, they're selecting teams to compete. Does that have anything to do with us? Of course it does. You're bound to get a spot on one of the teams, right? Not necessarily. Meng Rong remained calm. Competitions? Back in school, he'd racked up several awards and felt quite proud of it. But after weathering life's storms, such vanities no longer mattered to him. You're definitely in. Everyone knows you're the most skilled among our generation of young workers. Luo Xiaowei protested. You're great in every way, except you're overly modest. You lack the youthful vigor you should have. You seem full of youthful vigor to me. You go. I'll cheer you on from the sidelines. Meng Rong chuckled. I'd love to go, but I'd have to be selected first, Luo Xiaowei said dejectedly. But I know my own limitations. I won't make it. You're the one with the best chance. I couldn't care less about going. Meng Rong wasn't particularly interested. Competing would be a waste of time and energy just to get a bunch of useless awards. What's the point? I heard there's prize money? Even if there is, I'm not going. Meng Rong certainly wasn't short on cash, but he'd already decided this county-level vocational skills competition was meaningless. Even if he went and made a big splash, so what? It wasn't what he wanted. You really don't want to go? Sigh. You're hopeless. Luo Xiaowei was deeply disappointed. What did you say? I said I won't be persuaded. Whatever you say. I'm not signing up anyway. But I want to check it out. I heard if we form a team and advance together, I might just get to ride your coattails. Luo Xiaowei lamented. Forget about it. Meng Rong rejected him coldly. Bringing along dead weight? No way. Luo Xiaowei shot him a pitiful look. Meng Rong couldn't take it anymore. What's with that face? I'm done talking to you. Get back to work. I already bragged to Li Shiyao that I'd come back with a top ranking. If I can't deliver, how am I supposed to face her? Luo Xiaowei wailed. Serves you right. Making empty promises you can't keep. Talk to her properly. She's been hurt before, she can't stand people who talk big but deliver nothing. Watch out, she might never speak to you again. Meng Rong threatened Luo Xiaowei. Joking aside, this was even more reason not to go. What if he didn't place or got replaced by someone else due to some shady dealings? That would be a total waste. This wasn't just idle talk. Competitions like this weren't national standardized tests. If someone really wanted to cheat, it was surprisingly easy. He'd heard of precedents before. That was precisely why he wasn't keen on these kinds of events. Just then, someone called out from outside, Meng Rong, pick up the phone. Who the hell was it? They tracked him down to the restroom, what a nosy dog. Meng Rong cursed under his breath, leaving Luo Xiaowei behind as he dashed out. He rarely answered calls during work hours. He was puzzled who would be calling him at this hour. In recent years, landlines had become popular and many people had bought cell phones, but Meng Rong wasn't interested in these modern gadgets. His salary wasn't generous enough to justify buying such things. Why bother when a public phone sufficed? Still, just in case, he'd given a few people the workshop office number for emergencies. He hurried to the workshop office. The clerk was a quiet young woman. Seeing him enter, she pointed to the phone still resting on the desk, gesturing for him to answer it. Her smile seemed tinged with a hint of playful curiosity. Meng Rong nodded his thanks, picked up the receiver, and said, Hello? Who is this? Brother. It's me, came an excited voice from the other end. Huh, Xiaoquan? Why are you calling at this hour? You have time to call me? Meng Rong was about to scold his little sister, but his heart softened instantly, and he couldn't bring himself to reprimand her. Bro, of course I have something to say. He. Meng Xiaoquan giggled playfully on the other end. Meng Rong knew that tone all too well. He shook his head helplessly. Just get to the point. Whatever it is, if I can help, I will. That's great, bro. I need some money. Money? What for? How much? I need 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan? Meng Rong gasped. Are you crazy? What do you need that much money for? You're still in high school, just focus on your studies. Why do you need so much cash? Bro, I need to buy review materials. I need the money. But you can't possibly need that much. Be honest, what are you really planning to do with it? Meng Rong was getting annoyed. In his mind, his little sister had always been a diligent, hard-working student. Suddenly asking for so much money out of the blue, he had no idea what she was up to. Bro! Stop asking so many questions. Just give me the money. I'm not doing anything bad. Are you giving it to me or not? On the other end of the line, Meng Xiaoquan started throwing a tantrum. Ever since they were kids, whenever she acted stubborn or pouted, Meng Rong would unconditionally give in and give her whatever she wanted. But no matter how soft-hearted Meng Rong was, such a large sum demanded firmness. He pressed Meng Xiaoquan to explain exactly what she needed all that money for. Without a clear answer, he wouldn't give her a single cent buying study materials? That wouldn't require that much.
Besides, he already handed over most of his salary to their mother, who managed all household expenses including his sister's education and living costs. Suddenly being asked for such a large sum was difficult for him to come up with on the spot. Even if he could manage it, he couldn't just hand it over without asking questions. After all, it was no small amount equivalent to over a month's salary and he absolutely had to know what it was for.
Under Meng Rong's persistent questioning, Meng Xiaoquan reluctantly admitted she'd recently become obsessed with a celebrity.
The star was promoting an upcoming concert in the provincial capital, and just the ticket alone cost 2,000 yuan. Add in round-trip transportation, lodging, meals, and entertainment, and it would easily exceed 3,000 yuan.
This is utter nonsense. Meng Rong nearly choked on his own blood. What kind of example was this for a working-class family? His sister chasing celebrities? His hard work for an entire month could only afford her one night of frivolity. Who could tolerate that?
Then came Meng Xiaochuan sniffling sobs on the other end of the line. The sound made Meng Rong's whole body ache. Gritting his teeth, he could only whisper, "I'm telling Mom about this."
It was the most devastating phrase the siblings had ever wielded against each other. The result?
Her sobs grew louder on the other end.
Even the office clerk in the workshop could hear the wails through the phone and whispered to Meng Rong, "How did you manage to make her cry over the phone?"
Her sobs left Meng Rong flustered and soft-hearted.
He relented and agreed.
Meng Xiaoquan immediately cheered with joy, but Meng Rong set a condition: she must rank in the top 10 nationally on her final exams, or else he'd tell their mother. To fulfill her dream of meeting her idol, Meng Xiaoquan readily agreed. Then she giggled, "You're the best brother ever."
"Thanks, big bro.
But I don't have the money right now," Meng Rong said helplessly.
"Oh, he's coming in 2 months. We have to rush to get tickets a month in advance." Meng Xiaoquan was disappointed. "Well, give me a month.
I'll get the money together," Meng Rong promised. On the other end, Meng Xiaoquan cheered again. After hanging up, Meng Rong stood frozen in place, inwardly sighing.
What kind of mess was this? So absorbed in his thoughts, he didn't even hear the clerk ask what was wrong.
Suddenly, he bolted for the restroom. Just as he'd expected, Luo Xiaohui was still goofing off there.
Meng Rong rushed over, grabbed his shoulder, and asked, "Did you say there is prize money for the competition?"
"Yeah."
"How much?"
"I heard the top 3 get 5,000, 3,000, and 1,000 yuan respectively."
"All right, then. We're entering." "Ha! Deal. Once we get the money, I'm taking all the cash."
"As for any honorary certificates or awards, you can take them all and use them as shoe polish paper for Li Shiyao, I don't care."
"Ha! Well, can I ask why you suddenly care so much about the prize money?" "Because I'm broke," Meng Rong declared with righteous indignation. Chapter 66, Teaming Up for the Competition. Just as the two were discussing how to form a team for the competition, shouts erupted outside again calling for Meng Rong. Meng Rong flared up. "Don't they know how disgusting I am? Why are they all coming here to find me?"
Despite his protests, he had no choice but to abandon his discussion with Luo Xiaohui and step outside. There, he found someone calling for him, saying Shangwen was searching everywhere for him.
What does he want with me? Meng Rong was utterly baffled.
Still, Shangwen was his senior and often taught him skills. No matter what, if Shangwen needed him, he had to respond. So he hurried to the craftsmanship department. Upon entering, he found Master Lu and Shangwen sitting face to face, both silent.
Master Shang, you're both here? Looking for me?" Meng Rong felt uneasy. Sure, he'd spent a bit too long in the restroom, but that hardly warranted such stern expressions from both of them, did it?
Master Lu scrutinized him from head to toe, making Meng Rong's skin crawl. He had to explain, "Master, I just went to relieve myself, really.
I also took a call in between. Yeah, that's all. I wasn't slacking off."
Old Lu didn't respond to his words, only replying in a strangely off tone. "Who would have thought?
You've really picked up some skills, haven't you? Talented?" "No. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Master. I only just started thinking about entering the competition." Meng Rong hurriedly clarified.
"I taught you well, but you still had to perform well yourself," Old Lu said, a hint of a smile appearing on his face.
All right. You actually brought some face back to Fengha Factory." Turning back to Shangwen with a smug look, he added, "My apprentice?
When he steps up, 1 man is worth 3.
No question about it. Old Shang, that's what I'll call you from now on. You've got to admit he's got something now." Shangwen didn't object to being called Old Shang.
Instead, he nodded in agreement. "I thought it was no big deal just sending your apprentice on a business trip so he wouldn't be cooped up in the factory all the time. But I never imagined such a small matter would warrant the school principal calling personally to express gratitude."
"That's quite an accomplishment. What exactly did you do?"
Only then did Meng Rong realize they were referring to his visit yesterday to repair several machines at Duanjiang Technical College. His mind relaxed and he simply replied, "Nothing much. They had a few machine tools they couldn't fix, so I helped them find the causes and resolve the issues.
That's all. They're probably just being polite. It wasn't anything major." "Nothing major? Just a repair job?" "At most, a polite thank you would suffice." Why would they invite you to give a lecture? Old Sheng dismissed Meng Rong's modesty. You young people, if there's any fault to be found, it's that you can't match your master. Your master is like a proud rooster, but you? You're too humble, excessively so. That's not good. You're the one acting like a proud rooster. Your whole family are proud roosters. Old Lu shot back, instantly annoyed.
Seeing the two about to launch into their usual bickering, Meng Rong felt a headache coming on and quickly intervened.
It's not that I'm overly modest, it's the truth. Their grinding machine? They lack experience.
They used the wrong oil, didn't follow the regulations. I told them to wipe it clean and fix it.
That's all. Tell me, how bad is that? I'm embarrassed to even mention such a basic mistake. What happened? Old Lu pressed. Meng Rong recounted the entire process of fixing the two grinding machines.
Sure enough, Old Sheng and Old Lu zeroed in on the key points.
What? They made you sleep on the couch at night? That's outrageous. Is this how Duanjian Technical College treats guests? And you fixed their machines for them?
I say they need fixing isn't their machines, but their stingy habits.
The two were furious. Meng Rong, having met Teacher Chen before, knew he was an honest man.
Such an arrangement was likely just a result of his easygoing nature and lack of formal etiquette, a bit of a bookish quirk. Meng Rong repeatedly explained on his behalf, insisting he insisted on sleeping on the sofa to be closer to the work. Still, the two continued their criticism for a while before finally letting it go.
Then doubt crept in.
This wasn't exactly earth-shattering work.
Was it really worth the principal going out of his way to praise Meng Rong like that? The problem was easy to spot. Any experienced mechanic from Manhwa could fix it. Is that really all you did? Meng Rong tilted his head, thought for a moment, and briefly explained the CNC machine issue.
This time, the two were genuinely stunned.
No way you actually fixed the CNC machine for them?
They knew full well that Meng Rong had never actually operated a CNC machine. He'd only observed it from a distance and studied some course materials on his own.
Meng Rong shrugged indifferently. It was just a minor glitch. Why are they getting so worked up? Did I save them money or something? Saved money? You saved them a fortune. Old Sheng declared emphatically, having a deeper understanding of the matter than Old Lu.
They likely avoided a hefty repair bill. From what you said, if they'd spent all that money just because of a rookie mistake, that would have been a total waste.
Meng Rong listened and found the reasoning sound.
Alright, just now Mr. Yen called me. He rarely calls me and said the school gave you a huge compliment. They want you to teach them 2 sessions, showing the students some practical skills.
Mr. Yen already promised the principal, then passed the task to me. Passed it to you. Prepare your lessons well, don't embarrass Fenghe. Old Lu was displeased. What's this? My apprentice fixed their beds for free, and now he's supposed to go teach them for free too? Are you out of your mind, Old Sheng? If you want to teach, you go do it yourself. My apprentice doesn't have time to teach anyone. Meng Rong nodded.
He didn't want to teach either, it was ridiculous. He didn't have the time for such tedious nonsense. Send him to do manual labor, fine.
But lecturing? That would be the death of him. Shang Wen's face flushed.
Mr. Yen had assumed he was the one who repaired the machine tools, unaware it was his young junior Meng Rong. So he'd assigned the task to him. Now he had to quickly pass it off. He didn't have the time either. Besides, even if it was a chance to save face, he wasn't the right person for the job.
Going to lecture might just get him labeled as shameless. Old Lu snorted.
I thought you Old Shin had something important to discuss with Meng Rong that needed me tagging along.
Praising him is one thing, but now you're scheming to send him as your shield? Forget it. We're not giving this lecture. Let whoever wants to go, go.
With that, he turned and headed for the door.
Meng Rong nodded.
He couldn't care less about the lecture, his interest lay elsewhere. He shot Old Sheng an apologetic glance before turning to leave.
Wait. Old Man Shang called out anxiously. What is it?
Old Lu asked, turning back with a hint of irritation. Old Shang, I don't mind lending you my apprentice to run errands, but this can't go on forever.
No, I just remembered something. What is it? I recall Meng Rong mentioning something about entering a competition earlier.
Old Lu thought about it. Meng Rong had indeed mentioned it, but neither of them had paid much attention at the time. He turned to look at Meng Rong.
What competition were you talking about? Master, you didn't know?
Meng Rong looked surprised, thinking all the masters at the factory were aware.
It's the biennial vocational skills competition. Oh, you mean the city level one? That does exist. Old Lu nodded. Counting the days, it should be around now. So what? You want to enter? Well, I've been thinking about it a little. Meng Rong hesitated, still not bringing up his lack of money. It felt embarrassing to admit.
If Meng Xiaoquan had gotten into college but needed living expenses, he'd have no problem talking about it. But now he needed money to chase a star.
What a disgrace. What was there to say?
Seeing Meng Rong's stammering and embarrassed expression, Old Lu chuckled helplessly.
You're young. Go ahead if you want. If you're entering the competition, I support you. I'll help you prepare properly. Thanks, master. But I remember you mentioning this competition before. You seemed completely uninterested. If a master like you enters, we won't stand a chance.
Old Liu waved his hand dismissively. To be precise, we old-timers don't bother with these petty county-level competitions.
They're meant to give the young ones a chance to shine. Frankly, it's just a contest among young technicians.
If you can win an award like this, it's actually quite useful. It proves your worth.
Meng Rong smiled with delight. If it's just the young folks competing, that makes things much easier.
Old Liu chuckled.
That doesn't guarantee you'll get noticed. There are countless people out there more capable and skilled than you.
Don't underestimate the city's top talent just because you're holed up in this little place called Fingha.
I won't underestimate them.
I'll compete seriously. I intend to win.
Meng Rong declared with unwavering confidence.
The moment he decided to enter, his competitive spirit ignited, propelling him into a state of heightened excitement.
Old Shang nodded approvingly from the side. Young man, ambition is a good thing. I believe you can do it. How about this?
I'll help you prepare for the competition. I'll select a capable young technician from the process department to partner with you for the team event.
That should work, right? Sounds great.
Old Liu smiled happily.
He knew exactly who Old Shang would choose.
If he could team up with Meng Rong, a powerhouse combination, they might just make a big splash in this competition.
For Meng Rong, this was certainly a blessing. Old Shang chuckled. Of course, I have a condition. Meng Rong must teach a few classes at Duanjiang Technical College.
No way. Old Liu flatly refused. We're about to start preparing for the competition.
Where would we find the time? I only asked you to agree to teach. I didn't specify when. Besides, General Manager Yan hasn't finalized the schedule with them yet. What if they forget about it over time? Then it's settled. You've got nothing to lose. If they really insist, we can just schedule the lectures after the competition. They probably won't have any complaints then.
Old Liu pondered for a moment, finding the terms acceptable, and agreed. Then Old Shang frowned again. We still need one more person to form the minimum 3-person team with Meng Rong.
Who should we pick?
I already have someone in mind. Luo, shall we? Meng Rong replied. Old Liu and Old Shang exchanged glances and shook their heads almost simultaneously.
He won't do. He'll slow you down. No, it has to be him. I've already promised him. Meng Rong was resolute.
He was determined to secure his share of the prize money.
As for the notion of him being a liability, well, that depended entirely on how he was utilized, didn't it?
Old Liu and Old Shang sighed in resignation. Adding Luo shall we would significantly increase the difficulty, but seeing Meng Rong's unwavering resolve, they had no choice but to agree.
Who is the other candidate you mentioned? Meng Rong asked.
Old man Shang smiled faintly, made a phone call, and shortly after, a young man slightly older than Meng Rong entered the office. He looked simple and honest, with steady, deliberate movements. Old man Shang pointed at him.
Tao Qizhong. He'll be on your team.
Rest assured, his technical skills are on par with yours, but when it comes to finesse, you currently fall short of his.
So it was him. Meng Rong was completely taken aback.
Tao Qizhong was notoriously low-key, rarely seeking the spotlight. He and Meng Rong had only exchanged occasional nods, never engaged in conversation, and Meng Rong had never heard of any remarkable achievements from him. Yet here he was, receiving such high praise from Master Shang. He glanced at Old Liu questioningly, only to see the latter remain utterly unperturbed, clearly tacitly agreeing with Master Shang's assessment.
Chapter 67, Win every match. There's always someone better out there.
Though Meng Rong never voiced it, he'd quietly begun to see himself as the top talent among his peers at the factory. This modest pride had always lingered faintly in his heart. But in Master Shang's eyes, his skill still fell short of this unassuming fellow, Tao Qizhong. He felt a twinge of resentment, though he didn't show it. Over the past 4 years, every time the grinding machine whirred, it seemed to grind away the traces of his former self-satisfaction.
Hello, Tao Qizhong. Hello, Meng Rong.
The two shook hands firmly, then waited for Shang Wen to continue.
Tao Qizhong remained somewhat puzzled, unsure why he'd been summoned.
After Shang Wen explained, he simply nodded, saying little, silently accepting the arrangement as if it were no great matter.
Meng Rong was intrigued. This guy was far too calm.
Most people would get excited upon hearing about a competition. He himself was an exception, not excited, just determined to do it.
But Tao Qizhong remained utterly unruffled. Did he have a lot of stories to tell? Noticing Meng Rong's expression, Shang Wen instantly guessed his thoughts and burst into laughter.
Meng Rong, Tao Qizhong has been at the factory for years.
He's always steady and reliable, with a single-minded focus. He doesn't have all your messy complications.
Old Liu bristled.
What's that supposed to mean, Old Shang? What's messy about my apprentice?
He added curiously, speaking of which, apprentice, since Pang Yudong arrived, I've heard bits and pieces about your past.
I hear you used to be a small-time boss?
Quite the history.
Never shared any of this with your master. Meng Rong glanced at Old Shang and Old Liu in surprise.
Pang Yudong sure had a way with words. Even Old Liu knew about his past. Over these 4 years, though he'd grown deeply attached to old Liu, those old wounds were too painful to revisit.
Would bringing them up elicit sympathy or pity?
Even though he'd moved past it, he still didn't want to dwell on it. But now, there was no avoiding it. He had to face it head on.
Just some small family businesses. They all went under.
Nothing worth mentioning.
Master, this won't affect anything, will it? No problem, no problem. Master Liu waved his hand hastily.
He could tell his apprentice seemed quite sensitive about the past.
I always said this apprentice of mine carries a heavy heart.
So young, such skill he could be strutting about proudly, yet he always looks like he's been through hell. Not a trace of the liveliness his age should have. So that's why. Old Shang poked fun at them both, heartless as ever.
You're a terrible master, aren't you?
Seeing old Liu about to lose his temper, old Shang chuckled again.
Just kidding. Don't take it so seriously.
These are all trivial matters.
The Meng Rong we see now is the Meng Rong of today. What he did in the past is messy and meaningless.
Look at Tao Qizhong, look at Meng Rong in my eyes, they're essentially the same.
You're still so young. Falling down and getting back up is normal.
As for me, I only admire 2 kinds of young people, those who are down to earth, and those who become down to earth after learning from their mistakes. Generally speaking, the outside world favors those who dare to take risks and make waves.
But not everyone is cut out for that.
Some are destined to spend their lives buried in technical work. That path is exceptionally tough, yet those who are steady, studious, and plod through it steadily are also successful in life.
Meng Rong understood perfectly well.
Old man Shang was subtly reminding him and cautioning him about certain things. His so-called secret meant little in the eyes of these seasoned veterans. He nodded gratefully, the lingering unease stirred by those old memories swept away. Old Liu laughed heartily.
Shang, you talk too much.
All that talk has me all tangled up.
All right.
Since we're teaming up for the competition, you'll educate those 2 and get them prepared.
We don't fight unprepared battles.
My disciples must pass every exam and win every contest. With that, old Liu proudly lifted his head and patted Meng Rong on the shoulder.
Feeling his master's encouragement, Meng Rong was filled with gratitude. Old man Shang then briefed the 2 on the competition.
After listening for a few moments, Meng Rong pulled Luo Shelwi over to join them in hearing the details about the vocational skills competition. In truth, vocational skills competitions have existed since the founding of the nation. Factories and schools frequently hosted competitions of varying scales and content. These events serve to recognize excellence, encourage learning, and foster a passion for technical skills and dedication to research. At the time, rewards from higher authorities or factories were primarily symbolic, though they might include practical items like towels or soap.
It was a widely popular form of organizational activity. Since the 1980s, China's vocational landscape has undergone changes.
The 5-tier worker classification system became standardized, and a corresponding array of vocational skills competitions sprouted up like mushrooms after rain. Currently, vocational skills competitions are managed through a tiered and categorized system, divided into 3 levels: national, provincial, and municipal. National competitions are further subdivided into Category I and Category II national competitions. National-level vocational skills competitions encompass cross-industry system and cross-regional events, while competitions organized by a single industry or system fall under Category II national competitions.
This is documented information.
In practice, countless additional skill competitions are organized by various regions, industries, and systems to meet their specific needs. Furthermore, as China progressively integrates into the global trade system, it has begun participating in and even hosting world-class vocational skills competitions. Additionally, beyond inter-industry competitions, inter-institutional vocational skills contests are held even more frequently. However, overall classification and management still adhere to the national grading system. When Meng Rong was at technical school, he participated only in inter-school competitions. When organizing competitions, local authorities and industries must universally adhere to the principle of prioritizing social benefits alongside openness, fairness, and impartiality. These competitions should be closely integrated with vocational skills training, vocational skills assessment, performance evaluation, technological innovation, and production work. Furthermore, vocational skills competitions must strictly comply with relevant national laws and regulations. Various vocational sectors may conduct competitions based on existing vocational skills certification systems. In terms of competition content, the scope is even broader, encompassing manufacturing, civil engineering and water conservancy, even agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fisheries, cultural arts, food processing, as well as electronics and information technology, tourism services, light industry and textiles, medicine and health, and more. For the 3 individuals at hand, provincial, national, or even world-level competitions are currently out of the question. The vocational skills competition they are facing is, according to regulations, a municipal-level event. It is organized by the Municipal Labor Department based on the city's industry characteristics, requiring individual or team participation from various units within a defined scope. Don't underestimate this so-called municipal-level event. Its scale is actually quite substantial. For young technicians, standing out in a competition of this level is truly remarkable. Xianghua emphasized another crucial point: don't be fooled by the modest prize money. The honor gained here directly impacts future skill certification, which in turn affects salary and benefits. That's why everyone takes it extremely seriously, and the competition is fierce. Additionally, there's a stipulation: any individual or team placing in the top 3 at the municipal level must represent the city in the provincial competition. Old Shang spoke with wistful reverie. Our factory has only participated in the provincial competition once in all these years.
Never mind that. Let's focus on our current situation.
None of the three noticed that when old Shang mentioned the provincial competition, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossed old Lu's eyes. These are all macro-level matters. Specifically, to participate in the city-level competition, we actually need to compete for spots within the factory.
Factory spots? The three were taken aback. Exactly. You didn't think we could just chat here and get you into the exam hall, did you? That would be awfully naive.
Old man Shang laughed heartily. If you can't even secure the factory's recommended spots for the competition, then you'd better just stay home and rest. Don't go out there and embarrass yourselves. The three men chuckled awkwardly, suddenly realizing that neither old Shang nor old Lu held any real authority within the factory. Me, old Lu, and old Zhang, Luo Shelwe's mentor, the three of us can at most recommend you for the factory's qualifying competition. Passing the factory's tests, well, will help you get through them. Not by cheating, but by training you, targeting and strengthening your specific skills. The key still lies in whether you're willing to prove yourselves. Watching old man Shang talk at length, Meng Rong suddenly found his mind wandering. Something felt off today. He hadn't wanted to compete at all, so why had he suddenly decided to enter? Shangwen had clearly come to discuss attending school, yet how had the conversation shifted to participating in the factory selection, then advancing to the city-level competition? He couldn't pinpoint exactly what felt off. In hindsight, it felt like he'd been tricked. Old man Shang and old Lu had summoned him, seemingly just to push them onto the competition stage. The thought made him blurt out, "Master Shang, are the factory qualifiers that tough? Is getting a recommendation spot really that hard? Why does it feel like you've been preparing for this for ages?" Old man Shang chuckled, avoiding a direct answer. He glanced casually at old Lu, thinking to himself, if it weren't for fulfilling old Lu's wish, would it be worth all this effort? Since Meng Rong himself expressed interest in competing, why not go with the flow? Of course, word has already spread like wildfire throughout the factory. Many will prepare to apply, but the factory can only recommend a maximum of 2 teams and 6 individuals for this competition. After all, events directly related to our machining and manufacturing specialty are few and far between. You could even say the scope is rather narrow. And do you think passing the factory selection is the end of it? It's not that easy. Before that, there's the county-level assessment and selection, and possibly even preliminary and secondary rounds, before reaching the city finals. In plain terms, it's a series of gateways, layer upon layer of selection. No matter how confident Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong had been, hearing about all these selection stages instantly deflated their confidence. They exchanged glances, speechless. Seeing that he'd sufficiently dampened their spirits, old man Shang continued, "But rest assured, we're sending you to compete because we believe in you. Especially Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong, we know your technical capabilities. Whether individually or as a team, we're confident you'll at least make it to the finals." Really? Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong's eyes lit up as they asked in unison. Of course it's true. If we didn't have this confidence, we might as well head to the workshop and machine a few more parts. At least we'd get overtime pay, old man Shang scoffed. Only Luo Shelwe looked glum. "Master Shang, what about me?" "You?" Shang Wen's gaze drifted, taking on a mystical air. "You've no chance in the individual competition. But for the team event? If you play your part well, you could soar." "What do you mean?" "It means if you play your part right, those two can carry you through." Chapter 68, Skill Competition. Before long, amid a swirl of undercurrents, the factory issued a notice instructing each workshop to organize its own efforts and encourage employees to actively sign up for the upcoming vocational skills competition. The notice stated that preliminary selections would be held in a week. After evaluation by factory leadership and judges, 1 3-person team and 5 individuals would be recommended. Following county-level assessments, they would advance to the competition. To everyone's surprise, the number of spots was even fewer than previously rumored, making the competition fiercer. What the notice didn't clarify was the specific selection process, assessment methods, or judging criteria. Yet the prospect of winning prizes and receiving factory rewards and promotions was enough to stir everyone's interest. After the announcement, several individuals approached Meng Rong with offers to form a team for the group competition. The individual event carried too much risk and a high probability of failure. However, if a small team of skilled individuals could be formed, leveraging each other's strengths and compensating for weaknesses, they could achieve significant synergy. This would greatly increase their chances of eliminating the weakest teams. Unfortunately, they were unaware that Meng Rong had already formed his own team. He could only politely decline each offer. Truthfully, among these individuals were several highly skilled young technicians.
Had he joined forces with them, Meng Rong would have been confident of victory. It was truly a pity. After all, Xianghua had assigned Tao Qizhong as his partner. Meng Rong had no idea how capable Tao really was. He only knew that Tao had been transferred from the workshop to the process department several years ago, where he handled process design, drafting, and sample fabrication. But how well he performed in those roles remained unknown to outsiders. As for Luo Xiaohui's capabilities, Meng Rong knew them inside out. Bringing Luo Xiaohui along was partly out of friendship and partly because he had already made a promise there was no way out. Soon, under Shang Wen's arrangements, all three had registered. Meng and Tao both entered individual events, while Luo Xiaohui, knowing his own limitations, also entered an individual event but primarily focused on the team event. Upon learning of the sign-ups, some were puzzled. That evening, after Meng Rong returned to the dorm, Zhang Xiaohu bluntly warned him that bringing Luo Xiaohui along was dead weight. Don't let friendship ruin a golden opportunity for advancement. Meng Rong didn't answer directly. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. Then why don't you ask why we're teaming up with Tao Qi again? Do you know him that well? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. Tao Qizhong was too low-key, he hadn't interacted much with him. But he believed that if Shang Wen had transferred Tao Qizhong to the process department and given him such responsibility, the man must have some real talent. Logically sound, yet Meng Rong still couldn't fully shake his unease. Beyond completing production tasks, Shang Wen, Old Lu, and Old Zhang began intensive special training for the trio. The trio eagerly joined the so-called intensive training, only to be immediately disappointed. Shang Wen brought out a pile of miscellaneous parts including various wheel spokes, rims, and cast wheel disc blanks, demanding they machine them to standard tolerances, bore holes, and fabricate components like spark plug sleeves and hexagonal bushings. All in all, these were various parts used in agricultural machinery. These tasks tested patience but were fundamentally rudimentary. They weren't difficult per se, just painstakingly time-consuming. If they were mere apprentices, there'd be no question, just get the job done. But given their current qualifications and technician levels, there was absolutely no need for them to be doing this. Luo Xiaohui grumbled, "What's the point of doing this? It's not helping us grow." Master Sang's blood boiled at the remark. Of the three, it was Luo Xiaohui, the least skilled apprentice he'd ever trained, who dared to complain. It was infuriating. "Luo Xiaohui, did you even finish school?" "Of course I have. I graduated from junior high." "Then you must know the story of that great painter drawing eggs?" "You mean Da Vinci drawing eggs?" "Of course I've heard it, we learned about it in elementary school." Master Shang's voice grew louder. "And you dare talk back? Luo Xiaohui, huh? Was mentioning Da Vinci considered backtalk?" He felt indignant, but seeing old Zhang so furious, he had no choice but to fall silent. "Your master's point is crystal clear. It's like Da Vinci drawing eggs starting young, drawing all kinds of eggs, each with its own unique shape. If he couldn't even master the most basic form of an egg, how could he become a great artist? The principle is the same. Do you understand?" Luo Xiaohui replied with a long face, "Got it." Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong exchanged glances. Both were far more level-headed than Luo Xiaohui. Though they weren't entirely convinced, their masters insisted they draw eggs. They figured honing their fundamentals was worthwhile, so they just buckle down and do it. "Don't get resentful either," Old Lu interjected without elaborating. "Just do it while the factory needs it anyway. Finish today's work and rest, if not, stay late." With that, Old Lu, Old Zhang, and Old Shang slunk off together, grinning as they headed for a spot to smoke. "This is so unfair." Luo Xiaohui fumed once they were gone. "I thought it was supposed to be some kind of special training. What is this? It's so basic, it's boring." Meng Rong patted his shoulder. "Forget it. Think of it as building proficiency. There's so much to do, we'd better hurry up. I want to get back early to read and study." He glanced at Tao Qizhong, who looked equally puzzled. The expression on his face suggested he also doubted the logic of this arrangement. Noticing Meng Rong looking at him, Tao Qizhong returned the gaze. Their eyes met, and they nodded slightly. Their thoughts aligned regardless of whether it made sense. Getting the work done was the right thing to do. Then they fired up the bed, and amid a shrill, piercing noise, they began tackling these basic tasks. Seeing the two of them start, Luo Xiaohui reluctantly began working as well. After that, the three worked in silence, heads down. Over the years, they hadn't necessarily cultivated every good habit, but they had mastered the fundamental discipline of technicians. Once they began working seriously, they immersed themselves completely. This included Luo Xiaohui. Though usually loud-mouthed, carefree, and prone to slacking off, when he got serious, his drive was unmatched. Before they knew it, several hours had passed. Meng Rong finally looked up, satisfied as he organized all the machine parts and arranged them neatly. Just as he was about to wipe down the workbench, he paused. He noticed Tao Qizhong beside him had also stopped moving, having finished his work almost simultaneously. He couldn't help but praise Tao Qizhong. "Qizhong, your timing is pretty impressive." "Nothing special. This is just basic work," Tao Qizhong replied nonchalantly, showing no particular excitement. To him, finishing at the same time as Meng Rong was hardly remarkable.
Meng Rong then glanced over at Luo Xiaowei, who was still bustling about. Luo Xiaowei's section was still more than half untouched. Exchanging a glance, Meng Rong suddenly voiced a question. Did the three masters mean we should all finish before resting, or can anyone take a break once they're done? Tao Qizhong opened his mouth hesitantly. They didn't specify. I don't know either. Meng Rong sighed, silently walked over to Luo Xiaowei, lifted the untouched portion of his basket, and returned to his own workstation. Luo Xiaowei glanced up at him, looking quite surprised. Tao Qizhong, however, simply took half of Meng Rong's basket and walked away. Since they were a team, they should share the burden together. So, with the combined efforts of the three, all the work was finally completed half an hour later. Luo Xiaowei gratefully thanked them both. Tao Qizhong gave a hearty laugh. No problem. We're all in this together. Let's move fast. He then politely pointed out several areas where Luo Xiaowei's work was subpar and his movements unstandardized, which had caused delays. Luo Xiaowei nodded repeatedly. Tao Qizhong added, we're learning together. I'll do my best to help you going forward. Meng Rong glanced at Tao Qizhong with some surprise. Luo Xiaowei was his close friend, and Meng Rong had begun to feel a hint of impatience toward him. Yet Tao Qizhong showed not a trace of displeasure, truly remarkable. This was someone worth befriending. The next day, it was the same routine. The third day followed suit. It wasn't until the fourth day, when the difficulty increased and more techniques were introduced, that the trio's pace gradually slowed. Meng Rong noticed that no matter how much work the three masters assigned, Tao Qizhong's quality and speed were almost on par with his own. Curiosity piqued. On the fifth day, Meng Rong resolved to give it his all. Today, the masters assigned them the task of mass-producing a specific type of machine gear shaft. The work wasn't easy, but for the three of them, it posed no technical difficulty. Meng Rong resolved that today, no matter what, he would surpass Tao Qizhong. It wasn't about some damn competitive spirit, it was simply a test to see if Tao Qizhong truly could match his own level. This time, he gave it his all, tuning his entire state to peak performance. With unwavering focus, he pushed through the work. He believed that at this rate of efficiency, even Master Lu himself might not surpass him at the same age throughout the entire Fenghe factory. But hours later, Meng Rong was brutally proven wrong. When he finally stopped working, he discovered Tao Qizhong had already finished and was now organizing the quantities. Unbelievable. Even with Meng Rong operating at full throttle and peak efficiency, Tao Qizhong still managed to outpace him? Refusing to accept defeat, he challenged Tao Qizhong to a processing quantity contest. After counting, they found their output was identical, not a single piece differed. Clearly, the three masters had arranged the task meticulously and fairly. But Meng Rong still refused to accept it. He insisted the three masters inspect the quality of the work. After their examination, however, their conclusion was unanimous: Meng Rong's work was slightly inferior to Tao Qizhong's. Not by much, but just that tiny bit. While most pieces met the standard specifications, there were a few where Tao Qizhong's processing had a margin of error that was just a fraction smaller than Meng Rong's. It was just this tiny difference. The three masters measured it repeatedly with a micrometer, concluding that Tao Qizhong's skill was just that bit stronger. Meng Rong finally understood what Shangwen meant that day when he said Tao Qizhong's fire control was just a bit stronger than his. It meant exactly what it said. Tao Qizhong's foundational skills were so solid, it was downright terrifying. Meng Rong was thoroughly impressed, giving Tao Qizhong a thumbs up. Brother Tao, I gotta give you a big thumbs up. Unexpectedly, the earnest Tao Qizhong shook his head. Not at all. I feel deeply ashamed. Seeing how engrossed you were just now really inspired me, so I threw myself into it too. With my few extra years of experience, I still finished the task only moments after you. I'm truly embarrassed. I'm the one who's impressed by you. The two shared a knowing smile, a mutual admiration blossoming between them, a feeling of heroes meeting too late. Just then, their useless teammate stopped moving and shouted enviously, "Can we just stop? These two are freaks. Working with them is crushing my confidence. I quit, okay?" Old Zhang exploded in rage. "You good for nothing. Dare say quit again, and I'll kick you out of the guild." "No!" Luo Xiaowei shrieked in terror. Chapter 69, Factory Selection. Nearly 2 weeks into the intensive training, the factory officially launched its selection competition. Originally, only designated contestants could participate, but General Manager Yan, on a whim whether his own idea or someone else's suggestion, decided to revive the old state-owned enterprise practice of holding an internal competition to shake up the factory's stagnant atmosphere. In the past, such competitions were organized by the labor union. They would select corresponding level questions from industry question banks and distribute them to workshops, conducting formal selection competitions with great fanfare. Now, with the factory undergoing public-private joint ventures and various equity reforms, the state-owned enterprise flavor had faded considerably. Things weren't so formal anymore. They just hung a big banner in the workshop: Agricultural Machinery Factory Labor Skills Competition Selection Tournament. Competition first, friendship second, participation is key. But the emphasis fell squarely on that awkward last phrase: participation is key. General Manager Yan's intentions were clear: first, to see if they could identify a couple of top performers; second, purely to liven up the factory atmosphere, just a token gesture. As for the competition tasks, since the machines were running, they might as well be put to use. The factory had just landed an order for non-standard British spec parts, so these rare jobs became the test pieces. Top performers would get bonuses, while subpar work would still pass muster, killing two birds with one stone. On competition day, a simple kickoff meeting was held in the workshop. The participant list and team assignments were announced, grouping most registered teams together. Those who hadn't signed up were assigned tasks individually. Then the referee, the workshop director, handed out the test pieces to each team. When Meng Rong's lathe operators opened theirs, they exchanged stunned glances. This job was no walk in the park: a British standard reverse-threaded fine-pitch long lead screw, just 3/8" in diameter, under 10 mm, yet 10 inches long, 254 mm, made of low-carbon 10-grade steel. It would fling around like spaghetti during turning. Thankfully, the fine-pitch thread meant shallow cuts. A coarse-pitch thread would have made anyone curse. Simply put, this task tested both fundamental skills and technical proficiency. The evaluation criteria were straightforward: individual performance measured by skill level, time taken, and quantity produced. Team results were simply aggregated for a composite score. No one really objected. This assessment was brutally straightforward, but it worked. You couldn't claim to be highly skilled if your work wasn't as good or as fast as others. Especially since most participants were young and strong, with fierce competitive spirits. They quickly grabbed their tasks and scattered to work. Factory leaders acted as supervisors, patrolling back and forth to prevent cheating. Meng Rong looked at Tao Qizhong. "Hey, what do you say? Shall we have another contest?" "Luo," shall we grimaced beside them. "Give it a rest, you two. Every time you beat me, I lose all confidence." Tao Qizhong gave a simple, honest smile. "No need to compete. We're on par. The key is securing the recommendation spot. We can't let anyone else snatch that away." Meng Rong nodded. He wasn't necessarily driven by competitiveness to challenge Tao Qizhong, it was just light-hearted banter. Still, he was curious. As the difficulty increased, could Tao Qizhong still outshine him? Before Meng Rong could dwell on it, the workshop director's whistle blew, signaling the start of the competition. Meng Rong didn't rush to start cutting. Instead, he glanced around, observing Tao Qizhong beside him. Without hesitation, Tao walked to the material rack, grabbed a 12 mm bar, loaded it into the 3-jaw chuck, and used the tailstock center to drill a dimple at one end. Switching to the center point, he began steadily turning the bare shaft, bit by bit. Meng Rong thought to himself, this contest is about speed, yet Tao Qizhong didn't seem overly concerned with time. He appeared calm and unhurried. Meng Rong quietly pondered how to gain an unexpected advantage and decided to leverage his experience to take calculated risks. This low-carbon steel was soft, and turning the middle section of the long bar caused severe tool wear. Each cut risked either bulging the material or snapping it midway. The safer approach was segmented turning or using a center support. The riskiest method involved compensating for material loss through manual feed adjustments, increasing the cutting depth along a parabolic curve toward the center to compensate for the blanks loss, then reversing the curve to reduce feed beyond the midpoint. Meng Rong opted for the risky feed compensation approach. The first piece still ended up with a slight bulge and had to be reworked. After switching to a boring tool for meticulous reworking, by the time the polished rod was ready for turning, Meng Rong looked up to see Tao Qizhong had already finished his segmented turning. He hadn't gained any advantage. What surprised him even more was that, unbeknownst to him, Tao Qizhong had also used his method to complete the first polished rod ahead of schedule in a single pass. Tao was now grinding a threading tool on the grinding wheel. Meng Rong wasted no time, grabbing his own threading cutter and threading chuck to head to the grinding wheel room. Meng Rong was fast at grinding, but Tao Qizhong wasn't far behind. The two finished grinding their threading cutters almost simultaneously. Meng Rong jogged back to his workbench, swapped out the cutter, set the speed and feed rate, enabled automatic retraction and reverse, and began slowly cutting the reverse thread with 3 passes per cut. Once the bare shaft was complete, threading was straightforward, just a matter of running the cutter over the surface a few more times. And so, working at nearly identical speeds, the pair finished the first lead screw almost simultaneously. They submitted it to the judge workshop director Yu for evaluation before returning to machine the remaining two. Director Yu was somewhat taken aback. While others were still cautiously sharpening their tools, these two had already finished. It really was a case of comparing yourself to others and feeling utterly defeated. He glanced around the workshop. Some technicians, perhaps influenced by the pair's swift pace, seemed flustered. A few individuals' movements had noticeably become distorted, and they were clearly on the verge of botching their work. Not long after, just as their second screw was nearing completion, another worker finally finished their first and submitted it. But when Director Yu looked at it, his brow furrowed. The worker was Luo Xiaohui, someone he had never held in high regard. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Could Luo Xiaohui really complete such work independently? Yet to his surprise, Luo Xiaohui looked utterly dejected, showing no sign of satisfaction. Director Yu couldn't help but ask, "You did a great job. Why do you look so down?"
Luo Xiaowei gestured toward the back with a slight nod of his head. Look at those two. They're about to hand in their second piece. How could I be happy? With those two freaks around, I'll never get ahead. Director Yu couldn't help but smile at his expression. Thus, in less than an hour, Meng Tao and his partner smoothly completed their assessment and exited early. Luo Xiaowei was third. After him, the others gradually finished and came out. The longest time taken exceeded the stipulated 2 hours. Since it was all their own factory work, they weren't stopped but allowed to finish before wrapping up. As soon as they stepped out, Meng Tao and the others were pulled away by 3 master craftsmen before they could catch their breath. Their smooth passage of the assessment and securing the top 2 spots was entirely expected. Now, it was time to intensify their specialized training. A considerable time passed before Luo Xiaowei came running over. Spotting the 3 masters, he exclaimed with emotion, "The special training really is effective. Though the tasks were tedious, my dexterity and speed have clearly improved." His voice brimmed with delight as he added, "I came in third." "Ha! You're just too lazy. You've got decent talent, but you refuse to put in the effort." Master Zhang glared at him fiercely. Over the years, he'd come to know Luo Xiaowei better than his own wife, frustrated by his lack of progress. For Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong, it was no big deal. More practice on fundamentals wouldn't boost their speed much, mainly just maintaining their touch. But for Luo Xiaowei, it was a significant strengthening and honing of his basics, with noticeable results. Unable to compete with Meng and Tao, Luo Xiaowei considered securing third place an extraordinary achievement. Watching him and Master Zhang one self-satisfied, the other deeply dissatisfied masters Lu and Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. Yet they knew full well that Luo Xiaowei's speed was merely passable, still far from competitive level. The power of love is truly remarkable. Meng Rong couldn't help but marvel. He'd witnessed Luo Xiaowei's transformation firsthand. Lately, it was as if he'd taken some kind of elixir, becoming more diligent and hardworking than ever before. To fulfill his promise to Li Shiyao, he'd thrown caution to the wind. Tao Qizhong chuckled awkwardly beside them and asked the 3 masters, "Shall we begin? What should we practice this time?" Luo Xiaowei stared at him as if he were a monster. "No way. Give me a break, I just stepped off the exam stage." But his protest fell on deaf ears. The trio soon plunged back into a grueling, inhuman training regimen. When the results were announced the next day, as expected, Tao Qizhong took first place, Meng Rong second, and Luo Xiaowei followed closely in third. This essentially finalized Finghua Factory's team for the competition. Tao, Meng, and Luo would compete in the team event, while Tao, Meng, and 3 others would participate in the individual events, totaling 6 competitors. These results were not surprising to anyone. However, Meng Rong was still puzzled. Why had the judging panel ranked him below Tao Qizhong? They had clearly finished their work simultaneously. Director Yu resolved his confusion. While Meng Rong's first delivered lead screw met standards, it still had room for improvement. In other words, Tao Qizhong's performance demonstrated greater consistency. Meng Rong suddenly understood, gaining even greater respect for Tao Qizhong's skill. Meanwhile, in General Manager Yan's office, he and several others were in discussion. Yan asked Pang Yudong gently, "Yudong, why aren't you competing this time? Logically, you should have a share in this competition." Pang Yudong smiled faintly. "I suppose I'm somewhat of a manager now. While there's no explicit rule barring managers from competing, I noticed no other managers signed up. There's no need for me to draw attention to myself. It's best to align with the others." President Yan pondered thoughtfully. It's commendable for a young person to be humble and know when to step back. This competition truly holds little significance. If you choose not to participate, so be it. Pang Yudong nodded calmly. The others praised his admirable perspective for someone so young. But Director Kong, nearing retirement, asked, "Well then, Pang Yudong, if you were to compete, would you have a chance?" Pang Yudong smiled lightly. "Yes. I am, after all, an intermediate-level technician." Only then did everyone recall that Pang Yudong was indeed one of the few young intermediate-level technicians in the factory. President Yan sipped his tea, found it too hot, blew on it a few times, and then said, "Young man, when opportunities arise in the future, you must seize them. Otherwise, how will you earn the respect of others?" President Yan thought of his precious daughter. This Pang Yudong wanted to prove himself. He'd need to show some real achievements. He mulled it over in his mind. Meng Rong, of course, had no idea that the moment destined to alter his fate was fast approaching. Chapter 70, Storm Clouds Gathering. Meanwhile, along the brick path by Wangui Lake, visitors strolled and chatted, laughing as they passed. The scenic beauty of lake and mountains had gradually become a leisure pursuit for city dwellers in recent years. Whenever they had time, many would come to the lakeside, the elderly to stretch their limbs, the young to court each other. Yet in the classroom at Duanjian Vocational School, also by Lake Wangui, Yan Guo was lecturing in a booming voice. She often resembled a lion ready to roar at any moment, occasionally glancing back to intimidate students whose minds had wandered. Last time, she lost her temper completely, stormed out slamming the door, an incident still vivid in some students' minds. Teacher Yan, it must be said, was not as sweet and charming as her appearance suggested. She was pure fire, commanding both respect and fear from her students.
After several such incidents, her classroom transformed. Students now sat upright and attentive, unlike the lazy, listless attitudes seen in other teachers' classes. Whether they understood or not was another matter entirely. What mattered was putting on the appearance of attentive listening. The students were clever and quickly mastered the art of appearing attentive in Ms. Yan's class. Thus, after Yan Guotao delivered a lengthy lecture on the development history of modern electrical equipment worldwide, she paused only when the bell rang, continuing for another 5 minutes before concluding. Just as she finished, she suddenly noticed Vice Principal Liu standing silently outside her classroom door. Had she not relaxed after the bell, she would never have noticed. She had no idea how long Vice Principal Liu had been standing there listening. Even with her easygoing nature, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry, fearing he might have something negative to say. Her heart pounding, she hurriedly greeted Vice Principal Liu, completely forgetting about the class behind her.
Vice Principal Liu beckoned. "Come with me. We need to find somewhere to talk." Yan Guo gathered her teaching materials and followed Vice Principal Liu out.
The moment she left, the classroom erupted in a collective sigh of relief. Teacher Yan, though beautiful and never one to speak harshly, had a temper that was truly explosive.
Attending her class meant not even the slightest distraction was tolerated.
One student muttered, "Ugh, my back is killing me from sitting so straight." He slumped onto his desk, soon snoring loudly. Yet others kept their eyes fixed on the blackboard, their hearts clear as crystal. Everyone understood that though Teacher Yan was strict, she truly had their best interests at heart. But what she had just said,
"Do we even have a future?" The thought left them feeling lost again, unwilling to dwell on the question.
Yan Guo felt a bit embarrassed. "Principal Liu, I'm not sure how long you've been waiting outside.
I seem to have run over. You didn't even give me a heads up."
It wasn't long at all, just that Professor Yan's lecture was so captivating, I couldn't help but stand and learn along for a bit, Vice Principal Liu said. "Running over is no problem, consider it me learning a little extra alongside the students."
"I'm afraid I made a fool of myself." "Not at all. Your lecture was truly excellent. You've got the makings of a master teacher."
"I hadn't heard you teach before, but the impact was remarkable."
"I observed the entire class. Every student was completely absorbed."
"Unlike other teachers, I'd say you're the obvious choice for this year's Model Teacher Award."
"Principal Liu, you're teasing me." Yan Guo blushed and stamped her foot. "I'm not teasing you.
I was thinking if every class in our school had this kind of atmosphere, would we ever worry about our school's future?"
Vice Principal Liu sighed. Yan Guo paused for a long moment before responding, "Maybe I'm just too strict. I scare them, so they don't dare misbehave in class."
"Strict? That's a valuable approach. I think our teachers are just too gentle."
Vice Principal Liu shook his head. "Earlier you mentioned that with the advancement of electrification and digitalization, industry will eventually enter a robotic era? That conclusion seems a bit too forward-thinking and perhaps overly pessimistic, don't you think?"
"No."
Yan Guo shook his head, countering immediately. "One day, humanity will inevitably enter the era of robots, especially industrial robots. It's only a matter of time. But what about all the skilled workers we're training now? Once the industrial robot era arrives, what will they do? Won't they all be unemployed?"
Yan Guo lowered his head in thought, then said with some confusion, "I don't know either. But I do know this, if we don't work hard now, these children will be phased out by factories long before the era of industrial robots even arrives."
Vice Principal Liu fell silent for a moment.
"We don't know if this viewpoint is right or wrong yet.
I understand your good intentions in teaching this in class, but what will these children think after hearing it? What will they think? They'll wonder if there's any point in studying so hard today." Yan Guo froze.
She had just been passionately lecturing on the history of global industrial development, drawing on her knowledge of international trends to project the future trajectory of industry. Her intention had been to spark the students' ambition and sense of urgency, but she hadn't considered whether such a perspective might instead leave them feeling disillusioned about their futures. Seeing her deep in thought, Vice Principal Liu reassured her, "Don't overthink it.
These kids probably won't dwell on it. Besides, even with industrial robots, someone still has to operate them, right?
I don't think it's possible for machines to completely replace human labor, even in the future."
"Don't worry yourself sick over nothing." Yan Guo pondered for a moment before agreeing. She then asked, "Vice Principal Liu, did you come just to evaluate my teaching? Is there nothing else?" Vice Principal Liu smiled.
"This was just a casual chat sharing insights on teaching methods.
Have you heard about the upcoming municipal vocational skills competition? This event ran parallel to the vocational skills contest Meng Rong was preparing for, though this one was restricted to institutional participants." "Huh? It's coming up so soon?" "Of course I know about it." Yan Guo racked his brain. "What about it?" "Of course, we want you to compete."
Vice Principal Liu smiled faintly. "Colleges, technical secondary schools, and vocational institutions across the entire city will participate. But this time, as far as I know, they're adding a CNC machining category. I think this is a great opportunity to bring glory to the school. You absolutely must be there. Lead the team as coach, find a few students to train thoroughly, and enter the vocational secondary school category." Yenghua tilted her head, pondering. Bring glory to the school? But what's in it for me? I've only just joined the faculty. Isn't it a bit much to take up a competition spot already? If I say it's good, then it's good. Who could possibly object? Vice Principal Liu waved his hand dismissively. Besides, there are plenty of benefits. Winning an award naturally comes with school recognition, which helps with advancement. When it comes time to apply for professional titles, this competition experience and any awards you earn will be very helpful. Yenghua protested, but I'm swamped with classes and commitments after school. What if I really don't want to participate? Then make time to prepare. Vice Principal Liu dismissed the concern. It's settled then. And another thing, since the inter-institutional skills competition includes categories for both vocational high school students and teachers, we might organize a vocational teaching competition. I thought your presentation earlier was excellent, and your lesson plan was very well crafted. You should enter the teaching competition when you have time. It's decided. Young people should be willing to take on responsibilities. You can't always make excuses. Yenghua froze, unable to come up with a refusal before lifting her head to find Vice Principal Liu had already vanished. She returned to her office, feeling as if a bolt from the blue had struck her. This sudden responsibility weighed heavily on her. No, she had to consult the academic affairs director. A verbal request alone shouldn't bind her to compete, right? Besides, there were plenty of other teachers at the school. The entire Duanjiang Technical College had over 100 faculty members and more than 1,000 students. As a new teacher, she really wanted to focus more of her energy on her teaching duties. For Yenghua, this was merely her first competition. She could never have imagined that her life would accelerate from this point onward, participating in more and more events, each larger than the last, achieving ever greater success until she found herself traveling across the country giving lectures. For Yenghua, the small Duanjiang vocational school was merely the beginning of her journey. Yet at that moment, she was filled with anxiety, her mind consumed by thoughts of how to decline such an opportunity. When she approached the academic affairs director, he responded that he was fully aware of the situation and that following Vice Principal Liu's arrangements was the right course of action. Newcomers need more practice, he said, pushing her toward the door. Claiming he was busy preparing for a meeting, he dismissed her, leaving Yenghua with no choice but to leave. Returning to her office, her mind racing, she sat at her desk, silently plotting her next move. After a long while, she heard Sister Lin gasp in surprise. She looked up to see Sister Lin staring at her in astonishment. Hey, when did you get back to the office? I've been back, for a while now? You seem off today. No, something's definitely up. You're unusually quiet, I haven't heard a peep from you. Sister Lin chuckled. This is strange. Could it be, young love? Yenghua felt both embarrassed and flustered. What are you talking about? Young love? I'm just worried about the task the school gave me. They want me to participate in the city competition. I don't want to go. Getting to go is a good thing. It's a rare opportunity. Lots of people want to go but can't. You don't know, but the school's been buzzing these past few days. Some people are already gearing up. Sister Lin offered a few words of comfort, but it didn't seem to help much. Then she suddenly remembered, oh, Yenghua, you got a call earlier. It was your grandfather. He said you absolutely have to come home for dinner tonight. He mentioned something about the family needing to gather. Oh no. Yenghua shot to her feet. This is terrible. I promised him last week I'd visit him today. It's ruined. Completely ruined. I totally forgot. Yenghua was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Her grandfather lived in the urban area of Chunqiao County, not too far away. But even if she rushed there immediately and caught a ride, it would take at least 3 hours round trip. If she missed the last bus, she wouldn't make it tonight. These past days had been consumed by work preparing lessons, teaching classes, and checking on the machine tools at the school enterprise partnership after school. She'd been swamped and completely forgotten about this. Oh, Grandpa will definitely scold me. Yenghua felt so desperate she almost cried out loud. Since I was little, Grandpa has always loved me the most. How could I have forgotten this? If I can't make it, he'll be so upset. Sister Lin watched her panic helplessly, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her. Just then, the phone rang. Sister Lin answered it. Yenghua, it's for you. Yenghua snatched the phone. Who is it? Hurry up and say what you need to say, I have to catch my bus. A voice as familiar as could be came through the line. Guagui, it's Dad. I knew you'd be swamped at school, so I drove over to pick you up. Finally caught you after class. Hurry out, get in the car, we're taking you to see Grandpa. Yenghua nearly jumped for joy. I love you so much. I'll be right out. Ha ha. She grabbed her bag and dashed out without a second thought. Sister Lin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Yenghua was always this impatient, a moment of quiet just wasn't her style. Chapter 71, How will you crack this difficult character? Yengua's academic background and major were common knowledge at Duanjiang Technical College. She was one of the few recent graduate students to join the faculty. Teachers qualified to teach engineering and electromechanical subjects were scarce to begin with, and as a female graduate student, she was exceptionally rare. Even after Duanjiang Technical College merged with numerous vocational schools and expanded its departments, the proportion of graduate-level faculty remained around 20%. Back in 2004, it was under 10%. As mentioned earlier, her striking appearance combined with her exceptional academic credentials attracted numerous suitors from unmarried male teachers within the school to friends introduced by acquaintances outside. Yet she turned them all away. Her personality gradually became widely known as stark contrast to expectations. She should have been a popular, intelligent beauty, yet she managed to transform herself into a fiery, temperamental, and unpredictable force of nature. Truly one of a kind. Yet while these traits were common knowledge, only a select few knew the truth about Yengua's family background. Lin Jie, for instance, knew Yengua cherished her grandfather deeply, yet never pressed her on his identity. Had she asked just one more question back then, she would have gasped in horror. Yengua's grandfather was once an intellectual. Witnessing the turmoil of his homeland, he joined a renowned local guerrilla unit to fight against the Japanese invaders. During those smoke-filled years of war, his footsteps traversed the length and breadth of the country. In the Zhuanhai campaign, he served as the political commissar of one of the divisions. It could be said that the old man was a distinguished figure in the nation's history. After the founding of the People's Republic, he chose to step back from the limelight and return to his hometown to become a teacher. He served as the principal of a school for many years before retiring to his hometown, where he has lived out his days. Yengua's mother was her grandfather's youngest daughter, and Yengua herself was her mother's only child. Consequently, she was showered with affection by her grandfather from childhood. Yengua became his greatest comfort in his later years and his little ray of sunshine. Yengua's grandfather was remarkably low-key and had instilled excellent values in his family. He never flaunted his achievements, and his children proved to be very capable, each excelling in their respective fields. Yengua graduated from the mechanical engineering department of a university in southern China. After completing her research, she initially intended to stay in the south, where opportunities were more abundant. Yet, because of a single sentence from her grandfather, she returned. He couldn't bear the thought of her living so far away. Traveling back and forth to the south would be too difficult, making it hard to see her. And if she were to marry someone in the south someday, it would feel like tearing out a piece of his heart. Yet, grandfather never pressured her about this. He simply told her, "Our hometown nurtured you, so you must return to give back to it." Yengua thus abandoned everything within her grasp in the south and returned to teach in her hometown. She chose to become a teacher at a technical secondary school aligned with her major in electromechanical engineering, hoping to make her mark there. Yet what she witnessed filled her with such sorrow that she felt lost, unsure how to save these unmotivated children. Young and inexperienced, she hadn't yet found a solution. She resorted to extremely harsh methods, superficially forcing students to obey her classroom discipline. Worries and concerns piled up, and then suddenly she had to compete in a contest. The pressure was overwhelming, nearly driving Yengui to the brink of madness. She even began to regret her choice. Then, remembering her promise to her grandfather, she grew urgent, instantly casting aside all the chaos. Hearing her father had driven to pick her up, she dashed out, overjoyed. In that moment, she only wanted to return to her cozy little nest, take her grandfather's hand, and pour out all her troubles to him, just like when she was a child. On the drive home, Yengua's father, Yin Huairen, drove with a broad smile. His precious daughter had finally grown up and become a teacher, which filled him with deep satisfaction. Yet his concerns mirrored those of parents everywhere. Could Yengua handle the job? Would she face bullying from colleagues? Were there any boys with ulterior motives toward her? But as he asked these questions, he realized Yengua had gone quiet. He quickly turned to look and saw that the pressure and anxiety of recent days had finally caught up with her. Now, surrounded by family, her nerves relaxed. Combined with the gentle rocking of the car, she had drifted off to sleep. Yin Huairen's face softened with concern. He said nothing more, adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting, and accelerated back toward their destination. By the time dusk fell, the car pulled up behind a large compound on the outskirts of Chunqiao County. Only then did he wake Yengua. Upon hearing him, she stumbled out of the car and walked straight inside. Though she couldn't recall how many times she'd been here since childhood, she knew the place like the back of her hand. Even asleep, she wouldn't have gotten lost. The moment she entered the house, she saw her grandparents seated solemnly at a table laden with food in the living room, waiting silently for her. Her mother sat beside them, looking restless and uneasy. The old man's face was clouded with displeasure, as if he were holding a grudge against someone. "Grandpa!" Yengua called out in a spoiled tone as she entered, plopping down beside him. "Oomph!" The old man turned his head away, clearly displeased. Grandma shook her head beside him. People really do become more childish as they age. Now he's even learned how to sulk. "Are you mad at me?" Yengua asked cautiously. The old man remained sullen. Yengua quickly stood up and wrapped her arms around his neck like she did when she was little. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. School's been so busy. Ugh, those students are such a handful. That's why I'm late. I'm really sorry."
Are you really that busy with work? The old man asked skeptically, his face still stern. It's true. I'm swamped.
And just now, Principal Liu told you I have to enter some teaching competition and take students to a skills contest.
It's all a mess. I'm overwhelmed and at my wit's end.
All I can do is throw up my hands in despair. It's like that poem says, how much sorrow can one bear? It flows like a river eastward.
The old man finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing.
Huigui had grown up, yet he still quoted poetry and proverbs haphazardly like a child, misinterpreting classics in ways that were both exasperating and amusing. He remained the old man's eternal source of joy. Seeing the old man finally smile, the others nearby breathed a sigh of relief.
Yengua's mother quickly interjected, all right. It's fine. Dinner's ready. These dishes have gotten a bit cold. I'll warm them up. Soon, the family sat down to a warm dinner. Throughout the meal, the old man kept serving dishes onto Yengua's plate, looking displeased until she finished everything.
Just moments ago, he'd been furious at Yenghua for nearly breaking their promise, yet now he seemed eager to pile every last morsel onto her plate.
Where's Uncle?
Yenghua asked, stuffing chicken wings into her mouth while spearing a slice of beef with her fork.
Same as you, busy. Grandma explained.
His school's about to have the college entrance exams, so he's swamped too. He has to stay glued to the school. Sigh, kids these days really have it tough, and teachers just have to tough it out with them. Recalling her own grueling preparation for the college entrance exams, Yenghua nodded in agreement.
Exactly. But is going to university really the only path?
I'd rather teach at a vocational school or technical college.
My students can still go far in life. Grandpa listened intently to her topic. What's going on? Are your classes keeping you busy? Are the students behaving? Yenghua could only respond vaguely on this topic. It's okay. Busy every day, but it's just,
Her grandfather grew slightly displeased.
What do you mean just like that? Good is good.
Aside from his time in the military, he had dedicated his life to education. Matters concerning school teaching held his deepest interest and genuine concern. Yenghua paused, then shared the current frustrations and busyness she faced. Hearing this, the grandfather who had seemed childlike moments ago suddenly regained his wisdom and seriousness.
Grandma sighed and reminded him this was a family gathering, not a work meeting. Grandpa glared at her. This is a young teacher reporting to me. Why can't I listen? Caring for the young, nurturing the young, helping the young, that's our tradition. Old hag, you know nothing. Go cool off somewhere. Grandma was instantly flustered, flinging down her chopsticks and bowl before storming off.
Yengua's mother shot her a stern look before hurrying to placate the elderly lady. With gentle coaxing and persuasion, she finally managed to get Grandma back to the table. Grandpa, however, found the conversation interesting. Turning to Yenghua, he asked, Huigui, have you had enough to eat? Work comes first. Come on, let's move to the sofa and chat over tea. He then gestured toward Yengua's father.
Huiren, go brew us some Xinyang Maojian.
This green tea helps clear heat from the body, it'll do Huigui good. Yengua's father nodded repeatedly, then shot Yenghua a stern look.
What kind of situation was this?
The oldest and youngest weren't lifting a finger, leaving everyone else to fuss and bustle. Not wanting to delay, he asked where the tea leaves were stored and went to fetch them.
Grandpa promptly took Yengua's hand and led her to the nearby sofa.
He sat down on his own single sofa, adopting a serious and solemn demeanor. Turning back, he found the TV screen distracting their conversation and promptly switched it off with a click. This infuriated Grandma, who started scolding him again. It was her favorite antiques appraisal show, why wouldn't he let her watch it? Well, that's pretty much the gist of it. Yenghua poured out all the difficulty she was facing, spilling her troubles like beans from a bamboo tube. Grandfather fell into deep thought after hearing her story. Only after the tea was placed in his hands and he took a sip did he speak slowly. Huigui, you can't rush this matter. There are no students who can't be taught, only teachers who don't know how. Don't assume those kids are inferior just because they got into vocational school with average grades. Don't let them feel inferior or run wild. No one truly gives up on themselves. You just haven't found the right approach yet. You need to learn to get inside their minds, understand their real thoughts, and figure out why they can't seem to absorb your lessons no matter how hard you try. Have you ever considered whether your teaching methods are the problem? If you were in their shoes, could you actually absorb what you're teaching? Is your knowledge level on par with theirs? Could you make it more engaging? Going from 0 to 1 is far harder than leaping from 1 to 10,000. Remember back in the army? We taught illiterate soldiers to write. Some were rough and tumble types who despised education. What did we do? We used reverse psychology. We had literate soldiers write letters home, then had them read the replies aloud in front of the whole class. That way, these roughnecks started thinking, if I could learn to write and read letters too, wouldn't that be great? That's how they developed an interest in learning. Of course, this was only a small-scale approach back then and can't be applied universally today. You should think about what you enjoy most, what methods you prefer for reading and studying. You love singing, you sang beautifully as a child. Why can't you sing for your students in class? Think deeply, and you'll surely find better methods.
I don't know your field, but human nature is universal. Your task is to figure out how to engage students in learning. In this regard, I believe your intelligence will yield more solutions than our older generation. Difficulties? It's all about how you overcome them.
Yan Guo listened, half understanding, half confused. Yet her mind raced, and vaguely, it felt like a window to life had opened for her. Years later, when interviewed by a major newspaper, she recalled this conversation with her grandfather with deep emotion. It had unlocked her life like a key. But at that moment, she hadn't thought that far ahead. But I still have to compete. The old man roared with laughter. My granddaughter. A true hero fears no bloodshed. What's she afraid of? Some silly competition? Chapter 72, County Selection. Before the city-level competition, there was a county-level selection round. The relevant departments in Dazhou County placed great importance on selecting participants for the municipal vocational skills competition. For several consecutive years, Dazhou County had failed to secure favorable rankings in the most critical fields. Each time, they went off full of enthusiasm only to return disgraced, finding their presence only in marginal events. This time, they believed several promising talents had emerged. If they could select a few elite candidates from within the county to restore its reputation, it would serve as a significant publicity achievement for Dantian County, boosting the morale of its vocational workforce. The standard procedure requires the county labor union to organize a municipal-level competition, pitting all local machinery processing enterprises against each other. However, many counties have only one enterprise or none that meet the scale requirements. In such cases, enterprises or industries directly recommend candidates to participate in the industry association's selection process. In the entire Dantian County, Xianghua Agricultural Machinery Factory is already one of the few enterprises put forward. Additionally, 3 other machinery processing enterprises either in similar circumstances or slightly inferior but of comparable caliber were ultimately selected to participate in this county-level competition. Unlike the somewhat casual approach at Xianghua Factory, the competition now had a higher profile as it had been elevated to the county level. The organization was different from the start. The county labor union dispatched vehicles to directly pick up the teams from the 3 enterprises. These teams included team leaders, coaches for the participating disciplines, and team members, all traveling together to the designated competition site. Soon, something surprising happened. Meng Rong discovered that the other 2 factories had also selected 6 people each. A total of 18 people were competing for 2 team spots and 8 individual spots. But to save hassle, the county union decided to hold the competition at Xianghua Agricultural Machinery Factory, right next to the government offices. This meant Meng Rong and his team didn't get the special bus ride. Upon hearing the news, Meng Rong lamented the missed opportunity, feeling the other 2 factories had gained an unfair advantage. Next came the venue setup. The judges were all organized by the union, borrowing space and equipment from the Agricultural Machinery Factory. The scene was far more spectacular than when Xianghua Agricultural Machinery had hosted the vocational qualification exams. When the lathe operators set up the venue, Meng Rong and his team pitched in. 12 lathe stations were separated by colorful banners, with only one entrance at the front. Hanging on the wall opposite the entrance was a large banner proclaiming 2004 Danshui County Labor Skills Competition Lathe Operators Venue. Below it, in smaller letters, another banner read, wishing all competitors outstanding results. The scale and grandeur were worlds apart from the factory's internal events. All 18 machines had undergone meticulous maintenance. Their surfaces were spotless, guide rods gleaming, and even the previously dented and scratched saddle plates were freshly painted. After all, a provincial competition would soon be held here. Each lathe bore a round white and red plaque numbered 1 to 12. The 18 contestants drew lots to randomly assign machines. The angle iron workbenches beside the machines were replaced with red tool carts purchased by the union, stocked with tools, tool holders, and inserts. This time, however, machine clamping tools were permitted. Each lathe was equipped with 2 machine clamping tool holders, one 90-degree and one 45-degree, along with 2 boxes of matching carbide inserts. Meng Rong couldn't help but mutter to himself upon seeing this. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tao Qizhong. Both understood that the cutting parameters would be different this time, requiring extra caution. In the center of the aisle stood a workbench laden with 18 Phi-60 round bars. They appeared to be 40 cr steel, though Meng Rong knew neither 40 cr nor 15 cr MO were easy to machine. Stainless steel offered no easy tasks. At 9 a.m., teams from all events gathered on the square outside the workshop. The County Labor Union chairman delivered the opening address, focusing on 3 main points. First, emphasizing the event's significance and the county leadership's support. Second, outlining the union's organizational efforts. And third, wishing all competitors a successful start. Naturally, he also praised the Agricultural Machinery Factory for providing the venue. Outside the competition area, over 100 employees from Xianghua Factory had gathered. Such a major event naturally called for their cheers and support. When the thanks to Xianghua Factory were mentioned, they erupted into enthusiastic applause, pushing the atmosphere to its first peak. Next, the County Labor Union chairman invited Yan, the general manager of the Agricultural Machinery Factory, to address the crowd. Yan had only intended to attend, so he was caught off guard by the impromptu request to speak.
He reluctantly took the stage, delivered a few perfunctory remarks, and then stepped down. The chairman then formally announced the start of the competition in his Mandarin with a distinct local accent, instructing everyone to enter the competition area according to their pre-assigned positions. Only upon entering the competition area did the judges for each event begin explaining the rules, time limits, technical constraints, and other conditions. This time, Meng Rong and his team faced individual competitions. Each participant worked on the same task, with the judging panel scoring based on quality of completion, time taken, and process performance. The highest scorer would be crowned the individual champion. Similarly, for team competitions, the scores of 3 team members would be combined, with the highest total earning the team championship. The rules were straightforward, but the tasks themselves were anything but simple. First, the material, 40 cr steel. The workpiece resembled a grenade, a tapered top surface, a trapezoidal lead screw in the larger diameter middle section, and a tapered tail end with reverse taper. The tail required internal boring and slot milling. Meng Rong noted a critical detail: the tapered top was flat, lacking a center hole, and demanded a surface finish of 1.6. This meant machining this section required single thread turning without support. The tolerance demands were equally demanding: 0.02 mm concentricity between the taper and the lead screw's top circle. Ensuring this was challenging enough, but measuring it was a technical feat in itself. I wonder how the judging panel planned to verify it. Another difficulty was the lead screw's tail end immediately adjoining a flat surface with no relief groove. This called for experience and hand speed. Manual retraction at the end is critical. Retract too early and the lead screw leaves a tail too late and the table surface is ruined. This is quite tricky to manage. However, the drawing doesn't explicitly specify the table thickness, meaning the lead screw tooth length can be appropriately extended, which isn't overly demanding. The subsequent reverse taper, however, is far less forgiving. Not only must it be machined in reverse, but there's also no clearance left between it and the table surface. This means it must be machined manually. It wasn't just Meng Rong's team. The other 2 competing manufacturers quickly identified the same problem upon hearing the instructions. For a moment, everyone paused, waiting to see how the judges would proceed. Unexpectedly, the judges didn't immediately announce the groupings but instead allowed each team to discuss potential solutions. This was exactly what they wanted, so the teams gathered together. Watching Meng Rong, Tao Qizhong, Luo Hui, and the other 3 huddled together with troubled expressions, old Zhang, observing from the periphery, grew solemn. This was getting tricky. He glanced back at old Lu, who stood arms crossed, utterly still, observing the scene without a hint of anxiety. Turning to old man Shang, he noticed a hint of tension but no panic. Old Zhang couldn't help but nudge him. "What's up? You guys don't seem the least bit nervous." Old Shang grinned. "What's there to be nervous about? This problem is tricky, but it's not entirely outside the scope of our original training. They just need to calm down and think it through to solve it." Old Lu nodded in agreement. If Meng Rong can't figure out even this minor problem, he should stop embarrassing himself. My disciple wouldn't be so useless. He shot old Zhang a disdainful look. Old Zhang was instantly flustered. He didn't have such strong confidence in his own apprentice, Luo Xiaowei. However, he wasn't stupid. As long as Meng Tao and the others inside figured out a solution, everyone else, including Luo Xiaowei, would know it too. He could only grit his teeth and wait to see how things unfolded inside. The 6 Fenghan members huddled together. Before anyone else could speak, Meng Rong said, "Time is tight. To save everyone's time, I'll share my idea first." The other 5 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, signaling Meng Rong to continue. He explained, "The method isn't complicated, it relies on molds." Meng Rong hadn't intended to reveal this method first. Everyone was smart. If someone else had better skills or worked faster than him, he might be the one eliminated. But at Fengha Factory, interpersonal dynamics weren't yet complicated. Facing external competition, internal teamwork was paramount. So Meng Rong chose not to hold back, laying his solution on the table. "Using molds," someone questioned first. That seems like a bit of a shortcut, doesn't it?" The tone implied skepticism. Before Meng Rong could respond, Tao Qizhong chimed in with clear admiration. "Meng Rong's mind just works faster than mine." By the time I grasped it, he'd already given the answer. "Let me explain. Yes, it is a shortcut, but it solves the problem of transitioning between the tapered surface and the flat surface." "But," the same voice persisted, "this template requires significant preparation time." "Do we have enough?" Meng Rong nodded. "This is just my personal approach. If anyone has a better solution, feel free to suggest it. Or you can simply stick to your own method." He glanced at Luo Xiaowei, who chuckled knowingly. He understood this answer was mainly directed at him. Meng Rong was worried Luo Xiaowei might not come up with a solution. Luo Xiaowei felt no awkwardness. They'd been friends for years. Did he really care about saving face now? He slapped Meng Rong on the shoulder in support. "All right, everyone get back to work. I won't interfere. I'm sticking with this approach." Tao Qizhong pondered silently for a moment before nodding firmly. Seeing his approval, Meng Rong instantly relaxed. He wasn't entirely certain the method would work, but Tao Qizhong's attitude clearly signaled his agreement. Outside the scene, old Liu pointed at the site and remarked, "See? I told you Meng Rong and Qi Zhong had already figured out a solution. I said they'd be fine." Old Zhang still didn't quite get it. He grumbled, who knows what method they came up with. Old Sheng shook his head. Old Zhang was decent at the technical stuff, but just like his apprentice, stubborn as a mule. He had to explain, they definitely went with the mold method. Just as old Zhang was about to ask more, old Sheng cut him off. "I know what you're going to say. This method is indeed a bit troublesome and requires time to prepare, but there might not be a better option. After all, the competition is limited to 8 hours, including preparation time. While the rules allow for exceeding the time limit, going over will result in penalty points. So they absolutely must finish within those 8 hours. What does that prove? It means that once they thought of this method, they were certain about it and wouldn't waste any time. They'd start implementing it immediately. Otherwise, they'd run out of time they can't afford to." Old Liu pointed at the other two teams and sneered coldly. "They're not fools. Looks like they've all thought of similar approaches. Let's see. If Meng Rong can't win this round, he can stop calling me master." Old Shang watched Liu's attitude and shook his head helplessly. When did this guy start bragging? Would he really give up his precious disciple? Inside the arena, Meng Rong glanced up at the scorching sun with a sigh. Thankfully, the county organizers had thought ahead. They'd arranged for tents to be brought in, providing shade for the competitors. This instantly lifted everyone's spirits. While the tents were being set up, Tao Qizhong said to Meng Rong, "Meng Rong, now I understand why Master Shang always praises you." "He praised me?" Meng Rong was taken aback. Tao Qizhong looked sincere. "Yes. I finally understand why he always says you're quick-witted. Honestly, I can't match you in that regard. It's not about experience, it's about natural talent." Meng Rong chuckled dismissively, unconcerned. He had long since stopped believing in such things as innate talent. Chapter 73, Making the List. A person's talents vary in strength and uniqueness. Sometimes, over-reliance on natural gifts is less reliable than the steady diligence of those without them. Meng Rong understood this better than anyone, so he no longer took pride in his own talents. Pain teaches a person to grow. Hearing Tao Qizhong's praise, Meng Rong merely smiled it off, unconvinced. After the draw to assign workstations, Meng Rong was assigned machine number 3. He was fairly familiar with this machine, which was among the best maintained in the factory, so he felt slightly more at ease. Then, at the referee's command, the timer started. Each competitor picked up their bar stock from the central table, returned to their machine, clamped it in, started the machine, aligned it, mounted the tool, measured the dimensions, and began work. Just as Meng Rong was about to make the first roughing cut, he suddenly paused. Tao Qizhong's earlier words about talent had struck a chord. Yes, he no longer cared about that issue. Yet he still found himself constantly relying on that innate ability. Just now, for instance, he instantly envisioned the solution, but what if there were flaws? The thought sent a cold sweat running down his back. He halted his movements, picked up the blueprint, and began studying it meticulously once more. He had already paid dearly twice before for carelessly reading blueprints. How could he have forgotten that lesson in his haste today? He wanted to read the blueprint thoroughly once more, focusing intently, going through it from start to finish, not missing a single measurement unit, and only proceeding after a fresh review. While everyone else rushed to get started, the crowd outside the arena witnessed a peculiar sight. Meng Rong, who had previously moved with effortless agility, had suddenly stopped. He stood still, quietly studying the blueprints, while others hurriedly prepared to begin or had already started working. The scene instantly felt peculiar, everyone bustling about while Meng Rong alone remained motionless. The onlookers outside the arena quickly noticed him. Some unfamiliar faces whispered among themselves, even chuckling. "What's the matter? Getting cold feet at the last minute? Didn't he seem full of ideas just a moment ago? Maybe he's still undecided. Wonder who his master is. He should be making up his mind quickly at this stage." Hearing the murmurs, Master Zhang grew restless. He turned and asked, "Old Liu, what's wrong with Meng Rong? Why did he suddenly freeze?" Old Liu frowned, watching Meng Rong's movements intently. After a long moment, his brow relaxed, and his expression returned to calm. "Nothing to worry about. Take your time. There's plenty of it. We'll all take a break soon. Staring intently like this is pointless." Old Shang nodded in agreement. The two of them strolled away unhurriedly, leaving only Master Zhang standing there anxiously, leaning forward to watch, wishing he could jump in himself. Meng Rong's actions also caught the attention of Tao Qizhong and Luo Xiaowei, who were closely monitoring him. They had been ready to start working, but seeing Meng Rong suddenly pause to study the diagram made them feel uneasy. Trusting him, they exchanged a glance and instinctively slowed their movements, watching Meng Rong's next move. Meng Rong scrutinized the drawing carefully. As he focused his attention once more, he indeed spotted a detail he had overlooked earlier, a center hole at the end of the deep bore. This detail suggested a potential single-cut solution that could resolve the coaxiality issue between the tapered surface and the lead screw. Earlier, he'd focused solely on the template solution, failing to consider how this detail might alter the approach. Scrutinizing the blueprint, he began to boldly envision a riskier alternative.
It might just work. He would first turn the rear end face, bore the inner hole, center it, and open the center hole. Then, flipping the workpiece, he would turn the front end face, precision turning to ensure dimensions and surface finish. Next, he would machine the fixture's end face, verifying surface finish and perpendicularity. After that, he would invert the workpiece, center the workpiece's rear end deep hole using the center hole, with the head resting against the fixture's end face. The friction generated by the tailstock's clamping force would drive the workpiece rotation. A single reverse turning pass would not only ensure concentricity but also transform the original reverse taper into a positive taper. Moreover, since the head's tapered surface would contact the fixture, any overcutting during reverse turning would only affect the fixture, leaving the workpiece itself untouched. However, this approach has its drawbacks. Sufficient stock must be left, precluding full rough turning. Moreover, any slight loosening of the tailstock during the process renders all prior work futile. Should he take the risk? His mind kept weighing the pros and cons. It was a gamble either way. The question was whether it was worth it. Uncertain, he instinctively looked up and glanced around. He saw Tao Qizhong and Luo Shelwei both watching him. They were too far apart to speak, communicating only through their eyes.
Meng Rong waved the blueprint and made a slicing motion with his hand. Tao Qizhong instantly grasped his meaning. He already noticed that detail. Seeing Meng Rong's signal, he lowered his head to study the blueprint thoughtfully. Realizing Meng Rong's intent, he looked up and gave him a firm nod from afar, signaling his approval of the plan. As for Luo Shelwei, watching the two communicate in this silent puzzle left him frantic with frustration. Still not quite grasping the meaning, Meng Rong could only wave his hand and make a pressing gesture, their usual code when arranging to meet up. It meant meet at the usual spot. Luo Shelwei paused, then understood it was a signal for him to proceed with the original plan. He could only nod in agreement.
Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong exchanged a glance, then both set down their blueprints and began moving with sudden speed. The referees forbade contestants from talking, but they turned a blind eye to these silent signals. If miming could constitute cheating, they'd let it slide. This was skilled craftsmanship, not multiple choice exams. Outside the arena, old Zhang watched with a look of bewilderment, shaking his head in confusion. Seeing the action pick up on the field, he couldn't stand still any longer. Pushing through the crowd, he searched for old Liu. In the blink of an eye, Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong had confirmed their new plan. The others lacked their level of coordination. What they could accomplish was beyond their control. They could only hope for the best. Besides, glancing around, he saw that other skilled workers had also thought of this approach. Now it came down to whose movements were more practiced and whose quality was superior. Meng Rong promptly unloaded the bar stock, swapped in the feed round steel, and began machining the shoulder and end face. Time flew by. Before they knew it, 3 hours had passed. The referee blew the whistle. Meng Rong lifted his head from the machine. Bet it was halftime. The referee instructed all contestants to take a 1-hour break. Those needing to use the restroom could go to the makeshift temporary facilities, but only one person at a time. After that, they waited for the factory to provide lunch. Everyone ate simply beside their own machine tools. After a brief rest, the clock restarted at 1 p.m. The midday meal was quite palatable: 2 lion's head meatballs, a chicken drumstick, 2 vegetable sides, and a bottle of cola per person. Meng Rong devoured his portion in a flash, gulping down the cola. He let out a satisfied burp and glanced around. All the onlookers outside the square had vanished. They simply lacked the energy to watch anymore. Meng Rong glanced at Tao Qizhong, who was more composed and refined than him, sipping his coke slowly. He then looked at Luo Shelwei, who was stuffing his cheeks full of rice. Feeling inadequate and under pressure, Luo Shelwei looked at Meng Rong with a mournful expression. Meng Rong gave him a reassuring smile, signaling him to keep up the effort. The midday sun was scorching. Meng Rong couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead vigorously with a towel. He picked up the blueprints again, meticulously rechecking every detail before finally letting out a sigh of relief. He felt somewhat relieved that he had finally learned to scrutinize blueprints carefully. Talent really didn't mean anything. Soon, the timer restarted. The 18 contestants plunged back into their work, laboring until 4:30 p.m. Meng Rong finally completed his machining. He double-checked the dimensions and tolerances against the blueprint, stamped his contestant number on the designated spot at the end, and only then submitted the finished part along with the blueprint to the judging panel. The judges had endured a grueling day under the sun alongside the contestants, each looking utterly exhausted. But when Meng Rong handed in his work, they perked up instantly. Someone had actually finished a full hour and a half early, a respectable achievement. But as he handed it over, Meng Rong watched the judges bustling about with their acceptance measurements. He stood by without leaving, until finally he asked the judges a question that had puzzled him for ages. "Excuse me, I'd like to ask how you measured the taper and the coaxiality of the frustum? I don't recall seeing that step performed." A middle-aged male judge, undoubtedly a technical supervisor from some factory, as expected glanced up at Meng Rong. He calmly secured the finished product in the sample box, affixed Meng Rong's name as a seal, and then replied in measured tones, "Well, don't ask what you shouldn't. You'll find out in due time." The other two judges merely smiled without giving a direct answer, suggesting Meng Rong should ask his factory leadership instead.
Meng Rong surmised the judges might be avoiding any appearance of impropriety.
He had no choice but to step back out of the venue. Glancing back at Tao Qizhong and Luo Shelui, he saw Tao was nearly finished just as he'd expected. He and T waited outside for even half an hour before Tao emerged, his work complete. Soon after, others began trickling out, submitting their finished products. They waited until 6:30 p.m. before Luo Shelui emerged. His face bore the marks of exhaustion, yet a hint of relief was visible.
He addressed them, finally finished. Took a bit longer than expected. Still can't compare to you two freaks. Unlike typical exams, this one allowed overtime, though it came with penalty points. So as long as Luo Shelui finished, it was a major accomplishment. The two comforted him for a while. Just then, the other three contestants from Xianghua Factory approached. They looked quite excited, clearly having achieved a decent level of completion. After a few casual words, they went their separate ways. Recalling the judge's remarks, Meng Rong sought out Workshop Director Yu, who was overseeing the cleanup, to ask why two measurements weren't taken on site. Director Yu provided more detailed information. The judging panel would send these two difficult-to-verify items to the Municipal Metrology Bureau. They had a newly acquired imported coordinate measuring machine that could easily detect them. A CMM, something Meng Rong had only heard about, never seen in person. He was dying to see one and wondered if there was any way he could arrange a visit to learn more. Suddenly, Meng Rong's mind was filled with new calculations. By noon the next day, the inspection reports were ready. The judging panel reconvened everyone to announce the results in person. Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong placed first and second respectively. Both had earned high process scores. The judges noted they had employed jig-assisted methods, achieved qualified quality, and completed the task in the shortest time, hence their top rankings. Meng Rong edged out Tao Qizhong by a hair, securing first place. Luo Shelui landed in 12th place, narrowly avoiding elimination. What delighted them even more was that their three-person team secured first place overall, far outpacing the second-place team. They advanced smoothly to the city-level competition, alongside another technician from Xianghua Factory who also qualified. The news sent shockwaves through Xianghua Factory. With both the champion and runner-up titles going to Xianghua, and 4 of the 10 qualifiers including both teams and 8 individuals coming from their ranks, it was undeniably a major source of pride. General Manager Yan was overjoyed and announced a bonus of 500 yuan for each of the 4 qualifying individuals. Chapter 74, A Herd of Animals Together. The commotion over the exam results was fleeting for Meng Rong. He scraped together some more money to fulfill Meng Xiaochuan's wish first. Though life remained tight, he didn't let it bother him. Soon his focus shifted to figuring out how to learn the 3-coordinate measuring machine. But the thing was locked away at the Municipal Metrology Bureau. He shamelessly approached Director Yu several times, only to be brushed off each time. What was he thinking? As if he could just use it whenever he wanted? There were plenty of people wanting to use it, he'd just have to wait his turn. It was frustrating. The conditions weren't right, and he didn't have the qualifications. Meng Rong was at a loss, so he could only stew in his own frustration, searching everywhere for books to see if there was any instruction on it. At least he could prepare in advance. While he stewed in frustration, others grew envious of the achievements his team had attained. After the results were announced, Xianghua Factory caused quite a stir. It became the hot topic of conversation among the workers during their breaks. Even within the county, it caught the attention of some interested parties. It seemed like Xianghua's young generation of technicians had pulled off a remarkable turnaround, which surprised many. Calls to General Manager Yan at Xianghua Factory increased significantly. County union leaders placed great importance on Xianghua Factory's success. In recent years, Dantian County had little to boast about in city-wide technical competitions. If Xianghua could now represent Dantian County and achieve a strong ranking in lathe operation, it would be cause for celebration across the county's industrial and commercial sectors. Consequently, leaders frequently expressed their concern, urging Xianghua Factory to build on its success, reach new heights, and repay the hometown community with outstanding achievements. This left General Manager Yan both heartened and under immense pressure. Between the lines, the officials were making it clear, this time, failure was not an option. It was time to shine. If he, as the head of Xianghua Factory, couldn't deliver results worth celebrating, the next round would be the officials taking turns expressing their disappointment to him. Moreover, this rare opportunity for leaders to show initiative sparked Yan's resourcefulness. He wondered if he could request preferential policies or financial support. With Xianghua Factory currently struggling, could the county leaders arrange for local machinery stations to place another batch of orders? But everything hinged on the final results achieved by Xianghua Factory's qualifying team. Only then could he broach the subject. After much deliberation, his focus inevitably returned to the 4 athletes from Xianghua Factory. At an internal meeting, he proposed that their coaches continue intensive training, prioritizing competition preparation over production duties, even shifting factory tasks as needed. Additionally, he authorized supplementary stipends for the quartet. Though modest, the gestures signaled the factory's commitment to their training.
After General Manager Yen announced this decision, everyone in the factory couldn't help but congratulate the four when they saw them.
Of course, some began to feel a bit envious and started scheming.
Meng Rong, Tao Qizhong, and Luo Xiaowei once again became the focal point of attention. Yet beyond the initial wave of praise, their mentors kept them strictly shielded from the outside world.
As their mentors put it, what's there to boast about with just this little achievement? The moment the exam gets slightly tougher, they might embarrass themselves. Now is not the time for pride. Polishing their craft is the real priority.
Now officially teamed up, the trio was joined by another young technician who made the cut, Tang Jia. The four were given special attention by the factory, starting daily intensive training sessions. Beyond their original mentors, other master craftsmen from the factory would also come to share their insights and pass on their skills. Old Lu and Old Shang were thrilled, seeing this as a golden opportunity for Meng Rong.
If they didn't push them now, when would they? So they enthusiastically planned the training regimen for the quartet.
The process of designing it was all about how to challenge them, how to make it as unconventional as possible. After all, aside from Luo Xiaowei, whose foundation was somewhat weak, the others already had solid fundamentals. What they needed now was to broaden their horizons, enhance their skills, and improve their ability to adapt on the spot. That very day, the four were thoroughly put through their paces by their excited mentors. The grueling session stretched from 8:30 a.m. until 10:30 p.m. before they were finally allowed to return to their quarters for rest. On the way back, Luo Xiaowei felt like he could fall asleep while walking. From the workshop to the dormitory, he nearly bumped his head on a street light pole several times. Meng Rong finally managed to pull him back, pumping him up. "Hang in there, buddy. Think about how tough it is for fitters. Is this hard? Think about how grueling it is for lathe operators. Is this tiring?" Luo Xiaowei replied weakly, "Doing this every day is just too much to handle." Beside him, Tao Qizhong and Tang Jia were both visibly drained, silently dragging their heavy feet forward. It was indeed exhausting, but compared to the utter bewilderment they felt when they first started as apprentices, it was much better. At least they now had the solid sense of steadily improving their skills, which made it bearable. Tao Qizhong offered only a silent pat on Luo Xiaowei's shoulder with his broad, calloused hand, no extra gestures. Luo Xiaowei glanced at him and couldn't help but say, "Qizhong, in my entire life, besides Meng Rong, you're the one I respect the most. You're like a workhorse." Tao Qizhong looked at him, a hint of surprise in his eyes.
"Why an ox? Solid. Steady. Reliable. Never complaining, never showing fatigue. You work just like that old ox in the village," Luo Xiaowei declared. Tang Jia couldn't help but chuckle beside him. Luo Xiaowei glanced at him and rolled her eyes. "Never mind old Tao, just look at you, old Tang. You're practically an old goat yourself." "Why do I resemble an old goat?" Tang Jia asked, puzzled. "Because when you work, you're always so stubborn. No matter how well they do, you have to match them. Isn't that just like a goat butting heads with others? You know what? I was counting on you to slow down so I could slack off too. Now look, the three of you are charging ahead, and I'm the only one dragging my feet behind. It feels like I'm stuck with a bunch of animals. This feeling, it's really..." Luo Xiaowei's voice began to choke up. The three exchanged knowing glances and shared a quiet laugh. In terms of ability, they were indeed evenly matched. Luo Xiaowei struggling to keep up wasn't surprising. "So what kind of animal is Meng Rong?" Tang Jia pondered for a moment before blurting out. "Him? He's like a wild wolf that's never full. I've never seen anyone with such insatiable curiosity. Seriously, even when we're exhausted, he's still running around asking everyone how to use the coordinate measuring machine. Tell me, isn't he a reincarnated alpha wolf? I'm afraid if I fall behind one day, this kid will just vanish into thin air." Luo Xiaowei sighed. Comparing people to him was enough to drive anyone mad. Tao and Tang exchanged another glance and nodded silently. Meng Rong really did resemble a wild wolf. Meng Rong was puzzled. What about him resembled a wild wolf? Luo Xiaowei pushed Meng Rong's hand away, straightened up, then suddenly glanced around furtively. Seeing no one else nearby, he whispered, "We're so tired today. Should we grab a drink and some skewers to unwind before heading back to sleep?" Young blood was easily stirred. Though all four were exhausted, Luo Xiaowei's suggestion instantly sparked their interest. Tang Jia had never shared a drink with the other three and hesitated at first. But when he saw them all looking at him, he silently followed their lead out of the factory. It was a summer night, and the street outside the factory remained bustling with late-night diners. After walking for a while, the four found a familiar food stall and sat down. Before he was even seated, Luo Xiaowei bellowed, "Owner, a case of cold beer." Tang Jia beside him jumped in surprise. "One bottle per person is enough. Why drink so much?" "No, no." Luo Xiaowei shot him a disdainful look. "Coward. What are you afraid of? Just bring it. If we can't finish it, we'll return it." With that, he grabbed the order slip and started marking down items on the paper. First came a pile of grilled wings and skewers, then he casually added a few plates of stir-fried noodles. They were all young people that little dinner would be gone in no time. They needed some proper food to replenish their energy.
The shirtless stall owner chuckled cheerfully in response, hauling over a crate of beer chilled in cold water before taking the order and bustling off to prepare it. The four each opened a bottle of beer, clinked glasses, and started chugging straight from the bottle. And honestly, that first gulp seemed to wash away all the day's fatigue in an instant.
Ah, that's the ticket. Luo Xiaowei belched contentedly. Soon, the four let loose, guzzling beer, devouring noodles, and gobbling meat skewers.
They cleared the table in no time, but still craving more, they ordered additional dishes. While waiting, they chatted freely about life. Tang Jia wasn't originally part of their trio, but to bond with them, he let go of his inhibitions and happily downed 2 bottles himself.
Before long, all four were feeling the effects, their heads spinning in minds foggy.
Meng Rong stood up to find a place to relieve himself. He could hold his liquor reasonably well, but his bladder capacity was limited, and he couldn't exactly attach an external storage device. He had to take care of it. After winding through alleys to find a public restroom, he staggered back. Suddenly, a clamor erupted near the food stalls. At first, he barely registered it, but soon realized something was amiss. A fight had broken out. An explosive "oh" erupted from the crowd. He pushed through the crowd and nearly popped his eyes out of his head. It was Tang Jia and 2 others fighting. Luo Xiaowei and Tao Qizhong were locked in a standoff, shouting threats but not actually striking. Surprisingly, the usually low-key Tang Jia was tangled in a brawl, both men grabbing each other by the collars and trading punches.
Meng Rong's heart raced. He lunged forward, only to be pulled back. What's this? Trying to take sides? Not a chance. Want a one-on-one? Bring it on. Meng Rong looked closely.
A young man with a crew cut, whom he didn't recognize at all, was blocking his way, spewing profanities as he tried to stop him from approaching.
A crowd of onlookers jeered nearby.
Completely clueless about the situation, Meng Rong tried to explain calmly, "I'm not here to take sides.
I'm here to break up the fight." Stop it? Stop what? You're both wearing factory uniforms, same company, think I don't know? You Fengha guys think you're tough? Prove it. Let's see who dares step up. Whoever comes at us, we'll take them on. As he spoke, several young men glared menacingly at the crowd. This is ridiculous. That was Meng Rong's first thought. He could only keep explaining calmly, insisting he was here to mediate, not fight. But the young man with the crew cut wouldn't listen, shouting and causing a racket that filled the air with chaos. Some onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. What's the deal? Are you guys just out to pick a fight with Fengha Factory? Several others wearing factory uniforms pushed their way through the crowd. After all, they were all from the same factory and couldn't stand by and watch these 4 get bullied. They were workers, strong and imposing. Seeing the growing number of people coming out, the young man with the flat top realized the situation was turning against him. After all, Fengha Agricultural Machinery Factory was the biggest source of customers on this street, and many people came here for late-night snacks. The young man with the flat top snorted. Better safe than sorry. He signaled his people to leave. The man who had tangled with Tang Jia also left, muttering curses under his breath. Tang Jia had several buttons torn off his shirt and bruises on his face. Still fuming, he tried to charge forward again, but Meng Rong held him back firmly. Seeing the group leave, the crowd dispersed. Some recognized Meng Rong and his companions, exchanged greetings, and then went their separate ways. Meng Rong looked at the 3 of them, utterly baffled. What the hell just happened? Asked Tang Jia. Luo Xiaowei pointed at Tang Jia. Chapter 75, The Connected One. Tang Jia's face was twisted with rage and resentment, yet his eyes held a trace of bewilderment. What's wrong? Meng Rong inquired. Tang Jia shook his head, his voice low and strained. I don't know either. I didn't recognize any of those guys. We were just having a good time drinking when I accidentally bumped into them while turning around. Then that guy demanded I pay for the damage. Of course I refused, and then we started fighting. I'm still confused about it all. Meng Rong frowned deeply. He glanced at Tao Luo and the others, only to find blank expressions on their faces too. He decided not to press further. They settled the bill with the owner, compensated for the broken dishes, and pooled their money to cover the damages. The owner sighed heavily, resigned to his misfortune. This incident would surely hurt his business for days to come. Feeling guilty, Meng Rong apologized to the owner. The man gave a wry smile. Guess you just had some bad luck. Those guys are usually rowdy, but they rarely get into fights. You just happened to catch them on a bad day. The 4 had come in high spirits but left with their mood dampened. The ride back was heavy with silence, and they returned to their dormitory to sleep without another word. To Meng Rong, this minor skirmish seemed insignificant. He never imagined it would lead to any consequences. The next morning, he woke up late. After washing up and hastily eating a few bites of bread, he was about to rush off to work when Zhang Xiuhu came running back to the dorm. Grabbing him by the arm, he asked sternly, "Did you get into a fight last night?" "No, well, there was a minor altercation, but it was resolved quickly." Still groggy from sleeping in, Meng Rong would have considered last night's events completely forgotten if not for Zhang Xiuhu's inquiry. "You're sure you didn't get into a fight?" Zhang Xiuhu looked skeptical. "Honestly, no." Meng Rong briefly recounted the previous night's events. Zhang Xiaowu said, haven't you heard? This has blown up big. The whole factory's buzzing about how you led a group of people causing trouble and fighting at a late-night food stall last night. They're painting it in vivid detail. Now lots of people are saying you've gotten a bit too big for your britches, that you've lost all sense of your place. They say you're using your ranking as an excuse to pick fights. This is extremely bad for you. Meng Rong froze. It can't be that bad. There were plenty of people from our factory there last night. They even stepped in to speak for us, which is why the fight didn't happen. Lots of people saw it happen. Well, I don't know how the rumors got started, but now everyone's saying you were the one who started the fight. You need to clear this up quickly. How am I supposed to clear my name? Go around telling everyone I didn't fight? Meng Rong wasn't overly concerned. He believed the truth would prevail, and he could shut people up. He refused to believe those people were just talking nonsense. Zhang Xiaohu offered a well-meaning warning, don't take this lightly. You need to understand that Fenghe may seem like a decent place, but the interpersonal dynamics here are actually quite complicated. Even if you ignore these people, they'll find a way to come after you sooner or later. Trouble. Trouble or not, what can you do? Meng Rong said this, but he truly hadn't expected that when he stepped into the workshop, old Lu, old Shang, and old Zhang were standing there waiting for him with stern expressions. Beside them, Tao Luo and the other two had arrived even earlier than him and were standing dejectedly to the side. The machine tools they were supposed to practice on sat quietly in place, cleaning rags carelessly tossed on the workbench. Clearly, they hadn't even finished cleaning up yet. He immediately apologized for being late and addressed the masters. But old Lu cut him off, asking directly, did you guys go out drinking last night? Well, yes. Meng Rong's voice immediately trailed off. What am I supposed to say to you? Old Lu looked utterly disappointed, as if he were deeply frustrated with someone who just wouldn't get it. Meng Rong defended himself, we were exhausted yesterday. Going out for drinks to unwind, isn't that perfectly normal? Old Lu exploded, you dare talk back? Don't you know your training workload is still heavy? Going out drinking is bad enough, but getting into a fight? How many heads do you have? Think you're something special just because you placed in a competition? Let me tell you, you're nowhere near ready. Old Shang chimed in, honestly, you lot. You just made a name for yourselves, and now you're causing trouble? This puts the factory in a tough spot. Early this morning, Director Yu called me, telling us to keep a close eye on you and emphasize discipline. This isn't trivial, you could each face disciplinary action. Disciplinary action? All four looked up in shock. Just for this minor incident? Why? They hadn't even really fought. Of course you'll be disciplined. Old Zhang bellowed, glaring at Luo Xiaowei. Fighting is bad enough, but you started a brawl. Disciplinary action is the least of it for a brawl. By the book, the police station should have arrested all of you and locked you up for a few days. Disciplinary action is the lightest punishment you'll get. Meng Rong sensed something was off. Master, you must have misunderstood. It was just a minor friction, we didn't actually fight, let alone start a brawl. What kind of nonsense is this? He desperately explained the sequence of events, which bore no resemblance to the gossip circulating around the factory. But before they could clarify anything, Director Yu approached, flanked by several deputy general managers and the HR manager. Yu's face was ashen, his expression clearly reluctant. HR manager Zhao Yizhi, however, remained calm and composed. He stated that the factory had already interviewed witnesses regarding the altercation involving the four of them last night and that it wasn't considered too serious. Hearing this, the group's expressions eased. But then Zhao Yizhi shifted his tone, however, according to factory regulations, going out drinking so late and getting into a conflict with others damages the factory's image. Therefore, disciplinary action is still necessary. What? Meng Rong and the others were stunned. In today's society, this kind of disciplinary action wasn't particularly severe and wouldn't have much impact. Yet it left them deeply uncomfortable. They hadn't done anything wrong, so why were they being punished? They couldn't understand it. They wanted to defend themselves, but Zhao Yizhi didn't give them the chance. He pressed his hand down, silencing them. Each of you will receive a minor demerit, Supervisor Zhao continued. His arm still waved mid-air as he spoke, seemingly uncomfortable with the lingering scent of metal shavings and grease in the workshop. He quickly finished his statement and stepped aside. Mr. Ho, I've made my announcement. Please proceed. All eyes turned to General Manager Ho standing nearby. As one of the factory's 3 deputy general managers, he was considered upper management. Usually low-key and unassuming, he had arrived at the workshop unusually early today to address them. Clearing his throat, Mr. Ho spoke in a notably amiable tone, I came along with old Zhao primarily to share a few words with everyone. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly fixed on Meng Rong. Meng Rong? Yes, that's me. Meng Rong replied, puzzled as to why Mr. Ho singled him out first. Mr. Ho smiled gently. Meng Rong, you've done well. Back when Zhang Zhu recommended you for a position here, I agreed to bring you on as a favor. I hadn't paid much attention to how you were doing, but I'm pleased to see you've grown significantly over these 4 years. You haven't let him down. Meng Rong suddenly understood. So the friend Zhang Zhu, the deputy director of the county agricultural machinery station he met back then, had been referring to as Mr. Ho. He never understood the connection, and all these years he wanted to find someone to thank but never had the right opportunity. He never imagined this mystery would be solved now. He looked at Mr. Ho gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Ho, for giving me this chance. Opportunities come from others, but achievements are earned by oneself. You've done well. Old Zhang truly valued talent back then, though he transferred long ago. I'll have to catch up with him someday. That young man he recommended has really made something of himself. It's all thanks to the factory for giving me this chance. Thank you, Mr. Ho, and thank you to all the masters for looking after me, Meng Rong said modestly. Indeed, you deserve thanks. Old Liu has mentored many over the years, but it seems you're the one he's most satisfied with. Mr. Ho clearly knew old Liu well. Master Liu stood silently beside him, his expression tacit approval. But young people can be impulsive sometimes. That's understandable. They wanted to discipline him, but I said, what's the big deal over such a minor thing? I didn't agree. Mr. Ho shot a sidelong glance at Supervisor Zhao, who kept his eyes downcast, his mouth tightly shut, offering no rebuttal and showing no sign of embarrassment. Still, since the factory has made its decision, we must abide. The real reason I came today is to share another factory resolution. Ho's smile vanished. This one I fully support. The factory called us in early this morning for a meeting. After discussion, we passed a resolution. Your 4-person competition team seems a bit thin. Plus, this intensive training period is a rare opportunity. Considering the long-term development of the factory, these resources should be opened up to more outstanding young technicians from the factory, allowing them to learn and grow together. Therefore, we have decided to add several reserve members to your special training group. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions on old Liu and the others grew complex. The veteran craftsmen exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with something inexplicable. Meng Rong and the other 3 also sensed something was off, but since General Manager Ho had just shown him some concern, they found themselves unable to voice their opinions now. Especially Meng Rong, his heart was still filled with gratitude toward General Manager Ho. He didn't resent anything the man had said. In fact, he found it quite reasonable. Turning slightly, General Manager Ho addressed the group behind him. Come over here, everyone. The 4 individuals following him emerged one after another. Their appearance immediately startled Meng Rong and the others, for among them stood Pang Yudong. Dressed in a plain gray-blue work uniform, he was inconspicuous yet strikingly noticeable. You all know each other, right? Colleagues, and some even good friends. Now that we're together, look out for each other. Mr. Ho warmly introduced them all. Pang Yudong extended his hand generously, reaching out to Meng Rong first. I'm new here. Please look out for me. Meng Rong could only force a smile and shake Pang Yudong's hand. Instinctively wary of this old acquaintance, he couldn't quite read the man. Liu and the others looked grim. Liu spoke up first with his doubts. Is this appropriate? Pang Yudong is the deputy director of Workshop 3. Although Workshop 3 handled less critical tasks within the factory, Pang was still a leadership cadre. General Manager Ho chimed in from the side. It's perfectly appropriate. Why wouldn't it be? Sure, he's a cadre, but he's still a newcomer. General Manager Yan wants to give him this opportunity to train and improve himself. We all wholeheartedly support that. Pang Yudong said, fellow masters, please don't treat me as some kind of leading cadre. Here, I'm just a newcomer. Whatever you masters tell me to do, I'll do. As he finished, the other 3 beside him chimed in, vying to pledge their utmost dedication. They rushed to shake hands with the masters, who could only manage perfunctory responses, their faces betraying extreme displeasure. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that these 4 newcomers were all connections like Pang Yudong, with varying degrees of influence. One of them, Song Shixiang, was rumored to be related to a certain leader in the county labor union. Old Shang whispered in Lu's ear, these newcomers aren't here with good intentions. Old Liu nodded. This scene stirred up some unpleasant memories for him. He had once had a great opportunity for advancement, only to have it snatched away by someone with connections. In a fit of rage, he abandoned any thoughts of climbing the ladder and chose to remain a technician for life. Now, seeing the 4 young men wearing those trademark insincere smiles. Fuming, he turned and walked away. He left General Manager Ho and the other leaders standing awkwardly behind, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 76, a different kind of special training. From that day onward, the special training took on a different flavor. Previously, old Liu, old Shang, and the others had only wanted to train the 4 contestants according to their own methods, but their fundamental goal could be summed up in 4 words: strengthen the strong, compensate for the weak. They tailored training to each individual's strengths and skill level to elevate their overall capabilities. But with the addition of 4 new members, everything seemed to shift. Under Mr. Ho's direct intervention, the factory even spent money to bring in an external expert, a master craftsman named Master Quang. His real name was Quang Changsheng, a 50-year-old senior technician from a provincial factory. His specialty was competing in technical contests, having participated in numerous national-level competitions and achieved respectable rankings.
Now specially sponsored by the factory, his recruitment this time was arranged through General Manager Yan's personal connections and at a hefty cost for intensive training. Learning how highly regarded Master Quan was at his factory, Meng Rong and the others were astonished. The original special training instructor felt quite uncomfortable as Master Quang immediately took over all training arrangements upon his arrival. His reputation was so formidable that even old Liu had to treat him with utmost courtesy to cross him and simply complied with his arrangements.
But the first lesson's assignment stunned everyone.
Master Quang simply tossed a blueprint at them, demanding they fabricate an eccentric assembly according to its specifications. The technical requirements strictly prohibited the use of files, sandpaper, or single-pass cutting tools.
Eccentric fixtures were forbidden for the off-center section.
Passing criteria were clearly marked, with a 5-hour deadline. That alone wasn't too difficult, but the crucial point was that the blueprint clearly stated this was a municipal-level competition question from 2002. In other words, this was a competition problem from 2 years prior.
Master Quang offered no further explanation, merely stating, "Follow these standards.
Once you're done, I'll evaluate your work." With that, he pulled up a chair, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. The 8 workers wasted no time, pulling out all the stops to meet the drawing's demands.
Meng Rong returned to his assigned machine and started it up.
Suddenly, an idea struck him. He looked up at Pang Yudong, who was already watching him with his trademark smile.
Pang nodded and waved his hand, clearly challenging Meng to a contest. Though he harbored some lingering resentment toward this old friend, his competitive spirit flared.
Meng Rong returned the smile, waving the component in his hand to signal the challenge.
He was also curious about Pang Yudong's true abilities.
After all, it had been 5 years since they truly tested their skills against each other. This would be a chance to see how much Pang Yudong had improved over the years. They swiftly began cutting and shaping the material, both moving with remarkable speed. However, Meng Rong, who spent his days honing his skills on the machine tools, possessed a deeper understanding of their capabilities and greater proficiency.
He finished his work 5 minutes ahead of Pang Yudong. Master Quang assessed his piece as excellent. As Pang Yudong and the others submitted their work one after another, Meng Rong was surprised to see Master Quang give Pang Yudong's piece special attention, praising it as excellent as well. This made Meng Rong look at Pang Yudong with new respect. Afterward, Meng Rong said to Pang Yudong, "You did well.
I didn't expect your skills to be so good."
Pang Yudong smiled and shook his head. "Not good enough. I'm still far behind you. Even a 1-minute gap feels like a huge distance. Finishing 5 minutes after you? I'm ashamed."
Meng Rong understood that in actual competitions, while those 5 minutes might cause some inconvenience, they wouldn't significantly impact the final judging.
As long as the work was completed within the time limit, the judges would ultimately focus on the quality of the piece.
So he shook his head.
"It's just a matter of practice. Master Quang clearly gave you high praise." Pang Yudong remained modest. "That's just politeness. Besides, this problem wasn't particularly difficult. It doesn't reflect true ability. If it were any harder, I wouldn't be able to match you." Meng Rong chuckled and patted his shoulder. He wasn't particularly angry with Pang Yudong, instead, he felt somewhat relieved. It seemed Pang Yudong still possessed genuine skill and hadn't wasted too much time. They chatted for a while longer. Pang Yudong tactfully conveyed to Meng Rong that their selection for this special training was actually the factory management's decision. He personally saw it as a great opportunity for growth, so he'd mustered the courage to participate. He asked Meng Rong not to read too much into it. Meng Rong harbored no ulterior motives at this moment. He simply saw it as a positive development and advised Pang Yudong not to overthink it. After all, they were colleagues whether training 4 or 8 people, the effort remained the same. Yet it was impossible to avoid speculation. Among the 4 new additions, while Pang Yudong possessed considerable skill indeed, he was no less capable than Meng Tao. The technical proficiency of the other 3, Wu Yong, Du Xian, and Song Shixian, lagged far behind. Their skill levels were roughly on par with Luo Shelwei before he joined the special training, which was quite mediocre. This did not escape the veteran technicians' notice, and they couldn't help but grumble inwardly. As the day's special training concluded, the group abruptly split into 2 waves, dispersing. One wave naturally followed Master Liu, the original special training group. The other wave, led by Master Quang and surrounded by Pang Yudong and the other 3, strode away like a moon surrounded by stars. Master Liu and the other veteran masters had discussed inviting Master Quang to dinner as a gesture of respect. Unexpectedly, Master Quang showed no interest in socializing with them, flatly declining and stating that General Manager Ho and Pang Yudong had other arrangements. Watching Master Quang and his group recede into the distance, old Lu's face darkened with gloom. Master Zhang fumed indignantly. "What kind of nonsense is this? Just because he's invited from the province, he acts like we owe him a fortune. Who cares about him?" Old Shang chimed in. "He's a specially invited expert at the factory. He's only staying a few days before leaving. It's only natural he wouldn't entertain us. Forget it. Let's just focus on our own work and properly train those 4. Train those 4 properly?" Old Fong, the senior technician supervising Tangzhe, snorted coldly from the side. You can't be that naive, can you? What do you mean? What do you mean? Figure it out yourself.
With that, Old Fong gave Tang Jia a meaningful glance and led him away, clearly to discuss something. The remaining 6 fell silent. Even without Old Fong's words, they understood his meaning.
This matter couldn't be brought up, doing so wouldn't change anything anyway.
After a moment, Old Liu broke the silence. They'll just use the excuse that your fight caused complications, then slip in 4 substitutes.
Come competition day, if there's a chance to win, those substitutes might just replace you outright.
But looking at these 4, aside from Pang Yudong, the other 3 stand no chance.
If... He paused, leaving the sentence hanging.
Old Zhang, ever the blunt one, blurted out, if Xiaohui doesn't step up, he'll be replaced, right? That bastard. I knew he was no good from the moment he joined the factory.
Why didn't he compete in the preliminaries? With his skills, he could have easily secured a spot.
Hoof.
Old Shang said, what's so hard to understand? He wasn't confident before, afraid of making a fool of himself. Now he thinks he's got it down, so he's ready to come out and pick the low-hanging fruit. You guys need to know, the factory can actually replace contestants anytime, just report it and discuss it. This time, what we won was just the spot to compete, there's no rule saying you can't switch people. Plus, there's the team competition, even replacing all 3 team members wouldn't be a problem. That's how it works? Meng Rong and the others were stunned. Why wouldn't it be possible?
Old man Shang spread his hands. Of course, the factory isn't stupid. They won't just replace people randomly.
What's the point of entering if you can't place? That's meaningless. So ultimately, the factory will still choose the most suitable people to compete. These 4 individuals are waiting. As long as any of them has the ability, they can replace any one of you. This news weighed heavily on Meng Rong and the other 3. Luo Xiaohui was the first to protest. We fought tooth and nail for these spots, and now they want to replace us? That's outrageous. This is blatant backroom dealing.
It's compliant, Old Shang said calmly.
Master Zhang shot Luo Xiaohui a fierce glare. And you have the nerve to speak up? I've always told you to work harder and focus.
Look at yourself now, you're actually the most vulnerable one.
Luo Xiaohui fell silent.
Though he still see that inwardly, he knew his own shortcomings. He lacked depth in every aspect, though it depended on the comparison. He wouldn't dare measure himself against Meng or Tao, but compared to the others, he had confidence. Glancing at Tang Jia walking away, Luo Xiaohui ultimately held his tongue. After parting ways with the masters, Luo Xiaohui vented his frustration to Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong. But he quickly shifted his tone to scold Meng Rong that Pang Yudong is clearly no good, nepotism, unethical practices.
And you're still laughing and joking with him? Are you out of your mind? Whose side are you on? You're the leader. You can't betray us. Whose side? Meng Rong dismissed the accusation. What side?
Besides, we're a team, there's no such thing as a leader.
Luo Xiaohui chuckled.
We all implicitly consider you the leader, you're the top performer.
So you have to lead us in fighting that privileged trainee.
We need to prove ourselves and eliminate them all.
Meng Rong chuckled. This is the age of electrification, not steam power. Don't get ahead of yourselves.
In Meng Rong's view, while he cherished the farm machinery factory, deep down he never saw it as the whole world. This minor competition held little real significance for him. As he spoke, he glanced at Tao Qizhong as if seeking his opinion.
Tao Qizhong wore a solemn expression.
While I don't care about them, I also don't want the things I've worked hard to achieve snatched away by others. Meng Rong was speechless, offering only a consoling, everyone, just relax and take it easy.
This isn't a big deal.
We have a bright future ahead of us. There's no need to sweat the small stuff.
Luo Xiaohui shrieked, but this concerns my lifelong happiness. Boss, you wouldn't be that generous, would you?
Only then did Meng Rong recall that Luo Xiaohui's original motivation for joining the competition was to earn Li Shiyao's approval. Among everyone present, Luo Xiaohui was likely the one who cared the most. After a moment's thought, Meng Rong made a solemn promise, as long as you put in the effort yourself, I guarantee no one will be able to replace you.
Luo Xiaohui nodded. Now that's the kind of boss I'm talking about. For that promise alone, tonight's late-night snack is on me. Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong's expressions darkened. Forget it, no late-night snack. Back to instant noodles. Chapter 77, Withdrawing from Special Training.
The next morning, special training resumed.
Master Kwang tossed out another blueprint, instructing them to build according to the specifications. Meng Rong opened it and froze.
It was a municipal competition exam from 2 years prior, demanding the fabrication of a trapezoidal belt groove and a trapezoidal worm gear shaft within 2.5 hours. The test specified technical requirements, scoring criteria, and tool usage. Overall, the demands weren't overly difficult. Filled with confusion, he began working. This time, however, he had no desire to race against the clock. He barely managed to finish just before the deadline. When Pang Yudong asked him puzzledly why he was so slow, Meng Rong casually replied that he wasn't in the right state of mind and brushed it off. The few people nearby all looked at Meng Rong with some suspicion. Master Kwang studied him with a meaningful gaze. While many technicians immersed in their craft often wore blank expressions, Master Kwang was anything but. His face conveyed rich emotion, and his critiques and interpretations of technical details were precise and insightful, never dry. His approach proved highly beneficial to everyone. Later that afternoon, Master Kwang tossed out another test paper again, a question from a past exam. For several consecutive days, Master Kwang conducted intensive training using various practical exam questions.
During his explanations, he remarked, on the surface, the requirements of the exam papers set by the judges each year appear different.
But upon closer inspection, there is a pattern.
What pattern? Related questions tend to reappear every few years.
Of course, the data standards change, but the overall direction of the exam remains consistent. Therefore, if we thoroughly practice all the relevant questions from past years, we won't be caught off guard during the competition. Moreover, if we carefully study these patterns, we might even predict the questions. You can anticipate the examiner's general approach and train specifically for it.
Once we master the material, we'll be unstoppable in the competition. Hearing this, the group perked up. Right. If we could predict the questions and train specifically for them, wouldn't we have the competition in the bag?
Master Kwang spoke eloquently before the crowd. Over the past few days, the 4 latecomers had treated him to daily feasts and drinks, pampering him to the utmost. Consequently, when lecturing before them now, his demeanor had relaxed considerably, shedding the haughtiness he'd displayed upon arrival.
General Manager Ho, who had arrived unnoticed, interjected, "This is truly Master Kwang's profound insight. It's a rare opportunity, everyone must grasp its essence thoroughly."
Master Kwang's face lit up with pride.
"Don't accuse me of holding back. I've shared every bit of experience I've gained over years of studying and competing in contests. If you follow my teachings and practice diligently, city-level contests? Provincial contests? National contests? None of them will be a problem." "Excellent." Pang Yudong burst into enthusiastic applause.
The others, startled, quickly joined in.
Master Kwang accepted the applause with calm self-assurance.
Even several veteran masters couldn't help but join in, though Old Lu and Old Shang merely clapped half-heartedly a few times.
Meng Rong initially felt his blood boil with excitement, but soon sensed something was off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what. He joined the applause anyway. While a city-level competition wasn't exactly thrilling, the prospect of someday competing nationally was undeniably enticing. He pushed the unease aside.
Days passed as they trained daily using past exam papers, each gaining insights at their own pace.
Yet Meng Rong felt increasingly frustrated.
While the past papers presented some difficulty, they were all problems he could solve with ease. They offered no real challenge or substantive improvement.
If anything, they merely increased his familiarity with the material, nothing more.
The lack of challenge made the work tedious, and he grew less enthusiastic about submitting his work.
Gradually, the others stopped treating him as the benchmark to catch up to.
Pang Yudong even joked that he was almost catching up to Meng Rong's level. Meng Rong merely smiled it off, unwilling to elaborate, though irritation simmered within him. He began to question the point of continuing the special training. After pondering, he privately shared his thoughts with Tao Qizhong. Sure enough, Tao Qizhong felt the same way. Both agreed that the so-called special training arranged by Master Kwang was becoming increasingly pointless. While highly targeted, it offered no real challenge. They sought opinions from Luo Xiaowei and Tang Jia, but these two were quite satisfied with the current training. They felt the previous regimen under Master Lu, endless grueling, high-difficulty drills that wouldn't even appear on the exam, had been pointless.
The current targeted training perfectly met their needs.
During a break, the two secretly sought out several veteran instructors to discuss the matter.
With Master Kwang increasingly taking the lead, the senior instructors had become scarce at the special training grounds.
Meng Rong confronted Old Lu, blurting out, "Master, I don't want to participate in this special training anymore." Master Lu, who was studying a stack of assemblies on the machine tool, paused his work upon hearing this and replied with some surprise, "Why not participate? It's all repetitive old test questions.
It's pointless."
Old Lu fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Tao Qizhong. Seeing Tao clearly shared the same sentiment, he beckoned them over and led them to Shang Wen's process engineering office. Old Shang was slowly organizing a pile of drawings and documents, the newly completed process flow diagrams for the new product. He'd been delayed earlier but finally found time to finish them. Seeing the three enter, he asked with some surprise, "What brings you here?" Old Lu gestured behind him.
"These two don't want to join the special training anymore. What do you think?"
Old Shang slowly set down his papers and looked at them.
Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong both had a mix of confusion and longing in their eyes. He understood immediately. "You find it boring?"
"Yes,"
Meng Rong replied. "Repeating old routines we've practiced countless times offers no growth. This kind of training isn't what I want." Tao Qizhong echoed the sentiment. Old Man Shang looked at them with a hint of relief.
"We were worried you'd get too caught up in it, training and competing just for rankings."
"How could that be?" "Exactly. It's impossible and it shouldn't be done that way."
Old Man Shang pondered for a moment before adding, "I had assumed this Master Quan was some genuine technical master, but it turns out he's just an exam specialist."
Let me ask you this, do you think all this daily practice, seeing so many exam questions, actually has any real use in production? Meng Rong pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't think it's very useful.
While the exam questions test technical proficiency, they seem to hold little practical significance in real production. Some of them, I don't even know what those designs are meant for.
Exactly.
You just find it tedious, but to me, the biggest flaw with these exam questions is their lack of real-world relevance. These components may be clever, but they're practically useless in actual production.
For technicians, some of the constraints are downright ridiculous, like banning certain tools. In real work, if you can solve a problem with one swift cut, why bother with all that hassle? Emphasizing such fundamentals holds little value.
Old Shang clearly had a lot of pent-up frustration, and now he was venting it freely. So this special training might boost your competition skills in the short term, but long term, it's useless, old Liu continued.
The factory's disruption of our original plan is a major setback for you personally. You've lost a fast track to improvement. Winning 1 or 2 competitions isn't what matters.
What matters is mastering broader, deeper skills. It's putting the cart before the horse.
Old man Shang sighed. If you don't want to participate in this special training, then forget it. Withdrawing is fine. We'll just continue training you according to our original plan.
Right, we'll just skip these competitions if it comes to that, old Liu agreed. If they refuse the special training, factory rules might be used as an excuse to revoke their competition eligibility, freeing up spots for those later arrived connections.
That's why he said they'd simply withdraw.
With their decision made, Liu and Shang immediately applied to the factory to withdraw from the special training.
The factory leadership was taken aback.
General Manager Ho had always held Meng Rong in high regard. How could he just decide not to participate? This clearly showed he harbored grievances against Master Quang and the factory. No matter how the two masters explained, General Manager Ho refused to listen or believe them. Furious, he dismissed them and issued a harsh warning: if they didn't participate in the special training, their competition eligibility and factory subsidies would be revoked immediately. He even suspected the two masters of sabotage, deliberately undermining the significance of Master Quang's special training. This left the two feeling helpless. Skilled in their craft but awkward with words, they could only resign themselves to the situation.
Master Quang soon heard about the incident. With a cold smile, he remarked to others, good intentions taken for granted.
He seemed unconcerned, having long harbored reservations about Meng and Tao. While their skills were solid, their attitude during training, distracted and unenthusiastic beyond the initial phase, had already earned his displeasure. Moreover, he was so intoxicated by the flattery of the 4 connected individuals that he couldn't care less about their fate. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, the two returned to their respective stations in the workshop, resuming their ordinary duties. Of course, Shang and Liu never eased their demands on them, continuing to push them rigorously while teaching them various techniques to help them improve. Pang Yudong also sought out Meng Rong, asking if he had left because he felt threatened by the addition of 4 new members. Pang Yudong was candid, admitting he had benefited from the situation but insisted he never intended to push Meng Rong out. Meng Rong could only explain that he found the past exam questions for the special training too unchallenging, which was why he chose to leave.
Whether Pang Yudong believed him or not, that was the truth. Pang Yudong didn't quite understand this perspective. He believed one should be realistic about things. Participating in competition training didn't conflict with personal skill improvement. Each stage had its own priorities. The two parted ways without arguing, though neither could quite grasp the other's perspective. To Meng Rong's surprise, despite General Manager Ho's furious outburst and misunderstanding, the factory took no further action.
There was no announcement replacing competition participants or imposing disciplinary measures. Instead, everything remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Meng Rong assumed the matter was settled until the eve of the competition, when Director Yu arrived on behalf of the factory to announce the finalized 4-member team for the city-level contest. Among them were Meng Rong and Tao Qizhong, alongside Pang Yudong and Tang Jia. Upon hearing the names, Meng Rong's expression darkened. Luo Xiaowei had indeed been replaced by Pang Yudong. Why did they have to eliminate Luo Xiaowei? Meng Rong couldn't understand. Director Yu's expression was equally grim. This was reportedly submitted by Master Quang based on the special training results, and the final list was approved by the factory. But we all withdrew from the special training. Poof. Your withdrawal doesn't mean the remaining candidates surpassed you too. The factory has its own criteria for ranking. This Pang Yudong has solid skills, partnering with him won't hurt. Besides, you two get along well enough. Meng Rong fell deep in thought upon hearing this. Chapter 78, I Want to Leave. Meng Rong's mind was in turmoil. He knew that withdrawing from the special training had offended a number of leaders, but the factory management weren't fools. They wouldn't dismiss his abilities outright. Besides, his achievements were earned through genuine skill. If they excluded him from the list, the entire agricultural machinery factory would be drowned in criticism from the workers. Now, of the 4 connections, only Pang Yudong, whose skills were widely acknowledged and who held an intermediate technician certificate, had made the cut. Others had no grounds for complaint.
This roster was undeniably convincing, truly the best choice for the agricultural machinery factory.
As Director Yu put it, while replacing Luo Xiaowei was regrettable and unsettling, selecting Pang Yudong was the optimal choice to help the team achieve higher rankings.
But who was thinking about Luo Xiaowei? What consequences would replacing him bring? He would be utterly devastated, and who knows what might happen.
From his perspective, this felt profoundly unfair.
Why him? Yet this is the cold, hard reality. Meng Rong couldn't think of any way to help Luo Xiaowei. The moment he opened his mouth, Director Yu cut him off. Don't even think about pleading for him or backing down. This is the factory's final decision.
As long as you're still working here, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. As for Luo Xiaowei, the factory will provide some compensation.
What kind of compensation? I expect they'll adjust his salary or give him extra bonuses. Maybe next time they'll let him work again.
Meng Rong felt his temper rising, but he forced himself to stay calm.
That's not right. Next time? When exactly is next time? This time next year? That's far too long to wait. It's unfair to him. And as for the salary adjustment and bonus, how much can they really give? How much compensation is that? Director Yu clearly didn't want to say more.
He simply tossed out, "That's none of your concern," and walked away.
Meng Rong watched Director Yu's retreating figure, his brow furrowed.
For now, his only recourse was to find Luo Xiaowei and offer some comfort. He searched everywhere for him, but even his mentor, old Zhang, had no idea where Luo Xiaowei had disappeared to. It wasn't until late that night that a drunken Luo Xiaowei was carried back, dumped onto a bed. Meng Rong had no choice but to stay by his side all night. In the middle of the night, Luo Xiaowei woke up and vomited twice, crying while he did so. His words came out as incoherent babbling, but Meng Rong could clearly hear him repeatedly shout out the name Li Shiyao several times. This weighed heavily on Meng Rong's heart.
The night dragged on.
Everyone else in Luo Xiaowei's dormitory was fast asleep, while Meng Rong sat on a small stool beside him, quietly contemplating how to handle the situation. After helping Luo Xiaowei drink water several times, Meng Rong finally saw him sleeping peacefully the next morning, unlikely to wake anytime soon. Feeling slightly relieved, he rubbed his aching back and waist, hurried back to his own dorm to wash up, and then went to find Shangwon.
Master Shang, you mentioned a few days ago that Duanjiang Technical College wanted to invite someone to teach their practical classes. Is that still on? Old Shang paused to recall.
Yes, they've pressed us several times. Once they even approached General Manager Yan directly.
But I kept putting it off, saying you're busy preparing for the competition and we should go later. So it's been delayed. Could you talk to the factory about letting me teach a few sessions? Meng Rong asked with a sly grin. Are you out of your mind? Don't you want to compete anymore? Now you want to go teach classes? Old Master Shang asked in astonishment. I'm not crazy. I just feel a bit stifled lately and want to get some fresh air somewhere else. I hear the scenery around Wanggui Lake at Duanjiang Technical College is especially beautiful. I'd like to go there for some fresh air. Is that okay? Besides, it's all about balancing work and rest, right? Cut the nonsense. You're not planning to use teaching as an excuse to delay your return, forcing the factory to give Luo Xiaowei back his competition spot, are you? Ah, no. Meng Rong denied vehemently. Cut the crap. You guys, the moment you lift your ass, I know exactly what you're up to. Trying to outsmart this old man?
Let me tell you, Xiaowei has his own destiny.
But you? If you don't enter the competition with that skill, I'll kick your ass myself.
Old man Shang was clearly furious. You're usually so sharp, how did you come up with such a childish scheme? You know the factory's already finalized the competition roster.
You think you can just change it? Who do you think you are? Meng Rong flushed with embarrassment as his little scheme was exposed.
He realized his plan was indeed childish and half-baked. There was nothing he could do but back down. After stepping out, he returned to the workshop to work, feeling gloomy all morning. It wasn't until 10:30 that he saw Luo Xiaowei stumble into the workshop for work. Since everyone knew what had happened to him, even Master Zhang couldn't bring himself to scold him. He just told him to sit down and rest first before coming back to work. Seeing Luo Xiaowei's unsteady gait, Meng Rong immediately put down his work and walked over to support him. He helped Luo Xiaowei to a corner of the storage area to sit and rest. You're so drunk you can barely stand. Why come to work when you should be resting? Meng Rong scolded. My head hurts. Luo Xiaowei clutched his temples. He couldn't hold his liquor well but loved to drink, often downing it recklessly. The inevitable hangover left him miserable. You know it hurts, yet you still drink so much? Meng Rong sighed, rushing out to fetch a glass of water for Luo Xiaowei. The headache is the least of it, it's the heartache. Luo Xiaowei lamented, his voice breaking as tears welled in his eyes. I worked so hard for this competition, yet I still couldn't beat the connected ones. Fate is so unfair. I feel like my youth is dead, my heart is heavy as a bell tolling at dusk. Why can't I be as capable as you? I'm just too lazy, always coasting by. I used to just get by, but when I finally decided to strive, I couldn't catch up to you. If I had caught up, would Pang Yudong dare replace me? Not even with 10 times the courage would he dare.
Meng Rong had no idea how to comfort him now. He could only listen silently as Luo Xiaowei poured out his grievances. The warehouse was filled with rubber products, the air thick with a pungent, acrid smell that became unbearable after prolonged exposure, far worse than the metallic dust or oily fumes. That Pang Yudong. Luo Xiaowei gritted his teeth in hatred, cursing and even uttering threats of underhanded revenge. Meng Rong could only offer gentle words of comfort. As they spoke, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the warehouse. The door swung open, and their heads snapped up in shock. The person entering was none other than Pang Yudong, the very man Luo Xiaowei despised with every fiber of his being. You really are here? Pang Yudong seemed pleasantly surprised. I've been looking for you guys for ages. Oomph. Luo Xiaowei snorted heavily. So you're here? Meng Rong instinctively glanced at Luo Xiaowei. Surely he wasn't here to rub salt in the wound? By this point, Meng Rong's feelings toward Pang Yudong had grown increasingly complex. Yet he couldn't bring himself to hate him. While Pang Yudong's methods for squeezing into the special training program weren't exactly honorable, he was undeniably capable. You couldn't say no to someone with real talent, much less dismiss them outright. Here to mock the loser? Luo Xiaowei sneered. Not at all. Pang Yudong's tone was unexpectedly sincere. He plopped down on a rubber tire without a hint of disgust, his face adorned with his trademark gentle smile. Actually, I came to tell you I've submitted my resignation from the competition spot to the factory. I'm giving this spot back to you. What? Both were stunned. They never imagined Pang Yudong would do this, discarding an opportunity he'd worked so hard to obtain. You misunderstand me. Pang Yudong explained. I truly wanted to compete, but I knew from the start that if I took away either of your spots, I'd never be able to hold my head up in the factory again. So, from the very beginning, I decided I wouldn't compete. But Meng Rong recalled his candid admission that day about taking advantage of the situation. That advantage wasn't so easy to take, it came at a cost. It was my credibility. Everyone would think I was a petty person, Pang Yudong said helplessly. If I told you that from the start, I only wanted to join the special training to ensure my technical skills wouldn't fall too far behind Meng Rong's, would you believe me? No way. Luo Xiaowei retorted instantly. That's the truth. Pang Yudong shrugged. Honestly, I don't need to explain much. All I had to do was step down from this spot. But I consider us friends. We've spent so much time together lately, you've seen what kind of person I am. Luo Xiaowei nodded with a complex expression. You're different from those three. Although Pang Yudong also buttered up Master Kuang, he never deliberately antagonized Luo or Tang, never even exchanged harsh words with them. Instead, he always treated them like friends. Right. Those three? They're just connections. To put it bluntly, they're all self-serving, scheming to snatch spots and rankings. But they never stood a chance. From the start, General Manager Yen made it clear, this was just an opportunity to improve our skills together. Pang Yudong looked somewhat weary. Bringing in Master Quan was the factory genuinely wanting to achieve something. It's a shame Meng Rong ended up losing interest. The factory won't go out of its way to invite instructors for such thankless efforts in the future. Meng Rong was shaken to the core, yet found himself at a loss for words. Pang Yudong added, I'll say it again, I'm just doing my job. I have no power or influence, how could I manage without some help? Laugh all you want. Anyway, I've said my piece. I'm out of here. Good luck to you all, may you make the honor roll. With that, Pang Yudong stood up, ready to leave. Meng Rong called out, wait. Pang Yudong, huh? I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. No need to apologize. I genuinely envy you. Thinking about it, I'm still immature. I kept wanting to put you down, but honestly, it feels pretty pointless. Meng Rong was genuinely baffled by Pang Yudong. This friend was like a Sichuan opera face-changing act, you couldn't tell if he was being sincere or not. After silently seeing Pang Yudong to the door, Pang Yudong suddenly whispered, haven't you been in touch with Annan for a long time? Ah, right. Meng Rong suddenly recalled Annan's lovely face. Her? Well, last time she got knocked up, then forced to have an abortion. It drove her a bit crazy. Now she's in a mental hospital. Pang Yudong sighed. Go see her sometime when you have the chance. Hope she gets better. Which bastard did this? Meng Rong roared with fury, his fists clenching so tightly his knuckles turned white. No matter what, Annan was his friend. It was me. I'm the one who wronged her. Pang Yudong's expression was filled with deep sorrow and regret. But in Meng Rong's eyes, it looked so pathetic and grotesque, especially as he leaned in so close. Go to hell. Meng Rong's rage boiled over. His clenched fist slammed straight into Pang Yudong's face. The blow carried immense force. After 5 years of daily work with steel, he'd unknowingly forged hands of raw power. Even a casual strike from him was no light blow, let alone this one, delivered with no restraint, fueled by fury and carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. A piercing scream echoed through the workshop. Chapter 79, No Reason to Argue. The blow landed with devastating force. Pang Yudong's nose was instantly broken and twisted, blood gushing freely.
He fell backward, clutching his face as he rolled on the floor, wailing in agony. After the blow, Meng Rong stared at his own fist in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that he'd acted without a second thought. Watching Pang Yudong writhing and screaming on the floor, panic began to grip him, though he forced himself to steady his nerves. Luo Xiaowei, standing nearby, was so shocked he forgot his own headache. Struggling to his feet, he hurried toward the door and was startled to see Pang Yudong lying motionless on the floor. He turned back at Meng Rong in utter bewilderment. He hadn't caught their whispered exchange and couldn't fathom why Meng Rong had suddenly lashed out. They'd worked together for 4 or 5 years, and this was the first time he'd ever seen Meng Rong hit someone. Meng had always been gentle, seemingly detached from worldly strife. But regardless, as a loyal friend, he couldn't stand by and watch someone else get hurt. Even though Pang Yudong had briefly moved him earlier, he now gave him a thumbs up. Brother Rong, boss. That punch you threw just now was truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Meng Rong's face stiffened, his voice hoarse. That beast deserved it. I don't quite get it, why did he suddenly become a beast? Luo Xiaowei scratched his head in frustration. Meng Rong started to explain, but stopped himself. Though the workshop was noisy, Pang Yudong's cries were so wretched that many mistook it for a workplace accident. They dropped their tools and rushed over, quickly forming a crowd before them. Everyone was astonished to see Pang Yudong lying on the floor, wailing in pain. They looked at each other, unsure what to do. A few people crouched down to ask about his injuries. It hurts. Pang Yudong mumbled incoherently, blood streaming from his nose and staining his clothes crimson, making him look especially pitiful. What happened? Director Yu, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, pushed through the crowd. Seeing the scene, he was startled and immediately directed people to help Pang Yudong to the infirmary for examination. Only after they were taken away did he inquire about the incident. Everyone turned their gaze to Meng Rong, who stood silently nearby. But they hadn't witnessed the incident either and had no idea what had happened. Director Yu frowned and asked Meng Rong, what happened to Deputy Director Pang? He injured his nose. Meng Rong replied. How did it happen? I hit him. What did you say? Everyone present froze in shock. Had Meng Rong lost his mind? Why would he attack Pang Yudong? Meng Rong, however, had calmed down. He said nothing, offered no explanation, and simply waited silently for the storm to come. Director Yu shot him a fierce glare before sighing. You. Why so impulsive? You usually seem so quiet. He dismissed the others to return to work, then turned to Meng Rong with a heavy tone. This time, you've really stirred up trouble. You know very well how things work around here. Enough said. Take care of yourself. I can't protect you on this one. We'll see what the factory decides to do. With that, Director Yu slowly turned to leave. Just before departing, he suddenly looked back at Meng Rong and added, if the factory asks about this, keep your attitude in check. You might get off easier. Meng Rong offered a grateful smile. In the process department office, Luo Xiaowei stammered through his explanation to Shang and Lu. Meng Rong sat expressionless nearby, lost in thought, idly fiddling with a pair of measuring calipers. Meng Rong, you were too impulsive this time. No matter the reason, you shouldn't have resorted to violence like that, old Shang said reproachfully. It's nothing. Just punched a beast. I'm happy. Meng Rong recounted Pang Yudong's confession about what he'd done to a nan. Wait, you mean he told you all this right after you left? Yes. Then he was asking for it. Old man Shang was baffled. He couldn't understand why Pang Yudong, who had just seemed so loyal, would suddenly provoke Meng Rong. He did it on purpose. Old Lu, who'd been silent for a while, spoke up. His face darkened, yet he didn't criticize Meng Rong. I think Pang Yudong provoked Meng Rong just to get hit. But he got beaten up too. What's in it for him? Humph, just a ploy to play the victim. Old Lu sneered coldly. He'd never had much regard for this Pang Yudong. That kid's more cunning than we ever imagined. It's rare to find such an oddball among us skilled workers. Typically, skilled workers aren't keen on office politics or brown-nosing, they often look down on such things. But Pang Yudong was different. What baffled them even more was that his technical skills were actually quite solid. What's his purpose in playing the victim? Old Shang couldn't grasp it. Old Lu fell silent for a moment. Perhaps it was just to get Meng Rong disciplined. That punch might get him a minor punishment, but I fear the factory might just fire him outright. At this critical juncture, dismissal seems unlikely. Old Shang shook his head vigorously. The competition is approaching soon. Firing Meng Rong would effectively mean forfeiting our chance at a top ranking. Not necessarily. Just as the two were about to argue, Meng Rong finally spoke up. Master, don't worry about me. Let them do whatever they want. I've already vented my anger. The rest doesn't matter. Besides, I want to take leave. I need to find Junior's sister in Nan. She helped me before. If Pang Yudong really ruined her life, I won't let him off. Nonsense. How could you possibly get even with him? Old Lu snapped angrily. At the very least, he must pay the price. And I'll expose Pang Yudong's true colors to the factory and to General Manager Yan.
Don't let yourselves be deceived by someone like him. The three of them froze. True Pang Yudong was on the verge of becoming General Manager Yen's son-in-law. Exposing him now could spark an unpredictable storm. The thought alone gave them headaches. So Lu Sheng and the others could only persuade Meng Rong to hold off on exposing him immediately, insisting they wait to see how the factory would handle the situation first. I doubt they'll be too harsh on Meng Rong. Old Lu muttered. Soon, Zhao, the factory's personnel manager, came to investigate the incident with Meng Rong. Meng recounted everything in detail. Zhao's expression turned peculiar. For General Manager Yen, this was a family scandal. If it were escalated, who knew what consequences it might bring? What completely caught Meng Rong off guard, however, was that Pang Yudong, whose injury had healed somewhat after bandaging the punch, had only ruptured a blood vessel, not broken his nasal bone. He was remarkably resilient, flatly denied Meng Rong's account. He claimed there had been absolutely no incident with the girl named Anan. He had merely mentioned this mutual acquaintance from the past in casual conversation with Meng Rong, who had then suddenly attacked him for no apparent reason. Pang Yudong appeared deeply aggrieved. When asked why Meng Rong had attacked him, he expressed utter bewilderment, insisting he'd only come to inform Luo Xiaowei of his withdrawal from the competition roster. The conversation had been civil until then. He had no idea what misunderstanding had triggered Meng Rong. The investigation team then questioned Luo Xiaowei, confirming Pang Yudong's account was true. The factory had indeed received Pang's prior application to withdraw from the competition. However, when asked what Pang and Meng Rong had discussed, Luo became evasive and unclear. This left the investigation team feeling the matter was becoming impossible to verify. Both sides stuck to their stories, yet their accounts were completely at odds. With no other option, they decided to have the two confront each other directly. In a room, Pang Yudong's face was still bandaged, the swelling giving him a slightly comical appearance. Speaking was difficult, his words coming out slurred and labored. Yet, as soon as the confrontation began, Pang Yudong suddenly said, "I remember now. I have the phone numbers of some former colleagues. They might have Anan's new number. Should we just contact Anan directly? In this day and age, who didn't carry a phone? Except for Meng Rong, of course. The contact information Anan had left behind long ago had been disconnected. So, right in front of everyone, Pang Yudong called each former colleague one by one to find Anan's number. In the end, he actually managed to get Anan's new contact information from a personnel clerk at Xin Ying Company. Moments later, Meng Rong snatched the phone with a mix of excitement and skepticism, dialing the number himself. But at the investigation team's gesture, he could only activate the speakerphone. "Hello? Who is this?" A somewhat lazy voice came from the other end, sounding a bit weary, but Meng Rong instantly recognized it as Anan's. "It's me, Meng Rong. Ah. Senior brother, my idol. Why are you calling me?" Anan on the other end suddenly perked up, her voice bursting with boundless energy. "Ah, I never expected this. What a special day it must be that you remembered this old lady, ahem, this girl. How rare." Hearing her familiar, cheerful laughter, Meng Rong felt touched. Though she was always a bit of a free spirit, she was undeniably devoted to him, her senior brother. "Nothing much. Just realized it's been ages since we last talked, so I thought I'd give you a call." "Wait, hold up. This is my new number, right? How'd you find it? Come on, admit it, you've been dying to talk to me, haven't you? Fine, I'll say it, this lady is a national treasure. You've got no excuse not to miss me. Is your family pressuring you to marry and you can't find anyone suitable? Maybe you should consider me. Ah, but wait, this girl still has so much to do and experience. Can't keep you company right now. No worries though, just say the word, and I'll introduce you to my bestie." The loud ringtone echoed through the room. Everyone stared at Meng Rong in utter speechlessness. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Oh, no. Actually, I just wanted to check in. How are you doing? Fine? I'm absolutely great. Full of energy and looking fabulous, come see for yourself. Unbelievable. Everyone shot disdainful glances at Meng Rong, making him red-faced with embarrassment. He quickly asked, "That's good. As long as you're recovered, everything else can be discussed. Relax, I'm perfectly fine." "Wait, what did you say? Recovered? What recovery? I'm as lively as ever, nothing wrong with me. Don't you dare jinx me." "What? You weren't hospitalized? Hospital? What hospital? Which bastard cursed me to be hospitalized? Tell me, I'll slaughter his entire family." No, it's just someone. I'm afraid mentioning it might upset you." "Who?" "Ah, I get it. No need to say it, it's definitely that bastard Pang Yudong. He really went to your farm machinery factory, right? Truth is, senior brother, I ended up at Xining by accident. I wasn't actually going after you. So, this girl's got a whole world out there. I'm not dumb enough to follow him to some farm machinery factory. Ah, I'm not talking about you, senior brother. Keep up the good work, your future's wide open. Did he do anything to you? What could he do to me? He might have wanted to, but do you think this girl is that easy to take advantage of? And Nan burst into hearty laughter. Meng Rong instantly felt awkward.
He glanced up at the investigation team members.
This moment solidified his false accusation against Pang Yudong.
The team members exchanged complicated glances. Meng Rong was now in a position where even the truth wouldn't save him.
Chapter 80, The Arena of Fame and Fortune. Meng Rong hadn't anticipated this unexpected turn. He'd been far too careless.
Now, his gaze fell on Pang Yudong with a mix of emotions. He'd expected Pang to be smirking in triumph, gloating over his successful scheme. Instead, Pang sat there looking somewhat despondent, showing no sign of triumph, but rather appearing rather sad. On the other end of the line, and Nan was still shouting excitedly, "Senior brother, it's so rare you remember me.
Just wait, once I'm free from work, I'll come find you to hang out. Got stuff to do now, can't chat long. I'll call you later, okay? You better be waiting for me when I come find you to party." Then he hung up.
Listening to the dial tone, Meng Rong wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or worried. After all, Anan was safe and sound, not locked up in some mental hospital. That was good news, easing his mind.
But the current situation, well, it didn't look like it would be easy to get through.
Come to think of it, with Anan's mischievous, feisty, and fearless personality, there probably wasn't a soul in this world who could pull one over on her.
He'd just been overreacting out of concern. What the hell was Pang Yudong talking about?
With that thought, he plopped down into a chair and shot Pang Yudong another fierce glare.
What the hell? Spouting nonsense just to get punched? He couldn't fathom Pang Yudong's motive. From any angle, it seemed utterly pointless.
The situation seemed clear. Meng Rong had assaulted a colleague without cause, resulting in minor injuries. Though the investigation team knew Pang Yudong had probably been a bit of a smartass, the facts were undeniable. At least Meng Rong himself hadn't been harmed.
Therefore, disciplinary action was inevitable.
And so, Meng Rong received another disciplinary action, this time a major demerit and a 500 yuan fine. Since he had also been involved in the previous brawl, even if it was unjust, the factory had ruled on it. This time, it was considered a repeat offense. Not being fired was clearly the factory showing leniency, considering his status as a key technical staff member.
Meng Rong had no choice but to accept reality.
The disciplinary notice was issued that very day, plastered across the factory in large character posters. Those who saw it murmured in debate, opinions divided. Some claimed Meng Rong was arrogant and self-indulgent, others accused him of deliberate misconduct, while a few defended him, insisting his innocence was undeniable. In the workshop, some colleagues teased him while others offered consolation.
But these reactions held little meaning for Meng Rong.
After work, he returned to his dormitory in a foul mood and collapsed onto his bed. Late that night, Zhang Xiuhu roused him, bringing skewers of grilled meat and braised dishes to fill his stomach. Though Meng felt no hunger, he couldn't refuse such kindness. He rolled over, took the skewers, and began chewing slowly. Seeing Meng Rong seemed reasonably composed and not utterly defeated, Zhang Xiuhu breathed a slight sigh of relief. He then boldly and confidently urged him to look on the bright side. This disciplinary action, he argued, was nothing in today's world. At worst, he could just walk away with the punishment follow him? It wasn't like the old days when a single file determined one's entire life.
Meng Rong explained it wasn't the punishment itself that bothered him.
It was the realization that he'd only ever wanted to bury his head in work, to do his job well.
He'd never once thought of causing trouble, always striving to be honest and upright. Yet, he couldn't escape punishment.
That was what left a sour taste in his mouth. Soon after, the Shao brothers joined the conversation. They were curious. Meng Rong didn't seem like the type to fly off the handle.
Why would he resort to violence?
Meng Rong didn't want to elaborate on the details, vaguely mentioning that he and Pang Yudong had argued over differing opinions.
Zhang Xiuhu suddenly thought of something and asked, wasn't Pang Yudong already selected for the competition team? Will Meng Rong's punishment affect your participation in the competition?
Meng Rong froze for a moment, then suddenly seemed to realize something.
He gave a wry smile and said, I don't know either.
He genuinely couldn't make sense of it now, but he felt too embarrassed to confront Pang Yudong directly. After all, no matter how sharp-tongued Pang had been, he had actually laid hands on him and caused real harm. He didn't know how to face his former friend now. Early the next morning, old Shang and old Lu summoned him to discuss competition training arrangements.
Their expressions, however, were decidedly grim.
They believed that while Meng Rong could still compete in his current somewhat listless state, it would inevitably affect his performance. Achieving a good result was far from certain. Seeing their worried expressions, Meng Rong actually smiled.
Old Lu grew irritated. What's the occasion for grinning like that? Master, you really needn't worry about me. This matter is over and done with. I don't feel it will have any impact at all. Are you absolutely certain it won't affect you?
Rest assured, this is trivial.
I've weathered far worse storms. What's this compared to those?
Indeed, in Meng Rong's life, disciplinary actions like this were hardly earth-shattering. Having endured the triple blow of his earlier setbacks, compounded by the machine shop's collapse, his existence had already been a roller coaster of ups and downs. This minor setback was insignificant to him.
But old Master Lu didn't know any of this.
To him, receiving a major demerit and nearly getting fired was a blow that could be considered almost devastating for a person. It was a scar left by the times, and for him, it was a very serious situation. That's why they lacked confidence now. Old Shang was puzzled. Seeing Meng Rong's nonchalant expression, he asked, "You wouldn't be doing this on purpose, like you said last time, just to get Luo shall we to compete? There's no need. I heard Pang Yudong already submitted his resignation to the factory and said he wouldn't participate in this competition." "You still hit him? It doesn't seem real at all." "It's true. He deserved it," Meng Rong replied bluntly. Last night, he'd finally come to terms with it. If Pang Yudong repeated those words back then, he might have thrown another punch. There was no other reason, he simply couldn't hold back. So will the factory accept Pang Yudong's resignation now? Old Liu was puzzled. Hard to say. Given Pang Yudong's current state, even if he competed, he probably wouldn't achieve much. As they spoke, the phone on the desk rang. Old Shang grabbed it. "Hello? Process department? Where?" As he listened, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Finally, he hung up and turned to Meng Rong with a complex look. "You're something else, kid. The Duanjiang Technical College specifically requested you to repair a machine." President Yen was so thrilled by their principal's endorsement that he agreed on the spot. "He wants you to prepare immediately and head over for the inspection." "Ha? And they also want you to stay at the school for a while to teach practical classes to the students. How strange such a coincidence." Old Shan was utterly baffled. Old Liu asked, "There's more to this? How long has it been? They're still thinking about it?" Old Shang pondered for a moment. "The competition is important, but people matter more. Now, what do you think, should Meng Rong compete while carrying that disciplinary action and aim for a few good placements, or should he go teach, lie low for a while, and clear his head?" "The competition is definitely more important," Old Liu replied without hesitation. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lecturing can wait, it can happen anytime." Old Man Shang nodded in agreement. That made perfect sense. They both turned to look at Meng Rong. As long as he was willing to compete, there was no issue. As for the lectures, they could be postponed for a while. The school wasn't going to run away, was it? But Old Shang frowned again. Mr. Yan's suggestion was for Meng Rong to teach. He agreed so readily. "What do you mean? Is he suggesting he should go right now?" "Exactly that." The three present fell into a moment of silence. If Mr. Yan wanted Meng Rong to start teaching immediately, wouldn't that conflict with the competition schedule? Could they coordinate it, or not? They couldn't figure it out right away. Just as the silence hung heavy, the office door swung open. Director Yu stepped inside, his expression oddly mixed a hint of resentment, yet tinged with resignation. "Perfect timing, you're all here." "Yes, we're all here discussing the competition," replied Old Liu. "The competition?" Director Yu's expression turned peculiar. "Forget about the competition for now. The factory just notified me to approve a month's leave for Meng Rong. He has personal matters to attend to. As for the competition, it no longer concerns him." "What?" All three were stunned. "There's nothing I can do. It's an order from above. I have to follow it. Meng Rong, I'm sorry for the inconvenience." "Sigh, I just don't understand what the factory is thinking. Replacing our best seed player? Are they planning to abandon the competition? I can't wrap my head around it." Director Yu's voice sounded hoarse, clearly dissatisfied with the decision but bound to comply. Old Master Liu fumed. "They've completely lost sight of what's important. What good will this do the factory? How are we supposed to explain this to the county leaders?" His anger mounted as he slammed his fist down, cracking the glass tabletop of Old Man Shang's desk once more. Director Yu frowned. "Is this anger directed at me?" Old Shang quickly grabbed the enraged Master Liu and explained, "Director Yu, Master Liu is upset about Meng Rong. It has nothing to do with you. Don't take it personally." Director Yu sighed, said nothing, and silently walked out of the room. Watching Director Yu leave, Old Liu roared with fury again, raising his fist to smash the table once more. Old Man Shang blocked him firmly. "Have mercy on this old glass." "Ha!" Meng Rong burst out laughing at Old Man Shang's remark. Both men glared at him. "At a time like this, you still have the nerve to laugh?" Meng Rong chuckled. It was fate, after all. He shrugged indifferently. Competing is just about proving whose skills are more polished and whose techniques are more extensive. I've already learned so much from both of you masters. I don't necessarily need this competition to prove myself. Besides, Meng Rong paused. I don't want to become a master like Master Kuang, existing solely for competitions. That's not my goal. Yes, he absolutely didn't want to be like Master Kuang, memorizing past exam questions, deciphering their patterns, reading the examiner's minds, competing just for the sake of competing. That went against his original purpose for learning the craft. Someone once told me we should always maintain the spirit of an apprentice, Meng Rong remarked with emotion. I used to think competitions were meant to elevate our skills, but now I feel they've lost their true purpose. I don't need this kind of competition to add to my reputation. His current aversion to competition stemmed from his distaste for Master Kuang's training methods. To him, competitions weren't arenas for skill, they were merely arenas for chasing fame and fortune, evoking an inexplicable repulsion. Old Sheng understood his feelings and tried to reason with him. You shouldn't be so extreme. Competitions are still very meaningful. Yet the young Meng Rong, consumed by a series of recent events, was already seething with anger. He couldn't possibly heed old man Sheng's advice. What's the big deal about giving a lecture? It's a minor thing. Chapter 81, you should just leave. All this speculation was pointless anyway, for that very day the factory issued an official notice. Its main content stated that due to Comrade Meng Rong's serious misconduct, which had tarnished the image of Fenghai Agricultural Machinery Factory, the factory had decided to revoke his qualification to participate in the municipal competition. The vacancy would be filled directly by Pang Yudong. The entire factory erupted in commotion. People buzzed with speculation, baffled by the factory's reasoning. Why did they keep resorting to such underhanded tactics? It was hard to fathom. Most didn't hold high hopes for Pang Yudong, while sympathy leaned toward Meng Rong. After all, human nature is the same. People naturally gravitate toward those who've grown alongside them, not those who climb through connections. People were baffled. Why hadn't Pang Yudong competed from the start? Why wait until Meng Rong secured first place and earned the spot before snatching it? And that he could even replace him? Unbelievable. Not everyone knew that these competitions weren't as strictly regulated as people imagined. What Meng Rong had secured in the preliminary round was actually the factory's entry slot, not a spot on the official roster. The factory could decide to swap names on the list at will. As for what other internal dealings might be at play, ordinary workers were even less privy to such matters. People just felt the factory's culture was truly unsavory. But despite all the murmurs, the factory's decision remained unchanged. Aside from Meng Rong and Old Liu, no one else was willing to risk trouble with management over such a minor issue. As for Meng Rong, the person involved, he remained silent. After Master Kuang's meddling, he had lost all interest in competing. Besides, the disciplinary violation was a fact set in stone. What could he possibly say? Better to focus on how to teach others. Besides him, Luo Xiaowei and Tao Qizhong were also disqualified. Naturally, they felt resentful inside. But Meng Rong reasoned with them. The factory's honor outweighed personal pride, and the chance to compete was rare. Besides, Luo Xiaowei had promised someone he'd win a place to prove himself. He couldn't afford to act impulsively. Their feelings were complicated, but after Meng Rong's persuasion, they reluctantly accepted the situation. Only old Master Liu flew into a rage. The moment he saw the notice, he stormed off to confront the factory management, furious at what he saw as blatant mistreatment. But old man Sheng and old Zhang held him back firmly. They knew full well that arguing with the factory at this point would be futile. After all, Meng Rong had made the mistake first, and the factory's rules were technically sound. Besides, what could one possibly argue about? Old Liu sighed repeatedly. In his view, Fenghai Factory was no longer what it used to be. Since the restructuring, the factory had increasingly lost that vibrant, upward-striving atmosphere of the past. Does Fenghai Factory even have a future? Old Liu asked, his voice heavy with disappointment. Over the years, the factory had introduced some new equipment and developed products tailored to market needs, but it hadn't achieved anything truly significant. Instead, it had been struggling to survive, barely scraping by as its reserves dwindled. Old Shang and the others were at a loss for words. Meng Rong, free from responsibilities, felt a weight lifted. He thought of his sister, Meng Xiaoquan. She was having a blast. She'd called to say she'd gone to a celebrity concert with classmates and had a wonderful time. Meng Rong could only smile bitterly. His sister had blown his entire month's salary in just a couple of days. The bonus he'd received this time wasn't as much as he'd hoped. Having lost his eligibility to compete, he'd have to tighten his belt. His only pressing task now was preparing to assist with a few live teaching sessions at Duanjiang Technical College. But he'd never taught anyone before and had no idea how to prepare lessons. He figured it would just involve showing people how to operate the machines and pointing out details, things he knew inside out. He'd just go through the motions and recite from memory when the time came. Therefore, lesson planning seemed unnecessary. After reporting to the factory's personnel department, he began his business trip to Duanjiang Technical College. Before he left, Old Liu sought him out for a chat. Old Liu lit a cigarette. His habit had grown worse lately. Meng Rong urged him to cut back, but Old Liu waved him off impatiently, glaring at him. "Kid, you think you can tell me what to do?" Meng Rong could only let it go. Old Liu puffed away, his eyes still holding a trace of resentment. Meng Rong knew he was still bitter about the factory's decision. Smiling, he said, "It doesn't matter, Master Liu. It's already decided. Going on this business trip will give me a chance to clear my head and rest for a while. You should be happy for me." Old Liu remained silent for a long while, avoiding the question. Instead, he asked, "What do you think of Fenghai Factory?" "Pretty good." "Bull." Old Liu blurted out, surprising Meng Rong. "It's my fault for being useless. I have no standing in the factory to speak up for you." Old Liu sighed heavily. He regretted not confronting the factory leadership after the notice came out.
If need be, I'll quit. I'll make them pay for this. Meng Rong felt a headache coming on. You've worked at the factory for so many years. You can't just quit like that. How could that be possible? What's so impossible about it? Old Liu rolled his eyes. I used to think that if I could just stick it out at Fenghe until retirement, collecting my pension, everything would be fine. But now? It looks tough. Why do you say that? Look at Fenghe factory now. Do you think it can last? Old Liu opened the window and spoke plainly. Nepotism, complacency, coasting by, wastefulness running rampant. Most people just want to line their pockets, not care about the factory's profits. Production and sales are both dismal. If this keeps up, it'll go under sooner or later. Meng Rong hadn't considered things that deeply and remained silent. Young Rong, I've been thinking you should leave Fenghe. Find yourself a decent factory to work at. There's no future here. You could even head south for work. A skilled worker like you would fare better anywhere else than at Fenghe. You'd earn more too, Old Liu advised. Well. Meng Rong scratched his scalp. Truthfully, he hadn't been entirely opposed to leaving Fenghe, but he was deeply hesitant. I know. You want to learn more from me, right? Old Liu gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Everyone at the factory calls me CNC King, but I know deep down it's just temporary. Sooner or later, I'll fall behind. We can't let that ruin your future. There's not much left for you to learn here. Get out while you're young. To put it bluntly, if you stay at Fenghe, you won't even find a wife. There's no future here. Back in the day, people used to say, eat Fenghe, marry Fenghe, find a Fenghe husband and never worry about food or drink. Now the slogan's changed, marry the wrong man, marry the wrong woman, don't fall for a Fenghe man's tricks. We're no longer in demand. Fenghe has gone from being the hottest commodity to being shunned. Old Liu sighed deeply, his mind drifting to memories of the past. Your master's wife wasn't like this when she first married in. Now she complains daily that I'm good for nothing, stuck in Fenghe all my life, never amounting to anything like others. Meng Rong listened silently, understanding all too well. The only reason he remained in Fenghe was his bond with Master Liu. Over the years, Liu had truly poured out his knowledge, sparing no effort in guiding Meng Rong. Old Liu's approval meant everything to Meng Rong. He genuinely cared for this apprentice. So no matter how tempting opportunities elsewhere might be, Meng Rong had never considered leaving. But now, Master Liu was actively suggesting Meng Rong leave. This left Meng Rong with a complex mix of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. He wondered if Master Liu's anger had been sparked by the unfair treatment Meng Rong had recently endured. I'm not speaking out of anger, but from the heart, Old Liu said, noticing Meng Rong's hesitation. He smiled. You truly have talent. I trained you, but I never said you had to dedicate your entire life to this factory. Times have changed. Individuals deserve better opportunities. Fenghe isn't what it used to be. Why stay here? Think it over. If you get a chance, go. Don't worry about what us old-timers think. Old Liu recalled the master craftsman who had mentored him at the factory years ago. Back then, that man had urged him to work diligently, to dedicate his youth and his entire life to the factory's cause. Times really have changed. Old Liu waved his hand. Go on, head to the school. Who knows? Maybe there's a good opportunity waiting there. Becoming a technician and getting out into the world, that's actually no small feat. This chance is rare. MHM. Meng Rong nodded. The trip to Duangjiang Technical College was now familiar territory. After packing his belongings that morning, Meng Rong set off. After several hours on the road, he arrived outside the college's corporate partner facility in the afternoon. Standing at the entrance, he heard the jarring roar of machinery inside. After a moment's thought, he pushed open the door and walked in. Just like before, there was no security guard on duty, as if the assets inside weren't particularly valuable. This struck Meng Rong as odd. At the very least, they could station someone at the gate to keep watch. Otherwise, anyone could just wander in. He placed his luggage in a corner and walked deeper inside. The interior looked much the same as before, just a large workshop. Hearing some activity, he approached to take a look. Inside, two teachers were leading a group of students in a lesson. Pointing at a boring machine, they explained how to position the tool, how to use the scale, which cutting tools to employ, safety precautions, and how to avoid getting metal shavings in one's eyes. The door was open, so he quietly stood behind them listening for a while. He was startled to recognize one of the teachers. It was none other than the honest Mr. Chen. Teacher Chen was speaking so intensely that his throat was parched. Turning to answer a student's question, he happened to glance up and spotted Meng Rong standing behind the students. His face lit up with surprise and delight. He burst into laughter. Class, we have an unexpected guest in our classroom today. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Would you mind if he demonstrates how to operate the boring machine for us? The students turned around, only to see a young man they had never seen before standing at the back. He didn't seem particularly remarkable. A sparse round of applause began. Teacher Chen frowned. This is a technical expert from Fenghe Factory, whom the school worked hard to invite. Everyone, please give him a warm welcome. The applause grew louder, though still somewhat half-hearted. Everyone eyed Meng Rong skeptically. After all, he was only 24, though he carried himself with maturity. He wasn't much older than the students themselves. A master? That seemed like an overstatement. Chapter 82, Meeting of Masters. This turn of events caught Meng Rong off guard. He hadn't expected that simply dropping by to audit a class and say hello to Teacher Chen would land him in the middle of a live teaching session. He waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm no expert. Teacher Chen, however, introduced him enthusiastically. This fellow is extraordinary. When he came to repair our machine tools, he proved to be a master of all trades, truly unmatched. Forget these small, boring and lathe machines, he has a nose like a dog's. Sorry, that's meant as a compliment. He can tell just by sniffing what grade of oil we're using, that's how good he is. We can't do that, we've smelled too many different oils. And get this, he even handles CNC machines. If you could all reach half his skill level, well, forget it, just half his work ethic. I bet you'd have no trouble finding a job anywhere. The students looked at Meng Rong skeptically. They weren't kids anymore. Just because you say he's amazing doesn't make it so, right? Meng Rong shot Teacher Chen a helpless glance. Teacher Chen, you're flattering me. I'm just an ordinary technician. The best technician I've ever seen, Teacher Chen declared, seemingly willing to say anything to save face in front of the students. He didn't seem to mind putting Meng Rong on the spot, as if his confidence in him surpassed even Meng Rong's own. Another male teacher nearby, who hadn't met Meng Rong before, also harbored doubts about his skill. But out of deference to Teacher Chen, he didn't dare contradict him openly. He stood silently by, waiting to see Meng Rong's performance. Hearing Teacher Chen's words, Meng Rong felt both amused and exasperated. He regretted coming over to join the commotion. He was certainly confident in his skills, but live teaching? Operating a bed? It wasn't exactly something to write home about. What was there to show off? Teacher Chen, this was just nonsense. Teacher Chen, can we do this another time? You can't just call for a demonstration out of nowhere. I don't even know what you're planning to teach the students. Meng Rong protested helplessly. He'd only just arrived to listen in and hadn't even grasped the lesson's content. What was he supposed to demonstrate? He had no clue. Teacher Chen laughed heartily. Why so shy? Just operate it normally. Let the students see how a master craftsman uses the bed to make things, how quickly he produces work. You, just do it the way you normally work. Demonstrate it to reinforce everyone's understanding. It's a rare opportunity. Everyone, give him a round of applause. The students thought about it. Teacher Chen made perfect sense. They wanted to see how a master craftsman worked the lathe. So, the applause grew enthusiastic. Meng Rong sighed inwardly. He was truly being put on the spot now. But then he thought, Teacher Chen was right, he'd just do what he always did. It was muscle memory at this point. Fine, he'd demonstrate. He surveyed the machine, assessing its condition, and instantly knew what to do. Smiling, he said, well, I'll make a fool of myself then. Consider this a demonstration for everyone. He set down his backpack and toolkit, rolled up his sleeves. After all, he was on a business trip, and wearing a blue shirt that was already wrinkled rolling up his sleeves didn't look out of place. Teacher Chen called out from the side, everyone, pay close attention now. Observe Teacher Meng's key techniques. Later, you'll all discuss your reflections and submit a written report. In no time, Meng Rong became Teacher Meng. But the students' faces turned sour. What? We have to submit a written reflection too? Teacher Chen, aren't you just bored out of your mind? Glancing at the materials on hand, he casually picked up a teaching aid, adjusted the machine, and got to work. Tasks like this were child's play for him, utterly effortless. But now, to put on a show, he had to make his movements even sharper and faster. His dazzling display of operation carried a certain brutal beauty. Even if some details weren't entirely clear, the students weren't complete novices. They couldn't grasp the intricacies, but they understood the spectacle. Applause erupted spontaneously this time, it was genuine. Meng Rong wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly relieved. This performance hadn't matched his usual standard, as the bed he was using differed somewhat from the one he used at Fingha. But the outcome was favorable in the student's eyes, he was already a worthy model to emulate. Teacher Chen beamed with delight, cheering loudly while imparting earnest advice. See? If you all study diligently, you can catch up to Teacher Meng's level. When that happens, will you still worry about finding jobs or establishing yourselves in society? And did everyone remember the key points of Teacher Meng's movements? Excellent. Next, let's have Teacher Meng share some insights on operating the boring machine, shall we? Yes. The students cheered, eager to listen. Meng Rong wore a slightly helpless smile as he casually selected some fundamental techniques and shared them alongside his practical experience. Teacher Chen nodded attentively. While most of Meng Rong's points covered standard course content, his practical insights proved highly valuable. If the students absorbed these lessons, they would undoubtedly benefit greatly in the future. Fortunately, though the students weren't big fans of theory classes, they took practical sessions quite seriously. As Meng Rong spoke, the other instructor nudged Teacher Chen. Excuse me, but isn't this Mr. Meng new here? Did he just arrive today?
Yes, he should be new, Teacher Chen realized, having forgotten to ask Meng Rong himself. He was still carrying his backpack. He must have rushed over. Probably didn't even have time for lunch. Teacher Chen was startled. Right, he hadn't noticed Meng Rong had rushed over. If he'd taken public transport, he probably hadn't eaten lunch. And here he was, throwing him straight into teaching duties. Really? A pang of guilt washed over him. He was always lacking in proper etiquette, no wonder Vice Principal Liu kept criticizing him. He hastily announced the end of class. Though it had already run over, the students seemed reluctant to leave. This was odd, usually when he ran over, they'd grumble, but today, not a word. After class, Teacher Chen hurriedly inquired about Meng Rong's situation. Teacher Meng, did you just arrive? Did you have lunch? Upon learning Meng Rong hadn't eaten lunch, Teacher Chen apologized profusely and insisted on taking him out to eat. Meng Rong quickly declined, explaining that although he hadn't had lunch, he'd nibbled on a bread roll during the car ride and wasn't hungry. Not hungry? Well, alright then. Teacher Chen pushed his thick glasses up his nose and relented. I'll take you to register at the school. I heard the day before yesterday that our principal spoke with your Fengha CEO. Fengha has agreed to send you for a period of on-site teaching, part of our school enterprise collaboration initiative, haha. Meng Rong could only chuckle awkwardly. His stomach was growling loudly, but Teacher Chen was so enthusiastic about taking him to register that he really couldn't find time to grab lunch. Teacher Chen was so honest, he actually believed Meng Rong when he said he wasn't hungry. If only he hadn't been so polite. But honest people have their own merits when they're enthusiastic, it's genuine. He pulled Meng Rong along to the school's academic affairs office for registration, detailing everything along the way, when this building was constructed, when that green space was landscaped, which building housed the faculty offices, how classrooms were distributed, where the dormitories and cafeteria were located. Everything was explained in meticulous detail. This gave Meng Rong a solid grasp of the campus layout. Duanjiang wasn't particularly large at the time, and most of the buildings looked somewhat dated. Only one academic building had been constructed in the late 1990s, the rest dated back to the 1980s and appeared a bit shabby now. Yet Teacher Chen radiated pride. Duanjiang Vocational School was a key municipal institution for technical education, boasting a far more established history than newer technical colleges, night schools, or adult vocational programs. Its faculty was notably robust, including several teachers with master's degrees, a resource other schools simply couldn't match. Moreover, in recent years, the school had kept pace with the times. It not only maintained manual machine tools like drill presses, lathes, and boring machines, but had also begun introducing CNC machine tools. Mentioning this, Teacher Chen suddenly recalled, Teacher Meng, you saw this last time too. To increase revenue and reduce expenses, our school has established a school enterprise partnership. It facilitates teaching while also taking on production tasks. As Principal Liu puts it, it both trains our teaching staff and integrates industry with education. Why not do it? Meng Rong nodded with a smile, feeling that hungry drive gradually fade away, as if he'd eaten his fill. Curiosity piqued, he asked, where's Principal Liu gone? Haven't seen him today. Teacher Chen chuckled, about to respond, when a faint voice suddenly echoed from behind them, Teacher Meng, you're here? How rare that you still remember this humble Liu. The abrupt voice startled both Meng Rong and Teacher Chen, making them jump. Turning around, they saw none other than Vice Principal Liu himself. It was truly baffling how he could be one person yet always manage to appear so ghost-like and elusive. Deputy Principal Liu nodded with satisfaction, sizing them up. Meng Rong, it's been quite the effort to get you here. I'd almost given up hope of seeing you again. It's been quite a while since we last parted, hasn't it? Not that long. Cut the crap. Getting you here was no easy feat. I called earlier, but the factory isn't exactly supportive of this. They probably think we're a pain in the neck. We've already helped out, and now it's never ending. Not at all. I wouldn't dare think that. You may not think so, but your boss Yan certainly does. He really thinks he's the center of the universe. Who's dipping him in sauce? Vice Principal Liu remarked, half joking, half serious. Meng Rong felt awkward. This was tricky to explain. He certainly hadn't meant it that way. Had Vice Principal Liu lost his mind? He was here to help, wasn't he? And he was essentially unpaid labor, with his salary still coming from the factory. Seeing Meng Rong's displeased expression, Vice Principal Liu burst into laughter. Mr. Meng, just kidding. Come on, Mr. Chen, you go teach your class. I'll take Meng Rong to report to the academic affairs office. Old Zhang was still nagging me this morning, saying he should be able to report within the next couple of days. Teacher Chen nodded repeatedly. True enough, he had classes to teach. If Director Zhang from the Academic Affairs Office happened to cause trouble for him, that wouldn't be good. So he bid Meng Rong farewell and turned to leave. Watching Teacher Chen leave, Vice Principal Liu chuckled. Teacher Meng, come on. I'll take you to meet a master. Meet what kind of expert? You'll see when we get there. Chapter 83, It's You. Deputy Principal Liu led Meng Rong toward the academic building with a cheerful smile, chatting about the school along the way. Our school here has been around for over 20 years now.
It's got some history behind it. You could say it ranks among the top vocational colleges in the city.
I know a little about that. Our school offers quite a variety of programs, quite diverse, actually. We have electronic technology applications, chemical technology, mechatronics technology applications, machining technology, automotive technology and maintenance, construction engineering, tourism services and management, marketing, fine arts painting, Chinese and Western cuisine culinary arts, and of course, the newly added CNC technology applications, among others.
Chinese and Western cuisine? Meng Rong was intrigued.
Of course. What did you expect? Training chefs is a real honor. Take the city's only 5-star hotel, one of their chefs graduated from our school.
Several top restaurants in the province have our graduates too. We even have a hotel management program.
If you're thinking of switching majors, just ask us.
No. Meng Rong waved his hands repeatedly.
That wasn't for him. Vice Principal Liu laughed heartily, unfazed. He led Meng Rong straight upstairs to a classroom door, glanced at his watch, and said, "Almost time.
Class is about to start. Come on."
Saying this, he led Meng Rong into the classroom, found 2 empty seats at the back, sat down, and motioned for Meng Rong to sit as well.
Meng Rong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. How long had it been since he'd last stepped into a classroom? And now he was being dragged in by Vice Principal Liu to sit in on a class?
After they sat down, some students cast curious glances toward the 2 figures at the back.
But their eyes darted nervously. Vice Principal Liu himself had come to observe a class?
They dared not stare long, instead exchanging quiet whispers among themselves.
Meng Rong whispered to Vice Principal Liu, "Whose class are we here to observe?" Liu smiled without answering, gesturing toward the podium.
Suddenly, the class bell chimed.
The entire classroom fell silent.
Students sat up straight, their posture impeccable. Aside from the rustling of pages and the soft scratching of pens on paper, the room was almost completely still. Meng Rong felt puzzled, but seeing the solemn atmosphere, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. The bell had barely stopped ringing when a figure burst through the front door, striding in with purpose. She wore an outfit with ethnic minority influences, instantly catching everyone's attention. Yet, when Meng Rong caught a glimpse of her profile, he suddenly felt a bit dazed.
Her expression was stern as she walked to the podium.
With a sharp glance sweeping the classroom, she opened the textbook.
Today we begin Chapter 3, Section 2, Spindle Components of CNC Machine Tools, starting on page 49. But before we begin, let's review yesterday's lesson.
Listening to her articulate, crisp voice flowing effortlessly from the podium, Meng Rong sat below, his mind buzzing, eyes fixed on the stage, not blinking once. Vice Principal Liu glanced back, inwardly amused. Young men, he thought, always unable to tear their eyes away from a pretty girl. But Meng Rong was transported back to that scene 4 or 5 years ago. That day at the bus stop, was that the last time he'd seen her? He thought he might never see her again in this lifetime, that many memories would remain buried deep within his heart. The world churned on, clouds rose and fell, and he'd simply kept that streak of rainbow light hidden away.
Yet life is unpredictable. How could they meet again?
He felt a mix of joy, loss, regret, self-doubt, and melancholy, a jumble of emotions so chaotic he couldn't even grasp his own thoughts. He just stared blankly at the person on stage. In the classroom, she was stern because she wanted to be responsible. These children all came from difficult homes, and none of their futures could be squandered lightly. She had to make them listen, no matter what it took. But whether they could truly absorb it, how well they could learn. She felt somewhat powerless, yet she refused to give up, striving relentlessly. She opened the textbook, scribbled on the blackboard, and began her explanation. The spindle assembly of this CNC machine tool is its core component.
What does core component mean?
It means its operational precision, where resistance, vibration damping, and mechanical strength all critically impact workpiece machining and quality.
Of course, it's not solely this component that affects outcomes. Other human factors and environmental conditions also play roles. Our current CNC machine tools primarily include CNC lathes, CNC milling machines, and machining centers. These were concepts Meng Rong had previously studied in textbooks, so they weren't difficult to grasp. Yet hearing them explained in class offered a different perspective and deeper understanding. Meng Rong listened quietly.
Its primary structural features are as follows. First, its main body is a hollow-stepped shaft. A hollow-stepped shaft is roughly shaped like this. As she spoke, she sketched a geometric diagram on the blackboard, explaining offhandedly. Second, the front section of the spindle mainly consists of a flange plate and a specially designed chuck structure.
That's a somewhat outdated explanation nowadays. The special chucks are usually hydraulic or electric, something like this.
Third, the rear section is the rotary cylinder. She continued explaining 7 or 8 points, supplementing her own insights as she went.
None of this was found in Meng Rong's textbooks.
He felt his knowledge expanding rapidly, listening with rapt attention. Instinctively, he pulled out a notebook and pen from his pocket and began jotting down notes.
Textbook knowledge always feels superficial, he mused.
The textbooks were compiled some time ago, and the authors might not have kept pace with all the latest industry developments. Xianghua on stage was constantly clarifying or filling in gaps, information Meng Rong had never heard before and no one had ever taught him. After the initial shock and awe, he gradually slipped into the role of a student, listening intently to the lecture. After lecturing for about half an hour, Xianghua finally paused. She assigned a geometry problem for everyone to digest and ponder, taking a moment to catch her breath and sip water while observing the students below.
Who was slacking off? Who hadn't been paying attention?
She needed to identify them for focused guidance. As she scanned the room, she suddenly noticed Vice Principal Liu sitting at the very back. She froze. When had Vice Principal Liu arrived? Was he auditing the class? Inspecting? But considering his notoriously elusive ways, she shrugged it off.
Let him listen if he wanted. She wasn't afraid, just a little annoyed.
That old geezer was up to no good, showing up without so much as a greeting.
At least she wasn't the nervous newcomer she once was.
Besides, it was just a teaching competition-related matter. After listening to this class, the old man would probably have some opinions to share.
So annoying.
The thought of Vice Principal Liu pointing fingers and nitpicking made her resentful. Her feelings showed plainly on her face. Her eyes widened and she glared at him.
Vice Principal Liu was actually bored out of his mind. To be honest, this stuff didn't really interest him. If Meng Rong hadn't suddenly started taking notes, he would have dragged him out ages ago. I just wanted you to see a master at work, not sit through a lecture. What was he thinking?
When Xianghua shot him a straight-on glare, he froze.
This girl, she's glaring at me? It's just an audited class. What's with that?
Xianghua was about to speak when a sudden flicker of unease crossed her peripheral vision. She noticed a student down below whose attire stood out completely from the others. And he was seated right next to Vice Principal Liu. Could he be a teacher? And he's even wearing a shirt like he's trying to look proper? How did I not notice him before? And look, this person was bent over drawing something, occasionally frowning in thought. It seemed like someone from a distant memory used to do the same thing. Not that they looked exactly alike. Alright, if they were younger and changed their clothes, they'd be practically identical, wouldn't they? No way? She was stunned. Seeing her expression, Vice Principal Liu shot a puzzled glance at Meng Rong beside him. What was that look about? Was Xianghua utterly astonished, as if she de-spotted someone incredibly important? But Xianghua quickly remembered she was in class. She swiftly regained her composure. After all, she was a teacher. She couldn't say much. Unobtrusively, she lowered her head to her textbook. Yet moments later, she couldn't resist glancing up again at Meng Rong, who was quietly sketching below the podium. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and class was about to end. She raised her voice. Alright, has everyone finished their main axis diagrams? Would any student like to come up to the blackboard and demonstrate? Raise your hand to indicate? She repeated the question twice, but the students below hesitated. Meng Rong lifted his head toward the podium just then, his gaze suddenly meeting Xianghua's in midair. They paused for a second or two. Meng Rong felt uneasy and lowered his head. Did she recognize him? A faint smile touched Xianghua's lips. That student, don't look down. I see you. You seem quite confident. Come up to the board and draw it. Meng Rong looked up in shock. Xianghua was watching him with a playful expression, his eyes hinting at something subtle and ambiguous. For a moment, Meng Rong froze. Other students in the classroom followed Xianghua's gaze and looked over, puzzled. This guy, he is not exactly young, is he? Is he really one of our classmates? That can't be right. Didn't he come to observe the class with Vice Principal Liu? Under the collective gaze, Meng Rong swallowed hard, glancing awkwardly at Vice Principal Liu seated beside him. Come on, old man, say something. Explain this. But Vice Principal Liu just kept smiling, as if the situation wasn't embarrassing enough. He gestured for Meng Rong to come up to the front, not uttering a single word of explanation. Clearly, he was just waiting to see Meng Rong make a fool of himself. Meng Rong was speechless. What a joker. Xianghua addressed him from the podium. This student, please come up. Since it's your first time attending my class, let's see how well you've been listening. Come on, step up. The students all shot Meng Rong sympathetic glances. Whether you were a teacher or a student, if you were called up, you had to go up. Otherwise, you'd get to see Teacher Yan's wrath. As Meng Rong hesitated, Xianghua suddenly slammed the chalkboard eraser down on the lectern with a loud thud, startling everyone. What's the matter? Can't be persuaded to come up, is that it? Meng Rong had no choice but to slowly rise from his seat. With mixed emotions, he took a step at a time toward the podium and accepted the chalk from Xianghua's hand. Xianghua looked down, Meng Rong looked up, and suddenly, their eyes met again at such close range. It really is you. A thought arose in both their hearts. What a small world. Chapter 84, The Ugly Duckling. In that instant, both recognized her. This was the girl who had once sat next to him in class. To Meng Rong, this once unremarkable girl had transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan. But in Xianghua's eyes, this once dashing playboy had always been so ugly, and now he was becoming more and more ordinary, looking so repulsive. Instinctively, she wanted to tease him. The moment their eyes met, Meng Rong began to understand. His former classmate had recognized him and was deliberately teasing him. But why did it feel so full of malice? That left him speechless, baffled, and hard to fathom. Yet the Xianghua before him now, just like when they met at the station that day, radiated such brilliance that he felt utterly ordinary by comparison. He instinctively adjusted his shirt he'd rushed over earlier, and his sleeves were still rolled up. Holding the chalk, he stared blankly at the blackboard for a moment, his mind wandering. He couldn't help glancing back at Xianghua, who was watching him with a faint, ambiguous smile. As soon as he turned, she snapped, "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and draw. Hurry up and write. Aren't you so capable? Aren't you a genius?" "Right." Those words. Meng Rong felt awkward, and the students were stunned. What was going on? This wasn't like Teacher Yan. Sure, she was a bit hot-tempered, strict, and even a little demanding, but she'd never mocked them like this before. The classroom fell deathly silent. Everyone sensed the subtly tense atmosphere. Students began exchanging meaningful glances, and some even started whispering among themselves. At the first murmur, Xianghua's face turned icy as she whipped around to sweep the classroom with a glare. Instantly, all fell silent again. Vice Principal Liu was taken aback, inwardly marveling at Teacher Yan's authority. Her students clearly feared her. Meng Rong, however, remained completely unfazed. After a moment's thought, he realized that setting aside everything else, he genuinely wanted to discuss the structure of this CNC machine tool with Xianghua. The more he listened, the more he felt there were many things he could discuss and seek her guidance on. Provided she didn't mind. Collecting his thoughts, he focused intently and began silently sketching on the blackboard according to his understanding. He possessed a genuine talent for drafting. Since childhood, he'd taken apart countless odds and ends of hardware and machinery at home. Combined with his years of experience, his grasp of mechanics was truly extraordinary. Concepts that others found painstakingly difficult came to him as naturally as eating or drinking. Yet precisely because it came so easily because of this innate talent, he suffered more setbacks than anyone. So while he refused to acknowledge any special talent, his drawing skills were undeniably real. Watching the intricate lines he sketched on the blackboard, Xianghua was taken aback. She never imagined that the boastful, truant, sleepy-headed playboy whose words infuriated her and whose behavior disgusted her could actually draw the structure of a spindle. The construction, the three-dimensional geometry, the interplay of solid and dashed lines, it wasn't inferior to hers. In fact, some subtle details were handled remarkably well. Astonishing. Yet doubt crept in simultaneously. How could this be? He probably knew it all along. Nothing to get excited about. After finishing, Meng Rong silently set down the chalk, glanced at his work, then picked it up again to tweak a few spots he found unsatisfactory. The piece was nearly flawless. The classroom fell deathly silent. The students never imagined this somewhat young uncle could actually draw such a three-dimensional geometric diagram that captured both form and spirit. Unbelievable, it rivaled Teacher Yan's work. Sure enough, he must be a teacher too? Everyone wondered inwardly. Students knew their own capabilities, they were well aware whether they could produce such a drawing. Moreover, this went far beyond the teacher's assignment. She had only asked them to sketch a rough diagram based on the lesson's content. Why draw it so perfectly? It's not an artwork. Everyone silently watched the two figures at the front of the classroom. Xianghua stared blankly at the blackboard, while Meng Rong let out a sigh of relief and joked, "Mission accomplished. Please check it." Xianghua, Shall I step down then? MHM. Meng Rong set down the chalk and was about to step down when Xianghua suddenly snapped out of her daze. "Wait. What's wrong?" Meng Rong paused. "Are you sure this is your first time drawing a main shaft schematic?" Xianghua asked with deep skepticism. "You're certain you haven't drawn one before?" Meng Rong thought for a moment and answered honestly, "No, this really is my first time." "Impossible. You must have studied ahead. Or maybe you already knew." Xianghua scoffed at his claim. She simply couldn't believe that the once hopelessly unmotivated student could have undergone such a dramatic transformation over the years. It seemed like a miracle utterly impossible. But the evidence was right before her eyes. She could only question whether Meng Rong had cheated. "No. This is the first time I've truly paid attention in this class." Meng Rong thought carefully. "You just think I'm good at drawing, but really, it's nothing special. It's just practice makes perfect." Yes, practice makes perfect. Meng Rong mentally justified his progress. Over the past few years, he'd worked day and night alongside Master Liu, becoming intimately familiar with every machine tool in the factory. While CNC machines introduced new functionality, their fundamental structure remained largely unchanged. Plus, he'd self-studied textbooks before and had some grasp of CNC. So drawing schematic diagrams was just a matter of adapting his existing understanding, nothing too difficult. He couldn't understand Xianghua's strong reaction and tried to explain, "Honestly, if you work in the factory regularly and handle all kinds of machines, you'll naturally grasp these things." His intention was to convey that his solid foundation, combined with last-minute cramming, allowed him to apply knowledge immediately. Yet to Xianghua, it was infuriating. This guy had worked in the factory and knew everything inside out, yet claimed he hadn't cheated. It drove her mad. Compared to incompetence and stupidity, cheating was far more intolerable. Shameful, she spat through gritted teeth.
Meng Rong looked utterly bewildered.
What?
What had she called him? How was he shameless? This was unreasonable. Utterly absurd.
Xianghua sneered coldly, get out.
A student like this isn't worth teaching.
But she quickly realized she'd made a mistake. She'd gotten too caught up in the moment.
Vice Principal Liu, hearing her words, reluctantly stood up and announced with obvious exasperation, Ms. Yan, ahem, well, there seems to be a misunderstanding. This Mr. Meng Rong isn't a student.
He is our newly hired external instructor for the practical sessions temporary, sort of like a substitute teacher.
Deputy Principal Liu couldn't find a more fitting term on the spot and had to settle for substitute. Xianghua was taken aback. Then why did you bring him to my class?
The students immediately grew restless, whispering and exchanging private messages. It seemed Teacher Yan had directed his anger at the wrong person this time. To them, it was too amusing not to discuss after all these years of his lectures. This was the first time they'd witnessed such an entertaining turn of events.
Meng Rong shook his head. What else could he say? He gave Xianghua a wry smile. It's all a misunderstanding. Principal Liu brought me to observe the class. I didn't know it was you teaching. Observing? You didn't know I was teaching?
Xianghua froze. Only then did she realize how absurd she'd just behaved.
What was she thinking? Accusing someone of cheating? She felt utterly humiliated. It's true.
Vice Principal Liu said he'd bring me to see a master teacher. Meeting a master, well, I didn't see the master, but I did get to observe a class. Meng Rong smiled wryly as he stepped down from the podium and hurried over to Vice Principal Liu.
I think we should head out. We're disrupting the class. As Vice Principal Liu looked at the noisy classroom, about to scold them, the bell suddenly rang. The students erupted in cheers as Xianghua announced the end of class. With only about 30 students in the class, the room emptied quickly. A few remained seated, chatting excitedly and glancing occasionally at Xianghua.
As for the others, even though the next class was still taught by Teacher Yan, they decided to step outside for some fresh air first. The stuffy air inside was unbearable.
The air itself felt stifling.
Xianghua stepped down from the podium, feeling thoroughly disheartened. Approaching Vice Principal Liu, he voiced his complaint rather bluntly. I ask you, why did you have to come and disrupt things?
We're barely getting started. Vice Principal Liu pointed at Meng Rong. Didn't I just say?
I brought him to meet your top talent here at our school.
Is that okay? Well, now he's here. But I meant for you experts to meet and spar a bit. A sparring match? What's there to spar about? Xianghua retorted indignantly. What master nonsense? I'm just an ordinary teacher. And this fellow, what kind of master is he? From the Hua Mountain School or the Canton School? What martial arts does he practice? His name is Meng Rong.
Before Vice Principal Liu could finish, Xianghua impatiently cut him off.
I know his name is Meng Rong.
Oh?
You two met before? You know Teacher Xianghua? Vice Principal Liu's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Last time? What last time? Xianghua was baffled.
Last time, when I invited that expert from Fenghua to help inspect the machinery and fix all the CNC issues on the spot. That's him. His surname is Meng, given name Rong.
Master Meng. Aren't you guys calling him Master Meng? Master Meng is Teacher Meng.
Vice Principal Liu shot Xianghua a look reserved for the slow-witted. She wasn't usually this dense, but today her IQ seemed offline.
Nobody told me Master Meng was Meng Rong.
Xianghua gritted her teeth. Those jerks all knew, yet not a single one had told her Master Meng's real name was Meng Rong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had all those misunderstandings earlier. She hadn't connected the dots at all. In her mind, and based on what her colleagues said about that expert, she couldn't for the life of her link the two together.
So now you know? I know. We've known each other for years, Xianghua sneered. We were even deskmates back in middle school. I'd never believe he could become a master technician.
He must have cheated his way to it.
Meng Rong was utterly speechless. Could a master craftsman really be the product of cheating? What kind of twisted logic was that? That was something earned through years of hard work, wasn't it?
So you were deskmates in junior high.
What a coincidence. Vice Principal Liu laughed heartily.
What fate, both retorted simultaneously, then froze in mid-sentence.
Chapter 85, After Class Discussion. For Xianghua, that past wasn't exactly worth reminiscing about.
Though they'd shared a desk, it should have left pleasant memories, yet in her mind, Meng Rong was nothing but a thorn. She recalled one incident vividly. Meng Rong had idly tugged her sleeve during class, trying to strike up a conversation. Furious, she raised her hand and reported his misbehavior to the teacher.
The result? Meng Rong was harshly reprimanded, left humiliated and embarrassed.
From that day onward, the two became like oil and water, clashing so fiercely that even the teacher couldn't tolerate it anymore and finally separated them. To this day, neither could forget that bizarre chapter of their lives. Even after so many years, even after experiencing countless ordinary and extraordinary moments, that peculiar deskmate had left an indelible mark on each other's lives. Vice Principal Liu stood nearby, smiling silently. As someone who'd been through it all, he knew some things needed no explanation. He simply continued his introduction with a smile. Mr. Meng, whatever else may be said, I brought you to meet a master.
Master. Meng Rong paused, recalling Yen Guo's earlier explanation.
He nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yen Guo was a master. Many concepts Yen Guo grasped were beyond Meng Rong's current knowledge, and he had genuinely learned much during the lesson. Seeing Yen Guo's defiant expression, Vice Principal Liu smiled warmly.
Haven't you always wanted to meet the expert who solved that problem you couldn't crack?
You've argued about it several times.
Well, now I've brought him to meet you. Poof. Yen Guo turned her head away, refusing to look at Meng Rong. She was so annoyed. The expert she'd been dying to meet turned out to be one of the last people she wanted to see. Where could she even go to complain about this?
Seeing the two were not getting along, Vice Principal Liu shrugged it off.
He stood up and said, Teacher Meng, let's go. Today might not be the best day for you. You should make some arrangements for lodging. Tonight, I'll take you out to dinner. How about that lakeside restaurant from last time? I'll have old Chen and the others join us. Meng Rong nodded. He was genuinely starving now. Thank goodness someone remembered he hadn't eaten. Deputy Principal Liu casually added, Oh, and Mr. Yen, would you like to join us for dinner tonight? Hell no. Alright, then we'll go on our own tonight. Do as you please. Wait. What did you just say? I said I'm going. Why wouldn't I go if there's food? Yen Gui retorted impatiently to Vice Principal Liu. We were classmates after all. Having dinner together is perfectly normal. I'm not as stingy as you think.
Vice Principal Liu rubbed his forehead, feeling beads of sweat form. This little firecracker, he was truly impressed. Her thought process was utterly bizarre. Without further ado, he turned to leave with Meng Rong. Suddenly, Meng Rong remembered something and turned back, looking at Yen Gui, who was still glaring at him.
There's one thing. Earlier, you mentioned that the spindle needs to avoid the natural frequency range to prevent tool vibration. Why didn't you explain that clearly? I'm really confused about that part too. Confused? You're confused? Aren't you the one who gets everything?
Yen Gui replied with a hint of mockery. She raised her hand, tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and the scent from her wide sleeves wafted straight into Meng Rong's nostrils. Meng Rong quickly rubbed his nose and glanced around.
A few students were peeking their way over, their expressions brimming with curiosity and excitement.
Meng Rong paid them no mind, nor did he take offense at the hint of sarcasm in Yen Gui's words. He simply continued his question. The thing is, there's no clear reason or numerical value. Meng Rong mused aloud. He'd been puzzled by this passage while reading earlier. It seemed deliberately vague. Now the question had resurfaced and he couldn't help but voice it. Yen Gui's eyebrow twitched slightly. She genuinely hadn't expected this seemingly uneducated classmate to ask such a question. She glanced back at the empty classroom. With so many students, why hadn't any of them thought to ask this? Then again, perhaps Meng Rong had encountered it before and was deliberately raising it to challenge her? Her expression remained cool as she replied, You can't bite off more than you can chew. The textbook only mentions this sentence. I feared explaining it further would confuse everyone, so I didn't delve deeper.
Do you genuinely want to know, or do you think I wouldn't know?
I genuinely want to know, Meng Rong replied earnestly. Old Master Liu had once told him that some problems and mistakes needed to be experienced firsthand to be made once to leave a lasting impression. But certain questions absolutely required inquiry and discussion. Otherwise, what was the point of having a master there? This particular issue genuinely baffled him, so he instinctively voiced his confusion without hesitation. Yen Guo watched Meng Rong's earnest expression, her gaze lingering for 2 seconds before she realized her desk partner seemed genuinely seeking an answer. After a moment's thought, she said, The lathe spindle is a critical component directly affecting machine precision.
Since cutting vibrations are unavoidable, the spindle demands exceptionally high static and dynamic rigidity without automatic balancing systems. Otherwise, vibrations would amplify, potentially crushing the bearing balls.
That's why spindle designs deliberately avoid cutting vibration frequencies to prevent resonance.
I assume you grasp this principle? Meng Rong nodded. He'd been working with lathes for years. How could he not understand? That's precisely why I'm puzzled. How can the spindle's natural frequency be designed to completely avoid the tool vibration range? He spread his hands, pondering. I'm wondering if the textbook considers this too basic to mention, or if it covers it elsewhere. But I haven't found it yet. You actually read the textbooks? Yeah, I bought some tutorials and taught myself. The factory doesn't have the resources. They won't even let us touch the CNC machines. All I can do is study on paper. Meng Rong answered honestly. You couldn't even pay attention in class at school, and you expect to learn this on your own? Yen Guo found it hard to believe. Oh, things are different now.
Meng Rong felt a twinge of shame. He could put on a front with others, but with this old classmate who knew him inside out, there was no point in pretending. Yen Gui eyed Meng Rong suspiciously. She vaguely sensed a significant change in his demeanor over the years. Aside from his face still looking as irritating as ever, other aspects seemed different. How to put it?
He no longer radiated that old brash energy, he appeared more grounded now. But these were just fleeting thoughts that crossed her mind. She didn't dwell on them and continued, it's actually impossible to completely avoid the tool vibration frequency range with the spindle's natural frequency.
The spindle's operating speed range is quite wide, from 10 rpm to 1600 rpm divided into 24 gears.
The usable natural frequency range is limited. Moreover, when different chucks are paired with different workpieces, the spindle, chuck, and workpiece form a rigid body.
Its natural frequency differs from that of the spindle alone. Therefore, complete avoidance is nearly impossible. At this point, Xianghua hesitated, pausing briefly.
Oh. Meng Rong nodded thoughtfully. I thought CNC technology could handle this issue effectively.
No, actually it still requires identifying resonance points through experience during machining, then adjusting parameters like cutting depth and feed rate to shift the tool vibration frequency away from that point.
Xianghua couldn't resist offering the answer. So that's how it is.
Textbooks don't dissect this point in detail, but books are static while people are dynamic. No wonder this world still needs wise masters who value the essence of the craft. Alright, I admit it, you can only identify resonance points through experience during machining.
That's why spindle design and bearing selection demand extensive expertise.
Xianghua sighed almost inaudibly, her tone tinged with petulance. So someone like you, with your wealth of experience, still has plenty of room to shine.
Make the most of it.
Meng Rong, however, completely missed the subtext in her words. He simply nodded with delight.
Indeed, having extensive experience can be a huge advantage. This problem has been troubling me for a long time. Thank you, Yen, thank you, Professor Yen. See you tonight. With that, he waved goodbye to Xianghua and walked away, chatting and laughing with Vice Principal Liu.
Watching their retreating figures, Xianghua felt a bit dazed.
This guy, he really seemed a bit different from before, didn't he?
It appeared he'd changed quite a lot over the years.
And what about herself? She'd changed a lot too. Back in middle school, she'd been completely absorbed in her studies, never bothering with her appearance, always looking scruffy. But now? Hadn't she learned to style herself according to her own taste?
Both had changed considerably, yet the essence within remained unchanged. Otherwise, how could they recognize each other at first glance? Xianghua silently pondered her thoughts. Upon reflection, it had been nearly 10 years since junior high graduation. Even if a person remained unchanged, time itself would transform them. Later, she heard that Meng Rong hadn't made it into high school but had gone to a technical school instead. Her own path, however, had taken a completely different turn. She'd entered a top-tier high school, then university, pursued a master's degree, and eventually returned to teach. Their paths had diverged long ago.
She'd assumed they'd only meet again at a class reunion. Who would have thought that the parallel lines of their diverging paths would intersect here, so unexpectedly? Perhaps it was only because she had chosen to return here that such an opportunity arose? Yet, she vaguely felt she had seen Meng Rong somewhere before, a moment that had stirred a flicker of contempt within her. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall when or where they had crossed paths. Perhaps it was just a fleeting glimpse in a crowd. A faint smile touched her lips before tightening again.
She recalled the pranks Meng Rong had played on her, memories so infuriating they had kept her awake at night. Well, back then she'd been too focused on her studies to bother with him. But now that he'd come here, had he finally fallen into her hands? Just wait until she got her hands on him. As these thoughts raced through Xianghua's mind, she pictured Meng Rong's flustered expression after her pranks. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Several students who had been secretly observing exchanged knowing glances. Teacher Yen is smiling. She's actually smiling. Chapter 86, Because of Time. Dinner that evening was a small gathering, just Vice Principal Liu, along with teachers Chen and Li from last time, plus Meng Rong and Xianghua. The five sat around the table. While having another woman join the meal should have been a pleasant sight, everyone felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. After all, Teacher Yan's reputation preceded her. One wrong word could set her off. While Liu and Chen were married, Teacher Li remained unmarried, as did Meng Rong. Teacher Li couldn't help but wonder if a misplaced joke might earn her a dousing of fish soup. So he kept quiet, content to just eat. Once all the dishes were served, Vice Principal Liu stood to speak. He offered a brief welcome to Teacher Meng, then symbolically clinked glasses filled only with water before everyone began eating. The restaurant's cuisine was truly excellent, and the group nodded frequently in satisfaction. Though Xianghua's presence made everyone a bit stiff, curiosity soon won out. Teacher Chen quickly asked, Teacher Yen, I heard that Meng Rong and you were classmates? That's ancient history. I wouldn't have wanted a classmate like him, but what could I do? We were deskmates for half a year. I'm afraid if I didn't come, people would say I hold grudges too long, so here I am. Well, that left Teacher Chen momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. She cautiously asked, so, does that mean you two still have unresolved issues from the past? Too many. Xianghua took a bite of fish, hurriedly spitting out a bone as she mumbled, what did you expect? I just think it's such a waste when kids like him give up on themselves. That's why I chose to teach at a vocational school. Where else would kids who struggle academically find their path? That's true.
Mr. Chen, being an honest man, actually believed Yengua's words and even felt a surge of admiration. These kids might struggle with academic subjects, but that doesn't mean they're stupid. We can't just let them give up on themselves in society. They need options. If we vocational school teachers can educate them well, it's truly a great contribution. This toast is on me. Yenguo was taken aback. Teacher Chen, you're something else. How can you believe everything I say? How did you end up like this? She could only raise her glass, clink it with Teacher Chen's, and down a large glass of plain water before calling the waiter for more. Meng Rong listened nearby, smiling faintly. He simply ignored Yenguo's usual sarcastic jabs while stooped to her level. But Teacher Chen quickly caught on. Was Teacher Meng really that bad in middle school? Terrible. So bad I thought I'd never see him again in my life. Yenguo rolled her eyes, recalling all the little troubles Meng Rong had caused her back then. But I see Teacher Meng is doing quite well now. He's studious and ambitious. How could he have fallen so far? Teacher Yen, even though you're a graduate student from a prestigious university, Teacher Meng isn't that far behind. Teacher Chen defended Meng Rong. Meng Rong quickly replied, Teacher Chen, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary technician now. Compared to Teacher Yan's achievements, there's no contest. He truly respected his old classmates' academic excellence. The gap was simply too vast to deny. Yenguo snorted. At least you know your place. Vice Principal Liu, who had been quietly eating, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He criticized, Yen. Your old classmate is being modest, but you? You can't be so arrogant. That's not good. Am I being arrogant? Not at all. I'm just telling the truth. And that isn't pride? Vice Principal Liu shook his head inside. You really need to work on that stubborn streak of yours. Otherwise, you'll keep needlessly offending people. You're like a walking porcupine, stinging everyone you meet. Do you think you're a hornet? Yenguo flared up. Principal Liu. Disagree? Then let your grandfather settle this? Grandfather. Yenguo's defiance instantly deflated. She knew her grandfather wouldn't indulge her in this matter. Vice Principal Liu knew her grandfather. No wonder he had her so thoroughly under his thumb. So, Teacher Meng is new here. As his old classmate, you should be helping him adapt to the environment and teaching requirements instead of mocking him over past incidents. Principal Liu, you're overthinking it. It's fine by me. Meng Rong smiled faintly, genuinely unconcerned with Yenguo's attitude. Why don't you tell me what exactly you want me to do here? And what baffles me most is, did you really transfer me from the factory? What were you thinking? What were we thinking? Vice Principal Liu sighed. Frankly, it's to bolster our teaching staff. While our instructors excel at theory, their practical skills fall short of even a skilled worker. I keep thinking these kids pay to study here, and it's no easy feat. Their academic foundations are already weak. If we can't equip them with practical skills, where will they go after graduation? I've been wrestling with this problem. After much deliberation, I still haven't found the solution. It's not about teachers coming up with different teaching plans or enforcing strict classroom discipline like Teacher Yen does. Those approaches have limited impact. The real key is getting students to truly absorb the knowledge, master the skills, and achieve tangible results. That way, when they enter the workforce, they'll have a clear advantage. Learning practical skills here is more valuable than anything else. So that's why. Meng Rong mused thoughtfully. So, when I saw how proficient you were with technology, it suddenly occurred to me, what if we could bring in a skilled practitioner to assist with teaching? Someone who could show students genuinely practical skills. Wouldn't that help elevate our teaching standards and quality? I want to try an experiment. And you brought me in for this experiment? Exactly. Who better to be the test subject than you? Well, you could have asked someone else. I'm not the only skilled technician in the world. Meng Rong was puzzled. Come on, now you admit you're a technical expert too? I do know a few technical experts, but what can I say? It's all about timing and fate. We crossed paths, and that makes you the one. Meng Rong was left speechless. Vice Principal Liu's logic was truly formidable. He couldn't argue. It was all for the children's future. Such a significant matter, such a great act of kindness, how could he possibly refuse? Watching Vice Principal Liu's self-satisfied demeanor, Yenguo beside him couldn't hide her disdain. Just because this guy fixed a few machines that day, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, and happened to solve her problem, did that make him a technical expert? As the group chatted and laughed, Meng Rong occasionally caught Yenguo's sullen expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yet he also felt a touch of resignation. So he'd come here to be a guinea pig after all. The school must genuinely need talent. Well, he'd settle in and work here for a while. From Vice Principal Liu's tone, he'd likely be able to return home after a little over a month. Soon, Meng Rong adapted to campus life. Vice Principal Liu arranged a private dorm room for him, repeatedly apologizing for the school's limited resources and modest accommodations. Yet for Meng Rong, this was an unexpected delight. After all, back at the factory, he'd shared a room with 3 others. Living with a house full of single guys? The days were simply unbearable.
Had he not grown more composed over the years, channeling all his interests into technical pursuits, his temperament would have made such cramped quarters unbearable long ago. He never imagined that just filling in as a teacher would earn him such preferential treatment. He was thoroughly satisfied. As for the myriad issues back at the factory, they were now completely out of his mind. They say you should love whatever job you do, and since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. It was merely repeating work he'd done countless times before. The difficulty was negligible, and he found it rather enjoyable. Seeing Xianghua was both unexpected and delightful. The once plain duckling had transformed beyond recognition. He still remembered that fleeting glimpse of her at the station years ago. Back then, he'd been so down on his luck he couldn't even be bothered to comb his hair. His disheveled appearance disgusted even himself. Yet there she was, Xianghua, sitting at the station, radiant with the fiery glow of youth, time itself seeming to stand still for her. The stark contrast made the reality hard to face. Ultimately, this jolt of awareness made him realize, whether you live one day or a lifetime, why not strive to make it count? To him, it was a faint light in the darkness, the belief that sustained him. He knew full well how faint that hope was almost an impossible dream. His diligence, his struggle, his quiet steadiness, his down-to-earth nature, his hard work all stemmed from that moment of encounter. He knew Xianghua might not remember, but he remembered it all too well. If he were still in the prime of youth, he would have told her without hesitation. But now, youth felt distant and remote. After years of steadily honing his skills, shedding his youthful naivety, he felt as though he had aged prematurely, unable to be lively, unable to find joy, unable to feel truly happy. So it was best to pretend it had never happened. How beautiful it was to keep it in his heart. In that instant, he felt that merely encountering his old classmate again was already a generous gift from the heavens. How many people, from the day they graduated, never saw each other again? That he could have this chance encounter was already a blessing. He silently reminded himself not to ask for more. Perhaps it was the gap between them, perhaps it was their different experiences, perhaps it was simply the passage of time. Let it all drift away with the wind, even if a tiny thread of reluctance lingered in his heart. He couldn't be bothered with factory matters now. Instead, he embraced his role as the school's teaching demonstration tool, covering not just machining but maintenance too. Everyone loved bringing Meng Rong along for practical sessions. With him present, students' interest soared. He always shared handy tips and tricks for operating machinery, skills that would undoubtedly benefit their futures. What frustrated Meng Rong, however, was the students' limited practice time and their still shaky foundations. He knew all too well that without a solid foundation, they would inevitably pay the price later. In technical work, you'd have to face that hurdle sooner or later. As for the so-called tricks of the trade, they often boiled down to 4 words: practice makes perfect. The effectiveness of tricks ultimately depends on whether the foundational skills are solid. Of course, perhaps once CNC becomes mainstream, such a solid foundation won't be necessary? But for now, Meng Rong could only do his utmost to support the school's practical training, and that off-campus industry-academia collaboration gradually became his primary arena for hands-on teaching. During this period, he also helped the company solve several technical challenges, making the school even more convinced of his rare talent. Observing the experiment's results, Vice Principal Liu began quietly contemplating how to institutionalize this practice. He even harbored a vague notion of keeping Meng Rong on a long-term basis. Chapter 87, Boring This Isn't Hard. Adhering to the principle that unused talent goes to waste, the entire Duanzhong Technical School utilized Meng Rong comprehensively and multifacetedly. During classes, he was asked to demonstrate techniques. When classes ended, he was sent to the partner company to provide guidance, or even directly to work on the production line. Meng Rong accepted all these assignments without hesitation. For a skilled technician, a day without practicing his craft felt uncomfortable. Just as the saying goes, a boxer never puts down his fists, a singer never stops singing. Early this month, Vice Principal Liu approached Meng Rong with a task needing his expertise. Meng readily agreed, which made Vice Principal Liu feel somewhat awkward. I keep troubling you, and you're not even a full-time staff member. I really feel bad about this. Vice Principal Liu, you're too polite. Meng Rong laughed heartily, completely unfazed. His current life was far more pleasant than his days at the factory. He genuinely treated each assignment like a vacation. Mr. Meng, have you ever considered teaching here long-term? Vice Principal Liu asked, half-jokingly. Not at all. As agreed, I'll return to the factory after this month. Otherwise, they'll fire me. Besides, I miss my mentors, haven't seen them in ages. Alright, I was just asking. I knew you wouldn't stay long. Vice Principal Liu nodded silently, feeling a pang of regret. Such a talented individual, the school simply couldn't keep him. Since that was the case, Vice Principal Liu decided not to dwell on it. For a moment, he even forgot why he had come here in the first place. It wasn't until Meng Rong prompted him, "What did you need me for?" Oh, what else could it be? Technical matters, of course. Those kids have thrown another challenge my way, and I've no other choice but to swallow my pride and come to you for a solution. Vice Principal Liu slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting the main reason for his visit. Don't say that. Whatever you need, I'll do my best, Meng Rong replied with a sheepish grin.
Let's head over to the campus factory together.
Sigh, I'm really fed up with these kids always causing trouble. Vice Principal Liu shook his head inside as he led Meng Rong toward the school exit.
It was just after class, and many teachers and students were pouring out of the buildings, occasionally greeting them as they passed.
Deputy Principal Liu had intended to explain the situation as they walked, but the constant greetings forced him to abandon the plan. Soon, however, he grew slightly annoyed. He noticed that many of those greeting them addressed Meng Rong first. Hello, Teacher Meng.
Hello, Teacher Meng and Principal Liu. Goodbye, Teacher Meng.
Many students usually avoided him altogether, let alone greeted him. Now they were all enthusiastically greeting Meng Rong, making him feel a bit jealous.
What's with all the enthusiasm, you little brats? Why are you being so warm to this substitute teacher? Watching Meng Rong respond to each one, chatting casually with everyone. Lu Shuang, have you figured out the trick to feed control on the lathe yet? Ha, Li Baojin, you'll be the first to operate the machine next class.
Zhang Dan, you seem pretty skilled with the external grinding machine.
Did you really get to play with it as a kid at home? Your family must have been well off. Watching Meng Rong blend in seamlessly with the group, Vice Principal Liu's initial jealousy gradually gave way to satisfaction.
This experiment seemed like a success. More of this was needed going forward.
Why send students to factories for internships when factories could come to the school for training?
The art of teaching truly is profound and vast.
I, Liu, have vision, drive, and ideas.
Only after leaving campus did Vice Principal Liu explain the situation to Meng Rong. It turned out the school planned to purchase blueprints externally and manufacture planetary gearboxes themselves, partly as teaching aids, partly as a potential revenue stream if successful. This was a good initiative, but the problem was that the school had overestimated the capabilities of its teachers while underestimating the difficulty of the task. Once they got started, they quickly realized this was no simple task. The teachers hit a snag during the housing machining. The planetary gearbox housing is essentially a cylinder with end caps at both ends. However, there are 4 holes positioned between the 2 end caps in the center of the housing locations for the input and output shaft bearings. These holes demand extremely high concentricity, yet they are distributed across 3 separate components. How could concentricity be guaranteed? These kids are really divided on this now. Vice Principal Liu sighed helplessly. Before starting, they were all brimming with confidence, guaranteeing they could handle it in minutes. But now, after 3 or 4 days, they haven't produced a single thing. I should never have trusted them.
It can't be that bad, right? Meng Rong was puzzled.
Having interacted with many teachers now, he had a decent grasp of their capabilities. While they might lack practical experience, their theoretical knowledge had often benefited him.
Surely they weren't completely stumped?
As they spoke, the two arrived at the school enterprise workshop. In a small workshop at the back of the yard, he saw the teachers arguing fiercely, their faces flushed.
There were 5 of them in total, standing or crouching around a 4-meter-long boring machine.
A pile of materials lay nearby, and none of them would concede an inch. Among them was an old acquaintance. Meng Rong recognized Teacher Wang, who had initially distrusted him. 2 others were instructors who had been attending the course these past days, so he was somewhat familiar with them. The remaining 2 were strangers. This familiar face, Teacher Wang, whose full name was Wang Jun, had consistently resisted having Meng Rong assist with his practical classes. Consequently, Meng Rong hadn't interacted with him at all until now.
Seeing him here wasn't entirely unexpected. Sure enough, the moment Vice Principal Liu and Meng Rong entered, Wang Jun's eyes flickered with discomfort. This Vice Principal Liu really couldn't keep his cool. They had clearly agreed not to bring in outside help before he resolved the situation. Frankly, he didn't want Meng Rong coming here to fix things again. To him, it felt like a slight. Didn't you say no one had any ideas? How come I see them brimming with them? After listening for a moment, Meng Rong realized Vice Principal Liu's words were somewhat untrue. What did he mean by being at a loss? From what he saw, they had plenty of suggestions and didn't seem like headless chickens at all. Principal Liu? What do you mean? Teacher Wang Jun asked, feigning ignorance. Look at you lot, 3 cobblers can't match 1 Zhuge Liang. You claim to be quite capable, Wang Jun. Why don't you tell us what solution you propose? Of course I have an idea.
We can pair the machining, first drill 2 holes on one side, then 2 on the other.
Our boring machines can totally handle that. Wang Jun declared confidently. No way. Absolutely not.
That approach would make maintaining coaxiality between the 2 machine sets nearly impossible.
The scrap rate would skyrocket.
We simply don't have that much material to waste.
Teacher Yi Xin immediately voiced her objection from the side. Wang Jun was furious. Your suggestion isn't much better either. What's this about single-piece machining? Leaving the rest of the problems to be fixed by fitters during assembly? You call that a good idea? Just throwing in the towel, huh? What customer would give us an order then? Your idea isn't much better. Yi Xin retorted with disdain. That's exactly why I said we should pair machine the entire housing assembly. Clamping it only after full assembly is complete, wouldn't that be perfect?
That's ridiculous. If we do it your way, the assembled shell will exceed the boring machine's travel range. Plus, with a half-meter long tool holder, severe tool vibration at the far end will compromise both surface finish and concentricity. Old Wang's suggestion is actually better. Soon, the teachers were bickering again. Listening to the back and forth, Vice Principal Liu felt his head spinning. He bellowed, "Stop arguing. Just get to work. Test it out and see which method works." "Well, Vice Principal Liu, we were afraid of wasting materials, so we didn't dare experiment recklessly," one teacher replied. In truth, testing was indeed necessary. With such differing opinions, the proof should be in the work itself. Yet, all the teachers were so preoccupied with arguing for their own solutions that none had actually started working clearly due to a lack of confidence. "So you know your own ideas are unreliable, huh?" Vice Principal Liu glared at them fiercely, then sighed. "It's like scholars rebelling it'll take 3 years to accomplish." Seeing the teacher's defiant expressions, he felt helpless. He understood better than anyone that unlike big corporations, his school couldn't afford to waste resources. One misstep could spell disaster. But the client had already made bold promises. What choice did he have? "That's precisely why I invited Teacher Meng today. We can't wait any longer. By the time you finish debating, the chrysanthemum flowers will have wilted. Step aside and let Teacher Meng take a look." Teacher Wang shot Meng Rong a defiant look, hesitated briefly, then reluctantly stepped aside with the other teachers. He seethed inwardly, his face a picture of displeasure. Meng Rong smiled faintly. He noticed the teachers' resentful expressions but paid them little mind. After all, he was merely a temporary substitute teacher and a tool. What harm was there in offending them? He casually inquired, "Where are our design blueprints? May I take a look?" Vice Principal Liu snatched a stack of blueprints from one of the teachers and handed them to Meng Rong. Meng Rong immediately began examining them carefully. From experience, he knew that overlooking details could lead to costly mistakes. If the teachers failed to understand the blueprints, it would be an embarrassment. He pored over them for ages, not missing a single punctuation mark, making the teachers beside him extremely uncomfortable. What was the big deal about blueprints? Did they really need to be examined as meticulously as Meng Rong was doing? Meng Rong remained intensely focused, deep in thought. By the time everyone else had grown impatient, exchanging glances, Teacher Wang Jun wore an expression of disdain and a cold smirk. "Just keep pretending. How long can you keep it up?" He simply couldn't believe Meng Rong possessed such comprehensive expertise. In his view, Meng Rong's previous success was likely just blind luck, a fluke where his knowledge happened to match the problem. Immersed in the world of blueprints, Meng Rong hadn't noticed Vice Principal Liu frowning beside him. How could reading a diagram take so long? Was he really that unfamiliar with blueprints? That would be a major problem. Just as everyone was growing impatient, Meng Rong lifted his head and spoke. "Boring, this isn't difficult, but the methods you've suggested all lead to one definitive answer: none of them will work." Chapter 88, A Single Drawing. Seeing the obvious discontent on everyone's faces, Meng Rong didn't elaborate. Instead, he immediately proposed his solution: modify the original design, create specialized tooling, and process the parts separately. Modify the original design? Are you out of your mind? Teacher Wan Jun scoffed. This Meng Rong was getting way too cocky, suggesting changes to the original design. Who did he think he was? Meng Rong glanced at Teacher Wang but didn't retort directly. Vice Principal Liu beside him was equally perplexed. He'd never underestimated Meng Rong, but suggesting he could casually modify the original design was clearly reckless, not only underestimating the difficulty, but the client would never approve it. Now, take it easy. Vice Principal Liu's expression turned troubled. What he didn't say was, "You're coming in strong right off the bat, isn't this a bit too hasty?" He was beginning to regret bringing Meng Rong in to solve this problem. He'd always thought of him as a level-headed person. The other teachers stared at Meng Rong in disbelief. His solution was more radical than any they'd proposed, seemingly reckless. Noticing the expressions, Teacher Wang immediately gained confidence and launched into a sarcastic tone. "Well, Teacher Meng, this plan is a bit reckless. If you don't understand the situation, maybe you should step aside and let us discuss it. If you have other ideas, you can always bring them up later once you've figured things out." Several teachers nodded in agreement, echoing Teacher Wang's words. Vice Principal Liu's face darkened, but he had little to contribute at this point. His expertise lay in administration, not technical production. Meng Rong didn't directly retort to Teacher Wang. He glanced at him, feeling a bit helpless. Were these teachers really this impatient? Didn't they even wait for him to finish speaking? Seeing his silence, Vice Principal Liu felt a pang of disappointment. Still, he approached Meng Rong to offer reassurance. "Well, perhaps we should study this more carefully. We might find a better solution. I still believe in you." Teacher Wang snorted derisively, saying nothing more. He turned away and began pitching his own solution to the group once again. Within moments, the teachers were bickering heatedly once more. Meng Rong shrugged it off, smiled at Vice Principal Liu, and pulled him outside. Liu, already headache-inducing from the arguments inside, sighed to Meng Rong, "Now you see why I started this school enterprise program? My main goal in insisting teachers take on these projects is to prevent them from being all talk and no action, just spouting textbook theories without practical skills.
That would ruin our students' futures. Sigh. What a shame. They're still all talk and no action. They can't even handle a minor issue. If outsiders found out, it'd be a laughingstock. Frankly, if this order can't be fulfilled, I'll just cancel it. I don't care about the profit. We can't hold up the factory's schedule.
As Vice Principal Liu spoke, his brows knitted tightly together.
Meng Rong nodded slightly, recognizing that this vice principal was genuinely willing to get things done, not the type to coast by spouting empty platitudes.
As he pondered this, a smile touched his lips.
Vice Principal Liu, why the sudden lack of trust in me today? When have I ever doubted you? Don't accuse me falsely. Just now. You didn't support me at all. That's because you're too young and don't understand design yet. Vice Principal Liu suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, hold on, you wouldn't happen to know drafting design too, would you?
Oh, drafting is one of my professional strengths. At the factory, besides teaching me practical skills, my mentor often had me participate in creating technical design drawings. Meng Rong carefully chose his words, deciding to describe himself this way, avoiding the word talent, but acknowledging it as a strength. Reading drawings is one thing, drawing them is another.
Then why don't I just draw one for you?
Where can we find drawing tools and paper around here?
You're serious? Vice Principal Liu wore an expression of disbelief, yet his actions didn't pause.
In moments, he pulled Meng Rong into another room labeled Prototyping Center, pulled out a pile of tools, pencils, and paper, and handed them to Meng Rong.
Meng Rong didn't hesitate.
He found a table, sat down, spread out the paper, thought for a moment, and began to draw. He had studied the previous diagram meticulously, committing every detail and data point to memory. Now, to modify the design, he first mentally reconstructed the model before meticulously sketching it stroke by stroke according to his vision.
Vice Principal Liu stood nearby watching.
At first, his gaze held a hint of skepticism, but it gradually shifted, growing increasingly appreciative.
Standing silently beside him, Liu took another look at Meng Rong.
This was truly a talent brimming with potential. It would be a waste for someone like this to remain just an ordinary employee at Finghua. Moreover, limiting him to a brief stint at the school or even keeping him there as a teacher would be a shame. He deserved broader horizons, not confined to a small corner. If he could take on more challenging tasks, his future impact would be far greater. Vice Principal Liu pondered silently, already envisioning how he could help Meng Rong realize his full potential. For Liu himself, his own achievements had reached their limit. But if he could nurture such a talented individual and help him achieve greater things, the sense of accomplishment would be incomparable. Lost in thought, he was startled by Meng Rong's swift movements. The young man stood up straight, double-checked his work several times, then handed the blueprint to Vice Principal Liu. This is a work-in-progress drawing I made. Vice Principal Liu, would this approach work? Vice Principal Liu took the blueprint. Though not directly from a related field, he could intuitively tell from the neat design and detailed annotations that this was a reliable solution. Could you explain why you drew a workpiece drawing? Oh, well, our so-called original drawings are essentially schematic diagrams and structural diagrams of key components. But they aren't process drawings. Aside from some data specifications, they lack crucial machining process details. So all this back and forth discussion is largely pointless. It's not that people lack practical skills, it's that we haven't even done the groundwork of planning on paper. Armchair theorizing. Vice Principal Liu snapped to attention. Right, what was the point of all this arguing? Why not just draw a diagram to resolve it? It's like solving math problems. If you skip the steps and just give the answer, what's the point? That's why I believe we need to break through in the process design. I've envisioned adding locating pin holes to both end caps and the housing ends. These holes would use a transition fit, with 2 pins on each side spaced at 120-degree angles. This not only ensures precise alignment but also prevents incorrect angular installation when mounting the end caps. Meng Rong proceeded to explain the details to Vice Principal Liu. Vice Principal Liu blinked, saying nothing. Meng Rong immediately fell silent, realizing Vice Principal Liu might not fully grasp the concept. Anyway, this drawing solves the manufacturing issue, right? Why did you make such a big deal about modifying the original design? It is a modification, technically I just made the change. But I'm addressing the problem from a manufacturing design perspective, Meng Rong replied succinctly. But will the client accept it? Vice Principal Liu remained concerned. Oh, we encounter this often at the factory. Some clients provide original design specifications and drawings, but those design intentions aren't always fully achievable. Without modifying the manufacturing process, certain performance metrics simply can't be met. In such cases, we first devise a solution and report it to the client. If time is tight, we can even produce a prototype sample for them to review. As long as the client is satisfied and agrees, isn't that sufficient? Vice Principal Liu opened his mouth exactly. His university-industry collaboration was still young, and he hadn't encountered nearly as many complex situations as Meng Rong had over the years. For a moment, he hadn't even considered this angle. Beaming, he declared, "Let's do it.
I'll get in touch immediately. Come on, let's head to the workshop first. We'll use these drawings to convince them.
Just as they stepped out, someone came rushing toward them, a ponytail swinging wildly behind her head, nearly colliding with them.
They recognized her immediately. It was teacher Yenghua. Hello, Principal Liu.
Yenghua greeted him, then spotted Meng Rong and gave him a nod.
My old classmate is here too. What brings you here? Vice Principal Liu asked, surprised. Don't you have class later? Nothing much.
Heard there was something interesting happening here, so I came to join the fun.
Join the fun?
Both men fell silent.
What exactly was there to join?
I heard everyone was arguing about solving some problem. Since I had some time to spare, I figured I'd come take a look.
Yenghua wore an expression of indifference, yet seemed somewhat excited. The school is my home. It relies on everyone, you, me, and everyone else. When the school has issues, they're my issues too. Who knows? Maybe I can solve the problem.
You don't even know what the problem is, they thought, speechless once more. Just then, Yenghua spotted the blueprint in Vice Principal Liu's hand. She snatched it away and unfolded it.
Ha, a hand-drawn blueprint? This is some skill right here. You could be compared to me.
Give it another 10 years of practice and you'll be on my level.
Liu and Meng offered no reply, silently observing Yengua's performance. What's this blueprint for? Is it our process design diagram? The labels on the drawing were perfectly clear. Why even ask? It's good. Really good. My gut tells me this works. So why are you two still arguing? Put.
Yenghua shot them a disdainful look, but was immediately interrupted by the heated bickering coming from the workshop. Several teachers inside were already red-faced with anger, their arguments verging on personal attacks.
This is unacceptable. Vice Principal Liu's expression darkened. Let's go see what's going on. With that, Yenghua turned and headed straight for the workshop. What's with all the yelling? You're all grown men, don't you feel ashamed? Yenghua bellowed as soon as she entered.
Her shrill voice cut through the crowd like a knife, instantly silencing the chaos.
What's the big deal? It's just a minor issue, and you're already hurling insults? I can't stand watching this. It's just a simple component design drawing. How hard can production be?
She waved the blueprint in her hand, pointing at it. I see no difficulty in making it according to this. A teacher glanced at the blueprint in her hand, puzzled, then took it and scanned it. A gasp escaped him as he stared at Yenghua in astonishment. You're truly a top student. Solving the problem like this? Everyone crowded around to examine the drawing. They exchanged glances, all agreeing it was crystal clear, truly an excellent solution.
Teacher Wang Jun took the blueprint, studied it, and praised, this blueprint truly shows profound expertise, a perfect solution.
I must give it my highest praise.
Chapter 89, Departure Approaches.
After a flurry of praise, the crowd gradually quieted down. Yenghua looked at everyone with a peculiar expression, lingering his gaze on Teacher Wang for a moment too long. The intense scrutiny made Teacher Wang feel distinctly uncomfortable and somewhat embarrassed. He stammered awkwardly, Teacher Yen, was this solution your idea? The drafting skills are exceptional. Yenghua took the blueprint from his hand and silently lowered her head to examine it closely.
From the way everyone was talking, this wasn't the original design, it was a solution?
Vice Principal Liu and Meng Rong stood behind her, exchanging a knowing glance as they listened to the praise.
They couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a huge misunderstanding.
Yenghua had walked in so casually with the drawings that everyone mistakenly assumed she was the drafter. All this praise was making Meng Rong feel a bit embarrassed. Vice Principal Liu then composed his expression, stepping forward unobtrusively to take the blueprint from Yengua's hands. He glanced at it casually before turning to the group and asking, does everyone consider this a good solution?
I've reviewed it, it's feasible. One teacher immediately stepped forward and nodded. It should work. It's much more detailed than the original design and far more practical. Testing it shouldn't be a problem.
But this drawing, it seems modified from the original design, specifically tailored for specialized tooling.
Are you certain there won't be issues? Vice Principal Liu questioned. Teacher Wang stepped forward.
I think it's excellent, highly professional and well crafted.
It's worth a try.
He seemed very confident.
This diagram was clearly drawn by Teacher Yen.
Though no one knew when she had learned the specifics to create it, given her skill and expertise, producing such a diagram was hardly surprising.
But I recall you just opposed this kind of suggestion? Vice Principal Liu countered.
Teacher Wang glanced at Meng Rong, who was stifling a smile behind him, feeling a bit puzzled. Still, he remained adamant.
This is different. This diagram clearly explains things in much greater detail. Different times call for different approaches. Anyone can talk the talk, but it's the walk that counts. Then who exactly drew this diagram? Yenghua, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. She had finally picked up on something significant.
As she asked, her gaze shifted to Meng Rong at the back.
She found it hard to believe. So this diagram was drawn by Meng Rong?
He was undoubtedly skilled in machine repair, but she doubted his design abilities. Yet, she recalled that back in middle school, Meng Rong had excelled in geometry.
Vice Principal Liu shrugged. Who else could it be? Naturally, whoever proposed the plan drew it. No way. Everyone froze, their eyes involuntarily turning to Meng Rong. A complex mix of expressions washed over their faces. Teacher Wang's mouth hung open wide, unable to close for a long moment. That's right, Meng Rong. We just finished drafting it next door, Vice Principal Liu said, his expression a mix of amusement and amusement. I overheard your comments earlier, high caliber, highly professional, deep expertise. Am I right? Teacher Wang Jun's face flushed instantly. Those were all his own words, like a boomerang thrown only to come back and stab him in the back. After all that praise, it had ended up being a hollow compliment. How painful. Vice Principal Liu gestured for Meng Rong to explain the diagram. Meng Rong gave a modest smile and waved his hand, indicating he didn't want to speak. Xianghua suddenly felt she needed to view Meng Rong with entirely new eyes. Just as she was pondering this, seeing Meng Rong's modest refusal, she grew impatient. She stepped forward and grabbed Meng Rong's arm. Old classmate, I never would have guessed you'd become so capable. Before Meng Rong could respond, she practically dragged him forward. Since it's yours, you should explain it properly. I'll learn along with everyone else. The others felt a bit awkward now. This misunderstanding was rather embarrassing. At this point, unless one harbored prejudice, there was no doubt about Meng Rong's abilities. They began to look at him with expectant eyes. Meng Rong glanced back at Xianghua. They were standing quite close now, and he could see her bright eyes fixed on him. He sensed something in them that brought him a flicker of warmth. His heart warmed, but he quickly suppressed the emotion. Clearing his throat, he repeated the explanation he'd given Vice Principal Liu earlier. This time, with the actual drawing before them, everyone listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Only Teacher Wang felt increasingly uneasy. He began to regret his actions. Why hadn't he drawn a diagram himself? What was the point of arguing here? After delivering his concise explanation, Meng Rong added, this fixture drawing is merely the starting point. We still need to develop the manufacturing process. Well, I believe specifically, beyond the existing hole machining, we've added pinholes. First, drill 2 Phi-8 blind holes, then rough reaming, followed by finish reaming. The end cover will be positioned via diamond pins and bolted to the left side of the fixture. After boring, the housing will be positioned via diamond pins and bolted to the right side of the fixture, followed by boring. Although this remains separate machining, the fixture's transitional positioning achieves an integrated machining effect. With reliable fixtures and a complete set of processes, consistency issues in future batch production will also be resolved. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but applaud. Though not skilled in hands-on work, they possessed discerning eyes and relevant expertise. Meng Rong's solution was indeed a highly correct approach. Even if minor details required adjustment later, the overall direction was undoubtedly sound. Subsequently, Meng Rong led several instructors to swiftly resolve the process documentation. Practical testing confirmed this was indeed the optimal solution. After communicating with the client, they expressed great satisfaction with this solution. According to Vice Principal Liu's excited remarks, the client was highly impressed that Duanjian School Enterprise could devise such an approach, significantly boosting their confidence. They indicated they would likely place additional orders in the future. Moreover, they proposed potential collaboration on technical R&D, suggesting the school could undertake specific research projects. Clearly, the client recognized the school's research capabilities and felt it would be a waste not to utilize them. Vice President Liu attributed all the credit to Meng Rong, lavishing praise upon him. He knew full well that without Meng Rong, the order might have been cancelled. This unexpected outcome was entirely Meng Rong's doing, and no one else could take credit for it. However, Meng Rong remained unmoved by the praise. He believed the university's faculty were not lacking in ability or creativity, but rather in practical experience. Given more opportunities to engage their minds and accumulate experience, they too could solve problems. This humility naturally earned him another layer of goodwill. Unfortunately, the school's senior leadership concluded that their research capabilities were still too weak. Moreover, professionals like Meng Rong, experienced and technically versatile, were irreplaceable. They couldn't afford to be overconfident, so they didn't respond enthusiastically to the client's expectations. More importantly, Meng Rong's contract was about to expire and he would soon be leaving. During this period, his practical classes had demonstrably improved the students' skills. They loved his lessons, finding them practical and effective when combined with textbooks and teaching materials. This represented an experiment for the school, and the prevailing view was that it was well worth continuing. However, disagreements have emerged internally about how to proceed. While most advocate institutionalizing the program, some suggest hiring Meng Rong or other veteran technicians as teaching consultants for periodic involvement. Others propose directly hiring Meng Rong or similar technicians for regular teaching positions. Still others argue for increasing student internships at enterprises. The overall goal is shared, but consensus on the means to achieve it remains elusive. Meng Rong, of course, was not preoccupied with these complexities at the moment. He simply watched the calendar pages turn day by day, counting down to the imminent time of his departure. During this period, he devoted himself entirely to the tasks assigned by the school's teaching arrangements.
In his spare time, he was busy working in the school enterprise workshop, deliberately avoiding thinking about many things. But now that his departure date was approaching, many thoughts inevitably flooded his mind.
He wondered how things were going at Finghua.
For various reasons, he had only occasionally called to check in with Master Liu and Master Shang, mostly discussing his school matters.
Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning factory affairs, sparing each other the worry.
But now that his time here was ending, he would inevitably have to confront everything happening at the factory. He walked through the campus grounds. Autumn had arrived, bringing cooler weather.
Young students bustled about, laughing and chatting as they came and went. Along the school's maple-lined path, fallen leaves were gradually accumulating.
They swirled and drifted through the air, filling the atmosphere with the scent of youth.
He cherished this feeling deeply.
In the past, he hadn't appreciated it, viewing each extra day spent in the classroom as a torment. Now, looking at it from a different perspective, he could sense a completely different atmosphere. He breathed deeply, greedily inhaling the scent of the air. Gathering his focus, he resolved to do his job well for as long as he remained in it, even if only for a few more days. Flipping through his course schedule, he saw today's tasks marked out quite a heavy load.
He'd be busy today. He gave a wry smile. The school certainly didn't spare him any work. He doubted anyone else would have such patience. But over the years, buried in practice, he had gradually grown accustomed to monotony and solitude. His greatest strength was probably his ability to endure. He lowered his head to gather his thoughts, then began walking slowly forward. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt. He had nearly collided head-on with someone. He immediately looked up to apologize, but the next moment, he was startled. The person he nearly collided with was none other than Xianghua, her face stern. Today, she wore a high-neck, long-sleeved knit sweater, her appearance delicate and refined, highlighting a unique aura. Meng Rong found himself unable to meet her gaze directly and stammered, "I'm sorry, I was distracted." "You get distracted while walking?" Xianghua questioned.
"Yeah, sometimes," Meng Rong replied casually, wearing a gentle smile.
"Aren't you going to ask why I'm here?" "Right. Class is about to start. Why aren't you heading to the classroom building?" "Because I'm waiting for you here." "Waiting for me?" Meng Rong was taken aback.
"What's there to wait for? Why are you so surprised?
We were deskmates back in the day. Remember when you tugged my sleeve during class? I wasn't this shocked then, you know?" Meng Rong gave a dry chuckle. "Why bring this up? Back in the day, we were wild and mischievous. Was every little thing worth mentioning?"
He said, "Well, I'm flattered.
What brings my old deskmate here? Settling old scores?" "Settle what?" Yen-gui was visibly annoyed. "Am I that petty? When did I ever say I wanted to settle accounts with you?" Meng Rong thought to himself, "Really?
I remember when you first arrived at school, you could be downright intimidating."
He'd been on edge, afraid you'd pick a fight.
Thankfully, later on, both sides managed to avoid conflict as much as possible.
"Don't give me that look. I heard Principal Liu mention yesterday that you're leaving soon." "Yeah, I'm leaving in a couple of days. Thanks for remembering, old deskmate." "Poof. Why would I remember you? I was just thinking, you really should stay.
I think your skills are solid, but you still lack systematic professional training, especially in CNC.
Why not stay? Stay at the school."
"What?" This time, Meng Rong was genuinely stunned. He snapped his head up to meet Yen-gui's gaze. Her eyes were unwavering, utterly sincere, because this was precisely what she believed.
Chapter 90, Provocative News. Meng Rong had never considered this question. Stay or go, was it even a question for him? No.
While he enjoyed campus life, loved interacting with young students, cherished the absence of long overtime hours, and appreciated everything about the place, he never entertained the thought of staying. Even when he fantasized about dedicating time to mastering a technical field he lacked expertise in, staying had never crossed his mind. Good times were fleeting, intoxicating, yet they also eroded one's resolve. For him, enduring Master Liu's scolding in the factory, breathing in the pungent smell of machine oil, and listening to the piercing noise that was the path he was meant to walk. Seeing Yen-gui's earnest expression, Meng Rong was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "I still have to go back." Yes, he would return. Over the past month and a half, he had rarely thought about the factory or contacted anyone there. He'd only occasionally called to check in on old Liu and old Shang. They wouldn't pry. As for Luo, shall we? He hadn't reached out at all. That guy was a real chatterbox, and Meng Rong couldn't be bothered. As for everything happening at the factory, why bother knowing during this rare period of semi-leisure? Knowing might just cause him unnecessary trouble. But he would return to Finghua. After staying there so long, he had grown attached. As for the future, he'd take it slowly. Yen-gui said rather coldly, "I'm thinking of your best interests. Returning to a small county factory offers no real prospects. If you want better opportunities later, wouldn't it be better to gain more experience here?" Little did she know, her offhand remark had struck a nerve with Meng Rong. People within their own factory could criticize it all they wanted, but outsiders had no right to meddle.
Well, our factory's future is none of Teacher Yan's concern.
Even if it's about to shut down, I'll report back before it closes.
So, let's not discuss this further.
Meng Rong's words carried a similar chill.
Xianghua froze upon hearing this.
She hadn't expected Meng Rong to speak to her in such a tone she truly meant well. Treated this way, she couldn't quite understand. She wanted to explode, but Meng Rong's subtle rebuff left her no room to criticize. Gritting her teeth, she stomped her foot and turned to leave. Her heavy footsteps kicked up freshly fallen leaves. She was clearly furious. Watching her beautiful retreating figure, Meng Rong felt a twinge of guilt but no regret.
Some principles demanded unwavering adherence he couldn't compromise without reason.
After finishing this teaching assignment, he likely wouldn't have many more chances to return to the school. There was ultimately a gap between him and Xianghua, so he might as well be decisive. Savoring that lingering bitterness, Meng Rong was about to leave when suddenly a hand slapped his shoulder. Fortunately, he was now immune to such startles. Without flinching, he immediately plastered on a smile and turned around.
Principal Liu.
But he froze in surprise.
It was Teacher Chen.
When had he picked up Vice Principal Liu's habit?
Teacher Chen? What brings you here?
Haha, I saw you staring at that young lady's back for ages and couldn't resist coming over for some gossip.
What were you two talking about? Looks like you upset her? Not at all.
You see, this girl's just too stubborn. She won't bow to anyone. Not a single unmarried male teacher at our school catches her eye. You, though you're her old deskmate, shouldn't get too deeply involved.
Some people and some things just can't be forced. Teacher Chen offered his advice with a meaningful look.
As someone who'd been there, he could see a certain melancholy in Meng Rong's eyes.
Meng Rong gave a wry smile.
While Teacher Chen's misunderstanding was a bit off the mark, he couldn't deny there was some truth to what he said.
He neither confirmed nor denied it, nor did he offer an explanation. Instead, he simply asked, Teacher Chen, isn't it almost time for class?
We should hurry.
Mr. Chen immediately tensed up.
Right, they were running late. They had to hurry. In the office, Vice Principal Liu picked up his cherished white porcelain cup, sipped his tea, then lowered his head, deep in thought over the paper before him.
Moments later, he began writing.
After just a few lines, however, he felt stuck. His sallow face strained for a long moment. He took several gulps of tea, then crumpled the written pages into a ball and tossed them into the wastebasket.
He couldn't quite understand it.
He had profound insights and deep feelings about the teaching experiment he'd conducted recently, and so much he wanted to write.
Yet when it came time to actually write the summary, it just wasn't flowing smoothly.
After much contemplation, it dawned on him, he lacked a guiding framework. In short, the soul of the piece.
It failed to connect with current guiding principles and the broader social landscape.
A simple teaching experiment could be summed up in a few sentences, but to expand it into a substantial report required extensive references and supporting evidence.
He called out, Shaolin, have you finished compiling the industry clippings from the past 2 months and the document anthology for this year? Shaolin, a tall, slender young woman, was the office administrator responsible for tasks like filing documents and compiling news clippings.
Hearing Vice Principal Liu's call, she quickly rose from her pile of papers, adjusted her glasses, and replied, they're all organized.
They're in the cabinet. I'll go get them for you.
Vice President Liu waved her off, gesturing for her to hurry.
Soon, Xiaolin returned carrying a bundle of newspapers and folders. Here are the industry updates since last year and the newspaper compilations. Please take a look. She placed them on Liu's desk and asked, which time period would you like me to point out for you? That won't be necessary.
I'll look through them myself. Rubbing his hands, Vice Principal Liu began sifting through the pile of newspapers and folders to find what he needed. As he scanned the various industry policy analyses and guiding documents, his thoughts gradually coalesced. Suddenly, a small news item caught his eye. Normally, he would have skimmed over such reports, but 2 words in the headline grabbed his attention. Changsheng Electromechanical, Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory, and other enterprises achieve outstanding results in the city's vocational skills competition.
Fenghua Agricultural Machinery? Vice Principal Liu muttered to himself. Is this an old tree blooming anew?
They've never been involved in these competitions before.
I don't believe it. Could the masters at Fenghua Agricultural Machinery Factory really be as skilled as Meng Rong? But wait, if he's that skilled, why didn't he enter the competition? That can't be right. What was going on? Vice Principal Liu found it hard to believe. In his experience, someone with Meng Rong's technical prowess would at least bring home a prize from a city-level competition like this. If he hadn't, it would mean the competition itself lacked credibility. Moreover, judging by the timing, Meng Rong hadn't even entered this competition. He usually only glanced at such contests, as they typically ran parallel to inter-school competitions without overlapping. The content of each was distinct. During the last inter-school competition, Xianghua had represented their school, achieving a mediocre result that was neither outstanding nor poor. It was merely a learning experience. There was no need to rush for immediate success. What was past was past. But this city-wide technical competition among factories piqued his curiosity.
Thinking of Meng Rong, he couldn't help but want to ask him about the situation.
Could Xianghua Factory really be on the rise, winning awards even without him? Wouldn't that open up more avenues for future cooperation and collaboration with Xianghua Factory? If Xianghua Factory had a bright future, perhaps deeper collaboration could be explored, like inviting Meng Rong for long-term teaching, or having the factory rotate skilled technicians for training? Or even forming a partnership to send students for targeted internships, or exporting graduates? Previously, the approach had been to utilize opportunities as they arose. But upon reading this news, Vice Principal Liu's mind seemed to open a floodgate, with ideas surging forth. Why not discuss this with the president? We could certainly deepen our collaboration. It would be immensely beneficial for our school.
But to be safe, perhaps he should speak with Meng Rong first. Since he was about to return to the factory, inviting him to a meal on behalf of the school to express gratitude was the proper thing to do.
After pondering, he called out, "Shaolin, could you arrange a meeting with teacher Meng Rong?
Book a table for dinner tonight. We'll host him on behalf of the school as a farewell gesture." After a pause, he added, "While you're at it, invite teachers Chen Jirue, Li Tianfu, and Yenghua too. They were his classmates after all. Anyone else who wants to join the farewell dinner for teacher Meng can sign up as well. Of course, keep the numbers manageable, no more than 10 people." Shaolin replied, "Got it, I'll go ask them," and strode out the door with a spring in his step. Vice Principal Liu pulled the newspaper from his hands, carefully folded it away, and resumed drafting his teaching report. Shortly after, Shaolin entered with a displeased expression, reporting back, "Principal Liu, I've made the arrangements. Even Director Zhang from the Academic Affairs Office wants to attend the farewell dinner." "That's great. Why the unhappy face?" "Well, when teacher Yenghua heard it was for Meng Rong, she berated me. She said we're wasting school funds, that there's nothing to celebrate about such a jerk, that he doesn't know a good thing when he sees it, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. And then she said. What else did she say? She said you, Principal Liu, must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to even consider thanking such a jerk. The sooner this jerk leaves, the better. And don't even think about him staying on as a long-term teacher." Vice Principal Liu's face darkened instantly. "When did I ever offend her? No, I haven't. Then why did she drag me into it? No idea. But Yenghua clearly has a lot of issues with teacher Meng Rong." Shaolin looked flustered as she returned to her seat and plopped down heavily. "I was just passing along the message. If she doesn't want to go, she doesn't want to go. What a phony." Vice Principal Liu could only offer her some reassurance, saying everyone knew Yengua's temper and she shouldn't take it too seriously. But then he grew puzzled. Why was Yenghua antagonizing Meng Rong again? That didn't make sense. Besides, what long-term teaching position? He hadn't even formally discussed it with Meng Rong yet. Though he had sounded her out, he knew he couldn't let school matters interfere with her career and future. The thought made him restless. Though they planned to meet that evening, he decided to see Meng Rong sooner. Gripping the newspaper, he searched for Meng Rong everywhere. Outside a classroom, he finally cornered Meng Rong as he finished explaining machine tool operation techniques. He blurted out, "Meng Rong, did you know your factory won second place in the team competition?" Meng Rong froze. He hadn't heard, hadn't asked. Lately, he'd deliberately avoided such news and hadn't asked Master Liu either. He simply didn't want to know the competition results. Yet Vice Principal Liu had found out. "Does this news sting a bit? Judging by your expression, are you surprised? Or not surprised at all?" Vice Principal Liu pressed on. "Looks like your factory has plenty of skilled workers. You can't even rank among them? I don't buy it." Meng Rong took the newspaper and immediately spotted several familiar names. Chapter 91, Before Departure. Meng Rong didn't consider himself particularly magnanimous. It had nothing to do with vision, generosity, or cultivation. It was likely tied to his personality, his formative years, and youthful arrogance. That's why he'd chosen to avoid the issue altogether, deliberately turning a blind eye. Deep down, he strongly disagreed with the factory's decision to replace his competition spot with Pang Yudong. He wasn't exactly furious, but he certainly didn't feel grateful for the factory's leniency. As a former second-generation factory worker, he understood perfectly well that when Pang Yudong resorted to shameless underhanded tactics, there was simply no point in trying to reason with him. Had he been 5 years younger, he would have fought for justice. But now, his sights were set far beyond such petty squabbles. To him, these childish games were meaningless, a waste of his time and energy. His painful past had taught him that while such matters deserved reasoned argument, they weren't worth expending physical energy over. It wasn't fear, it was simply a distaste for such tedium. He'd rather spend that time studying CNC principles. So when he saw the news article in Vice Principal Liu's newspaper, Meng Rong paused in surprise. Pang Yudong, Tao Qizhong, and Luo Shelwei were all listed, yet Tangzhou was conspicuously absent from the roster. The team's second-place finish was indeed commendable, providing a solid report to both the factory and the county authorities. In the individual category, Pang Yudong and Tao Qizhong both secured respectable placements, while Luo Shelwei and Tangzhou were absent from the list. His expression flickered with a momentary daze. Evidently, the new trio had demonstrated solid teamwork during the competition.
Securing second place must have required them to give their absolute all.
Even if Meng Rong had competed himself, he couldn't guarantee such a result. Pang Yudong's performance this time silenced most critics at the factory. Strength speaks for itself. Pang Yudong proved his capability by achieving this rank.
What more could anyone possibly criticize?
They say history doesn't condemn the victor.
Nor would anyone condemn a capable replacement. It was an indescribable feeling, not disappointment, not regret, not even jealousy. It was simply an unknown sensation. Noticing Meng Rong's peculiar expression, Vice Principal Liu, a man who'd seen countless faces, couldn't immediately discern his thoughts.
He only sensed he might have genuinely provoked Meng Rong.
Mr. Meng, do you know all these people? I know them. More than just know them. Very well?
Close enough to sit down for a meal any time.
Would you call that close?
Meng Rong chuckled dryly, making a rather cold joke. It suddenly struck him that these people were, or rather had been, his friends. No matter how many past grievances existed, he should be happy for them now. So, he would offer his blessings. Luo Shelwi must have managed to explain himself to Li Shiyao by now. Whether Li Shiyao could accept Luo Shelwi remained to be seen. She had been through so much.
But what would she think if she knew Luo Shelwi had teamed up with Pang Yudong?
A look of resignation flashed across his face, followed by a sigh. Vice Principal Liu watched him, utterly baffled. This young man clearly hadn't seen much of the world. Why was he trying so hard to appear so profound?
He just didn't get it. Looks like your factory has plenty of skilled workers. Do you think you could hold your own against their techniques?
Vice Principal Liu cut straight to the chase.
Compete? Meng Rong chuckled wryly. How many times had they faced off?
Not one of these three dared claim superiority over him. When Tao Qizhong first challenged him, he barely edged out a victory. But soon after, Tao began to fall behind. His strength lay in steadiness, yet he faltered due to a lack of imagination, or perhaps, that elusive spark of genius. You seem quite confident. This time, Vice Principal Liu saw right through him. He recognized the look on Meng Rong's face. It practically screamed, nothing special.
Meng Rong made no attempt to deny it.
Vice Principal Liu felt a mix of regret and relief. It seemed Fenghe wasn't as formidable as he'd imagined. Not every worker there was a Meng Rong. His judgment of people was fairly accurate after all.
Still, a lingering doubt remained. You're wondering why the factory didn't let me compete, right? Meng Rong considered it briefly before offering a simple explanation. I violated some rules. The factory assigned someone else to take my place. Since you invited me to the school, I came here instead. Ah, so that was it. Vice Principal Liu understood.
As for what specific mistake Meng Rong had made, well, it didn't really matter. It wasn't like he'd committed some serious crime like murder or arson.
So when your 2-day leave ends, you'll return to the factory?
Yes.
I'm still part of Fenghe. Meng Rong answered crisply. Oh, I see. Vice Principal Liu looked regretful.
Just a moment ago, he'd almost let his thoughts slip how wonderful it would be to keep Meng Rong at the school.
Such a technical prodigy.
If the factory didn't know how to value him, our school certainly would.
Is there anything else, Vice Principal Liu? Well, I'm currently drafting our teaching practice summary report. I'd like to discuss it with you from your perspective. Was this teaching approach meaningful? Did it benefit the students? Are there lessons to be learned, or perhaps even mistakes to reflect on? Oh, absolutely. Meng Rong perked up instantly.
Lately, he'd been assisting the school by teaching practical machine tool operation skills, primarily demonstrating techniques tailored to factory needs.
Not only the students but even some instructors found it highly beneficial.
Through his hands-on interactions with students, he'd observed several phenomena he'd been keeping to himself. Since Vice Principal Liu brought it up, he was eager to share his thoughts.
The two chatted animatedly for quite some time. Meng Rong primarily summarized a series of issues from his perspective. First, the students' textbooks were out of sync with practical applications. Second, their theoretical foundations were weak.
Third, their hands-on skills were generally lacking. Fourth, some students coasted by, still in a hazy mental state. Fifth, although they were enthusiastic during practical classes, they forgot things quickly afterward, failing to review or practice. Time flew by as they chatted animatedly, and suddenly over an hour had passed. Vice Principal Liu suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering a crucial matter. Oh, right, we've prepared a farewell banquet tonight. Be sure to attend.
That's too extravagant. Meng Rong felt embarrassed. Given what you just shared, it's well worth it. It gives us much to reflect on and improve. Vice Principal Liu then asked casually, I hear you've upset your old desk partner again? How did you hear about that? Meng Rong was surprised. Is it or isn't it? Maybe.
Meng Rong was about to say something when he suddenly looked up. Yan Guo was carrying a stack of textbooks up the stairs. Spotting Meng Rong from afar, her expression instantly turned cold. Without a glance to the side, she walked straight past both of them, leaving even Vice Principal Liu standing there alone. Vice Principal Liu watched her walk into the classroom, then glanced back at Meng Rong. This was clearly a serious offense.
Teacher Meng, I can't help you with this one. You're on your own.
He patted Meng Rong on the shoulder, agreed to meet for dinner, then hurried back to finish his report. On the way, he pondered silently, should he continue recruiting students from Fenghua factory to assist with these educational experiments that offered nothing but benefits? Should he report this to the principal and make it a regular practice? His efforts had earned him praise and admiration from many teachers. Those attending the dinner were all educators who held Meng Rong in high regard. Yet none had anticipated Director Zhang from the Academic Affairs Office joining them. When Zhang raised his glass to Meng Rong, a subtle hint of recruitment was implied though left unspoken, as the matter ultimately fell outside his purview. Amidst the convivial atmosphere, the gathering soon dispersed. Meng Rong felt a slight pang of regret Xianghua hadn't appeared even as the event concluded. It seemed she was genuinely upset with him.
After dinner, Meng Rong didn't return to his dorm.
Instead, he walked along the path by Lake Wangue. He strolled slowly, thinking how soon he would be leaving this place.
He hadn't properly explored it during his time here, what a pity.
But now, with the moon high in the sky and the lake shimmering silver, taking a walk to soak up the moonlight and let the wine mellow felt like a beautiful way to spend the evening. Day in and day out, he dealt with machine tools, breathing in the smell of oil and examining cutting dies and castings. Now, shifting to this different scene, his mind couldn't help but drift into a state of emptiness. Slowly, he approached a small path when suddenly he heard soft laughter mixed with a hint of playful scolding. The sounds drifted from a nearby grove of trees. He paused, then stepped closer under the moonlight. To his surprise, he saw two students in Duanjiang Technical School uniforms embracing and kissing passionately. They whispered and giggled softly, the boy occasionally making advances that crossed boundaries, while the girl offered half-hearted resistance. This scene made Meng Rong shake his head and sigh. It was far too early for romance at this age, and staying out past curfew was a clear violation of school rules. But young lovers, lost in passion, paid little heed to such matters.
As their actions grew increasingly bold, Meng Rong could no longer bear to watch.
He cleared his throat loudly. Startled, the pair in the woods jumped up like frightened rabbits. The boy grabbed the girl's hand, and they nervously peered out. In the moonlight, a familiar face stood before them, expression stern, eyebrows furrowed.
Teacher. Teacher Meng. It's you. The boy visibly relaxed upon recognizing Meng Rong. Though Meng Rong didn't know his name, as a temporary staff member, he didn't inspire much fear. What are you two doing out here in the middle of the night? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Meng Rong asked.
He knew his position didn't grant him the authority to discipline them, but a friendly reminder was in order.
Head Teacher Meng, please don't tell the school, okay?
The boy's expression relaxed as he led the girl out of the woods. She kept her head bowed the entire time, while he wore a carefree look. Meng Rong recognized his face. He recalled this boy actively participating in class discussions and joking around with him. In some ways, he reminded him of his younger self, likely coming from a well-off family.
Meng Rong shook his head non-committally. It's late. It's not safe out here. If you run into trouble, you'll be in real trouble.
You should head back.
The boy retorted defiantly, bad people? Out here? In the middle of the night? Where would they come from? Meng Rong sighed inwardly. Young people just didn't know their place.
With the current state of public safety and lingering chaos, you never knew what you might run into. He simply urged them to head back quickly. The boy didn't seem to care, but the girl grew frightened and tugged him back toward the school. The boy kept turning back, pleading with Meng Rong not to report them to the school.
Meng Rong thought to himself, I don't even know your name, what's there to report? Chapter 92, Reflections at Home. Meng Rong felt a pang of unease. He recalled his own past. Hadn't he too once squandered his youth, neglecting his studies for trivial pursuits? Back then, when he acted recklessly, did adults see him and feel nothing but disappointment? Did they too just shake their heads and sigh, lamenting how young people today had become so unrestrained?
It was one thing to feel unqualified to judge them, but whether to judge them at all was another matter entirely.
After much reflection, Meng Rong lost all desire to continue his stroll.
He ended his walk and returned to his dormitory to sleep. 2 more days passed, and the deadline he had set for himself arrived.
It was time to return.
He had completed all necessary procedures with the school the day before. Early the next morning, while most people were still asleep and the sky was barely lit, he quietly left the dormitory with his luggage. After exchanging a brief greeting with the school gatekeeper, he opened the door and headed straight for the bus station, catching the earliest bus out. Throughout the entire process, he disturbed no one. Nearly 2 hours after his departure, several well-wishing teachers came to bid him farewell. They found his dorm room spotlessly tidied, yet he had vanished without a trace. Everyone felt deeply regretful. When Vice Principal Liu learned of it, he could only sigh. Everyone assumed Meng Rong was eager to return home, but only he knew he might be experiencing a touch of homesickness. He had originally intended to buy a ticket back to the factory, but at the last moment, he changed his mind. He suddenly realized he didn't particularly want to go back to the factory. So he altered his plans, purchasing a ticket instead to visit his mother and younger sister, intending to return to the factory in a couple of days to report back. Back home, his mother, Li Guiqin, was overjoyed to see him return unexpectedly. She even called his younger sister, Meng Xiaoquan, who was attending high school, back home.
The family was finally reunited. The familiar smells and warm atmosphere lifted Meng Rong's spirits and his appetite returned.
Li Guiqin asked how things had been at the factory lately.
Since it wasn't a holiday, why had he suddenly come home?
As she asked, she secretly suspected her son might have gotten into trouble again and been fired.
While eating, Meng Rong vaguely assured his mother he was fine. As a key technical staff member, he always worked diligently. How could he possibly be fired?
Seeing her lingering worry, he explained that this month, thanks to his technical skills, the factory had sent him on a teaching assignment to Duanjiang Technical College.
Having just finished, he'd taken the opportunity to visit home.
Only then did Li Guiqin relax, though she couldn't resist nagging. These days, young people are all hooked on online gaming. I'm just afraid you'll fall back into old habits. Can't resist playing games again.
What if you neglect your work and pick up bad habits? Our whole family depends on you now. You absolutely mustn't go astray.
Stay out of trouble, that's the most important thing.
I know, Mom. Relax. Your son's got sense. He won't get into trouble. Meng Rong felt both amused and exasperated.
No matter how much he'd changed, in his mother's eyes, he was probably still that irresponsible teenager.
Beside them, Meng Xiaoquan was thrilled to see her brother back and couldn't help but interject, Mom, really? He's an adult now. Nagging him like this will just annoy him to death. If you keep this up, he won't want to come home anymore.
Li Guiqin shot her a stern look.
And you?
Your only task now is to study hard and get into college. You're about to start your senior year, don't slack off. Your brother never had the chance to go to college.
You absolutely mustn't waste yours. Hearing this, Meng Rong felt awkward as he shoveled down a couple more bites of rice.
It was all his own fault for not trying harder back then, which is why his mother still used this to rub it in Meng Xiaoquan's face.
Without a college education, there was little hope for greatness.
That was how his mother and elders saw it. No matter how hard he strived now, he couldn't change that established fact. A wave of sadness washed over Meng Rong, but he buried it deep inside, showing none of it. In front of his mother, he would continue playing the role of the thick-skinned, no, shameless one. Serving as a cautionary example for his younger sister was the only role he could play now. Look at your brother now, he spends all day in the workshop dealing with machines, just like your father. You, my dear, mustn't make the same mistake. Go to university, find an easier job, aim for something worthwhile. Otherwise, you'll surely regret it later.
This family's future depends on you.
Li Guiqin earnestly shared her perspective with Meng Xiaoquan.
Meng Xiaoquan covered his ears, growing impatient. You say this every single day. Don't you get tired of it? I get it.
I'll study hard, get into college, and fulfill your wish.
Fine. Just focus on your studies. Your brother will handle the money.
Li Guiqin persisted. Since Meng Xianghua's passing, Meng Rong felt his mother had transformed from her initial silence into someone increasingly talkative, repeating the same points over and over until satisfied. But for now, he could only listen quietly, setting a good example for his sister.
He nodded. Xiaoquan, you must study diligently. Don't worry about living expenses or tuition, your brother can handle it. Skilled workers earn decent wages now, supporting your college education won't be a problem. The only condition is that you actually get in.
Meng Xiaoquan grumbled, bro, you're being pretty chatty yourself.
Don't worry, I'll study hard. I'm not entirely convinced. Meng Rong started, then swallowed the rest of his words. Only after their mother nodded and headed to the kitchen to clear the dishes did he continue, and what about that celebrity concert you went to last time? I haven't settled that bill with you yet. If you don't study hard, all my sacrifices will have been for nothing. Meng Xiaoquan rolled her eyes and whispered, bro, don't tell mom. But I'll tell you, we had so much fun last time. It was really eye-opening. Someday, I want to be that glamorous too.
Seeing the longing in her eyes, Meng Rong felt a bad premonition. He repeatedly warned Meng Xiaoquan that they were just an ordinary family and she shouldn't get her hopes up about impossible things. But clearly, Meng Xiaoquan only agreed with her mouth, not a single word sank in. Next year's the college entrance exams. If you slack off now, don't blame me for getting tough.
Meng Rong waved his fist threateningly, a playful game they often played. Meng Xiaoquan shot him a look of utter disdain.
Then, suddenly, she became intensely curious about his experiences as a teacher, pestering him to share stories from school. Unable to shake her off, he casually shared some anecdotes.
To amuse Meng Xiaoquan, he recounted the story of running into his old deskmate as a funny tale. Meng Xiaoquan chuckled. So, bro, was your old deskmate pretty? She was pretty. Why didn't you go for her? I heard you didn't date anyone in over 4 years at the factory. Wasn't this a perfect chance? Fate. Meng Rong gave a wry smile. She really dislikes me. Never mind, let's drop it.
The less he wanted to talk about it, the more curious Meng Xiaoquan became, eager to hear what had happened between them.
Reluctantly, Meng Rong explained, back then, he'd been too mischievous, never studying properly, always disturbing his desk partner.
As a result, she disliked him from the start. Now, after this unexpected reunion, he'd accidentally offended her again with his words.
Meng Xiaoquan listened with rapt attention.
They say in dramas that hate can turn into love.
Maybe you two are just star-crossed lovers. The enemies part is true. We probably won't see each other again. After returning to the factory this time, I doubt I'll ever go back to school. Meng Rong sighed. Fenghe, I used to really want to return to school. After all, I worked there for so long I have attachments. My mentor and friends are waiting for me back there. But now, suddenly, I feel like not going back might be just fine. My master told me to leave when I had the chance. I never really thought about it before, but this time, sitting in the car on the way home, I kept thinking about it and realized he was right. I should forge a new path. You're grown up now, and the future will bring expenses. Your dowry will cost a lot. As your older brother, I can't just keep drifting around Fenghe. It's time for me to carve out a new life too. Are you planning to reopen the repair shop? Li Guiqin asked after hearing Meng Rong's words as she stepped out of the kitchen. Meng Rong paused. I've thought about it, but I'm still hesitating. Not reopening would be a disservice to father. Pfft, what future is there in a little repair shop? I think you should start a bigger factory, brother. Run your own company, that's where the real money is. Start a business. Meng Xiaoquan chimed in from the side. Entrepreneurship. Meng Rong fell silent. It wasn't that simple. He wanted to, but where would the capital come from? Even if he had the capital, what about the projects in business? And even if he secured projects, could his current skills handle everything? You don't really want to reopen the repair shop, do you? Forget it. That's all in the past. Things are changing too fast out there now. If we reopened, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any business. If your father were still around, he might have shut it down anyway. Li Guiqin sighed. Truth be told, this echoed Meng Rong's own thoughts. He didn't want to reopen it, it felt meaningless, just a futile struggle. Starting a business was a decent path. In today's society, the roads to success seemed limited: join the system, start a business to make money, or work for someone else. There didn't appear to be many other choices. This problem was too headache-inducing. Meng Rong decided to put it aside for now. Just doing a job well was hard enough, overthinking it was futile. But since he'd raised the question himself, he really needed to seriously consider his next steps in life. His thoughts churned endlessly, yet he couldn't find clarity. He hadn't anticipated that returning home for some peace would only stir up more thoughts. Perhaps this was the price of growing up, the troubles of adulthood. Suddenly remembering something, he returned to his room and pulled his father's machine repair notes from the cabinet. After going to Fenghe, he had put the book back in the cabinet, where it had gathered dust for years. As he gazed at the familiar handwriting and slowly leafed through the pages, he suddenly realized that reading these notes now felt entirely different from 4 years ago. Back then, though he had studied them diligently, he often skimmed over them superficially, treating them merely as a manual for solving problems. Much of what was recorded, he had never truly grasped. Yet after 4 years of honing his skills, revisiting the notes brought sudden clarity. Only by comparing the descriptions to the techniques he'd mastered over the years could he grasp how much essence this notebook distilled. The same words, viewed through different experiences, revealed entirely new layers of meaning. The more he delved into them, the more profoundly fascinating they became. So that's how it is. He turned back to the beginning and saw that line: be a qualified craftsman, maintain the spirit of an eternal apprentice. A peculiar smile spread across Meng Rong's face. He suddenly wondered, if he revisited these pages in another 4 years, might he gain yet another layer of understanding? He had a premonition that if he revisited it in 4 years, this notebook might offer him an entirely different perspective. With this thought, he carefully tucked the notebook away once more. Now that he had a living master teaching him various skills, he no longer placed as much importance on the secrets within these pages. Yet, as a keepsake or a book for life reflections, it served quite well. Chapter 93, Departure is only the beginning. 2 days later, on a gloomy afternoon, Meng Rong returned to Fenghe. Everything here remained unchanged since his departure. If anything had shifted, it was the newspapers and the bulletin board at the entrance, though even those were still from several days prior. The main gate stood as before, and the factory buildings inside still bore that distinctive patina of time. Most people were still at work when he arrived, with only a few workers passing by on the road. Acquaintances greeted him, curiously asking why he hadn't been seen for so long. Everything remained the same. He returned to the dormitory while responding to everyone's greetings along the way. But the moment he stepped inside, he froze. His bed now held fresh bedding he didn't recognize, and his belongings had been packed away in a corner of the room. What was this? Had someone usurped his place? Why hadn't anyone told him? He stood rooted to the spot, momentarily at a loss. Something seemed to have happened, but he was unaware of it. After a moment's thought, he set down his luggage and placed it with his pile of belongings. Turning, he headed straight for the office building. He needed to find Zhao, the supervisor in charge of administration and personnel, and ask what was going on. He was, after all, a veteran employee now, and surely counted as one of the factory's technical backbone members? If there were any changes, shouldn't he at least be shown some respect? His previously calm demeanor now burned with anger. His original plan had been to visit his mentor first, then meet up with friends like Luo Xiaowei for a chat. But this situation felt downright outrageous. Even clay figures have their breaking point. His face darkened as he strode straight to the office reception desk. "Xiao Zhang," he said to the young receptionist, "call Mr. Zhao for me." Xiao Zhang looked displeased, finding his tone a bit sharp, but she still politely asked, "What's the reason for the call?" "Ending my leave," he added, to make inquiries. "Cancel what leave? Did you take leave?" "No." "Oh, you're on a business trip?" "Yes." "Then it's not canceling leave. It should be, canceling the business trip." "Business trip cancellation? Fine, let's call it that. What's the inquiry about? Why did you change my bed without telling me? Ugh, why are you asking so many questions? Just call him and tell him."
Miss Zhang said with a pout, "You're being so harsh, how could I dare tell him?
He'd just end up yelling at me. Then I'll just go in and ask him myself." "No way. You're not allowed in the office area."
Miss Zhang hurriedly stopped Meng Rong, who was about to barge in.
"Then you call him."
"Well, I still need to get to the bottom of this."
Meng Rong took a deep breath.
He rarely dealt with this new receptionist, and hadn't expected the young-looking girl to be so bureaucratic.
Her delay had already cooled much of his initial anger. Finally conceding, he stated he was just here to sign out. Only then did Miss Zhang reluctantly dial the number.
While waiting for Supervisor Zhao, Miss Zhang looked at Meng Rong and seemed to recall something.
"You're Meng Rong, right?
I think I saw you at the stadium during that event at the factory."
"Really? What a coincidence."
"I was actually on the field at the time," Meng Rong replied instinctively.
He. Zhang couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling.
Finding Meng rather amusing, she added, "Oh, and I heard the other day that our factory is doing job reassignments."
I glanced at the list, and your name was on it too. "Really?" Meng Rong froze. "Job reassignments? What the hell?" Just as Miss Zhang was about to say more, a cough echoed through the hallway. Supervisor Zhao emerged slowly from the office.
He shot her a fierce glare, clearly displeased with her indiscretion.
Then, in a flat tone, he addressed Meng Rong. "Meng Rong, come with me to the conference room." He turned and led Meng Rong into the office area.
Some staff members glanced up at Meng Rong, their expressions carrying an inexplicable hint of something.
Meng Rong frowned, sensing something was afoot that he didn't know about.
They entered a small conference room.
Supervisor Zhao pointed to a chair. "Sit." Meng Rong hesitated for a moment before sitting down with a flourish.
He watched as Supervisor Zhao took several sheets of paper and slowly sat down across from him.
Just as Meng Rong was about to speak, Supervisor Zhao cut him off.
After a moment, carefully choosing his words, he began, "Meng Rong, don't rush to discuss the sales discrepancy.
That's not important. There are a few things I need to explain to you. But I'm not quite sure how to put it."
Supervisor Zhao paused, pressing his fingers lightly against his temples. His complexion wasn't bad clearly, it wasn't physical discomfort, but rather something that was giving him a headache. "You know about Li Shiyao and my wife," Manager Zhao suddenly changed the subject. "She's been having a rough time lately, so you understand my stance toward Pang Yudong. But in my position, everything I do prioritizes the factory's decisions and requirements."
"Mr. Zhao, what exactly are you trying to say? I'm just a technical guy, a straightforward person. I don't do the roundabout stuff. If there's something going on, just say it plainly. It seems like something's happened at the factory lately. I'm guessing, are you preparing to discipline me again?" Meng Rong sat up straight.
At this point, even though he didn't know the specifics, he felt no need to be afraid.
"That person, he's truly a headache. I've never encountered anyone like him."
Manager Zhao phrased it carefully. "In short, I know you've been wrong to some extent, but there's nothing I can do."
"You see, there are things you can't do and can't say. I'm stuck too. Alright, I'll be blunt.
The factory has suddenly decided on a list of job reassignments, claiming it's to adapt to new circumstances and optimize positions.
It's absolutely.
Truth is, that guy drafted it privately, and General Manager Yen approved it. Anyone who disagrees with him is getting transferred from their original posts.
But the worst part is he actually wants to move you to the electrician team. What was he thinking? A production tech backbone, even the top winner in the county-wide technical competition, getting shoved into electrician work? It's a joke. The electrical crew?
Meng Rong froze, utterly dumbfounded. This was a scenario he never could have imagined.
What kind of game is this?
When he first heard about the reassignment, he thought it might just mean being assigned to another workshop, removed from Master Lu's team. He never expected it to be this brutal. The fact is, this transfer list was approved by General Manager Yen.
Everyone being transferred will also be reassigned dormitories.
Manager Zhao handed him a piece of paper.
"If you agree, just sign your name at the bottom of the form." "I don't understand. What's the reasoning behind this?" Meng Rong didn't take the paper, only glancing at it. His name was indeed on the list, marked for the electrician team. "You're asking me? Who should I ask?"
Besides that one person who's happy about it, no one in the factory thinks this isn't insane, Supervisor Zhao sneered.
Are you just going to let him run wild like this? If this keeps up, how can Xianghua factory survive? Manager Zhao, you're the HR supervisor. Meng Rong questioned.
This isn't something you or I can control anymore, Supervisor Zhao sighed, his smile turning bitter. If I refuse to enforce it, I might be the next one rotated out.
Do you really think refusing won't make you the next one rotated out? Meng Rong countered.
Manager Zhao froze at the question.
True, would enforcing it really spare him?
Given his relationship with Li Shiyao, he was likely already a thorn in that person's side.
When the opportunity arose, would they really let him off? Me?
My family desperately needs this job, Zhao thought, his expression growing distant as he silently pondered.
Meng Rong let out a hollow chuckle and said nothing more.
The two sat in silence for a long while. Finally, Meng Rong spoke in a low voice, Mr. Zhao, I've decided to resign. Thank you for Xianghua Factory's care over the years, but the time has come for me to move on. I wish the factory continued success.
Goodbye.
Manager Zhao shook his head.
Easier said than done. Resignation requires following procedures.
According to regulations, from submitting your resignation to receiving approval, you must remain in your current position for 1 month before you can leave.
Then I'll go back to the workshop.
No, you'll be assigned to the electrical maintenance team.
Meng Rong finally couldn't hold back and let out a curse. But Supervisor Zhao didn't blame him. Anyone would have cursed under the circumstances. Without dwelling on it, Meng Rong headed to the workshop. After searching for a while, he found old Master Liu, who was dozing off in a corner. Over a month had passed, and old Master Liu had grown a beard, looked disheveled, and had lost weight. Meng Rong shook him awake. Master, why are you staying here? Master Liu opened his eyes. Seeing Meng Rong, a flicker of guilt crossed his face. He lowered his head. You're back?
I knew you'd return these past few days.
But I'm useless. I couldn't face you, so I hid. Master, what nonsense are you talking? No matter what happens, you'll always be the master I respect most.
Besides, some things aren't within your control. How could it be your fault?
Meng Rong laughed heartily. I'm useless.
Old Liu sighed. To let my disciples suffer such injustice, with nowhere to seek redress.
I feel like my whole life has been for nothing.
This damn Xianghua, it's all been for nothing.
Meng Rong seemed to have come to terms with it now. Master, it doesn't matter. What era is this? People don't die from holding their pee anymore.
The petty man is arrogant now that he's in power, but his reach is limited.
Remember what you told me before? I've come to understand it now. I really do need to leave. You're truly resolved? Yes. This incident just solidified my resolve. Meng Rong replied earnestly.
Master Liu stared at Meng Rong for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter.
Fine. Very well. It's good you're leaving. I,
old Liu, haven't taught many apprentices in my life, but now I've finally taught one you. I can face my own life with no regrets.
Only. Xianghua, it's never been a place that could hold you.
In the future, if you make something of yourself, then I won't have taught you in vain.
Old Liu. Don't make it sound like a final farewell, old Sheng chimed in from behind, having appeared unnoticed. It's just the natural ebb and flow of life. Honestly, even without Pang Yudong's dirty tricks, I've always felt Xianghua's growth potential is too limited for Meng Rong.
He's still young, and the world outside is vast. He's bound to make a name for himself out there. Besides, I'll bet you for him, leaving is just the beginning.
Chapter 94, once again. At just 24 years old, Meng Rong's life had already been far more eventful and turbulent than that of Master Liu, who was twice his age.
He had grown accustomed to the ebb and flow of life, its cycles of growth and decay, spring and autumn. Yet these past 4 years, he had stayed rooted at Xianghua, working diligently, learning earnestly, and maintaining such steadfast focus that his life appeared almost uneventful. But ultimately, he would still depart. The reason for his departure wasn't truly significant.
Pang Yudong's meddling merely accelerated the process.
Deep down, Meng Rong knew he would eventually leave Xianghua. It was just that years of habit made him reluctant to face this reality. Once the decision was made, he felt lighter.
Far lighter than anyone could imagine.
When you've endured far worse, what lies ahead is but a drizzle.
He began handling the aftermath with a leisurely ease.
Years of accumulation had left him with quite a bit of luggage.
Items he couldn't move but didn't want to discard were given to Master Liu's family as keepsakes. There were also outstanding wages to settle.
Xianghua Factory had been severely behind on payments lately, sometimes not even paying the full amount.
These needed to be cleared up.
It wasn't a huge sum, but Meng Rong wanted to leave with everything accounted for. Then there were the many friends. Without worrying about appearances, he needed to properly gather with them all.
After all, who knew when they might meet again?
To others, his apparent lightheartedness was an act.
No one was fooled.
Anyone with eyes could see his plight and felt sympathy. So now, as Meng Rong took his time packing, no one made things difficult for him.
The head of the electrician team said he couldn't manage someone who hadn't reported for duty. Workshop director Yu said he no longer had jurisdiction over Meng Rong.
Supervisor Zhao, harboring resentment, pretended not to notice, quietly waiting for Meng Rong to finish packing. That day, after packing a batch of belongings, Meng Rong returned to the factory grounds. Glancing at the time, he saw it was nearly quitting hour. He stood outside the workshop waiting. Soon, Luo Xiaowei emerged first. Spotting Meng Rong, he rushed forward and embraced him, too overwhelmed to speak. Soon after, Tao Qizhong, Zhang Xiaowu, even the Xiao brothers, and Tang Zhou, all the brothers and friends he'd made over the years, rushed over. They surrounded him and walked toward the small gate. Tonight, no matter what, they would drink until they were thoroughly drunk. They hadn't invited the older generation of masters to join them. Tonight would be the young people's night. Luo Xiaowei's eyes reddened, his teeth clenched so hard they nearly shattered. He couldn't understand why Meng Rong was being treated this way by the factory. Was there truly no justice in the world? He felt deeply guilty toward Meng Rong. If he'd known things would turn out like this, he would never have joined forces with Tao Qizhong and Pang Yudong to form a team back then. He would have told them to take a hike. But Meng Rong knew that if neither of them stepped up, it would only benefit those opportunists waiting to pounce. Why should that be? Besides, this competition was about the factory's honor and Luo Xiaowei's personal future. How could they just give up? He, Meng Rong, might not care, but not everyone felt that way. A crowd gathered around Meng Rong like stars clustering around the moon, treating him like a hero. Seeing Meng Rong suffer such injustice, everyone felt indignant. When he decided to leave, after over 4 years of working together, everyone had witnessed his character and integrity. They found him beyond reproach. As for the factory's recent accusations of disciplinary violations against him, everyone knew the truth. As he neared the doorway, however, he saw one figure standing there quietly. The lively group fell silent the moment they saw him, for it was Pang Yudong, the one person they least wanted to encounter. The atmosphere turned icy. No one had expected to see him here, and it was too late to avoid him now. Let's go. Ignore him, someone suggested. But Pang Yudong spoke up first. Meng Rong, can I have a word with you? What's there to talk about? Meng Rong replied coldly. Yes. There's a misunderstanding I'd like to clear up. Pang Yudong wore a faint, gentle smile, but to everyone else, it looked fake, the kind that just begged to be slapped. Misunderstandings? Meng Rong chuckled dryly. There are no misunderstandings between us. Never mind. If you have something to discuss, let's do it another day. Right now, we're off to eat and drink. Goodbye. With that, he motioned for everyone to leave. Though silent, the group's eyes betrayed their contempt for Pang Yudong. Some even spat on the ground to vent their frustration. Luo Xiaowei felt compelled to say something, but Tao Qizhong silenced him. As Meng Rong passed by Pang Yudong, the latter suddenly called out, "Why not bring me along to eat and drink? I'm in the mood for a drink tonight too, let's clink glasses." Luo Xiaowei finally exploded. You! Stop pretending. You're disgusting. But Pang Yudong ignored him completely, continuing, Meng Rong, you can't hold your liquor, can you? If you can, I'll down 3 bottles with you. Got the guts? This deeply angered Meng Rong. He replied coldly, Hunan restaurant. Come if you dare. I'll have the drinks ready for you. So Pang Yudong trailed at the back of the group, utterly indifferent to the cold stares. He followed quietly, unhurried, making the atmosphere feel especially eerie. The group ahead had been chatting animatedly, but now they seemed at a loss for words. Even when they occasionally spoke, they unconsciously glanced back at Pang Yudong. In his presence, everyone lost all interest in conversation. Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled. He whispered to Meng Rong, "You're really bringing him to dinner? How annoying." "If he wants to tag along, let him tag along," Meng Rong replied, sounding somewhat resigned. He'd seen his share of people in his experiences, but someone like Pang Yudong was truly unprecedented. He himself felt something was off. Would a normal person who'd done something wrong have the nerve to show their face in public? Who would? Doesn't he just ask to be slapped? Zhao's eldest brother couldn't understand. Someone with a hot temper might have already lashed out. But Meng Rong was known for his steadiness. It was unlikely he'd resort to violence on a whim. They arrived at their usual dining spot and sat around a round table. They made no attempt to offer Pang Yudong a seat, but he didn't seem to mind. He simply grabbed a chair from the side and squeezed himself in next to Tao Qizhong. Seeing his calm and composed expression, the entire table exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to react to this brazen fellow. "I have to admit, I'm kind of impressed by you," Luo Xiaowei remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "I admire myself too," Pang Yudong replied with a smile. "What exactly do you admire?" "I admire your sheer nerve. It takes guts to be this shameless." "Not many can pull that off," Luo Xiaowei sneered. "You're wrong. I'm not shameless," Pang Yudong shook his head. "You just don't understand me, right, Meng Rong?" "Me? As if I understand you?" Meng Rong shot his friend a complicated look, then without waiting for a response, flipped open the menu and started ordering, stir-fried pork, specialty blood duck, fish head with chopped chili peppers, everything spicy. Only after finishing did he look up. "Oh, sorry about that. I thought you didn't care for spicy food?"
You really know me best, Meng Rong. You're my true friend. I can't handle spicy food, so please ask the chef to add stir-fried bitter melon with eggs. That's all I'll have. You're not going to stop me from ordering, are you? Whatever makes you happy.
After placing the order, the table suddenly fell silent again. With a certain someone present, many things that had been on the tip of their tongues suddenly became impossible to voice. Pang Yudong, however, took his time pulling out a pack of premium cigarettes from his pocket. He opened it and offered one to each person around the table. But while Tang Jit accepted his, everyone else declined.
Luo Shelwi remarked, these cigarettes are too expensive. Ordinary folks like us can't afford them. Pang Yudong shrugged indifferently, lighting one for himself.
After puffing a few times, the restaurant owner brought over a crate of beer. Pang casually pulled out several bottles, popped them open, kept 3 for himself, and handed the rest to Meng Rong.
Come on, let's drink.
I'll crack one open first. He raised a bottle and a toast to Meng Rong.
Meng Rong took the bottle but didn't rush to clink glasses. Instead, he asked with a hint of confusion, Old Pang, what exactly are you trying to do? Just say it straight. This atmosphere is killing the mood at our table. Spit it out, no beating around the bush. I don't want to fight with you. It's utterly pointless. If I leave, won't that be a clean break? Won't you get what you want anyway?
Hearing this, Pang Yudong swayed slightly. After a moment, he forced a bitter smile.
Nothing much. Just as friends, I wanted to see you off. Are we still friends? Meng Rong countered.
In my heart, you've always been my best friend from that year to this, Pang Yudong replied. I know you must have plenty of grievances against me now, but... He suddenly tilted his head back and downed a bottle of beer in one gulp, his throat seemingly unimpeded. After finishing, he let out a satisfied burp. Under everyone's surprised stares, he continued where he'd left off.
I never meant to single you out. That day in the warehouse, when I mentioned An, I was just joking with you.
You took it seriously, and when I tried to explain later, you wouldn't give me a chance.
A joke, really? Meng Rong was both angry and amused. It was.
And later, all those measures at the factory, including your current reassignment, I swear, I didn't orchestrate any of it.
Do you believe me? I think you've misunderstood me too deeply.
I never intended to snatch your competition spot. It was truly a misunderstanding.
Pang Yudong said, tilting his head back to down another bottle. When people drink, they speak the truth. I'm not lying to you. I regret you leaving. I always felt inferior to you and wanted to catch up.
Sometimes my methods might not have been entirely above board, but I never intended to drive you away.
Yet people at the factory misunderstood. Some arrangements weren't my idea. I had no clue about them.
I know I'm saying this late, but I just wanted to see my best friend off.
No other purpose. Whether you misunderstood or not, I am who I am. You have a place in my heart as a friend.
Pang Yudong laughed heartily as he spoke, downing 2 bottles of beer in quick succession until he was already swaying. Without waiting for Meng Rong's response, he grabbed another bottle and tilted his head back to chug it.
Stop drinking.
Meng Rong finally spoke up to stop him. He had no idea how to face this former friend now. As someone in tech, he knew that even the most complex technology followed strict design logic in manufacturing processes.
But the art of being human?
That was the one skill that defied logic, impossible to fathom.
Pang Yudong let out a hollow laugh and paused. Meng Rong thought he heeded the warning, but instead, he downed another bottle.
This one clearly exceeded his limit, and beer spilled from the corners of his mouth. After 3 bottles, he was already floating on air, then he fell straight to the floor.
3 bottles. Not a single bite of food. He was drunk. The entire table stared at Pang Yudong sprawled on the floor.
A momentary silence fell, then they snapped into action, scrambling to lift him up. Worried he might harm himself, they decided to rush him to the hospital.
Thus, with a table full of untouched food, Meng Rong led the group in rushing Pang Yudong to the hospital for treatment. And just like that, the farewell banquet was ruined. Chapter 95, please slow down time.
As they lifted Pang Yudong into the ambulance, Meng Rong studied his pain-twisted face. It suddenly dawned on him that Pang Yudong was nearly his own age, just a few months apart.
He, too, was still just a young man.
Thus, his inner assessment of Pang Yudong boiled down to 2 words: immature.
Extremely immature.
This was a clever but emotionally immature young man who hadn't yet learned to balance interests and friendship.
He didn't grasp many fundamental principles of life.
What appeared to be ruthless ambition for success was actually a desperate, misguided path that wasted his intelligence. This stirred a flicker of pity in Meng Rong's heart.
People were complex, after all. Still, certain actions were unacceptable, and he couldn't bring himself to approve.
The next day, Meng Rong decided to formally leave Finghua factory.
Lingering had become meaningless.
He didn't want to waste time squabbling with General Manager Yan, General Manager Ho, or any other generals. He had no plans for revenge.
The world was vast, where couldn't he go?
He didn't quite grasp the relentless rivalries depicted in those Hong Kong and Taiwanese dramas. What the protagonists fought for a mere company, a platform seemed so small.
Why confine one's entire life to such a narrow scope?
Leaving brought melancholy, yet he knew his skills would never leave him without means. Besides, Fenghe hadn't treated him badly over these past 4 years. Though his departure was unpleasant, he felt gratitude toward the company. There was no need for harsh words or lingering resentment.
Wasn't it better to depart with a light heart?
If not for Pang Yudong's betrayal, which had tarnished his reputation among the factory leadership, he felt he could have left even more gracefully than the poets described, simply waving his sleeves and taking not a single screw with him. Personnel manager Zhao, workshop director Yu, and many other veterans who still held sway in the factory had collectively blocked an attempt to issue a formal dismissal notice for Meng Rong. The reason cited was insubordination to job reassignment, but they had pushed it back. The higher-ups knew full well that handling this too harshly would deal a devastating blow to morale.
So they tacitly allowed Meng Rong to resign and leave.
As he was leaving, someone for reasons unknown tried to make things difficult by demanding he sign a non-compete agreement. This was quickly shot down.
Meng Rong didn't possess any vital factory resources, he was just a skilled worker.
Making him sign a non-compete agreement would be like trying to starve him to death. Thus, his resignation was quietly processed.
As the paperwork was being processed, Supervisor Zhao asked Meng Rong with a complex expression, "Leaving like this, do you feel any resentment?"
Not at all, Meng Rong replied with a smile.
"I know you must be furious with us." "Not at all."
"You're underestimating me," Meng Rong replied earnestly. "Honestly, compared to my past experiences, being able to leave Fenghe so calmly is actually quite a relief for me."
"The factory really let you down."
Supervisor Zhao couldn't help muttering, his heart now full of grievances.
"No, it's just the way things go. Let it go."
"Mr. Zhao, take care of yourself. I hope we have a chance to meet again someday."
"Ah,
now you're the one comforting me," Supervisor Zhao said with a mix of laughter and tears. He realized he'd been emotional, and as he studied Meng Rong again, he saw the man's face was truly serene, not an act at all. Not a trace of fear, not a hint of distress to him, it was as mundane as mailing a letter at the post office. Manager Zhao couldn't fathom why Meng Rong, a key technical staff member who'd endured such unfair treatment, could choose to leave instead of fighting back, yet remain so calm and composed.
It was hard to fathom. It could only mean that Meng Rong possessed inner strength and principles.
He had his own convictions and steadfastness, undisturbed by unexpected events and unmoved by minor setbacks. Such a person was destined for greatness. Manager Zhao felt a wave of admiration wash over him. He hadn't realized Meng Rong possessed such remarkable maturity beyond his years. He felt a pang of shame at his own inadequacy. It was time to think about how he would survive in the factory going forward. He truly envied Meng Rong. Those 4 years had equipped him with a set of skills, his personal capital and wealth. Wherever he went in the future, he wouldn't fare too badly.
But what had he accomplished in his own life? What good had it done? Having lived in comfort and privilege all these years, how would he survive if suddenly thrust into society? The thought sent waves of unease through him. Noticing his grim expression, Meng Rong asked with concern, "Mr. Zhao, are you feeling unwell?"
Manager Zhao forced a smile but said nothing more. He then helped Meng Rong complete all the necessary paperwork, even using his authority to make a small adjustment. Meng Rong could settle his wages later, after moving his belongings out of the factory.
This made the process smoother.
Zhao even promised that if Meng Rong had any unfinished business later, he would let him come back to the factory to take care of it. He even offered to let Meng Rong stay at the factory for 2 or 3 nights if he had nowhere to go. Feeling awkward, Meng Rong explained he'd stay with Master Lu for a few days after leaving before considering his next steps. Before the end of the workday, Master Lu called together Old Shang, Master Zhang, and 3 others, plus Luo Xiaowei and Tao Qizhong, 6 people in total, inviting them to a meal at his home.
Master Lu's wife had spent the entire afternoon preparing a feast.
Over these past 4 years, she had witnessed Meng Rong's gradual growth firsthand. He frequently visited during holidays and festivals, never neglecting his filial duties. She regarded him like her own nephew, finding him most agreeable.
Hearing that Meng Rong was about to leave, she felt even more reluctant than old Lu.
Ever since old Lu returned home, his wife had been complaining non-stop about his lack of ambition.
How could such a promising apprentice get kicked out of Fenghe?
As his master, he hadn't been able to do anything to help. At the factory, Master Lu was a skilled technician who commanded respect from everyone. Yet at home, he held no such standing. Scolded by his beloved wife, he could only bow his head, silently enduring with a bitter smile. He could only lower his head and say to Meng Rong, "Ah, the kids are staying overnight at school now. It's all because they're afraid of your master's sharp tongue."
Meng Rong chuckled inwardly. Truly, every dog has its day.
The formidable Master Lu was as meek as a wilted chicken before his wife. Soon after, Old Man Shang and the others arrived one after another. This area was Fenghe's residential district, so they knew their way around like the back of their hands. As old friends, this meal was far more peaceful than last night's, with no waste. They chatted about family matters, joked around, sipped wine, and enjoyed themselves immensely. Only Luo Xiaowei seemed a bit downcast. Halfway through the meal, he suddenly sighed, "If Meng Rong really leaves, we won't have many chances to eat like this together anymore." Master Zhang bristled.
Stop whining. When you have time, just come eat with your master me more often, okay?
I'm not talking about dining with you, I'm talking about dining with Meng Rong.
Damn it, can't you just stick around and keep your master company? Well, master, you're not important right now. Meng Rong is the main character. Master Zhang instantly flew into a rage. You insolent brat. You dare say your master isn't important? You ungrateful wretch. All that teaching went to waste.
He puffed out his cheeks and glared, making a move to slap him. Luo Shelby quickly dodged far away, shoveling food into his mouth while warily watching his master's huge hand.
Watching these two comedians, the others couldn't help but laugh. No one bothered to intervene, one wanted to hit, the other wanted to be hit. Who could blame them? Master Lu's wife also burst out laughing. Old Zhang, this is my home. If you want to discipline your apprentice, take it back to the factory. Don't flex your authority here.
If you annoy me, I'll tell Xiaofeng, and she'll deal with you at home. At her words, Master Zhang instantly deflated. He sheepishly lowered his hand, scooped up some rice, and mumbled indistinctly, "Humph, so Xiaofeng learned all this from you."
Say that again? No, I was complimenting you.
Xiaofeng's learned so much from you, her housekeeping's getting better and better. Old Zhang forced a smile, and everyone chuckled.
Who didn't know old Zhang had such a fiery temper?
There was also an unspoken reason. He had a wife who couldn't manage the household well and loved to scold him. Poor old Zhang worked at the factory all day, then came home to do chores. How could his temper stay calm? Mrs. Liu shot old Zhang a suspicious glance. Seeing his pitifully submissive expression, she gave a dismissive snort before letting him off. The meal unfolded in laughter and conversation, filled with warmth. Yet as Meng Rong took it all in, a pang of melancholy washed over him. He knew that once he left Fenghe, no matter where he went, recreating a scene like this would be next to impossible. He recalled when Xianghua Machinery Repair closed down. He had suggested to everyone that they gather for a meal again someday. Yet now, over 4 years later, not once had they managed to gather more than 4 people. Once scattered, they were scattered.
There was no going back, no finding each other again.
The world is vast, old Shang mused, holding his steaming teacup as they sipped after the meal. His words voiced the question on everyone's mind, and all eyes turned to Meng Rong.
Meng Rong shook his head. An idea had formed in his mind, but he wasn't sure if he should voice it. He's definitely going to land a job at a major corporation. With Brother Meng's skills, he'd be a top performer anywhere. I bet it won't be any worse than Fenghe, Luo Shelby interjected. Tao Qizhong nodded repeatedly in agreement.
No, Meng Rong replied earnestly, I think I might go back to school.
Just because you attended classes at Duanjiang Technical College for a while, you suddenly want to study? How old are you now?
Old man Shang was taken aback, shaking his head in clear disagreement with Meng Rong's perspective.
Not exactly. While I was there, I never considered returning to school. I just wanted back to the factory.
But after everything that happened there, I suddenly realized staying in school might be better. I thought I'd never go back, but fate had other plans.
It seems I'm destined to return and learn some things I've always wanted to master. Maybe I could work part-time while studying. Meng Rong pondered seriously. The school enterprise partnership vice principal Liu oversaw desperately needed technical talent like him. Could he negotiate with the school to enroll him as an additional student? Work-study? That might actually be a good path. After all, you're too old to go back to school full-time. You don't need to earn money to support a family or get married. I'm not that old compared to you. Meng Rong rolled his eyes.
I wish time would slow down, but you really aren't young anymore.
It's time to think about settling down and building a life. Once we part ways, it'll be hard to meet again.
As your elder and master, I'll give you this advice, stop drifting aimlessly.
It's time to do what adults do.
Master Liu spoke with deep solemnity. May this journey not turn us into strangers in the world. Society holds depths and shallows. Who knows what we'll tread upon, what will alter.
Chapter 96, I'm back. This marked Meng Rong's third unemployment in his life.
Perhaps when parting becomes routine, one learns to let go. Though he felt reluctance toward elders like Master Liu, attachment to good friends like Luo Shelby, and nostalgia for those peaceful days, he eventually gathered his resolve and departed quietly. He'd said he'd stay 2 or 3 days, but early the next morning, he packed his bags ready to go home. He didn't want his old friends to keep accompanying him to dinner and drinks night after night to see him off. Better to leave decisively sooner than later.
Master Liu, however, hadn't slept a wink all night.
At the first sound of movement in the morning, he rose immediately to see him off. Over 4 years of companionship, he had witnessed Meng Rong's gradual growth, watching him shed the lazy habits of youth, pursue his life's aspirations, and steadily solidify his ideals and direction. This was the quiet story of a boy becoming a man. Last night, after seeing everyone off, Meng Rong and Master Liu went for a walk and talked. Meng Rong finally opened up to his master, recounting his past, the mistakes he'd made, the days of youthful ambition, and the painful memories that had once tormented him. Only then did old Liu realize with surprise that his apprentice had once been a boss. All these years, Meng Rong had never mentioned it, only saying he'd worked at a small machine repair shop. No wonder he often sensed something different about him. Meng Rong was indeed diligent and earnest, but his attitude toward things was often detached, and a hint of world weariness, a weariness old Liu himself didn't possess, would occasionally flicker in his eyes.
So that was it. That was why old Liu truly understood why Meng Rong could leave Xianghua factory with such remarkable calm. He genuinely didn't care about this minor setback. He had once said that Meng Rong's future lay in higher places, that leaving was the better choice. Back then, he had been somewhat disheartened by certain matters within Xianghua factory. Only now did he realize that for Meng Rong, leaving Xianghua might truly be the best thing for his life. Like a great fish needing the vast river and sea, a bird needing the boundless sky, a fierce beast needing the untamed wilderness. After eating the breakfast prepared by his master's wife, Meng Rong bowed deeply to both of them, thanking them for their care over the past 4 years. Then, gripping his suitcase, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, and securing his toolkit, he descended the stairs and left. First, he would go home to see his mother. They had only parted a couple of days ago, and she might be quite surprised. Watching Meng Rong's figure gradually recede into the distance, Master Liu's once straight posture suddenly slumped like a deflated balloon, his entire spirit seeming to drain away. "You stubborn mule." Master Liu's wife supported him, murmuring with a touch of heartache, "I told you to take on more apprentices. Now look, your precious little apprentice has run off." Old Liu shook his head in anguish. "Go to the factory and get me some time off. I'm not feeling well. I need a week's rest." His wife said nothing. She knew this blow would likely leave a lasting wound in old Liu's heart. Meng Rong boarded the bus heading to the station, but halfway there, he suddenly changed his mind. He didn't want to go home anymore. What was the point of returning just to rest for a while? It would be a complete waste of time. He might as well go straight there. After getting off midway, he found a payphone and made a call. As he expected, the person on the other end became very excited upon hearing the explanation. "We need people. We need people. Of course we need people. Come on over. Come on over. Hurry up. When can you get here?" "Great. I'll finish this meeting and wait for you outside the workshop. Don't let us down. Don't string the old man along." Receiving the affirmative response, Meng Rong's slightly furrowed brow relaxed a bit. He had been somewhat anxious about this call. What if they refused? But thankfully, there was no what if. The past month hadn't been wasted. Vice Principal Liu truly was a discerning eye for talent. The moment he heard Meng Rong ask if he could first work at the school's enterprise school collaboration program, he immediately agreed without even inquiring why Meng Rong wanted to come. Packing all his belongings, Meng Rong boarded the clanking bus back to the university. He had been home less than a week before setting off again, something no one could have anticipated. Do adults really come and go with such casual ease? He wondered silently. 3 hours later, they met in the school enterprise workshop at Duangjiang School. "I'm back," Meng Rong stated concisely. Vice Principal Liu burst out laughing. "When you left that day, I thought I wouldn't see you again for ages. But here you are, back already, pulling your luggage. Tell me what happened. No rush first, let me welcome you on behalf of the school. You're one of us now." Meng Rong briefly explained his situation. After listening, Vice Principal Liu wore a puzzled expression. "You actually quit your job? Manhwa just let you go? Unbelievable. Do they really not value talent? There's too much talent out there." "I'm nothing special," Meng Rong replied calmly. Vice Principal Liu stared into his eyes for a moment. With his life experience, he could naturally guess some things. He nodded. "All right, I won't press you on this matter. Speak when you're ready. In any case, in my eyes, you're a rare talent." "Thank you, Vice Principal Liu. What are your plans now?" "What? Working part-time while studying?" Vice Principal Liu eyed him strangely. "You don't look like a student at all. Is it not a pleasure to learn and practice regularly? Even the sages said that if one hears the truth in the morning, one can die content in the evening. I'm a handsome young man, only 24 years old. Wanting to learn, can that really be called too late? So I've finally found another quality in you that I lack? What is it? Thick skin. Talent in youth is common, ambition is expected, but the rarest quality is having the nerve to boast about your own looks. That's a valuable trait. It shows you're confident. Flattery, pure flattery." The two exchanged a glance and burst into hearty laughter. Vice Principal Liu carried no airs, and Meng Rong wasn't stiff either. Both appreciated this quality in each other, forming a solid foundation for their collaboration. The work-study arrangement isn't impossible, but we'll need to inform the principal and explain the situation. And as you know, our school enterprise partnership is supposed to supplement teachers' incomes, but realistically, we can't afford to retain top-tier talent. It's basically a hit-or-miss arrangement. Isn't that a testament to how well you maintain the machinery? Cut the nonsense. The crux is this: part-time study, I can arrange that with the school, no problem. But part-time work? That's where it gets tricky. I can't match Xianghua's salary for you, just basic coverage at best. I know Xianghua pays its technicians well, really well. Our school? Thin soup, nothing lavish.
Meng Rong thought to himself. The moment it comes to the crux of the matter, Vice Principal Liu immediately takes on the air of a shrewd businessman. It's a shame he's not in the business world. Fortunately, he'd already considered this issue. His demands weren't high, basic security would suffice. I've thought it through. If I were to work here, it would be on certain conditions. What conditions? Go ahead. I won't just handle repairs and maintenance. I'll also participate in product processing, quality inspection, and other tasks. So besides my base salary for maintenance work, I should also be included in the piecework bonus system the school offers teachers for production work, more pay. Vice Principal Liu grimaced. It's not that I can't agree to your terms, but our so-called enterprise orders are always scarce, and production runs are insufficient. First, we can't meet your bonus expectations. Second, you could probably handle all this work covertly by yourself. What would the teachers be doing? Sneakily? Meng Rong rolled his eyes inwardly. Really? But Vice Principal Liu wasn't just making excuses. Meng Rong knew this was true, so he picked up where Liu left off. Then I can help the enterprise with business development and securing orders. That should definitely earn me a sales commission. Vice Principal Liu chuckled. You can handle business development? That's great. I'll make a promise right now. If you land a major order, I'll give you the highest commission 1%, no, 3% from the profits. How does that sound? Deal. The two high-fived in the air, sealing their agreement. Vice Principal Liu was unaware of Meng Rong's background. He assumed Meng Rong was merely a highly skilled technician, not realizing he'd once run his own small business and had experience in external sales negotiations. Had he known, he wouldn't have agreed so readily. Soon enough, Meng Rong leveraged his past experience and exceptional technical skills to win over clients and secure a batch of orders, leaving everyone busy and overwhelmed. So what do you want to learn this time? After settling the basic terms with Meng Rong, Vice Principal Liu relaxed and asked about other matters. CNC machine tool technology, Meng Rong replied. And I'd like to learn about other electrical equipment too. Oh. Vice Principal Liu shot Meng Rong a skeptical glance. His expression seemed to say, are you sure you have no ulterior motives? He hadn't considered such possibilities before, but now, upon hearing this, his mind immediately filled with other thoughts. No, that's not what I meant, Meng Rong denied. Vice Principal Liu remained composed, merely snorting a dismissive that screamed, I'd never believe that. Still, these were the young man's own affairs. What business did an old man like him have meddling in their matters? Still, he felt compelled to offer a warning. If you should ever find yourself in such a situation, do take the time to understand the other party's background. Sometimes, background matters far more than choice. What do you mean? Meng Rong was confused. Young man, you'll figure it out in time. Just don't set your hopes too high. Life is long, and your time will come. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Vice Principal Liu sighed. Some things couldn't be stated too bluntly. Young people had to learn the hard way. Meng Rong thought he understood, but now he felt completely baffled. What was this old man hinting at? Never mind, every problem has a solution. Besides, his purpose was simple. It was society. No, old man, you're overcomplicating things. I'm just a diligent apprentice, mind you, don't read too much into it. Chapter 97, Crashing Classes. Xianghua felt hollow inside. For days now, she couldn't muster any energy. Life had lost its flavor, leaving her irritable and prone to sudden outbursts. She couldn't pinpoint the cause, but a suffocating heaviness weighed on her. It felt like losing a cherished possession or missing something profoundly important. Lately, everyone, teachers and students alike, gave her wide berths. If they couldn't provoke her, they could at least avoid her. Students fell silent in class, convinced Teacher Yen had entered the legendary menopausal phase. Yet she looked far too young for that stage. Today, she entered the classroom with her usual stern expression. Though the students had been chattering noisily, the moment she stepped inside, the entire room seemed to freeze over, falling into an absolute silence. Xianghua strode straight to the podium and opened the textbook. The only sound in the room was the rustling of pages. Some students exchanged glances. Did you hear that? Just the sound of turning pages conveyed her palpable irritability and impulsiveness. No one dared make a sound. Even a student with a cold, who had been coughing moments before, now desperately suppressed the urge. His face flushed crimson. His classmates shot him sympathetic glances. Today we begin covering the primary functions and processing applications of CNC milling machines. Last class, you previewed the classifications of milling machines. So today I'll jump straight into the common programming commands for CNC milling machines. Take thorough notes. After class, I'll randomly select several students to share their insights. Remember, whoever can answer will copy this lesson's textbook 20 times after class. If no one can answer, the entire class will copy it 20 times. Hearing her tyrannical arrangements, the students below held their breath in nervous tension, a solemn and inexplicable atmosphere permeating the room. Xianghua, however, paid no heed to this, launching directly into her lecture. First, I'll explain the preparatory function commands. These functions specify the machine tool's operational mode. They are typically denoted by the address letter G followed by a 2-digit number. Yan Guo's emotionless, icy voice echoed through the classroom until a violent coughing fit interrupted her. She paused, frowned, and looked toward the source of the noise. It was a boy named Chang Xian, his upper lip still covered in a layer of dark fuzz. His hair, likely untouched for 2 months, hung slightly long. He simply couldn't hold it in any longer. After forcing himself to suppress it for half the class, even drinking hot water hadn't helped, he finally erupted into a violent coughing fit. Yan Guo shot him a cold stare. Everyone silently began to pity Chang Xian. Interrupting Teacher Yan's lecture meant he was in for a world of trouble. Sure enough, Yan Guo slammed the chalkboard eraser twice onto the lectern. Chang Xian, if you have a cold, take medicine. If it's severe, ask your homeroom teacher for leave early. Don't disrupt others in class. Do you expect everyone to pity you? Besides, if it's the flu, it's contagious. By coughing like that in class, do you want half the class to take time off too? This behavior is unsanitary. Irresponsible. Hearing her stern rebuke, the boy named Chang Xian flushed crimson. Perhaps provoked, he tried to explain but was cut off by a violent coughing fit. The sound made everyone feel a pang of sympathy. Yan Guo's gaze grew even harsher. Her patience worn thin, she ordered directly, "Class monitor, take Chang Xian to the infirmary. He can come back to class once his cold is better." The students dared not speak up, their expressions filled with sympathy. The class monitor reluctantly stood up and went to help Chang Xian. Yan Guo added, "Next time, class monitor, you must pay attention to the health of your classmates. As the monitor, you need to take responsibility." The class monitor couldn't help but protest, "Teacher Yan, it's just a common cold. I don't think it's necessary to take a sick day." Yan Guo sneered coldly, "You're quite the exemplary class monitor. Chao Yang, did you study medicine or mechanical engineering? Can you even tell the difference between a common cold and the flu? If you're so sure, the doors of the Municipal People's Hospital are always open for you." Class monitor Chao Yang opened his mouth to argue but found no words. Swallowing his frustration, he helped the coughing Chang Xian out of the classroom. Watching her relentless coughing, the classmates' eyes filled with pity and complexity. Yan Guo swept the classroom with a cold glance. Her mood was extremely sour. It felt like classroom discipline was crumbling. Even the class monitor was leading the charge in arguing with the teacher. Was there any law left? These kids, did they have any idea how much she cared about them? Couldn't they just take their studies seriously? She couldn't comprehend it. Back in her day, how diligently she'd listened in class, how much extra effort she'd put in afterward. Why couldn't these kids do the same? And now they were disrupting the lesson. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed a vaguely familiar figure sitting in the far corner of the classroom. It was Friday, and the school didn't require uniforms, so many students were in casual clothes. He didn't stand out, but now, standing up high and scanning the entire room carefully, she finally spotted him. Her hand trembled uncontrollably, crushing a piece of chalk into several fragments that fell to the floor. Bending down to pick up the chalk, she hid her astonished expression. That guy, wasn't he ignoring her? Hadn't he gone back to the factory a few days ago? Didn't Vice Principal Liu say he probably wouldn't be coming back? Was she seeing things? She stood up, feigning nonchalance, and looked down. One glance was enough to make her breath catch. It really was that damn guy. How dare he sit there eavesdropping on her class again? The thought ignited her fury instantly. But this was the classroom. She suddenly realized this, forcing herself to steady her emotions as she bit down on her lower lip. Then, suppressing the slight tremor in her body, she lowered her head, opened her textbook, gathered her thoughts, and continued from where she left off. The three mutually perpendicular axes x, y, and z of this right-handed Cartesian coordinate system form three distinct planes, the xy plane, the zx plane, and the yz plane. For three-coordinate milling machines, these axes are commonly used to specify the plane in which the machine performs interpolation movements. She forced herself to ignore the discomfort, gradually regaining her teaching rhythm. Soon, the class was nearing its end. "Now, I'll conduct a spot check to gauge your understanding," Yan Guo concluded. "Following our usual method, I'll randomly select a few students. Lu Chang, please stand and explain, how many types of commands relate to coordinate systems in CNC milling machines, and what are they?" A male student stood up and stammered, "Well, there's the absolute dimension command, the incremental dimension command, and. His panic grew as he faltered, unable to recall the answers. Having zoned out during the latter part of the lecture, he hadn't taken notes on the subsequent content. He dared not lift his eyes to meet Teacher Yan's face, which was undoubtedly frozen in icy disapproval. Sure enough, Yan Gui ordered, after class, "Copy this section 20 times. Hand it in next class, and I'll call on you again." Lu Chang slumped back into his seat, dejected. Teacher Yan then called on a female student, who answered fairly fluently. Finally, Yan Gua hesitated before calling out, "Meng Rong, you answer this. What is the specific function of the linear interpolation command G01, and what is its command format?" She added, "Give an example." This statement instantly startled the entire class. A figure had been seated in the back corner for some time, but only a few had noticed him before. Now, many turned to look at Meng Rong, remembering clearly how Teacher Yan Gua had suddenly called on Teacher Meng to draw diagrams last time.
Huh? Didn't they say teacher Meng Rong had already left? Why is he back?
A few students even wore delighted expressions. Teacher Meng had practical knowledge to impart. His return meant they might learn new techniques from him. This was fantastic news. Earlier, when Meng Rong saw Xianghua scanning the room, he had deliberately lowered his gaze to avoid her eye contact. Now, seeing her call on him again, he sighed inwardly.
Still so petty, refusing to let him off the hook?
He had no choice but to stand and answer. The answers were all in his mind, so responding came naturally. Yet, with so many students staring at him with unusual expressions, coupled with Xianghua's somewhat intimidating gaze, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Mr. Meng, most of your answers are correct, but no reward. Several details were inaccurate, Xianghua remarked with an inexplicable jest after his response, her expression quickly hardening.
Therefore, no pride.
To reinforce your memory and prevent similar oversights, after class, you must copy the lecture notes from this session 20 times.
I will check them next class.
She raised her voice.
If it's not up to standard, you won't be allowed to attend my classes anymore.
Everyone struggled to stifle their laughter.
These two were supposedly old deskmates, weren't they? Why did teacher Yan have to single out Mr. Meng? He was just auditing the class. Did he really need to be lectured by teacher Yan? Meng Rong saw everyone quietly amused. With no other choice, he reluctantly agreed, feeling rather miffed. He was officially permitted by Vice Principal Liu to audit the class. Why was he being treated like an ordinary student? But this was her turf. He couldn't protest or risk being kicked out of the classroom. Observing Meng Rong's expression, Xianghua felt a surge of secret satisfaction.
Heh, no matter how you suddenly showed up again, you're now in my hands.
Want to audit the class? No way unless you follow my every instruction.
Then she announced the end of class. Observant students noticed Yen teacher's expression had shifted, no longer the frosty face from before class.
A faint smile now played at the corners of her mouth.
As she walked out, one could sense a subtle air of triumphant satisfaction.
Moreover, though her voice still sounded stern, it clearly lacked the previous edge. Could better days be ahead?
Some turned back, looking at teacher Meng thoughtfully.
Others walked straight up and surrounded Meng Rong, eagerly asking in a flurry of voices why teacher Meng had returned.
As a temporary teacher, Mr. Meng had always maintained an approachable demeanor, blending seamlessly with the students. Consequently, no one felt intimidated by him, and the current scene of students swarming around him with questions seemed perfectly natural.
Meng Rong could only explain that he was here to work and study part-time, becoming one of their classmates. This only heightened their excitement. The classroom, once quiet after Xianghua's departure, now buzzed with noise, as if they were celebrating a holiday. Chapter 98, An Incident. Meng Rong's return became a minor sensation at Duanzhong Technical College.
Word spread quickly throughout the entire school, even more widely and with greater fervor than when he had first arrived.
Meanwhile, in the largest office on the second floor of the school administration building, its doorplate clearly marked Principal's office.
At that moment, Vice Principal Liu sat leisurely sipping tea, his expression relaxed. In contrast, the principal seated behind the large desk wore a grave expression.
As the seventh principal of Duanzhong Vocational School, Xiao Xianbin was a man of considerable drive.
Taking office at 50, he was in the prime of his career. Since assuming leadership last year, he had initiated numerous reforms, earning high expectations from higher-ups. However, his impatient nature and occasionally heavy-handed methods which many found difficult to adapt to. Moreover, the immediate impact of these reforms was not immediately apparent, leading to considerable grumbling behind his back. At this juncture, Lu Xingli, one of the executive vice principals, effectively served as a stabilizing force.
Known for his subtle and unobtrusive approach, Vice Principal Liu worked with calm determination and steady consistency. He often had to clean up the consequences of President Xiao's overly ambitious measures. Their current discussion centered precisely on Meng Rong. Old Liu, you want to let this Meng Rong work part-time while studying? Won't that invite criticism? Xiao, this fussiness isn't like you. Meng Rong is a talent, a promising technical prospect. Haven't you heard recent talk about us launching some R&D projects? I was really kicking myself for following your lead and turning them down. But now that Meng Rong's here, I suddenly see we can totally make it happen. This would be a huge win for the school. Sure, our resources are limited now, but if we leverage this right, the future payoff is massive. Forget just our students graduating, the partnerships and spin-offs alone would be incredible. These kinds of opportunities are usually reserved for universities. If we seize this chance, we could really soar to new heights. So you're pinning all our hopes on this Meng Rong? Or should I pin it on you? Lu Xingli joked, but seeing Principal Xiao's displeased expression, he quickly added, Old Xiao, you're no fun, can't take a joke. Of course I'm not pinning it on just one person. I value his strong hands-on capabilities. He alone should be able to outshine every teacher at our school. Shouldn't be a problem, right? That's true. But don't forget we still have Xianghua, Teacher Chen, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Wang, and many others. While they may lack hands-on skills, their theoretical foundations are solid. With the school enterprise equipment, if we could take on projects we never dared dream of before, it would be a huge boost for the reforms you want to push. With that capability, whatever you say goes resistance would be much less, wouldn't it? Xiao Xianbin nodded thoughtfully. He couldn't fail to see the enormous opportunity here. Besides, the risk is minimal. I don't know what Finghao was thinking.
I discreetly asked around, and it seems someone at the factory was pushing Meng Rong out, making it impossible for him to continue. He had no choice but to leave. It's like shooting themselves in the foot, utterly foolish. It just plays right into our hands. I'm sorry, old Yan, but our school will take Meng Rong in.
What's the harm in that? What if Finghao finds out and comes after us? You're afraid of them? Lu, what kind of talk is that? Me, afraid of them? Ridiculous.
Principal Xiao scoffed. While we have a cooperative relationship, we don't have to cooperate.
We're not that dependent on them. There are plenty of other companies we can partner with. Besides, their ace has come to me. Our need for them has diminished anyway. Still, we should save face. When we see old Yen later, let's treat him to a meal and tell him Meng Rong is joining us. Surely they won't be petty enough to pursue him now that he's gone? Their casual tone revealed mutual understanding. The mention of pursuit was clearly a joke. That's not the case.
If they really want to hunt us down, it depends on whether we choose to engage.
Exactly. Now that we've laid it all out, you have full authority over Meng Rong's arrangements.
It's for the best that school enterprise partnership was barely hanging on, and I'd nearly lost faith.
Your constant oversight never improved things.
If not for Meng Rong stepping in recently, the whole operation would have ground to a halt. Now that he's here, we'll make full use of him, put him to work properly.
Naturally. Also, with him here now, can I maintain the previous arrangements for his accommodations? Assigning him a separate faculty dorm, isn't that a bit excessive? Given his current semi-student status, I fear some might resent it. If anyone has issues, tell them to come see me. Xiao Xianbin waved his hand decisively. Heh, that makes things much easier for me.
Vice Principal Lu leaned back in his chair with a sigh of relief.
Old Xiao, I've been pondering lately, where does the future lie for a school like ours?
The students lack the drive they once had, and society's demand for technical colleges keeps dwindling. Not just the students, but even I feel lost about where we're headed.
But suddenly, I think I've got some new ideas. Let's discuss them. Old Lu, tell me your thoughts. Xiao Xianbin set down his pen and looked at Lu with serious attention.
After class, Meng Rong received a notice from the Academic Affairs Office instructing him to move his belongings back to his original single dorm room. This news delighted him beyond measure. He had already braced himself for the worst. At worst, he'd have to share a cramped dorm with the students. If that didn't work out, he'd have to rent a place off campus. Now, being able to return to a single dorm room, such preferential treatment filled him with immense joy. Clearly, the school placed great importance on his return. But there was no such thing as a free lunch.
He knew he'd likely face more semi-teaching assignments ahead.
Having participated in numerous field teaching sessions at the school before, it seemed he'd have to continue doing that. He had no complaints about this, on the contrary, he welcomed it. Still, it couldn't be as frequent as before. The course schedule was too tight, leaving him no time for other pursuits. Based on his interests, he selected several courses to audit. When those classes were in session, he would attend as a guest student. During his free periods, he would head to the school enterprise partnership for production maintenance work. Vice Principal Lu had already decided to give him a formal position at the University Industry Partnership, though he hadn't yet figured out the specifics. It wouldn't be right to make him workshop director right off the bat. That would be ridiculous.
Nor could he be assigned merely as a maintenance worker. That would be unfair. Before finalizing his position, Vice Principal Lu formally handed him a set of keys to the school enterprise facility.
The stated reason was to facilitate Meng Rong's access, but in reality, Lu had finally rid himself of the daily management hassle. Having someone like Meng Rong who understood both maintenance and production technology, and was notably diligent take charge, meant a huge burden lifted for him.
Meng Rong naturally had no objections.
From then on, he was the first to arrive each day to unlock the doors and the last to check them before locking up. Whenever he didn't have classes, he had to stay in the workshop.
Fortunately, this routine wasn't all bad. Vice Principal Lu had been quite right when he solemnly told Meng Rong that those with ability should shoulder more responsibility.
Several days after settling into his new role, Meng Rong continued his studies according to the schedule. One day, he received an on-site teaching assistant's assignment per the timetable, which left him somewhat perplexed. It was a large class due to a teacher's schedule change. Over 60 students from 2 classes needed to attend lessons simultaneously in the school enterprise workshop. Such situations were troublesome, limited space and too many people, but he handled it before.
Without overthinking it, he followed along. Only upon arrival did he notice that one of the accompanying teachers was Yanhua. After a brief greeting, they both hurriedly began making arrangements.
Due to the sheer number of students, despite their best efforts to address everyone during the on-site instruction, some inevitably fell through the cracks. When the instructor began explaining machine tool structure and operating principles, 2 male students stopped paying attention. Standing in the back row, they whispered and played around. Seeing no one intervening, they grew bolder, eventually starting to chase each other around the workshop.
After several laps, Meng Rong, positioned toward the outer perimeter, finally noticed the commotion.
He urgently signaled the class monitor to retrieve them. Kids will be kids, they're naturally restless, and there's little one can do about it. However, whether the squad leader's words held no sway or the two boys were simply addicted to their horseplay, they ignored his calls. The squad leader had no choice but to chase after them. Far from calming down, the pair began circling the machine tools, making it impossible for the squad leader to catch either. In a fit of frustration, he waited until one ran right past him, then deliberately tripped him up. The moment he was tripped, the boy lost his balance and lunged forward. He landed next to a machine's hydraulic station, where the edge of a cover plate scraped across his forehead, instantly tearing open his skin.
A piercing scream of awe startled everyone present.
With that single cry, he touched his head and glanced down. His hands were covered in blood. The boy's eyes rolled back and he collapsed straight onto the floor, unconscious. Everyone turned to see the fallen boy, blood gushing freely from his forehead. The class monitor and another boy were both stunned, completely at a loss. The scene also startled the two teachers present. Uncertain of the situation, they pushed through the students, pacing anxiously and unsure how to respond. Xianghua impatiently shouted repeatedly for everyone to help carry them to the infirmary for examination and bandaging. But including herself, no one dared approach the boy bleeding from his head and lying unconscious. They all froze in fear. Meng Rong pushed through the crowd, frowned as he examined the wound, then sighed in relief. The cut on his forehead wasn't deep. The boy had likely fainted from seeing blood. The immediate priority was to stop the bleeding. He swiftly retrieved a bundle of bandages from his medical kit, deftly lifted the boy, and applied a simple, layered bandage. Just as he finished, the boy slowly regained consciousness, his eyes filled with helplessness as he looked around.
Meng Rong then directed several strong boys to dismantle an old door panel to serve as a stretcher. They carried the boy to the infirmary. There, the wound was cleaned with alcohol and disinfected with hydrogen peroxide. To their dismay, the infirmary had no anesthetic. The boy endured 5 stitches without any numbing, writhing in agony. This sudden accident had 2 direct consequences. First, Meng Rong's position was formally confirmed. Teaching safety was elevated to unprecedented importance, and he was officially appointed as the safety officer, primarily responsible for safety education. Second, Xianghua asked Meng Rong out. Chapter 99, Sugar in Life.
Xianghua mulled it over and decided she should ask Meng Rong to talk.
Perhaps she really had too many preconceptions?
That day, she had witnessed firsthand how calm and composed Meng Rong remained in the chaos, handling the situation with poise. It suddenly struck her that her understanding of this old classmate was far too limited, perhaps even somewhat one-sided. Besides, Meng Rong had effectively helped her through such a major incident. Both courtesy and reason demanded she express her gratitude. So after class, she approached him and said, "Are you free tonight? I know a really nice coffee shop in the new mall downtown. They serve authentic coffee. How about grabbing a cup and catching up?" Coffee? Meng Rong was taken aback. As a skilled technician, he'd never even considered trying such a Western thing. His instinct was to decline, but seeing Xianghua's earnest, serious expression, his heart softened. He smiled and agreed, "All right, see you tonight." Xianghua had expected him to be a bit put off, so seeing Meng Rong agree so readily made her instantly elated. She giggled, "See you tonight, no backing out." Then she skipped off happily, leaving a light breeze in her wake. Meng Rong scratched his scalp. Coffee? He'd seen it countless times on TV, yet in all his years, he'd never once tried it. This was his first time. But all his pleasant mood vanished with the first sip. In his 20-plus years, he'd never tasted anything so awful. The bitter liquid lingered in his mouth, neither swallowed nor spit out. Watching Xianghua across from him sip her coffee elegantly and appreciatively, listening to the deafening blues music and observing the leisurely shoppers outside the glass window, Meng Rong finally steeled himself and swallowed the coffee. In that instant, he wondered if those who drank pesticide felt this way when they took their first sip. Life and death, prosperity and decay, a century of solitude, heroes and legends, eternal loneliness. He couldn't find words to describe this tragic grandeur. He even thought of death. Xianghua, noticing his shifting, strange expression, couldn't help but ask, "You've never had coffee before?" "Of course I have. If you don't like it, you can add milk and sugar, stir it up, it'll taste much better. Personally, I've grown accustomed to drinking it black. It makes me realize there exists something so bitter in this world that it makes you appreciate the value of life itself. The more you drink it, the more you fall in love with it." As she spoke, a faint blush flashed across Xianghua's face. How had she ended up talking about love? Life's meaning lies in its bitter and sweet moments, bitter first, then sweet, right? Meng Rong steeled himself and took another sip of the black coffee, nearly spitting it out. It was unbearably awful. He had no choice but to tear open a sugar packet and frantically dump 3 spoonfuls into his cup. Stirring vigorously with a small metal spoon, he tasted it again. Only then did a satisfied expression appear on his face. "You're wasting this precious drink." Xianghua stared in disbelief. She considered herself a moderate sugar user at best, but this guy was practically drowning it in sugar. Meng Rong sipped the coffee, now unrecognizable in flavor but at least less bitter. It reminded him of the herbal medicine he'd been forced to swallow as a child, especially the bitter huanglian. Back then, when he'd break out in boils during hot weather, the doctor prescribed herbal remedies. His mother would add copious amounts of sugar to make it palatable, and he'd finally choke it down, tears streaming down his face.
Women are such a hassle, always making men drink such awful concoctions, Meng Rong thought to himself.
Of course, he'd never dare say that out loud. He'd be beaten to death if he did.
Who asked you to be so ungrateful for your blessings? Xianghua sighed softly.
Seeing her old classmate still so uncouth, utterly devoid of grace or understanding of human nature.
Well, why bother arguing with this blockhead?
She'd only drive herself mad.
Actually, I wanted to thank you. Xianghua shifted the topic.
Seeing Meng Rong still itching to add more sugar, she couldn't hold back any longer and decisively stopped his motion.
Don't waste it if you won't drink it.
I treated you this time mainly because you handled yourself so calmly in class last time. You helped the injured classmate and saved us a lot of trouble. I didn't expect you actually knew some first aid knowledge.
It's nothing special.
Working in a factory, you're bound to encounter such situations.
Who hasn't had their share of bumps and bruises?
Besides, carelessness is a common mistake among newcomers.
Minor injuries are one thing, but there are also serious cases, broken limbs, even fatalities.
No need to look far. Just recently, I heard about a factory where safety protocols were ignored. An older woman got caught inside a machine. It flattened her and cooked her alive. You should have seen it when they opened the machine, a flattened human body just lying there.
Ah!
Yangua's startled scream cut off Meng Rong mid-sentence.
Even someone as thick-skinned as her couldn't stomach such details.
The sheer psychological impact made her yelp in horror. The commotion drew the attention of everyone else in the cafe, who turned to look at them.
A waiter hurried over to ask what was wrong.
Yanghua waved him off repeatedly, feeling nauseous. The coffee she'd drunk seemed to churn in her stomach, and her throat felt itchy. Meng Rong was startled by her reaction, not expecting a simple case study to unsettle her so much.
Well, it seems you really aren't cut out for frontline production.
You'd be better off sticking to teaching a profession with real prestige,
Meng Rong remarked. Meng Rong sighed.
After several years in the factory, no major catastrophic accidents had occurred, but minor incidents were commonplace. He himself had once been struck on the elbow by a steel ingot, bleeding profusely at the time. The scar on his arm was proof of that injury. However, Yanghua seemed particularly sensitive to this topic, so he regretfully stopped his description.
It took Yanghua a long moment to suppress the urge to vomit.
The coffee in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. She slammed it down on the table with a thud, her voice tinged with irritation.
Look, we're trying to enjoy our drinks here. Could you please not talk about such gory stuff? Can't handle it already? Meng Rong chuckled, unconsciously touching the scar on his left hand with his right. This is crucial safety protocol. In frontline production workshops, safety is the first thing you learn, something you can never forget.
Did you just say I can't go to the frontline workshop? Yanghua suddenly latched onto his words and retorted.
With your mental fortitude, it's best you don't, Meng Rong replied frankly. You're underestimating me. Yanghua retorted, feeling a bit put out. No underestimating, just stating facts.
Meng Rong spread his hands. From what I see, your mental toughness can certainly be trained.
But your personality? Strong-willed yet not very detail-oriented. Knowledgeable but lacking practical experience. You understand procedures perfectly but struggle with adaptability. Yangua's face darkened instantly. Meng Rong, I invited you for coffee, not to have you criticize me. Keep this up, and I'll get angry.
She lifted her coffee again, took a sip, and found it bitter. Unable to resist, she tore open a sugar packet and sprinkled it in.
Fine, I won't say more. I thought you wanted me to give you some pointers. Consider it never said. Meng Rong sipped his coffee, now heavily sweetened, and couldn't help but remark, it smells pretty good though.
Yanghua, however, fell into deep thought.
After her initial anger subsided, she realized Meng Rong wasn't entirely wrong.
Yet she still couldn't quite accept it.
I'm just a teacher. I don't need to be constantly on the production line. Exactly. Frontline work requires immense patience, staying in one place for hours on end.
That's not suited for a lady like you, Meng Rong nodded.
Just focus on teaching. It's perfect for you. But I'm not even good at teaching.
Yanghua suddenly felt a wave of sadness welling up from deep within her.
How could that be? I think you teach quite well.
Your classroom discipline is the best among all the classes. Principal Liu and the others have all praised you.
Meng Rong was surprised. That's just the surface. The students are afraid of me, so they behave properly in class.
It doesn't mean they truly listen, nor does it mean they genuinely respect me, a teacher barely a few years older than them. Yanghua sighed softly, bit her lip, and spoke slowly. I pity these kids, I feel sympathy for them, but I truly lament their misfortune and resent their lack of drive. They remind me so much of the people described by Mr. Liu, numb and indifferent, just getting by day to day, without ideals or goals, not knowing where they're going or what they want to do. They just muddle through each day, wasting their precious youth. I keep telling myself that as their teacher, I have a responsibility to them. I want to guide them properly, teach them well, help them learn something useful so they can find satisfying jobs when they enter society.
But why is even this modest expectation so difficult to achieve? I know I can't do it. Few of them take their studies seriously. Frankly, I'm deeply disappointed.
I've even started to think that becoming a teacher might have been a mistake. Maybe I'm simply not cut out for this job.
Sometimes I feel I can't bear this responsibility, it's too heavy. Watching these kids wallow in self-destruction, powerless to help, I just want to run away.
Yenguo looked at Meng Rong as he spoke.
Would you laugh at me? Meng Rong didn't respond.
Suddenly, he recalled his own foolish past and thought of his father.
He felt bitter regret.
If only he'd realized sooner, if only he'd studied diligently, none of what happened later would have occurred. If he could have changed back then, perhaps his father would still be alive.
But the past couldn't be undone. No amount of regret would change anything now.
Seeing Meng Rong standing there blankly, seemingly lost in thought, Yenguo reached out and nudged him.
Why aren't you talking? You're not laughing at me, are you?
Meng Rong snapped back to reality, forcing a faint smile as his voice cracked.
No, of course not.
I was just remembering some unpleasant past. You're absolutely right. If you choose to wallow in self-destruction, no one can save you. If you'd studied hard back then, you might have gotten into college.
Maybe you'd be teaching like me now. Come to think of it, I never asked what did you do after junior high. You seem like a completely different person now.
Yenguo spoke softly, her gaze drifting. She'd only known Meng Rong from junior high, but she suspected his path since then hadn't been smooth.
Me? I did a lot of things. They taught me how to grow. Meng Rong didn't answer directly, instead giving a standard response.
All I knew was that if I kept wasting my life, everyone would look down on me, and I'd starve to death.
I had to make a choice. Meng Rong tilted his head back and downed the entire cup of coffee in one gulp.
Life, he thought, was bitterer than its plain taste. For some people, no amount of sugar would ever make it sweet.
Chapter 100, You're not quite up to the task.
As they chatted casually, sharing their thoughts, they suddenly realized their perspectives aligned on certain matters. Both expressed concern about current conditions at the school. Meng Rong had particular authority on this topic. He knew all too well the consequences of drifting aimlessly and giving up on oneself. At least he had his family background to compensate for his shortcomings.
But these students? Many came from rural families with limited understanding of machinery.
They often felt lost and confused during lessons.
For them, diligence was their only asset. But if they gave up even that, what would they have left?
Beyond a bleak future, they couldn't find words to describe their predicament. As their conversation unfolded, Meng Rong shared his perspective with Yenguo. Old classmate, sometimes I think your strict discipline in class is a good approach, but... He carefully chose his words.
Yenguo's beautiful eyes narrowed. I hate it when people leave things unsaid. Out with it.
It's not half spoken, I just couldn't find the right words at first.
I still feel strict discipline isn't the root solution. I see many students who still aren't truly learning.
There are two better approaches. First, spark their interest so they study voluntarily. Second, instill a sense of urgency that fosters self-discipline.
Like me, for instance.
Meng Rong stopped himself.
How had he become self-disciplined?
It was only after suffering immense losses and learning lessons the hard way that he'd gained some sense.
But these students? How could they ever have such opportunities? Setbacks were a kind of wealth, not something everyone could possess.
I don't know why you suddenly seem like a different person, but I suppose everyone's experiences are unique and irreplaceable, Yenguo remarked sharply.
You finally admit I've changed. Meng Rong exclaimed, clearly delighted. Changed.
If you're still so clueless at your age, you might as well find a block of tofu and end it all, Yenguo retorted without mercy, her tone tinged with scorn.
And you know what? You've become even more annoying. Remember when I told you to stay earlier?
You refused to listen.
Now you're crawling back on your own. How embarrassing. Whatever you say.
Even if I did come crawling back, the school would welcome me with open arms.
Meng Rong shrugged indifferently, taking it all in stride. Times change. Things evolve. We can't view the world through a static lens. Cut it out.
A few compliments and you're already getting cocky, Yenguo scoffed.
Is that supposed to be a compliment?
Of course it is.
Otherwise, why would I buy you coffee? Fine, thanks anyway. Meng Rong thought to himself, muttering under his breath.
To an outsider, it might look like forcing medicine down someone's throat.
He really didn't want this kind of treatment. Unlike certain people, he wasn't about to act superior over a cup of coffee.
Back in the day, Westerners went to great lengths for a sip of tea. They even stole our tea cultivation techniques. Yet today, they still treat tea drinking as part of their ritualistic lifestyle.
And not a single Chinese person has come out boasting about it. What's there to brag about?
Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself.
If he actually said them out loud, wouldn't a bunch of coffee drinkers just elegantly smash their cups at him?
Yenguo shot Meng Rong a suspicious glance, sensing he harbored unkind thoughts but lacking proof.
Silence hung between them as they bowed their heads in thought.
After a moment, Yenguo spoke up. You mentioned stimulating students' interest while also heightening their sense of urgency, tackling both simultaneously with targeted approaches, right?
You've summarized it perfectly. But how should I actually do it?
The school inviting you to help is already one way to change things, increasing student interest and improving their practical skills.
But what else can be done? What else could be done? Well, I haven't really thought about it either. Meng Rong felt awkward.
Raising questions without solutions, suggesting directions without concrete implementation, such ideas were no different from empty talk.
I thought you had some genius solution up your sleeve. Yenguo shot him a look. Or, there's that saying about teaching according to individual aptitude.
In factories, people like us learn from masters. One master takes on one or more apprentices, providing one-on-one mentoring. That way, progress is really noticeable.
That's obvious. Do you think any school could manage one teacher per student? No school works like that.
Yenguo flatly rejected his unrealistic suggestion.
Could factory conditions possibly match those of a school? Clearly not. I was just throwing it out there.
Thought it might be worth considering how a master shapes his apprentice. Meng Rong defended himself.
Yenguo asked, then how does your master usually teach you? Well, that's a long story. Then make it quick.
Well, I spent days polishing the machine tools.
My master saw I was honest and agreed to teach me.
Then, he thought I had potential, so he pushed me to work every day. Whenever he had a chance, he'd teach me a trick. Bit by bit, over 4 years, I learned turning, boring, planing, milling, and grinding.
That's it.
So basically, you just have to work your ass off.
Smart. I feel for you.
Seeing Meng Rong's puzzled expression, Yenguo added, you were exploited by your master for over 4 years.
That's so rough. Meng Rong looked dumbfounded. That's not how I meant it. No need to explain.
I get it, they saw you as an easy target, that unlucky fool. That's why you've changed so much these past years.
It's all been whipped out of you. Meng Rong felt his mouth go dry. No, that's not it.
It's mainly because I'm self-motivated.
I love learning.
I study hard, forgetting to eat or sleep.
That's how it is.
Yenguo gave him a look that said, whatever you say is pointless. I just feel sorry for you. This utterly devastated Meng Rong, who could only try desperately to explain that Master Liu wasn't that kind of person. Yenguo watched his earnest defense and chuckled inwardly. This guy really had changed, actually remembering kindness and defending his master. What had he endured these years? Staring at Meng Rong's face, the seething anger she'd once felt toward him began to fade. In a daze, she seemed to see that youthful, innocent face again, one that had weathered setbacks, sorrow, and regret, finally becoming steady and mature, like a true adult. A faint pang of pity stirred within her. Time truly was a scalpel, altering everyone's appearance.
Yenguo shook her hair vigorously, banishing these thoughts from her mind. No pity, she couldn't afford to dwell on it. Everything should remain as it was meant to be. I think you can't treat all students the same. Surely you know your class well enough? Do you know each student's individual traits?
Of course I do, Yenguo replied immediately. Who excels academically, who studies diligently, who daydreams in class, I know them inside out.
Then do you know what they think? Do you know each of their strengths? Do you know their opinions about your course? Meng Rong countered.
Well, Yenguo started to answer, then suddenly gaped in shock. Oh, right, though she remembered every name, knew their grades, and recognized who was diligent versus who wasn't. She couldn't name a single defining trait for any of them. They seemed like symbols, devoid of personality, like products stamped out by a standardized factory mold. Strip away their surface details, and in her mind and eyes, they were nothing but blurry shadows.
She couldn't describe anyone's unique traits. Some were more active in class, others preferred hands-on sessions.
They varied in height, weight, and build, but beyond that, who was who?
Meng Rong saw the opening and pressed his advantage. Frankly, I don't think you're doing a very good job as a teacher. If you don't even know your students, how can you possibly teach them well? Tailoring your approach to each individual? Forget it. They're not wheat in a field that just matures and gets harvested on schedule. They're living, breathing people. Do you interact with them outside of class? Do these students ever seek you out privately to chat, ask for extra lessons, or confide in you? I'd wager they don't.
Truthfully, Meng Rong didn't even know what he was saying himself, but the words seemed profoundly philosophical, which made him feel rather pleased with himself. Yenguo seemed stunned into silence for a moment. Seeing this, Meng Rong continued, I think your work can't just stay on the surface. Enforcing classroom discipline isn't a real skill, being able to properly nurture students is. With that, he shut up, twirling his now empty cup of Chinese coffee.
He'd finally gotten the upper hand in a verbal spar, why not enjoy it?
Yenguo had been giving him a hard time for ages.
While he didn't mind, landing a counterpunch felt surprisingly satisfying. Yenguo blinked.
Meng Rong really had misjudged her.
She wasn't actually sensitive, she was famously thick-skinned.
Hearing Meng Rong's words, she seized the opportunity, giggling, you make a good point. I plan to study each of my students individually, figure out how to spark their interest, and teach them well.
Ah, that's the spirit. Meng Rong replied in a theatrical tone, inwardly delighted. But Yen was suddenly seen to deflate. I don't have the energy or time to get to know each one individually. I don't even know where to start. They look at me like mice seeing a cat. Am I supposed to be the cat trying to chat with the mice? Easy fix. Find a mouse who can talk to other mice, an undercover agent, you know? Immerse yourself in their world, infiltrate their lives. That way, you can quietly gain insight into everything. Simply put, just recruit a few student leaders to assist you. But how do I even talk to them? That's easy. I know them pretty well. I'll teach you what you can't say yourself.
The moment Meng Rong finished speaking, he sensed trouble brewing.
Xianghua blinked rapidly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What? You wouldn't be asking me to do the talking for you, would you? I'd be so grateful.
Xianghua grabbed Meng Rong's arm, her eyes sparkling even brighter.
Meng Rong wanted to slap himself. He really had gone looking for trouble. This cup of coffee was a total waste. Chapter 101, What the heck is going on?
But neither of them could have imagined that while they sipped their coffee leisurely, two figures outside the glass window had been staring intently at them for quite some time. They saw teacher Xianghua, the one who left every suitor in tears, chatting and laughing over coffee with Meng Rong.
Xianghua even took the initiative to hold his arm. This was nothing like the rumors. What was going on today? Unless the machine tool was in reverse, the steel plate would punch holes automatically. This was major news. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Tomorrow, Duanjiang Technical College was bound to be turned upside down. That very night, the news would spread to every dorm room on campus. Even the rats in the rat holes would hear about it. As for the consequences? Who cares? Have you ever seen a gossip worry about the consequences of the rumors they spread? At that moment, not speaking felt unbearably uncomfortable. Early the next morning, Meng Rong was fast asleep when he was suddenly jolted awake. He opened his eyes to find a pair of bright eyes staring intently at him from very close. As he stirred, those eyes shifted back slightly. Staring into them, he swore they were the most beautiful eyes he'd ever seen in his life, bright as starlight. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, illuminating every corner of the room. The air carried the fresh scent of dawn. Perhaps there was also a faint, delicate fragrance in the air, mingled with a hint of sweat. He stared blankly at those eyes. Their owner now wore bangs across her forehead, her black hair tied in a ponytail that swung casually over her shoulder. Those dark, lacquer-like eyes were fixed intently on him. For a moment, Meng Rong thought he was still dreaming. He reached out to touch them, but... smack! His hand was slapped away. Pervert! What are you trying to touch? Xianghua snapped, jolting Meng Rong back to reality. This wasn't a dream at all. But then why could he see her so clearly the moment he opened his eyes? This left him startled and baffled. He quickly glanced around. No mistake, he was indeed back in his dorm room. But how had Xianghua gotten in? Stop looking around. Do you really think this school is some utopia where doors stay unlocked at night and no one picks up lost items? You don't even lock your door when you sleep?
Xianghua stood up straight, surveying Meng Rong's room.
Not bad. It's tidy enough. You're not a slob after all. Oh, it's a rule set by the master. What was it called again? If you can't sweep your own room, how can you manage the world? Yeah, I told you my first job at the factory was cleaning machine beds. Machine tools, machine tools. Alright, I need to get dressed. Could you please turn around? Why are you barging into people's dorm rooms like this? Meng Rong felt a headache coming on.
He hadn't been drinking yesterday. He clearly remembered having coffee, taking a taxi back to campus together, then each heading to their own dorms. He'd brushed his teeth and gone straight to bed. They'd just agreed before parting that starting today, he'd help Xianghua figure out how to connect with her students and tailor her teaching approach. Why was she so impatient? Barely awake at this early hour, she barged right in. Xianghua looked a bit aggrieved. I just came looking for you. I saw your door was ajar and was worried a thief might get in, so I came to check. I closed the door for you on the way in. Who knew you'd be such a lazybones? It's almost 6:30, and you're still sleeping. Meanwhile, I've already been out jogging for half an hour and finished my workout. She obediently turned her head away. I wasn't staring at you, really. You're a grown man acting like a shy little girl. This is embarrassing. Meng Rong hurriedly pulled on his jacket, thoroughly exasperated with Xianghua. Just as he was pulling on his clothes, his dorm door suddenly swung open again. Worse still, before it was even fully open, a booming voice bellowed, Teacher Meng. Heard you had a date last night with that prickly abyss of extinction. Ha ha. Then someone shoved the door open and barged in. The moment they stepped inside, they froze, trembling all over as if they'd discovered a new continent. They wanted to laugh but had to stifle it, their entire face contorted. He saw Xianghua standing by the bed, adjusting her collar and wiping sweat from her forehead, while Meng Rong was pulling his clothes on. Blinded. His eyes were nearly blinded, seared by the blinding light. What was happening? He must have witnessed something even more shocking than the rumors. Instinctively, he wanted to scream, but he quickly snapped back to reality. This was a school dormitory. If he yelled out that teachers Yen and Meng had been together last night, it would cause a far bigger scandal than any dating rumors. They must have severely violated the school's overnight stay policy. Could they both get expelled? His expression turned serious, the kind that said, "I get it, don't worry." He winked at Meng Rong, gave her a thumbs up and said, "I didn't see anything." "Nothing at all." He closed the door quietly, then called out from outside, "Ms. Meng, let's go. Time for breakfast." He was pleased with his quick thinking and utterly impressed by Meng Rong. To have won over that fiery little thing, truly a god among men. Watching him leave, Yan Guo looked utterly confused. She turned back to Meng Rong, her expression puzzled. "That is teacher Chi Haitao, right? You're close with him? What did he mean by saying you're dating the Abbess of Extinction? Who's the Abbess of Extinction?" Meng Rong's head instantly grew several sizes larger. A sense of impending trouble washed over him, and he grew anxious. Ignoring Yan Guo's confusion, he leaped off the bed and rushed to open the door. Sure enough, several more peeping heads had gathered outside. He flashed them a sheepish grin and quickly explained, "Teacher Yan Guo needed to see me early this morning. Don't read too much into it." "Teacher Yan's inside?" "Ah, got it. They exchanged knowing glances, each feigning seriousness as they walked past the door. Their eyes, however, darted inside. Sure enough, a very familiar figure stood there. True to her reputation for being thick-skinned, Yan Guo suddenly realized what was happening. She rushed out of the room, her almond-shaped eyes wide, scolding, "You guys, are your brains made of steel? I just got here a little earlier than you." "We understand," the teachers nodded in unison, implying they knew exactly what she meant and telling her not to worry. Yan Guo was furious. "If any of you dare to spread rumors, I'll make you pay." "Don't worry, none of us saw a thing." The teachers all gave the standard answer with great kindness, then hurriedly left the scene. Yan Guo stomped her foot in fury, her teeth grinding audibly, yet she was utterly helpless. "It's all your fault." Yan Guo snapped at Meng Rong, having no one else to vent her anger on. "My fault, huh?" Meng Rong was speechless. Who barged in without knocking first thing in the morning? This row of dorms mostly housed single teachers, along with a few married ones whose homes were far from campus. Great. This would spread like wildfire, and explaining it away would take a lot of effort. His old deskmate from junior high had always been a bit scatterbrained, never mincing words with him. She de-tattled without hesitation, utterly unconcerned with others' opinions. Now it seemed that trait had only grown worse. When had she learned to barge straight into the boys' dorm? His mind was fixed on one thought: he absolutely had to remember to lock his door before sleeping from now on. Yan Guo finally left, but not before reminding Meng Rong of the promise he made her. At this critical juncture, she seemed utterly oblivious to the potential storm this could unleash. But Meng Rong knew all too well. If this wasn't cleared up, it could easily turn into a big mess later. He recalled an incident at Fenghe factory. A married male employee had become entangled with a similarly married female colleague. The scandal had erupted into a public uproar, nearly leading to a physical confrontation between the two families and even divorce proceedings. In the end, it all turned out to be a misunderstanding triggered by the male employee forgetting to eat during overtime one day. And the female employee had kindly shared half of her homemade lunch with him. Such a trivial matter nearly led to the destruction of two families. Rumors can melt gold. Many tragedies in this world are born from trivial matters. Now that the two had unexpectedly caused such a commotion, it was inevitable that trouble would follow. Sure enough, he noticed every teacher and student staring at him with strange looks, whispering and pointing. Some close friends even approached him, asking how he managed to win over teacher Yin, especially since he'd never shown any interest before. Only then did he realize last night's coffee date had become public knowledge overnight, and this morning's incident was already snowballing. He smiled bitterly. If the rumors were true, he'd bear any consequences willingly. But nothing had actually happened. He couldn't take the blame for something that wasn't his fault. Ms. Yen was still single, a pure young lady. He couldn't ruin her reputation. With that thought, he silently pondered how to shoulder the blame. He absolutely couldn't let Yan Guo suffer any injustice. The truth must be clarified. Whoever was spreading these rumors was despicable. Besides, every story has two sides. While most were intrigued and gossiped about it, others were consumed by jealousy. After all, Yan Guo had attracted more than one single teacher's attention back then, and there were those who'd always harbored a grudge against Meng Rong. Soon, someone reported them to Principal Xiao, accusing them of violating school regulations by openly spending the night together. They claimed the pair had caused an extremely negative impact on campus and demanded severe punishment. Upon returning to her office, Yan Guo was immediately surrounded by colleagues like Sister Lin, who bombarded her with questions. Learning the incident had already sparked a major uproar, Yan Guo was furious and hastily explained the situation. Nevertheless, the incident had reached the school's highest levels. Principal Xiao was irritated. He had personally approved Meng Rong's special arrangement to attend school while working part-time. And now, just days later, this happened? What was the point of all this? He decided to speak with Meng Rong personally. His opening words were sharp: "Young man, I have no objection to romantic relationships or the natural course of life.
But this? It's gone too far. Outsiders might think our school encourages promiscuity. This is pure nonsense. Vice Principal Liu Shenli, how should we handle this? His initial remarks were directed at Meng Rong, but the latter part was aimed squarely at Vice Principal Liu. Vice Principal Liu's face darkened as he glared at Meng Rong. Were young people this impulsive and reckless nowadays?
But we're innocent, it's all a misunderstanding, Meng Rong interjected, spilling the beans and recounting the entire sequence of events.
Chapter 102, A Flash of Inspiration. The entire incident was indeed a misunderstanding. It all stemmed from Yenguo inviting Meng Rong for coffee to express gratitude, after which they decided to collaborate. Meng Rong would assist Yenguo with teaching. Witnesses confirmed Yenguo had gone for a morning jog around campus.
Once the school administration understood the full story, they were quite speechless. Since it was a misunderstanding and neither had violated any rules, punishment was out of the question.
They couldn't penalize someone for unfounded accusations. What kind of institution would that make them? A public clarification would suffice to put the matter to rest. Regardless,
the incident had caused quite a stir for several days before eventually devolving into a Rashomon-like situation. Those who believed the rumors remained convinced, while skeptics held firm to their disbelief. Moreover, most people now doubt that even if Meng Rong and Yenguo hadn't engaged in a physical relationship, they hadn't crossed the line of mere classmates.
How did things get so twisted?
Meng Rong could only conclude that gossip was the only thing that truly stirred people's hearts.
He instinctively began avoiding Yenguo.
For days on end, he holed up in the workshop focused on production, refusing to even set foot on campus. He worked long hours, leaving early and returning late, avoiding her whenever possible.
But this only made Yenguo dissatisfied.
They had agreed that Meng Rong would help her finish some work.
Thinking he could shirk his responsibilities? No way.
With that in mind, she came looking for him herself. The moment he saw Yenguo storming in, Meng Rong helplessly dropped the rag he was holding.
Hey, lady, how dare you come looking for me? Why wouldn't I? Just because I'm afraid of them gossiping? Yenguo scoffed.
She'd been annoyed for the first day or two, but now she'd long since forgotten about it.
You're a man, aren't you?
The school has already cleared things up for us.
What are you still afraid of? It's not fear. I just worry about you, a young lady. What if I ruin your reputation? That wouldn't be good. Cut the crap. We're both single. Even if something happened, so what? Yenguo sneered. You brag about seeing the world and weathering storms, yet this little thing scares you? What kind of man are you? As long as you're upright and honest, whether we date or collaborate, what business is it of others? Their mouths are their own, can I sew them shut? Let them talk.
Once they've said their fill, once they've run out of words, once their tongues are too tired to speak, once it becomes pointless, then it'll end.
Meng Rong stared at Yenguo in astonishment.
Her face was serene, her eyes clear, radiating an indescribable aura.
You're right.
Here I am, a grown man, yet I can't see things as clearly as a woman.
What's there to fear? The more you avoid them, the more gleefully they'll gossip. But if you stand tall and open, it'll make them feel petty. Meng Rong burst into laughter.
In that moment, his gaze toward Yenguo grew filled with admiration. He'd put away those petty thoughts of his.
You're right, but what do you mean worse than a woman? Women hold up half the sky, you know? Modern women like us getting hurt by rumors?
That's just foolish. Yenguo lifted her chin proudly, an indescribable satisfaction lighting her face.
We do what we need to do.
Come on, worst case, I'll buy you another coffee tonight.
Forget it. Coffee's out. But if you'd treat me to a meal instead, I'd be eternally grateful. The cafeteria food is actually pretty good. It's on me.
So the two walked together, oblivious to the stares of the entire school, heading straight to the cafeteria. They got their food, sat down, and joined a few teachers at a table, chatting and laughing.
Sure enough, those who had been whispering among themselves found the scene utterly uninteresting. A relationship only holds intrigue when it's hidden. Once it's out in the open, it loses its appeal. Even mentioning it over tea or after meals feels like too much. After discussing it, they decided Meng Rong would integrate with the students. Since he wasn't a regular instructor, his unique status meant students felt less hesitant around him. He thus leveraged his strengths. After class, he played basketball with the boys and visited their dorms. As for the girls, though fewer in number and less easy to mingle with, he frequently organized small activities like lakeside strolls, which allowed him to gather some insights. In this way, he helped Yenguo gather information on the preferences, talents, and other aspects of daily life for most of the students in the class she primarily taught, providing her with corresponding reference material. Initially, Yenguo felt confident she could refine her teaching approach by leveraging students' strengths. Yet the results were underwhelming, a lot of effort with little reward. Though the class was small, it still numbered around 30 students. Catering to each individual was nearly impossible. Frankly, she lacked both the energy and the ability to mold every student into her ideal image. During class, she had to treat everyone equally. After class, she couldn't neglect one student for another. Moreover, their interests were all over the place, and she had no idea how to bring them together.
Gritting her teeth, she spearheaded an after-school programming club, organizing sign-ups for extra lessons. She sacrificed her own free time to reinforce concepts missed in class.
But interest was low. Unless attendance was enforced, few showed up.
Forcing them proved counterproductive. Complaints mounted that she was wasting their time, especially since homework still awaited after school. Feeling discouraged, she soon found herself at a loss after several attempts. When things stalled, she sought out Meng Rong again.
Even though he was reluctant, she dragged him to their usual spot for plain bitter coffee. Watching him frantically add sugar to his coffee, she couldn't help but smile. She promised to order him a latte or cappuccino next time, so he wouldn't need to add so much sugar. If he didn't want it today, that was fine. Only then did Meng Rong visibly relax. Coffee is a strange thing. Such a small cup, costing dozens of yuan.
If you asked Meng Rong to buy it for himself, he'd never splurge on it. He was born a common man, unable to stomach such highbrow stuff. Xianghua complained to him about how her teaching experiments had been a complete failure lately. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't spark her students' interest. She even began to doubt whether she was cut out for this profession. Back in the day, vocational school graduates were in high demand, Meng Rong sighed. Just a few years, and things have changed this much. The core issue is society's reduced demand for vocational graduates.
Companies big and small started emphasizing academic credentials.
When vocational students face societal discrimination, it naturally reflects in schools. Everyone feels their prospects are bleak, seeing themselves as part of a failure camp.
Relying solely on personal effort probably won't cut it.
That's complete nonsense, Xianghua rolled her eyes.
Don't you think I know all that?
But precisely because of it, I'm determined to make a difference, even if it's just a little at a time, even if it's just one person at a time.
Ha? You said one person at a time? Meng Rong suddenly had an epiphany. Yeah, I'm utterly disillusioned right now. All this effort with no results? It's better to focus on nurturing just one person to succeed.
The speaker meant no harm, but the listener seized the moment.
Meng Rong slammed his hand on the table, startling Xianghua.
He continued excitedly, I think we've all got it wrong.
We keep thinking the school system is different from the factory system, so we can't learn from it. But why can't we learn? At worst, you just focus on teaching one person. Tell me, you must find one or two people in your class who are really diligent and serious about learning, right?
There are some, but they're too honest to put it bluntly. They're thick-headed and slow on the uptake. They study diligently and follow the teacher's instructions, but they lack natural talent.
No matter how hard we try, they just don't get it. It's too difficult. Haven't you found anyone worth nurturing? Meng Rong asked. My master Liu taught very few students in his lifetime. He considered most people mediocre talents and couldn't be bothered to train them properly. Only when he met me did he see me as someone with potential, so he devoted himself to teaching me. I think you should carefully analyze which students can be properly trained and nurtured into success. Since you can't motivate all these kids using every method, establish one or two role models. Teach them well, have them participate in various competitions and win awards, and let them achieve great success in society. As long as such individuals emerge, the other kids, as long as they're not completely hopeless, won't sink into despair. They'll see a future, they'll see the light, and they'll start striving. As for those who still don't try, we shouldn't give up on them either. I believe that when they face the harsh realities of society, they'll come to appreciate everything you've done for them. Feels like you're tricking me into investing my emotions again, Xianghua blinked, taking another small sip of coffee. Meng Rong gave a nervous chuckle. He wished he could, but how could he dare? I think these students are worth your investment. It's your ideal. Think about it.
Xianghua fell deep in thought.
After a long moment, she lifted her head.
Maybe we really should keep an eye out for students like that, to create role models.
Yeah, schools always promote outstanding alumni and such. Isn't that the same goal? It's different.
All those distinguished alumni left school and grew through real-world experiences.
If you could let students see a living example right beside them, wouldn't that be more impactful?
You're starting to sound like a strategist now, almost like a wise man.
Xianghua looked Meng Rong up and down, her eyes sparkling. Same old deal, you pick one out for me. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Right now, we're just picking the best of a bad bunch. Meng Rong replied with a frown. I'd actually suggest selecting a few students who are quick-witted and have a solid foundation to enter a technical competition. If they could bring back an award, that would be a real motivator. That seems more realistic. Makes sense. Xianghua nodded. Fundamental change is beyond my reach right now. To get quick results and motivate the students, entering competitions might be a good idea. You could have them sign up. Let them compete internally first.
I believe these kids, no matter what, aren't the type to accept defeat easily.
Who knows?
This kind of competition might just spark their thirst for knowledge.
Xianghua couldn't help glancing at Meng Rong.
Suddenly, she found him increasingly easy on the eyes. His angular face, slightly mature yet still passionate, grew more appealing the longer she spent with him.
Got rice on my face? Meng Rong touched his cheek, puzzled. No, you have a glow on your face. Xianghua replied. Chapter 103, Threatening to Compete.
Vice Principal Liu stared at the two before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Not long ago, they'd been at each other's throats, only to have earth-shattering rumors spread the moment they turned their backs. Now they appeared before him as if nothing had happened, demanding his support for their teaching experiment. He suspected they had some ulterior motive, but he couldn't figure it out now.
So, you two came to me just to get my backing for some model creation project? Principal Liu, you're brilliant. Meng Rong gave him a thumbs up.
But Teacher Meng, I recall your purpose for returning to the school was to work part-time while studying. There was no mention of you taking on other responsibilities.
Vice Principal Liu was deeply skeptical of Meng Rong's motives.
Oh, regarding that matter, it's mainly Teacher Yan leading the charge.
I'm just assisting her. Assisting. Don't confuse the main role with the supporting one. Meng Rong raised his palm and gestured toward Xianghua, signaling that everything was Xianghua's initiative. Principal Liu will support us, won't he? Xianghua interjected. Vice Principal Liu felt a twinge of toothache. When had these two become so close? Was it like an old tree sprouting new buds, or an old desk mate growing fresh green leaves? But support must be given where due. He nodded. You've shown initiative, so naturally I'm willing. Let's get it done. Actually, there's something I've been worrying about finding someone to handle. I didn't expect you two to volunteer. Excellent. This matter is yours to handle.
Saying this, he pulled a document from his desk. Calling it a document, it was really just two thin sheets of paper.
What is it? Meng Rong and Xianghua both reached out simultaneously.
Meng Rong paused and withdrew his hand, allowing Xianghua to take the papers. As she examined them, he leaned in to get a closer look. Notice of invitation to participate in the first annual Ginkgo Cup vocational skills competition in our province. Xianghua read aloud, then looked up at Vice Principal Liu with confusion.
What's this Ginkgo Cup? I've never heard of it. Keep reading.
They both looked down at the notice. It stated that the competition was jointly hosted by the Provincial Department of Labor and the Provincial Department of Education, organized by several major industry associations in the province, and was the inaugural edition.
Aren't there already plenty of these competitions? Why add another one?
Seeing their puzzled expressions, Vice Principal Liu felt compelled to explain. Because this event was organized by several industry associations aiming to break down some existing barriers. Previously, competitions were typically tiered by level: municipal, provincial, national, and so on. Generally carrying a strong administrative flavor with traditional selection methods, factories would register and advance through tiered competitions. But this time, associations like the Automotive Industry and Electronics Information Association have broken that mold, launching a direct provincial level contest. Notice how the scope and selection process have changed. Major enterprises, institutions, or even individuals can register to compete. This immediately breaks personnel restrictions, truly unconventional. Moreover, the selection process differs significantly from before. Regional qualifying rounds are now held across various locations, allowing cross-regional participation. This means if you feel the competition pressure is high in Region A but lower in Region B, you can compete in Region B. As long as you advance, you qualify for the final competition. This prevents top talents from being eliminated early by strong competitors within their own region, ensuring the final event remains highly competitive and exciting. But that seems unfair to regions with weaker technical foundations. Meng Rong immediately recognized the issue.
It's a bit too harsh.
It is a bit harsh, which is why it differs from other competitions. It's a completely new format, and the organizers are truly ambitious. But this approach guarantees a higher caliber of competition, pitting only the best against each other.
Regions or teams lacking confidence might not even bother entering, knowing their chances are slim.
Only the truly skilled and daring will step onto the stage. Frankly, I personally admire this kind of competition. It's intense and packed with excitement.
Vice Principal Liu waved his arm excitedly.
The prize money looks substantial.
Meng Rong glanced at the details and couldn't help but exclaim, the top prize is 100,000 yuan. That's tempting.
Even third place gets 10,000 yuan.
They're really splurging. Probably sponsored by big corporations. Vice Principal Liu nodded. Only Xianghua remained unmoved by the prize money. Honestly, it's mainly about the rare honor. Plus, it's the inaugural event, lots of people will be itching to compete.
I received the invitation to compete a couple of days ago, but I've been unsure whether to enter, Vice Principal Liu sighed.
We're just an ordinary technical college, nothing special in the province. Is this a ploy to spur us on, or are you just boosting others' morale while dampening our own? Xianghua countered. Vice Principal Liu felt deflated.
Sometimes these young people were too sharp, too worldly, it was no fun at all.
Many of his prepared remarks just wouldn't fly. I'm just being honest. Forget our school, even our city. Ha!
Vice Principal Liu chuckled twice and fell silent.
What's wrong with our city? We have plenty of enterprises here. Surely there must be some skilled professionals? Heh, that's what you think. You think experts are like cabbages, sprouting up everywhere you plant them?
Vice Principal Liu said with self-mockery.
Danfeng City's industrial output ranks among the bottom dozen or so cities in the entire province.
While we're not dead last, we can't compare at all to those industrial powerhouses.
Take Wujiang City, they've got stacks of century-old enterprises, especially in mining and metallurgy.
They've been building that up since the Qing dynasty.
Over a century, they've built immense expertise. Over the years, who knows how many technical masters they've cultivated. But this is the age of information and electronics, Meng Rong countered, sounding a bit stubborn. Heh, you don't think they only know how to mine and produce miners, do you? Let me tell you about Baixiang City, that's an old automotive industrial base. How big are those enterprises? Since the founding of the nation, how many talents have they cultivated? Compared to them, Fengha Agricultural Machinery Factory is like a bright moon next to a firefly. Can you even compare?
No comparison, Meng Rong admitted honestly. When it came to Baixiang City and that venerable auto manufacturer, he couldn't help but concede.
So what are you suggesting, Principal Liu? That we stop trying to compete with them?
Xianghua cut straight to the chase.
I've thought it through. What do we have to compete with them? It's hopeless, Vice Principal Liu stated bluntly. Then why show us this? Xianghua was annoyed. Wasn't this just toying with us? We were discussing something entirely different. Don't you two have any interest in competing? I think you could organize a team.
Meng Rong and Xianghua exchanged a glance and replied in unison, no.
Why not? Vice Principal Liu grew impatient. After all that goading, these two weren't taking the bait. What a waste of his acting skills. Where would we find the time? Where would we find the energy?
They knew full well that despite the tempting prize money and the prestige, they were being realistic. In a competition packed with countless masters, the two of them alone would be nothing short of a joke.
Ah, well, if you two entered the youth division, you might actually have a shot at bringing something back. Besides, it's all about sportsmanship and participation. Vice Principal Liu persisted, his persuasive tone unwavering. The school desperately needed that honor. Principal Liu, you're overestimating us. Meng Rong sighed helplessly.
Back at Fengha, he might have had a chance, but at school, he was already at his absolute limit.
How could he possibly have confidence in a competition of this caliber? After another half-hour of discussion, the conclusion was disheartening.
Vice Principal Liu's face darkened at the refusal, but he wasn't about to let them off the hook. With that thought, he pulled out another document.
The Ginkgo Cup registration is still far off, that's next year's affair.
This year, there's another competition you must participate in.
This time, it's a regular inter-school tournament. I trust you won't refuse, right?
The two took the document and sighed in relief. It turned out to be an inter-school joint event before year-end, a league competition among provincial vocational colleges and technical secondary schools, held annually.
This significantly lowered the difficulty. Observing their expressions, Vice Principal Liu chuckled. I believe our school must go all out for this competition.
You two will be our main force and trump card. Not only will you compete in the faculty division, but you'll also lead the student team. We aim to secure a top ranking to redeem past failures and restore our pride.
Past shame? Meng Rong was puzzled.
Oh, we've participated every year before, but mostly just as practice partners. It was practically a vacation, Vice Principal Liu replied nonchalantly. Truth be told, he was deeply bitter inside. Last year, he personally led the team only to return defeated, mocked by his peers. To this day, he couldn't hold his head high. But this time, with Meng Rong as his secret weapon. This time, he would exact bloody revenge, returning every mocking glance in kind.
Just you wait. Meng Rong and Xianghua exchanged puzzled glances. Though Vice Principal Liu wore a calm expression, they sensed a palpable inner turmoil. Was it really necessary? Is this acceptable to you both?
Vice Principal Liu asked them, then added, my suggestion is this: why not use this competition as an opportunity to select promising students you deem suitable to form a team?
Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? I represent the school in supporting your experiment.
Whatever support you need, manpower, facilities, just ask. That's worth considering, Xianghua replied. While it differed slightly from what they'd hoped for upon arrival, the overall goal remained aligned. However, Meng Rong, with his greater experience, was clearly more cautious.
He asked Vice Principal Liu with careful consideration, Principal Liu, is anyone else in charge of this competition? Which other teachers will be participating? And what if just in case we don't win any awards? Vice Principal Liu chuckled. Of course. You can decide, or I can handle it. I'll find a few technically capable teachers to participate and personally oversee their work.
But for the student team, you two have full responsibility unless someone else proves more capable than you, then they can take over.
As for the results, I'm quite open-minded.
If you bring home an award, it'll benefit you at year-end bonuses, benefits, and other school promotions.
If not, I usually don't say much. Meng Rong felt increasingly uneasy, repeating, you usually won't say anything.
But from this day forward, you two will be the new symbol of shame for Duanzhong Technical College. Vice Principal Liu's face twisted with malice as he spat the words through clenched teeth.
I guarantee your days here will only get tougher. Forget about single occupancy dorm privileges. With the school's budget crunch, expect halved salaries and more. Ha. Blatant threats. Meng Rong sucked in a sharp breath. How had he never seen this side of the old principal before?
Xianghua, however, seemed completely unfazed.
Then it's settled. As you said, we'll take full responsibility and guarantee results. My word. The principal would say the same.
Vice Principal Liu pounded his chest emphatically.
Meng Rong inwardly groaned, feeling like he'd walked right into their trap. Chapter 104, Recruiting Allies. Stepping out of Vice Principal Liu's office, Meng Rong noticed Xianghua's unusually excited demeanor and couldn't help but caution, isn't Vice Principal Liu being a bit underhanded? He just told us to enter the competition, why threaten us? Why use higher level events to pressure us? It's completely unnecessary. Xianghua shot him a look. You seem smart enough, but why can't you see this? It's Vice Principal Liu's reverse psychology. We're playing along, isn't that perfect?
No need to make it so complicated.
That's just how Principal Liu has always been. Before, you were an outsider, so he couldn't very well make such demands of you.
But now you've practically walked right into his trap. Of course he's going to seize the chance to give you a taste of his own medicine.
Xianghua seemed quite unfazed. I couldn't care less.
We came here to negotiate terms with him anyway.
It's perfectly fair and reasonable. This left Meng Rong feeling a bit down.
Everyone said Xianghua was thick-skinned, but if you called her thick, she was actually quite sharp about many things. It was hard to tell if she was genuinely clever or just playing dumb.
Seeing Meng Rong fall silent, Xianghua pressed curiously, what are you thinking about? Worried the task is too difficult?
A bit.
I'm not confident.
Honestly, I see you so full of confidence, but if we were competing on our own, that'd be one thing.
What makes you think you can lead a student team well?
You've seen the level of our students, it's hard enough to pick out one or two generals among a bunch of short guys.
Why?
Because of our hard work, of course, Xianghua replied optimistically. Besides, we need to cultivate a few standout students anyway.
Isn't this a perfect opportunity?
That's different.
What I'm worried about is if we end up with no results, aren't you afraid Vice Principal Liu will really come after us? Meng Rong felt uneasy.
He didn't realize that his mindset had shifted slightly due to his changed status and position. He could no longer be as carefree as before.
Xianghua chuckled, utterly unconcerned. To her, Vice Principal Liu's threats about docking pay and benefits held no weight. She dismissed it with a single retort, he dares?
Oof. If he really messes with us, someone else will come looking for him.
Who would? Meng Rong's sharp mind immediately suspected Xianghua had some backing. Naturally, someone will. Never mind him. This is still early days, nothing to worry about. Let's focus on discussing how to select the students. Meng Rong could only nod, pushing his lingering unease to the back of his mind. Xianghua was right, time was tight and the task was demanding. They couldn't afford to waste a single moment.
As they walked in disgust, they were unaware that Vice Principal Liu's decision had stirred up a minor but significant controversy. Traditionally, the teachers leading the competition team were seasoned veterans with established credentials and titles. This time, however, two young instructors had been assigned the role. Some were deeply dissatisfied, like teacher Wang Jun, who privately rallied veteran faculty to confront the Academic Affairs Office. But Director Zhang couldn't clearly explain the reasoning either, which only fueled greater discontent. The matter eventually reached Principal Xiao, who ultimately upheld Vice Principal Liu Xingli's decision. After all, it fell within Liu's purview to choose whomever he deemed fit.
Thus, even though some remained dissatisfied, the decision could not be reversed. However, the resentment stirred by the two young instructors would later cause them some trouble.
Xianghua and Meng Rong found an empty conference room to discuss their upcoming work arrangements.
First, they needed to define their competition goals and target events.
Next, they had to assemble a team and recruit talent. Then came organizing specialized training and workshops, culminating in the actual competition. The list of tasks was overwhelming. They pored over the competition notice for a long time, picking and choosing, roughly defining the scope of the events they would enter. But after much discussion, they felt they still needed to draw on the experience of past competitions and seek the opinions and advice of their seniors. So they tracked down several veteran participants from past years.
But upon hearing their purpose, each veteran's expression changed dramatically.
They all claimed to be extremely busy preparing lessons and teaching classes.
Some hurriedly left the meeting right then and there.
Others, who moments earlier had been leisurely sipping tea and chatting with colleagues, would abruptly grab their textbooks, set down their cups, and start scribbling furiously the moment the topic came up, pretending to be swamped. Finally, one teacher reluctantly pulled a few thin sheets of paper from a drawer, explaining they contained tables listing the events and participants from a certain year's competition, suggesting the two study them carefully. In short, each wore a smile, yet none were willing to discuss the matter properly with the two young men.
This left the two feeling utterly helpless. After a fruitless search, they returned.
Xianghua gritted his teeth, cursing these seniors for being too stingy, unwilling to lend even a small favor.
Normally, each of them appeared kind and approachable, exemplary mentors.
Yet now, they seemed narrow-minded, with hearts as small as pinholes.
Seeing Yengua's indignant, furious expression, Meng Rong understood his feelings. He recalled the bitter experience of being targeted and stripped of his eligibility before the Fenghua plant competition. These seniors were essentially being replaced by the school too. He could empathize with their resentment. So he didn't blame them, but the problem still needed solving. The experience of these veterans was invaluable. Wasting it felt like a bitter loss. At worst, we'll just have to work on them again, Meng Rong consoled Yenghua. I believe they're just having a momentary hard time adjusting. Don't get too upset. Let's think of ways to persuade them. Yenghua remained furious. You saw it yourself. The moment they heard the school was giving us full authority to form the team, their expressions changed instantly. They were all smiles with you just now, but now they're as stubborn as mules. Though they kept trying to console each other, both were deeply troubled. How could they proceed with the work ahead? Should they continue pouring effort into these hardliners? It seemed impossible to bypass them. What to do? They were at an impasse. Moreover, they had teaching duties to fulfill. With no other choice, they had to pause their efforts and attend to their classes first. Meng Rong, besides assisting with the school's practical courses, also had his own studies to manage. Both tasks kept him incredibly busy. Before they knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. After packing up his things, Meng Rong prepared to head back to the workshop for evening overtime when he bumped into Teacher Chen, who was rushing over to find him. Mr. Chen was always in a whirlwind of activity. Honest and meticulous by nature, he wasn't adept at improvisation, but his gentle disposition made him a good match for Meng Rong. He was one of the few people Meng Rong truly respected. Spotting Meng Rong from afar, he called out to him. Teacher Chen, is this about tomorrow's class schedule? Don't worry, I've already checked, and it doesn't conflict with my teaching time. If you need me, I'll come help tomorrow. Meng Rong anticipated his question and addressed it up front. Ah, well, thank you for your trouble. With Meng Rong having already covered everything he wanted to say, Teacher Chen had little else to add. He offered a gentle smile and prepared to turn away. Just then, Meng Rong had a sudden thought and asked, Teacher Chen, you've participated in inter-school competitions before, right? Yes, I participated several times city level, provincial level, and national level. Well, the national level was too advanced for us. We never made it that far. Teacher Chen answered honestly when asked. Then you must be familiar with the situation of this year-end league competition? Not really. Every time we go, it's just a whirlwind tour. We do whatever they tell us to do and don't pay much attention. Besides, things have been changing so much these past couple of years, I haven't really kept up with any new developments. Teacher Chen answered frankly. Meng Rong was overjoyed. It was like finding a needle in a haystack, and effortlessly so. He'd been pondering reaching out to several less familiar veteran coaches for insights, never once considering Teacher Chen. Perfect. Just knowing the basics is enough. At least we won't be completely in the dark. On behalf of our Jiangyang team, I welcome you aboard, Teacher Chen. From now on, we're comrades in the same trench. With that, he stepped forward enthusiastically, grasping Teacher Chen's hand and shaking it vigorously. Teacher Chen looked utterly bewildered. What's the Jiangyang team? Jiangyang as in Jiangyang the bandit? What's that about? Not Jiangyang, it's Jianyang, with Yang meaning sunshine. Jiang represents our Duanjiang Vocational School, while Yang stands for Fengyang City. So Teacher Yenghua and I decided to adopt this supremely powerful name for our expedition. What expedition? Haven't you heard, Teacher Chen? The school put me and Teacher Yenghua in charge of organizing a team to compete in the year-end inter-school vocational skills competition. We were fretting about our lack of experience and completely forgot about you, our treasure. Watching the enthusiastic Meng Rong, Teacher Chen couldn't help but wonder what treasure meant. He felt like Meng Rong had subtly dissed him, but seeing Meng Rong's sincerity, maybe it was just a slip of the tongue? I see. So the school decided to put you two youngsters in charge. That's quite unexpected. Mr. Chen pushed his black-rimmed glasses up his nose and nodded. Well, it's good to be bold and fearless. Fresh blood brings energy. Teacher Chen, I'm here to invite you to join us. What's this river bandit squad you're organizing? Oh, no, the river squad, right? The team preparing for the competition? That's great. Just get the job done first, that's what matters. Results aren't so important, just do your best. Teacher Chen patted Meng Rong's shoulder understandingly. As for me, Meng Rong didn't wait for him to finish, cutting in immediately, you're definitely joining us. Even if we are river pirates, we still need a strategist or a pirate chieftain, right? We're young and inexperienced. With Teacher Chen on board, we'll be fine. Teacher Chen listened with a headache. He understood the situation, but being constantly described by Meng Rong with such wolfish and tigerish terms was unbearable. What kind of language was this mastermind, bandit leader? But his temperament couldn't withstand Meng Rong's persistent coaxing. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree to help them organize the competition. Meng Rong then happily dragged Teacher Chen to meet Yenghua. As soon as they met, he beamed, look who I've brought into our team. With Teacher Chen on board, 1 against 7 is no problem at all. Mr. Chen could only pretend not to hear. Lately, Meng Rong had become rather unprincipled.
No wonder they said he struggled academically before abusing idioms and such often led to serious grammatical errors.
Yet Xianghua, upon hearing the news, showed no trace of delight.
Instead, irritation flashed across her face.
This is so annoying. The ones who should come don't, and the ones who should leave do.
Hearing this, Teacher Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him.
Chapter 105, The Talk. Even clay figures have their limits.
As patient as Teacher Chen was, he was now visibly angered.
What on earth are you two doing? This is sheer nonsense. Now I understand why so many teachers have told me you two youngsters are so inconsiderate. I finally get it.
Xianghua asked in surprise, Teacher Chen, you're the teacher we've always respected and admired the most.
Why are you saying this about us? Deep respect and affection?
Teacher Chen paused. Always have, always will, Xianghua replied with certainty.
Teacher Chen's heart swelled with pride. Honest people have this weakness, they can't handle compliments.
Hearing their words, his tone shifted instantly.
Now I see. You two just love to joke around. These kids never listen to reason.
He shook his head as he spoke, looking genuinely distressed.
Meng Rong chuckled inwardly but nodded repeatedly. Teacher Chen is so kind and hardworking. Everyone gives you a thumbs up behind your back. Teacher Chen grinned foolishly. Young people these days always speak the blunt truth, it's a flaw.
He'd have to advise them later, being too straightforward could lead to trouble.
He resolved to give the two youngsters a proper lecture on life experience when he got back. But then he saw Meng Rong asking Xianghua with concern, what did you just say? What's this about who should leave and who should stay?
Explain yourself clearly.
Teacher Chen perked up his ears. This needed a proper explanation, no brushing it off. Well, I'm just selecting students, you see? I drafted a preliminary list of preferences.
But when I briefly questioned them during class, one student I wasn't entirely satisfied with became clingy and overly eager to join. Meanwhile, another student looked troubled. After everyone else left, he quietly told me he wanted to leave school, planning to drop out. He said something had happened at home, making it impossible for him to focus on his studies. He intended to withdraw and return home to help his family. But this student was the one I held in the highest regard.
Meng Rong suddenly understood. The one who should stay is staying, and the one who shouldn't is leaving makes perfect sense.
He instinctively glanced at Teacher Chen, who was listening intently, his expression calm and composed. Realizing Xianghua wasn't referring to him, Meng Rong felt relieved.
Who was the one who left? Zhao Xingji. That name, a girl? Meng Rong was a bit surprised.
Xianghua shot him a sidelong glance.
What? Got a problem with that? Are there any outstanding female technicians? Meng Rong was genuinely puzzled.
He'd seen female workers at Finghua, but they mostly handled auxiliary tasks, were often married, and possessed surprising strength, sometimes even outworking the men in endurance.
But skilled technicians? Not just few, there were practically none. I knew you'd be the type to discriminate.
Xianghua retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. Don't you dare assume only men can be skilled technicians. Let me tell you, women are every bit as capable as men.
Forget the rest, I can operate CNC machines. Can you? Do you even know how?
No, I don't, Meng Rong admitted honestly.
So what if we have another promising technical talent who happens to be female? Is that really surprising?
Mark my words, you should see it as perfectly normal. Xianghua lectured Meng Rong, adding, I'm not some rare exception or lone case.
Our students are just as capable.
Meng Rong hadn't expected such a strong reaction and quickly changed the subject.
Teacher Yan, could you tell us what's the deal with this Zhao Xingji?
Oh, this girl, she really is quite exceptional. I admire her greatly. She's a girl from the countryside. Her family never wanted her to go to university, they just wanted her to learn a trade quickly, so she could find work and support her family. But the girl was incredibly stubborn. Even after entering technical school, she refused to give up on her dreams. She abandoned the culinary program her family had enrolled her in and became fascinated with CNC machining and mechanical drafting. So, after repeatedly advocating for herself, she finally persuaded the school to let her switch majors. She's now been studying for 2 years.
Wait, I remember now. I think I heard about this before. Meng Rong recalled summarizing some information he'd gathered for Xianghua, which included this girl's story.
He hadn't paid it much attention, but Xianghua had taken note.
Teacher Chen nodded. I know a little about this girl too.
She's quite remarkable, a young woman from the countryside with such strong convictions.
That's truly rare. Xianghua sighed.
But a girl this exceptional is now telling me she wants to drop out.
Withdraw? Teacher Chen asked in confusion.
She fought so hard to get into her dream major.
How can she just walk away? Isn't that throwing all her hard work away? Xianghua shook her head. I'm not sure.
She didn't want to elaborate, just said she appreciated my kindness but really didn't want to burden us or tarnish the school's reputation, so she declined my nomination this time.
Her face showed regret. This girl was so determined.
Though Xianghua felt her foundational skills were lacking, she did show genuine talent in mechanical engineering. Judging by her homework assignments, she always completed them with great diligence. She was one of the rare students who possessed clear goals, a well-defined plan, and the discipline to follow through. Such a promising student truly embodied the saying, "The ones who shouldn't leave are the ones who do."
You think so highly of her. Let's talk to her again. It would be a shame otherwise.
Meng Rong and the others shared the same thought. Such talent was rare, and they couldn't just let a promising young talent go to waste.
Yes, I was just thinking about it.
Once things calm down today, I'll immediately talk to her and try to change her mind. Xianghua nodded, then remembered something.
Right, but first, let's discuss the upcoming competition preparations with Teacher Chen.
She has so much experience, please give us your guidance. As she spoke, she stood up and bowed to Teacher Chen, who was deeply touched. He patted his chest, promising to share everything he knew. The three then engaged in a detailed discussion. Teacher Chen thoroughly outlined the arrangements for this inter-school competition, including project specifics and pre-competition preparations, registration, training, and intensive post-training sessions.
Having witnessed the process firsthand, his insights clarified many aspects. This eased the pair's earlier unease considerably, tempering their initial exaggerated concerns.
Though Xianghua had participated in a teaching competition before, its nature differed entirely from this one. Extra preparation could never hurt. That day, they went together to conduct an in-depth interview with Zhao Xingji. When Xianghua found her in the dormitory, the young woman was packing her belongings with an expressionless face. To Xianghua, however, her luggage was remarkably sparse: a thin quilt, a carry-on bag with a few clothes, toiletries stored in a plastic bucket, only 2 pairs of shoes, one already on her feet, both ordinary and well-worn. Xianghua gently took her hand, asked a few caring questions, and then mentioned that Teacher Meng and he wanted to talk with her. Zhao Xingji hesitated briefly before setting down her luggage. She followed Xianghua to an open corner of the playground, where they found some steps to sit on and began chatting casually. Xianghua started with casual talk about school and daily life, planning to ease into the main topic. Zhao Xingji remained composed, responding appropriately. Even facing 2 teachers several years her senior, she showed little emotion. Meng Rong observed her. She was dressed simply, radiating the innate sincerity of a country girl, yet carrying a lively, natural grace born of the fields. Meng Rong sensed a stubbornness deep within her, the courage to break free from the shackles of fate, the conviction to pursue happiness and ideals.
Strangely enough, he hadn't noticed her before. Standing in the crowd, she seemed utterly ordinary. Yet now, upon closer observation, Meng Rong felt an inexplicable sense that this girl was no ordinary person.
She was destined for remarkable achievements. Without life experience, one might miss it, but the more he looked, the more he saw her potential. Yet, faintly, Meng Rong also sensed a thread of despair in her brow. A thought struck him.
Do you still want to continue your studies?
Yes, Zhao Xingji answered without hesitation, but then added calmly, but it's not something I can decide on my own.
My family can no longer afford my schooling, so I have to drop out.
My father took a job as a laborer repairing someone's house, but he fell from the 2nd floor. He broke several ribs and has internal bleeding.
It's uncertain if he'll survive. My family needs me now.
I have a younger sister and a younger brother.
I can't be selfish.
As she spoke, her voice finally faltered. A flash of pain crossed her face, the hidden emotion she'd been holding back. She looked up at the sky, struggling to hold back her tears.
After a long moment, she lowered her head. In this situation, I simply can't continue my studies. Besides, I only got to attend school by fighting tooth and nail. If it weren't for my father's love for me, I would have had to go out and work long ago. Now, my mother absolutely won't agree to let me continue my studies. Without waiting for further questions, Zhao Xingji proactively explained the entire situation. She was a clever girl, how could she not recognize the goodwill behind her teacher's invitation? But sometimes, when it comes to fate, you can fight against it, yet there's a limit. She just hadn't expected that limit to arrive so soon. Regrettable, but she couldn't be selfish. After hearing her story, Meng Rong and Xianghua both fell silent. They exchanged a glance, but neither spoke for a long while. After a moment's thought, Meng Rong still couldn't make a decision. He glanced at Xianghua, whose face still bore many puzzled expressions. He knew her family background was far from ordinary, and she likely found much about the plight of common folk incomprehensible. Perhaps she couldn't even grasp why a farmer would work as a laborer repairing someone else's house, only to fall from the roof, things that seemed utterly irrational in her world. Zhao Xingji observed their expressions, and the faint spark of hope in her heart seemed to die. She sighed softly. I'm sorry, both of you. I need to leave soon after I finish packing. I have to go home to see my father. He's still in the hospital. I already submitted my request to the school this afternoon. The situation was unexpectedly dire, the kind that defied all attempts at intervention. Xianghua and Meng Rong stood powerless against the currents of fate. Zhao Xingji, I'll go with you to see him, Xianghua said. I can't bear to watch a good student end her student days like this. Zhao Xingji stared at her in surprise, not quite understanding. Xianghua continued, I'll accompany you back. At a time like this, even if we're just representing the school to visit your family, it's the right thing to do. She then looked at Meng Rong, who seemed taken aback, and added, What are you staring at? I have inner beauty. Chapter 106, Not One Left Behind. Renowned director Zhang Yimou once made a film titled Not One Less.
In the story, the female lead, a rural schoolteacher, poured her entire being into preventing students from dropping out of their village school because not one could be left behind. The film's message resonated so deeply that upon hearing Zhao Xingji's story, Yanguo and Meng Rong immediately recalled that line, "Not a single one can be left behind." For Yanguo especially, it was simpler. If an outstanding student dropped out right before her eyes, it would likely become a lifelong psychological shadow, causing her to deeply question the meaning of life. Arriving at this school, she had already experienced disappointment many times. What she saw were students who lacked ambition, wasting precious youth and squandering their time.
She witnessed many colleagues drifting along, abandoning their pursuits.
This world shouldn't only be about the glamorous facades or the respectable few. Someone has to work behind the scenes, producing the transportation that carries you to those glamorous places, the food that fills your belly, and all the necessities that sustain you. Someone has to bend over, tightening screws and drilling holes, to manufacture the products that give this nation its dignity and respect in the world. On a grand scale, it's about serving the nation and its people. On a personal level, it's about one's livelihood.
How could she just abandon herself to such indulgence?
She roared, she raged, she demanded all to change this reality. Even if the results were meager, she refused to give up at the very start. She didn't expect Meng Rong to understand her, but she would act according to her convictions.
Who said those in silk and satin lacked compassion? Who said family heritage meant sitting on one's laurels?
Her grandfather had spent his entire life in the revolution, risking life and limb, all for the sake of a happier, more stable life for the Chinese people. In this regard, Meng Rong had truly underestimated her.
Gritting her teeth, she said, "We'll go back with you. I'll fight for this with the school. If it really doesn't work."
Her eyes flickered, leaving the words unsaid.
Their family wasn't lacking in food or clothing, they had plenty of surplus. Why couldn't it be used for something more meaningful? Zhao Xingji looked at the two teachers with puzzlement.
She knew full well that her situation wasn't about getting into some prestigious university.
Was it really worth them treating her so differently? This kind of thing wasn't uncommon in the countryside.
For many families, it wasn't just about having family matters. Even if nothing was happening at home, once the kids were old enough, after finishing junior high, sending them out to work was perfectly normal.
9 years of compulsory education was enough. Teacher Yan, there's no need to do anything special for me. I know my family situation better than anyone. It's a bottomless pit, Zhao Xingji said bitterly. Don't worry about that. Today, we'll accompany you back to your hometown to see your family's situation. Then we'll talk with your family to figure out how to plan for your future, Yanguo said decisively. Meng Rong sighed inwardly. Yanguo was still too young. She could help in an emergency, but not with chronic poverty. Zhao Xingji's family was truly destitute. With no future income in sight, how would they possibly survive?
Had his father not passed away, his family would have had ample reserves.
Perhaps he could have found a way. But over these past 4 years, those reserves had long been depleted.
Now, the household relied entirely on his single salary to survive a struggle already.
Coming to this school was the absolute limit of what he could manage.
If his performance slipped further, he'd have to seek higher paying work elsewhere, heading south, to the Pearl River Delta. That was where his true opportunities lay. He himself felt lost at times, pondering life's choices, unsure whether his path at this age was right or wrong. He understood perfectly well that for Zhao Xingji's family, dropping out, working, and supporting them financially was the most natural and correct choice. What else could they do to withstand life's twists and turns? But seeing Yanguo's confident expression, he couldn't bear to shatter her dreams.
He could only play it by ear. So they packed lightly and followed Zhao Xingji back to their hometown.
Like Meng Rong, they took the last bus back to the county seat, then caught a passenger bus to the town. They got off at a small town called Luoshi.
At the town health center, they found Zhao's father lying unconscious in a hospital bed.
His head, not just his body, was wrapped in bandages. The injuries were far worse than they had imagined. Emerging from the ward, they witnessed the Zhao family in heated argument with hospital staff. Zhao Xingji's mother, a dark-skinned, gaunt rural woman with red-rimmed eyes, saw her daughter and immediately embraced her, both women weeping together until calmed after a long while. Once they calmed down, the doctor in the white coat said, "You need to decide quickly whether to transfer him to the county hospital. If he doesn't wake up soon, our town clinic's limited resources might delay his treatment. How can he not be treated?" Zhao's mother cried out, nearly collapsing, only held steady by Zhao Yingji's firm grip. Yanguo, puzzled, interjected, "His life is at risk. Transferring him immediately is crucial." But Mrs. Zhao shot her a glance, ignoring her entirely. She kept muttering, "Doctor, just do your best to treat him."
"We won't transfer him. We can't transfer him."
The doctor kept explaining, but Mrs. Zhao stubbornly refused to listen, insisting on staying and demanding continued treatment. Finally, the doctor, exasperated, could only say he would do his utmost, but the rest was up to fate. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he left. Yanguo found this utterly perplexing. Transferring to the county hospital clearly offered a chance for treatment. Why refuse it? It challenged her very worldview. After the doctor left, she couldn't help but approach Mrs. Zhao.
How could you refuse the transfer? It's for the best. The patient can't afford any delay.
Instead of answering directly, Mrs. Zhao called out, Xingji, this must be your teacher. Tell them we appreciate their visit, but ask them to process your withdrawal from school as soon as possible.
You need to get out there and find work.
Zhao Xingji kept her head down, biting her lip tightly, refusing to respond. Seeing her silence, Mrs. Zhao erupted again.
Your father's death is one thing, but we still have 2 mouths to feed at home. You stubborn girl, don't you understand? Do you want our whole family to follow your father in death?
Zhao Xingji bit her lip until it nearly bled, unable to lift her gaze toward Meng and Yan.
She only gave a heavy nod, signaling her compliance.
Seeing her acquiescence, her mother launched into another tirade of complaints, droning on about household trifles which relatives had brought canned fruit since her father's hospitalization, which had come empty-handed, and which still pretended ignorance. Her voice broke as she wept. Yanguo felt deeply uncomfortable watching this scene. She tried to say something, but Meng Rong pulled her away. He led her outside, all the way to the large tree in the center of the clinic courtyard. The dim lighting there made it a suitable spot for a conversation.
Yanguo angrily shook off his hand. What are you doing?
Zhao Xingji has already agreed to go work. If we don't fight for this now, we'll lose our chance.
Then tell me how you plan to fight for it? I've thought it through.
We should negotiate with the school to waive her tuition and fees.
As for me, I'll personally give her some living expenses each month. That way, we can get by, right? And you think the Zhao family will agree?
Yanguo froze for a moment before 2 words slipped from her lips, no.
Exactly.
Their priority now is supporting an entire family.
They need someone earning income. Can you really cover everything? No. Exactly.
Then they should transfer him to the county hospital immediately.
Save his life, and then they'll have someone to earn money, right? You make it sound so simple. Do you know why Zhao Xingji's mother refuses to transfer him? Meng Rong shook his head, answering his own question. Because treatment at the county hospital costs a fortune. If they save him, it's a huge expense. If they don't, that money is completely wasted. How can you compare that money to a human life? Which is more valuable? How can you even compare them? Yan Guo couldn't understand. Meng Rong sneered.
As the old saying goes, a penny can trip a hero.
Now, do you think their family can come up with that kind of money? What kind of hardship would they face to get it? So we just watch them die? Besides, shouldn't the family working away contribute? Isn't this a vicious cycle? No money means no treatment, and without treatment, no money. Might as well take a gamble. They can't afford to gamble. If that family can cover part of it, that's already generous.
In the countryside, don't expect them to cover everything, it's unrealistic. In the end, they'll still have to pay out of pocket.
And if the patient survives but becomes disabled, requiring long-term care? Zhao Xingji was right, that's an even deeper bottomless pit. They can't afford that either. So if we can't transfer them for proper treatment, we're just watching them die. The truth might be that cruel. Meng Rong sighed.
He couldn't bear to state the harsh reality, but he needed to bring Yan Guo back to his senses. For the Zhao family, if they could drag it out and the patient survived, that would be best.
But that's clearly unrealistic. It's better to be pragmatic.
Mrs. Zhao might seem cold-hearted toward her husband, but in truth, she's also making a choice out of desperation.
He let out a long, heavy sigh, his heart filled with sympathy for the Zhao family.
Yan Guo was at a loss for words. She could somewhat understand the helplessness Meng Rong described, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of cold-heartedness toward the family for not pursuing even a sliver of hope. Night fell, casting shadows through the trees. Beyond the dim glow of the clinic's lights, darkness reigned.
Meng Rong hung his head in utter helplessness, while Yan was heart-churned with unresolved anger.
Zhao Xingji was now accompanying her mother.
At this final moment, she had completely given up hope. At present, caring for her family was her sole responsibility.
A 16-year-old girl had suddenly matured. Watching her busily arrange matters, attentively tend to her father, then find an empty bed for her mother to rest, while she herself pulled up a stool to keep vigil by the sickbed, waiting for that impossible miracle. Meng Rong and Yan Guo felt inexplicably saddened. The helplessness and apology in Zhao Xingji's gaze as she looked at them made it even harder for them to leave with peace of mind.
Yan Guo made a decision. She pulled out her phone and dialed. Dad, I need money. I need to save someone. Who? Don't know him. My student's father. Yeah, right.
Send me 30 or 50,000.
Can't pay it back. Yeah, I'll use it then. Thanks, Dad.
After hanging up, she glanced at the stunned Meng Rong and curled her lip.
It's not just me, my whole family has beautiful souls. Chapter 107, Repay Me with a Gold Medal. Meng Rong began to feel ashamed of himself. Yan Guo truly outclassed him in every way.
Even if he had the money, he doubted he could make such a decision without hesitation. The bigger problem was that he simply didn't have the means. With Yan Guo covering the costs and paving the way, the hospital sprang into action that very night. They mobilized staff and resources to rush Xiao's father to the county hospital's emergency room. After examining him, the doctors lamented that he'd been brought in too late, but there was still hope.
He was hurriedly wheeled into the operating room.
Xianghua made it clear, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she'd send him to the provincial hospital if necessary, let alone the county one. She covered the costs up front, and that night, Zhao's father sent 5 bundles of cash to her. Upon hearing the news, Zhao's mother first couldn't believe it, then burst into wailing sobs.
Next, she frantically grabbed Zhao Xingji, insisting on kowtowing to Xianghua.
Only after arranging for the 2 younger children's care did she follow them to the county hospital, clinging to both of them outside the operating room.
Meng Rong was right. Zhao's mother wasn't ignorant of life's preciousness, nor was she indifferent to her husband's suffering.
But she had no other options.
If even a single alternative had existed, she wouldn't have been driven to this point.
When someone offered money to save a life, it was like a ray of light in the darkness to her. She seized it without hesitation, just as she had once chosen to give up without hesitation. Xianghua and Meng Rong desperately held the mother and child back.
Then Xianghua proposed a condition. Auntie, don't thank us too soon. This money is a loan.
Just wait until Xingji is able to pay it back gradually in the future.
And I have one more condition.
Zhao's mother hesitated, wiping away her tears. She gently stroked Xingji's hair before turning to Xianghua.
Teacher Yan, I know you're helping us because of Xingji.
But this money, even if Xingji started working now, who knows how many years it would take to pay it back? We don't even know how much more we'll need later. I know you want Xingji to return to school, but what about our family? When will this debt ever be repaid? I can't express how grateful I am, but can my child truly focus on her studies? She was at a loss for words, torn by conflicting thoughts.
Without her daughter earning money, the family couldn't survive, yet if her daughter worked, they could repay the debt. But why would anyone lend them money in the first place?
Though she was just a rural woman, she understood certain things.
Why should they?
The only bargaining chip they had was their daughter. Meng Rong interjected, Auntie, if uncle gets better, your family won't have to worry about living expenses in the future. Xingji will graduate in a few years and earn a high salary, and the family will definitely turn around completely. If she goes out to work now, she can earn a little low wage, but the cost is that she'll have no prospects for the rest of her life. Without a solid skill, she won't be able to earn big money. So, it's a matter of enduring these few years first. Should we let Xingji drop out now to earn a meager salary, or wait until she finishes her studies and earns big money? I think you should consider it. He knew well that sometimes the more blunt and down-to-earth you were, the more people would listen.
Sure enough, Mrs. Zhao hesitated.
She hadn't considered this before, but Meng Rong's words made it clear, if the girl dropped out now to work, she'd earn a pittance, waste her future, and contribute little. But if she finished her studies and earned a substantial income, she could properly support the family. Weighing the pros and cons, the answer was obvious. Then let Xingji come back to school with you, but... Mrs. Zhao trailed off, her hesitation growing. She didn't voice the rest, but Meng Rong understood it was the worry about Xingji's tuition and living expenses. At this point, what else was there to say? He sighed inwardly and replied, Don't worry. This is a special circumstance. We'll approach the school to see if we can arrange for her tuition to be waived. As for the rest, we'll figure out a way. He couldn't make any firm promises. His own family had no spare money, with a younger sister still in diapers and money tight as it was. He dared not make empty pledges, so he could only return to the school to see if a better solution could be found. Xianghua shot Meng Rong a slightly disdainful glance, silently cursing him for being so petty. But the well-fed never know the hunger of the starving.
Xianghua had no idea about Meng Rong's unspoken difficulties. She just thought he was stingy and boring. Mrs. Zhao fell silent. She wasn't the greedy type. With the other party already offering this much help, she couldn't ask for more. Money didn't grow on trees for anyone. She'd just have to see if the school could secure any assistance. She gritted her teeth. If all else failed, she would shoulder the family burden herself, borrowing from relatives and friends if necessary, to see Xingji through graduation. As the young teacher Meng had said, if she truly mastered a skill and earned big money someday, what she borrowed today could be repaid tomorrow. Besides, though old Zhao's fate was uncertain, if he recovered and returned home as a lively, robust man, he'd never let the 3 of them go hungry. Holding a sliver of guilt toward her eldest daughter, she finally relented. Then let Xingji go back with you. Turning to her daughter, she added, remember to listen to your teachers, study hard, and strive to earn money as soon as possible. You absolutely must repay this debt. Never forget this kindness. Our family is poor, but we must prove ourselves. Your father always supported your education. I was against it at first, but the teachers were right, only through learning can you earn money. Gee, don't blame your mother once you're at school, obey everything the teachers say. Repay kindness with kindness. I understand. I'll study hard. Don't worry, mother. A long-lost smile flickered across Zhao Yingji's face, only to vanish instantly, replaced by a renewed frown. Her situation was dire. Her father still lay in the operating room. Even if she returned to school now, she simply couldn't manage it. After waiting together for several hours, the doctor finally emerged, exhausted, just as dawn broke. He announced the surgery had gone relatively smoothly, successfully saving Zhao's father's life for now. He added that if they arrived just a few hours later, there would have been no hope. There was some brain damage, and it was unclear what long-term effects might remain. He would need to stay hospitalized for observation. Relief washed over everyone. Xianghua handed them more cash for hospital expenses before hurriedly bidding farewell to Meng Rong and returning to campus. Zhao Xingji stayed behind to help her mother care for her father, planning to resume studies once his condition stabilized. Before leaving, Zhao Xingji solemnly promised Xianghua, Teacher Yan, Teacher Meng, I will definitely return to school. I'll participate in any activities you assign me. I'll follow your arrangements and won't let your kindness go to waste. With that, she bowed deeply. The indifference had vanished from her face. Fate had erected a high wall, but someone had shown her a way to overcome the obstacle. She could never forget that. No, it's not just about participating. This is a technical competition. What I need is for you to charge onto the stage with courage, defeat your opponents with your talent and diligence, and win over the judges with your masterful technique and performance. Only by securing that gold medal will our hopes truly be fulfilled. Xianghua spoke with solemn gravity, her expression more intense than Zhao Xingji had ever seen. She met her eyes directly. Do you understand? Zhao Xingji was unconsciously moved by her seriousness. She nodded firmly and replied earnestly, I understand, Teacher Yan. Thank you. On the bus back, Meng Rong couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Xingji's maturity, but Xianghua had grown quiet. You're not worried she might change her mind, are you? No, I'm worried she'll hold us back too much. With less than 2 months until the competition, she still wants to take extended leave. I honestly don't see how this will work out. This was precisely Meng Rong's concern too. But with things already decided, what else could he say? He could only try to reassure her and look for other outstanding students to form a team. After some thought, he recommended one student, Liang Zijuan. Liang Zijuan? Xianghua frowned deeply. She had a poor impression of him. He wasn't even on her preliminary list. She couldn't fathom why Meng Rong would recommend him. You don't like him? Terrible. He doesn't study hard, he's lazy and irresponsible. I dislike him the moment I see him. It's like seeing a reflection of. Xianghua stopped herself mid-sentence. Meng Rong cautiously asked, does that mean I really left you with deep psychological trauma back then? So now you dislike anyone who reminds you of me? You know yourself well. That Liang Zijuan? He's the type with 2 kids at home, never takes his studies seriously, thinks he's hot stuff, flips his hair around, and loves all that street smart nonsense. Tell me, isn't he exactly like someone from back then? Sigh, I wonder what happened to that person later. Probably got his comeuppance, because he changed so much I almost didn't recognize him. Meng Rong felt awkward. Was he really that detestable back then? The more he looked at Liang Zijuan, the more he saw himself reflected in the boy. That night by the lake, he caught him red-handed with his girlfriend, yet the kid kept trying to cozy up to him afterward, terrified he'd expose him. But Meng Rong noticed this guy shared some similarities with himself, namely, a special talent for mechanics. Even if he wasn't as skilled as himself, he still had potential worth nurturing. The problem, as Xianghua had pointed out, was that the kid was downright arrogant and slackerish, always dreaming of getting out into the world. He probably had some connections at home, and no one at school could rein him in. If this kid joined the team, he'd cause more trouble than anyone else. Yet Meng Rong understood that if such a person channeled their abilities, they could surpass anyone. Not everyone could turn their life around like he had. Life held many tragedies, but each person's journey was unique. Tragedy and comedy didn't repeat themselves. Meng Rong wouldn't dare guarantee Liang Zijuan would suddenly see the light and turn over a new leaf. He'd only tentatively mentioned it to Xianghua, and predictably, she shot him down, giving him a thorough dressing down. But maybe we could observe him, give it a shot. To pick a general from a bunch of short guys, you need a bunch of short guys to begin with, right? If it doesn't work out, we can just cut him loose. Xianghua suddenly added, as if having a change of heart. After all, the pool of options was too small now. Meng Rong nodded vigorously in agreement. Xianghua seemed cornered, better to grab at straws than starve to death. Xianghua continued, once we get back, we need to get to work immediately. Time waits for no one. Let's fight, old deskmate. Dawn broke with a cool breeze outside the window. Trees whizzed past on both sides as the late autumn morning unfolded golden hills, empty fields, and endless panorama. Xianghua stroked her silky hair, yawned, then leaned directly against Meng Rong's shoulder and fell fast asleep. Chapter 108, Calculations. In Principal Xiao's office, smoke curled through the air. Several elderly men sat on the sofa while Vice Principal Liu pulled up a chair beside them, joining their casual conversation. Old Xiao, are you really comfortable letting 2 youngsters lead the team to the competition? What's there to worry about? For vocational schools like ours, there are at least 15 major categories and over 66 events each year. Sometimes more, sometimes less depending on registrations and past performance. Our school usually competes and manages to snag a few rankings, so it's not too embarrassing. What are you getting at, Mr. Li? What I mean is, this isn't a trivial matter.
If we mess up, if we pick the wrong people or fail to train them properly, we might end up with 0 awards.
That's entirely possible. We can't afford the consequences.
Every word from Mr. Li cut to the heart. Principal Xiao fell silent for a moment, glancing at Vice Principal Liu, who remained unresponsive.
Hesitating, he asked, "Is that really possible?" A bead of sweat appeared on Vice Principal Liu's forehead. The possibility couldn't be dismissed. If those two youngsters really botched it, it would be a major headache. While he could brush off complaints from ordinary teachers, these individuals weren't just any faculty members.
They were essentially the school's veterans, highly respected and esteemed,
with students spread far and wide.
Some, like the venerable Mr. Li, had been here since the school's founding, even serving as principal for a term. Though retired now, their words still carried significant weight.
Principal Xiao couldn't afford to disregard their opinions.
This time, the group had clearly come together after careful deliberation. While our Duanjiang Technical College may not be among the top-ranked institutions, our consistent performance in various competitions over the years has been commendable.
To what do we owe this?
To the collective efforts of our entire school, and to our meticulous selection of leaders and talent each year. That is how we have achieved such fruitful results.
Principal Xiao remained silent. This speaker was implying that the current situation was nothing but a farce.
Veteran colleagues have their role to play.
Don't blame us old-timers for speaking up.
We've heard certain things and couldn't sit idly by, so we came to ask you directly.
Another elder spoke up.
We heard that this time, the school didn't use any of the seasoned veterans who've led teams in past competitions.
Instead, they put 2 young upstarts in charge. Is that true?
Yes, I believe it's time to give the younger generation opportunities, Vice Principal Liu interjected, noticing Principal Xiao's grim expression. Colleagues, our school student quality has been declining in recent years. This has led to consistently mediocre results in competitions.
The days of abundant rewards are long gone. We now face multiple crises. Reform is essential. Bringing in young talent to shake things up is necessary. Besides, I have confidence in them. Meng Rong is a technical whiz. I've seen it firsthand.
He's an exceptionally talented young man. Yan Gui is also a rare gem among our faculty, holding a master's degree in teaching CNC. I dare say few schools can match their expertise in this specialized field. My recommendation for them to handle all competition matters this year was made after careful consideration.
Careful consideration?
Young Liu, your temper remains as impulsive as ever. As vice principal, you should consider the broader picture, not act solely on personal preferences, Old Li admonished.
Vice Principal Liu could only stand at attention and take the criticism.
Before these senior figures, he had no grounds for defense. He simply couldn't fathom how such a minor matter had stirred up this group of veteran colleagues.
Did the teachers who led the team in previous years harbor such deep resentment over this issue? And how had they managed to persuade these elders to step forward? Under the relentless barrage from the elders, Principal Xiao clearly couldn't hold his ground and was about to back down. He had wanted reform and had agreed to Vice Principal Liu's rather bold experiment, but he hadn't anticipated it would cause such a huge uproar. He couldn't help but frown.
If he couldn't even make decisions on minor matters like this now, what kind of enormous trouble might he stir up if he attempted more sweeping reforms in the future?
This weighed heavily on his mind. So what if they didn't win an award? Why make such a big deal out of it?
But the old folks' views were stubbornly entrenched. He couldn't fathom why this particular matter had struck such a deep nerve with them. It was utterly absurd.
He knew the influence these veteran comrades wielded.
If he didn't compromise now, they could easily approach higher authorities. Their connections were everywhere, and many would give them face. Thus, he could only agree to postpone the matter for further deliberation. He promised to seriously consider the valuable suggestions put forward by the veteran comrades and would convene a meeting to revisit the plan. Only then did he manage to finally calm the emotions of the few veteran comrades.
Finally, Vice President Liu couldn't help but ask, "It's just a competition. Why make such a big deal out of it?"
Old Comrade Li shot him a sidelong glance.
Though the matter may seem minor, the public discontent is immense. Can we really stay out of this?
We cannot stand by and watch the advancement opportunities of our younger colleagues be so casually discarded.
Vice President Liu understood.
It ultimately involved certain individuals' interests. This event tied to bonuses, promotions, improved benefits, and numerous other perks. That's why some couldn't sit idly by, and clearly, these were the very juniors the elders valued.
The inevitable politics of any group. Even over such a trivial matter, people were fighting tooth and nail. What was the point? He couldn't quite grasp this level of obsession. Perhaps when his time came to retire, he too would gradually become like them? The thought left him feeling reluctant.
Vice Principal Wu gave me a piece of his mind just the other day. He said showing care for young people is a good thing, but forcing growth is a bad thing. You have to act within your means.
I think everyone has a point, and I'll give it some more thought. Vice Principal Liu, however reluctant, had to concede defeat. Mr. Wu? Which Mr. Wu? Who else could it be? Mr. Wu Tong, of course.
I suppose you could call us friends across generations.
Vice Principal Liu replied. Ah, well, these two young scholars, since that female teacher is Yenghua, correct? She happens to be Mr. Wu's granddaughter. If not for his strong endorsement, our school would never have attracted such high-caliber talent to join our faculty. Principal Xiao interjected with a timely explanation. These connections were usually kept buried within their small circle. No one ever spoke of them openly. After hearing this, Old Li fell silent, and all the elders fell silent. After a long pause, Old Li spoke again. Young people deserve opportunities, but we can't exclude our veteran colleagues. They must participate in guidance and oversight to ensure nothing goes wrong. Though the competition itself isn't major, we can't treat it carelessly. It involves the efforts and dedication of some comrades. Young Xiao, young Lu, you two must pay extra attention and care. Understood, Xiao and Lu replied in unison. The elders then rose to leave. Xiao and Lu hurriedly escorted them downstairs and to their car before waving farewell. Watching them depart, Xiao and Lu exchanged a knowing glance before returning to the office in silence. It seemed clear that old Wu wielded considerable influence. While one might disregard anyone else's standing, in the education circle, old Wu's authority was undeniable. The senior comrades had never imagined anyone would dare to directly challenge old Wu's granddaughter. Upon returning, someone was going to get a serious talking to. On the way back to the office, Principal Xiao suddenly asked Vice Principal Lu, "Do you think these two will be of any use? We absolutely cannot let this end with us not winning a single medal. That would be a complete embarrassment." His tone grew stern as he finished. "At the very least, Meng Rong should easily secure 1 or 2 gold medals," Vice Principal Lu replied confidently. "That gives us a solid baseline. We haven't won more than 2 championships in years. Since we're already this far behind, why not let them compete? A miracle might just happen. Then have Meng Rong enter as many events as possible, every single one he qualifies for. This time we're going all out. You have numbers, we have skill. One of us can outshine several of them," Principal Xiao declared. "And Teacher Yan, we just added the CNC machine tool competition this year. If she can snag 1 or 2 medals there, it won't matter if the student team brings home nothing else." "That's exactly what I was thinking, heh." With that, the 2 old foxes exchanged a knowing smile and said no more. Teachers passing by greeted them. They nodded indifferently and slowly walked back to their respective offices. Meanwhile, Teacher Chen was analyzing the competition with Yenghua, Meng Rong, and the younger teachers Zhang and Li. Our school's strength is certainly respectable within Fengyang City, but when viewed at the provincial level, we're not even upper middle tier, barely upper middle at best. Especially with the declining quality of our student intake these past few years, fielding a team for competitions has become an absolute struggle. We're stretched thin. While we have plenty of students, the pool of viable candidates keeps shrinking. This year, if I had to pick, I'd be hard-pressed to find anyone suitable for the competition. It was clear Mr. Chen felt a deep sense of regret. When he first arrived as a young teacher, things weren't like this. Who could have imagined that as the school grew larger, its foundation would become increasingly fragile? That's why I believe the school understands this situation more thoroughly than we do. This year, we must burn our boats and fight with our backs against the wall. Vice Principal Lu assigning 2 people to take full responsibility for the competition. I suspect he didn't have high hopes for it in the first place. So why not try a different approach? It must be said that though Mr. Chen was honest and straightforward, his reasoning was remarkably logical. Meng Rong and Yenghua nodded frequently in agreement. From the start, they found the school's decision absurd and somewhat unrealistic. But hearing Mr. Chen's analysis, it became clear the school was acting deliberately. After all, the competition wasn't a matter of life and death. Success would be a pleasant surprise, failure an expected outcome. Either way, everything was under their control. Yenghua fumed, "That old codger has ulterior motives." Teacher Chen quickly cut him off. "Don't say that. Vice Principal Lu's move is brilliant. I'm genuinely impressed. His selection of 2 contestants wasn't random. First, Teacher Meng's skills are top-notch, and Teacher Yan is a graduate student. Both can hold their own. If they compete, winning a few medals is no problem. If our students win a few more medals, the outcome would be perfect, surpassing past results. You must understand that in previous years, our faculty either didn't enter the staff competition or performed dismally. As educators, our skills grow rusty from lack of practice. No matter how hard we train, we simply can't compete with others. So what about your results, Teacher Chen?" Teacher Chen's face flushed. "The 2 years I attended, we didn't register me. They said my severe myopia made it unsuitable. I was only assigned to lead the team and handle logistical duties. Everyone, oh." Chapter 109, Zhangyang's Inception. Teacher Chen never imagined that the name Zhangyang Team was something Meng Rong had made up on the spot. When he kept mentioning it, Yenghua sensed something was off. "What Zhangyang Team?" Yenghua pressed. Teacher Chen's expression froze instantly. He glanced at Meng Rong, who kept his head down, fiddling with his pen. Teacher Chen forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. "Wasn't that the name you two chose for the team? That happened? I had no idea." Yenghua glared at Meng Rong, who had no choice but to admit it was a temporary ploy to lure Teacher Chen into the trap. Yan Guo was furious. This was pure reckless improvisation.
What kind of team name was Jiang Yang Team?
It was laughable. Teacher Chen quickly tried to smooth things over, saying the name Jiang Yang Team actually sounded quite nice.
The other two teachers also thought it wasn't bad, and so, in a muddle, Jiang Yang Team became the codename for their competition team.
However, they could only use it privately. Externally, they had to compete under the school's name and couldn't call themselves any kind of team.
That would just create chaos.
Imagine if, during the competition, someone called themselves the Shaolin Team and another the Dragon Ball Team. Wouldn't the matches turn into Shaolin Kung Fu versus Kamehameha?
That would be utterly ridiculous. Yan Guo handed out a roster for the teachers to review her proposed team selection.
But the list was short, and even with Liang Zijuan added at Meng Rong's recommendation, there were fewer than 8 names.
Zhao Xingji, Mei Lianqing, Xanz, Chang Xan, Lu Ping, Chao Yang, Lu Yan, Liang Zijuan. Teacher Chen read them out one by one, his brow furrowing slightly.
I don't recognize half of these names. Are they all freshmen from the class of 03 and 04?
Yes, we only know them, Yan Guo admitted frankly.
Teacher Chen grimaced. This won't do.
There are some skilled seniors from the class of 01 and 02, some with competition experience.
Why weren't they included? Relying solely on freshmen to defeat those veterans is completely unrealistic.
Yan Guo replied, first, I don't know those top players from previous years.
Second, my main goal is to give the students exposure. Broadening horizons is key. We need to look to the future.
This time, we can't expect them to make a significant impact. Success would be a pleasant surprise. Failure is perfectly reasonable.
We'll regroup next year.
By then, we'll have targeted training under our belts, and success will be guaranteed. Nothing but pleasant surprises.
Meng Rong thought to himself, that's not what you told Zhao Xingji.
He understood Yan Guo didn't hold high expectations for these students competing. Teacher Chen pondered for a long moment before speaking slowly, I understand.
We can certainly discuss this list internally first. But if we submit it to the school, we'll inevitably get scolded. After all, the school still has its pride. We have our pride too.
I'd love to ask who qualifies, but those old-timers barely acknowledge me.
Yan Guo was still fuming.
She couldn't fathom hitting a wall over such a minor matter.
Teacher Chen sighed.
This must be why you guys recruited me in the first place. He was now stuck on this sinking ship.
How about we go ask them anyway? Find out how they handled it in previous years. What criteria did they use for screening?
Teacher Zhang suggested from the side.
He'd been deeply shaken when Meng Rong managed to fix the CNC machine, though he'd recovered from the blow.
Still, he felt uneasy, partly resentful, partly hesitant to openly contradict Meng Rong. Facing him, his words lacked conviction, a subtle psychological tension he hadn't even noticed himself.
No way.
Yan Guo flatly rejected the suggestion. The thought of seeing those people's smug faces annoyed her.
Meng Rong hesitated, choosing silence.
His position was awkward enough in front of several teachers. He preferred not to speak much, lest he offend someone. Teacher Li remained non-committal about the suggestion. Had Teacher Chen not joined in, he wouldn't have come at all. His role was to do good deeds and keep quiet. Beyond that, he preferred not to think too much. Thus, the suggestion was temporarily shelved. Next came the task of individually approaching students to persuade them to dedicate their free time to the intensive training program. Additionally, Teacher Chen was tasked with recruiting several more students from the upper grades to join.
Before finalizing the roster, they still had a little time for talent screening.
First, Meng Rong sought out Liang Zijuan. When he found him, Liang was passionately recounting his past achievements to several classmates, his words flowing like a torrent. Witnessing this scene, Meng Rong almost saw a reflection of his younger self. A fleeting memory surfaced, a fragment of time long past, as if he had lived through it all before.
Pulling Liang Zijuan aside for a talk, Liang was taken aback upon learning Meng Rong's purpose. He was perplexed. Teacher Meng, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you know this is hard work with no extra pay. I just don't see the point. I don't want to go. Find someone else. This response caught Meng Rong off guard. This wasn't like his younger self at all. Back then, though he was a bit of a slacker, when the school asked him to represent them in a competition, he'd agreed without hesitation. He'd even been quite proud of it for a while. He hadn't found it tedious when the teacher repeatedly drilled key points or provided extra training for the team members he'd followed along with great enthusiasm. In the end, his outstanding drawing talent earned him an award. After the competition, the teacher remarked that if Meng Rong could settle down and focus all his energy on mastering his craft, he would surely become an outstanding technician. He remembered that moment of praise, feeling supremely pleased with himself. It became a recurring anecdote in his later boasts how he'd stunned the crowd, how he'd been utterly unrivaled. Looking back now, perhaps the teacher's compliment had hidden meaning, a subtle criticism of his lack of focus and passion for learning. But regret now was useless. Lost in these memories, he looked at Liang Zijuan before him and found himself at a loss for words. The boy seemed utterly indifferent to honors, caring only for tangible benefits. Was he already so mercenary at such a young age? That couldn't be good for him personally. Yet he soon recognized Liang Zijuan's naivety. As Liang Zijuan spoke, he gradually understood Liang Zijuan was shaped by his family.
His father was a man driven solely by profit, measuring everything by monetary gain, and he had taught Liang Zijuan to do the same.
To them, everything else was fake. Only money was real.
Thus, to Liang Zijuan, participating in the competition offered no real benefit at best, a certificate and some small prizes. Investing so much energy and time for that seemed unprofitable.
Meng Rong was utterly speechless at this mindset.
Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he recalled their earlier encounter.
He asked just one question: your dad wouldn't let you have a school romance either, right? What do you think he'd say if he found out you were wasting money on this? The word struck a nerve, and Liang Zijuan's expression immediately hardened.
This was his Achilles heel.
His father had taught him to be practical, and what could be less practical than indulging in early romance? It was a waste of life and money, strictly forbidden. He gave a sheepish smile. Well, we just do it for fun.
Meng Rong remained silent, her gaze fixed on him.
Under her intense stare, Liang Zijuan grew uneasy until he finally slumped, defeated. Teacher Meng, please don't spread this around. I'll sign up for the competition, okay? Seeing Meng Rong's lips twitch into a smile, he quickly added, alright, fine, I'll sign up. But I'm warning you, this is a one-time thing. Don't ever use this to blackmail me again, or I'll turn my back and walk away. You can say whatever you want. Meng Rong nodded. Then I have one more request: focus on your studies. For now, put any thoughts of romance aside. That kind of sweet agony won't be a blessing in your life, it'll only hinder your growth. As for whether Liang Zijuan would care about rankings or just coast through after joining, no way. That wasn't up to him.
Xianghua first approached Xiao Yang, the class monitor of one of her primary classes. After explaining the purpose, Xiao Yang immediately agreed to join the team, seeing it as his duty. This saved Xianghua a lot of persuasion.
Next, she approached Chang Xian. However, the moment Chang Xian saw her, psychological trauma surfaced.
After all, his memory of being sent to the infirmary by Teacher Yen for coughing due to a cold was deeply unpleasant.
He had no desire to participate in any competition, didn't he know his own limitations? He wanted to refuse but was too timid to do so.
His indecision annoyed Xianghua, who glared at him, ready to reprimand him.
Unexpectedly, Chang Xian immediately recalled the punishment for copying homework. To avoid future retaliation, he quickly declared his willingness to join before she could scold him. Thus, Xianghua secured another victory without a fight. Next, Meng Rong and Xianghua approached Mei Lianqing, Xanz, Lu Ping, Lu Yan, and others. These students were all top performers academically and technically.
Though some worried about how it might impact their studies or free time, after the teachers appealed to their emotions and explained the benefits, they all agreed to join. The most unexpected turn came the very next morning. Just as class was about to begin, Xianghua, carrying his backpack to the classroom, was startled by Zhao Xingji standing outside.
Hey, why are you back? Didn't your family need you to stay and help? Teacher Yen, my father regained consciousness after surgery.
The doctor said he's out of immediate danger. My mother saw how anxious I was and knew I was eager to return, so she let me come back to class right away.
Are you sure your father is okay? Xianghua pressed, still uneasy.
My father, at least he'll survive.
Zhao Xingji's voice grew low.
Though she appeared simple and capable on the surface, she was still essentially that innocent country girl at heart. Her parents' situation weighed heavily on her mind.
My mother said I mustn't disappoint Teacher Yan's kindness. With the life-saving money you lent us and my father being okay, I should come back to class. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. I promise I'll do it well.
Xianghua looked at the girl's clean, stubborn face, her expression intensely earnest, far more moving than her simple attire. She couldn't help but embrace her, feeling the strong beat of the girl's heart. Her voice choked with emotion.
Xingji, we must all live well, more brilliantly than anyone else. Only by living brilliantly can we escape life's shadows. This isn't about proving ourselves, it's about fighting for our very lives. Soon after, Teacher Chen and the others finalized the list of 6 recommended senior students. With that, the 14-member Jianyang student delegation was officially formed. Chapter 110, Registration Directions.
Vice Principal Liu stared at the roster Xianghua submitted, pondering it for a long while. His expression darkened. Judging by this list, freshmen dominated the student contingent, while the faculty team was merely adequate.
Worse still, Meng Rong's own name was conspicuously absent. He angrily voiced his objection. Xianghua immediately shot back, because he's not a teacher.
At most, he can only serve as a coach for our student team.
Vice Principal Liu's jaw dropped. This was indeed a problem. Meng Rong had no teaching credentials whatsoever.
He was merely a part-time student worker, his status awkward and fundamentally ineligible for competition.
He hadn't anticipated this at all.
It was a major oversight, and he felt a pang of regret. He could only try to close the barn door after the horse had bolted now.
He'd have to hurry and get Meng Rong to sign a temporary contract. That way, it would at least be somewhat passable. 1,000 thoughts raced through Vice Principal Liu's mind in an instant. Solving this wasn't too difficult, but Xianghua quickly raised another issue. Principal Liu, you don't seriously think adding Meng Rong will guarantee a medal, do you? Have you even looked at the current competition events? Vice Principal Liu chuckled. Isn't it pretty much the same as last year?
Sai, you really should get yourself a pair of flowery glasses, Xianghua remarked bluntly.
Haven't you noticed the major changes in this year's competition compared to previous ones? Major changes? Vice Principal Liu frowned.
He had led the team last year and assumed this year's project wouldn't differ much from last year's, so he hadn't scrutinized the competition categories and had simply passed the notice to the two of them.
Could there be something special about it? Xianghua sneered.
This year's machining category has significantly expanded CNC machine tool competitions. The general technician category has been scaled back to just a few minor events. Only welding remains unchanged.
Everything else now emphasizes cutting-edge technology. That's a major shift.
I know that, Vice Principal Liu shrugged dismissively.
So what if they've added more events?
It doesn't change anything for us.
I wasn't expecting much anyway. It was truly frustrating.
Over the years, no matter how the events were structured, their results remained mediocre. With so many categories, they could barely scrape together 1 or 2 gold medals. While they won plenty of second and third prizes, those carried far less weight. After all, the province was packed with top talent. Thousands competed annually, and they had to navigate multiple rounds of selection.
Duanjiang Technical School's results weren't exactly stellar. Last year's performance? Well, better not to mention it.
So this year, they had to go all out. Sticking to the same old methods would surely yield the same results.
After repeated revisions, the final roster was finalized.
Vice Principal Liu would personally lead the team, with teachers Yan Guo and Chen Ji serving as deputy captains. The faculty competitors were Yan Guo, Chen Ji Li Tianfu, and Zhang Xianyu, who would primarily compete in conventional machining, CNC, electrical engineering, and computer science events. Additionally, teachers Hihua and Zhong Xiaocong were selected at Vice Principal Liu's strong recommendation. Their primary strengths lie in teaching competitions, where they have developed unique approaches. For the student team, 14 participants were finalized for 11 events, primarily focusing on the school's teaching strengths.
Each competing student is a top performer in their respective field.
Notably, Zhao Xingji opted for CNC programming and CNC milling skills, while Liang Zijuan chose conventional machine tool machining similar to Meng Rong's focus. Liang Zijuan, Zhao Xingji, and Chang Xian will also form a team for the CNC Integrated Application Technology competition. Others selected areas like electromechanical maintenance or computer installation, each specializing according to their strengths.
Next came the specialized training phase, Meng Rong's most familiar territory.
This evoked a sense of irony, having barely escaped one challenge only to face another. How the tables had turned. Just recently he'd been receiving intensive training from Master Quang at the factory, and now he was about to train others. Overall, the difficulty level of inter-school competitions differed somewhat from that of industry-level contests, which is why Meng Rong was entrusted with training the students. The school swiftly signed a short-term teaching contract with Meng Rong, resolving his eligibility issue through official status. The school held sufficient authority to make this arrangement, and the competing parties didn't press the matter too hard. After all, securing a top-tier expert was a testament to their capability. Who would voluntarily participate in such a competition unless compelled? Meng Rong's situation was unique. Yan Guo also acted as a precaution. Teacher Chen had warned him, what if some old-timers took issue and used this as an excuse to file a complaint? Yan Guo had no choice but to bite the bullet and help Meng Rong resolve the issue. In the initial training plan, Meng Rong had intended to follow his own approach, focusing primarily on developing the students' abilities. Therefore, he initially proposed that Yan Guo lead everyone in strengthening their fundamental skills, based on his own experience in the factory. But he quickly realized this approach wouldn't work. First, the subjects the students were studying varied greatly. Some required not just proficiency, but comprehension, observational skills, and a deep grasp of theoretical knowledge. Second, as Yan Guo put it, rolling her eyes at Meng Rong, do you think modern technology just relies on muscle memory from repetitive drills? That one T cut it. You need your brain. Got that? I admit you've put in years of hard work and sacrifice, so your skills are genuinely solid. You're a master in every trade.
But now it's all computers, all CNC machines. Haven't you noticed? This year's competition only has 2 or 3 events left for conventional lathes.
Your approach won't stay relevant for long.
This stung Meng Rong.
Yan Guo's words suddenly struck home. Times had changed.
All those years of grueling apprenticeship might soon be obsolete.
Only now did he recall Master Liu and the others, and Fing how their faces flashed before him, etched with the quiet desolation of a dying craft, the rise and fall of skills. Ultimately, what Meng Rong failed to grasp was that the students before him simply lacked the time, energy, or patience for his intensive foundational training. They had their studies and their lives. They didn't need the kind of intensive training he had endured. To be precise, the standards were higher now, and the requirements more comprehensive. Students only needed to possess basic operational knowledge and foundational technical skills. The rest was primarily a test of mental capacity, like understanding complex CNC programming techniques. This was vastly different from simple machining competitions. The final division of labor assigned him to lead Chang Xian, Mei Lianqing, and Liang Zijuan in intensive training on conventional machine tool processing techniques. Chang Xian was physically frail and frequently ill, yet possessed exceptional talent and a deep grasp of solid geometry. Mei Lianqing excelled in hands-on skills but lacked theoretical grounding. Only Liang Zijuan combined natural aptitude with a passion for practical work, though he suffered from poor patience and a host of bad habits. During Meng Rong's practical workshops with the trio, Liang Zijuan would yawn constantly, looking perpetually sleepy and listless. Yet the moment Meng Rong turned away, he'd perk up, dragging the other two into chatter. Worse still, he'd once secretly passed cigarettes to them, trying to lure them into smoking and goofing off. When Meng Rong discovered this, he was furious. If things continued like this, all his teaching would be wasted. So he pulled Liang Zijuan aside for a private talk, demanding he kick his bad habits, shake off his lethargy, and throw himself fully into the competition. But I never had much interest in this competition to begin with, Liang Zijuan said nonchalantly. He'd been dragged into it by Meng Rong and had been regretting it ever since sacrificing his rest time only to chase a gold medal that offered little reward. From a cost-benefit perspective, it was a total loss. He'd reluctantly agreed at the time, but the more he thought about it, the worse the deal seemed. So even for your own sake, you think it's a bad deal? Meng Rong was utterly speechless at Liang Zijuan's bizarre logic. This was simply incomprehensible. In a competition like this, no matter how much honor you claimed it held, it wasn't truly honorable. No matter how much reward you promised, none was immediately visible. From Liang Zijuan's perspective, this was a deal not worth making. Meng Rong pressed further, and you're handing out cigarettes to everyone? How old are you, anyway? You've started smoking yourself and now you're corrupting others. Is this really for your own good? Isn't it bad for your health? Liang Zijuan looked hurt. Not only do I smoke, but I'm also in a relationship. What's wrong with that? We're grown-ups now. We can take responsibility for ourselves. Meng Rong was furious. He mustered his patience and lectured Liang Zijuan again, drawing on his own experiences and offering gentle advice. Back in my day, if I had focused on my studies, paid attention in class, and later dedicated myself to my work, my fate would have been entirely different. Liang Zijuan only scoffed in response. Mr. Meng, that's because you're bad at handling people and situations. You keep making mistakes, especially at critical moments. That's just your fate, your luck's just bad. Mine's definitely better than yours. I won't end up like that. Liang Zijuan's words drew quiet chuckles from Chang Xian and Mei Lianqing standing nearby. They didn't possess Liang Zijuan's audacity, their speech remained respectful and polite, whereas Liang Zijuan was utterly unrestrained. Meng Rong sighed. Liang Zijuan, no matter how much talent you have, you'll ruin it all yourself. Liang Zijuan merely scoffed dismissively, unconcerned. He didn't even care if he got kicked out of the team. The Zhongyang team? Too tacky. He hated it. But suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He whirled around to find Yenghua standing behind him, her face frozen in icy disapproval. She'd clearly been listening to their bickering for some time. Yenghua gritted her teeth. We don't need trash like you on our team. I never wanted you here in the first place. Coach Meng was blind to see any potential in you. Looks like you're nothing but rotten wood. If you want to rot, go mold somewhere else. Get out. Liang Zijuan's face flushed crimson. Yengua's tirade sent a sudden tingling sensation coursing through him from head to toe, like being struck by lightning. He was usually indifferent to everything, measuring all things by their value, but now he felt a mix of shame and anger tinged with an unprecedented excitement that made his whole body tremble. Does Teacher Meng really think so highly of me? He wondered inwardly, glancing back at Meng Rong's face, now etched with disappointment. He declared loudly, whoever called me useless, I'll show them who's truly remarkable. Teacher Meng, I'll prove it to you. With that, he flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, crushed it underfoot, and strode to the milling machine. Following Meng Rong's instructions to the letter, he began working with meticulous precision. Meng Rong watched, delighted and relieved. But as soon as the training ended, Yenghua had already vanished. Liang Zijuan suddenly stopped and whispered, Teacher Meng, do you think my performance will help me score points? Meng Rong was taken aback. Chapter 111, The Expedition Approaches. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack, especially when you were deeply engrossed in serious thought, study, or work. Before he knew it, 2 months had passed. The year-end competition was fast approaching. During this period, intensive training had significantly strengthened all participants, markedly improving their skill levels. Pre-competition preparations were nearly complete, with resources from all quarters concentrated on the team. Though minor setbacks occasionally arose, they were largely resolved under Vice Principal Liu's personal guidance. Those who might have harbored grievances now fell silent, their intentions unclear. Everyone was waiting to see what achievements this team could deliver. Principal Xiao, however, was growing impatient. At times, he grumbled that Vice Principal Liu had been overly ambitious, fearing the team might suffer a crushing defeat. At other moments, he frowned deeply, consumed by worry. Vice Principal Liu reassured him, what's meant to be will be.
Whatever you set out to do, success or failure, must be done.
Reform inevitably brings growing pains.
If it ends in disaster, it makes reform even more necessary.
But if it's a resounding victory, people might just think things are fine as they are.
Principal Xiao had to admit he had a point.
Xianghua had been exceptionally focused and dedicated lately, pouring all her energy into competition preparation outside of classes. Old Yan called her to come home for dinner, saying her grandfather hadn't seen her in ages and missed her terribly. Xianghua replied that she was about to lead the charge into battle and couldn't be bothered with family matters or sentimental nonsense right now. This infuriated her father, who fumed and scolded her for being a thankless brat demanding money when she needed it and getting it delivered overnight, yet refusing to come home for a simple meal. Xianghua protested tearfully that she was genuinely swamped. The entire team's responsibilities rested on her as a newcomer.
Even her grandfather would understand. How could a rookie handle such weighty tasks? Her family should be more supportive.
Old Yan was left speechless, forced to concede.
He wondered silently if it was time to find someone to keep her in line.
Was she really neglecting her life for work? Though Xianghua was swamped and exhausted attending classes by day and grinding through competition drills by night, often burning the midnight oil, she radiated a peculiar glow despite her pallor. Meng Rong, on the other hand, had it much easier. After all, any work requiring physical endurance didn't tire him much. Plus, the roles had reversed. Once an apprentice, now a master in life, couldn't get any more carefree. From their initial friction upon meeting, the two had grown much more harmonious. Though their busy schedules meant they spent less time together, when they did meet, their discussions centered more on training progress and sharing insights.
In Meng Rong's view, Yangua's earnest dedication was particularly admirable. Compared to himself, Yanghua was undeniably more focused and committed.
This was a point of shame for Meng Rong. Yet in Yanggua's eyes, Meng Rong had improved immensely since their student days. At least his sense of responsibility was far stronger now.
Moreover, he had become a versatile technician with many practical skills, gradually eroding the negative impressions from their student years.
Just as everything was moving toward the final competition, something unexpected and surprising to Meng Rong happened.
For some unknown reason, Xianghua Factory had dispatched a delegation requesting a study visit to Duanzhong Technical College.
Such a request was impossible to refuse. Both Principal Xiao and Vice Principal Liu expressed warm welcomes, though they harbored internal doubts. The formalities still had to be observed. The reason was simple: although Meng Rong had been the one to facilitate the recent collaboration and assist the school, the favor was owed to General Manager Yin of Xianghua Factory. Without his approval to send the delegation, none of the events Meng Rong had personally experienced would have unfolded. After Meng Rong resigned, the school rarely contacted Xianghua, and Xianghua naturally had no reason to reach out to the school. It seemed as though the collaboration between the two parties had been severed. No one could have predicted they would request a study visit at this moment. What they had up their sleeves was anyone's guess, but neither courtesy nor reason offered grounds for refusal. After receiving the reception request, Vice Principal Liu pondered for a moment before summoning Meng Rong to his office. Meng Rong had just finished performing maintenance on the machinery in the school enterprise workshop. His clothes were covered in oil, and the black mud on his hands hadn't been wiped clean due to his hurried arrival. Panting as he entered the office, he felt too embarrassed to sit down and could only stand while speaking. Vice Principal Liu handed him several tissues to wipe his hands.
Meng Rong took them, wiping as he chuckled. "Principal Liu, couldn't you have just called with your request? Making me come to your office like this, I didn't even have time to change, isn't very polite." Vice Principal Liu remained composed. "Have you been in contact with Xianghua Factory recently?" Meng Rong was taken aback by the question. "Too busy. Besides the occasional phone call to check on my mentor, I've barely been in touch with Xianghua." "Why? Has the factory come looking for trouble with the school over me?" He keenly sensed a hidden message in Vice Principal Liu's simple inquiry. Vice Principal Liu shook his head. "Not at all.
They wouldn't cause us trouble. It's just, for some reason, Xianghua suddenly wants to organize a group visit to our school for observation and learning.
I wonder what they're after." Meng Rong was taken aback again. "They're coming?" The news struck him as oddly novel, evoking an indescribable feeling. "Yes. I can't refuse this request, but I'd still like to hear your thoughts." Vice Principal Liu chose his words carefully. "I don't know why you left Xianghua, but now you're under my purview." Meng Rong immediately responded, "Rest assured, even though I've left Xianghua, it won't affect the relationship between the factory and the school. The school doesn't need to worry too much." Vice Principal Liu visibly relaxed. "That's good. I was mainly worried you might feel uncomfortable. I am me, and the institution is the institution. I'm not the type to hold grudges over this." Meng Rong paused, then added, "Xianghua treated me well. I'm grateful to them. Later, though some things became unpleasant, that's a separate matter. Also, rest assured, I have nothing to feel guilty about toward Xianghua. I can guarantee that." Vice Principal Liu stared into Meng Rong's eyes. He saw nothing but clarity, no trace of resentment, bitterness, or hatred. He nodded. "Then I can finally relax. I certainly don't want this little matter to cause any trouble or affect your mood. After all, you're someone I value now. If you'd said no to their visit, I would have refused them outright. Hearing this, Meng Rong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Talk about hindsight. She casually asked, when are they coming? Tomorrow morning at 10.
I'm not entirely sure who exactly will be coming, but I hear Deputy General Manager Ho is leading the delegation.
Beyond that, I know nothing. He's coming? Meng Rong froze. Mr. Ho? Memories flooded back.
This man had once been kind to him, but later events showed he didn't value Meng Rong at all, even actively suppressing him. His current feelings toward the man were complicated. But whatever.
He wouldn't be handling the reception anyway.
If they crossed paths, he'd just exchange a greeting and a thank you. He didn't dwell on it much and soon put the matter out of his mind. For the school, corporate visits for learning and observation were uncommon but hardly a major event. Especially for a company of Fengha's scale, it was hardly worth making a fuss over. Aside from a few reception staff, most people paid little attention. Still, to demonstrate its commitment, the university organized a campus-wide cleanup. The weather had turned chilly, and students grumbled, but they completed the assigned tasks on time. The campus looked noticeably cleaner, with fallen leaves swept from the paths and weeds trimmed from the curbs. Vice Principal Liu arrived at the school gate by 9:30, pacing back and forth while arranging the welcoming arrangements.
Director Zhang, you handle the lunch arrangements. See to it. So the usual spot we always arrange? Should we bring alcohol?
Director Zhang, head of the Academic Affairs Office, wasn't technically responsible for these matters, but no one else was better at handling them.
Sure. As for the wine, never mind.
Bring a few bottles just in case, though we probably won't need them.
It's a work lunch, and they might not drink. Vice Principal Liu made the arrangements offhand.
Director Zhang, they might request to observe classes.
Give the teachers a heads up. If they do enter a classroom, make sure they know how to handle it.
Rest assured, I already briefed everyone yesterday afternoon, Director Zhang said confidently. I told them to proceed with classes as usual.
Unless we interrupt, they should just carry on.
I also reminded them how to respond to any questions, nothing off limits.
But what could they possibly accomplish by observing classes? Are they planning to recruit graduates from our school? Vice Principal Liu nodded. Exactly.
I suspect they have their own agenda this time.
We'll just have to play it by ear. After all, we're partner institutions.
Even if there's nothing specific, it's perfectly normal to maintain mutual visits.
After making some simple arrangements, Vice Principal Liu glanced back.
Welcome banners were already hung on both sides of the school entrance. He nodded with satisfaction. Glancing at his watch, he saw the time was approaching. Looking up, he spotted several sedans approaching in the distance. The lead vehicle was unmistakable, an Audi. Surprised, he thought to himself, Fengha sure is pulling out all the stops these days. The motorcade slowly entered the campus. A group of people emerged from the vehicles, led by none other than the familiar Mr. Ho. Vice Principal Liu stepped forward warmly to greet him. After a round of pleasantries, they introduced the people behind them. Mr. Ho introduced, this is our HR Director, Mr. Zhao. And this is our newly appointed Assistant General Manager, Pang Yudong. He's quite talented for his age, the youngest department head in our factory. Pang Yudong, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, approached with polite demeanor and shook hands with Vice Principal Liu.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Haha, Mr. Pang is quite the handsome fellow. Vice President Liu beamed like a Maitreya Buddha, offering warm praise. President Yan has excellent judgment.
Mr. Ho leaned in and whispered to Vice Principal Liu, by the way, this is Mr. Yan's future son-in-law. He has a bright future ahead. Then, he announced loudly, this visit to the university to learn and discuss talent cooperation was actually Mr. Pang's suggestion.
Vice President Liu was astonished.
He scrutinized Pang Yudong from head to toe. The man did possess an extraordinary presence.
Chapter 112, Interrupting.
Beyond his initial reappraisal, Vice Principal Liu found himself paying closer attention to Pang Yudong. It turned out that while this visit appeared to be led by President Ho, it was actually President Pang who held the reins. The others in the delegation, including Workshop Director Yu, carried far less weight than him. Vice Principal Liu then led the group through the campus, detailing the founding history of Duanjiang Technical School, its current specialized programs, past achievements, architectural features, and cultural stories. Pang Yudong listened politely throughout, nodding occasionally and interjecting briefly without appearing overbearing or attempting to usurp Mr. Ho's role as leader. This earned him Vice Principal Liu's quiet admiration, a young man unfazed by praise or criticism, perhaps destined for great things.
During the conversation, Liu casually inquired, Mr. Ho, how are operations at Fengha factory these days?
Mr. Ho, who had been smiling broadly, suddenly grew more reserved.
He let out an almost inaudible sigh and lowered his voice slightly. It's manageable.
Overall, things are going well, but the competition has intensified significantly in recent years.
We're currently navigating difficult changes. Vice President Liu nodded without pressing further.
Clearly, Fengha factory had faced its share of challenges in recent years. Though puzzled, he gave nothing away, instead warmly continuing to guide him through the school's various facilities.
Mr. Ho nodded frequently. The vice principal and the vice president found themselves in lively conversation. Mr. Ho, shall we head to the conference room to discuss further? Certainly, certainly. Mr. Ho, shall we observe a live class first? As the two prepared to head to the conference room, Pang Yudong gently suggested from the side. Mr. Ho paused, then nodded eagerly. Right, right. Principal Liu, we'd also like to tour your school's teaching facilities. Would that disrupt your normal teaching schedule? Not at all, not at all. We're delighted to have you. Vice Principal Liu sighed inwardly but wore a broad smile as he led them toward the academic building. Regarding teaching, our academic affairs director, Mr. Zhang, knows it best. Why don't we have him give you a guided introduction? Heh, you know how it is as a vice principal, I mostly sit in my office sipping tea and reading the paper. The real work falls to Director Zhang and his team. He's the perfect person to explain it. Director Zhang stepped forward at the perfect moment. Not at all, not at all. We always follow Principal Liu's guidance. It's just that my work involves more specific details. This way, everyone. We have several teaching buildings here. The largest main building is our Qinshi building. During regular classes, about 2/3 of the entire school's students are here. This building has roughly 6 floors with over 100 classrooms. The first, second, and third floors are mainly for lower grades, while the fourth, fifth, and sixth floors are for upper grades. Please follow this way. Director Zhang led the group slowly along the corridors of each floor. Fenghe and his companions peered curiously through the windows at the teaching activities in various classrooms. Some were packed with 50 or 60 students, while others had only 20 or so. Director Zhang explained that this variation stemmed from different majors, with class sizes adjusted accordingly. Upon reaching the third floor, Director Zhang introduced, these are the classrooms for our junior electromechanical engineering students. Courses like electromechanical equipment operation and maintenance, as well as CNC machine tool operation, are taught here. At the mention of CNC machine tools, Fenghe and his group's eyes lit up, and they began observing with even greater attention. As they approached one classroom, Pang Yudong glanced inside casually, then suddenly stopped. Smiling, he suggested, Director Zhang, I see they're teaching CNC machine tools here. Could we go in and observe? Director Zhang glanced at Vice Principal Liu with some hesitation. While they could freely enter most classrooms, teachers would certainly accommodate them. This particular one presented a slight dilemma. They really picked the perfect spot out of all the teachers. They had to choose Yengua's class to barge into. First, Yengua's classroom discipline was arguably the strictest in the entire school, no contest. Second, teacher Yengua's temperament and personality were also renowned throughout the campus, earning her the nickname feared by ghosts. If she were to lose her temper and refuse to give guests face, it would be troublesome. Third, Director Zhang studied Pang Yudong's face and felt distinctly uneasy. Though outwardly mild-mannered, there was something inherently unsettling about him. Zhang suspected Pang Yudong was captivated by Yengua's appearance. Where exactly were those eyes wandering? Noticing the hesitation on Director Zhang's face, Pang Yudong immediately asked, "What's the matter? Is it inconvenient to go in?" Of course, Director Zhang chuckled awkwardly. Though internally conflicted, he couldn't refuse under these circumstances and would have to play it by ear. He knocked on the door and pushed it open. Inside, the class sat in neat, upright rows. Even though he wasn't seeing them for the first time, it still made him pause. Yenghua, interrupted mid-lecture, looked thoroughly annoyed. Her eyes darted over sharply as she snapped, "Director Zhang, we're in the middle of class here." This fiery young woman annoyed Director Zhang, but he forced a smile. "Teacher Yen, our guest from Fenghe would like to observe your class. Apologies for the interruption. You continue with your lesson, and we'll listen. Everyone, carry on." "From Fenghe Factory?" Yenghua murmured, surprised yet not entirely so. Fenghe Factory, wasn't that where Meng Rong had worked for so long? She recalled Meng Rong mentioning it vaguely before, holding some affection for the place. But then he'd resigned for reasons unknown, likely not pleasant ones. "Please, make yourselves at home." She made a cool gesture of invitation before resuming her lecture. "Regarding CNC milling machines, we've already covered their basic structure. What's their most significant feature? I believe it's their ability to machine parts that conventional machines can't handle or find extremely difficult. Specifically, they excel at processing complex curved components described by mathematical models and three-dimensional surface parts. This offers a huge advantage over traditional milling machines." Watching Yenghua move effortlessly through her lecture, Pang Yudong and the others below were almost mesmerized. He couldn't help but marvel, how could such an ethereal, exceptionally beautiful, and elegantly articulate female instructor be teaching CNC milling technology? Such a figure was rare enough to find, yet here she was, teaching in the classroom of an ordinary school, ordinary to the extreme. What a waste of talent! Even Mr. Ho and the others were impressed. Director Zhang, observing Pang Yudong's unmasked look of longing, felt a wave of contempt wash over him. Just another lecherous man, he thought. He glanced at Vice Principal Liu, who happened to be looking his way. Liu's face was drawn tight. He too had noticed everything unfolding before him and was deeply displeased. Just moments ago, Liu had been silently praising the young woman as promising future.
After listening a little longer, he cleared his throat a few times. Only then did the Fenghua factory group snap back to attention. General Manager Ho led them quietly out the back door.
How was your learning experience?
Vice Principal Liu inquired, his face bearing a smile that was slightly stiff, a smile without warmth. Mr. Ho nodded repeatedly.
Your school's academic atmosphere is truly commendable.
I observed just now every student sat with impeccable posture, listened attentively throughout the entire class, and took meticulous notes.
I've never witnessed such exemplary classroom discipline at other institutions. Your management is truly effective, truly effective. Hearing Mr. Ho's praise, Vice Principal Liu and Director Zhang's expressions softened slightly.
Though both knew the reality wasn't quite so rosy, everything hinged on Teacher Yan's individual efforts. People naturally enjoy compliments and wouldn't contradict Mr. Ho.
Not at all. Vice Principal Liu stopped forcing a smile. It's all quite ordinary. What is the name of this remarkable female instructor at your school? Pang Yudong interjected, still reeling from the surprise.
He kept glancing back toward the classroom. Truly unexpected that your institution could cultivate such an exceptional woman, one who can teach CNC machine tools.
It's nothing short of extraordinary.
Director Yu and the others nodded in agreement. They were genuinely surprised. While it wasn't unusual to see women in factories or on production lines, it was rare to find women deeply immersed in this specialized field.
And someone like Yanhua, who could lecture on CNC machines. That was exceptionally rare. Rare things make people curious.
Director Zhang thought to himself, his dislike for Pang Yudong deepening.
What a bumpkin.
What he didn't know was that Pang Yudong's brief glimpse had left a profound impression on him, leading to significant complications for the school later on. The group then proceeded to the conference room, where Principal Xiao was already waiting. After another round of pleasantries and introductions, everyone took their seats. After delivering a welcoming opening statement, Principal Xiao inquired, Mr. Ho, it's truly unfortunate that Mr. Yin couldn't join us this time. I'll have old Yin come by soon. It's been ages since we last met. We need to strengthen our cooperation. Mr. Ho chuckled, about to respond, when Pang Yudong interjected, Principal Xiao, Mr. Yin asked me to convey his regards.
He mentioned he absolutely must invite you to Fenghua for a visit soon.
He's prepared a 20-year-old cellar-aged liquor, saying he didn't quite get his fill last time.
Principal Xiao cut him off.
So old Yen still remembers. Very well, tell him to keep it.
As partner institutions, my visit to Fenghua should be scheduled immediately. By the way, who are you?
He looked puzzled.
Vice Principal Liu quickly whispered an explanation of Pang Yudong's position in his ear.
Principal Xiao looked quite surprised. I'll be sure to trouble Director Pang later.
My pleasure.
General Manager Ho, who had been sullen since Pang Yudong's interruption, now brightened slightly. Principal Xiao, we've come with a mission this time.
Is that so? I wonder what accommodations Fenghua might need. Not at all.
President Ho greeted him, about to continue, when Pang Yudong interjected again from the side, Principal Xiao, Principal Liu, our primary purpose in coming is that Fenghua has also reached a critical juncture for reform. We plan to recruit talent suited to modern technological demands into the factory. The factory has long been aware that your school has students in relevant majors like CNC, electromechanical engineering, and computer science. We were wondering if the school leadership could extend special consideration and support us by providing some graduating students at that time.
Mr. Ho's expression darkened considerably. Principal Xiao, Vice Principal Liu, and the others exchanged glances.
They were baffled. Even as General Manager Assistant and the future son-in-law of General Manager Yan, Pang Yudong shouldn't be this impolite.
It was downright rude.
This left them momentarily speechless, unsure how to navigate the situation.
Should they prioritize General Manager Ho or Director Pang? The dilemma was perplexing. Chapter 113, An Old Acquaintance Reunited.
Fortunately, both Xiao and Liu were seasoned veterans. They quickly realized that whatever internal issues Fenghua might be facing, they simply needed to turn a blind eye. Principal Xiao chuckled, no problem at all. If we can establish some cooperation regarding graduate employment, it would be beneficial for us.
But I wonder how many graduates your factory requires annually?
At least around 100 people annually, Pang Yudong replied promptly.
The Fenghua representatives exchanged uneasy glances. This figure hadn't been mentioned during preparations.
Given Fenghua's current state, absorbing over 20 graduates annually was already ambitious.
How could Pang Yudong casually demand 100? Did he think Fenghua was his personal fiefdom? Well, that's not quite how you put it.
Given the factory's current trajectory, Fenghua might actually become his family business. General Manager Ho, Director Yu, and the others wore slightly disheartened expressions, yet they had no choice but to listen as Pang Yudong made his outrageous claims. Principal Xiao and Vice Principal Liu, however, were thrilled. If Fenghua factory truly had such massive talent needs, it would completely solve the issue of graduate placements. After all, with over 1,000 students on campus, nearly 300 graduated each year. Their employment had long been a major headache for the school.
In recent years, despite exhausting every possible method, they could only secure jobs for about half of them.
If Fenghe directly took 100, it wouldn't exactly solve the problem overnight, but it would certainly alleviate the burden significantly. Without further ado, the two eagerly engaged Pang Yudong in conversation, eager to hear Fenghe Factory's specific plans. But as the conversation unfolded, their doubts resurfaced. Pang Yudong had only mentioned the number of hires, without outlining a concrete recruitment plan. He casually remarked that all graduates would be assigned to work in the factory workshops. With Fenghe Factory's 4 major workshops, the allocation would essentially absorb the entire cohort. Zhao, the personnel manager, remained completely unresponsive to Pang Yudong's grand promises, keeping his eyes fixed on his nose on his mouth, and his mind elsewhere. He was in too deep to care what anyone said now. Principal Xiao subtly probed about Fenghe Factory's current operations. Pang Yudong offered no concrete details, merely stating that the factory had been expanding its product lines, introducing new technologies, and actively pursuing transformation in recent years. The young man was clearly ambitious but lacking in practical experience. Principal Xiao understood this and felt a hint of disappointment. Evidently, Pang Yudong had been authorized to speak on behalf of Fenghe's CEO, Yan. Even if his words were exaggerated, the school had to listen carefully, as they still held the potential to materialize. This young man might be inexperienced and impulsive, but given his position, he couldn't be ignored. Principal Xiao also presented the school's perspective. The institution couldn't simply grant whatever staffing demands were made. This was a two-way selection process, and the school had to consider its students' interests. If the compensation and benefits were too poor to attract students, the offer would be fundamentally unfeasible. Regarding compensation and benefits, Pang Yudong was somewhat unfamiliar with the specifics and signaled for Supervisor Zhao to speak up. Only then did Principal Xiao realize Zhao was actually the HR manager. Forcing himself to stay alert, Zhao fielded the school's inquiries. In truth, Fenghe Factory offered quite good compensation for skilled technicians, but the terms for new hires were somewhat harsh and unattractive. He could only emphasize the potential for future growth. He cited an example, a highly skilled technician who started as an apprentice at Fenghe. Through diligence and apprenticeship under a master craftsman, he earned his intermediate technician certification in under 4 years. Recognized factory-wide as an outstanding employee with comprehensive skills and exceptional work speed, his monthly earnings-based salary plus piecework bonuses exceeded 3,000 yuan. This salary isn't particularly high on a national scale, but in Danfeng City, it's considered quite generous. Supervisor Zhao emphasized that with diligence and hard work, one could advance at Fenghe. Vice Principal Liu, however, grew visibly uneasy. While Principal Xiao might be unaware, he knew full well that the person Zhao was referring to was someone he should recognize, and that person was currently hard at work somewhere in the school. But in this situation, he couldn't very well ask outright. He could only stifle a chuckle. The group chatted and laughed, yet neither side mentioned the recent request for Fenghe Factory to support the school. Perhaps both parties preferred to avoid bringing up Meng Rong. Yet, as fate would have it, some matters are simply inescapable. Unexpectedly, General Manager Ho brought up the prospect of future technical collaboration. He proposed sending some Fenghe employees to the school for short-term training, while the school could send students to the factory for internships. This aligned perfectly with Principal Xiao's vision, and he readily agreed. Thus, the topic of school-enterprise collaboration surfaced naturally. The school also expressed interest in taking on orders diverted from Fenghe or sending challenging projects to the factory for future collaboration. Someone suggested touring the school enterprise facility after the meeting. Principal Xiao warmly welcomed the idea, and Vice Principal Liu proposed that after the tour, everyone could join for a meal together. Vice Principal Liu put on a smile, though inwardly he was highly reluctant. What was there to see? Just a bunch of workshops converted from residential buildings. Was he inviting Fenghe's people to laugh at them? But you can't fight City Hall. Principal Xiao had spoken, and he had no choice but to comply. After the meeting, the group headed straight for the workshop next to the school. Inside, Yanhua, who had rushed over immediately after class, was discussing the upcoming competition with Meng Rong. Several special training students were busy calibrating machine tools nearby. The 6 seniors should be fine, but we have a few here whose fundamentals aren't quite solid, Meng Rong remarked, glancing at the densely packed special training forms covered in scores from various project trainings and tests. It was evident that 2 of them, while significantly better than average students, still fell short of competition standards, a cause for concern. Yangua's expression turned grim, a sense of irritation rising within him. Despite all this training, they still weren't putting in the effort. Gritting his teeth, he declared, if they can't make it, we'll just cut them. No point sending them out there to embarrass us. Meng Rong jumped. Are you kidding? The roster's already submitted. Withdrawing isn't an option. It'd look terrible, like we're backing out at the last minute. Besides, they've trained this long. We should at least give them a shot. Just then, Zhao Xingji approached. Her faded school uniform was worn thin, and she wiped her face with gloves so grimy their original color was unrecognizable. Teacher Yan, she asked, puzzled, I keep struggling to fine-tune this parameter. I feel like I must be miscalculating somewhere, but it shouldn't be. Yanhua gazed gently at this stubborn, studious girl from the countryside. Her face always radiated a thirst for knowledge and an unwavering determination to seize control of her own destiny. Recently, her father had been discharged from the hospital after recovering from his critical condition, and promptly returned the remaining 20,000 plus yuan from the surgery costs to Yenghua. Zhao Xingji promised to repay the borrowed funds in full someday, yet even so, her expression held not a trace of servile flattery. Her dignity remained unshaken. "Alright, let's go take a look." Yenghua glanced at Meng Rong standing nearby. "You come along too. You might just teach this great talent a thing or two." "Not at all, I'm no expert. I'd be honored if teacher Yen could teach me anything." Yenghua shot him a look. "You look thrilled. What's so shocking about that?" The two walked ahead, chatting and laughing, standing close together in intimate conversation. Behind them, Zhao Xingji followed quietly, observing. To her, none of this held any significance. It wasn't worth much attention. Yenghua soon pointed at the machine's interface and began discussing it with Meng Rong. "Teacher Meng, I remember you once pointed out issues I hadn't even noticed. Take a look. Can you spot anything wrong with this?" "That was just blind luck back then." Meng Rong waved his hands dismissively, pulling back. "Don't hide. Come take a look." Yenghua reached out to pull Meng Rong closer. Just as they were tugging back and forth, a group of people walked in. As the light dimmed at the doorway, Meng Rong and Yenghua sensed the change and turned to look. The air froze instantly. It was an old acquaintance, meeting again here. Meng Rong's gaze collided with Pang Yudong's in mid-air, sparks flying. To Meng Rong, Pang Yudong now carried himself with undeniable swagger, even a touch of arrogance. But so what? Their paths had long diverged. What Pang Yudong saw, however, made his teeth itch with envy. He never imagined the goddess he'd just been admiring would be here, tangled up with Meng Rong in a pair of grubby work clothes. Their connection was clearly anything but ordinary. He had no right to feel jealous, yet he couldn't help the envy welling up from deep within. For reasons he couldn't fathom, ever since the day he first met Meng Rong, he'd been consumed by envy toward everything about him: his natural talents, his family connections, everything. It was a sickening obsession that gripped him, leaving him powerless to resist. He never imagined he'd see Meng Rong again here, and that the sight would instantly ignite a raging fire of jealousy within him. As the two stood frozen, their gazes locked, a complex, inexplicable tension filled the air, plunging everyone else into silence. Fenghe and his group were understandably astonished. General Manager Ho's eyes flickered with an inexplicable meaning. Supervisor Zhao seemed somewhat shocked, opening and closing his mouth several times before ultimately saying nothing. Only Director Yu looked at Meng Rong with a mix of regret and satisfaction in his eyes. He truly wanted to step forward and give Meng Rong a few hearty slaps on the shoulder. Vice Principal Lu sighed inwardly, ultimately unable to look away. Watching the clash of gazes between Meng Rong and Pang Yudong, he felt a sudden understanding dawn within him. He vaguely grasped why Meng Rong had chosen to leave Fenghe. It seemed there was a story behind it. Only Principal Xiao and Director Zhang knew something of the situation, though not in detail. They were somewhat baffled and simply fell silent along with everyone else. Yenghua still held Meng Rong's sleeve. Seeing everyone silent, she grew curious. These people seemed to be the group from Fenghe who had attended her class earlier, though she hadn't memorized any faces. She glanced back at Meng Rong. They appeared quite familiar with each other. Unable to resist, she tugged his sleeve firmly. What was he doing, standing there like a statue? Ahem, ahem. Vice Principal Lu broke the silence with a series of coughs. Well, you all seem to know each other already, so introductions aren't necessary. However, Teacher Meng Rong is now a temporary faculty member at our school and also serves as our company's safety officer. Fenghe and his group finally understood Meng Rong had found a foothold at the school. Chapter 114, On Identity. The group proceeded to tour the workshop in unspoken agreement, while only Pang Yudong and Meng Rong quietly stepped outside. Who would have thought our factory's top technician would stoop to working in such a small workshop? Pang Yudong sneered. Correcting a misconception, we're no longer from the same factory. Regardless, it can't compare to Mr. Pang's advancement. You've climbed another rung, Meng Rong replied calmly. Pang Yudong's eyes flickered as he studied Meng Rong. Even now, despite the vast disparity in their social standing, something about Meng Rong's unflappable composure made Pang feel he still stood a head shorter. The feeling was maddening. Forcibly suppressing the dark thoughts churning within him, Pang Yudong forced what he considered a sincere expression. Meng Rong, I see you're stuck in this cramped space. It's not sustainable. You should return to Fenghe. I guarantee you a place there. Helping you secure the workshop director position wouldn't be a problem. Meng Rong stared in astonishment, saying nothing. He simply scrutinized Pang Yudong from head to toe. This guy's words were growing increasingly arrogant. Who did he think he was? Pang Yudong, however, seemed to misread the situation, flashing a triumphant smile. Don't worry. At Fenghe, my word counts now. Observing Pang Yudong's arrogance, Meng Rong smiled wryly. I know you're capable. You've managed to handle people others couldn't touch. But a good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already grazed on. I never even considered reopening my own small factory after it closed. Why would I return to Fenghe?
Thank you for your kindness, but let's not discuss this. We're here to catch up.
Pang Yudong froze, his face falling with disappointment. He understood Meng Rong still looked down on him, mocking him for relying on connections. Rage surged within him.
What gave him the right to look down on him? Yes, he had leveraged his girlfriend's connections, that was his skill.
More importantly, his technical abilities were no less than Meng Rong's, and his luck was better.
That was enough. Poof. His expression turned cold. Catching up? Not necessary. What's my standing? In terms of status? I'm here representing Fenghe to evaluate your school. Your institution should be begging me to solve graduate employment issues. I have no time for catching up with you. Then please continue your inspection. Meng Rong gestured politely. Pang Yudong remained unconvinced.
Now I understand why you left Fenghe, because you're thriving here, even landing a beautiful female teacher as a friend. You've grown contemptuous of Fenghe. Let me tell you, a true man should stand tall in this world. Indulging in beauty is the path of a failure.
Meng Rong chuckled inwardly. Was this kid losing his mind? What on earth was he talking about? Indulging in beauty? Standing tall in the world? Did he even have the right to lecture others?
But he couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply replied flatly, I'm quite happy with it. Just then, Xianghua, who was feeling a bit curious and unwilling to waste time with those people, came running out of the workshop. Seeing the two of them standing in the middle of the courtyard like fighting cocks, she walked over, about to say something.
But Pang Yudong beat her to it.
Beautiful teacher, he said, I think you should take a good look at your boyfriend.
He's not as honest as he seems. Xianghua froze. What? Boyfriend?
Panic instantly washed over her, and she opened her mouth to protest, only for Meng Rong to cut her off. I might as well tell you we're old classmates and former deskmates.
She knows my background better than you do.
As he spoke, he casually slipped his arm around Yenggua's waist.
Without fully comprehending the situation, she instinctively wrapped her arm around his in return.
The gesture was utterly natural, as if they'd done it countless times before. Pang Yudong gritted his teeth in jealous rage.
How dare he? Meng Rong, his defeated rival, the outcast kicked out of Fenghe, how could he land such an unparalleled girlfriend?
He snorted heavily and turned to leave. Staying any longer, he feared, would drive him mad. Watching his retreating figure, Meng Rong muttered to himself, arrogant and reckless, utterly clueless. Shaking his head, he couldn't fathom how his old friend had spiraled down to this state. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through his waist. He yelped, instinctively twisting his body to shake it off. Facing Xianghua, whose almond-shaped eyes were wide and fixed on him, Meng Rong offered a nervous explanation.
I just borrowed your arm for a moment. You don't mind, do you?
Xianghua had regained her composure.
That's nothing. I just suddenly realized something. What question? Meng Rong asked curiously.
You're unmarried, I'm unmarried.
Shouldn't we consider developing a romantic relationship?
Xianghua looked serious, her mind racing.
Theoretically, it's just like a machine tool's principle. As long as the parameters are adjusted correctly, the parts produced are standard components. Don't you think, at this moment, being with me and working together, it feels like the parameters are perfectly aligned? Could it be that you're my standard component?
She seemed utterly serious, not the slightest bit playful, muttering to herself, I've mapped out several coordinate systems.
If the x-axis represents time, we're still on the same timeline. Your birthday is just 2 months before mine.
If the y-axis measures experiences and interactions, our intersections are numerous, former deskmates, current colleagues, now on the same project team, perfectly synchronized.
Then there's the z-axis, our primary direction.
We're striving toward shared goals now, with fundamentally aligned values. Oh my, by this logic, we're practically a match made in heaven. Yet as her words grew more composed, her face betrayed not a trace of girlish blush or delight.
This was completely off the script.
Meng Rong stared at her, utterly speechless. He'd seen enough romantic dramas to know that in such moments, the leads would exchange awkward glances, look away, then let their eyes meet again by chance. Their hearts would flutter like startled deer, revealing the mutual attraction that had blossomed unnoticed, just waiting for that final barrier to be broken. Yet Xianghua launched into a lecture about CNC principles and the coordinates of love, showing no sign of playing coy. Seeing her serious and composed expression, Meng Rong was utterly defeated and fled in disarray. Watching Meng Rong flee like a scared rabbit, Xianghua finally clutched her chest and breathed heavily. Close call. Thank goodness her quick thinking and ability to apply knowledge flexibly saved the day.
Otherwise, it would have been awkward.
Yet that moment of effortless naturalness lingered in her mind. Pang Yudong and Fenghe's inspection ended abruptly, like a story that started strong but fizzled out.
Pang Yudong refused to eat lunch and insisted on returning directly to the factory. He was genuinely furious.
Watching the group depart in haste, Principal Xiao and Vice Principal Liu both felt baffled. Principal Xiao was visibly annoyed.
The talks had been going smoothly, yet Fenghe's people had abruptly left, utterly discourteous. It felt like a slap in the face. Did Pang Yudong clash with Meng Rong?
Principal Xiao, no fool, keenly sensed the issue and shot a sharp glance at Vice Principal Liu.
Vice Principal Liu forced a smile.
Of course it was because of Meng Rong. Whether they'd clashed or something else had happened, it certainly wasn't good news.
Meng Rong would have to take the fall for this. That's not certain. We'd need to ask Meng Rong for details.
But regardless, the graduate placement arrangements might just go down the drain.
Yellow is just yellow. It was never reliable to begin with. Principal Xiao paused, regaining his composure. That Pang Yudong talks nonsense.
I don't understand why General Manager Yen trusts him so much. From what I've observed, the rest of His team seems quite skeptical of his words. Especially General Manager Ho being overpowered by a young upstart.
Oof.
He trailed off, letting a faint smile linger.
Vice Principal Liu nodded. Agreed. My intel suggests His operations aren't exactly stellar.
Much of the trouble likely stems from this Mr. Pang. If we allocate a large number of graduates there, only to see He falter later, we'd be doing them a disservice.
Exactly.
We'll coordinate with them later based on the situation. For graduates, only allocate a small number, make it optional.
I firmly believe that if we put in the effort, these students won't struggle to find ideal jobs.
Old Liu, you know me, I have one goal, to make our students highly sought after in the job market.
If I can't achieve that, what good am I as a president?
Yes. I support you, Old Xiao. Old Liu nodded vigorously in agreement with Principal Xiao, while the others present nodded thoughtfully.
Should Meng Rong come over? No need.
Tell him to focus on his work.
Ignore the rest.
Principal Xiao glanced at his watch. Don't waste that reserved table either.
I happen to have some old city friends coming by. I'll invite them over for dinner. We'll need them to bring us some good news later.
On the ride back, Pang Yudong's face was dark and sullen. His mind kept flashing between Yengua's lovely image and his current girlfriend, making him feel waves of disgust toward her. Then he'd remember Meng Rong's smug attitude earlier, grinding his teeth in anger. Oof. Once I get back, I'll tell the entire factory, especially old Liu, that Meng Rong left the factory because he got a girlfriend, not because of any company arrangement.
Let's see what they have to say about that.
In that moment, Pang Yudong's rage had clouded his judgment.
As for Meng Rong, Pang Yudong's mind was already spinning with vicious schemes. He wouldn't let him off easy. Oh, and he'd heard they were about to join the inter-school league? No wonder. Meng Rong would definitely join. The school really knew how to play its cards. Meanwhile, Meng Rong, the very target of Pang Yudong's schemes, had long since put the earlier incident behind him.
For him, the competition remained the absolute priority. Soon, the date arrived. They set out ahead of schedule with their team to another city, Puzhou. The annual Provincial Vocational College League was about to commence.
Teams from all corners were itching to compete, awaiting the final showdown.
In this arena teeming with elite competitors, no one held absolute dominance.
No team possessed overwhelming strength to crush all opponents.
Instead, victory hinged on accumulated expertise, seamless teamwork, individual dedication and talent and, of course, a measure of luck. The Puzhou venue was set at their city's renowned flagship institution, Puzhou Electromechanical Vocational College. This hybrid institution, blending higher education with vocational training, boasted formidable faculty, robust resources, and a constellation of elite talent far beyond what Duanzhang Vocational School could rival. Arriving here, Meng Rong and the others felt a sense of awe, inevitably becoming somewhat reserved. Except for Yenguo, a graduate student from a nationally renowned university, her credentials far surpassing this institution.
She wouldn't easily look down on anyone, but as for admiration?
This place fell far short of earning it. With her calm and confident demeanor, she led the anxious contestants into a week-long academic competition.
Chapter 115, Effortless Victory. This was Meng Rong's first time stepping foot on a university campus.
Deep down, it was a place he had long yearned for but could never quite reach. His youthful recklessness had squandered his prime years of learning, leaving him to navigate life's hardships. Now, at 25, he found himself confined to a small vocational school, eking out a living to pay back the price of his past self-indulgence.
Feeling a touch of inferiority and slight nervousness, Meng Rong's gaze drifted.
So this was a university, towering trees, winding paths leading to secluded spots, imposing buildings. Everything seemed mysterious and grand. Standing in the plaza, he gazed at the abstract sculpture towering in the center. Deep regret surged within Meng Rong.
What had he done to miss out on all this?
Among the others, several teachers were somewhat better off.
They had mostly attended university, though their alma maters weren't as prestigious as Yengua's. To them, this school was just average, each different from their own institutions. The students, however, felt much like Meng Rong.
The stark contrast jolted their senses, leaving them parched and restless, every gesture stiff with self-consciousness.
Only two stood out.
One was Liang Zijuan, still his usual carefree self, glancing around indifferently. To him, this place was nothing special, just another brick building with a university name slapped on it.
So what if there were a few more bricks?
The other was Zhao Xingji. Her eyes brimmed with admiration and longing, yet free of self-doubt or confusion. Among all present, she alone radiated an unyielding desire for change. She silently resolved that one day she would pursue higher education at a university. Moreover, she firmly believed that with enough effort, any aspiration could be achieved. Seeing Meng Rong and the other students looking downcast and dazed, Teacher Chen and the others sighed inwardly. Patting Meng Rong on the shoulder, they said, "Teacher Meng, let's go to the registration desk. We'll wait for them to assign the competition zones in dormitories." Meng Rong managed a faint smile, nodded, and followed them toward the registration desk. As they walked, Vice Principal Liu, who had been leading the group, suddenly stopped. Turning around, he addressed everyone with solemn seriousness. "Do you regret it? Or feel a sense of loss that you couldn't attend university?" Everyone remained silent, acknowledging the truth. "Once, I believed you were all exceptional individuals. You worked hard, you fought hard, yet missed your chance here and ended up at a technical college. That is indeed a regret in life. But you are still young. Life's journey stretches far ahead. Losing one battle doesn't mean losing the entire war. As long as you keep striving, hope endures. As long as you remain diligent, I believe dreams can always be realized. There's still time to make up for life's regrets. Let me share something. Our school was stagnant and lagging in recent years. But now, Principal Xiao is implementing bold reforms. Soon, we'll establish a college division. If you work hard, you can catch this wave and fulfill your dreams. Moreover, if we keep progressing, getting everyone into undergraduate programs isn't impossible. When you graduate, you'll be college graduates, undergraduates, even in skilled professionals with one or more solid technical abilities. Your futures are truly limitless. Don't belittle yourselves, don't cease striving, don't lose heart. Lift your spirits. Taking each step of your journey with purpose is the surest path to your dreams." Vice Principal Liu's words ignited a burning desire within everyone. Even Meng Rong felt deeply inspired. If that was the case, then he still had a chance. At that thought, his gaze drifted involuntarily toward Yanguo. Perhaps the gap between them could narrow just a little? Feeling Meng Rong's gaze, Yanguo turned to meet his eyes. They locked eyes briefly before both looked away, each lost in their own thoughts. To those nearby, the exchange carried a hint of amusement. Yet no one dared comment. While Vice Principal Liu's speech had been stirring, the pressure was immense. Anyone could chant slogans, but what truly mattered was the tangible results. Who ultimately claimed victory in the competition. The Zhangyang team swiftly completed their registration. Upon arriving at the venue, their sense of awe deepened. Witnessing thousands from numerous schools converging here, the sheer scale and roaring crowd truly stirred their blood. Meng Rong gradually set aside his unspeakable thoughts. Seeing such a large-scale gathering of competitors, with masters from all corners flocking to the event, a sense of martial heroism welled up within him. Let the battle begin. He felt no fear. Years of rigorous training had perhaps been building up to this very day. The competition featured technical contests for secondary and higher vocational students and teachers, alongside contests for homeroom teachers' capabilities and teaching skills. Meng Rong had also registered for the lathe operator competition on behalf of his school. After a quiet night's rest, Meng Rong arrived early at the designated competition venue the next morning. The wheels of time rolled relentlessly. In this era of rapid industrial progress and sweeping technological shifts, conventional lathes once essential for machining complex parts were fading from use. Not only were CNC lathes becoming ubiquitous, but machining centers with interpolation capabilities now vastly outperformed conventional lathes in both efficiency and complexity. The relevance and significance of conventional lathes as a competitive discipline dwindled steadily. This might well be the final curtain call for conventional lathe skill competitions. Meng Rong had finally come to realize that Fenghe, which he once considered an advanced factory, was now seriously outdated. Reflecting on the industry's transformation, Meng Rong harbored some anticipation for the competition challenge. After all, this could very well be the final event. Surely they'd go out with a bang? The task wouldn't be simple. Yet reality left Meng Rong utterly dumbfounded, a 3-layer nested hollow cube. To the untrained eye, this challenge using external circular machining equipment to produce a cube seemed profoundly complex. To Meng Rong, however, it was merely an entry-level task. The sole difficulty lay in support and filling mechanisms, offering little opportunity to showcase lathe skills. But since the organizing committee had set the challenge, he would approach it seriously. The entire competition process was uneventful, with the sole highlight being the support and filling method. Meng Rong employed a new material, hot melt adhesive, while others opted for paraffin wax or wooden blocks. He had only recently learned of this material, anticipating the committee might test temporary support techniques. Carrying a glue gun and 2 sticks of adhesive proved invaluable. Other competitors relied on conventional supports like paraffin or wooden blocks. Hot melt adhesive combined the quick shaping ability of paraffin with the structural strength of wood. Simply squeeze it into the cut gaps with the gun and wait for it to cool and solidify. While paraffin set at a similar speed, its structural integrity was far inferior to hot melt, often requiring removal and readjustment. Wood, meanwhile, demanded on-the-spot measurement and machining, plus a tight fit, making it a slow process. Meng Rong's hands-on skills, combined with this technical edge, propelled him to stand out among dozens of competitors. While teachers from other schools might not have inferior technical knowledge or theory, the crux was Meng Rong's speed. Years of rigorous practice had forged his solid foundational skills that teachers, no matter how hard they worked, couldn't match in terms of depth and consistency. Thus, Meng Rong effortlessly completed his task first in this single event. He was confident in its exceptional quality, meaning he clinched the championship, securing an opening victory for the Jiangyang team and Duanzhang Vocational School. At the start of the competition, Meng Rong had felt excited and nervous, filled with anticipation. Yet despite securing the top ranking, he remained unsettled. After all, the closing performance had featured such a straightforward task far simpler than he had anticipated. Scanning the teachers still sweating on the field, he felt a pang of melancholy. Had he, a temporary hire, unfairly outshone so many professional educators? He slipped quietly out of the arena to observe other competitors. Everyone had been assigned different tasks except for Principal Lu and Teacher Chen. All were busy competing and running around. As he left, not a single person from Duanzhang knew the outcome of his event. He had intended to watch Yengua's competition, but as he took a step, he suddenly stopped. He decided to head to Liang Zijuan's event instead. After all, Liang was the student Meng Rong valued most. Liang Zijuan was competing in the student milling contest. Upon arriving at the venue and learning the task, Meng Rong's eyes lit up. This challenge far surpassed the teacher group's difficulty. It was exceptionally demanding, machining an S-curve boss on X5032A material with a trapezoidal cross-section. Milling a trapezoidal section boss is child's play for vertical milling, but adding curves changes everything. This task not only tests the contestant's skill in shaping the milling cutter's profile but also demands high proficiency in dual-axis machine control. While the X5032's digital readout system offers some assistance, the inability to control spindle speed still places significant demands on the contestant's practical skills. Tool fabrication theoretically involves welding an alloy insert onto a standard end mill shank and shaping it. However, executing dual S-curve cuts both internal and external imposes significant cutting forces and material removal during the trough sections. This demands exceptional welding skill and shank precision. Under Meng Rong's guidance, Liang Zijuan had already made substantial progress. On the competition floor, he shed his usual carefree demeanor and focused intently. First, he modified the standard milling cutter shank into a tapered shank, then proceeded with meticulous welding. His movements were precise and standardized, earning frequent nods of approval from Meng Rong watching from the sidelines. Not bad. However, the task's difficulty was considerable, demanding immense physical and mental exertion. Only after test cutting and confirming the cross-section was normal did he begin centering the workpiece. By then, most of the day had passed, leaving just a few hours remaining. Liang Zijuan visibly grew impatient. He switched to a standard cylindrical end mill to rough out the shape. Using the digital readout system's basic interpolation function, he milled a sine wave S-shaped boss. Then, switching to a form cutter, he aligned the tool, set the coordinate origin, and continued with interpolation. He guided the form cutter to the base of the boss, gradually shaping a trapezoidal cross-section. By the time the final cut was completed, the competition time was nearly up. However, due to Liang Zijuan's misjudgment in controlling the spindle speed, tool chatter occurred, leaving chatter marks on both sides at the wave trough positions. There was no time left to redo the cut, so he could only submit the finished piece as is and await the judge's evaluation. Watching Liang Zijuan's movements and his dejected expression, Meng Rong, who had observed the entire day, nodded approvingly. Earlier, as he paced nearby, his gaze had swept over the finished pieces of each competitor. Several stood out as exceptionally skilled, clearly surpassing Liang Zijuan. Still a bit rough around the edges, Meng Rong murmured, admiring Liang Zijuan's progress while inwardly sighing. As Liang Zijuan emerged from the competition area, exhausted, Meng Rong handed him a cup of hot water. Not bad at all. To reach this level in such a short time is truly impressive. Seeing Meng Rong's satisfied expression, Liang Zijuan's lips twitched. He was too exhausted to even speak. But Meng Rong knew this young man held great promise for the future. Chapter 116, Team Play. Since everyone had been rushed on the first day, they gathered for a simple meal at the cafeteria after the event concluded. They decided to rest early to prepare for the next day's competition. Overall, their first day performance was solid but unremarkable. Meng Rong briefly mentioned his own achievements but chose not to elaborate, leaving others unclear about his specific accomplishments. On the second day of the competition, it was Yengua's turn to lead the small team of Liang Zijuan, Zhao Xingji, and Chang Xian onto the field. Their chosen event surprised many this time. They selected the CNC Vertical Machining Center Skills Competition. A newly added track for this competition. Xie and Meng Rong had analyzed beforehand that sticking to the usual approach entering events like CNC milling machines would mean competing against numerous teams. That would inevitably lead to fierce battles among experts, making it extremely difficult to showcase individual or team strengths. Especially for a team of 3 freshmen, facing a pack of fierce competitors might make them lose their nerve before the battle even began. Thus, they ultimately chose this track. Its novelty meant fewer participants, and even those who entered might not surpass the foundational skills of the newcomer teams guided by Meng Rong and Yenghua. This environment would allow them to perform at their highest level. In a way, this was a variation of the strategy from the ancient tale of Tianji's horse racing. Team competitions allowed coaches to provide sideline guidance but prohibited them from directly participating in the work. Thus, Meng Rong and Yanguo both arrived punctually at the venue. The team competition venue wasn't particularly large, smaller even than yesterday's lathe competition Meng Rong had participated in. Aside from the eye-catching banners, the arena housed 8 vertical machining centers. Assembling this scale was no small feat. The school had stretched its resources to the limit just to create this setup.
Meng Rong couldn't help but glance repeatedly at the referees on the field.
One of the older officials seemed vaguely familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. But with so many people present, he never found the time to greet the referee. Glancing over the 8 competing teams, they all appeared well prepared. Since no one was familiar with each other, it was impossible to tell who the skilled players were. They would just have to improvise on the spot. Communication between teams was also difficult, so Meng Rong, Yanguo, and the others could only listen calmly as the referee explained the rules. A bell rang, signaling the official start of the competition.
The referees distributed the test papers. Yanguo glanced at her test.
The content wasn't complicated, just standard machining of curves, holes, slots, and bosses, though with stricter tolerance requirements.
She breathed a sigh of relief and glanced over the blueprint.
She murmured, "These are just the problems we practice regularly. The programming is a bit more complex, and the tool selection, especially the variety of ball nose radius types, requires nesting multiple macros.
As long as there are no errors, it should be fine."
The 3 student team members examined the drawings and all agreed with Yanguo's assessment.
Liang Zijuan chuckled softly, "Don't worry, Teacher Yan. We've worked together before, it's no big deal." Zhao Xingji was more cautious.
She studied the drawings intently without commenting, slowly analyzing them to grasp the critical points. Her meticulousness was a strength for the team.
Chang Xian, a boy who seemed somewhat timid, possessed a strong inner conviction and remarkable intelligence.
He joined Zhao Xingji, leaning in to study the blueprints together.
Could it be that the competition committee added new events to intentionally lower the difficulty?
Yanguo, not paying too much attention, turned to discuss it with Meng Rong.
"It's not impossible.
Yesterday in my group, I kept thinking it was too easy. It was basically just testing the competitor's proficiency."
Meng Rong still felt a bit resentful.
In the future, if they switch everything to CNC machines, maybe conventional machines will really become obsolete.
Yanguo shot him a look. "Now you realize those so-called technical skills are practically obsolete? Why not humbly learn from this master?"
Saying this, she motioned for Zhao Xingji to fetch the blueprints so they could discuss the process and programming together. After a few moments of huddled discussion, Yanguo suddenly looked up.
"Meng Rong, are you trying to slack off? Come on over and join the discussion." Meng Rong shrugged. "You're all huddled in a circle, I can't even squeeze in." He chuckled, "Let me see the blueprints first.
I'll offer some suggestions." Though Yanguo had just mocked Meng Rong for being behind the times, upon hearing his words, she handed him the blueprints without hesitation.
For safety's sake, Meng Rong's technical skills were still not to be underestimated. Meng Rong took them, glanced at the material section, and remarked offhandedly, 20 #steel?
That's pretty soft. Then his gaze shifted to the dimensions.
The tolerances are standard, though there's a bit more symmetry. No major issues.
Liang Zijuan chimed in with a laugh. "Teacher Meng, hurry up. Look, all the other teams have already started working. We've been staring at this for half an hour, and the judges have glanced our way several times.
They probably think we're stalling." Only Liang Zijuan would dare say that. Chang Xian was clearly also glancing around at the other team's movements, growing impatient himself. Meng Rong chuckled wryly. "You're the impatient one.
Let me tell you, I used to be just like you, jumping straight into work the moment I got the blueprints. But then, as I've told you before, I paid dearly for it."
"How come you never learn?" Yanguo interjected. "That was you. With me here, they won't make that mistake. Hurry up and look."
"If no one else has objections, we'll start." She was confident, reaching out for Meng Rong to hand her the blueprints.
Meng Rong reluctantly skimmed through them quickly before returning them to Yanguo. He nodded. "Well, programming is your strength. You decide."
Yanguo and the other 3 immediately took the blueprints and began discussing manufacturing processes and programming approaches. Yanguo stated, "As per our usual division, Liang Zijuan handles tooling, Zhao Xingji handles programming, and Chang Xian handles process design. Pay close attention to the scoring criteria. As mentioned earlier, digital process design, 15 points complex component modeling CNC programming, 15 points auxiliary part CNC programming machining, 15 points vertical machining, 20 points component assembly debugging, 25 points. This isn't just about the final result, the entire process is scored. So remember our regular training requirements: standardized operation, standardized processing, standardized debugging. And pay special attention to the 10 points for professional conduct and operational safety. We absolutely cannot afford to lose a single point here, or we'll have no competitive edge."
"Is that clear?" The 3 responded promptly, "Understood." Following Yanguo's instructions, the trio swiftly got to work. Watching them settle into their tasks with such orderly efficiency, Meng Rong couldn't help but admire Yanguo.
In just 2 short months, he'd managed to train them to such a high standard, something Meng Rong himself could never achieve.
Vertical machining centers? He couldn't even handle them.
In projects like this, he could only play a supporting role.
Yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret.
Traditional skills were becoming obsolete so quickly. Had he not resigned from Xianghua, he'd still be a frog in a well? As Xianghua had said, no matter how skilled you became, what use would it be if those skills might soon be obsolete? Lost in these thoughts, his gaze drifted to the blueprints Chang Xian had casually set aside. He stared at them, studying them again. It was practically an obsession. Over the years, he'd spent an inordinate amount of time scrutinizing blueprints, terrified of missing a detail. Others might mock his caution, but only he knew how deeply that lesson had cut. That depth had ingrained an almost reflexive response in him now. Whenever he caught himself slacking off, an intense discomfort would wash over him, like the loss of a vital body part. That discomfort haunted him in nightmares.
He never dared tell anyone about this compulsion.
And over the years, this very compulsion had indeed saved him from mistakes others often made. Though none were major incidents, they were significant to him, serving as constant reminders to treat blueprints with utmost care. Therefore, after hastily skimming through the blueprints just now, that uncomfortable feeling surfaced again. His sixth sense told him he might have overlooked something. He picked up the blueprints again and studied them carefully, scrutinizing every detail. Xianghua glanced back at him in surprise but said nothing. She needed to focus on keeping the students from panicking. But no matter how Meng Rong looked, he couldn't pinpoint where the problem lay.
Had he imagined it?
Reluctantly, he scanned the blueprint once more, still finding no fault.
Perhaps he really was being overly sensitive.
He lifted his head to observe the 4 busy figures.
Suddenly, Meng Rong's gaze fixed on a specific spot. Inside, he shouted, "Found it! Found it!" He finally spotted the anomaly, realizing where his unease had been coming from. It was the object in Chang Xian's hand.
"Hold on," he blurted out, his voice tinged with urgency.
"Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Xianghua asked in surprise. "What's gotten into you?" "We're almost done with the initial programming. There's something fishy." "In broad daylight, in the open air, at a public competition? You say there's a ghost? Where's the science in that?" Liang Zijuan muttered from the side. Meng Rong shot him a glare but kept his eyes fixed on the object Chang Xian was holding. The 4 followed his gaze and saw it was just an ordinary clamping plate. "What's the problem?" Xianghua was clearly annoyed.
This was holding everyone back. Other teams were already making rapid progress, installing tools and starting work.
"There is a problem. This challenge isn't as simple as you think."
"There's something fishy about it," Meng Rong stated with certainty, his mind growing clearer by the second.
Chang Xian grew impatient, releasing his grip and turning to Xianghua. Zhao Xingji, however, looked thoughtful.
She knew Professor Meng Rong never spoke without reason. Something crucial must have been overlooked. Seeing Meng Rong's resolute gaze, Xianghua hesitated. She hadn't intended to heed him earlier, but his unwavering certainty now unsettled her. Trusting him, she held back from ordering them to continue.
Instead, she said calmly, "Get to the point. The thickness. The thickness is the problem."
It suddenly hit me the competition committee never intended to lower the difficulty. Just because yesterday's event was simple doesn't mean all events will be simple, or that what seems simple to me might seem simple to others. To put it nicely, the committee crafted the questions with great care.
To put it bluntly, they secretly dug a pitfall that's not very fair. This blueprint uses a bewildering array of dimensions and programming requirements to obscure this seemingly insignificant yet decisive parameter, thickness. Didn't you realize the clamping plate provided by the committee is useless? It's far too narrow.
Meng Rong muttered his observation rapidly.
Chapter 117, looking forward to seeing you in higher-level competitions.
Xianghua gasped in surprise. She hadn't noticed this detail at all.
Look at these specifications. The blank is a 300 by 300 mm sheet of 20 mild steel wire, just 12 mm thick.
Machining such soft material with a spindle spinning thousands of revolutions per minute and delivering over 30 kilowatts of power is like carving on an eggshell.
The slightest programming error could cause irreversible damage.
Moreover, 20 steel has poor machinability, making tool selection critical.
Surface finish quality is difficult to guarantee.
But the core challenge lies elsewhere. Due to its softness, 20 steel is prone to elastic deformation, demanding extremely precise clamping.
If the clamping surface or fixture selection is inadequate, elastic deformation can occur.
The workpiece may pass inspection immediately after machining, only to lose precision and deform once the fixture is released.
The key here is the clamping plate. Hearing Meng Rong's rapid explanation, the 4 of them suddenly understood.
They weren't amateurs. They could tell whether something made sense just by listening.
"Mr. Meng, we apologize.
You're still the best."
Liang Zijuan gave him a thumbs up. Meng Rong smiled slightly, unfazed.
Having said his piece, he now awaited Xianghua's decision. Xianghua thought for a moment before issuing a decisive order: stop programming immediately.
"Everyone, let's re-examine all dimensions and requirements together. Chang Xian, prepare new fixtures and tooling according to the specifications." Xingji, you'll oversee the overall control. Zijuan, assist everyone in making the switch as quickly as possible. The three immediately sprang into action under her direction, silently wiping away cold sweat. Thankfully, the coaching team was there to guide them. If they'd been on their own, it would have been too late for regrets. Quickly, they altered their approach, widening the fixture clamping plates to distribute pressure. This successfully prevented elastic deformation during machining, ultimately securing them first place. With only 5 hours allotted, they'd already squandered nearly half an hour earlier. This forced them to focus intently on every subsequent step, leaving no room for distraction. Only after rushing to finish and hand in their work before time ran out did they finally glance up to observe the other team's progress. The scene was disheartening. Among the 8 teams, 3 had chosen flawed clamping solutions, resulting in dimensional deviations that forced them to finish early and be eliminated early. Of the remaining 4 teams, 3 discovered issues midway and immediately switched approaches. Rushing to finish, they completed their work around the same time as Team Jianyang, though the quality was understandably rough. The expressions on these teams' faces were grim, and the looks they shot at the Jianyang team carried a hint of envy. Only one team had chosen a correct approach comparable to Jianyang's from the start, submitting their work ahead of Jianyang. Next, the judging panel measured the submissions from each team. Unsurprisingly, the team that had spotted the flawed approach early on took first place, while Team Jianyang secured second. Upon hearing the results, the Jianyang team erupted in wild celebration, hugging each other ecstatically. This was a team competition. When was the last time the school's team had achieved results in a competition? How many years ago? It was no small feat. This was a team composed entirely of freshmen. Who would believe it if word got out? They had defeated multiple strong teams. Keep in mind, while the 8 teams participating in this competition might not seem like many, none of them were weak. If ranked by overall teaching strength, Duanjiang Technical College was undoubtedly at the bottom of the pack. Everyone had assumed they were just there to make up the numbers. Unexpectedly, this underdog team staged an upset, clinching the runner-up position. This silver medal holds far greater value than Meng Rong's individual achievement yesterday. Tears welled up in the eyes of all 4 members. Meng Rong, deeply moved, was overcome with emotion. Having spent so much time at the school and grown close to everyone, he felt a profound bond. He pumped his fist excitedly, glancing at Yenghua, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Yenghua, completely unconcerned with appearances, grabbed the other 3 and bounced around joyfully. Spectators both inside and outside the venue watched them. The referees gave them a slightly exasperated reminder to maintain order on the field, yet they understood the team's elation and refrained from further intervention. Yenghua suddenly realized something. Spotting Meng Rong standing outside their circle, she rushed over and threw her arms around him. Her heart overflowed with gratitude. Had Meng Rong not warned them in time, they too would be weeping now, but those tears would have been of sorrow and anguish. Caught off guard by Yengua's embrace, Meng Rong startled. Feeling the warmth radiating from her body and the slight tremor in her frame, his heart began racing faster than the linear feed speed of a lathe. "Thank you, old classmate," Yenghua murmured into Meng Rong's ear. She was overjoyed. Her students' achievements brought her far more excitement than any of her own accomplishments ever had. "No problem, it's the least I could do." Meng Rong savored the moment briefly before snapping back to reality. They had become the center of attention across the entire arena. Even the champion team couldn't help but envy them. The guys exchanged glances, filled with regret. Someone muttered under his breath, "What rotten luck stuck with a bunch of monks. Look at them, with 2 gorgeous girls in their 5-person team." Sigh. The speaker carried on obliviously, ignoring the glares from others. Yet everyone else felt the same, utterly unlucky. Compared to this, winning the championship felt meaningless, utterly tasteless. Look at the runners-up now, that was flavorful. They half-heartedly cheered themselves twice, finding it utterly dull, and soon fell silent. Meng Rong repeatedly nudged Yenghua, let go, let go. This is the competition venue." Yenghua ignored him, eyes still closed, continuing to hold him for a moment longer. Then she wiped away a tear, released her embrace, and instead of showing any shyness, she broke into a joyful smile. Earlier, she'd been like a weeping pear blossom, evoking pity. Now, she was as radiant as a flowering quince, dazzling the world. Liang Zijuan grinned widely at the pair, giving Meng Rong a thumbs up. She thought to herself, "Teacher Meng, you accused me of early romance? Look at the example you're setting." Zhao Xingji watched Yenghua with a hint of envy. How wonderful it would be if she could express her feelings as freely as her. Lost in thought, a firm conviction rose within her heart. Perhaps one day, when she successfully broke free from the shackles of her background, she too would love and hate with such passionate intensity. Regardless of others' thoughts, Meng Rong alone felt awkward amidst the unruffled crowd. He offered sheepish smiles and nods to those around him. The elderly referee suddenly approached him and asked, Are you called Meng something?" "Meng, what was it again?" "Meng Rong." "Ah, yes, Meng Rong. I remember now. I recall being a referee at a factory in a county not long ago. I think I saw you there and even chatted with you for a bit." Meng Rong paused, then nodded. Yes, he finally recalled this referee had indeed approached him at the Fengha agricultural machinery competition, expressing deep admiration for his performance.
It had only been a little over half a year, yet it felt like a lifetime ago.
He asked curiously, "How did you end up coaching at the competition?"
His question made everyone nearby perk up. The third-place team grew excited. Yes, this guy's credentials were suspicious.
Had he snuck in?
But it was just a fleeting thought.
They quickly deflated, realizing he was here as a coach. There was no rule against it, and he wasn't competing anyway.
The seasoned referee nodded upon hearing Meng Rong had resigned to coach at a school, then sighed.
"I have no objection to personal choices.
But I must say, with your talent, you shouldn't be content with these minor local competitions. You should set your sights on the national stage, even the world.
Never stop learning.
I hope to see you on higher-level arenas someday, winning gold and silver medals, making your life truly worthwhile."
Meng Rong froze. Nationally? Globally? He'd never considered it, never once. The school is just a shallow pool. The vast front lines of the industry are where you should make your mark. Young man, work hard. I don't want to see such promising talent go to waste. The referee gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Maybe it's my age, or perhaps some unfulfilled regrets in life, but I've said more than I should. At least the competition's over, so it's not a violation. Do yourself proud. With that, the referee shook Meng Rong's hand and turned to leave. Meng Rong stood there, left with a sense of loss. Xianghua approached, shooting the referee an annoyed glance. That old man was so irritating. What did he mean by calling school a shallow pool? To her, school was the entirety of society. Wasn't the water deep enough? Of course it wasn't deep enough, at least not for the young, innocent Xianghua standing there. Even Meng Rong understood this. He had just sobered up from his earlier joy, that hard-won sense of accomplishment evaporating in the blink of an eye. He glanced at the champion team. Those big shots were staring right back at him. Suddenly, as if sharing a silent understanding, none of them seemed to care much about the results of this competition anymore. In the future, we'll compete on a bigger stage. They could clearly see the inexperience of the Duanjiang Technical School team. They hadn't taken them seriously at all. Only Meng Rong stood out as the pivotal figure in this tournament. Perhaps they would meet again on some future court. With that thought, they gathered together in tacit agreement, exchanging pleasantries and brief introductions. After a few casual words, they jokingly made plans to meet again on a higher stage. "By then, you might not be the champions anymore," Meng Rong said with a confident smile. "We'll be waiting for you." Ha ha. Xiao Changfeng, the team leader, laughed heartily. His full beard gave him such a commanding presence that it almost made one want to light incense and swear brotherhood right then and there. Over the next few days of competition, wins and losses alternated, bringing both unexpected delights and crushing defeats. After the initial excitement and fervor of the first 2 days, the Duanjiang Technical School team settled into a calm rhythm, competing when scheduled, resting otherwise. Before long, the week drew to a close. The final day featured an awards ceremony in the school auditorium. Many teams and staff had already departed to avoid the anticipated crowd. Thousands would have overflowed the venue. Even Meng Rong's group had lost several members. Only Vice Principal Liu and 10 others remained, all with notable achievements. The neatly dressed group of 11 gathered early after breakfast, confident smiles on their faces as they headed toward the auditorium. But the moment they reached the auditorium entrance, Meng Rong froze. He rubbed his eyes, staring in disbelief at the graceful figure standing beside the doorway. How could she be here? This was like seeing a ghost. Chapter 118, The flower is at its best for plucking. In Meng Rong's mind, this woman had long been sentenced to oblivion. He never imagined he'd encounter her again in this lifetime. In his memory, her image had gradually faded, not deliberately, but he couldn't even recall ever crossing paths with her. Seeing Meng Rong frozen like a startled rabbit, Xianghua's face darkened instantly. "Who is that?" "Nothing. Just someone who reminds me of an old acquaintance." Meng Rong instinctively wanted to walk around her, having no desire to step forward and acknowledge her. But the other person stared straight at him, her expression a mix of surprise and longing. Amidst her alluring charm, her eyes unconsciously released a hint of temptation, like a wounded bird awaiting comfort. It must be said that after all these years, Sui Yuan had evolved from delicate charm to captivating allure. Now, she wore a white knit cap and a form-fitting deep red trench coat. Every movement carried an inexplicable aura that stirred something deep within. Her fiery red lips, on this winter morning, were indeed a sight to behold, bright as flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. Passers-by couldn't help but cast admiring glances her way. Several male teachers accompanying Meng Rong couldn't help but be drawn in. Liang Zijuan even let out an involuntary whistle. Yet, possessing some skill in reading expressions, he quickly stopped upon noticing Meng Rong's displeased look. Zhao Xingji beside him shot him a fierce glare. Liang Zijuan gave an awkward chuckle but showed no restraint in his gaze, which darted around restlessly. Meng Rong felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, a mix of mocking amusement, mesmerizing intensity, and subtle provocation. Seeing her remain silent, he steeled himself and turned to make a hasty exit. But the moment he took a step, he had to halt. Sui Yuan had spoken up. Meng Rong, why didn't you even acknowledge me when you saw me?
Her eyes darted playfully toward Xianghua, who stood beside her with a furrowed brow. With a hint of provocation, she added, I came all this way to see you.
Surely you wouldn't refuse even a simple greeting just because someone else is here?
But it's fine, she sighed softly, I know you don't care for me, yet I still think of you.
Liang Zijuan beside them couldn't help but let out an oh-ho, clearly relishing the drama. It seemed teacher Meng Rong wasn't quite as straightforward as he appeared on the surface. Sui Yuan shot a glance at the gleeful Liang Zijuan, dismissing her as just a kid and not worth further attention.
Instead, she offered a sweet smile.
I won't mock you. I've seen you, and that's all that matters. I'm going in now. Congratulations.
I'll be cheering for you from the audience. With that, she turned on her heel and strode decisively into the auditorium without a moment's hesitation. As she entered, she glanced back briefly, batted her eyelashes, and blew a kiss. The crowd stood frozen in shock.
Several people shot strange glances at Meng Rong.
Vice Principal Liu opened his mouth several times but ultimately remained speechless.
Meng Rong inwardly groaned.
Glancing back, he saw Yengua's eyes blazing with fury, her chest heaving, yet she held her words back.
Liang Zijuan let out a startled yelp, clutching his chest.
Everyone turned to look at him, only to find him in apparent agony.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
That big sister blew me a kiss.
I'm done for. I'm done for. She's stolen my heart.
Zhao Xingji couldn't contain her anger and kicked out at him, but Liang Zijuan dodged it. Over recent days, Zhao Xingji's composed and poised demeanor had quietly established her as something of a leader among the freshmen. Liang Zijuan still held some respect for her, so seeing her flare up, he quickly regained his composure.
Let's hurry inside. Otherwise, we won't get seats. She was right.
Glancing back, they saw the crowd thinning.
If they didn't hurry, they wouldn't even get a decent seat.
So they quickened their pace to secure prime spots. Yet the atmosphere grew strangely tense.
Everyone could tell teacher Yenguo was furious, really furious.
Though she hadn't uttered a word, her expression had everyone on edge, dreading she might explode and leave things in shambles. After finding seats in the venue, the awards ceremony and summary meeting commenced shortly. Following keynote speeches by leaders from the education and labor departments, industry representatives, school administrators, and contestants took turns addressing the audience. Initially, the atmosphere among the Duanzhong Technical School delegation remained somewhat tense. However, as the leaders and representatives spoke, everyone gradually became absorbed in their words. Meng Rong had been nervously glancing around at first, trying to spot Sui Yuan, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Eventually, he settled down and began listening intently to the speeches. Listening to the speeches, Meng Rong realized this competition truly proved that there were always better players out there. Many top competitors had participated, and it was said that some events had broken historical records.
Hearing this, Meng Rong couldn't help but feel a jolt.
Instantly, his gold medal seemed less impressive. Compared to the breakthroughs achieved by those elite competitors, his own achievements felt rather insignificant.
The award ceremony followed.
Duanjiang Vocational School performed exceptionally well, securing 2 first-place finishes and 2 second-place finishes, including 1 in a team event. Additionally, Yanghua earned 3rd place in the CNC category for the teacher division. Overall, these results left Vice Principal Liu overjoyed. Since arriving at the venue, he had been greeting old acquaintances from other schools with frequent smiles. The pride on his face was unmistakable, and he made no effort to hide it.
Seated beside him was Principal Wang from another municipal technical school.
Principal Wang had suffered an inauspicious start this time, failing to secure a single gold medal. Forcing a smile, he couldn't resist teasing Vice Principal Liu upon seeing his beaming face. I was wondering why our results were at the bottom this time.
Turns out you used us as stepping stones, old Liu.
You might want to pay me a stepping stone fee later.
Deputy Principal Liu laughed heartily.
No money to spare, but plenty of people.
Ah, I said this year our luck was turning too many talented kids. Who'd have thought our freshman team could snag 2nd place?
I'll just tell the kids to ease up a bit and spare the seniors some face.
Hearing him gloat like this, the others couldn't help but cover their faces. Who was it just a short while ago lamenting the dearth of talent and having no one to choose from?
The champions sitting in the front row couldn't help but glance back at Vice Principal Liu several times. They felt their gold medals growing less impressive by the minute. After all, they'd only barely beaten the freshmen.
Who would believe that? Had Duanzhong Technical School really just gotten lucky and recruited a few prodigies?
Soon, Meng Rong was called up to receive his award. A wave of emotion washed over him. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that what he'd lost at the factory would be reclaimed here. Holding his certificate of honor, he gazed down at the bustling crowd below, feeling a bit dazed. His mind was so full of thoughts that everything else faded from his awareness. Only when he stepped down from the stage did Sui Yuan suddenly appear from somewhere, presenting him with a bouquet of flowers and giving the bewildered Meng Rong a hug. This scene was witnessed by many in attendance, instantly stirring up a commotion. Whistles erupted from the crowd, who saw it as nothing short of thrilling to them.
It was simply 2 lovers celebrating their passion. But for Meng Rong, this was nothing short of a bolt from the blue.
While those around him looked on with envy, only he knew deep down that this was not what he wanted at all. Yengua's expression below the stage had turned icy cold.
Meng Rong returned to his seat awkwardly.
She didn't even glance at him until her name was called to receive her award on stage.
Her face remained grim throughout, leaving the official presenting the award looking utterly perplexed. Chaos reigned throughout the venue.
By the time the event concluded, the elusive Sui Yuan had vanished without a trace.
Vice Principal Liu sensed the awkward atmosphere.
Observing Yengua's expression, he sighed and stopped boasting to others.
He quietly asked Meng Rong, What happened? That girl? What's going on? Meng Rong shoved the bouquet into his hands, his face grim. We'll explain once we're outside.
But after the event ended, Yenghua walked out with Zhao Xingji and the others without looking back, showing no intention of listening to Meng Rong's explanation. Liang Zijuan shot Meng Rong a sympathetic "you're dead meat" look before following Yenghua. To him, Yenghua was a powerful teacher who could influence grades, while Meng Rong was just a temporary worker with no authority over him.
The others sighed as they eyed Meng Rong, some with disapproval, others with outright disgust.
Vice Principal Liu pulled Meng Rong into a corner, his own displeasure palpable.
Meng Rong, this is where you've crossed the line.
If you're going around flirting with women outside, you certainly shouldn't be chasing teacher Yenghua around campus.
This kind of behavior is utterly disgraceful. Meng Rong froze. What? Me pursuing teacher Yenghua at school? Don't try to fool an old man, you'll get struck by lightning, Vice Principal Liu said, disappointed. Your little schemes are transparent to everyone. Frankly, we've already provided you with excellent opportunities.
Not at all, Meng Rong protested.
I genuinely couldn't make it in the factory anymore.
Coming to the school was just to find a place to land and pick up some new knowledge.
Vice Principal Liu looked as though he was saying, go on, keep talking, I won't believe a word of it. Teacher Yan and I aren't what you imagine us to be. We're just old classmates, really. Meng Rong gave a bitter smile. Family knows family best.
Ah, pluck the flower while it blooms, lest you find only bare branches when it fades, Vice Principal Liu sighed, shaking his head.
Meng Rong's smile remained bitter. Vice Principal Liu, you're overthinking this. I'm just a lowly vocational school student. What is teacher Yenghua?
A graduate student, the campus beauty, the proud flower bud.
From the very beginning, I knew the gap between us. I never harbored such thoughts.
Vice Principal Liu looked stunned.
So that's how you see it? Well, you're right.
No wonder when I mentioned it to others, they weren't optimistic.
Rumors spread, but few believed them apparently, you didn't believe it yourself. An ordinary person like me shouldn't harbor such unrealistic desires.
Meng Rong tasted the bitterness in his words, hearing the unspoken meaning in Vice Principal Liu's remarks that many were aware of the vast gulf between them.
I know my place.
I have no such extravagant hopes.
But that girl who just presented you with flowers was quite lovely, wasn't she? And you say you have no such ambitions? What a joke.
Vice Principal Liu toyed with the bouquet in his hand.
Cost a pretty penny. What a waste, otherwise I'd have tossed it right out. Well.
Meng Rong paused, gritted his teeth, and recounted that painful, long-buried memory. It was a youthful folly born of reckless arrogance, when he fancied himself a ladies' man. He couldn't fathom why this long-vanished woman had resurfaced today, stirring up trouble.
Meanwhile, in a moving car, Sui Yuan was on the phone. Alright, old Pang, I've planted the mole just as you ordered. This favor cost me a fortune. You know what I mean.
Make sure your factory sources that batch of goods from ours next time.
Keep your word, and you'll get your cut. Chapter 119, Obstacles.
This time, Duanjiang Vocational School had excelled in the annual vocational institution competition. Though the students hadn't yet returned, the news spread like wildfire across the campus, carried by those who had come back early. Principal Xiao was in high spirits. Vice Principal Liu had finally lived up to expectations this time. This success bolstered his confidence and motivation for the reforms he planned to implement next. He resolved to celebrate this triumph with a grand school-wide commendation ceremony. Yet, rumors began circulating. Some cynically remarked that Meng Rong, merely a temporary staff member with limited education, couldn't truly represent the school's capabilities, suggesting the honors should be discounted. These sour remarks sounded particularly jarring amid the celebratory atmosphere. They inadvertently reached Principal Xiao's ears, leaving him thoroughly annoyed and dampening his joy. Though he publicly refuted such claims, arguing that Meng Rong was now part of the school and that divisive talk should cease, the sentiment still resonated with some faculty members. This left Principal Xiao feeling rather helpless, dampening his initial enthusiasm for a high-profile celebration. Setting aside these distractions, when the competition delegation officially returned to campus, Principal Xiao personally greeted them. He delivered a passionate speech to boost morale, declaring all participants exemplary models of the school and every medalist a source of pride. He encouraged students to emulate these role models and strive for greater achievements. Principal Xiao further announced publicly that all award recipients would be recorded in the school's history and honored on the school's wall of honor. He added that anyone who achieved outstanding accomplishments in society in the future would become distinguished alumni of the school. Who are our current distinguished alumni?
Meng Rong murmured curiously.
Principal Xiao, ever attentive, glanced at Meng Rong and declared loudly, to be considered an outstanding alumnus, one must achieve distinction in a particular field. For instance, if you join the military and become an officer, you are our distinguished alumnus. If you become a senior technician, or even a scientist, professor, or entrepreneur, you too will be recognized as one of our outstanding alumni. In short, whether you serve in the military to defend our homeland or contribute to society as a skilled professional, you are our distinguished alumnus.
We don't measure greatness by official rank, only by contribution defines a hero. A student in the crowd asked, "What if I want to become a writer?" "A published writer?" Principal Xiao paused briefly before answering decisively, "Writer? Writers don't count."
After a pause, he added jokingly, "Our focus is on cultivating skilled professionals.
We don't train writers or painters, so that doesn't count."
The room fell silent. Everyone thought, well, we weren't cut out for writing anyway, and Principal Xiao clearly shared that view. Little did he know that later, one of these students would become a renowned online novelist, leaving the school in a quandary when compiling the distinguished alumni record. Principal Xiao also publicly announced that Duanjiang Technical School would soon undergo reforms, focusing on three main directions. First, completely transforming the four-year technical school system into a 3+3 or 3+4 model, meaning 3 years of technical school followed by 3 years of college or 4 years of undergraduate study.
Second, implementing multi-school mergers, integrating a group of technical schools into the institution. The entire school would be divided into distinct training tracks, with university, secondary vocational, and technical school divisions operating concurrently. Targeted training would be provided according to each track. Both teachers and students with the capability could enter the university division through integrated programs or self-study examinations to obtain nationally recognized academic credentials. Third, faculty would undergo reforms, including performance evaluations and comprehensive teaching quality assessments. This would foster a competitive environment where the best thrive and the weak are weeded out, encouraging young teachers to pioneer innovative teaching approaches and methodologies. Each of these proposals exploded like thunderclaps across the sky. Everyone, including Meng Rong, was utterly taken aback. Principal Xiao hadn't prepared a welcome speech, he'd prepared a time bomb. It must be understood that Duanjiang Technical School operated under a relatively outdated system, having long maintained a 4-year technical program. This model was now hopelessly outdated, as many regions had transitioned to 3-year programs equivalent to high school grades 10 through 12. Some adopted a 3+3 structure, 3 years of high school followed by 3 years at a junior college, while others implemented 3+4 models, 3 years of high school plus 4 years at a university. Years ago, 4-year vocational schools attracted students with higher entrance scores than key high schools. Now, however, 50% of students who fail to enter high school end up in vocational schools, whether 3-year programs, 3+3, 3+4, or the 5-year integrated track. Of course, the lowest tier remains technical schools. Another option is the Provincial United College, a 5-year integrated program leading to an associate degree. If students pass the transfer exam, they can directly enter the 3rd and 4th years of a university to earn a bachelor's degree. Over the years, Duanjiang Vocational School has seen its glory days, but its decline stems from stagnation, failing to adapt to the times. Consequently, student quality has deteriorated, teaching standards have stagnated, and students, facing bleak prospects and outdated credentials, find it unreasonable to expect them to study diligently. Principal Xiao has now implemented targeted reforms, drawing from other institutions' best practices. The core initiative is transforming the school's educational system. By offering students the opportunity to attend university and earn a bachelor's degree, this serves as a powerful shot in the arm. These reform plans aren't empty promises I'm making here. They've been carefully developed over time. The core reform policies have received joint approval from municipal and provincial education and human resources departments. We've also been designated as one of the province's joint reform demonstration sites. Principal Xiao concluded, the school has given you all the chance to change your destiny. And here, taking advantage of Duanjiang Vocational School's success in the annual competition, I call upon you all, study hard, strive here, and transform your own futures. Strive hard, let this be the starting point for your lives. Upward, ever upward. He raised his arms in a rallying cry, and the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. It must be said, this news was truly inspiring. Even Meng Rong was stirred, for he suddenly glimpsed a chance to alter his own destiny. Moments ago, he'd been lamenting his lack of formal education to Vice Principal Liu. Now, a path to change his fate had opened before him. Vice Principal Liu clearly knew about this news long ago. He had hinted at it last time to encourage everyone. He now shot Meng Rong a meaningful glance. Kid, your chance has come. Whether you seize it or not is entirely up to you. Because now, Duanjiang Technical College was establishing a college division, offering Meng Rong a chance to elevate his academic credentials. Though he wasn't a current graduate, Principal Xiao's words implied that with hard work, passing the self-study examinations could raise his educational level. This was an opportunity he absolutely could not let slip away. Meng Rong's eyes burned with fervor. He had missed out on everything before, had fallen into the dust, but now a colossal opportunity lay before him.
His education had been a barrier, but overcoming it would change everything. He could at least improve his circumstances, which would undoubtedly benefit his future career. He was overcome with excitement, his expression elated, his face flushed. In stark contrast stood Xianghua, perpetually cold as ice. To her, these so-called reforms, a rare opportunity for others, held no meaning whatsoever. It was like a poor person's eyes lighting up at the sight of a steamed bun, but she had long since feasted on delicacies and couldn't be bothered to acknowledge it. Yet, she could see from the enthusiastic expressions of the surrounding students that this was a chance to change their destinies. Perhaps it would make them study more diligently and become more self-motivated. This thought began to lift her spirits. Her expression softened slightly as she patted Zhao Xingji, who sat beside her, flushed crimson with excitement. For this girl, every opportunity, no matter how small, must be grasped firmly. Xianghua sensed this young woman might become one of the greatest beneficiaries of this reform. No matter how daunting the challenge, nothing could halt her determination. But when she glanced at Meng Rong, who wore the same look of excitement, Xianghua's expression froze again. Ever since she'd seen Meng Rong embrace that girl who'd appeared out of nowhere, a heavy stone seemed lodged in her chest, causing a suffocating discomfort. She knew her mood was off, and others sensed it too. But this was the young couple's private affair. No matter how close they were, certain things simply couldn't be said. Zhao Xingji was the closest to her, but though she saw everything, her mind was too occupied with her own troubles to spare any space for Xianghua's issues. Comforting her was the last thing on Zhao Xingji's mind. To her, it was all trivial, irrelevant to studies or serious matters, best forgotten as soon as it passed. Thus, Zhao Xingji never once considered how to console Xianghua. Xianghua, weighed down by her own worries, found no way to share them with Zhao. Consequently, all the way to school, Meng Rong had no opportunity whatsoever to explain anything to Xianghua. Of course, Meng Rong felt he wasn't worthy of explaining anything to Xianghua in the first place. That was the real reason. Even if there was a misunderstanding, so what? What right did he have to explain? Perhaps the moment he opened his mouth, Xianghua would simply say, "Do as you please. It's none of my concern," and that alone would leave him so upset he couldn't eat. This strange atmosphere persisted even as they returned to campus and were warmly welcomed by Principal Xiao and his team. It remained unbroken even after Principal Xiao finished announcing the news and dismissed the welcoming faculty and students. Vice Principal Liu had no desire to meddle in this matter. He followed Principal Xiao to report on the work. Reform always met resistance. Every reform involved numerous personnel changes and departmental interests. The sudden announcement of reform could trigger a tsunami or hidden currents of unrest. The scale was impossible to predict. As Principal Xiao's staunch supporter, Liu had no choice but to stand with him at this moment, discussing the specific next steps. Announcing the reform direction alongside the victory news was a masterstroke. With substantial work ahead, personal attachments instantly became insignificant to him. Meng Rong would just have to fend for herself. Watching the crowd disperse, Liang Zijuan and the other contestants surrounded by their usual group of friends, while Zhao Xingji walked away alone in silence, Meng Rong set aside his preoccupied thoughts and prepared to leave. Yet, without conscious thought, he still found himself glancing toward Xianghua. His heart sank. Xianghua didn't even glance at her. Accompanied by Sister Lin and several other teachers from her office, she walked slowly toward the teaching building. His lips felt bitter, reminding him of unsweetened coffee. A warm, large hand landed on his shoulder. Turning, he saw it was indeed the ever-honest Teacher Chen. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, a sincere concern shone through. Teacher Chen wanted to comfort him but couldn't find the right words. In the end, all his thoughts boiled down to one sentence: Meng Rong, go home and rest early. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Meng Rong managed a strained smile, his lips twitching. I'll apply later. Please give me extra guidance with my studies then. No problem, Mr. Chen nodded. Your technical skills are solid, but subjects like English, politics, and Chinese, the ones required for college entrance, your foundation is too weak. You'll need serious tutoring. It won't be easy, be prepared. I understand. If I don't get something, I'll just ask, Meng Rong said with a bitter smile. I'll catch up on the foundational courses. I'll make up for all the time I've lost. Teacher Chen hesitated, then couldn't hold back. I never saw you as the type honest on the surface, but full of tricks. Honestly, the best person to tutor you would be your old desk partner. But who told you to cross her? Teacher Chen remained utterly perplexed. I won't elaborate, Meng Rong said, his thoughts now clear. Teacher Chen, it's not what you think. There are too many obstacles. Perhaps this is for the best. I'll just catch up slowly and cross those hurdles when the time comes. Teacher Chen was a bit confused by his words, but she still remarked, the obstacles are in your mind, aren't they? Wasting time overcoming them is pointless. You must seize the day. But only Meng Rong knew the truth. Some barriers were indeed psychological, yet they still existed. Ignoring the gap didn't make it disappear. Chapter 120, just when I was thinking of you, you arrived. Principal Xiao seized the momentum of the competition's outstanding results to swiftly implement his reforms. The entire school structure would undergo turbulent transformation for some time. Compared to such truly fateful matters, Yengua's plan to use the competition to establish role models and boost student confidence seemed rather clumsy and diminished in importance. Meng Rong and Yengua were still too young to grasp that, in the face of true momentum, individual efforts matter little. Conversely, aligning with that momentum meant every action could become a pig flying in the wind. Though this competition yielded only 2 gold medals, the team's second-place finish was a remarkable achievement. It could not be overstated in its importance, truly setting an exemplary standard among the freshmen. Zhao Xingji, Liang Zijuan, and Chang Xian emerged as the school's star public figures. Zhao Xingji remained unfazed by this modest success, carrying on as usual. Though the girls' section faced numerous challenges, these concerns held no sway over her. She attended classes diligently and applied herself to her studies. Now, she saw a crucial opportunity to change her destiny and seized every chance to study diligently. Yengua took great care of her, gathering all the textbooks she had used in her own studies to give to Zhao Xingji. She even sought her out during free time to tutor her in her schoolwork. Yengua believed Zhao Xingji would become a model for all students and was destined for an extraordinary life. Every time Yengua saw her determined gaze, he couldn't help but marvel, who would believe this was merely a 17-year-old girl? A child who had emerged from hardship and adversity was undoubtedly the kind of talent society needed. Yengua firmly believed that no one would ever need so-called talents who spent their days loafing around, neglecting their studies, and would only regret their missed opportunities later. If Yengua had voiced this opinion publicly, Liang Zijuan would have immediately jumped in to admit, "You're absolutely right, that's exactly who I am." After Liang Zijuan's recent triumph, he swam effortlessly in his clique, puffing himself up like a balloon. Wherever he went, a pack of equally unmotivated students trailed behind, fetching tea, wiping sweat. He was the very picture of a gang leader. Everyone who saw him couldn't help but sigh. This kid was probably beyond redemption. Only Meng Rong watched him, seeing a reflection of his former self. He remembered those days when he too basked in such glory, so much so that even younger female students still thought of him fondly. He kindly warned Liang Zijuan, but Liang Zijuan just grinned in his face, then ignored him completely behind his back, tossing all his advice and hard-earned lessons to the wind. Meng Rong could only sigh helplessly, watching the younger generation repeat his own mistakes. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Once upon a time, he too had been that kind of reckless youth, missing out on so much during the prime of his life and inviting unnecessary trouble. The bitterness was unbearable. Meng Rong didn't feel like seeking out Yengua to explain anything. In the days that followed, everything proceeded according to the school's arrangements. It wasn't exactly by the book, but for someone like him in tech, as long as he was still doing tech work, it meant things stayed the same. He still crossed paths with Yengua, but their relationship seemed to revert to what it had been when they first arrived, nothing more than the label of old deskmates. Many secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, the two had never been a good match. If they had ended up together, it would have been nothing short of divine folly. And that was fine. When people discussed it, there was no trace of envy or resentment. Instead, a faint sense of superiority lingered, as if everyone had long anticipated this outcome. As for why they'd gone from such closeness to this distance? Who cared? Teachers and students returning from competitions knew the truth, of course. Whispers circulated about teacher Meng having other girlfriends, though the exact nature of those relationships remained unclear. This only solidified everyone's opinions. People even found the so-called scandal circulating earlier utterly ridiculous. The two had merely been assigned to work together on a school project. Now that the project was over, shouldn't things return to normal? What the parties themselves thought had long ceased to matter. Meng Rong soon faded from public view once more. He hadn't been around for that long anyway, and his newsworthiness was limited. Many even felt the school should permanently retain such a technical expert from the factory to bolster its somewhat weak practical courses. It was all quite ordinary. Not long after, Xianghua Factory unexpectedly contacted the school again to discuss graduate internship placements. Pang Yudong returned for another inspection tour. He deliberately tagged along to Meng Rong's workshop, staying until the end of the shift. Satisfied, he witnessed Yengua and Meng Rong pass each other by a scene as calm as still water. This eased his twisted psyche considerably. He understood that the scheme he'd orchestrated with Su Shouyuan to sow discord had succeeded. Yes, Yengua completely ignored him, that didn't matter. As long as Meng Rong couldn't have him, it was enough. He left the school feeling triumphant. Though Meng Rong had been visibly irritated by his visit, he was too busy with work to bother with him, focusing solely on his tasks until the visitor was out of sight. He occasionally called Old Master Lu to inquire about Xianghua Factory's current state. Learning that Pang Yudong's influence there had grown exponentially, now heavily meddling in personnel and administration, with General Manager Yen indulging him excessively, left him utterly speechless. Thus, when he encountered Pang Yudong, they weren't exactly strangers, but there was nothing left to say between them. Meng Rong found time to visit his hometown. Only then did his mother learn he'd left Xianghua Factory to work part-time while studying at the school, even taking on temporary teaching duties, news that left her somewhat stunned. Over the years, Meng Rong's mother had aged noticeably, and with that came an increase in her nagging. This time, Meng Rong also discovered a new topic she brought up that he found particularly hard to handle: other people's children. She cited an example, a village peer of Meng Rong's age who had gone to work in Guangdong years ago. He'd been employed at a scrap recycling station for nearly a decade, diligently completing his tasks on time and to specification. Yet there was one peculiarity: though his parents were alive and well, he never mentioned his family to the boss, insisting they were deceased whenever asked. The reason? The boss had a peculiar quirk: he disliked employees using family matters as excuses to delay scrap collection. So, after years of service, he earned the boss's trust. As the boss grew older and found the work increasingly difficult, feeling he'd earned enough money, so he handed the scrapyard over to this orphan worker. Overnight, this peer transformed from a laborer into the owner of a scrapyard. Don't underestimate such a business, it brings in a hefty annual income. Now he could finally strut back to his hometown in style. Mother said this peer is now hailed as the village's model of prosperity. Meng Rong was stunned. Could someone really claim to be orphaned? But who in the village cared? Everyone was talking about how clever this kid was, how he could get things done. Now he was a big boss that was success. The process? Completely irrelevant. In comparison, Meng Rong, once the pampered rich kid, had nothing noteworthy to show for himself. Though his mother didn't say it outright, Meng Rong knew that in the eyes of those around him, he had become that pitiful failure. After all these years, he was still just a technician at a factory. Even after changing jobs, he remained nothing more than a technician. What was there to brag about? He was practically the poster child for a prodigal son. Meng Rong could imagine the villagers' bitter disappointment whenever his name came up. Compared to that scrap dealer who'd become a big boss at the same age, what was there to commend about him? His mother, too, had been deeply influenced by this mindset, something almost unthinkable in the past. Yet the undeniable truth was that Meng Rong was sending her less and less money. Faced with the realities of life, with the original moral framework shattered and reshaped, and under the subtle, pervasive influence of the village's attitudes, his mother had gradually become no different from the others. Meng Rong dared not even ask: if it were now, would his mother still withdraw her savings to help him repay the factory's debts? He couldn't even bring himself to imagine it. In stark contrast, the greater transformation was in his younger sister. Meng Rong keenly noticed that Meng Xiaoquan was increasingly interested only in how much money he could earn. When he expressed concern about her studies, she brushed him off impatiently, leaving him feeling helpless. He could only muster his spirits to remind her to study hard and aim for a good middle school. Fortunately, he was now earning enough to cover her tuition and living expenses. Meng Xiaoquan had always been dependent on him. Though her face showed clear displeasure, she silently nodded her understanding, still managing to be reasonably well behaved. All this made Meng Rong feel increasingly restless at home, so he hurriedly cut short his vacation and returned to campus. His heart heavy with sorrow, Meng Rong collapsed fully clothed onto his dorm bed and fell into a motionless, deep sleep. He never imagined that despite his relentless efforts, his perceived lack of success would make him seem increasingly worthless in others' eyes. He wasn't even sure if he should feel miserable about it. He even found himself missing his days at Fenghe, where he had a bunch of good friends like Luo Xiaowei. If he were feeling this down, Luo would surely drag him out for drinks. After a couple of shots, the world would feel wide open and the sky boundless. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt someone nudging him. Blinking dazedly, he opened his eyes to see Luo Xiaowei's grinning face hovering over him. Still dreaming, he closed his eyes again, drifting back into hazy sleep only to be shaken even harder. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes again. Ha! He wasn't mistaken. That lecherous grin could only belong to one person, Luo Xiaowei. He sprang up, astonished. It really is you. How did you get here? This is school. Ha 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 ha. You never would have guessed, would you? And it's not just me, Tao Qizhong is waiting outside too. We came to see you. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How did you find my dorm? Pfft, you think you're hard to find? Like you're some special forces guy in camo, hiding in the mud or something? Luo Xiaowei sighed again. But you really are famous. I asked around campus, and everyone knows you. They all know where you are. Some helpful student even showed me the way, leading me straight here. Helpful student? Yeah, who else but me? A voice that sounded like it was just asking to be punched came from outside the door. Who else could it be but Liang Zijuan? Meng Rong chuckled upon seeing him. You're quite the coincidence. I just got back from my hometown. If you'd found me here before I returned, that would have been a real tragedy. Couldn't you have given me a heads up? Would a heads up have ruined the surprise? I'd still be thrilled if you had. Meng Rong declared, bursting into laughter as he gave Luo Xiaowei a tight hug. For some reason, his eyes welled up. I was just thinking about you, and here you are. Not even the worms in my stomach could be this punctual. Xiao Qiao himself would be a beat slower than you. Chapter 121, All is Well. Why isn't Qi Zhong coming in? Meng Rong released Luo Xiaowei and asked. Nah, he didn't want to come in. Said seeing old things brings back painful memories, Luo Xiaowei replied with a slight pout. Ha? Are you serious? He graduated from this school?
Meng Rong asked in surprise. Of course not. He just said the sight of the school terrifies him. He was tormented pretty badly back then and swore never to set foot on campus again. If it weren't for coming to see you, he'd never dream of coming to school to find you, Luo Xiaohui teased. Who would have guessed? That guy always seems so steady and reliable, yet he's scared of campuses? Meng Rong grinned, finding it hard to believe. In his memory, Tao Qizhong was the type who excelled academically. He recalled asking him about it once before, but Tao had brushed it off vaguely without elaborating. Never imagined he was one of them too. Ahem, who says we're in the same boat? I'm not like that. I absolutely love studying. Not only am I studying now, but I'm also teaching classes. Meng Rong beamed as he grabbed Luo Xiaohui's arm. Come on. Let me show you around campus. Tonight, we're hitting the town and drinking our hearts out. Why did I come find you? Just for this one thing, Luo Xiaohui shot him a disdainful look. You think we actually missed you? Wrong. We missed the drinking buddy who sometimes generously picks up the tab. I guess that's what they mean by bad company people like us. Ha! You're right, we're just drinking buddies, the kind of friends who only stick together for the good times. What we should be doing is eating meat and drinking wine until we're completely wasted. The morning breeze and waning moon can't match my carefree spirit, and by the willow-lined shore, I don't care where I sleep tonight. Ha! Let's go! Meng Rong suddenly felt all his troubles could be cast aside for the moment. A friend from afar that feeling alone could withstand any temporary misfortune. As they stepped outside the dormitory, they spotted Liang Zijuan holding an unlit cigarette between his lips while flipping a lighter in his hand. Meng Rong frowned at the sight. This Liang Zijuan was far too bold. This was the teacher's dormitory building. Didn't he fear reprimand? But Liang Zijuan wore a carefree expression, grinning eerily. With the cigarette still clenched between his teeth, he bared 2 rows of slightly yellowed teeth and slurred, "Teacher Meng, I heard you're going out for drinks tonight. Take me with you." Meng Rong was nearly at his wits' end. This guy had no shame whatsoever, a stark contrast to his own younger self. Back then, he'd been fiercely proud, rarely deigning to curry favor with anyone. Liang Zijuan, however, was utterly lazy and unprincipled. At a loss, Meng could only threaten him by invoking another authority. Fine. I'll go ask Teacher Zhang later if he approves of you drinking. Teacher Zhang was his homeroom teacher and happened to be in charge of him. Liang Zijuan's expression darkened. The homeroom teacher still held some authority over him. With disdain, he retorted, "This is utterly pointless. You're just escorting me, and you won't even treat me to a drink? You're going to tell Teacher Zhang? How boring. Teacher Meng, I've seriously misjudged you." Tired of his whining, Luo Xiaohui snapped, "So what if you just tag along for a meal? Come on, let's go." The two of them were clearly kindred spirits, leaving Meng Rong both amused and exasperated. With no other choice, he led Liang Zijuan downstairs. As they walked, Meng Rong recounted the school's history and the stories behind each building to Luo Xiaohui. If I didn't know better, I think you'd been teaching here for over a decade, Luo Xiaohui teased, listening to his detailed descriptions. Really? It feels like I've been here forever, Meng Rong laughed. It seemed he had truly adapted to life here, seeing himself as part of the community. But he wasn't truly one of them. Meng Rong sighed inwardly, a fleeting trace of melancholy passing through his eyes. Luo Xiaohui caught that look. Why do I get the feeling your attachment to this place has already surpassed the 4+ years you spent at Fenghe? Maybe, Meng Rong didn't deny it outright. Perhaps in Fenghe, aside from a few masters and you guys, there's nothing left worth my attachment. Maybe one day, even that lingering attachment will fade completely, Luo Xiaohui murmured. You don't want to stay either? Meng Rong was surprised. Luo Xiaohui still had some ties there. I can't stand it anymore. Fenghe isn't what it used to be, and the people here are changing too. Luo Xiaohui sighed heavily, his mood instantly sinking. Because of that Pang guy? Who else could it be? You don't know he practically rules the factory with an iron fist now. He doesn't even give the old masters any face. Take my master Zhang, for instance. He's so old, yet last week Pang publicly berated him. My master nearly quit on the spot. Luo Xiaohui sighed. Meng Rong could imagine the frustration Master Zhang must feel being publicly humiliated by a young upstart. If it weren't for the fierce woman at home keeping him in check, with his temper, it was hard to believe he could have endured it. I used to think this was my home, pure, happy, simple. A group of good friends, decent pay, working alongside machines and lathes. How wonderful it was. But ever since that guy showed up, everything's gone sour. The factory changed. Everyone scrambled to suck up to him because sucking up had its perks, and not sucking up had consequences. What kind of bull world is this? Luo Xiaohui muttered beside him. Listening to Luo Xiaohui complain about the factory's world, Meng Rong had intended to talk with him about the village's world. Now he realized there was probably no need to talk about it anymore. Everything was changing, accelerating, becoming unrecognizable. He didn't know how it could ever return to its original state. Meng Rong sensed a storm sweeping through society. People were chasing so-called success, abandoning old principles.
Everyone was swept along, changing with the tide, whether for better or worse, no one knew.
Let them change however they want.
We must remain ourselves. In the end, this was the only consolation Meng Rong could muster for Luo Xiaowei and for himself. He now understood why Luo Xiaowei and Tao Qizhong had made the special trip to see him. Being young, they sensed the changes, caught between resistance and acceptance, wavering and hesitating. Their elders couldn't teach them much, they had to seek answers from their peers. Meng Rong was clearly the first among them to actively embrace change. Mutual consolation and exchanging insights couldn't be more fitting. Meng Rong understood why they had come seeking him out, and he felt no discomfort about it. After all, among friends, engaging in passionate discussions was only natural. He had his own share of grievances to vent, though compared to these two, he should have more opportunities to change his fate, even if those opportunities demanded immense effort. After circling the campus, just as he was about to exit the school gates, Meng Rong was stopped. Looking up, he saw none other than Zhao Xingji, her face expressionless.
Liang Zijuan. Professor Yan said you must attend tonight's group discussion.
Zhao Xingji's voice was devoid of emotion, sounding like a machine fulfilling a task.
Liang Zijuan was flustered. What group discussion? Does it even matter if I'm there or not? It's not even a required class. So are you coming or not? Isn't it enough that you're there?
Every discussion is decided by your single word.
Does my opinion even matter? Your group is full of talented people. They don't need me. Got it. I'll inform Teacher Yan you won't be attending the group discussion. With that, Zhao Xingji turned and walked away.
Wait.
Liang Zijuan protested urgently. I never said I wouldn't come. I just need to prepare. Besides, I'm just suggesting we shouldn't always make your opinions the main focus. Let others contribute too. Fine.
I'll tell Teacher Yan you'll be on time. Zhao Xingji's words were concise and decisive, her commitment as firm as a nail driven home.
With that, she turned and walked away.
Wait.
Liang Zijuan tugged at his hair in frustration. Can I take a leave of absence? That's up to Teacher Yan. I'll inform her you'll be absent. Ah. Liang Zijuan let out a low, wolf-like howl, his facial features contorting in frustration.
He was genuinely helpless. Any other teacher would be manageable, but this Ms. Yan was no ordinary person, someone he couldn't afford to cross. It was just an extracurricular study discussion group, after all. Since returning from the competition, Teacher Yan had ramped up her efforts, organizing a group of top students for regular study sessions. The problem was, the school not only approved her actions but explicitly recognized the importance and value of such extracurricular study groups. They provided venues and teaching materials, even planning to count it toward credits. This sparked a surge of enthusiasm, with everyone rushing to sign up.
Liang Zijuan hadn't intended to join, but now he'd been automatically assigned.
He had no choice but to attend. Refusal would invite Yan's harsh consequences, and this formidable figure was someone Liang Zijuan dared not cross.
Thus, amidst Meng Rong's sympathetic yet helpless expression, Liang Zijuan was dragged off to class by Zhao Xingji. Meng Rong couldn't help but admire Yan's ingenuity dispatching Zhao Xingji to stake out the school entrance specifically to round people up. No one else could handle Liang Zijuan like that. Fearless as he was thoroughly subdued by these two women, one tall and one petite. Is that Yan teacher really that fierce? Luo Xiaowei asked curiously from the side. The fiercest person on campus. Meng Rong joked, though no one could detect the shadow of gloom in his heart. The moment they stepped out of the school gate, they spotted Tao Qizhong, who was examining the sculpted gate sign with keen interest. Long time no see. I've missed you like crazy. They embraced tightly, playfully punching each other, their eyes brimming with the joy of reunion. All right. The strongest trio of Fenghua is reunited. Let's go. Luo Xiaowei declared with youthful vigor. Taking advantage of the early morning, the trio strolled along the shores of Forget Return Lake under Meng Rong's lead. They admired the shimmering waters and mountain scenery, the crisp breeze carrying a hint of early spring warmth that felt incredibly soothing. All three felt utterly relaxed and content, temporarily setting aside all worldly worries. During their walk, Meng Rong briefly outlined his future life plans and arrangements, focusing mainly on immediate, practical matters. What? You plan to self-study for university here? Luo Xiaowei exclaimed, his eyes brimming with envy. You've got the advantage of being in the right place at the right time. Looks like you've really found a way. With a university degree, you'll command a higher salary when you go out into the world. But how much time will you waste? Tao Qizhong voiced his concern. It won't be wasted. I'll work part-time while studying. As you know, I'm getting older and don't have much time to spare. But if I don't give it my all now, am I supposed to wait until I'm old and frail to try? That's even less realistic. Meng Rong concluded, society is harsh. Some people coast by without effort, but if we don't fight, we'll just become the pitiable figures everyone talks about. By then, what good would others' pity do? It wouldn't even be worth a passing mention over tea. Chapter 122, A Chance Encounter. Tao Qizhong fell deep in thought, then shook his head.
The path Meng Rong could take didn't mean he could follow it, but he deeply admired Meng Rong's courage. The ancient said, if one hears the way in the morning, one may die content in the evening. Old Meng, you've certainly found your path. They say the greatest truths are simple, but in today's industrial world, how simple can things really be?
This isn't an era of revisiting old knowledge to gain new insights.
It's an age where knowledge depreciates by the minute, growing at breakneck speed.
I need to study hard too.
But I don't have your advantages like the chance to upgrade my credentials.
That's out of the question for me. I'll just focus on mastering the technology. Old Meng? Meng Rong was taken aback. He was only 25 already being called Old Meng?
That was ridiculous.
It's just a title. Don't read too much into it. Tao Qizhong's eyelids fluttered.
Consider it a mark of respect. Anyone worthy of the old prefix is worthy of being a teacher.
Enough already, Old Tao. Stop nitpicking like we're in some university lecture hall or private tutoring session. Hearing the truth in the morning, dying in the evening would be enough. Look, the sun's about to set over there. Seems like you've got a long time before you kick the bucket. Luo Xiaowei was clearly annoyed. Pa! Bad luck.
Tao Qizhong shot Luo Xiaowei a disapproving glare.
Hey, you were the one who brought up death first. You're the one breaking the taboo. Luo Xiaowei shrugged it off.
Old Tao's right, Xiaowei, Meng Rong interjected soothingly.
Luo Xiaowei rolled his eyes. What a disadvantage his name was. Why did they have to call him Xiaowei? He wasn't exactly young anymore. Was he supposed to be Little Hui forever? But then again, it wasn't so bad.
It made him seem younger. Thinking this, Luo Xiaowei perked up again. The two beside him watched Luo Xiaowei, baffled by his seemingly random mood swings, one moment sulking, the next laughing, and soon gave up trying to understand him. Anyway, you're right, life lies in learning.
We should be eternal apprentices. Meng Rong recalled his father's red notebook.
Those words on the front page had been deeply etched into his mind, growing ever more like a burning conviction that would never fade. The three walked and talked along the lakeside, their conversation flowing endlessly. They shared updates on their current lives, and through their words, Meng Rong learned of Master Lu's recent situation. Since Meng Rong's departure, the junior master had grown unusually quiet. Beyond fulfilling his duties, he showed almost no interest in the factory's affairs. Clearly, Meng Rong's resignation had hit him hard. But he understood the circumstances well. He didn't blame Meng Rong, and in fact, he had always hoped Meng Rong would leave for a bigger stage. Master Lu has mentioned it to me several times. Tao Qizhong sighed deeply. He said that if Meng Rong ever made it big in the future, then he, as his master, could finally rest in peace.
Tao Qizhong sighed deeply.
As for old Shang, he was a different story altogether. The old man had a wide network and a sharp mind. Though he regretted Meng Rong's departure, he remained lively and cheerful every day, laughing and chatting as if nothing had happened. Commenting on him, Tao Qizhong chuckled, if I ever leave this place, old Shang might just beat the gong and play the drum, thinking he's off a burden. For him, mentoring young apprentices was important, but even more crucial was letting them forge their own paths. As he put it, he did give them a push when he could. He wasn't their personal nanny, after all. Sometimes I genuinely envy my master's mindset.
Compared to my junior high mentor, he is far more carefree.
And with his connections, barring any major mishaps, no one dares cross him. There were countless other bits and pieces, funny stories from the production line, like when some master craftsman clashed with a supervisor and nearly caused a major incident, or trivial matters about people, like whose wife gave birth to a chubby baby boy weighing 8 pounds 6 ounces, delivered by C-section, or whose newborn girl smiled strangely the moment she emerged. Or how a manager's kid flunked the college entrance exam and was now scrambling for connections to land a job.
As for Pang Yudong and his dirty deeds,
the three had lost all interest in discussing them now, too lazy to even bring it up. Some topics were familiar, others less so, and the conversation meandered aimlessly. The three walked together, talking freely about everything under the sun, chatting heartily and unrestrainedly. Before they knew it, the sky had grown completely dark. They had walked a full circle around the lakeside path and found themselves back where they started. By then, their stomachs were growling loudly. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. It was time to eat their fill. They found a steaming, ordinary homestyle restaurant, sat down at a table, and ordered 6 hearty dishes in one go: chili fried beef with yellow peppers, stir-fried wild rabbit, a plate of braised chicken chunks, plus a soup made from fresh fish caught in the lake, dried river fish, and a plate of 5 spice-braised pork liver. Being meat lovers at heart, they decided to stuff themselves silly at this feast. Look at each other after months apart, how thin they'd become. They say a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Without each other, even food and drink lost their flavor.
Could they not waste away for her sake? They opened a bottle of wine.
And after taking a few satisfying sips, the three of us let loose.
We chewed heartily, not caring about our manners.
Sometimes we gnawed wildly on bones with our hands, other times we gulped down soup in big slurps, splashing broth everywhere. People eating nearby couldn't help but glance over, wondering where these young folks had been starving themselves.
This chicken's excellent, and the fish soup's superb. But is this fish really caught from the lake? Doesn't look like it to me. Let me tell you, this place is famous for its rabbit meat. They buy wild rabbits directly from local hunters. Shuad, isn't it wonderfully springy? In my opinion, the real treat is this plate of river fish. When I was a kid, there was a river right by our house. Back in elementary school, I'd go down there whenever I could to catch fish and shrimp.
Sometimes we'd catch so many, my mom would clean them, peel them, and stir-fry a whole plate. The flavor, well, it's not quite like my mom's, but it's got a unique charm all its own. Tao Qizhong was usually more reserved than Meng Rong, but seeing his two brothers eating with such gusto, he dropped his guard, offering his own critiques while digging in just as eagerly. At times, the three even bickered over a single piece of chicken. Those watching nearby found it quite amusing. Youth was truly carefree. The winter eatery had been quiet, but their lively performance gradually warmed the atmosphere. A hint of warmth seemed to fill the air. Passers-by peering through the windows, drawn by the bustling scene inside, abandoned their search for a place to eat and walked straight in. Before long, every seat was filled. The trio ate with such gusto, completely unaware they'd become the restaurant's lucky charms. The owner beamed with delight, bustling about to serve them. Later, he even sent over a plate of pickled cucumbers as a complimentary treat. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the door swung open again. Meng Rong recognized a familiar voice. This place must be good, look at all these people eating. He was just pouring wine into his small cup when the voice made him tense up. The wine went down wrong, causing him to choke and cough violently. This reaction caught the woman's attention. She and her companion took a couple of hesitant, suspicious steps forward, glancing in Meng Rong's direction. That silhouette was all too familiar. That bastard? She was furious. She was just out looking for food with Zhao Xingji and class monitor Chao Yang because she'd been too busy with classes to eat dinner and was starving. And now she ran into him here? Damn it. Her expression darkened, and she was about to turn and leave when class monitor Chao Yang spotted Meng Rong. He immediately approached enthusiastically, greeting him cheerfully, "Teacher Meng, it really is you. What are you doing eating here? What a coincidence. I came out to eat with Teacher Yen and the others." With that said, Meng Rong couldn't pretend not to hear. He had no choice but to invite them to join their table, calling out to the restaurant staff to bring menus so they could add dishes, extra sets of chopsticks and bowls, and chairs. Yan Guo frowned. "We're just grabbing a quick bite. We won't bother you." But to their surprise, class monitor Chao, seemingly out of character, had already taken a seat without hesitation. They were the type who enjoyed mingling with Meng Rong, no airs, no conflicts of interest. Hearing Yan Guo's words, they looked at her in mild shock. "Teacher Yan, it's rare that Teacher Meng is treating us. Just let him be generous for once." "You little brat. Have I ever been stingy?" Meng Rong couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. He shot an awkward glance at the two across from him, signaling for them to behave civilly and tone it down so they wouldn't scare others. Little did he expect these two to revel in the commotion. "Ah, old Meng, your student? Colleague? Ah, my old desk partner? What a coincidence. Come on, she's his desk partner, our old desk partner. Such a rare encounter. Come on, one, let's eat. We'll eat Meng Rong out of house and home today. No worries, boss. Menu, let's order." The two chaps made such a raucous fuss that Yan Guo and Zhao Xingji had no choice but to accept the invitation and sit down. Yan Guo sighed inwardly. So this was the extent of their hospitality. "And this is? Teacher Yan? Stunning. Meng Rong's been raving about you for ages, said there was a gorgeous teacher at your school. He described you as graceful as a dragon gliding through water, elegant as a crane soaring through the sky, and what else? Oh right, he also said you were so radiant it puts the moon to shame, as dazzling as the sun itself. Honestly, you're the stuff of nighttime dreams." Ha ha. Luo Shelby spouted nonsense. Meng Rong stared in disbelief. When had he ever said such things? Right, he mentioned meeting an old classmate who changed quite a bit and looked rather pretty, but where had all these flowery adjectives come from? Class monitor Chao Yang listened, amused beyond measure. Really? Seriously? He was a decent fellow if Liang Zijuan had tagged along, who knew what the two of them would have chimed in with. Unfortunately, Liang Zijuan had no interest in joining Yen teacher's simple vegetarian meal and hadn't even considered coming. Under the slightly yellowed fluorescent light, Yan Guo tried to maintain her composure, but a faint blush still crept onto her cheeks. Clearly, she was somewhat moved inside. Lately, she had rarely spared Meng Rong a kind word, yet now she felt strangely conflicted. If these two were Meng Rong's old friends from Fenghe, they must know him best. Perhaps they could reveal what Meng Rong had been up to all these years, whether the glamorous woman from the other day truly shared a past with him. Yet, upon second thought, what did any of this matter to her? This conflicting emotion left her momentarily lost in thought. Zhao Xingji, however, rudely interrupted Luo Xiaohui's flattery. "Teacher Meng, there's no need to go to such expense. Teacher Yan and I both prefer simple home-style dishes. Plain rice with some vegetarian dishes will do just fine." Meng Rong, who had been studying the menu, casually remarked, after spending several months with her, "I know exactly what she likes to eat." The others present couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Spent several months together? Chapter 123, it was all a misunderstanding after all.
Meng Rong never imagined that a casual remark would spark such a strong reaction among those present. Upon hearing it, Tao and Luo couldn't help but scrutinize Meng Rong. Could it be these two really had something going on? Chao Yang and Zhao Xingji exchanged a knowing glance.
It seemed Teacher Meng was truly attentive. He even knew what Teacher Yenguo liked to eat. Yenguo froze upon hearing this, shooting Meng Rong a fierce glare. Yet to others, that look carried layers of meaning. Meng Rong, oblivious, casually ordered, "Owner, add 1 order of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried almond chicken, and leek stir-fried with mung bean sprouts. Also, 1 serving of Chinese yam and lotus root soup, 3 bowls of rice. Oh, and 1 more blueberry osmanthus cake. That's all." After placing the order, he set down the menu. Seeing the table fall completely silent, everyone staring at him, he felt a pang of guilt. Did I order too lightly? Forgot class monitor Chao Yang, is there anything you'd like to add? Maybe another serving of twice-cooked pork? And Xingji, will these dishes be okay for you since you're eating with Teacher Yin? Or should we get something heartier? I've been here before. Their stir-fried cured pork is also excellent. No need. These light dishes are perfect. Both Teacher Yen and I prefer them, Zhao Xingji replied calmly. Chao Yang glanced at the table, now a mess after the three had devoured their meals, and swallowed hard. I love both twice-cooked pork and cured pork. Alright. I'm going all out today. Boss, bring us 1 of each. Don't mind us being a bother. No trouble at all. The owner beamed as he headed off. These 3 lucky cats weren't just bringing in business, they were practically handing over cash. How could he complain? If he could, he'd welcome them back every day, turning his place into their personal cafeteria. It was delicious, but expensive. The atmosphere at the table grew slightly awkward. Luo Xiaolui muttered beside them, Meng Rong really knows how to treat us. I remember how he absolutely hated the factory cafeteria's communal dishes, chives, bean sprouts. He swore he'd never touch another bite after getting sick of them. Yan Guo froze. During their recent team projects, they'd often eat together. Whenever ordering, she'd boldly pile her plate with veggies, sometimes without a single meat in sight. She'd never once seen Meng Rong frown. These details had never crossed her mind. Now, it seemed Meng Rong had been forcing himself to eat things he disliked whenever they were together. Meng Rong gave an awkward chuckle. No, it's just that the food at the factory used to be terrible, so I ate less. It wasn't that extreme, not touching a single bite. My old master chef Master Lu's wife, she makes the most amazing chive and egg stir-fry. Some things are better left unexplained. The more you try to justify, the worse it gets. Everyone shot Meng Rong disdainful glances. His explanations were just cover-ups. Why not just admit honestly that he was playing along with Teacher Yen? Stupid. Chao Yang sighed. Everyone said Teacher Yen was a bit careless about life's details, and it seemed true. He shot Meng Rong a sympathetic glance, thinking to himself that when he grew up, he'd definitely find a wife who loved meat. Yen Guo's tense expression gradually eased. But she immediately covered her nose. You were drinking? That smells awful. Meng Rong instinctively covered his glass. Tao Qizhong jumped in with an explanation. Well, the 3 of us hadn't seen each other in ages. We were just celebrating, having a little drink to lift our spirits. Is there a school rule against alcohol? Please don't take offense, it wasn't intentional, just a bit of merriment. Rest assured, if you dislike it, we'll stop immediately. Waiter, take the wine away. Luo Xiaolui grew flustered at this. He'd been in high spirits, and suddenly having the drinks taken away dampened his mood. Old Tao, how can a guy's night out be without alcohol? What kind of school is so unfriendly? Teacher Yen, trust me, we drink responsibly. Since Meng Rong joined the factory, we've been close. All these years, have you ever seen him cause trouble from drinking? He's not a heavy drinker. Rest assured. In all this time, I've never seen anyone his age like Meng Rong. Not only does he stay composed, but even when he's tipsy, he never gets out of line. He's dependable, qualified, and handsome. Need I say more? Dress him up and he's off the charts. Let me tell you, lots of young girls at the factory secretly like him and chase after him, but he's never even held a girl's little finger. He's a true gentleman, perfect for older female teachers or single women to bring home to earn a living and start a family. Yan Guo was thrown off by his line of reasoning and snapped. Pfft. Who's an older woman? Exactly. Our Teacher Yen is so young. Chao Yang chimed in from the side, delivering the final blow. Zhao Xingji frowned, a pang of unease stirring within her. She was surprised by this feeling. After all, she wasn't even 18 yet. But compared to her younger siblings at home, perhaps she too was considered older and ready for marriage? A wave of sadness washed over her. Yan Guo's strong reaction to the topic of age caught Luo Xiaolui off guard. He quickly backtracked. I was just saying hypothetically. I never called you an older single woman. Yan Guo snorted coldly. There was no point arguing about this now. She could only seethe inwardly, blaming Meng Rong for associating with such a spiteful friend. She shot him another withering glare. Meng Rong was utterly baffled. Why was she suddenly taking it out on him? He could only plaster on a smile, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The atmosphere grew tense.
After a moment, class monitor Chao Yang, ever the curious one, turned to Luo Xiaowei. So, how many years did teacher Meng work at Finghua factory? Was he a top technician there? Did he really have so many girls chasing after him? That's impressive. You bet he was, Luo Xiaowei began, ready to brag. But then he remembered Li Shiyao, and his mood instantly soured. Back then, Li Shiyao had shown some interest in Meng Rong, often seeking him out. That's how Luo Xiaowei had met Li Shiyao, developed some complicated feelings, and set off the chain of events that followed. So when he spoke, his voice was flat. Meng Rong was bored stiff at the factory. He worked his ass off every day. Old Master Lu made his life miserable, giving him a hard time constantly. He was swamped with work, no time for romance. Usually, he'd just hang out with us, drink a few, or study on his own with a book. Pretty dull. In all my years at the factory, I never saw him show interest in any girl. Of course, maybe all the girls at our factory are plain and ordinary, and our handsome Meng doesn't find them appealing. Wait. Let me think. That doesn't seem right. There was one. Luo Xiaowei racked his brain, searching desperately through his memories. Hearing him say this, Yengua's relaxed heart suddenly tightened for some reason. She pricked up her ears, waiting quietly for Luo Xiaowei to reveal the answer. As the boss served the food, Tao Qizhong interrupted Luo Xiaowei from the side. Enough with the nonsense. Come on, everyone, dig in. You must be starving. Chao Yang and Zhao Xingji were indeed starving, nearly floating from hunger. As soon as the food arrived, they immediately picked up their bowls and dug in. Zhao Xingji, having grown up in the countryside, lacked any pretentious or coy mannerisms. Her movements were no slower than Chao Yang's, though her eating style was considerably more elegant. Luo Xiaowei, cut off by Tao Qizhong, said no more. He picked up a slice of twice-cooked pork, chewed it, and nodded. It is a bit greasy, but the flavor is good. He busied himself serving Chao and Zhao, watching Zhao Xingji slide a slice of fatty pork belly into her mouth without hesitation. He chuckled, that's the spirit. Who only eats veggies? You need balanced nutrition, especially minors. Students should eat more. Beside him, Yengua picked up her chopsticks, took a bean sprout, and began chewing gently. Yet she tasted nothing, her mind replaying Luo Xiaowei's earlier words. What was that unexpected thing? Why not just say it? Didn't he know leaving things half-said was agonizing? Unexpectedly, though everyone chatted a bit afterward, the topic never returned. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, she directly asked Meng Rong, earlier, your friend mentioned you work at Finghua factory. Is there a nice girl there you know? Meng Rong was midway through picking up some leeks when her sudden question caught him off guard. What? No, I don't. What are you talking about? He's just making things up. Making things up? Don't you remember? That competition there was this girl named Nan who came, drank, and ate with us. She was so cheerful. When we left, she even hooked her arm through yours. You can't deny it. Luo Xiaowei exclaimed dramatically, completely ignoring Tao Qizhong's nudges signaling him to stop. So the one who gave you flowers that day was Anan. Yengua murmured blankly, her expression suddenly darkening as a frosty layer settled over her face once more. No, don't listen to Xiaowei's nonsense. Meng Rong nearly jumped up in panic. His mouth felt bitter, yet he couldn't think of how to explain. These were completely different people. But explaining would turn one problem into two, requiring a double explanation. How could he possibly explain that in a moment? Tao Qizhong interjected, I recall that Anan was just Meng Rong's junior at school, a bit mischievous. Meng Rong and her? Nothing going on. Flowers? Come on, I never heard that. But it sounds like something she'd do. Meng Rong sighed inwardly. Seriously, everyone, could you all just stop talking nonsense? Getting mixed up with you two troublemakers was my bad luck. Being single is entirely my own doing. Yengua ate her meal with a touch of melancholy, her expression growing calm. Yet Meng Rong knew that the calmer she appeared, the more severe her internal judgment of the situation became. With her straightforward nature, once she set her mind on something, she wouldn't budge even if she hit a brick wall. She must be utterly disappointed in herself. With that thought, Meng Rong decided it was time for a serious talk with Yengua. Soon after finishing their meal, Yengua promptly gathered her two students, offered a brief thank you, and left without lingering. Meng Rong shot a glare at his two troublemaking friends. You two wait here for me. With that, he rushed out after her. Professor Yen, there are some misunderstandings I'd like to clarify with you. Misunderstandings between us? I don't think so, Yengua replied coolly. Chao Yang tugged at Zhao Xingji's sleeve and hurried off, using the excuse that it was too late to enter the school gates. This left Yengua and Meng Rong alone. Yengua was about to turn and leave too, but Meng Rong grabbed her arm and pleaded earnestly, give me 2 minutes. I'll explain. After you hear me out, you can do whatever you want. I won't mind. Then speak, Yengua replied after a moment's thought. Meng Rong spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. I know you see me as some promiscuous stud, but that's not the truth. It's true that Anan is my junior classmate, but we're just ordinary friends. Nothing ever happened between us. As for the girl who brought flowers that day, her name is Sui Yuan. She was my girlfriend 5 years ago when I was young and reckless. We dated for a while, but we haven't been in contact for years. I have no idea why she was there that day. Alright, that's all. I don't want our friendship to end over some stupid misunderstanding. Yenguo paused, stunned. Yes, friendship, it really was just a misunderstanding after all. Chapter 124, The Little New Year. Yenguo walked away, looking a bit forlorn. Watching her receding figure, then glancing up at the silver crescent moon hanging in the sky, the lights flickering near and far, and the steam rising from the various restaurants, Meng Rong felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. All he wanted to do now was go back and drown those two troublemaking friends in alcohol. If white liquor wasn't enough today, he'd switch to yellow liquor. Back at the office, Luo Xiaowei winked at him. Heh, I heard that Liang Zijuan mentioned something you and this Yen teacher were getting cozy, but lately you two seem to be at odds. See? I helped you out. At least we shared a meal. Thanks a lot. Meng Rong rolled his eyes. Tao Qizhong chimed in from the side. Huh, old Meng's got great taste, I'll give him that. Teacher Yan's got it all going for her, except that temperament seems a bit off. Sorry, old Meng, I really didn't handle it well. I didn't expect that in Nan to pop up out of nowhere. Is this whole thing because of that? Stop being so nosy, all of you. Why not talk about how things are going between you, Xiaowei, and Li Shiyao? Or have you, old Tao, set your sights on some female worker? Meng Rong countered weakly. Who knew Luo Xiaowei would burst out laughing? There's nothing much to say about Shiyao and me, things are at a standstill. But you're sharp. How'd you know old Tao hooked up with a female worker? It's only been a month or so. Meng Rong stared in stunned admiration. He looked at Tao Qizhong for a long moment, speechless. Seeing the man still wearing that same innocent grin, he sighed, you really know how to keep a secret. You waited this long to tell us. You bet. I was saving it for the perfect moment to rub it in your face, ha ha ha. Luo Xiaowei laughed unabashedly. This meal cost Meng Rong a whopping 400 yuan, his most expensive single meal in years. But for someone who'd once lived in luxury, it was hardly a big deal. After settling the bill, the three staggered back to their lodgings. Tonight's rare joy kept them chatting long into the night, sleeping on the communal bunk. It had been ages since he'd enjoyed such a carefree night. Early the next morning, Meng Rong saw his two old friends off at the bus stop, reminding them to give his regards to the few masters. Watching them wave goodbye with wide grins, their mouths stretched wide, Meng Rong reluctantly pulled his gaze away as the vehicle vanished into the dusty haze. Slowly, he made his way back to the school. In life, there are always a few friends with whom you can speak openly and honestly, share a blanket and fight over the warm spot, drink and sing together, or even take a leak in the wind while laughing at the high walls and open fields. Everything feels so effortless, so fun, so beautiful. But life's joys are fleeting, and parting outweighs reunion, that is the norm. Back at school, everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Classes were held as usual, self-study continued as before, and days passed simply and plainly, following the rhythm of the school. Yet, as the year drew to a close, the school break was approaching. Meng Rong began packing his bags to return home. He found it rather amusing that working and living at the school had actually granted him winter and summer vacations, a special, unexpected perk he'd never enjoyed at the factory. At Finghua, the break usually lasted only until New Year's Eve, at most 7 days, sometimes as few as 5 before returning to the factory. Each time, he felt he hadn't had enough time at home. But now, recalling his last visit, Meng Rong felt a pang of worry. He didn't want to go home so soon. Changing his mother's nagging was an age-old problem, and he knew he couldn't solve it. All he could do was choose to hide for a few days of peace. Besides, while others were on break, he could catch up on his studies. By the second half of next year, the reforms Principal Xiao had mentioned would likely be fully implemented. If he could pass the self-study exams and enter the college department, it would be an incredibly exciting opportunity. After all, missing out on university was one of life's great regrets. He had once believed his fate lay buried in the dust, that finding a corner of the world to call his own was the end of the road. But deep within, a fire still burned, compelling him to change. After more than 4 years of tempering at the Gongfeng factory, his greatest skill now was patience. He wasn't inherently dull, just fiery-tempered. With his temperament settled, he could finally absorb the knowledge from these books. Once he could focus, progress naturally followed. He applied to the school to continue staying in the dormitory after winter break began, explaining that the factory still needed to operate for a while longer and he could remain on campus to oversee the workshop for a period. The school leadership considered it and agreed. Previously, they had to figure out which teacher to ask to stay behind and watch over the factory during the holidays, which was quite a headache. Now that someone had volunteered to take on the responsibility, it was perfectly suited. However, the school cafeteria would be closed during the break, so Meng Rong would need to arrange his own meals. On the days he was overseeing the factory, the school would provide a small meal allowance. The school also made one additional request: if Meng Rong encountered any production tasks at the factory, he must organize and complete them as required, even if it meant handling them alone. Meng Rong gladly accepted. For him, the school enterprise orders were manageable, he could easily handle them alone within the allotted time. With no one else vying for the bonuses, why not seize the opportunity? It would be a nice perk to earn for the new year. Soon, the 18th day of the 12th lunar month arrived, and the school officially announced its winter break.
The campus began to feel deserted. Only a few faculty and administrators remained behind for various tasks, while the vast majority of students had departed.
The once bustling atmosphere vanished in an instant.
Only the occasional, punctual ring of the class bell reminded everyone that this was still a school.
Meng Rong's primary tasks now, besides self-study, were production.
He had asked teacher Chen and others for a stack of textbooks needed for his self-study exams. After finishing his production work each day, he would return to his dorm, sit at his desk, and slowly flip through the books to study. When hunger struck, he'd use the electric stove he'd picked up at a second-hand market to cook instant noodles or whip up a simple tomato and egg stir-fry. On days when he craved something heartier, he'd use the steamer to make a radish and pork soup, simmering it until tender.
He'd then add green garlic, sprinkle on some chili powder he'd brought from home, and happily polish off 3 big bowls of rice. Before he knew it, it was the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, the day Southerners celebrate the Little New Year. The campus was deserted except for the security guards. Meng Rong went alone to the nearby market, buying pork bones for soup, beef, peanuts, and other dishes, along with wine and fruit, planning to treat himself to a proper meal. As he entered the campus, he saw the dozing security guard. He greeted him, then thought for a moment, pulled 2 large apples and a packet of pig ears from his bag, and handed them over. "Uncle Li, it's the Little New Year. Here, have some extra food."
Uncle Li quickly declined, but couldn't resist Meng Rong's warmth and accepted.
Meng Rong smiled and asked, "It's a bit chilly out. How about a couple sips to warm up?"
Uncle Li's eyes lit up at the suggestion, nodding eagerly.
Meng Rong pulled out the liquor bottle and filled Uncle Li's cup to the brim.
Though Uncle Li protested, "No, that's too much," he couldn't hide his delight as he watched the porcelain cup overflow. "Uncle Li, it's too dark now and no one's coming.
Why don't you head over to my dorm? I should have the food ready in about an hour. Come over then, and we can eat together?" Meng Rong suggested.
Uncle Li beamed, his 2 yellowed front teeth gleaming. He looked hesitant yet eager, glancing at the wall clock and then outside. With a determined nod, he said, "No one will be coming to school tonight, it's a holiday.
After 7, it'll be clear. I'll come find you then. Which room do you stay in?" "Well, I'm the only one in the entire building. The only lit dorm is mine." Right. Uncle Li nodded repeatedly. Meng Rong returned to his dorm and began cooking.
Truth be told, he wasn't particularly skilled in the kitchen. He was far more adept at working with machinery. The cold, metallic feel of engine oil stimulated his nerves. But over the years at the factory, when overtime ran late, he'd sometimes head over to Master Lu's place for a late-night snack. And to his surprise, his junior high teacher had some culinary skills. Master Lu believed that a technician who couldn't cook wasn't a real man, so he pushed Meng Rong to learn some cooking techniques.
That's how Meng Rong got some practice.
Moreover, he discovered that if he treated cutting meat like machining castings and washing vegetables like drafting, the task wasn't so daunting after all.
Humming a tune, he'd pop in his Walkman, play an English cassette, and read along.
Before he knew it, an hour would pass, and he'd have a few dishes looking pretty decent. He took a sip of soup, about to add salt, when the door suddenly swung open. A chill ran down his neck, making him flinch.
"Uncle Li, you're here. Sit down, it'll be ready soon." But there was no reply. Only soft footsteps approached from behind. Meng Rong chuckled without turning around. "Uncle Li, don't worry. My cooking skills are decent.
Just a pinch of salt and it'll be ready soon.
Could you help me set up the folding table? It's a bit rough, but let's just relax."
A voice echoed faintly, "Did you make this dish yourself?"
Meng Rong was startled.
Turning around, he saw none other than Vice Principal Liu.
"Ah, Vice Principal Liu. How did you get here?" Meng Rong was flustered. "I'm sorry. It's the holiday, so I cooked in my dorm. Don't worry, I'm very careful about safety." Vice Principal Liu sighed. "That's not the issue. I just felt restless tonight while eating and thought of you alone on campus, neglected. It's pitiful. Young man, staying away from home isn't right.
You should return to your hometown tomorrow.
There's nothing worth guarding here at school. It's fine. I'm used to it. Besides, going home wouldn't be much different. It's not exactly peaceful. I'd rather stay here at school.
The conditions are better, and I can focus on self-study for a few days."
Meng Rong voiced his true thoughts.
"I'll head back after the 28th of the 12th lunar month. My mom can handle the New Year shopping alone, she's managed it for years."
Vice Principal Liu shook his head. "It's lonely for an elderly person to be home alone.
You should go back and see her sooner." He changed the subject.
"It's rare for me to be here today. I haven't eaten my fill at home. Do you have an extra set of chopsticks and bowl? Could you set one out for me? Don't worry, I won't let you eat for free." With that, Vice Principal Liu produced a left hand from behind his back as if by magic. "Look.
I packed several dishes from home: roast duck, braised fish chunks, and dumplings my wife made."
Meng Rong was overjoyed and quickly invited Vice Principal Liu to sit down.
The dorm room wasn't large, and the usual dining table was just a small folding one. It was nearly too small to hold all the dishes. Soon after, Uncle Li, the security guard, joined them. Though older, Vice Principal Liu treated him with courtesy, showing no stiffness. After rummaging around for a while, Liu smiled and remarked, "Perfect, just the three of us left on campus.
Old Li can join us for the holiday. But Meng Rong, you really don't have many people around here. Can't even find an extra stool?"
Meng Rong apologized repeatedly, moving the table to the bedside and inviting Vice Principal Liu to sit on the mattress. Three individuals of differing status, age, and position gathered in the only lit dormitory in the building to celebrate the little new year. Just as they poured wine and raised their cups, Uncle Li suddenly froze.
"Ha! Sounds like someone's knocking on the main gate."
In the empty, quiet campus, the crisp sound of someone hitting the iron gate did indeed carry through.
Who could be coming at this hour? The three exchanged puzzled glances. Chapter 125, Just follow the lathe.
In the distance, faint firecracker sounds could be heard. Some suburban residents still maintained the tradition of setting off firecrackers during the Little New Year dinner, though city dwellers rarely did so anymore. The sparse crackling couldn't drown out the commotion now coming from the gate. Intermixed with the clatter was the piercing wail of a car horn, cutting through the night and echoing across the empty campus. In the past, with crowds and bustling buildings, such sounds would have gone unnoticed. But now, with only this single dim light illuminating the campus, the silence was so profound, how could they not hear? Uncle Li, the longtime gatekeeper, was quite attuned to such sounds. Liu and Meng, even if they heard it, might have dismissed it. Uncle Li could only mutter an apology under his breath, grumbling, "Can't get any peace in the middle of the night. Who on earth would come to the school?" But when he rushed back to the gate, not a soul was in sight. It was as if the sounds had been an illusion. Annoyed, he wondered, who's playing this prank? To prevent any further mischief, he decided to stay in the guardhouse for another half hour and see who dared to cause trouble. With Uncle Li gone, Liu and Meng could only eat and wait. The two chatted about everything under the sun, an old man and a young man. In this relaxed atmosphere, they ate a few pieces of meat off the bone and drank 2 cups of wine. It was light-hearted and pleasant. Vice Principal Liu hadn't experienced eating at a small table in a dormitory like this in a long time. His status and position were what they were, but he too had been young once, struggling like Meng Rong. In this scene, he completely shed his principal's demeanor, calling Meng Rong old buddy and insisting on recounting the hardships he endured 20 years ago. It was the early days of reform and opening up. As a poor teacher without his own home, he had to squeeze into a small, temporarily assigned dormitory with his wife. Even during the new year, this was their reality. Setting up a small table, the family gathered together in simple joy. Just as he was reminiscing, the door burst open again, letting in another blast of cold wind. Meng Rong, facing away from the doorway, ducked his neck again and chuckled, "Uncle Li, back already? Pull up a chair, let's pour some wine." But then he saw Vice Principal Liu, sitting on the bed, his mouth agape, a look of utter shock on his face. Meng Rong turned around in surprise, his own mouth instantly gaping wide. The piece of meat he was holding dropped onto the plate. For the visitor was none other than Xianghua, clad in a purple down jacket. Xianghua walked silently to the table, pulled over a small stool, and sat down. She dropped a shopping bag onto the floor in front of Meng Rong with a thud. The table was simply too full to accommodate it. Meng Rong swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "What's this?" Xianghua swept a glance across the table, her expression a mix of disdain and relief. "Food. Worried you'd starve to death, so I brought some snacks to check on you. But looks like you're doing just fine. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, even some liquor. Living the good life." She glanced up at Vice Principal Liu, who was watching with an amused, half-smiling expression. "What's so funny? Can't I show some concern for my old classmate?" Of course. Vice Principal Liu replied with a broad smile. "If I'd known you'd come to check on your old classmate, I wouldn't have bothered. Ah, my worries were truly unnecessary. Abundance every year, abundance every year." Meng Rong stammered awkwardly. "Anyway, guests are always welcome. Sit down. It's a bit cramped, but make yourself comfortable and have a bite." "No, I'll be going." Xianghua stood up, ready to leave. Meng Rong quickly stopped her. "You're already here, stay for a bite. It's almost the new year, isn't it?" Xianghua glanced at the table with disdain. "I bet you don't even have an extra set of chopsticks here, do you?" Meng Rong gave a sheepish grin. He really didn't have a 4th pair of chopsticks. Finding 3 pairs was already pushing his limits. What would a bachelor need more than 3 pairs of chopsticks for in his dorm room? If the shopkeeper hadn't thrown in an extra pair when he bought pickles that afternoon, he wouldn't even have managed 3. Seeing his silly expression, Xianghua felt a mix of pity and amusement. She turned back, opened the bag she'd brought, and inside were 4 neatly packed insulated lunchboxes, along with 2 pairs of chopsticks and 2 soup spoons. "These?" Seeing Meng Rong's puzzled look, Xianghua opened each lunchbox one by one. Inside were all kinds of dishes: braised lion's head meatballs, winter melon and pork rib soup, black pepper beef strips, and a dish of bright red prawns. But there wasn't a single vegetarian dish. Meng Rong knew how to stir-fry baby bok choy, after all. I know you love meat, so I brought what I could find you'd eat. Here, it's all here. I'm leaving now. With that, Xianghua stood up and started to walk away.
Meng Rong reached out to stop her but couldn't catch her arm.
He just stood there dumbfounded, unsure what to do. He glanced back at Vice Principal Liu. Did I even say thank you just now?
You silly boy, you really have a knack for getting lucky.
Vice Principal Liu felt a twinge of toothache.
Seeing this scene, he was sure his gums were inflamed.
Tisk, just look at you. She even brought 2 sets of chopsticks, could the hint be any clearer? And you just let her walk out like that?
Meng Rong snapped out of it, tossed his chopsticks aside, flung open the door, and dashed out. He left the venerable Vice Principal Liu sitting alone, shivering in the cold wind that rushed in. Taking off his coat after just 2 drinks had been a grave mistake.
Couldn't these youngsters open the door a little more gently? That door was school property too.
Meng Rong chased after her for a few steps, catching up to Xianghua as she walked slowly downstairs. To save electricity, most streetlights were off, leaving only the faint glow spilling from the upper floors to outline her silhouette.
Ms. Yan, wait.
Meng Rong took 3 steps in 2 and blocked her path.
What is it? I'm going home, Xianghua snapped. Let's grab a bite together. You brought all that delicious food. Meng Rong's brain suddenly kicked into gear. No thanks.
I'm not used to eating with so many people in that tiny, rundown dorm room. Xianghua shook her head.
It'll be lively. Isn't that special? Besides, it's so late. Coming here alone isn't convenient. After dinner, I can drive you back.
What are you worried about?
I had someone drive me here. Xianghua couldn't help but laugh, a laugh tinged with exasperation. Already thinking about getting rid of me so soon? Not that kind of meaning? Then what do you mean?
Well, Meng Rong was at a loss for words, but quickly found another topic.
Actually, I've been meaning to find you these past few days, but I just haven't had the time, or couldn't find you. Truth was, he had plenty of time more than anything else right now. Not being able to find her was true enough, but how could he find her? Call? He had her number, but how? He didn't dare call, so he couldn't reach her? That explanation held up. Suddenly, Xianghua's eyes lit up. You really wanted to find me? Yes, I really wanted to find you.
But it's the new year, so I didn't want to bother you.
Meng Rong nodded emphatically.
At this point, he had to stick to his story.
What do you want with me?
I'm not some ex-girlfriend of yours with time to spare to send you flowers. Xianghua snapped, biting her lip in frustration.
Meng Rong felt awkward again, but thankfully the darkness hid his expression. Well, I have a lot of English grammar I don't understand.
And some of the textbook material is really tough to grasp.
I was thinking. You were thinking of finding a free tutor to help you out? Haha, I figured if I asked, you'd be more than happy. Everyone in this school knows you're the best, the most amazing, the strongest teacher around. You'd never turn down a good student. Flatterer. You're not even a student, why would I tutor you? But I'm your old desk partner, well, an old friend. No way. I don't do things that don't benefit me. Then how come you sound exactly like Liang Zijuan? That's his catchphrase too. Meng Rong was surprised, clearly baffled by Xianghua's sudden shift to being a shrewd opportunist. You have to help me. If you don't, no one in this world can save me. Xianghua watched his stubborn expression and felt an inexplicable surge of amusement. Put. Who needs to save you? You? Just go to the lathe. No way. The lathe is too cold. You're the one with warmth.
Meng Rong grinned, but as Xianghua's expression softened, his own suddenly turned serious.
You really did save me. Do you remember that year at the station?
Meng Rong recounted exactly how he glimpsed her from afar at the station during his own period of confusion.
That moment truly saved my soul.
I thought I was holding up okay, but back then, it felt like I lost all my bearings in life.
Yet in that instant, I felt like a lathe being reset, suddenly understanding exactly how to adjust the XYZ axis. Xianghua gazed silently at Meng Rong in the darkness. After a long while, she murmured softly, so?
I didn't misjudge you after all.
What? Nothing. I was just saying I saw you there too. You thought I didn't notice, disheveled and grimy, looking like a vagrant.
Xianghua didn't want to elaborate, so she changed the subject.
Let's head back. I'm actually full now. I'll sit with you guys for a bit and chat. It wouldn't be right to leave Principal Liu all alone over there. Ah, you're coming back?
Meng Rong beamed with delight, rubbing his hands together and grinning as he gestured for her to follow. Watching Xianghua return, Vice Principal Liu, still fully clad in his overcoat, pushed open the door and let out a sigh of relief.
I knew it.
You young folks just don't know how to treat your elders properly.
Thank goodness I came prepared, he declared triumphantly. Alright, now that you're back, let us get this banquet started.
The 3 of them pulled the desk over to set out the dishes, dumping the pile of miscellaneous books onto the floor. Xianghua casually scanned the titles and suddenly realized Meng Rong's claim of self-study wasn't an excuse. He might genuinely have been seeking her help with his studies all along.
After all the commotion, they finally sat down.
But just then, the door swung open again. Uncle Li stared in surprise at Xianghua inside the room. Ha? Teacher Yen? How did you get in? When did you come in? Was that you banging on the door earlier? Yes, I came in myself.
Xianghua showed no embarrassment whatsoever, which instantly deflated Uncle Li's pent-up frustration.
I'm asking how you got in. I locked the door tight. How hard could it be? I found a spot and climbed over the wall. Xianghua said nonchalantly.
Hearing this, Meng Rong noticed the mud stains on the surface of her purple clothes.
Climbed over the wall? Vice Principal Liu and Uncle Li were both taken aback. Yeah, heard it from that guy Liang Zijuan.
He sneaks out at night all the time and knows a spot where it's easy to climb over. There's a rockery to use for leverage, and it's just a small slope outside, no challenge at all.
Xianghua betrayed Liang Zijuan without hesitation. Vice Principal Liu gritted his teeth. Very well. Come New Year, I'll flatten that rockery. Let these kids try climbing over? Enough talk. Drink up. Keep eating.
Since you're all here, after we finish, I'll tell you something.
Chapter 126, Telling a Ghost Story.
When they heard Vice Principal Liu was about to tell a story, Xianghua and Meng Rong exchanged a knowing glance. No need to say it, he was definitely going to tell a ghost story.
He rushed over so eagerly to deliver food and now insisted on telling them something. What good could it be? Last time he been this serious, he dragged them into a mess that lasted over 2 months. And if not for his brilliant idea, none of the subsequent events would have unfolded. What's with the looks on your faces?
Vice Principal Liu frowned, clearly displeased. He could tell the pair weren't exactly eager to listen. It seemed he was convinced he'd dug a deep pit for them to fall into and was determined to bury them both at once.
Am I really that untrustworthy?
I am, after all, the executive vice principal of Duanjiang Technical College and soon to be vice principal of the entire Duanjiang School's college division. My word still carries weight. Vice Principal Liu launched into a tirade of self-praise.
Meng Rong's eyes lit up at this. Excellent. Someone was handing out university degrees. But before he could speak, Xianghua interjected, Principal Liu, it's not that we don't trust you. You're like family to us at the school, our elder, the person we trust most, rely on most, and admire most. With you here, we feel secure. But, it's the New Year season. Talking about serious business now? The timing just isn't right. Caught off guard by Xianghua's flattery and abrupt interruption, Vice Principal Liu stammered, this timing does seem inopportune? If it's not the right time, then don't bring it up. Just eat and drink properly.
If you have too much to drink, I'll arrange a car to take you home later.
Xianghua cut him off. Vice Principal Liu was clearly uncomfortable with being shut down.
He managed to eat a few bites and take a sip of wine, but something felt stuck in his throat, making him feel uneasy. Soon, he began coughing violently, causing everyone to scramble in panic, fearing something might be wrong. No, I can't keep this bottled up, Vice Principal Liu finally said. Here's the thing, there's a rather urgent project. According to Principal Xiao's instructions, we should have declined it. He felt we simply lacked the capability to handle it. But I've been thinking this is also an opportunity, a test for us. What if, just what if, we managed to pull it off? Wouldn't that be a major milestone for the school? It would give us confidence for anything we undertake in the future. Do you know why we're a vocational secondary school while others are universities? Vocational education is about training qualified skilled workers, but it has a major flaw. It's like our industrial production, mass-produced, highly standardized, with little room for advancement. Plus, it means we can't take on work beyond our current scope. Vice Principal Liu grew animated, rising to pace the cramped room. Xianghua rolled her eyes. He'd been rambling for ages without getting to the point. Meng Rong, however, nodded frequently in agreement. He observed that the school's education was indeed formulaic, primarily focused on basic literacy and relatively simple skills training, hardly reaching any great depth. With a diverse student body and some disciplinary issues, simply producing qualified graduates was already a significant achievement. Cultivating true experts, even in a single field, was exceedingly difficult and largely dependent on individual talent. But now that we've decided to change, let's change properly. We must do what we once dared not do, consider what we once dared not think, and see if we can achieve what we once dared not dream of. Don't just aim for a diploma and a job. And don't think that just because you took a dip in the lake, you're some unstoppable giant crab. If Vice Principal Liu had known that ordinary crabs would later be dipped in the lake and pass themselves off as premium hairy crabs, he would surely regret uttering those words. Take you, Meng Rong. You're full of lofty ambitions now, even thinking about upgrading yourself with a college diploma. Let me ask you, have you considered what that diploma represents? Meng Rong froze. Right, what did it represent? After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at Xianghua, who was waiting earnestly for his reply, then slowly said, it means I went to college. It's a nationally recognized qualification, right? Right and wrong. Vice Principal Liu nodded. Uncle Li beside him found the conversation dull. To him, forget a college diploma. If he'd only finished elementary school back then, he wouldn't be guarding this gate now. Yawning, he said, well, I'd better go on my rounds. Can't be gone too long, some mischievous kid might climb the wall again. I'll check. Well, Teacher Meng, thanks for inviting this old man to lunch.
Enjoy your meal, everyone. I'm off.
Seeing this, no one tried to stop him. They watched him leave, and Vice Principal Liu, whose speech had been interrupted, gathered his thoughts.
Right, no need to elaborate. Why is it wrong? Why? Stop obsessing over improving your credentials to catch up with certain people. Vice Principal Liu shot a disinterested glance at Yenghua. Teacher Yen has always been a top student. A master's degree was practically handed to her.
Yenghua rolled her eyes.
Who says?
I worked my butt off for that post-grad exam back then so hard I barely had time to go ice skating.
Describe it, describe it. Vice Principal Liu waved his hand dismissively. That's not the point.
The point is, your associate degree doesn't hold a candle to the academic level Yenghua achieved.
Its value is extremely low.
He was stating the truth, a painful truth.
Meng Rong felt his spirit sink.
He knew this all too well, but having it laid bare by Vice Principal Liu left him deeply troubled and disheartened. He forced himself to perk up.
Then I'll keep studying harder. Maybe one day I'll get into grad school too? Ha ha ha. Vice Principal Liu burst out laughing. Do you really think you could get into graduate school? I don't believe it. I don't see a single thing about you that suggests you could make it.
Meng Rong, already stung by the remark, saw Yenghua across from him wearing an expression of sympathy and consolation, yet also one that said, I can't help you, so just accept it. An uncontrollable impulse surged within him.
Gritting his teeth, he declared, Vice Principal Liu, don't doubt me. I will get into graduate school. Impossible. Stop entertaining such delusions. Vice Principal Liu smiled like a world-weary old sage from some drama.
At my age, one learns to accept fate.
Take me retirement looms. I once dreamed of holding office, even as an education commissioner, and accomplishing great things. But look at me now. That dream is utterly gone. The path is cut off. How can I walk?
If I can fulfill my duties as vice principal, I'll have lived a life worth living.
You should too. Not me. Meng Rong shook his head. This is a new era. I refuse to believe that just because I want to rise, the path will be cut off. Yes, I never even took the proper college entrance exam. Yes, I was foolish and reckless in my youth. Yes, I'm getting older. But I regret it now. I want to fight, I want to improve, I want to learn.
I'm paying for the absurdity of my past life, but why should I weld shut my future path? I remember a middle school lesson that said roads are made by people walking them. If I can't take the ordinary path, then I'll try the perilous ones, the difficult ones. If the road ends, I'll take a detour, I'll fly over it. Human history has never said that just because a path is blocked, we can't reach distant lands.
Meng Rong couldn't explain why these words suddenly poured out of him.
Years later, he recalled it with surprise. He was only 25 back then, still quite clueless about the world. How did he utter those words and then foolishly keep walking that path? His later life achievements seemed to stem entirely from the actions taken after that dormitory conversation.
Hearing Meng Rong's words, Vice Principal Liu and Yenghua were both stunned.
They stared at him blankly, speechless for a moment. They were well aware that, given Meng Rong's background and talent, pursuing the academic exam route was incredibly difficult. Real-world policy restrictions were numerous, and passing exams wasn't simply a matter of desire, it required many prerequisites. They understood Meng Rong had spoken impulsively, driven by frustration, and his words might not be taken seriously, much less put into practice. Yet what Meng Rong voiced was the fundamental truth of life. There was no reason to dampen his enthusiasm.
So Vice Principal Liu fell silent after listening.
He opened his mouth several times only to close it again.
Finally, he gave a slight nod. Well, he's young. Ambition is good. Meng Rong knew Vice Principal Liu still didn't believe in him.
He glanced at Yenghua, whose eyes held a hint of encouragement, but Meng Rong was acutely aware that Yenghua didn't truly believe in him either. His heart sank. He understood that no matter how passionately he voiced these lofty ambitions now, it was meaningless. Society was pragmatic. If you couldn't deliver, what was the point of talking? Besides, he couldn't truly dedicate himself entirely to his studies. If he could have walked that path successfully, he wouldn't be in this predicament now. He had to do as he'd said, find the path that suited him best. I will find a suitable path, Meng Rong declared. He refused to argue further on this point. It was futile. Only through self-reliance, hard work, and tangible results could he prove his worth. Vice President Liu had unexpectedly ignited Meng Rong's fighting spirit. He paused, choosing not to dwell on the topic, and continued, actually, the ancient sages described the purpose of higher education as cultivating oneself, managing one's family, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world. Well, the ancients did have a tendency to exaggerate. But throughout thousands of years of history, many exceptional individuals truly achieved this. That aside, in the present day, it's not entirely applicable. My understanding is that the university's role lies more in enabling students to establish their aspirations, establish their principles, and establish their character. Take establishing principles alone, it means grasping the truth of learning. Before that, it's about instilling foundational theories or procedural knowledge, laying the groundwork. Only in university can you truly comprehend the principles underlying all things.
Whatever field you study, you must grasp its fundamental principles, truths, and wisdom. That sounds so abstract. Yanguo shook her head, not fully convinced. To her, many things were as simple as eating or drinking, just go with the flow. Even if graduate school prep was tiring, she didn't find it particularly difficult. If there were any profound truths, she'd already grasped them. Vice President Lu's words seemed like empty platitudes. Vice Principal Lu looked at Yanguo and suddenly recalled a Buddhist term, obstacles of knowledge and views. Perhaps because she understood too much, she failed to grasp certain more fundamental truths. Meng Rong nodded without objection, simply asking, "How does that relate to what you wanted to tell us?" "Oh, well," Vice President Lu immediately shifted to practical terms. "I believe universities need to take on research projects and produce tangible results. That way, we can promote our achievements externally and boost morale internally. Be more specific. A research institute has handed us a task. They want us to develop a product for them. Let me tell you, this product is extremely important. We're outta here." Yanguo and Meng Rong nearly blurted out in unison. Chapter 127, Accepting the Task. It wasn't until much later that Meng Rong understood why the university had received such an assignment. But at the time, his first instinct was that Vice President Lu was talking utter nonsense. What kind of important product would be dumped on them? It was practically wishful thinking. Seeing Vice Principal Lu's ecstatic demeanor, their first impulse was to refuse. Even if it were legitimate, it couldn't be anything good. But who could argue with a superior? Seeing Vice Principal Lu's heightened excitement, they could only pretend to listen attentively. Moments later. "What? The Provincial Internal Combustion Engine Research Institute? Prototyping diesel injectors? High-pressure common rail ones? Are you sure, Vice President Lu? There's even a future mass production order." Vice Principal Lu was unusually excited. "This is a major project. We absolutely must seize this opportunity." Meng Rong and Yanguo felt their scalps tingle at the mention of these terms. Meng Rong had taken on numerous projects over the years, crafting countless small components. His craftsmanship was unquestionable, and he was confident in his ability to handle most tasks. However, components related to diesel engines were rare, and most he'd worked on were for traditional engines. Hearing terms like high-pressure common rail felt overwhelmingly advanced, something he'd never encountered before. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. As for Yanguo, she wasn't particularly bothered by such terminology. She'd encountered even more advanced terms before, like when she was a student discussing a research project with her advisor titled Pressure and Flow Simulation Analysis of Multi-Channel Variable Pressure Diverting Devices for Deer Test Benches. Just hearing that name alone could knock Meng Rong flat on his back. So she felt this project was completely unsuitable for their school to take on. Judging by Vice Principal Lu's tone, did he really expect Yanguo and Meng Rong alone to shoulder this entire project? You don't really think that, do you? What? You won't even take on something this low stakes? Young people these days have no guts? No need to goad us, our courage is certainly sufficient. I'm just worried we might mess it up and ruin things for them. Yanguo spoke directly, without reservation. Meng Rong cautiously inquired, "How did they even think to assign this project to us?" "Don't worry about that. They came to me directly, asking if I had the guts to take this job. And judging by their tone, they've approached more than one firm, but clearly, no one's actually taken it on. They're probably just trying their luck with us." "Still," Vice President Lu added, sounding puzzled, "even if they're gambling, theory doesn't favor us being their top choice." Clearly, he wasn't entirely in the loop either. The fact remained that the job had been handed to them. Vice Principal Lu continued, "They said they'd deliver the blueprints within the next couple of days. Seems they're genuinely in a rush. So urgent? Right before the new year? You haven't agreed to it, have you? The school only has Meng Rong left on duty, and he'll be heading home for the holidays in a couple of days. I don't quite understand why they're in such a rush, or why they're so certain we'll take the job." Vice Principal Lu sighed. "Honestly, when I got that call from my friend, I was baffled too. It felt like a long shot. But the fact is, we've already accepted it. And I've agreed to wait for them to deliver the blueprints." Yanguo and Meng Rong exchanged a glance, momentarily speechless. After a moment, Meng Rong finally asked, "So how do you plan to handle this, Principal Lu?" "How do I feel? We'll just have to deal with it as it comes. All that talk earlier was for nothing. I've said before that to take our school to the next level, we need to prove we have the capability and strength to tackle research and projects only universities can handle. This project is our proof. If we execute it well, first, we'll secure a steady stream of orders that will expand our university-industry collaboration. Second, partnering with the Internal Combustion Engine Research Institute will significantly bolster our school's reputation. This is a major credential. In the future, when experts hear about this collaboration, they'll trust our capabilities. Then, we'll undoubtedly reap many unexpected benefits. Got it? It's all about riding someone's coattails." Yanguo bluntly voiced her understanding. Vice Principal Lu was momentarily speechless, then sat back down on the bed with a sigh. "Well, you're not entirely wrong. If we can latch onto this big fish, say, if our graduates get hired by them, it would be a huge feather in our cap. Principal Xiao would be so thrilled he wouldn't be able to sleep. Meng Rong cautiously inquired, you wouldn't be thinking of assigning this task to me, or rather, to us? Of course. Isn't that the whole point of what I've been saying? Vice Principal Liu looked genuinely surprised. I've been talking about this for ages. I've laid out all the reasons, hoping someone young would step up and take this task. Besides, the school enterprise workshop is already under your direct management. This responsibility falls squarely on your shoulders. Meng Rong forced a smile in response. The words sounded easy enough, but this job clearly wasn't a walk in the park. He wasn't afraid of tackling challenging work, but what if? He wasn't the same person he used to be. Back then, if he heard about a job like this, he'd take it without hesitation. Because back then, when he couldn't handle something, he had his junior high master, Old Shang, and countless others to help him overcome obstacles. But after arriving at the school, he suddenly realized that most of these teachers were all talk and no action, strong in theory but mediocre in practical skills. It wasn't their fault, really. They were educators, not factory workers immersed in production lines day in and day out. So when faced with real challenges, he worried he might not be able to solve them. The sky has its limits, but people surpass each other. The harder he studied now, the more he realized how vast the field was. He couldn't possibly master everything. Faced with the boundless industrial landscape and the constant emergence of new technologies, his knowledge felt like a drop in the ocean. He could never return to that carefree state of a young bull. Was this newfound humility or cowardice? Seeing Meng Rong's slightly grave expression, Vice Principal Liu paused. Don't overthink this job. They're giving you blueprints, it's mainly testing your machining skills. What's there to fear? Nothing to fear, Meng Rong replied. It's just that I've never seen a similar product before, so I feel a bit of pressure. Xianghua, standing nearby, rolled her eyes. It's the new year squeezing labor like this? That's not right, is it? If your grandfather were here, he'd tell you, no matter how difficult, tasks assigned by superiors must be completed resolutely. That's the foundation of our success. Right? Xianghua shot him a glare, then glanced nervously at Meng Rong. Meng Rong was intrigued. Xianghua's grandfather? What did he do? It seemed Vice Principal Liu knew him? No wonder he always looked out for Xianghua. Just as Vice Principal Liu was about to continue, Xianghua cut him off. Enough. What's so difficult about it? They can't possibly expect us to deliver on New Year's Eve, right? Even if it's tough, so what? Meng Rong and I will take it on together. We're just sitting around at home during the break anyway. Going shopping with the girls is boring. Might as well do something productive. It'll be fun and make the holiday feel more fulfilling. Right, Meng Rong? I'm sure Principal Liu won't forget to pay you overtime and bonuses? Yeah, I guess. Right. We'll take it on together. It's just making a fuel injector nozzle, right? At worst, it'll take a bit more thought. We can handle that. Meng Rong's eyes lit up at the mention of overtime pay. Truth be told, his wages had been cut recently, and he was feeling the pinch. With the new year approaching, he hadn't even planned to buy himself a new outfit. Every penny had to be saved for household expenses. Any extra income would be a huge help. With that thought, any technical difficulties seemed like a minor issue. Vice Principal Liu's face lit up the moment both agreed. He'd been genuinely worried no one would take the job. After all, this was a monumental task for both the school and the industry partner. No matter how difficult, they had to push through. Excellent. Today's meal was hearty, the drinks were fine, and the conversation was delightful. Most importantly, you two young people show me the future in hope of this school that's more valuable than anything. Once the blueprints arrive, study them carefully. There's no rush to finish by New Year's Eve. You have some time. Work on prototypes and aim to deliver after the holiday when they start production. Leave it to us. Excellent. As for overtime pay and bonuses, if you do this job well, don't worry about compensation. I'll personally approve it. When the time comes, we'll calculate overtime and bonuses at the highest possible rate. Meng Rong beamed with delight. Xianghua wore an indifferent expression. She only secured the overtime pay for Meng Rong to divert his attention away from her grandfather. Sure enough, now that Meng Rong heard about the money, he couldn't stop grinning. Greedy little man. Won't lift a finger without a reward, just like that Liang Zijuan. No wonder those two admire each other. Xianghua silently judged him, completely forgetting she'd just negotiated benefits with him herself. Alright, it's getting late. I'm heading out. Shall I walk you out? No need. My place isn't far from here. I'll just stroll back. No point hanging around as a third wheel. I'm in my 60s now. If I'm this tactless, I deserve to have my legs broken with a stick. Enough said, I'm off. Then let me walk you. No. Vice Principal Liu firmly stopped Meng Rong's gesture and slipped away with light steps. Meng Rong could only watch his figure vanish into the darkness. He realized how truly quiet Vice Principal Liu's footsteps were. No wonder he always seemed to appear and disappear like a ghost. Could it be that his habit of maintaining classroom discipline, often crouching quietly in corners to observe each class's movements, had become second nature over time? That was a truly bad habit.
But once Vice Principal Liu was gone, Meng Rong and Xianghua sat facing each other. Their eyes met, and suddenly the atmosphere grew intensely awkward. The air thickened with a palpable hormonal tension. Xianghua felt her heartbeat quicken, while Meng Rong, meeting her hazy, intoxicating gaze, instantly felt his own blood begin to race.
Just then, a phone ringtone abruptly shattered the moment, leaving both feeling a pang of disappointment as they snapped back to reality. Xianghua pulled out a sleek flip phone. "Hello? What's up?" "Guagua, it's time to go home," came a young male voice from the other end. "Got it. Drive over later then. I'll be at the school gate in about 10 minutes. With that, she hung up. "I should go now." "Sure, I'll walk you to the school gate." "Who was that on the phone?" "My cousin. I asked him to drive me here earlier."
Xianghua hurriedly explained, her only thought in that moment being not to let Meng Rong misunderstand.
"That puts my mind at ease." Meng Rong exhaled in relief.
Seeing Xianghua rise to leave, he quickly pulled on his clothes and stood up to accompany her. But as the door opened, another blast of cold wind swept in. Noticing Xianghua seemed chilled, Meng Rong promptly draped his own coat over her shoulders and grabbed another jacket from the closet. The two slowly made their way downstairs.
Time truly flew by. Chapter 128, Ordinary Life.
A 10-minute walk took them nearly half an hour.
The campus was quiet under the faint glow of streetlights. In the distance, people set off fireworks, illuminating the night sky intermittently with dazzling, enchanting bursts. Though the path from the dorm to the gate was a straight line, they instinctively veered toward the edge of the sports field and began circling around it. They walked several laps around the 800-meter track. "Pretty, isn't it?" Xianghua looked up at the distant sky.
Meng Rong gazed at Xianghua's profile and praised sincerely, "It really is beautiful."
"Never has it been this beautiful." Xianghua blinked, instinctively turning to face Meng Rong.
"I never imagined that by quieting down, we could see such beauty."
"Has it been so long since we last looked at the night sky?"
I can't even remember the last time I looked up at the night sky."
"Or maybe I have, but we've grown up, and the night sky no longer holds that mysterious charm?" "But I think I was wrong.
The night sky really is enchanting, it's almost mesmerizing."
Meng Rong murmured softly. Xianghua lowered her head.
In the night's darkness, her expression was indistinct. Had it been daytime, Meng Rong would have seen her eyelashes trembling constantly. They continued walking along the runway, their moods brighter than ever before.
"Why did I ever dislike you so much?" Xianghua asked him.
The question left Meng Rong speechless.
Who could possibly know why she disliked herself so much? "I think I don't hate you anymore. I apologize for my misunderstanding last time." "What misunderstanding?"
"You know exactly what I mean, that ex-girlfriend of yours."
"I believe your explanation."
"You're not the type to act recklessly," Xianghua said earnestly. Meng Rong felt a wave of emotion wash over him, but he didn't know how to respond.
After a moment, he finally said, "Actually, you know me. In the past, I was someone who made a lot of mistakes. There are many things from back then I'd rather forget.
But because I lost so completely, it set me on a different path in life.
The person I am now is a new me."
Science once said human cells die off completely every few years, only to be replaced by new ones. Sometimes I wonder, for someone like me, those old cells must have died off more thoroughly than anyone else's.
The person I am now is entirely new. The me you remember may have vanished. I've been reborn."
Meng Rong spoke slowly, recounting everything he had experienced. In the past, he had casually shared fragments of his history with Xianghua, but never in such comprehensive detail as now. That uneducated youth, that arrogant and reckless youth, that superficial and frivolous youth, he had often prided himself on possessing a free-spirited soul.
Yet, time had ultimately transformed him.
Reality had dealt him a heavy blow, and he had awakened. "One day, I suddenly realized I was just an ordinary person, destined for an ordinary life," Meng Rong concluded.
"My father once said to always maintain the spirit of an apprentice.
So I'll be a good apprentice, learn, grow, and live well." Xianghua listened quietly as he recounted his past. She finally understood the heavy blows life had dealt this man before her. "So it really was you I saw at the station that day. Why did you look so utterly defeated?"
Xianghua sighed softly.
Deep down, she had always suspected it was him, yet she had also convinced herself she must have been mistaken. She never imagined Meng Rong's words were true. That very moment marked the beginning of his extraordinary transformation. Perhaps back then, Meng Rong had simply needed an opportunity and an excuse to change himself, and Xianghua had conveniently provided it. Memories flashed before their eyes like a film reel. A shackle between them seemed to snap, finally freeing them to face each other with honesty. After speaking these words, Meng Rong felt the weight that had long pressed upon his heart burst like fireworks across the sky, exploding, vanishing, leaving no trace of heaviness behind. What a relief! This comforting sensation intoxicated him. They shared a smile, the light of the fireworks painting their faces like rainbow-colored robes. Unconsciously, their hands found each other, joining naturally, plainly, effortlessly. Perhaps they were just classmates now, living in peace and contentment, shedding all restraint.
What harm was there in embracing the world's glitter and glamour?
Along the deserted, long runway, they chatted softly, kicking small pebbles that occasionally blocked their path. Until the ringing of a phone urged Yengui to hurry away. Her cousin was growing impatient.
I really have to go now. It's getting too late.
Yenguo and Meng Rong let go of each other's hands, her explanation tinged with nervousness.
It's the night before New Year's Eve. My cousin still has a long drive ahead to take me to my grandfather's house.
I'm spending the holiday there, so I can't stay out too late.
It's not safe on the road after dark.
That phone call shattered the tender moment. Meng Rong saw Yenguo off, watching her get into the car and drive away. Through the window, they gazed at each other silently, sharing a knowing smile.
So much seemed left unsaid. In the car, Yenguo's cousin asked her, "Was that guy who walked you out just now your co-worker?"
"Yeah." Her cousin caught her expression in the rearview mirror, blushing like a peach blossom. She couldn't hide her joy, yet she tried desperately to look calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. But he knew his cousin well, having grown up with her.
"You made me drive all this way just to bring him a few dishes? Didn't you say there were several colleagues?" "No, they've all gone home. It's just him." "Liar. You came here just for him, didn't you?" My cousin chuckled. "He looks pretty ordinary, though. Average clothes, a bit steady in demeanor, but that's about it. Your taste isn't great."
"That's your prejudice. Besides, whether his demeanor is ordinary or not has nothing to do with me."
Yenguo argued back, then her voice trailed off.
Her cousin shook his head inside. It was over.
This cousin of his was going to be ruined.
He lamented inwardly, such an outstanding cousin, and now she was being deceived by such an ordinary man. As her cousin, he could only watch as a pearl was cast into the mud.
"What's his name? Why do you ask? It doesn't matter anyway," Yenguo countered.
Her cousin noticed the faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, making his sigh even heavier.
"What about his family background? Which university did he graduate from? What does he do now?"
Yenguo opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. Even with her thick skin, she could sense her cousin's intent to probe deeply. Her heart skipped a beat. Yes, she felt a flutter, but the reality was that Meng Rong had little to offer. In her cousin's eyes, he might not even measure up to average. In that moment, she faltered. Clutching the coat draped over her shoulders, she clung to its lingering warmth. She could choose to ignore all this, but what would her cousin think?
What would her family think? What would her grandfather think?
These were stark realities.
If she answered honestly that Meng Rong was merely a technical school graduate, now just a temporary teacher at the school, a corporate school liaison, what credibility would that hold?
If she told the truth, her cousin would be furious. She knew him well, he cherished her, but he was also intensely pragmatic. Once he realized Meng Rong fell short of Yengui in every way, he would do everything in his power to keep them apart. Even the rest of the family would find out and try to talk her out of it.
This was a question with no good answer.
Unable to answer, she could only brush it off with feigned anger. Only now, after growing up, did she realize how powerful the constraints of worldly expectations truly were. Even if she didn't care, countless others would care for her. Until then, she needed to conceal these matters, waiting for Meng Rong's rapid growth, or, truly, for the moment he gained admission to graduate school, when it would finally silence everyone. Gazing at the distant night sky, she placed her hopes in Meng Rong's efforts. From now on, she would do everything in her power to support him. She understood his fierce pride. Why else would he vow before Vice Principal Liu that he would get into graduate school? Wasn't it for her sake?
Meng Rong desperately wanted to bridge this gap. The world's judgment wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was a man lacking the courage to fight.
In that instant, Yengui suddenly grasped the intense drive and longing within Meng Rong's heart and why he constantly suppressed his emotions, refusing to let them erupt.
This old classmate had truly changed completely.
At this thought, Yengui's face softened into a smile. Fireworks still lit up the night sky beyond the car window, but she no longer felt hesitation or uncertainty.
What remained was nothing but ambition and determination.
Returning to his dorm, Meng Rong had never felt such hope for life, never yearned so intensely for his life's purpose. Even in the empty campus, where loneliness cut like a knife, it was also gentle as a dream, soothing the sorrow of all his misfortunes.
Yet he knew the invisible chasm between them remained unbridged.
Still, he was only just beginning his journey. In this world, some lived recklessly, heedless of others' opinions, some struggled to bridge innate gaps, and others lived like him, burdened by past, yet yearning for the future, weighed down by sorrow, yet no longer drowning in it, harboring dreams, yet willing to work tirelessly to make them real. In reality, where are the gods who turn stones into gold? No one is the luckiest protagonist in a martial arts novel, stumbling upon legendary manuals after falling off cliffs.
As a young man, I must ask Meng Rong, are you content with mediocrity? Meng Rong certainly wouldn't. Anyone with ambition wouldn't want their life to be merely ordinary.
But now Meng Rong understood, if you refuse to settle for mediocrity, you need a solid foundation.
Is the world's judgment fair? Should one break through these barriers? For Meng Rong at this moment, such thoughts were irrelevant. All he could do was work diligently, using double the effort to make up for lost time. So this ordinary man tidied everything up.
Glancing at the clock, not yet 9:30, he pulled out his study materials once more and began cramming with voracious hunger. He could not afford to waste another minute. Chapter 129, Illness strikes like a mountain collapsing. Gone were the days of youth, when time crawled like a snail. Now Meng Rong felt the howling gale of time rushing past. The 4+ years at Finghua factory felt like a fleeting moment crammed with countless memories. His current life seemed far more grueling than those days, for back then he mostly performed mechanical labor, nothing but physical exhaustion, long hours of toil that had turned his once soft palms calloused. Back then, he studied too, buying many books to read. But they were mostly work-related things that genuinely interested him, which he devoured with relish. Just as others found those books tedious, he now felt his head spin just looking at the textbooks required for school exams. Reviewing Chinese and English? His native language was manageable, but English. If he could have mastered it, he wouldn't be in this situation now. Grammar? Pronouns? Reflexive pronouns? What the hell were those? And tenses, this tense, that tense? Did foreigners really speak so verbosely? No choice, he had to start chewing through middle school textbooks. But if he couldn't master them back then, expecting him to focus now would be a joke. After glancing at the materials for just a few moments, his head spun and his eyes blurred, nearly sending him into a daze. Fighting off the drowsiness, he stood up and splashed cold water on his face. In the bitter cold, the icy water nearly made him yelp, but it had to be said the effect was remarkably effective. He felt wide awake. Until midnight, when he froze awake at his desk, stood up, and climbed into bed sneezing. The next day, he came down with a high fever. That was a bit too effective. Dazed and disoriented, he curled up in bed and slept until noon. After his shift ended, Uncle Li couldn't sleep. He remembered Meng Rong's light had stayed on late into the night, and today he hadn't seen Meng Rong leave for breakfast. Feeling uneasy, he came to check on him. Finding the door ajar, he knocked a few times with no response, so he pushed it open and walked in. He saw Meng Rong shivering uncontrollably on the bed. Touching his forehead, he gasped in shock. The heat was enough to fry an egg. Meng Rong's face was as red as burning charcoal. He shook Meng Rong awake urgently. Meng Rong was dazed and groggy. He could hear Uncle Li's calls, but they sounded distant, as if coming from another dimension. Uncle Li grew anxious. Meng Rong usually looked as sturdy as an ox, solid and robust. How could he just collapse like this? Old age brings wisdom. He knew there was no time to waste. He quickly poured some water from the thermos. Luckily, it was still lukewarm, helped Meng Rong sit up, and made him drink a few mouthfuls to rehydrate. Then he wrung out a towel from the basin and placed it on Meng Rong's head. After tucking him back under the covers, he dashed out, returned to the guardhouse, and called the hospital to request an ambulance. But the campus ambulances were swamped with urgent cases and couldn't spare one. They were told that since it was just a fever, they'd have to figure out a way to get him to the hospital themselves. Uncle Li was in a real bind. He had no choice but to call the school's duty teacher. It happened to be Director Zhang's turn on duty. However, Director Zhang didn't have a car either. With a life at stake, he dared not delay. He could only tell him to hail a taxi. But during the New Year holidays, waiting for a taxi at the school gate was utterly hopeless. As if by some strange impulse, Uncle Li scanned his contact list and remembered that Xianghua had left in a car last night. And her number was right there. So he dialed. Xianghua was lazily lounging on the big sofa at home, peeling a tangerine. She had just finished lunch, and the sunlight streaming through the large glass window warmed her body, making her feel incredibly comfortable. Her grandfather, however, had already closed his eyes, seemingly drifting off to sleep. The phone rang for a while. Worried about waking her grandfather, she reluctantly picked it up. But when she heard that Meng Rong had a fever and was delirious, she immediately jumped up. What? Meng Rong suddenly has a fever and is so groggy he can't get out of bed? We need a car? Great, great. Thank you, Uncle Li. Keep a close eye on him, I'll be right over. He was perfectly fine yesterday, even walking with me. Cough, cough. Cousin, she yelled at the top of her lungs, startling her grandfather awake from his dozing state. Though elderly, his hearing was sharp. He'd caught every word Xianghua had just spoken. What's going on? Came a reluctant reply from her cousin upstairs in the card room. Play the car. What kind of car? Her cousin snapped, I'm about to win this hand. It's an emergency. Hurry. What kind of emergency? My cousin remained unmoved. Playing cards with my uncle and the others was the perfect chance to win some extra cash. What emergency could possibly be more important than that? Save someone. Send a car. Can't you drive yourself? Xianghua's cousin casually played his card. No way, I haven't gotten my license yet. Ugh, you're such a pain. Think I'm your personal taxi service? Call me whenever you want, then dismiss me like I'm nothing? When you meet up with your girlfriends, do I have to drive you too? Figure it out yourself. Seeing Xianghua stomping her feet in sheer agitation, her grandfather asked, What's going on? Is it that important? Yes. To save someone. Save who? Grandpa asked, surprised. A friend. She's dying. Saving someone is urgent. Use a car if you need to.
But why does it have to be your cousin? Grandpa couldn't understand. Well, this friend is really important, Grandpa. Don't ask so many questions. It's just really important. I can't find a car now, so I have to go. Grandpa looked Yenguo up and down, noticing the flush on her cheeks. He understood. Raising his voice, he called out, Wu Changhua. Get down here. Get in the car and take Wugwa.
Only then did her cousin reluctantly toss down a card and rise from the table.
Guess Auntie gets lucky this round.
He threw on his coat and slowly descended the stairs, grumbling at Yenguo, I was about to make a big hand here. Why did you play that card? What's the rush?
Upon hearing her purpose, he was taken aback.
Wugwa, are you okay?
You just went last night.
Why the rush? You're our little princess, after all.
No need to be so eager to jump in. I'm your cousin, not your chauffeur. Do I look like your servant? Cousin. Yenguo pouted angrily.
I'll pay you back for the poker money, okay? Yesterday was a consolation visit, today is a rescue mission. They're completely different situations.
To me, they're essentially the same. He glanced at his grandfather. Grandpa, you don't know Guagua yesterday.
Yenguo shoved a freshly peeled tangerine into his mouth.
Grandpa couldn't know too much, yet these matters weren't meant to be discussed.
Seeing the smile spread across her grandfather's face made her heart race.
Let's hurry. Saving people is urgent, he's practically dying of illness.
Wu Changhua grumbled as she dragged him out to the car. This round trip would take hours' time he could have spent gambling and winning thousands, which would have made his New Year's finances much more comfortable. But what could he do? This was their most cherished little cousin, their precious pearl. The thought of her being wasted on such a man left him deeply unsettled.
After seeing them off, Grandpa finally noticed that Yenguo had been leaning against the sofa, using a men's jacket as a pillow. He hadn't seen that style on anyone in the family. Old woman, come quick. Our little Guagua seems to have found someone special. The drive was lightning fast.
Cousin Wu Changhua, pushed relentlessly by cousin Yenguo, forced himself to stay alert. What should have been an hour-long trip was covered in just over 50 minutes. At the school gate, Yenguo hurriedly had the security guard on shift open the gate. She directed her cousin to drive straight to the faculty dormitory building and rushed upstairs. Upstairs, Uncle Li was simmering ginger tea. When Yenguo pushed open the door, he asked in surprise, Hey, you got here pretty fast.
Didn't you say it would take an hour or two? Yenguo didn't pause to answer his question.
She hurried forward to check on Meng Rong. Seeing him listless and dazed, her heart sank and tears fell from her eyes.
Uncle Li approached with the ginger soup. Give him a couple sips. Let's get him to the hospital.
After forcing down several sips of ginger tea, the slight stimulation finally brought Meng Rong back to his senses a bit. Suddenly, a familiar fragrance filled his nostrils, that faint, delicate scent he loved most.
What had happened to him? Perhaps he really was quite ill.
Then he felt himself lying on a soft, yielding body. With surprise, he forced his eyes open. Before him was indeed that familiar face. Her anxious and melancholy expression was one he had never seen before. They'd never been this close before, yet he felt utterly powerless, every muscle aching. All he could do was passively sip the ginger tea. How embarrassing, a grown man needing care from a delicate woman.
Why are you here? Meng Rong asked in a hoarse voice.
As you said, I came to save you. Seeing Meng Rong's spirits lift slightly, Yenguo finally felt a bit more at ease, though she answered him with a hint of irritation.
So heaven really sent you to save me? What have I ever done to deserve this?
Truly, I am blessed beyond measure.
You're sick like this and still cracking jokes. Yenguo was both annoyed and amused.
He usually seemed so serious, but now that he was sick and feverish, his true nature was showing. Considering his condition, she decided to let it slide. Soon after, they all took Meng Rong to the hospital. The doctor took his temperature and gasped 41.3 degrees Celsius.
After various tests, they diagnosed him with acute upper respiratory infection.
They prescribed a pile of medicine and immediately sent him for an 4-drip. Yenguo's cousin watched his usually indifferent cousin bustling about, willingly going out of her way to take care of a sickly person. A pang of envy and regret washed over him. His fear was simple, that Yenguo would suffer hardship, toil, and poverty in the future. Looking him over, he seemed just an ordinary young man. Moreover, Yenguo's cousin noticed the calloused hands on Meng Rong's hands, clear signs of a factory worker.
Why did my cousin have to fall for someone like this? A factory worker on an assembly line?
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his heart churning like a stormy sea.
He wanted to storm over, grab that sickly man, and beat him senseless.
But no, that would only hurt his cousin's feelings. He resolved that once this was over, he'd warn this guy, some people you just don't touch.
You're not worthy. People need to know their place.
In the 4-room, a pillow Yenguo had found was propped behind the cold leather chair. She kept touching Meng Rong's head with concern, her expression filled with worry.
As the 4-drip finished, Meng Rong's fever immediately broke and he came fully to his senses.
Seeing Yenguo's constant vigil over his condition, Meng Rong felt utterly touched. But then he noticed his cousin glaring at him with a face full of hostility, and he couldn't help but freeze.
Chapter 130, Big Trouble. Meng Rong couldn't quite recall the last time he'd been sick. He rarely even caught colds. He couldn't explain why washing his face with cold water and napping at his desk had sent his fever soaring to over 104 degrees. The saying illness strikes like a mountain collapsing, recovery is as slow as drawing silk proved true. Though he felt much better after the 4-drip, Meng Rong remained weak and limp, struggling even to walk. Seeing his cousin Yangui's perpetually sour expression, he understood. This cousin clearly disapproved of his affection for his cousin's sister. Yet Meng Rong couldn't help but express gratitude after all. If Yanghua hadn't driven him here, who knew what might have happened? Wu Changhua, however, dismissed Meng Rong's thanks with a dismissive snort through his nostrils. Yanghua, seeing his cousin's attitude, instantly lost his temper. You, go back to playing cards. We don't need you here. Wu Changhua was startled by Yangui's outburst. He'd love to return to his card game, but even if he could snag a seat at the table, going back alone meant Grandpa would inevitably ask why he'd left Yanghua alone in the hospital. That would spell trouble, a stern lecture followed by a humiliating return to pick her up. Besides, he simply couldn't bear the thought of leaving his cousin alone in the hospital to care for a patient. What if she got exhausted from the workload and ended up sick herself? Then he wouldn't just get scolded, he might get beaten. So no matter what, he dared not leave now. He could only stay here, watching Yanghua transform from a beloved princess into a tireless caregiver. It broke his heart to watch, so he turned away to avoid the sight. He cursed the patient countless times in his mind, but in the end, he can only find a quiet corner and vent his frustration by pounding the wall. As dusk fell outside, Meng Rong felt much better. Unwilling to see Yanghua continue her vigil, he urged her to return with her cousin. But the moment he spoke, Yanghua shot him down. Didn't you say I came to save you? How can you abandon someone halfway through rescuing them? That's not saving, it's abandonment. I'm afraid I can't do that, Yanghua declared with righteous indignation, leaving Meng Rong dumbfounded. But this is too much trouble for you. It's not right. I'm feeling much better now and can walk on my own. What if you pass out again halfway there? Who'll save you then? That won't happen. Then think back to how you got so feverish last night. I don't remember. Exactly. You're this sick, and the doctor didn't admit you to the hospital. Consider yourself lucky. It's the new year, so be careful. You still need to come back early tomorrow for your shot. What if no one's there to look after you on the way and your condition worsens? Come on, it won't be that bad. Enough with the fuss, you're just a patient. Stop being so fussy and just listen to me. Yanghua declared bluntly. Also, tell me if you're hungry or what you want to eat. I'll go buy it for you. Wait, the doctor said you can't have greasy food since you're sick. You can only have porridge and soft foods. Right, where do I even get porridge? Yanghua frowned deeply. This was her first time caring for someone who was sick. Paying the fees and arranging the doctor's visit had already drained her of all her energy. Now she had to take care of meals too. This was something she wasn't good at. I wish I could get sick so you take care of me. You seem pretty good at cooking now, while I can't do anything. Sigh. Yanghua sighed. Forget it. I'll ask my cousin to buy some congee. No. I don't think he's in a good mood. Don't make him do anything. If he dares to be upset, I'll go tell Grandpa when I get back. Let's see how he handles that. Yanghua said with a smile. My cousin hates studying more than anything, but Grandpa insists on making him read. Remember when he punished him as a kid? Made him finish the entire Dream of the Red Chamber, then quizzed him on what Qingwen said and did to Baoyu before she died. He couldn't answer, and the beating he got, it was beyond description. Ha 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 ha. Just as she spoke, my cousin grew bored of pounding the wall outside and came over to see what was happening. He happened to hear Yanghua recounting his embarrassing story and nearly choked to death on the spot. Yanghua continued gloating. I've already planned it. When he doesn't go buy porridge later, I'll have Grandpa punish him by making him read Gone with the Wind. You've read Gone with the Wind, right? What? You haven't read it either? It's a world-renowned classic. Oh, wait, you haven't read Dream of the Red Chamber either, have you? Meng Rong's face flushed with embarrassment. Hearing her question, he quickly blurted out, I have read it. He recalled his father reading voraciously for a stretch when he was young. He occasionally glanced at the books, one of which was Dream of the Red Chamber. Besides, he watched the TV adaptation too and remembered bits of the plot. Then do you recall when Lin Daiyu admired her own face, saying it was like a peach blossom? In that chapter, Chao Shuichen planted a foreshadowing she didn't realize her illness would take root from that moment on. Oh dear, I suspect she was burning the midnight oil reading back then and caught an upper respiratory infection. Meng Rong listened, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Boasting about her peach blossom complexion? The TV series did show that her fragile, helpless gaze as fallen blossoms drifted away, carried by the indifferent current, with nothing left but the sorrow of their passing. But what was that chapter about? He'd never read it. Why didn't she ask him about the cutting direction on a lathe? He could talk about that for 3 hours straight. Was Yanghua actually this artsy? The gap between them felt wider than ever. He was wrong, maybe she preferred that kind of jiabaoyu like gentleman.
His own down-and-out state made him feel worse than Jiaoda. The thought brought a wave of sorrow, and he couldn't help but let out a low moan.
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
My head feels like it's exploding, it hurts.
Meng Rong leaned back in his chair, his expression slightly contorted.
Startled, Xianghua rushed to call for a doctor, but Meng Rong quickly grabbed her arm.
It's okay, it'll pass in a moment.
His cousin beside him gritted his teeth in fury. Finally, under his cousin's stern insistence, he reluctantly went out to find a place to buy porridge. This time he truly paid for gas and lost his cousin. He inwardly groaned, girls grow up and can't be kept.
No way. He had to get to the bottom of Meng Rong's background and report it to Grandpa.
Best to make sure these two were destined to be apart.
Old friends bid farewell at Yellow Crane Tower, only the Yangtze flows to the horizon. Yes, that's the plan.
That evening, my cousin had no choice but to drive Meng Rong back to her dorm. Xianghua was reluctant to part, deeply worried, and nearly insisted on staying overnight to look after her.
But my cousin flatly refused. How could he allow that? Though Meng Rong looked frail now, what if someone got the wrong idea? A man and a woman alone together, sparks could fly.
If anything happened, he, as her cousin, would be damned for it. In the end, Xianghua had no choice but to return home with her cousin. Before leaving, she repeatedly urged Meng Rong to take his medicine on time and get plenty of rest. As she left, she added, "I'll come see you tomorrow and take you to the hospital." That nearly drove her cousin mad.
So tomorrow he have to play chauffeur again?
On the way back, he tried to talk Xianghua out of it, but they nearly come to blows. In the end, he tearfully promised to return as her driver. He had no choice, he had to keep an eye on them.
What if something happened between them?
He absolutely couldn't let that kid off so easily. The whole point of being a third wheel was to keep everything bathed in light, not to let them sneak off together.
Meng Rong's condition improved dramatically by the next day.
With his strong constitution, 2 days of 4 drips had mostly restored him. On the third day, Xianghua couldn't persuade her cousin to visit, but knowing he was much better eased her mind. Still, her heart had unknowingly been stirred, and she couldn't stop thinking about him. Before they knew it, it was the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. That day, Meng Rong began packing his things, ready to head home for the new year. But just as he was about to step out of the school gate, Uncle Li from the security office told him to wait a moment. Vice Principal Liu wanted to see him.
Meng Rong had no choice but to turn back.
He assumed Vice Principal Liu wouldn't be able to get the blueprints before the holiday, but it seemed he had managed to secure them after all.
This came as a bit of a surprise. Could this mean he wouldn't get to celebrate the new year? Meng Rong couldn't help but wonder.
His heart was already racing homeward, and he was starting to regret volunteering to stay behind.
Now it felt like, oh no, trouble's coming. Sure enough, Vice Principal Liu soon returned to campus with an air of triumph, his face beaming. Spotting Meng Rong sunbathing downstairs while stretching his limbs and memorizing vocabulary, he called out from afar, "Ha! Heaven rewards diligence." The ancients truly spoke the truth. Look, right in the middle of the new year, the Internal Combustion Engine Institute delivered the blueprints just like they promised. They said it wasn't proper to burden us with work during the holidays, but they also said delays breed problems. This can't wait. Consider it your winter break assignment. Use the holidays to study the blueprints at home and figure out how to get the job done. We'll start construction right after the new year. Isn't it great to get off to a winning start? What else could Meng Rong do but nod and smile? He thought to himself, why can't you just think it through properly? This task can only be shoved onto me. How tragic. This new year was ruined.
Of course, resentment aside, hearing that the task was truly being handed to him, he was actually quite pleased. Once he decided to take it on, he felt a sense of anticipation. If he could pull it off, it might play a crucial role in his future development.
The school entrusting him with such a weighty responsibility was proof of his own worth he couldn't possibly refuse.
Face the challenge head on. Sometimes, many people fail to grasp a fundamental truth in their careers. If you fear responsibility and sure tasks out of fear of failure, you may gain temporary comfort, but you lose the most crucial thing, your own value. Only when you shine brightly and take on challenges will you hold worth in the eyes of leaders and peers. In certain situations, don't fear being used. What you should fear is being overlooked entirely.
If you lack connections and refuse to work hard, aren't you just useless?
Sure, you could wait for luck to fall from the sky, but how can you be sure you're the protagonist in that story? Someone who gets a golden ticket without effort, finding treasure chests just by walking or drinking water.
Meng Rong, of course, wasn't pondering these grand truths of life.
He simply felt that since the school needed him to do it, no matter how difficult, he would do it. Taking the leather bag from Vice Principal Liu, he weighed it in his hands.
It wasn't light.
Just from the weight of the blueprints, he could sense the magnitude of the task ahead.
Hold on tight, don't drop these. These are the originals.
I'll make copies after the new year.
Ah, time is too tight now.
You've got to keep them safe and study them carefully.
It's all on you.
This mess during the holidays is really unfair to you, but this opportunity is too precious to miss. Never mind that.
Heard you were sick the other day and had Xianghua take care of you? You're in big trouble, you know that? Chapter 131, Buying Books. What kind of trouble? Meng Rong was completely baffled. Seeing his blank expression, Vice Principal Liu sighed inwardly. This clueless kid really had luck on his side. To have Yenghua take a liking to him was like a flower landing on steel. What's more, it seemed the boy was unaware of the Yen family's background. If he could gain their acceptance, the support he'd receive in the future would be substantial. Judging by his expression, he clearly hadn't figured it out yet. This thought made Vice Principal Liu's teeth ache. He clicked his tongue repeatedly before finally saying after a long pause, "Anyway, I know someone's been digging into your background. Investigating your family history." "Why investigate me?" Meng Rong asked, puzzled. "You genuinely don't know why?" Vice Principal Liu widened his eyes. "Maybe I'm just too good at my job, and they want to poach me out, right? But rest assured, no matter who tries, I won't go anywhere. That said, our pay really is too low. Principal Liu, you can't shortchange my bonus. I'm counting on that to make ends meet." Meng Rong wore a mournful expression. Truth be told, he barely had enough money to go home for the new year. It was tough. "Who's trying to poach you?" Vice Principal Liu burst out laughing in exasperation. "Besides me, your discerning eye, who else would recognize your talent? Don't get too cocky. If you can't even make this fuel injector, you're just a workhorse, not a thoroughbred. Please don't try to motivate me like that," Meng Rong said helplessly. "I promise to give it my all and live up to expectations." Deputy Principal Liu, having joked enough, chuckled a few times before turning serious. "It's Yenghua. Her family has been inquiring about you, asking about your situation. It seems, perhaps because she's gotten too close to you? Yengua's family?"
Meng Rong stiffened at the mention, an indescribable sensation washing over him, part excitement, part thunderstruck shock, leaving him unable to discern his own emotions.
"Yes. Be honest, how close have you gotten? Close enough that she'd stay at the hospital day and night to care for a patient like you?" Meng Rong stared blankly, shaking his head mechanically. "We weren't that close." "Not that close?" "We're just simple friends," Meng Rong admitted frankly. Oh, Vice Principal Liu drew out the syllable, his gaze lingering on Meng Rong with unspoken meaning. He could tell Meng Rong was telling the truth, yet he still found it hard to believe. Could a simple friendship really cause such tension in someone's family? Had you really done nothing to her? Who would believe that? Meng Rong lowered his head, unsure how to feel in this moment. He understood his own heart all too well. Between him and Yenghua, something indescribable had just begun to sprout. It made him restless and anxious, filled with both fear and longing. There were practical considerations, yet also an uncontrollable admiration. He feared it might be nothing more than a dream about to shatter, yet he hoped this dream could become reality. These emotions tangled together, who could untangle them? His heart was a tangled mess, and after all the turning and tossing, it boiled down to two words: regret. If he'd been less reckless in his youth and more diligent, if the distance between him and Yenghua had been just a little closer, he wouldn't be so torn now. But the situation was clear, every aspect of Yengua's circumstances was crushing him. This was about self-respect, a man's dignity. He had no right to ask Yenghua to lower her standards. No matter how much he yearned for it, the gap was real. Such a vast chasm, how could he bridge it? How could he convince Yengua's family? If he were in their shoes, he'd never agree to let Xiaoquan, a future college graduate, marry a man with only a junior high education. Vice Principal Liu looked at him sympathetically. He was someone who could truly transcend all this and see things equally, but even he couldn't ignore reality. Strive hard. Vice Principal Liu patted his shoulder. A man's dignity is never built on illusory arrogance, nor does it come from sitting back and reaping rewards. It must be forged through struggle. It doesn't matter if you took the wrong path before, what matters is walking the right path now. Only steady steps lead to swift progress, only fearlessness and hardship enables you to go far. I promise you this, I will give you the chance to take the exam, and I will help you. Of course, not by cheating, that's useless, and you wouldn't stoop to it anyway. Truthfully, your path forward exists. It may be tougher, but if you're willing to work hard, you can take the self-study college diploma exam, then pursue a bachelor's degree, and finally aim for graduate school. This is a clear, viable route. However, it's a path through dense underbrush and in muddy with ruts. Without great perseverance, it cannot be done. After all, this path isn't your natural strength. If you could have taken it earlier, you would have. Sometimes, a bit of talent is needed. Do you want to take it? I want to take it. Here's the plan: commit to a decade of relentless effort to bridge this gap. The journey may stretch out, though you could shorten it. How far you and Yenghua progress depends on fate, but more crucially, on your personal drive. Strive for self-improvement, and heaven will aid you. If heaven won't aid you, I will. If I won't aid you, then help yourself. I have high hopes for you. You will achieve a miracle. You will earn the Yen family's respect and admiration. They will see you as a rare treasure. I believe no one likes a failure, but if you keep improving and striving, no one will treat you like one. Vice Principal Liu's words felt like a giant hand cupping Meng Rong, kneading him gently. His whole body began to warm up. You're absolutely right. I'll throw caution to the wind, become a lifelong apprentice, and never give up. I refuse to believe I can't do this. Meng Rong declared fiercely.
Though he'd long resolved to persevere, a lingering sense of uncertainty still clouded his mind. Facing Yanghua, who excelled in every aspect, he lacked confidence. Yet, hearing Vice Principal Lu's words, that lingering uncertainty vanished completely. As long as the path remained open, his feet would keep moving forward. Seeing Meng Rong's eyes shift from confusion, panic, and numbness to a fiercely reignited flame, Vice Principal Lu nodded with satisfaction. Thankfully, he hadn't scared the fool off. For a moment, he genuinely feared the boy might back down. Good. That's all I need. As for the Yen family matter, just know it exists. You can treat it as pressure or motivation either way, it's not worth dwelling on. I'm merely reminding you. What truly matters is that you keep pushing forward. I understand. Vice Principal Lu departed with satisfaction. Watching his receding figure, Meng Rong glanced at the blueprint in his hand and without hesitation tucked it into the innermost layer of his backpack, close to his body. It was time to return home for the new year. But before heading home, he paused, then decided to take a trip into the city. He found a bookstore, one of the places he used to dislike visiting most. The storefront was lined with DVDs for sale and rent, a vast array of Hong Kong, Taiwanese, and even foreign films. Crowds gathered around, picking through the selection. Meng Rong glanced at them without interest and stepped inside. Only a handful of people browsed the shelves. The shopkeeper paid them little mind. Noticing Meng Rong heading toward the bookshelves, glanced his way before returning his attention to the DVD customers. Those were the real cash cows. Meng Rong instinctively spent a long time browsing the reference book section, selecting 2 newly published technical books to take home for study. Just as he was about to check out, something suddenly occurred to him. He scanned the bestseller shelves first but found nothing. Finally, in a corner, he located the classical literature section. Sure enough, it held the 4 great classical novels series, including Dream of the Red Chamber. The book came in several print editions. After a moment's hesitation, he selected a complete, hardcover edition. Its exterior was simple and elegant, its cover adorned with just a few strokes, yet radiating an indescribable beauty. Who says learning has to be about math and science? I need to catch up on my cultural studies too. Meng Rong thought to himself. Maybe one day when he talked to Yanghua again, he could surprise her. At checkout, the shopkeeper eyed him with surprise. Never would have guessed this guy actually buys books. These days, hardly anyone comes to buy books. They just flip through, glance at a few pages, then shove them back on the shelf wherever. If this bookstore weren't a family business passed down through generations, he'd have closed it long ago and headed south for work. These days, anyone who still reads books is no ordinary person. At the very least, there's someone with aspirations. Take this fellow right here, for instance, he reads both reference books and classical literature. Someone like that will surely go further in life than those folks out front who only pick out DVDs. He pondered silently, his hands and feet never stopping. Not a single penny was discounted after all, it was the new year. Who would discount anything? Everyone needed money for the holidays. That day, Meng Rong squeezed onto a packed bus. After a journey far more turbulent than usual, he finally returned to the county town. When hailing a motorcycle taxi, he unexpectedly encountered the same uncle who had once driven him home years ago. The uncle's beard had grown noticeably grayer. The driver clearly recognized him too, sighing, "Blink of an eye, and you've grown up. But just like your uncle, you haven't amounted to much heading home with all these bags and packages. So, same as always, I'll take you back for free." Meng Rong felt both amused and touched. When he finally got out of the cab, he paid double the fare, repaying the free ride he'd received all those years ago. Life was tough. For him, 20 or 30 yuan wasn't much, but for these uncles toiling away from home, it might just be the last piece of the puzzle for their child's tuition. Life's a mixed bag. Everyone struggles to survive. No one has it easy. Don't let a petty bargain sour the kindness in people's hearts. Passing the old site of the machine repair shop, he cast a complex glance. The compound had been completely transformed. Rumor had it had changed hands several times. Now a new business had sprung up, seemingly preparing for the cement construction trade. The yard was piled high with materials, walls torn down and rebuilt, yet the exterior looked even more dilapidated than before. It was the new year, yet no one came to visit. The iron gate stood guard, the place eerily quiet. After walking down a small path, he arrived home. The festive atmosphere was thick in the air, punctuated by frequent firecracker blasts. A few boys laughed and played as they ran past him, nearly hitting him with a few firecrackers. Meng Rong was no stranger to the scene after all, he had once been one of them. Occasionally, he encountered acquaintances on the road, exchanging greetings. Some asked him directly why he hadn't brought his wife home for the new year. Others whispered behind his back, saying the son of the Meng family wasn't as capable as old Meng, sighing and pitying him. Perhaps some even harbored a hint of schadenfreude. But Meng Rong paid no heed to any of it, his face always bearing a gentle smile. He cheerfully replied that he hadn't found a wife yet, that he wanted to earn more money before marrying, and inquired about their health and whether they had finished their New Year shopping. The New Year was approaching, and Meng Rong quickened his pace. Chapter 132, The Blind Date. Back home, his younger sister sat in the living room chair watching TV with someone else, cracking sunflower seeds. Meng Rong called out to her. Meng Xiaoquan froze, turned around, and cheered as she rushed over, shaking his arm. Brother, why are you back so early this year? Meng Rong smiled, not mentioning he could have returned 10 days earlier. He simply replied, changed jobs. The rules changed, so I could come back early.
Meng Xiaoquan happily took his suitcase and asked excitedly if he'd bought any tasty treats.
Meng Rong ruffled her hair affectionately, lifted the bag, and poured out a pile of snacks she loved as a child.
But after rummaging through them for a moment, Meng Xiaoquan lost interest. None of these are my favorites. How can that be? Aren't these all your favorites? Look, snowcakes, these, mandarin oranges. Bro, you're so old-fashioned. Nowadays I like potato chips and chocolate peanuts. Oh, and toffee too. Meng Xiaoquan rattled off a few items, none of which Meng Rong recognized. He froze. Had even her tastes changed? Meng Xiaoquan turned her attention elsewhere. Meidan, see if you like any of these. Help yourself.
She then turned back to introduce her classmate. Only then did Meng Rong notice the girl sitting beside her, about the same age as Meng Xiaoquan. She had delicate features, but her head was covered in punk-style hair, making her stand out strikingly. Glancing back at Meng Xiaoquan, he realized his sister's demeanor no longer seemed as simple as before. She was clearly much more sophisticated now.
Was everyone changing?
The girl named Meidan glanced at the snacks, shook her head with a hint of disdain, and casually asked Meng Xiaoquan, why is your brother dressed like a worker?
Meng Rong frowned. What did she mean, dressed like a worker? What? My brother's just plain. He's actually the head of a factory now, in charge of everything. He's just too busy to dress up, right, bro?
Meng Xiaoquan quickly defended, shooting her brother a look.
Meng Rong felt a pang of irritation. What kind of factory manager was that? Utter nonsense. But he couldn't exactly say Meng Xiaoquan was wrong. He was indeed the one in charge of the school's enterprise partnership. However, his role was limited to overseeing machinery and production. Essentially, he was just a worker, not a manager in any meaningful sense. Just as he started to explain, Meng Xiaoquan cut him off. Brother, go check on mom in the kitchen. She's been waiting for you forever. Meng Rong shot her a glare. Don't talk nonsense. Only then did he set down his things and leave the two behind, heading straight for the kitchen. There, his mother, Liu Guiqin, was busy stir-frying vegetables, constantly tending to the stove and the stewing meat. She was so engrossed in her work that she hadn't noticed Meng Rong's return. Mom! Meng Rong called out. I'm back. Liu Guiqin turned and saw him, her movements instantly quickening with joy. Her stir-frying hand visibly sped up as she chuckled, you're back. Perfect timing, dinner will be ready soon. Go tidy up your room first. I've already made the bed, just unpack your things. Is there anything I can help with? Meng Rong asked. He'd been cooking for himself these past days and found kitchen work somewhat interesting. What's a grown man doing in the kitchen? Just don't make a mess in there, and we'll be grateful, she chattered on, there's plenty to do outside too. I still have a pile of firewood to chop. Oh, and we need to visit your father's grave the day after tomorrow. You'll have to prepare the offerings and joss paper. Plus, we need to do a big cleanup in the next couple of days. The couplets and door paintings aren't up yet. I bought them and put them in the cupboard. When you have time, go take care of these things. In the blink of an eye, she had packed Meng Rong's schedule solid for the next 2 days. Meng Rong felt a pang of sadness. He desperately wanted to mention the task he'd brought back and his desire to study, but in that moment, no words came out. Since returning home, family always came first. He could only silently gather his things, change into a fresh set of clothes, roll up his sleeves, and start bustling about the house and yard. Soon, dinner was ready. The family of 3, plus that punk-style classmate, sat down to eat. Meng Rong found this Meidan girl extremely irritating. He felt it wasn't good that Meng Xiaoquan was getting too close to her. But Meng Xiaoquan gave him no chance to caution him, chatting endlessly with Meidan about everything under the sun. Their conversation revolved entirely around celebrity gossip, who was dating whom, who was the coolest, which star belonged to which zodiac sign and had what personality. They even got into a heated argument over it, leaving Meng Rong extremely annoyed. He finally snapped, what the hell do these celebrities have to do with us ordinary people? What's it to you? The two immediately turned their criticism on him, accusing him of being old-fashioned and lacking appreciation. Fuming silently, he wolfed down his meal in a few bites, set down his chopsticks, and prepared to step outside for some fresh air. But his mother called out to him, telling him not to go anywhere, that she needed him for something shortly. Left with no choice, he found a chair by the doorway and sat down, basking in the sun. After a while, bored to tears, he went back inside, retrieved the newly purchased copy of Dream of the Red Chamber, and sat by the door flipping through its pages. In his view, the book's language was utterly tedious and awkward. A bunch of people prancing about, constantly composing poetry and couplets. What was so interesting about that? If you asked him, the wisdom of the working people was the best. Without a group of people building the grand view garden for them, what would Yuanchun have to inspect? What would Baoyu have to inscribe? All those fancy pavilions should be renamed Diligence Courtyard, Hard Work Pavilion, and Perseverance Workshop. Now that would be awesome. Instead of teaching the girls embroidery, why not give each one a laptop and teach them programming? He'd heard programming paid well these days. He was even considering learning some C language himself apparently, mastering it commanded a hefty salary. Lost in his rambling thoughts, he completely missed his mother passing by and speaking to him. He merely grunted a vague response. Only moments later, when he casually looked up, did he see his mother approaching, walking, and laughing with two others. He felt a twinge of curiosity and glanced again. Among the people his mother had brought, one was unfamiliar, but the other seemed vaguely familiar, a young woman in her early 20s. He lifted his head to study her more closely, but in that brief moment, she had already walked up to him. "Hey, Meng Rong," the girl waved cheerfully. "You're Zhang Xieying?" Meng Rong suddenly remembered. This girl seemed to be one of his little followers back when he was the neighborhood leader as a child. "Meng Rong, you finally remembered me." The girl covered her mouth and giggled. Her round face lit up with dimples when she smiled, radiating a warm, welcoming glow. "Remember you? How could I forget? Ha ha. Sit down." Meng Rong was delighted to see his childhood friend and quickly offered her a seat. Seeing the two strike up a conversation before introductions were made, Meng Rong's mother and another woman exchanged a knowing smile, looking deeply pleased. "Meng Rong, this is Xi Ying's mother," and Li Guiqin interrupted their lively conversation to make the introduction. "Ah, it's you. Hello, Aunt Lian." Meng Rong promptly stood up politely, offering his seat. "Let me pour you some tea." No need. You two young people chat. We older folks get in the way. We'll head to the kitchen to talk." Aunt Lian looked Meng Rong up and down with satisfaction. "You've grown so tall. I used to hold you when you were little. You were fairer back then, but now you're a bit darker." "It's nothing. With that, the two elders held hands and headed into the kitchen. Meng Rong felt puzzled. What did she mean by "we older folks get in the way"? And had she really held him as a baby? He couldn't quite recall. He turned to Zhang Xieying and asked with a smile, "Did your mom really hold me when I was little?" "Of course she did," Zhang Xieying nodded. "All right," Meng Rong shrugged off the question. "You were in our hometown village, right? I remember running around everywhere as a kid, and you always followed behind me. How come after all these years, you've only grown taller and bigger, but your face hasn't changed much at all? If it weren't for your pair of dimples, I wouldn't have recognized you at all." A flush spread across Zhang Xieying's cheeks. "You remember what my face looked like when I was little? It's like you were molded from the same template as now," Meng Rong chuckled, then laughed at himself. "My bad, we are the same person, right? Ha!" Zhang Xieying, however, had misunderstood. She beamed. "I knew brother Meng Rong would remember me. I was just telling Mom on the way here that you probably wouldn't recognize me anymore." "How could I? Even if you were milled on a Zhang milling machine, I'd still recognize you." "No exaggeration. What's a milling bed?" He. "Oh, milling, it's a type of lathe used for cutting steel. You know what that is, right?" "Oh, not really," Zhang Shibao shook her head. "I've always worked at the shoe factory. Never seen a milling machine." "What shoe factory? Wait, how did you even think to come see me here?" Meng Rong was puzzled, firing off questions. Zhang Shibao shot him a puzzled glance. "Well, I went south to work. I've been at a shoe factory. Just got back a couple days ago." "But aren't you from around here?" "We moved a while ago. Not too far from here." "Oh, that's great. Congratulations on the move." Meng Rong congratulated him repeatedly. "It really is perfect, two old acquaintances living close by. We can visit more often. We can even go pay New Year's calls during the holiday, haha." "Yeah, that's great. But my mom said there are quite a few traditions to follow for New Year's visits." "What kind of formalities?" Meng Rong chuckled. "Where did all these rules come from? What nonsense." Back in the village, visiting for New Year's was just about going door to door to offer congratulations, eating some candy, maybe having a cup of tea at most. That was it. Could it be that moving had made things more complicated? "Well, this." Zhang Shibao suddenly felt flustered, unsure how to explain. How could brother Meng Rong seem so clueless? Meng Rong looked at her puzzled. "Xieying, just tell me straight." Zhang Xieying hesitated. "We've only just started chatting. Are you really going to come to my house for New Year's greetings? What's the big deal? We're childhood friends from the same village." Meng Rong laughed heartily. "No need to be so formal, right? I don't have anywhere else to go during the holidays anyway. It's nice to have a place to visit. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Zhang Xieying. She was puzzled. Why did brother Meng Rong seem so clueless? The two suddenly found themselves at a loss for words, the awkward silence hanging heavy. Meng Rong picked up the book that had been resting on the chair and pretended to flip through its pages. Something felt off. Suddenly, Meng Xiaochuan's voice rang out beside them. "Ah, Sister Xieying, it really is you." She and Mei Dan had been playing in the room and had just come out. The two old acquaintances naturally exchanged greetings. When Mei Dan joined them shortly after, introductions were made, and the three women soon chattered away together.
From their conversation, Meng Rong learned that Zhang Xieying had gone to work in another city after failing to get into university upon graduating high school. It had been 5 or 6 years now, and she hadn't returned home for 2 or 3 years. Being quick and capable, she earned a decent wage. Each month, she sent 2,000 yuan home, sometimes 3,000, and had enough left for herself. She had remained single all this time and had finally come back this year. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoquan piped up, "Ha, Sister Xieying, it'd be awesome if you really became my sister-in-law. Then I'd have a place to stay when I go out to work." Hearing this, Meng Rong snapped his head up, staring at Zhang Xieying in disbelief. Chapter 133, Missing Work. Meeting Meng Rong's gaze, Zhang Xieying looked at him with eyes that held a hint of shyness yet couldn't conceal her delight. It was precisely that look that nearly sent Meng Rong tumbling backward in shock. Only then did he vaguely realize so Zhang Xieying had come specifically to see him? No wonder her mother had just said to let the young people talk properly. This was the legendary blind date. In just a few sentences, Meng Xiaoquan already had a sister-in-law. That meant he was supposed to marry this childhood friend? Was this joke getting way out of hand? Panic and dread instantly gripped Meng Rong. He never even considered this possibility. Now, as he looked at Zhang Xieying, she was still entertaining the two little girls, but she kept glancing his way. Her gaze was already tinged with affection, and the dimples that kept appearing on her cheeks showed just how delighted she was. Meng Rong scratched his head in utter bewilderment. How had this situation suddenly arisen? When had he ever won her heart? Listen to what Meng Xiaoquan said. "Oh my, Sister Xieying, ever since I was little, I always thought you must have liked my brother back then. You followed him everywhere he went, always so obedient. Whatever he asked you to do, you did without a word of protest. You'd play with him until it was pitch dark. I remember one time playing hide and seek he told you to hide, but then Mom called you in for dinner. So he never came looking for you. You stayed hidden in the grain pile until nearly midnight. Your family was frantic searching for you. When my dad found out about it, he gave my brother a good beating. Ha 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 ha." Zhang Xieying lowered her head with a soft smile, her eyes fixed on Meng Rong. This time, Meng Rong truly understood the look in her eyes. This girl had liked him since childhood. The problem was, he could swear to heaven he'd never had any romantic feelings. Out of nowhere, his childhood sweetheart had come knocking. To others, it might sound like a fairy tale, but to Meng Rong right now, it was utterly incomprehensible, a complete mess. He recalled being beaten by his father as a child, but boys were forgetful by nature. The pain faded the next day. Had Meng Xiaoquan not brought it up, he'd never have remembered. It puzzled him that Xiaoquan, who'd been only 2 or 3 at the time, remembered it so vividly. It must have been her mother who mentioned it. Watching them chat happily, Meng Rong felt utterly depressed. He had no idea how to handle this situation, which had completely exceeded his expectations. His gaze drifted to the book in his hands, yet his mind flashed back to that day in the hospital ward when Xianghua had made him laugh. The mere thought of her seized his heart completely. She was his pursuit, his goal, his one and only. Having come this far, he refused to give up or let go so easily. He was no longer that naive young boy, nor the reckless, shallow teenager, nor the self-important playboy. He was now a future master bound for distant horizons, just beginning his journey of striving. Anyone who stood in his way would become his enemy. In an instant, he snapped back to reality. True, Zhang Xieying wasn't bad-looking, she was even quite cute and she'd always liked him. But she really wasn't the right fit. He stood up and said to Meng Xiaoquan, "You two go watch TV. Xieying and I are going for a walk." His tone was serious. Meng Xiaoquan was startled. She rarely saw her brother so earnest. Then she realized it would be awkward to linger and interrupt their conversation. So she giggled, gave Zhang Xieying a knowing glance, and skipped away. Zhang Xieying looked at Meng Rong, her cheeks flushed. Meng Rong's expression remained calm as he said, "Let's talk alone." He led Zhang Xieying around several turns to a secluded clearing. With no one else around, Zhang Xieying's heart began to race as she followed Meng Rong, wondering what he would say. Unfortunately, what awaited her was bound to be disappointment. Soon, Zhang Xieying left with tears streaming down her face. Meng Rong silently followed her home, watching until she entered the door before turning back and slowly making his way home. Aunt Lian came out to ask where Xieying had gone. Meng Rong told her he'd already explained everything to Xieying. She'd gone home. "Go ask her yourself," he said. Aunt Lian, puzzled, hurried back to her house. Meng Xiaoquan came running over and pressed close, asking Meng Rong if he and Sister Xieying had settled the marriage arrangements. Meng Rong glared at her with a headache. "No. I told her we're not right for each other. That's all." "What?" Everyone, including Meng Rong's mother, froze in shock. "What? Meng Rong had just rejected Zhang Xieying?" Stunned, she exclaimed, "You foolish son. You just pushed her away like that? Do you realize, given our family's situation, how rare it is to find such a good girl willing to marry you? And you rejected her?" As she spoke, her body swayed. Xiaoquan and Meidan jumped in alarm, rushing to steady her. But Mrs. Meng, overcome with fury and grief, felt dizzy and disoriented, taking a long moment to regain her footing. Meng Rong tried to support her, but she shoved him away. "Useless.
How could raising a son turn out so disappointing? He turns down such a fine girl?
No, this can't end like this.
I'll go to her family and talk it over.
My foolish son, he doesn't know a good thing when he sees it.
Mom, you shouldn't have meddled in this. You didn't even warn me beforehand. Now it's all awkward, Meng Rong complained. You good-for-nothing brat. If you won't take care of your own affairs, who will? Didn't I tell you when I left that I'd bring their daughter over to see you? Talk properly with her.
We need to carry on the family line as soon as possible.
Did I? I heard everything. Meng Xiaoquan shot him a glare. Meng Rong felt wronged.
He deep and lost in his own thoughts, reading a book, and hadn't he really heard what his mother said? He just mumbled a response.
Back home, that kind of talk usually meant an arranged marriage. You foolish son.
You're driving me to my grave.
This family won't even pay a dowry. Li Guiqin wept with frustration, her tears flowing freely.
She was furious this son of hers was good for nothing.
Others had already borne several children, but look at him. Others had become big bosses, but look at him.
A golden opportunity had finally fallen from the sky, and this foolish son had pushed it away.
What kind of karma was this?
You couldn't find a match without a dowry even if you searched high and low.
This family clearly saw something in Meng Rong. Why else would they agree to such terms?
Don't think they couldn't find a good match. There were plenty of families lining up to marry her.
Why hadn't Zhang Xieying come home for 2 or 3 years?
Because she was resisting the arranged marriage her family pushed on her.
Why, after returning, did she skip visiting other families and come straight to see Meng Rong? This was a huge blessing.
Mom, don't get so worked up.
What era are we in? Isn't it all about free love now?
Look, I don't even like her. Just let us decide for ourselves.
Meng Rong sighed helplessly. Ouch. Ouch. My head hurts. Just seeing you gives me a headache.
Meng's mother sat in her chair, pressing her hand to her forehead, her face twisted in pain.
Mom, I genuinely don't want to marry her. I already have someone I like. Meng Rong declared loudly.
Oh? Meng Xiaoquan and Meidan both lifted their eyes to look at Meng Rong, their curious little eyes blinking rapidly.
Such juicy gossip, hurry up and tell us. Ahem, well. I'm working at the school now, right?
I met a teacher, my old deskmate.
We're just starting out, just starting to date, you know. Meng Rong gritted his teeth, deciding to tell a white lie. In truth, they hadn't even started dating yet. Meng Xiaoquan chuckled.
Quick to adapt, she immediately stopped caring about Zhang Xieying once she saw her brother was determined. She switched sides to support Meng Rong, urging their mother to let him decide for himself. That punk-style girl Meidan listened nearby and sneered, better to die than lose my freedom. If my family ever forced me to marry someone I don't love, I'd kill myself right in front of them. The words were spoken without malice, and heard without intent.
Yet upon hearing them, Meng Rong's mother's headache vanished instantly.
She no longer pressed her son.
This foolish boy have pushed too far. What if he really did take his own life? Maiden's words had inadvertently awakened her. She realized she couldn't force anything after all. Oh well, if he wants to stay single, so be it. What a bitter fate.
The aftermath of this storm unfolded the very next morning when Aunt Lian stormed over. She singled out Meng Rong, berating him from head to toe for a full hour, leaving him utterly disgraced. The neighbors gathered to watch the spectacle. Li Guiqin came out, groveling and apologizing profusely for ages. Finally, Zhang Xieying arrived, embarrassed beyond belief, and dragged her mother back home, bringing the ordeal to an end.
The incident had the effect of completely dissuading everyone nearby from arranging marriage prospects for Meng Rong.
The lad clearly wasn't worth the trouble.
For Meng Rong, the incident served to clarify his own heart.
From that moment on, he was unwavering in his resolve. He focused on his books when he should, studied diligently when required, and pored over blueprints when necessary. For over a week after the new year, he holed up in his room studying and reading, venturing out only for essential errands. Because of this incident, no one came to disturb him, allowing him to study in peace. Others assumed he was too ashamed to go out, unaware that he was now thoroughly engrossed in the sea of knowledge. He had reviewed those blueprints 3 times over, grasping their essence thoroughly.
He was ready to put them into practice the moment construction began. Next came reviewing his coursework. For the humanities subjects, the main focus was on ideological and political studies. He had never been willing to delve into this area before, but now he found that by studying it with a calm mind and combining it with his social practice over the past few years, he discovered it had considerable guiding significance. This invigorated him. He could now understand what he had previously found incomprehensible. Even if there were still things he didn't understand, he would just memorize them. He believed it would be worthwhile. English, however, remained a hurdle. While he could memorize technical terms, grammar concepts left him flustered. This made him eagerly anticipate the start of the semester so he could seek guidance from Yenguo. On the morning of New Year's Day, he called Yenguo from the landline at home to wish her a happy new year. Upon hearing his voice, Yenguo became incredibly excited, rushing out of her room. The two chatted for a long time over the phone, until it grew hot and eventually shut off due to insufficient credit. Meanwhile, Meng's mother felt a pang of regret. This month's landline bill was bound to be astronomical.
They didn't discuss much. Mainly Meng Rong explained the design drawings and discussed them with Yenghua. Then he complained about the difficulty of learning English, and Yenghua casually tutored him a bit.
Yengua's grandfather, hearing his grandson speaking English outside, asked Wu Qianggui in puzzlement, "Why is Guigua speaking English with someone? Is the other person a foreigner?" "A foreigner?" Wu Qianggui nearly burst into tears. That was a real bumpkin. He heard the guy struggled in middle school, and his English was a complete disaster. How could he possibly speak English with Yenghua? It was like a peasant pretending to be a foreigner, a thug masquerading as an intellectual. Don't be fooled by appearances.
He could only respond to his grandfather's questioning with a vague, frustrated shrug. After finishing her call, Yenghua walked into the room beaming.
"Grandpa," she exclaimed, "I've never ever wanted to go back to work so badly. Right now, immediately. I miss it so much. Don't you think I've grown up? My little Gua, you really have grown up," Grandpa said, deeply pleased.
My cousin instantly resolved to run away from home, refusing to be the third-wheel driver any longer. But upon second thought, he dismissed the idea.
Chapter 134, Beginning the Research.
Yengua's cousin suddenly realized that he would officially return to work on the 8th day of the first lunar month, while Yengua's official work start date would still follow the winter break schedule, not until after the 15th day of the first lunar month. He figured he could just make up some excuse not to go home that day, and then he wouldn't have to be the designated driver. What he hadn't anticipated was that by the 6th day of the new year, Yenghua had grown restless at home. Finally, under his grandfather's stern scolding, he reluctantly pulled himself away from the mahjong table to drive Yenghua to school. His mood was sour. Watching Yenghua stuff bag after bag into the trunk, he even saw her load a crate of fruit and 2 boxes of milk.
Was she planning to move?
She was cramming dried fruits, grains, biscuits, and all sorts of packaged cooked meats like roast duck and braised chicken into the car.
What he couldn't tolerate most was that Yenghua had even packed 2 bottles of her grandfather's favorite aged soy aroma baijiu. Had she lost her mind? She never touched a drop of alcohol.
This particular liquor came from a distillery in Renhui, owned by a relative of her grandfather's old friend. They'd even hired a senior master blender from the Maotai distillery to craft it. The old man was very particular about his drinks.
"What are you doing with the liquor?" "To drink, of course."
Yenghua rolled her eyes.
When had her cousin become such a chatterbox? "Who are you giving it to?"
"Our school's vice principal Liu absolutely loves this stuff."
"Didn't you know?"
Her cousin's mouth fell open.
Well, who'd have thought Yenghua had learned to butter up the higher-ups? It was actually kind of heartening to see. She wasn't that clueless girl anymore.
But then Yenghua muttered something under her breath that nearly made him choke.
Ah, if only Principal Liu could have a sip too. That would be good for him. Who was he? Did he even need to ask? My cousin was getting a little frantic.
He sighed. "Guagua, as your older brother, I really can't bear to watch you fall.
That guy is no match for you in any way."
As he spoke, he exhaled a deep cloud of smoke. Yenghua paid no heed. Her eyes lit up as she watched her cousin puff on his expensive brand.
"Cousin, give me 2 packs of that brand you're smoking."
"What for?"
"Smoke them." "Who's smoking them?" "Principal Liu." "You're not going to give them to that technician, are you?" "No." "Why not?" "Because smoking is harmful to health. Principal Liu is a real smoker, he can't quit. I'll give them to him for real."
My cousin felt like crying but had no tears left. He could only return to his room and fetch 2 cartons of cigarettes. It truly pained him he didn't have many to begin with, and each carton he smoked was one less. But since his cousin had decided she needed them, he couldn't be stingy. Otherwise, if a scene broke out later, the old man would genuinely lose his temper. Watching Yenghua toss them into the back of the car without a second thought, he pretended not to see. Only later did he learn that Vice Principal Liu was indeed heading to the school today. They'd already made plans to start work early and complete some task assigned by the Internal Combustion Engine Institute. Seeing Yengua's joyful excitement, Wu Guoqiang swallowed all his complaints. He could tell she genuinely loved this kind of challenge. But as her cousin, he still offered a gentle reminder in the car, she should at least look into Meng Rong's family background and educational qualifications. Yenghua dismissed this with disdain, and he could only sigh inwardly, saying no more. His cousin was no longer young. She had always been too proud, looking down on everyone, and he never imagined she would fall for someone with such little foundation, someone so vastly different from her. This relationship wouldn't stand the test of time. If possible, he would certainly step in to stop it.
Soon, they arrived at the dormitory building.
As soon as the car stopped, Yenghua excitedly jumped out, taking a deep breath.
The air here is so refreshing.
Hearing the car's engine, Meng Rong poked his head out from upstairs and hurried down to greet them.
He politely greeted Yengua's cousin, "Happy New Year." Wu Guoqiang nodded, too uninterested to speak, silently opening the trunk to haul out items.
With everyone pitching in, a mountain of luggage was soon stacked high. While Yenghua carried things upstairs, Wu Guoqiang stopped Meng Rong, who was about to follow.
Meng Rong paused. "What is it?" Wu Guoqiang replied coldly, I've thoroughly investigated your background and know everything about your family. It's not that I look down on people, but our family has its principles. You know full well whether you're worthy of Guogua. We don't want her to be hurt or regret this. I think you know what you should do.
Meng Rong had mulled this over countless times in his mind, yet the sudden confrontation still sent waves of panic through him. Steeling himself, he whispered, I know what I must do.
Rest assured, I'm working on it. One day, I will be worthy of Yanghua. Wu Guoqiang's eyes widened. I'm not telling you to try harder, I'm telling you to let go.
Before he could finish, Yanghua appeared at the top of the stairs.
What are you two dawdling about? Get up here and help carry this stuff.
Wu Guoqiang immediately offered a sheepish smile and whispered, I'd advise you to give up on that idea.
I can only promise one thing, I will try my hardest.
The two found no common ground, and soon the conversation dried up. Wu Guoqiang glared at Meng Rong, who remained stubbornly unmoved, his mind already scheming other tactics. Meanwhile, Meng Rong carried large and small packages upstairs to Yanghua.
Meng Rong understood exactly what Wu Guoqiang was thinking.
But he refused to give up. Besides, he hadn't even truly started trying yet.
To abandon it now? He wouldn't accept that. After 4 years of tempering at Fenghe, he understood that life's goals couldn't be achieved by arrogantly believing in one's talent alone. Only relentless effort could climb each step of the ladder. You weren't an immortal, you couldn't fly.
Therefore, regardless of the outcome, he had to strive. He believed that sooner or later, his efforts would be noticed.
So what if people underestimated him, looked down on him, or humiliated him?
One day, he would be acknowledged. He was just an ordinary mortal, utterly mundane, a commoner like you and me in this world. After delivering the items, Yanghua no longer valued his cousin, immediately dismissing him.
Reluctantly, the cousin turned to leave, shooting Meng Rong a warning glare before departing.
This school felt way too sketchy.
What kind of dorm building was this? Female teachers' quarters were actually assigned above some of the male teachers' floors. The only barrier was an iron gate in the hallway. What good was that? Only 2 people lived in the entire building now.
He was deeply uneasy, but Yanghua was impatient. Before he'd even gotten into his car, she was already waving goodbye. He could only drive off grudgingly, passing Vice Principal Liu as he hurried over. From a distance, Vice Principal Liu saw Meng and Yan chatting cheerfully downstairs. He felt deeply reassured young people still had that vibrant energy, arriving earlier than he had.
Meng Rong and Yanghua stood below, watching Vice Principal Liu approach with his trademark wide grin revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth.
They both found it rather amusing. Having not seen each other for nearly 10 days, they missed each other dearly and were just about to relax and chat when Vice Principal Liu happened to arrive. Many things they wanted to say would have to wait. While waving a distant greeting to Vice Principal Liu, Meng Rong casually asked, Did you have a good holiday?
Wonderful.
I stayed at my grandfather's house the whole time, didn't go anywhere.
Just wanted to get back to work as soon as possible. How about you? I've been at home too, reading and studying every day.
Oh, except for one day when I went to visit my master Liu in Fenghe.
Oh, and about that question you asked me last time, I finally found the answer.
What question? About when Lin Daiyu first developed her chronic illness.
Really? When? Just as Meng Rong was about to answer, Vice Principal Liu approached them. He laughed heartily, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I know I'm interrupting your precious holiday time by asking you to work, but let me be clear, I'm doing this out of necessity.
Yanghua chimed in, Principal Liu, just assign us the task. We're all ready.
This holiday break is way too long, we'll get moldy if we stay cooped up much longer. She was now rubbing her hands together, eager and full of anticipation.
Meng Rong smiled but said nothing. Vice Principal Liu turned to Meng Rong.
This isn't exactly urgent. During the holiday season, I need to ensure your living arrangements are settled first before discussing official business.
The school cafeteria can't open that early now.
We can't even solve the problem of hot water for meals.
You forgot I can cook, Meng Rong said earnestly.
I can help him boil water, Yanghua chimed in.
Enough talk, my grandfather asked me to bring you 2 packs of cigarettes. I'll run upstairs and get them.
With that, she scampered up the stairs cheerfully. Vice Principal Liu felt touched yet puzzled.
Old Wu remembering him like this and bringing gifts?
That didn't quite fit his impression of the man.
Meng Rong, have you studied that set of blueprints? Vice Principal Liu inquired.
I have.
What do you think? Is it challenging?
Hard to say, but I've got some ideas.
Just waiting to start work and test them out. Meng Rong answered honestly. Any technical hurdles?
Yes, quite a few. Meng Rong frowned, having studied the blueprints thoroughly. I still don't quite understand why they'd assign such a high difficulty task to us.
Solving it will be a real headache. Then let's head straight to the workshop to examine it. Of course, I'm just the overseer, the real work falls on you too. Thanks for your trust. Though, honestly, I wonder why you trust us so much. We're still young in your eyes, right? Why give us such an important job? Aren't you afraid we'll mess it up?
Meng Rong was now quite familiar with Vice Principal Liu and felt comfortable joking around.
It's obvious, isn't it? Vice Principal Liu sighed. Most teachers have families. Who wants to work overtime during the holidays? That was a perfectly valid reason.
Fine, I'll take your word for it, Meng Rong nodded repeatedly. Soon after, Xianghua came running downstairs with a pack of cigarettes, shoving them into Vice Principal Liu's hands.
Here, this is my New Year's gift. But I still have to remind you smoking is harmful to your health. It's best to cut back or quit altogether. Vice Principal Liu was overjoyed and couldn't be bothered to respond. Meng Rong retrieved the blueprints, and the three walked toward the off-campus industry university workshop while chatting.
Along the way, Meng Rong explained the specifics. The structure of this high-pressure common rail diesel engine injector nozzle was entirely different from traditional mechanically controlled diesel nozzles. The old mechanical control nozzle featured only a single internal tapered bore at the nozzle head, housing a valve needle. When fuel injection was required, lifting the needle created a laminar diffusion spray.
Since precise fuel volume control wasn't needed, minor adjustments could be made simply by altering the needle's height.
Consequently, the manufacturing requirements for these injectors were relatively simple: just drill deep holes, ream them, ream tapered holes, and grind the end faces.
Tolerance requirements were also low, with a hole diameter tolerance of just 5 μ. Then why not just stick with the old system? Why bother with high-pressure common rail? Vice President Liu asked, puzzled.
That's because the national standards have changed. Everything is different now, Meng Rong replied.
Chapter 135, A Difficult Beginning. You mean the national emission standards?
Yes, national emission standards.
I've looked into it.
The old, crude fuel injection control methods just won't cut it anymore. They can't adjust in real time or precisely control fuel injection volume, so they can't reduce the solid particulate matter produced by incomplete combustion.
That's why we have the high-pressure common rail electronic fuel injection system.
Although Vice Principal Liu had accepted the job, he wasn't a true technical expert. Hearing Meng Rong explain it, he simply nodded in agreement. They opened the workshop. Meng Rong rolled up his sleeves and began gathering tools, wiping down machinery that hadn't been maintained in nearly 10 days. The work was grueling. Seeing his effort, Xianghua offered to help.
Meng Rong quickly declined, but Xianghua insisted on joining in.
Having never done such rough labor before, sweat soon beaded on her forehead, and her hands and feet began to tremble.
But she was stubborn and didn't want Meng Rong to think she was some delicate little lady.
Gritting her teeth, she kept at it. Vice Principal Liu had retreated to the courtyard for a smoke and didn't enter the workshop until much later. He happened to see Meng Rong snatch the rag and mop from Xianghua's hands, trying to stop her from working. But Xianghua refused to let go, and the two began tugging at each other.
From behind, it looked as if they were engaged in an intimate moment. Startled, Liu asked, "What are you two doing?"
Meng Rong and Xianghua froze, both blurting out in unison, "Working."
"Work?"
Vice Principal Liu eyed them suspiciously as they each tugged at one end of the mop. Both were flushed and panting from exertion. A wave of worry washed over him.
These two young people, like dry kindling and a fierce flame. Had he made a mistake assigning them to work overtime together? Would something happen?
Old Wu would surely be furious.
Seeing his expression, Meng Rong knew he'd misunderstood again and quickly explained, "You've got it all wrong. I'm about to test the machine. You two can leave now.
Once it's ready, we'll start the trial run." "Testing my ass, the fuel injector materials haven't even arrived yet," Vice Principal Liu grumbled, glancing at his watch.
"Let's head out tonight.
I'll treat you to dinner, and once the materials arrive tomorrow, we'll get to work."
"It's the New Year holiday, where are we supposed to eat? The restaurants aren't even open. Come to my place for dinner." Vice Principal Liu snapped. A home-cooked meal. The two followed Vice Principal Liu to his home for dinner.
Throughout the meal, Liu's wife mistakenly assumed they were a couple, showering them with compliments that left both men feeling flattered. They exchanged sweet glances, their eyes brimming with mutual affection. After dinner, Liu's wife prepared a guest room, inviting Xianghua to stay and chat while sending Meng Rong back to the dormitory alone.
The night passed uneventfully.
The next morning, a truck arrived, delivering the materials Vice Principal Liu had ordered in advance. The first batch was primarily for small-scale trial production, so the materials weren't numerous.
Meng Rong easily unloaded them all.
In the workshop, he began studying them quietly by himself. The core of this high-pressure electronic injection control system had two components: the control unit, which managed the opening timing of each injector nozzle for every cylinder, and the injector nozzles themselves. The injector's structure differed entirely from older mechanically controlled injectors. To achieve better diesel atomization, it no longer featured a single simple orifice. Instead, the small ball-shaped tip at the injector's top had 6 to 8 much smaller spray holes evenly distributed along a circular cross-section. Moreover, to precisely control the fuel injection volume of each nozzle, the variation between nozzles must be minimized. The previous tolerance of 5 micrometers is entirely inadequate. It must be reduced to within 3 micrometers. Furthermore, due to the multiple circumferential holes, the traditional manufacturing processes are completely unsuitable. This essentially constituted an entirely new process technology, necessitating novel techniques for both prototyping and mass production.
When Meng Rong first opened the blueprints, he sucked in a sharp breath. The 5 mm deep hole offered little room for maneuver, and the nozzle tip diameter shrunk to a mere 2 mm, making internal machining impossible. The solution had to come from the outside. But this challenge didn't faze the current Meng Rong.
When he visited Master Liu to pay New Year's respects, he discussed the issue with his mentor. After much deliberation, he finally devised a solution. The solution involved precise indexing with a dividing head, paired with a high-precision 3-jaw chuck. A small diameter drill bit would be clamped onto the CNC lathe spindle to drill tiny holes at high speed, with feed depth meticulously controlled. After each hole, the dividing head would rotate to the next position, repeating the cycle. The crux lay in sourcing a high-precision indexing head already difficult to find and mounting it on the CNC lathe toolpost, which added another layer of complexity. Meng Rong had been pondering this problem for days and had already reported it to Vice Principal Liu during dinner last night.
With no other solution, he really had to find one. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Liu groaned in frustration.
Where on earth could he find such a thing? He urged Meng Rong to explore alternative solutions to circumvent this obstacle. Helpless, Meng Rong held the materials, pondering them repeatedly, feeling at a loss.
Just as he was struggling, the workshop door opened and Xianghua walked in. Her footsteps sounded light and airy.
Spotting her, Meng Rong offered a faint smile.
What's the matter? Worried? Worried?
About that high-precision indexing head I mentioned last night.
If we can't solve it, there's no way forward,
Meng Rong said with a bitter smile.
Vice Principal Liu oversimplified the problem.
This job is genuinely difficult.
Does Fenghua Factory have any indexing heads?
Yes, but not with this level of precision.
This is a highly specialized requirement.
The accuracy demands are too high, we simply can't meet them.
We'll have to look elsewhere. After hours of discussion, they couldn't find a suitable workaround. Why don't we reach out to some suppliers? Vice Principal Liu has contacts for many of them.
Maybe one has what we need, we could purchase it then, Xianghua suggested.
That's our only option. But it won't come cheap, will it?
Principal Liu can certainly cover that expense, Meng Rong shrugged it off. They then approached Vice Principal Liu for a stack of supplier contacts and began calling each one. Most factories had resumed operations by then, so someone always answered. Yet upon hearing they needed a high-precision indexing head, every supplier replied they didn't have it. By the end of the first day, they had exhausted all the supplier contacts Vice Principal Liu had provided. At a loss, Vice Principal Liu suddenly produced another stack of materials collated over years of attending trade shows, some buried in forgotten corners of his collection room.
He spent ages digging through them.
With nothing else to do, they began flipping through the binders one by one, searching for companies that produced related products. They even called some finished goods manufacturers to inquire, only to face numerous cold shoulders. By the end of the day, they had gone through every single document and still hadn't found a suitable supplier.
No one could provide this thing.
Xianghua flew into a rage, convinced Vice Principal Liu's materials were worthless junk. He was ready to call the scrap collector to sell off all of Vice Principal Liu's documents, but Meng Rong talked him out of it with much persuasion.
Then it suddenly hit Xianghua. What era were they living in? Office computers had internet access, why not search online? So she brought Meng Rong to the office and began searching online.
At the time, many manufacturers were embracing the trend of listing in online directories, creating various yellow pages. The two casually searched and found a whole bunch of relevant manufacturers. Overjoyed, they started scouring through each directory, calling the suitable ones and leaving messages online for those unreachable. They worked like this until late into the night before finally calling it a day.
To unwind, Xianghua downloaded the movie The Lord of the Rings.
When she saw one of the male supporting characters die from an arrow while saving someone, she cried her eyes out. Instead of relieving her fatigue, this only made her feel more exhausted.
Exhausted, the two of them finally collapsed fully clothed onto whatever sofa they could find.
Fortunately, Auntie Lin, who usually took afternoon naps in the office, had brought several blankets. Otherwise, they would have both caught colds from the cold.
In the middle of the night, Meng Rong woke up from the cold.
As he pulled a blanket over Xianghua, he saw a string of tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, a sight that stirred deep pity.
Early the next morning, Meng Rong was startled awake by a series of beeps from his computer.
He discovered someone had replied to his message. Opening it, he was overjoyed to find a factory confirming they had the required indexing head. He immediately contacted them. After repeated verifications and parameter comparisons, it was confirmed they indeed had the part he needed. Unfortunately, the factory was located in a remote area, making shipping difficult.
For a single item request like Meng Rong's, they could only ship it along with a bulk shipment. Meng Rong and Xianghua were overjoyed. After all, their 2-day, 1-night effort had finally solved the first major hurdle. What followed was a long wait, nearly 10 days, during which the school had already resumed classes. During this time, they didn't idle.
Other orders and tasks within the university industry collaboration kept them busy with daily production. Vice Principal Liu, originally anxious about the progress, could only helplessly explain the situation to the Internal Combustion Engine Research Institute upon hearing the news. Unexpectedly, the institute had anticipated potential delays and expressed willingness to wait longer, prioritizing task completion over strict deadlines. Thus, on the second day after classes resumed, the high-precision indexing had finally arrived. Thanks to the increasingly developed logistics of this era, though the wait was lengthy, the shipment arrived safely and on time. However, upon unpacking it, Meng Rong found himself somewhat dissatisfied. This high-precision indexing head was only marginally usable. He had to remeasure dimensions, fabricate an adapter bracket, and recalibrate everything. It took nearly 3 more days of intense work before he finally got the high-precision indexing head installed. This delay was frustrating him. Xianghua had started classes and couldn't help with the work anymore, leaving him to tackle it alone. Yet the next phase absolutely required Xianghua's expertise. CNC programming for the machine tool fell squarely within her domain. While Meng Rong had gained some understanding of the process, he feared making mistakes and insisted on waiting until after her classes to have her assist with the programming. Programming posed no difficulty for Xianghua. The problem was the indexing head wasn't CNC controlled, forcing them to stop after each machining operation. They had to manually rotate it to the next angle before continuing the cycle Meng Rong had envisioned. By evening, the two had completed all pre-machining preparations in the workshop. Exchanging a glance, they both felt it was no small feat. They had originally planned to rush over after the new year to get the job done, but who would have thought that a single high-precision indexing head would hold them up for over 10 days? Their joy lasted less than half a minute. Meng Rong said, "I have a feeling the machining won't go smoothly either. If you lack confidence, I have confidence in you." "It's not that I lack confidence," Meng Rong said with a wry smile. "It's just that some things can't be anticipated until they're right in front of you. With new processes, I can't guarantee I'll grasp every detail. First time I've seen you being so humble. You used to breeze through these jobs," Xianghua remarked with a surprised chuckle. Chapter 136, Process Modification. Meng Rong's hunch proved accurate. As soon as he began trial machining, he quickly hit a snag. First came the issue of bore dimensions and depth. The bore depth tolerance was unreasonable, causing significant variation in the depth of the internal ball heads. By the end of the day, out of the first 10 pieces processed, 8 were scrapped. The problem was that the bore axis didn't align with the ball head center, completely different from what the two had envisioned. This outcome drove Meng Rong mad. He couldn't even recall the last time he'd seen such a low yield rate. Before joining Finghua, such failures were rare. Of course, he conveniently forgot the lessons learned from those 2 previous instances of misreading blueprints. Staring at the defective pieces, Meng Rong slammed his fist hard against the lathe's edge. By sheer bad luck, a splinter of debris lodged there, instantly drawing blood from his knuckles. The sight of the blood gushing from his fist and the piercing pain calmed him slightly from his fury. Without a word, he stood frozen in thought. This punch was punishment for his mistakes. Without Master Liu to reprimand him, no one else could punish him, yet he couldn't forgive himself. Wasting materials was a minor issue, but failing to complete the task properly was absolutely unacceptable. If he forgave himself too easily, he would inevitably make more and bigger mistakes in the future. Someone entered Xianghua. Seeing Meng Rong's bleeding hand, she hurriedly fetched gauze to bandage it. Ever since a student had suffered a head injury in the workshop last time, first aid supplies had been kept prominently displayed. As she bandaged his wound, she scolded him for being so careless. Seeing Xianghua's concern, warmth flooded Meng Rong's heart. He murmured, "I'm sorry. I didn't do my job well today. I ended up with a pile of scrap." After bandaging the wound, Xianghua walked to the machine tool to inspect Meng Rong's work. Only then did she understand the reason for his dejection. She comforted him, "This is such a high difficulty task, and it's a new process too. For your first attempt, getting 2 finished products is actually quite good. Don't be too hard on yourself. Let's study it some more and see if there's a way to improve the yield rate." Meng Rong stared at his hand, now wrapped like a rice dumpling. Xianghua's bandaging skills were beyond description, far too rough. Why so much gauze? Could he even work with this? If he hadn't stopped her, he felt she might have hoisted his arm up. But he couldn't say that. This was Xianghua's style. Some tasks she handled with lightning speed and elegant flair, while others, when she tackled them, were nothing short of earth-shattering. Yet this gentle task? She'd turned it into a monstrosity. After finishing the bandage, Xianghua seemed quite pleased. "How about it? Isn't it pretty? Isn't this bawai tied beautiful?" Meng Rong glanced left and right. It's wrapped rather cutely. Thanks." Xianghua's eyes crinkled into a smile. Just then, someone entered, other teachers coming in to practice or work overtime. Meng Rong quietly hid her bao-adorned hand behind her back. She said nonchalantly, "I'm getting a bit hungry. Let's grab dinner outside and discuss how to improve things." Xianghua replied, "Sounds good. I'll quickly inform the interest group, let them organize and run tonight's activities themselves."
Isn't that a bit much? It's fine.
Xiao Yang is the boys' class monitor, and Zhao Xingji is the girls'.
With them around, it should be no problem. Don't worry. You hurt your hand, and I need to look after you anyway. That's too much trouble. Don't be so formal. Tonight's on me. That's really embarrassing. Then you treat? Forget it, look at you, broke as a joke. Your pockets are probably dirtier than your face. Yan Guo chuckled.
At that moment, Meng Rong's face was indeed covered in grime, the word clean being the last thing that came to mind.
Meng Rong felt his pockets, he really was broke.
If not for the school cafeteria, he'd soon be going hungry. At this thought, he couldn't help but sigh.
This damn public service issue. Once I resolve it and finish this batch of fuel injectors, Vice Principal Liu won't be stingy with the bonus, right? Then I'll finally have some money to spare. Well, when that time comes, you'd better be prepared to show off. Don't worry. I'm a bachelor anyway, what's there to be shy about? Hey, I'm a single woman too.
They shared a smile, finding it rather amusing, and walked side by side, feeling the early spring evening breeze carry a hint of warmth. The next day, Meng Rong returned to the workshop with renewed vigor. He knew clearly that without first resolving the deep hole machining and ball and depth tolerance issues, he couldn't proceed to the next step. His immediate task was to revisit and re-evaluate the internal hole machining tolerances. After repeated research, calculations, and deep contemplation, using up stacks of scrap paper, Meng Rong confirmed one thing: the design tolerances were sound. With that possibility ruled out, only one other explanation remained.
Meng Rong began meticulously remeasuring the bore depth repeatedly.
Sure enough, he confirmed his suspicion: the bore had been machined beyond tolerance limits. Once the problem was identified, solving it became relatively straightforward. Staring at the 40mm round bar in his hands, Meng Rong fell deep in thought. He needed to inspect the machine tool's processing workflow. For this, he had to seek Yan Guo's assistance. Upon hearing the issue, Yan Guo immediately collaborated with him to thoroughly examine the entire machining process. Meng Rong discovered the sequence of preceding machining operations: turn outer diameter, turn outer ball head, drill inner hole, drill stepped hole, drill oil nozzle, shaft locating hole, rough ream, inner hole, finish ream, inner hole, ball head, drill. This is a perfectly standard machining sequence, Yan Guo stated. It's configured according to the machine's process flow, there's no way it could be wrong.
It's not about whether errors can occur. Then what is it?
I think this sequence works fine for standard parts, but with our high precision requirements, it might cause issues. Yan Guo pondered for a moment before suddenly grasping the concept.
You mean that when programming the process, each machining reference surface is selected from the previous operation's machine surface? That means the errors from every step accumulate and magnify all the way to the final ball end milling operation, making oversize inevitable? Smart, got it in a flash.
Meng Rong gave Yan Guo a thumbs up, using the very hand that was injured.
Ha! Where's the bandage I wrapped on your hand?
Yan Guo suddenly noticed that Meng Rong's bandage had been removed. Only some iodine had been dabbed on the wound above, leaving the skin dark and the gash clearly visible, but no gauze remained.
Her expression immediately darkened. Meng Rong inwardly groaned.
He'd forgotten about it, he'd rebandaged it himself last night. He hadn't expected Yan Guo to still remember. He quickly changed the subject.
Ahem, it's almost healed.
So, I think we could start by modifying the process.
Standardize the positioning reference to the sprayed oil-based surface.
That way, every step is calibrated against the same reference, and the tolerances should be much easier to control. Yan Guo shot him a fierce glare.
Humph. You don't appreciate my hard work at all.
Besides, leaving the wound exposed like this is dangerous, it could get re-injured and start bleeding again.
You might not care, but I sure do.
Meng Rong felt a surge of joy inside, but on the surface, he could only offer a sheepish grin.
Fine, I won't hold it against you. I'll bandage it later. You're right. I'll start modifying the process. Now sit over there. Don't move around.
You can't even take care of yourself when you're injured. Meng Rong quietly found a stool and sat down, watching Yan Guo busily at work. To him, it felt like admiring a breathtakingly beautiful painting.
Yan Guo's features held a certain traditional Chinese beauty, reminiscent of the misty landscapes in classical ink paintings. Even her work uniform couldn't obscure the grace visible in her profile. Yet her demeanor was strikingly spirited, her movements crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation, a sight truly pleasing to the eye. These two qualities seemed contradictory, yet they blended perfectly within her. Perhaps this was what they meant by natural beauty is hard to ignore. Meng Rong's mind wandered. If he let such a wonderful girl slip away again, he knew he'd never forgive himself. Yet whether to break the ice remained uncertain. He sensed Yan Guo's fondness, but the gap between them remained a chasm. No matter how close they grew, it was still a divide he dared not cross lightly. He wanted to wait, to change more, to build his confidence. Feeling Meng Rong's unabashed gaze, Yan Guo suddenly turned to face him. Can't you be quiet for a moment? You're driving me crazy. Meng Rong was speechless, he hadn't uttered a single word. Yan Guo continued, why do I feel like you've been talking non-stop? and I can't even hear myself think. I'm working right now and need quiet. Could you please shut up? Meng Rong was utterly speechless. He could only turn his back away. Only then did Xianghua stop talking and focus on modifying the process sequence. For her, once the task objectives were set, the technical details were secondary. It posed no difficulty, and she finished the adjustments in no time. She bent down cheerfully, gesturing invitingly. Esteemed Minister Meng, I've adjusted the process for you. Please enjoy it to your heart's content. Rise, my loyal subject. Meng Rong laughed heartily, stepped forward, and began working. Once immersed in his task, he lost all sense of time, completely absorbed in his work. He didn't even notice when Xianghua left. What captured his attention was the day's output. Out of 10 40mm round steel bars processed, 9 were flawless, a 90% yield rate. Though a perfect score remained elusive, this level of production loss was perfectly acceptable to Meng Rong at this stage. Overcome with excitement, Meng Rong pumped his fist triumphantly only to suffer a stroke of bad luck. After working all day without touching his wound, he accidentally bumped it against the machine tool while waving his fist in celebration. The pain made him wince. Adding insult to injury, the wound began to ooze blood again. What rotten luck! Meng Rong muttered to himself. What's so unlucky about that? A voice suddenly sounded from behind him. No matter how many times he heard it, the voice still startled him. Turning around, he found it was indeed the elusive Vice Principal Liu, who stood behind him, eagerly examining Meng Rong's work product. It turned out he had come to inspect the work. Nothing. Seriously, you need to pick up the pace. If you don't get this done soon, we're all going to be in real trouble, Vice Principal Liu pressed. How's it coming along? It's going okay. Chapter 137, the applause begins. So? What kind of so is that? I want you to deliver the real deal. Vice Principal Liu seemed unusually irritable today, pacing back and forth. We have the real deal. Take a look. Meng Rong pointed to the 9 flawless specimens neatly arranged at his feet. Qualified? Passable. Out of 10, 9 are passable. Meng Rong paused, tempted to exaggerate but finding no grounds to do so. With his skills, achieving only a 90% pass rate was embarrassing. Better to be honest and state the facts. Vice Principal Liu bent down, picked one up, and examined it closely. You've actually got qualified products now. But clearly, you hadn't solved the problem yesterday. Before, it was all luck. No matter how skilled I was, it didn't matter. Now, thanks to Teacher Yen adjusting the process sequence, the tolerance issues are basically resolved. Next step, I'll aim for 100% quality. Vice Principal Liu remained skeptical. He grabbed a caliper and began measuring, fiddling with it for a while. His stern, serious expression made it clear he either didn't understand or couldn't find a suitable way to measure. Fine, I'll take your word for it. Vice Principal Liu finally gave up pretending. His expertise lay in management, not technical matters. A smile spread across his face, and moments later, he burst into hearty laughter. Knowing Meng Rong well, he was certain the young man wouldn't deceive him on such matters. If Meng declared it qualified, then it was qualified. As for that one unqualified piece? Well, that was no big deal. Good. Finally, we can deliver, he exclaimed happily. Don't worry too much about tarnishing our reputation. Just focus on doing your best. Give it your all. This time, we're going to make a splash we'll astonish the Research Institute. Let them see that our Duanjiang school can handle technical work too. Meng Rong's face, however, showed no sign of joy. Instead, a hint of worry crept in. Vice Principal Liu keenly noticed this. What's wrong? You're not actually discouraged because it's not 100% perfect, are you? I think you're being a bit too arrogant. If this were a decade later, he might have said, stop being so pretentious. No. Meng Rong sighed. I'm not worried about meeting the deadline or boosting the yield rate. What troubles me is. What is it? The cost. Meng Rong examined a scrapped drill bit in his hand and handed it to Vice Principal Liu. Vice Principal Liu examined it. The drill bit was completely dull, its shape distorted beyond use. What happened? Meng Rong explained the new problem. Ultra-fine drill bits were primarily imported and extremely expensive. To cut costs, he opted for the best domestic ultra-fine drill bits for trial processing. However, these bits had an extremely short lifespan. They had to be replaced after drilling just 2 or 3 injectors, or they would inevitably break. Moreover, each bit change required recalibration and zero-point setting, drastically reducing processing efficiency. They had no choice but to revert to imported superfine alloy drills, which could handle over a dozen injectors per drill but cost hundreds of times more than the domestic ones. He quickly calculated the processing efficiency and costs. After accounting for equipment modifications and programming expenses, factoring in labor and tooling costs, the average processing cost per injector nozzle was 1,100 yuan. Yet, according to his research, the imported equivalent product, including shipping and tariffs, cost only 860 yuan. So now you see. This deal barely makes us any profit. Meng Rong lamented even more deeply if they made little profit, he wouldn't earn enough bonuses. Thinking about that, what was there to be happy about? Vice President Liu hadn't considered this angle.
He stared at the drill bit in his hand, almost as if it were burning his fingers. After a moment's thought, he said, even if this order doesn't make much profit, completing the task will still be enough for us to save face.
Save face? Meng Rong gave a bitter laugh.
It's clear this 100 injector order from the Research Institute is just enough for them to build prototypes and continue R&D, not for mass production.
If they ever go into volume manufacturing, our costs will be unsustainable. We can't keep working without making money, that's just unrealistic. You must understand, capability and mass production are two entirely different concepts. Vice President Liu tried to reassure Meng Rong. Never mind that now. Completing such a high difficulty job is the priority. Just finish this order first. How many do we have now? The 2 qualified ones from last time, plus the 9 in this batch, that makes 11, right? 89 more to go. Just push through and finish them. Get it done first, then we'll see what their feedback is. Meng Rong nodded.
At this point, he had no choice but to complete this batch first. Time was tight now, he hadn't expected it to take so long.
With only him working on it, he'd just have to push through.
5 days later, after racing against the clock, Meng Rong finally finished production 2 days ahead of the scheduled delivery date.
Vice Principal Liu personally escorted the shipment to the Internal Combustion Engine Research Institute.
Watching Vice President Liu depart, Meng Rong, who had been granted 2 days off, returned to his dorm and collapsed into bed. He was utterly exhausted. It had been ages since he'd worked at such an intense pace. Since arriving at the university, he hadn't felt this drained. Back at Fenghua, he'd often faced rush orders too, but afterward, his close friends would always grab drinks to unwind.
He'd never felt truly weary then. Now, however, he genuinely felt lonely and worn out.
Even though Xianghua made time daily to accompany him and lend a hand, Meng Rong still felt it wasn't the same as being with his brothers. Though many teachers at the university were his age, he'd never grown as close to anyone as he had with Luo Xiaowei. He slept like the dead from afternoon until the next morning. Returning to the workshop, he tidied up and wiped down the workbench, ready for the next wave of students arriving for their practical lessons. While he was helping out, Vice Principal Liu burst in, his face flushed with excitement. Addressing the dozens of teachers and students, he shouted, "Everyone, stop what you're doing." Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what Vice Principal Liu intended to say. Soon, silence fell over the group, and Meng Rong shut down the machine.
I have great news to share.
Before the new year, we received an order for high-pressure common rail diesel injectors from the Provincial Internal Combustion Engine Research Institute. Listen carefully, this was an extremely challenging task of the highest difficulty. The institute trusted Duanjiang Technical College and entrusted this mission to us. And we, with the collaboration of teachers Meng Rong and Xianghua, overcame every obstacle and successfully completed the project.
I personally delivered 100 injectors to the institute. After inspection, they were all deemed qualified.
They marveled at our achievement, saying, "It's incredible that a technical school like yours solved a problem we couldn't resolve after trying several other companies." They called it nothing short of the Duanjiang miracle. Vice Principal Liu's face radiated indescribable satisfaction and pride.
Did you hear that?
They said it was the Duanjiang miracle.
Ha 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 ha. Amidst his explosive laughter, the entire faculty and student body fell into stunned silence.
They heard whispers of this project and witnessed Meng Rong's relentless, day and night dedication.
Yet, excluded from the process, they grasped little of its complexity until now.
The term high-pressure common rail alone signaled this was no simple feat.
So, Meng Rong had created another miracle? All eyes turned to Meng Rong. Meng Rong managed a faint smile.
In his heart, this truly wasn't something to be proud of, it wasn't even profitable. As for Vice Principal Liu looking so energized, that was his business.
He needed this to boost morale and lift spirits, so there was little to say about it.
Meng Rong's biggest worry now was whether Vice Principal Liu would go ahead and accept a bulk order. Sure enough, what you fear comes to pass, Vice Principal Liu exclaimed excitedly. The Internal Combustion Engine Institute is preparing for long-term strategic cooperation with us.
They recognize our potential and plan to place ongoing orders for these fuel injectors. This marks a milestone for Duanjiang School, proving our R&D and technical capabilities.
While we can't yet match the resources of major universities, I believe this is a strong start.
Sooner or later, we'll earn full recognition for our capabilities. Teachers and students, don't you agree this is worth celebrating? Absolutely. The teachers and students listened with growing excitement, their voices rising in unison. The looks they cast at Meng Rong were filled with admiration, envy, and respect. Doesn't this deserve our applause? Everyone clapped enthusiastically, sending their applause to teacher Meng.
Meng Rong stood there, listening to the thunderous applause. He felt a bit dazed. He wasn't one for pride, but in this moment, he was swept up by the emotion. Hearing the roaring applause, he knew he was gaining further acceptance and recognition from everyone. Looking at the sincere faces before him, he smiled genuinely from the heart. Then, he bowed to everyone, and the applause grew even more enthusiastic. After dinner, he and Vice Principal Liu strolled slowly through the campus. Liu recounted his visit to the Internal Combustion Engine Research Institute, where he'd been treated to a meal and quite a bit of wine. He'd stayed overnight at the guest house there and only returned this morning. I've already discussed it with the president. The university wants to sign you to a long-term contract, Vice President Liu said, unable to suppress a hint of excitement.
Thank you. Meng Rong wasn't particularly interested in any long-term contract.
He knew he would leave the university sooner or later. He was prepared for that. It was just that right now, there were many things here he couldn't bring himself to leave behind.
And people. If you have any other requests, feel free to voice them. Could I get a raise? No way. You're being stingy. It's not being stingy, it's about maintaining respect. And you still don't respect the team? Not fundamentally. After all, you're part of the problem, you're not bringing in any money.
Meng Rong retorted irritably, I'll look into it thoroughly, solve the problem, and find a way to make money.
That's the spirit.
Vice Principal Liu grinned, looking like a sly old fox.
Meng Rong glanced at his watch. It's getting late. Could the school library stay open for me in the evenings? What for? Research. With my current technical skills, I doubt I can solve this processing method problem. I need to find some inspiration. Alright, I'll arrange it with the library.
Grab a key, and remember to turn off the lights and lock up when you leave tonight.
Aye.
That evening, Meng Rong entered the library and began poring over materials.
Chapter 138, I found it. The next morning, Meng Rong yawned his way into the workshop.
Noticing his listless, distracted state, Teacher Chen, who had come to fetch some tools, casually asked, What's up?
That's not like you at all. You're usually full of energy, but today you look down in the dumps. Meng Rong yawned before answering, I was looking at materials until 3 in the morning last night. I just couldn't keep going. Teacher Chen patted his shoulder sympathetically.
I know you're studying for the self-taught exams, but don't push yourself too hard.
You've got plenty of time.
No need to exhaust yourself right at the start.
Take it easy, take it easy. Meng Rong saw the misunderstanding but didn't bother explaining further. He'd been easing up on his studies lately anyway, he simply didn't have the time. He finally understood what it meant to seize the day.
Once he set his goals, coupled with the relentless stream of demanding tasks that followed, time simply wasn't enough. When you're young, time seems endless. But when you're truly focused, it's never enough. This has nothing to do with age, it's all about your goals.
Meng Rong asked Teacher Chen, when you encounter a problem you can't figure out, what do you do?
Teacher Chen replied with a hearty laugh, I seek advice from someone more knowledgeable than me, of course. As he spoke, his eyes lit up. Right, while he couldn't match Meng Rong's technical skills, when it came to academic knowledge, he was certainly his superior. He looked at Meng Rong with hopeful eyes, Come on, ask me. I'll teach you. True to form, Meng Rong followed his lead. I've been stuck on this high-pressure zone rail diesel engine injector nozzle machining process for ages and can't find a suitable solution.
Any thoughts, Teacher Chen? 3 minutes later, Teacher Chen fled in defeat. He had no ill intentions, but what could he do? Meng Rong wasn't disappointed. It was exactly as he'd expected. If the answer came so easily, he wouldn't be so troubled. He continued to ponder the problem. This class period, Xianghua led the group over. The two met, exchanged a knowing smile, but said nothing more. Yet their story had already spread throughout the school. Seeing their tacit understanding, some snickered.
Xianghua heard it, glared, and instantly silenced the room. After class, Xianghua instructed the class monitor, Chao Yang, to lead the students out. She approached Meng Rong, watching him busily pack his things, and asked cheerfully, So, I heard Vice Principal Liu publicly praised you yesterday for solving a major problem. He didn't praise just me, Meng Rong chuckled.
He praised us and he didn't forget your contribution.
Hee, Xianghua flashed a rare feminine charm. Right, it's our achievement, the crystallization of our wisdom. The word fruit made a faint blush spread across her cheeks.
Secretly, she thought, if she could truly bear fruit with Meng Rong, that would be rather wonderful. She wondered what Meng Rong thought about it.
Her romantic experience was limited, and she found herself pondering. They'd held hands that day, yet their relationship seemed stagnant, still exchanging cryptic hints, lingering in that delicious ambiguity.
But the feeling was so sweet, how could it not spark imagination?
Lost in these thoughts, she suddenly caught Meng Rong staring intently at her.
He asked, What do you think about this issue? What do I think? What do I think?
Xianghua felt a wave of panic wash over her, momentarily at a loss for words.
What's wrong? Meng Rong looked at Xianghua's complex expression with puzzlement, then added, Right, how do you think we should improve this process?
So he wasn't asking about that other thing after all.
A wave of disappointment washed over Xianghua, followed by a wave of relief. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head and mumbled, The process? You meant improving the process? Yes, what did you think I was asking about? Meng Rong replied, sounding genuinely puzzled. Didn't you hear me?
I said I stayed up late last night researching in the library but found no leads. Logically, the processing methods we designed are already pushing the limits of my knowledge. I doubt even my junior high apprentices could pull off what we've achieved. But it's far too costly, we can't afford the waste. If we ever get a large-scale order, we'll be in serious trouble. Xianghua calmed himself, his expression gradually returning to normal. You said you went to the library last night to look up books?
Yeah.
I went through every book on mechanical engineering I could find, but nothing turned up. A sudden thought flashed through Meng Rong's mind, his father's old machine repair notebook. That too represented the pinnacle of past craftsmanship, and it was unlikely to contain any relevant information either. Only that eternal apprentice spirit remained within him, timeless and enduring. What books did you look through? Meng Rong gave a rough rundown of the books he'd consulted, mostly textbooks collected by the school and some practical reference manuals.
Xianghua pondered for a moment. Didn't you consider looking through magazines or journals? What's the point of that? Meng Rong shook his head. Journals and magazines are just for leisure. I don't usually read them, they're pretentious. Abroad, people can write thousands of words about losing a wallet. It's utter nonsense.
I say, if those writers could ever describe the work we do, even a few hundred words would earn my thumbs up.
We can do it, could they write it? I doubt they could. You're being silly.
The latest advancements in process materials might introduce fresh ideas in industry journals.
Reference books are just summaries of the past.
They lag behind real-world progress by at least 3 to 5 years, sometimes even over a decade.
Outdated and obsolete, how could they possibly be more advanced than what you see at Finghua factory? That's impossible. Xianghua scolded him impatiently. Not every writer only pens romantic fluff. If you make something of yourself, someone will write about you someday. Believe in yourself, if you can do it, someone can write about it. Besides, Xianghua eyed him skeptically, didn't you say you were reading Dream of the Red Chamber the other day?
Your literary cultivation hasn't improved one bit.
Meng Rong's face flushed.
He wasn't the literary type, but for Xianghua's sake, he'd memorized Dream of the Red Chamber like a reference book.
Just you wait and see. So there are journals like that? Meng Rong didn't dwell on the literary topic but focused on the main issue. He nodded.
After school tonight, I'll head back to the library and go through all the journals.
Industry magazines, right? Got it. I'm free tonight too.
I'll go with you to look up the info. Xianghua shot him a look. So that certain someone doesn't end up with panda eyes from staying up half the night again.
Are my dark circles really that bad? Meng Rong yawned unconsciously, looking somewhat listless.
I even splashed cold water on my face at noon.
Stop being so sickly. Like I'd get sick from that? Do I look that fragile? Cut the crap. Last time, who was the one acting like a sickly little thing needing constant care?
As they spoke, their eyes met, each seeing the tender affection in the other's gaze. Their hands instinctively reached out and touched.
However, a commotion outside interrupted them. It was Teacher Wang, leading a group of students toward the library.
Upon entering and seeing the two standing together, their cheeks still flushed, he looked at them with a puzzled expression.
That evening, Meng Rong and Xianghua were flipping through journals and magazines in the library. The librarian hadn't left yet, and several diligent students remained studying, including Zhao Xingji.
She sat there completely absorbed, scribbling in her notebook with furrowed brows, as if grappling with a profound question. Yet, she would occasionally relax, her expression brightening with delight. She hadn't even noticed Xianghua enter, completely immersed in the sea of knowledge. The librarian, Teacher Ma, frequently cast admiring glances her way. The school's academic atmosphere wasn't particularly strong, and evenings were often deserted, with only occasional teachers like Meng Rong dropping by to look up information. But since Zhao Xingji had arrived at the school, she frequently saw this diligent student. Now, even if only one person came to study, even if the library opened just for her, it was worth it. Moreover, since news of the school's reforms spread, more students had begun coming to study independently. This filled her with deep satisfaction, as if her work had gained purpose and been infused with boundless energy. Watching Xianghua and Meng Rong busily flipping through the journal section she had guided them to, she lowered her head contentedly, turning her attention to the novel in her hands. The school subscribed to nearly every professional journal in the field, and the collection accumulated over the years was substantial. 2 full bookshelves provided ample material for them to explore. Watching Meng Rong diligently prepare to start from the beginning, Xianghua felt a headache coming on. What a diligent soul! Reading like that was thorough, but it would take forever to find what they needed. Doing things requires method, and reading demands its own approach. Even with novels, you should first pick one up, flip through it casually, see if any passage moves you, if the writing is passable enough to keep reading. If not, abandon it, no point wasting time. Magazines? That's even more demanding. Most are useless, and even just skimming the headlines is exhausting. So she started thinking. Processing. This ship power journal is useless. This chemical trends is even more useless. She scanned the titles one by one, picking them up and putting them down at lightning speed. In moments, she'd completely dismissed an entire row of bookshelves. Then, at the second row, her eyes lit up. This one, Machining and Manufacturing, is perfect, worth reading.
1995? No good, too old. 2002? No good. 2004?
I'll focus on these 2 years.
Xianghua quickly narrowed her search scope.
The school wasn't very advanced back then, they hadn't introduced specialized knowledge retrieval websites, and the library wasn't equipped with computers. So she efficiently zeroed in on her target range.
Machining.
She scanned the table of contents of each book, one by one, discarding them as she went. Until her eyes lit up.
Spotting a relevant article, she cheered, Meng Rong. Meng Rong. Come here. Meng Rong, who had been painstakingly reviewing fewer than 10 books, looked up in surprise. What is it? I found it.
Xianghua nearly jumped up in excitement. By now, everyone in the library had turned to look at her.
Zhao Xingji was also startled to see Xianghua in the library.
She instinctively tucked away the cookie she brought in, but hadn't had time to eat it. Was her dinner, and she couldn't let teacher Yin see it.
Chapter 139, The Solution.
Xianghua excitedly pointed to a passage and said to Meng Rong, come see, look at this part.
Meng Rong followed her finger to the page.
It was an article about electrical discharge machining, and Xianghua was pointing to an introduction. It can be widely used in micro-hole processing, showing great potential in areas like the mass production of atomizer nozzles.
Like a bolt of lightning, Meng Rong suddenly understood.
Yes, he had never considered this approach, this machining method. Yes, EDM forming technology, strictly speaking, it wasn't a new technology. But Meng Rong had been immersed in mechanical machining for far too long, so accustomed to solving process problems with machining methods that he had overlooked other approaches. The moment he read this passage, new solutions began forming in his mind. Instantly, he understood how overseas manufacturers achieved mass production and resolved related process challenges.
I get it. He looked up at Xianghua.
Xianghua nodded with a smile. Their minds were now in perfect sync, and they instantly grasped the crux of the matter.
The rest of the library was baffled. What did they understand? What could they possibly grasp? Just by reading a book? Was knowledge really that easily obtained? Zhao Xingji gazed at Xianghua with admiration.
In her eyes, Xianghua was flawless, perfect in every way. It seemed no problem in this world could escape her grasp.
If only she could be like that someday.
Teacher Ma looked up from the library desk and smiled as she reminded them, hey, you two, keep your voices down. You can borrow the book, but please read it carefully and don't disturb the other students studying. The two nodded apologetically, acknowledging the reminder, then borrowed the magazine and dashed out.
Meng Rong couldn't wait a moment longer. She had to find a solution tonight.
As for the solution, the first step was naturally to find Vice Principal Liu. When Vice Principal Liu received the call, he was also baffled.
What was this about in the middle of the night?
He threw on some clothes, gave his family a quick heads up, and headed back to the workshop. Xianghua and Meng Rong had been waiting there for quite some time.
What? EDM forming? Excellent. We can test it. What? We need an EDM drilling machine? Well. What? 13,800 yuan? Do you think our school is a bank? We can't just add equipment on a whim. What? We can't mass produce without it, but buying it will make us money? Then tell me, how much money are we talking about? Meng Rong spread his hands helplessly. We haven't tested it yet, so I can't calculate it. If you can't calculate it, why are you even telling me?
I need to contact the relevant manufacturers. We'll take the raw test pieces there for trial processing, then calculate the costs.
Well, that's acceptable. Vice Principal Liu hesitated, then gritted his teeth.
You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing bait. There's no time to waste.
Contact them tomorrow.
Go to the factory for initial trials. If the product meets standards and the cost is reasonable, we'll consider whether to purchase it outright or send parts for subcontracted processing. That's also an option.
Long term, we'll need this for growth. Outsourcing isn't sustainable, Meng Rong replied. Xianghua grew impatient. It's just a few thousand yuan. Vice Principal Liu, you're not going to nitpick over this, are you? Just let the school purchase it. We could recoup the cost in 3 or 5 days. We finally connected with this supplier. You're not going to give up so easily, are you?
Vice Principal Liu felt a twinge of pain. Xianghua really was flush with cash.
We're a small-scale operation. Could you please not speak so grandly? The last order didn't even bring in 10,000 yuan.
It was pure loss leading.
But Meng Rong had a point.
At the very least, they should test it out. The next day, Meng Rong contacted a local manufacturer with whom the university had some ties.
They possessed an EDM drilling machine, and Meng Rong arranged for a trial run.
Just as he had anticipated, the EDM drilling machine processed the angle-setting indexing fixture at an astonishingly fast speed. It swiftly resolved the difficult manufacturing process Meng Rong had previously struggled with. Moreover, he sensed that the precision was highly controllable, making it an extremely cost-effective method. Meng Rong ran the numbers, using lathe processes with an average cycle time factoring in auxiliary labor time. The cost per part was 11.5 minutes with domestic drill bits and 9.7 minutes with imported ones. The EDM cycle time, however, was just 3 minutes and 10 seconds. In other words, one EDM forming machine was as efficient as 3 CNC lathes, and the processing cost was a mere 17 yuan. This was an extremely low cost. So this was the secret to mass production. Meng Rong marveled. If he had discovered this method earlier, he could have earned at least a 50% profit margin on the previous order, securing his bonus. Thinking of this, he felt both exhilarated and regretful. Meng Rong sighed inwardly. Years of focusing solely on mechanical processing had ingrained a fixed mindset. Inertia had kept him trudging down the wrong path. Thankfully, he'd come across this article otherwise, who knew how deep he might have sunk into that rut. Upon learning the outcome, Vice Principal Liu also beat his chest in frustration. Had he known, he wouldn't have rushed the order. If he'd waited a few more days to find a solution, the profit margin would have been substantial. Now, they had truly lost a huge sum of money. With this realization, he bitterly approved Meng Rong's immediate purchase of an EDM drilling machine. He even demanded Xianghua add a new course. All students must now master this machine or face graduation denial. What a pitfall! A massive pitfall. Lessons must be learned. Vice Principal Liu, unwilling to accept defeat, took the 2 newly machined fuel injectors back to the research institute. After their inspection, they were deemed fully compliant, and the other party expressed particular satisfaction with the quality. Upon learning these results stemmed from the school's technicians continuously refining their processes, the institute was even more impressed. They candidly told Vice Principal Liu that, having learned the school enterprise partnership offered little profit margin, they had already planned to award the bulk order to a more capable entity. However, since the school remained committed to relentless improvement and efficiency gains, they would now consider assigning a portion of future bulk orders to the school. Vice Principal Liu exclaimed in relief, grateful he had made that extra trip. Otherwise, the order would have been lost for good. He wouldn't have been able to cry over it then. Soon after, the school enterprise partnership received an order for 5,000 fuel injectors. This order kept Meng Rong busy for quite some time. The entire school mobilized significant manpower to assist, finally completing the project. The school earned a substantial sum from this order. While the bulk production price was significantly lower, the profit remained considerable. Thanks to this new processing method, by the time the fuel injector orders concluded, the school had earned nearly 1 million yuan. For the school, this money was invaluable. It also elevated Meng Rong's standing once more, earning him greater recognition from everyone. Summer arrived quickly, and the school's reform plan was largely finalized. According to the blueprint, Duanjiang Vocational School would transform into a comprehensive institution integrating junior college, vocational high school, and technical school programs. The institution would undergo a qualitative leap in status, with relevant documents already approved by higher authorities. This news lifted everyone's spirits. Meng Rong secluded himself daily, immersing himself in studies. The college division's ability to admit self-taught candidates opened new opportunities for him. He knew he had to seize the moment. Xianghua frequently came to tutor him in English, leading to rapid progress in his language skills. Their relationship also blossomed rapidly. After spending so much time together, their hearts grew closer, their gazes softened, and to many observers, they were already a couple. But only they knew the truth. Meng Rong was holding his breath. He had to prove himself first before formally proposing to Xianghua. The gap between them was too vast to proceed now would be irresponsible toward her. Xianghua didn't care about such things, but she enjoyed seeing Meng Rong's determined efforts. She often wondered if this former classmate had truly transformed into a different person. Where had his diligence come from before? It proved that society truly tempered people. After all they'd been through, he'd finally learned to strive. A reformed rogue, it must be said, held a certain allure. They were all waiting for success. Yet they failed to notice that alongside the school's reforms, some were left disheartened. It was too late for them to pursue self-study exams. Their academic performance would inevitably fall short, condemning them to an early entry into society. Most of these were fourth-year students nearing graduation, and some had begun to throw caution to the wind. That day, in a graduating class of 34 students, 27 boys and 7 girls, all 27 boys skipped the first-floor classroom session. Instead, they gathered on the 4th floor to play cards. Amidst their boisterous laughter, not a single one paid attention to the impending class. When Teacher Chen arrived at the classroom, he was stunned. Where are the boys? Not a single one is here. Inside, the 7 girls sat neatly at their desks. Rubbing his eyes, Mr. Chen took attendance again. He hadn't miscounted, only the 7 girls had shown up. Not a single one of the 27 boys was present. Rage surged through him, an unusual intensity. He stormed out of the classroom, grabbed a passing boy from another class, and demanded, "Where are they?" The boy glanced at the classroom, held up 4 fingers, shrugged, and walked away.
Teacher Chun understood. Those 27 were undoubtedly playing cards again in the empty classroom on the 4th floor.
Furious, he stormed up the stairs in one breath. Arriving at the boisterous classroom, he kicked the door open. 2 horizontally nailed boards immediately snapped off.
The loud noise startled the students into silence.
They turned toward the doorway, but not a single card player put down their cards, nor did any of the onlookers stand up straight.
Surveying the boys sprawled in every conceivable position, Teacher Chen roared in fury, You've gone too far. 27 of you. Not a single one thought to attend class? Collective truancy? Are you all sick? Did you even request leave? Did the teacher approve it? Ha! Answer me.
You're just muddling through your youth like this, but youth will eventually muddle through you too.
27 boys, and not a single one can hold a candle to those 7 girls? You call yourselves men, but where's the honor in that? I sense a wave of sleaziness. Teacher Chen's nostrils flared. And I smell urine. Can't you even spare a trip to the bathroom? Is this your idea of manliness? Disgusting.
After his tirade, Teacher Chen surveyed the classroom. Everyone sat like wooden puppets, listening to his scolding without a flicker of emotion, not even shifting their posture.
Suddenly, he deflated.
He seemed to age visibly, his tone softening to a near plea.
Is this how you indulge yourselves?
This is irresponsibility toward yourselves.